I slowly opened my eyes and saw a girl around 8 or 9 years old, her delicate features etched with worry as she gazed intently at me. "Ah, that's Makoto." The moment she saw me awake, she called out excitedly, Thank goodness, you're finally awake." I sat up, shook my head lightly, and gave her an apologetic smile. "So it's you, Makoto. Sorry for making you worry. How long was I asleep?" At once, she pouted, protesting with a hint of annoyance. "How many times have I told you? You should call me big sister." But then, concern returned to her voice. Are you really all right? Father said you passed out because your emotions were too strong. You awakened your Sharingan, but your body couldn't handle it since you're still young. You've already been unconscious for 3 hours. Lord Hokage and the clan leader both came to see you. They told you to rest at home and take it easy. How do you feel now?" "I'm feeling much better." I lifted my hand and gently touched my eye. Instantly, my once black pupil turned crimson, with a single black tomo slowly revolving inside. I murmured inwardly, "What a pity, it's still just one tomo." Before crossing over, people online used a joke about how even after the whole Uchiha clan sacrificed themselves, Sasuke only managed to awaken his Sharingan with a single tomo. And me? I lost my biological father, yet I too only gained a single tomo. If those forum legends knew about this, they'd probably laugh at me as the weakest transmigrator. Still, in the Uchiha clan, awakening the Sharingan at 6 years old, even if it's just a single tomo, was already considered the mark of an early blooming genius. But soon I came to realize that awakening the Sharingan too early isn't necessarily a blessing for the Uchiha clan. For example, Itachi Uchiha would, in the future, suffer from a hereditary disease, all because he awakened too young. And Madara Uchiha, after facing so many setbacks by the age of 12, still hadn't awakened his Sharingan. As a transmigrator, I understood the world of Naruto all too well. This time, I was born as the son of Kagami Uchiha, a truth that left my heart heavy with a swirl of emotions. Kagami Uchiha always strove to maintain peace between the Hidden Leaf Village and the Uchiha clan. During the time when Tobirama Senju served as the second Hokage, Kagami frequently showed the Hokage the goodwill of the Uchiha and also relayed Tobirama's thoughts back to the clan. He was the bridge between Uchiha and Hokage. With Tobirama in charge, the Uchiha remained relatively restrained, and Kagami's work was easier. Tobirama admired him, and the clan looked forward to peace, some even hoping Kagami would become the next Hokage. Those days could truly be called the most harmonious period in their history. But with the sacrifice of Tobirama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi became the third Hokage, and the situation in the village underwent tremendous changes. Whether in terms of strength or prestige, Hiruzen Sarutobi was a far cry from Tobirama Senju. He simply couldn't stabilize Konoha the way his predecessor had. This led to deep dissatisfaction within the Uchiha clan. Both the first and second Hokage had come from the Senju clan. By all rights, the Uchiha believed it was finally their turn to assume the role of the third Hokage. Though the Sarutobi family was powerful during the Warring States period, in the eyes of the Uchiha, they were nowhere near qualified to stand on equal footing. The Uchiha firmly believed that the position of Hokage should never have gone to Hiruzen Sarutobi. In their view, even if the clan leader wasn't chosen at the very least, it should have been Kagami Uchiha. What truly frustrated the clan was that their great hope, Kagami Uchiha, was the first to voice his support for Hiruzen Sarutobi's appointment as Hokage. This ignited a storm of emotion throughout the Uchiha. If Kagami Uchiha wouldn't even fight for the title himself, then at the very least, it should have gone to the clan leader. So what right did Hiruzen Sarutobi have to claim it? As a result, the Uchiha quickly split into two factions. One side continued to support Kagami Uchiha, hoping he would remain the bridge of peace between the village and the clan, while the other side took a more hardline stance, seeing Kagami as a traitor and insisting that the Uchiha must have their own Hokage. Some even advocated outright opposition to the Hokage's regime, calling for rebellion. Gradually, this rift deepened into a divide between moderate doves and radical hawks. For years, Kagami Uchiha worked tirelessly to reconcile the two sides. Whenever dangerous missions came up, he always led from the front. Since my birth, I have rarely seen this man who was my father in name. Instead, I was raised by Uchiha Makoto's grandfather, the clan's second elder, a steadfast leader of the doves. Not long ago, Kagami Uchiha died during a mission, and it was Hiruzen Sarutobi himself who delivered the tragic news. When I heard it, distress overwhelmed me, and I accidentally awakened the Sharingan. In truth, I never shared much affection with Kagami Uchiha. I was simply furious about his choices and the way things ended for him. He was the clan's strongest, the sole possessor of the Mangekyo Sharingan. I could accept his sacrifice, but what bothered me most, who ended up with those eyes? Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't mention it, and the clan leader kept silent as well. I understood that I had little chance of inheriting them and no power to protect them. Yet the fact that they ignored me completely left me feeling as if I didn't exist at all. I have never been naive. I've always thought Uchiha Kagami's hard work was little more than futility. I cannot fathom his devotion to the belief that Konoha is his true home, nor do I find it easy to agree with the methods of our clan leaders. Now, I don't even know where the Mangekyo Sharingan has ended up, whether it lies in the hands of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, or the clan head himself. Any of them is possible, and whoever possesses it could become my enemy. But for me, at this moment, none of these concerns are truly urgent. Right now, the most important thing is to leverage the protection offered by certain individuals and to strengthen myself as quickly as possible. Only with sufficient power can I take control of my own destiny. Fortunately, I am not without resources. I have inherited the remarkable bloodline of Uchiha Kagami. As long as I grow steadily and methodically, awakening the 3 Tomo Sharingan should be within my reach. After all, Uchiha Kagami himself once awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and his son, Uchiha Shursui, did the same. The same blood runs in my veins. There is no reason why I should not succeed as well. Moreover, as someone who traversed worlds, Uchiha wields a unique ability all his own. When he learned of Uchiha Kagami's sacrifice and in the throes of intense emotion awakened his Sharingan, his golden finger was activated. His golden finger is actually quite straightforward. Once a month, he enters a combat space where the system generates 5 random virtual opponents. If Uchiha defeats any one of them, he is awarded a randomly chosen ability from that opponent. This could be a ninjutsu, a kekkai genkai, or even a special talent. However, the opponents in the combat space are refreshed at random every time, and their identities cannot be chosen. He cannot, for instance, challenge Kagaya Otsutsuki at birth over and over by design. If that were possible, Uchiha would certainly attempt it repeatedly, seeking to obtain the powers of the Otsutsuki bloodline. Even if it couldn't be done in a single try, with enough attempts, sooner or later he might succeed. Blessed with a distinguished bloodline and the advantage of his golden finger, Uchiha is confident in his growth, as long as he has enough time. Neither the Uchiha clan nor the Hokage's line can truly threaten him. Uchiha is different from Uchiha Sasuke. Many people like to criticize Sasuke for one fault or another, but if you think about it, his early years, before the massacre of his clan and his encounter with Kakashi, were far from ideal. He never received the full training of Uchiha tradition, nor was he entrusted with the true legacy of the Sharingan. In awakening and developing his ocular powers, most of the time Sasuke had nothing but instinct and raw strength to rely on. In this regard, Sasuke's inheritance of ninjutsu is extremely limited. The more you reflect on it, the more of a pity it becomes. Uchiha had a different upbringing. As the son of Uchiha Kagami, he was able to study the inherited knowledge of the Uchiha clan from a young age. Even after losing his father early, he still had the chance to receive an excellent education. For instance, from Uchiha Mikoto's grandfather, a veteran ninja who had lived since the Warring States period. His guidance was more than adequate. If things became difficult, Uchiha could always choose to keep a low profile around people like Hiruzen Sarutobi, hiding his true abilities when appropriate, and still reap considerable benefits. From the perspective of the Hokage's faction, what they needed was a new leader who could embody the divided will within the Uchiha clan. After the death of Uchiha Kagami, who was the perfect candidate? Naturally, Uchiha Kagami's son. He had grown up learning the will of fire, got along well with his peers of the Ninja Academy, and had naturally become the representative of the moderate faction within the Uchiha. As long as Uchiha performed well in the future, even if he himself harbored little ambition, people like Hiruzen Sarutobi would still do everything in their power to push him forward. Uchiha had no intention of becoming a pawn used by others, but until he was truly powerful, he chose to accept every opportunity that could foster his growth. A single tomo is already impressive. I haven't even awakened my Sharingan yet, Uchiha Mikoto said, a hint of longing flashing through her eyes as she mentioned the Sharingan. Awakening the Sharingan often comes with pain and loss. Uchiha replied, his expression turning serious as he deactivated his own Sharingan and looked intently at Mikoto. If possible, I hope you never have to awaken those eyes. Mikoto bit her lip lightly, lost in thought. Yi's words were completely different from those of most other Uchiha. Even her own grandfather was always encouraging her to unlock her Sharingan as soon as possible. Mikoto, I'm a bit hungry. Could you make something for me? Uchiha smoothly changed the subject, turning to Mikoto with a request. Despite her young age, Uchiha Mikoto was a remarkable cook. The bento took to school each day was always lovingly made by her. Just wait a moment. I'll get started right away, Mikoto replied cheerfully, quickly leaving the room. Watching her hurried figure disappear, a complex emotion flickered in Yi's eyes. In this world of ninja, Uchiha Mikoto was the very image of a virtuous wife and loving mother. In the original story, she married Uchiha Fugaku and ultimately met her end at the hands of Uchiha Itachi. After Ii himself was born, he was placed in the care of the second elder, meaning he and Mikoto grew up side by side as childhood friends. Could he really accept Mikoto marrying Fugaku in the future? Clearly, that was something he could never tolerate. But for now, these were not the questions he needed to consider. What demanded his attention at this moment was the duel arena. Uchiha Ii forced himself to focus entirely on the battle space. The 5 opponents for this month's selection quickly formed in his mind. Night of the Massacre, Uchiha Sasuke. Fall of the Akatsuki, Yahiko. 4th Great Ninja War, Inuzuka Claw. 3rd Great Ninja War, Sumishire Iwagakure Ninja. Gatekeeper of Konoha, Tetsu Hagane. As he looked at these 5 choices, Uchiha Ii fell in a deep thought. Frankly, aside from Uchiha Sasuke, he doubted he was a match for any of the others. Yahiko during the fall of the Akatsuki was likely at the period when he was ensnared by Danzo and Hanzo's schemes and faced calamity. At that time, Yahiko should have already reached the level of Jonin at least. Otherwise, Hanzo would not have seen Akatsuki as a threat in the first place. As for Inuzuka Claw, Uchiha Ii's memory of him was vague, but anyone who participated in the 4th Great Ninja War was probably a special Jonin or perhaps even a full Jonin. Tetsu Hagane seemed to have first appeared as a Chunin, but later rose to special Jonin. As one of the gatekeepers of Konoha, he would have been among the stronger Chunin at that time. Regarding Sumishire from Iwagakure in the 3rd Great Ninja War, Uchiha Ii had no recollection of him, but he surmised that this opponent's strength would certainly surpass that of someone who had just entered the Ninja Academy. Thus, of the 5 opponents who appeared this time, only Uchiha Sasuke was someone he could face head-on. More importantly, Uchiha Sasuke was also the most worthwhile challenge. Both of them had just entered the Ninja Academy, and both were considered prodigies of the Uchiha clan. The difference was that Uchiha Ii had been mature beyond his years. The dangers of this shinobi world taught him early that only personal strength offered true security. This body itself possessed remarkable talent, and with the power of Uchiha Ii's soul, his aptitude for Ien release was extraordinary. Although his chakra was nowhere near the level of Sasuke's Indra chakra inheritance, Uchiha Ii had practiced diligently since childhood. If not for the need to keep a low profile and hide his true potential, he would have been capable of graduating from the academy long ago. That was why he had always deliberately held back. He had previously displayed his genius side, performing on par with Uchiha Mikoto. Mikoto was now considered the most talented of the Uchiha clan's young generation. Yet Uchiha Ii, 2 years her junior, already boasted the same level of skill, proof enough of his excellence. As that thought flashed through his mind, his consciousness was transferred instantly into the battle space. Uchiha Ii looked at Sasuke, standing before him, and found a certain resemblance to Uchiha Mikoto in his features. This stirred up a tangle of emotions in Yi's heart. Before Uchiha Ii could utter a word, Sasuke's expression suddenly grew intensely agitated. Uchiha Itachi, I swear I'll kill you. As he shouted, Sasuke swiftly drew 2 shuriken and hurled them toward Uchiha Ii. Does he think I'm Uchiha Itachi? Uchiha Ii was momentarily taken aback, but his hands hesitated not in the slightest. He threw 2 kunai in return and charged straight at Sasuke. Moving at high speed, Uchiha Ii's hands formed seals with practice speed. He drew in a deep breath. Chakra surged within his body, swelling his abdomen ever so slightly. A sharp metallic ring filled the air as the 4 kunai clashed mid-flight. Noticing Uchiha Ii hurtling closer, Sasuke tensed, instantly recognizing the technique about to unfold. The fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu, the signature technique of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke knew the jutsu himself, though he had yet to master it. Memories surfaced of his father's disappointment, the comparison between himself and Uchiha Itachi. Pride and frustration flared within Sasuke. He rapidly wove hand signs. Facing Uchiha Ii's incoming fireball, Sasuke exhaled, unleashing his own massive torrent of fire. Yet, when the 2 fireballs collided, Sasuke's blaze barely lasted an instant before being utterly engulfed by Uchiha Ii's fire, which was nearly double in size, pressing forward with undiminished force. Witnessing his attack so swiftly overwhelmed, Sasuke's pupils contracted in shock. He immediately darted aside to evade. Though fire-style jutsu rarely dealt lethal damage, Sasuke's fireball had at least slowed Uchiha Ii slightly, granting him a fleeting chance to escape. The fireball grazed past him, and with agile reflexes, Sasuke narrowly slipped away. Before Sasuke could catch his breath, a chill swept over him. To his alarm, he realized that at some point, he had become surrounded by explosive tags, all set to ignite. "Did you really think I didn't know the great fireball won't kill?" Uchiha Yi's cold laugh echoed through the air. In truth, the moment the fireball was unleashed, he had covertly laid explosive tags near Sasuke's position, using kunai and steel wire. Against Sasuke, this level of preparation was more than enough. Sasuke was given no room to react. The explosive tags ignited simultaneously, engulfing the still defiant Uchiha Sasuke in a thunderous, all-consuming blast. Ding! Congratulations, Uchiha E, on defeating Uchiha Sasuke. You have obtained pure Indra chakra. Would you like to fuse it? As the sound of the system prompt rang out, Uchiha Yi's consciousness returned once again to reality. Killing Sasuke turned out to be much easier than he had anticipated. In hindsight, it made sense. At this point in time, Sasuke's strength still had plenty of room to grow. It was uncertain whether his Sharingan had even awakened, and even if it had, he couldn't wield it freely yet. Without anyone to guide him, he hadn't truly mastered the lightning-style jutsu, techniques that, in truth, suited him even better than fire-style. In fact, even in the future, Sasuke's primary fighting methods would revolve around lightning release, rather than the fire release his Uchiha clan prided themselves upon. Everything Sasuke knew, he himself had already mastered. The techniques he commanded were ones Sasuke hadn't even learned. And so, before Sasuke could truly mature, he was soundly defeated by a carefully laid plan. Through this battle, Uchiha also realized a way to quickly defeat early-stage opponents in this arena. The dueling space did not prohibit explosive tags. He could consider preparing more explosive tags to handle even stronger enemies. But the reality was, as a strategic resource, the purchase of explosive tags by individual ninja was strictly controlled by the Leaf Village. For Uchiha, stockpiling large quantities of explosive tags wouldn't be easy. Moreover, while explosive tags worked well against ordinary ninjas, they'd be nearly useless in small numbers when facing truly formidable adversaries. What truly caught Uchiha off guard was that, in this dual space, he'd somehow obtained Indra's chakra. This was the very chakra that, in the future, was destined to become Sasuke's greatest source of power. Far more importantly, this was pure Indra chakra. Uchiha didn't have to worry about any insidious negative influences slowly seeping into him. He couldn't help but wonder, if he managed to fuse Ashura's chakra as well, could he awaken the Rinnegan? In fact, Uchiha began to think he might never need to transplant Hashirama Senju cells at all. All he had to do was wait. Sooner or later, he could gain the power of Hashirama, or even Naruto Uzumaki, in this dueling space. If he could directly acquire Ashura's chakra, that would be the best outcome of all. Fuse. Uchiha commanded the dual space in his mind, with no hesitation. In almost the same instant, a surge of unique energy welled up inside him. He could feel his ocular power nearly double in the blink of an eye, and his chakra reserves swell by at least half. Yet this was only the beginning. Uchiha could sense that Indra's chakra would continue to steadily enhance his physique, chakra, and eyes in the days to come. Many people mistakenly believe that, aside from the Sharingan, the Uchiha are inferior to the Senju and Uzumaki clans in every other respect. In reality, every time the Sharingan evolves, the Uchiha's chakra and physical constitution also see a significant boost. For instance, an Uchiha with the 3-Tomo Sharingan typically possesses more than twice as much chakra as an average Jonin. The only thing that made Uchiha feel somewhat uncomfortable was the noticeable change in his chakra. Due to the influence of Indra's chakra, it had become even colder and darker than before. Of course, this was to be expected. It was common knowledge that after awakening the Sharingan, an Uchiha's chakra nature would begin to shift as well. Just as Uchiha was marveling at the power of the dueling space, Uchiha Makoto's voice drifted over from the kitchen. Dinner's ready. Come and eat. On my way. He immediately got up and made his way toward the kitchen. Uchiha Makoto's culinary skills were superb. In less than half an hour, she had prepared a lavish dinner for beef with scrambled eggs, stir-fried greens, braised chicken. These were all dishes that he had once mentioned to her. Gifted as she was, Makoto had quickly mastered these recipes. Watching enjoy his meal with genuine appetite, Makoto rested her cheek in her hand, a faint smile playing at her lips. She felt that Uncle Kagami's sacrifice hadn't weighed as heavily on as she had feared. She had worried that like other members of the clan, might become distant and aloof. Now, however, it seemed those concerns were unnecessary. I'm thinking of going back to school tomorrow. I might need to trouble you for lunch again, Makoto, he said as he ate, glancing up at her. Makoto paused, surprised by his words. So soon? Don't you want to rest at home for a few more days? It's all right, Makoto. I've pretty much recovered, he replied gently, shaking his head. He didn't tell Makoto that, in truth, he hadn't been that close to Kagami. There were some things best kept to oneself. After all, someone who could remain unmoved even by the death of his own father. What kind of person could that be? You're back. I heard from the teacher yesterday that you took some leave because something happened at home. Are you all right? The very next day, when he returned to class, several curious classmates immediately gathered around, eager to check on him. Although he was an Uchiha, he never carried himself with the pride and aloofness many other members of his clan displayed. Heir to the so-called Will of Fire, Itachi Uchiha always carried himself with unwavering humility. Unlike other Uchiha students, who often wore arrogance like a second skin and held themselves above others, he made a point to treat everyone, whether from other clans or simply ordinary children of villagers, on equal terms. Whenever someone asked him about training or technique, he responded with patient guidance. Of course, there were boundaries he would never cross. Secret arts belonging to the clan, he would never share. On one hand, the clan strictly forbade it. On the other, the village itself had its regulations. After all, the Hokage's authority depended on controlling the knowledge of ninjutsu, a power not to be spread lightly, especially not among commoners. This, too, was part of preserving the prestige and order of the Hidden Leaf. Itachi could be warm and approachable, but he never broke these rules. When word spread that something had happened in the Uchiha family, many classmates reached out with genuine concern for his well-being. The village kids might not have known the details, but those from the noble families understood perfectly well. The renowned warrior Kagami Uchiha, a hero of the Hidden Leaf, had fallen in battle. Would Itachi truly remain unaffected? I'm all right, really. Thank you for worrying about me, Itachi replied with an easy wave of his hand. Sensing their concern, he met their eyes with a calm smile and continued. My father gave his life protecting the village and his comrades. He never once hesitated or regretted his choices. I will carry his will forward, the will of fire. There's no need to worry about me. I won't lose myself to grief. His words deeply moved everyone in the class. In particular, the blond boy in the front row looked at him with eyes that brimmed with a new, unspoken respect. Perhaps it was the understanding that only kindred spirits share or the resonance of a shared conviction. Indeed, Itachi, just like him, understood what the will of fire truly meant. Yet none of them realized that, at that very moment in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, his advisor Danzo Shimura, and the two elder counselors, Hamura Mitokado and Kohor Yutane, were watching the scene unfold in silence, their eyes fixed on a crystal ball. It seems the child has truly inherited Kagami's will of fire, Koharu remarked softly, her gaze lingering on Itachi's image. There was a complexity in her expression, a mixture of old grief and new hope, as she let out a quiet sigh. Hamura cast her a sidelong glance and added, but to recover from Kagami's death so quickly, it's a little surprising, don't you think? That isn't so strange. You can't say he's unfeeling because of it. If he truly felt nothing for Kagami, if his heart were cold, he wouldn't have awakened the Sharingan at all. Don't forget, Tobarama-sensei once studied the roots of the Sharingan. Koharu frowned slightly, stepping in to explain on Itachi's behalf. Hamura's eyes slid toward Danzo, who remained silent. Danzo's gaze was intense, fixed firmly on Itachi, brooding and unreadable. He watched in silence, offering no comment. Ahem. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi had to break the silence. All right, there's no doubt. He is Kagami's son, as well as the inheritor of the Will of Fire. But our focus this time should really be on that girl from the Uzumaki clan. As for we only need to keep a close eye on whether awakening the Sharingan has any negative effects on him. Besides, the Sharingan may not pose any threat to the village at all. Let's not forget, even after Kagami gained those legendary eyes, he still loved Konoha deeply, even sacrificing his life for the village. Having said this, Sarutobi's gaze fell once more on Shimura Danzo. There were words left unsaid, but a shadow of doubt quietly found its way into his heart. In the previous mission, it was Danzo and Kagami who set out together, accompanied by several members of Root. To save the Uzumaki girl, Kagami had Danzo escort Kushina to safety while he stayed behind to cover their retreat. On the surface, everything was perfectly reasonable. Even Kushina herself could vouch for Danzo. It was said that nearly all the Root operatives were lost when they tried to recover Kagami's body, and in the chaos, Kagami's Mangekyo Sharingan vanished as well. Yet, as someone who had known Danzo for many years, Sarutobi understood his character all too well. He had always been wary of Danzo. What troubled Sarutobi even more was this. The forensic examination of Kagami's corpse had revealed that the fatal wound was caused by an extremely powerful fire release technique, one so potent it inevitably drew his suspicion toward the Uchiha clan. Across the whole shinobi world, if fire-style technique mastery was being ranked, Sarutobi himself would easily be in the top 3. Yet his own real expertise lay in mastering all 5 chakra natures. Other than him, only Kagami and other formidable members of the Uchiha clan could compete at that level. This fact alone had always inspired a touch of caution, particularly toward the Uchiha clan's main bloodline. Kagami was not just his peer. He was the bridge linking the Uchiha and Konoha. Sarutobi was willing to trust Kagami Uchiha, although he would never grant him excessive power. Whenever it came to handling matters where the Uchiha were involved, Sarutobi would always offer Kagami his full support. So long as Kagami remained, Sarutobi believed the Uchiha would never truly threaten Konoha. He valued Uchiha as well, though he was still much too young for such burdens. For these reasons, even if he suspected Danzo of stealing Kagami Uchiha's eyes, Sarutobi did not investigate further. To his mind, having them in Danzo's hands was better than the possibility of them falling into the Uchiha's. If Kagami's eyes still existed, Sarutobi truly would not know how best to handle them. The monkey is right. He is, after all, Kagami's son, and in the future, we'll need his help to keep the Uchiha in check. We ought to give him a little support. Koharu Yudatane's words left Hamura Midokado with nothing to counter. If he were to voice his opposition at this moment, it would inevitably make him appear far too indifferent. No matter what conflicts existed between them, at their core, they were comrades, people who could entrust their backs to each other in battle. Mirror had also saved their lives more than once. Why not let me take him in? I can guarantee he'll become the strongest ninja in the Leaf Village. Shimura Danzo, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. That would be the best arrangement for him. Within the Root Division, he'll receive the finest resources and training, and there'd be no need to worry about the Uchiha clan turning against him. Absolutely not. Hiruzen Sarutobi rejected Danzo's proposal without a moment's hesitation. If he joins the Root Division, he'll lose all his influence within the Uchiha clan. He needs to live in the light. Not to mention, Hiruzen Sarutobi suspected that Mirror's eyes were in Danzo's possession, which made the thought of handing Uchiha over to him even more unthinkable. Hiruzen, once he graduates, find him a good teacher and place him in the Umbu, Hamura Midokado suggested after a moment's thought. Sarutobi simply nodded in agreement, saying nothing more. Although members of the Uchiha were rare in the Umbu, Mirror himself had once served as their squad leader. If Uchiha could meet their standards, joining the Umbu wouldn't be difficult at all. In fact, they might even allow him to bring some of his clansmen along, which would not only boost Yi's prestige within the Uchiha, but also serve their purpose of keeping the clan under surveillance. However, it was still too early to dwell on such things for now. How about letting Orochimaru take as his apprentice? Koharu Yudatane suddenly suggested, struck by inspiration. At this point in time, Orochimaru was still a promising protege in everyone's eyes. Both Hiruzen Sarutobi and Koharu Yudatane had high hopes for him. Though no one spoke it aloud, they all believed that Orochimaru might one day inherit the title of Hokage. If Orochimaru were to become Uchiha Yi's teacher, he would remain firmly within the Hokage's sphere of influence. This would offer him protection, while also serving as a gesture of goodwill. Of course, no one had any intention of grooming Uchiha to become Hokage themselves. Hiruzen Sarutobi considered himself still young, with no plans to step down for at least 20 years. By then, he would not yet be considered old. No one could predict the path Uchiha Yi's future might take. But as long as the issue with the Uchiha remained unresolved, it would be impossible for a Hokage to emerge from that clan. Tsunade is an option as well, Hamura Midokado suggested, frowning as he put forward another candidate. Orochimaru might indeed become Hokage, but in Hamura's view, he wasn't the best teacher for Uchiha Yi. While they were willing to support they also couldn't afford to appear overly close to him. As the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, Tsunade harbored little prejudice against the Uchiha clan and was herself a disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi. If she were to become Uchiha Yi's mentor, on one hand, she could offer him protection, while on the other, her presence would be enough to stir up discord within the Uchiha, sowing further divisions among clan members. Would the Uchiha be discontented if one of their geniuses were to become a pupil of the Senju clan? In Midokado Hamura's eyes, that was hardly a problem. As for Uchiha Yi's own wishes, they deemed them unimportant. For the line of Hokage, this was simply the most cost-effective arrangement. Hiruzen Sarutobi fixed Hamura with a long, pondering look before finally speaking. Let's put this discussion aside for now. It's still too soon. Even if Uchiha graduates early, he should spend at least 2 more years at the academy. Otherwise, I won't approve his application to graduate. Danzo's eyes flashed with a trace of disdain at these words. In his view, Sarutobi seemed to be paying special attention to Uchiha, but in truth, there likely wasn't much genuine affection behind it. In the end, it was just a matter of observing Uchiha further and guiding his mind for another 2 years. When he was finally shaped into the ideal tool, they would then consider how to handle him. With that thought, Danzo closed his eyes. He understood perfectly well that he wouldn't be able to gain direct control over Uchiha, and that, in itself, was significant enough. But about that girl, don't you think she needs closer observation? Kohor Yuditane voiced her concern. After all, she's destined to become the Ninetales host. She's only been in Konoha for 3 days, sending her straight into the Ninja Academy. Isn't that a bit too rushed? That was Lady Mito's decision, Sarutobi replied. She hopes Kushina can adapt to life in Konoha as soon as possible. Compared to keeping Kushina by Mito's side, Sarutobi much preferred to observe her in the academy setting. He didn't quite have the nerve to closely watch Kushina while she was under Uzumaki Mito's protection. Even as Hokage, when faced with the ever-reserved Lady Mito, Sarutobi dared not act rashly. Upon hearing Sarutobi's arrangement, the others fell into thoughtful silence. Even Danzo didn't dare openly defy Lady Mito's will. Just before class began, their homeroom teacher, Sarutobi Saikaro, entered the classroom, leading by the hand a little girl around 5 or 6 years old, with long, striking red hair. The arrival of this unfamiliar girl quickly drew the attention of many students. Although the Uzumaki clan and the Hidden Leaf Village were allies, it was rare for members of the Uzumaki clan to set foot in the village. Uzumaki Mito herself had always lived in seclusion, so, in truth, most villagers had never laid eyes on an Uzumaki, much less someone with a shock of red hair. In fact, it wasn't just the others. Even Itachi Uchiha himself was seeing a child of the Uzumaki clan for the first time. When he saw Kushina Uzumaki walk into the classroom, a trace of surprise flickered in Itachi's eyes. So this was Kushina Uzumaki. Upon realizing that he and Minato Namikaze were in the same class, Itachi had already anticipated that he would likely become classmates with Kushina in the future. He was mentally prepared for it. However, Itachi had no intention of taking the initiative to approach Kushina Uzumaki. Although Kushina was indeed very cute, and befriending her would certainly have its advantages, he was, after all, a member of the Uchiha clan. Even as the son of Kagami Uchiha, someone considered a true heir to the will of fire, Hiruzen Sarutobi would never allow the Uchiha clan to freely approach the Ninetales Jinchuriki. This was not a matter of trust, but rather one of human caution and vigilance. In fact, not even Kagami himself might be granted the right to interact with the vessel of the Ninetales. As for the original story, Itachi had never quite understood why Makoto Uchiha and Kushina Uzumaki became such close friends. Setting aside their families' unique positions, Makoto was also 2 years older than Kushina. The fact that not only did they know each other, but were so close, was something Itachi could not quite comprehend. For now, all Itachi could do was keep a respectful distance from Kushina Uzumaki. Yet sometimes, the more you wish to avoid something, the more inevitable it becomes. The moment Kushina entered the classroom, she began scanning the room, as though searching for someone. At last, her gaze landed on one of the seats at the back of the class, and a bright spark flickered in her eyes. Is she looking at me? After merging with Indra's chakra, Itachi's senses had grown sharper. He immediately noticed that Kushina seemed to be focusing her attention on him. Fortunately, she quickly looked away, not lingering for too long. This set Itachi thinking about the possible reasons. He guessed perhaps Uzumaki Mito had cautioned Kushina to be wary of the Uchiha, so she needed to be able to pick out the Uchiha members in class to keep her distance. Just then, Sarutobi Saikaro spoke to Kushina in a gentle tone. All right, Uzumaki, why don't you introduce yourself to the class? As a special jonin of the Sarutobi clan, and the nephew of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Saikaro Sarutobi's presence at the Ninja Academy was never just about teaching. Hiruzen had already briefed him on Kushina Uzumaki's true identity. Saikaro needed to ensure that Kushina felt warmly accepted. Yet, at the same time, he had to avoid showing any overt favoritism, using every opportunity to quietly observe her character. Kushina Uzumaki took a deep breath, gathering her courage before speaking. Hello, everyone. My name is Kushina Uzumaki. I'm very glad to meet you all. Please take care of me. Yet her self-introduction wasn't met with any encouragement or support from her classmates. Instead, the children started to gossip openly about her. Look, her hair is red. That's so weird. Who has red hair like that? There aren't any redheads in the Leaf Village, right? She must be some kind of red-haired witch. It's really more like chili pepper, just as spicy too. These mocking words made Kushina feel anxious and uneasy. Before coming to the Leaf Village, she had just lost her homeland. Uzushio Village had been destroyed by their enemies. She had survived only because a group of leaf ninjas had rescued her. To keep her safe, the village had paid a heavy price. Almost unconsciously, she looked toward Itsuki Uchiha. Would this boy protect her like that kind uncle from earlier? Sensing the pleading in Kushina's gaze, Itsuki Uchiha felt an unexpected dilemma. Kushina Uzumaki, why are you looking at me? I don't want to get caught up in your problems. Despite his reluctance, Itsuki spoke calmly. The Uzumaki clan is the family of the first Hokage's wife. As far as I know, Lady Mito herself had red hair. If you speak so poorly about red hair, aren't you insulting the first Hokage's wife? And if you ask me, there are actually quite a few red-haired people here in the Leaf, like those in the Akimichi clan. Itsuki's words instantly quieted the entire class. No one expected him to invoke Lady Mito. After all, she was an important figure even mentioned in the textbooks. To mock red hair now would mean insulting Lady Mito herself. The children who had just jeered at Kushina suddenly grew uneasy. Deep down, they knew. No one dared to say anything bad about Lady Mito. Saikiro Sarutobi felt a touch of helplessness as well. He realized that Itsuki Uchiha had a knack for escalating things to a level where further argument was impossible. Now that Lady Mito had been brought up, it was very likely no one at school would ever dare target Kushina again. Even so, Saikiro managed a gentle tone as he spoke to Kushina. Kushina, why don't you find a seat and settle in? Thank you. Kushina Uzumaki glanced around the classroom once more and noticed that her classmates' gazes were no longer distant or wary like before. That allowed her to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Then, she walked over and sat down near Itachi Uchiha, choosing a spot not far from him. Watching this, Itachi Uchiha raised his eyebrows, but said nothing. Kushina was only sitting nearby. He had no reason to stop her. Surely, there was nothing wrong with someone sitting near him, was there? All of this was taken in by Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and the others. They exchanged silent looks of understanding. This girl, it seemed she might have a bit of a fondness for Itachi. Hiruzen Sarutobi remarked quietly after a moment of pause, his voice tinged with a touch of sentiment. At the same time, his gaze drifted toward Danzo Shimura, seated not far away. What Danzo thought was still crucial. After all, Kushina had been brought to Konoha by him. As for Hamura Mitokado, he was always happy to give advice, but if you asked him to do something himself, he somehow always managed to stay on the sidelines. Danzo Shimura stared intently at Itachi's image in the crystal ball, his gaze sharpening. After a moment, he gave a soft, almost hidden chuckle. Kagami saved Kushina Uzumaki and shielded her from mortal danger more than once. It's only natural that she feels grateful to him. She enrolled at the academy even earlier than expected, likely because she heard about Itachi from Lady Mito herself. But she's destined to become the next host of the Nine Tails. Hamura's brows furrowed. Even if Itachi currently stood on their side, he was still an Uchiha. No matter how much trust they might have in him one day, allowing him to get close to the Nine Tails was unthinkable. The reason was painfully clear. The battle that once raged was simply too devastating, a risk they could never take lightly. Making Kushina the Nine Tails Jinchuriki is nothing more than our preliminary plan for now. Lady Mito hasn't approved it yet, Danzo replied, letting his gaze sweep past Hiruzen. He continued slowly. Whether Kushina becomes the new Jinchuriki isn't for you, for me, or even for Hiruzen to decide. Only Lady Mito can make that choice. Until she does, none of us should press the matter. If anything goes wrong, no one can bear the consequences. Besides, while Kushina may be our ideal candidate, she's not the only possible one. Hiruzen nodded silently. Though Mito Uzumaki's public appearances were exceedingly rare, she hardly ever left her home. Hiruzen held deep respect for her. Under normal circumstances, he would never defy her will. In truth, Hiruzen Sarutobi's feelings toward Mito Uzumaki were deeply complicated. Mito was his greatest source of support. So long as she remained, chaos would not engulf the Leaf Village. Yet, as the Hokage, who could truly wish for a higher authority to loom over their position? Actually, we don't necessarily have to rely on Kushina Uzumaki, Danzo suddenly interjected, his tone shifting to one of near temptation, drawing the full attention of everyone present. Danzo, you know as well as I do that every other village has faced the disaster of rampaging tailed beasts. Only we of the Leaf have never suffered such a crisis, and that is entirely thanks to Lady Mito's presence. Kushina Uzumaki possesses chakra on par with Lady Mito's and can suppress the Nine Tails. She's undoubtedly the ideal candidate. Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe, his his voice solemn as he spoke. Hiruzen, you must understand, what restrains the Nine Tails is not only the chakra and sealing jutsu of the Uzumaki clan, but also the Sharingan and the power of wood release, Danzo remarked with a loaded significance in his tone. Kushina may never truly accept the leaf. She is extraordinarily gifted. If one day she masters the Nine Tails as Lady Mito has, what if she chooses to leave the village? What will we do then? Danzo's words brought a heavy silence to the room. Could they truly put their trust in Kushina Uzumaki? The girl before them was still a stranger to everyone in this chamber, and trust was not something to be built overnight. True, the leaf had rescued her from the destruction of Uchiha, saving her from certain death, but gratitude does not equate to a sense of belonging. Previously, their plan was to have Kushina establish new ties in the village, hoping she could be of use in that way. But if Kushina were ever to control the full might of the Nine Tails, perhaps even discerning right from wrong with that power, it left them even less certain of how they ought to regard her. As for trying to limit Kushina's growth, that was nigh impossible. For one thing, Lady Mito would undoubtedly do everything in her power to nurture Kushina's potential, something they could never prevent. Perhaps, then, Kushina was not the best candidate to become the Nine Tails Jinchuriki after all. The Sharingan is a unique Kekkei Genkai of the Uchiha, while wood release belongs to the Senju clan. In fact, Tobirama-sensei once conducted extensive research on wood release, with notable results. Had the first great ninja war not erupted so abruptly that research might already have borne fruit, Danzo's gaze was unwavering as he addressed Hiruzen again. I propose we resume experimental research into wood release. Regardless of the Sharingan, wood release remains the surest way to restrain the Nine Tails. Besides, as you've surely noticed, the other nations are constantly upgrading their military strength. Another ninja world war could break out at any moment. This time, the destruction of Uchiha village is very likely a test by the other shinobi villages to gauge Konoha's strength and response, Danzo continued. It's likely they've also managed to obtain some of the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques. From here on, incidents of rampaging tailed beasts may decrease. This is by no means good news for Konoha. We must prepare ourselves for future confrontations with the tailed beasts. As he spoke, Danzo's gaze turned even colder. As a representative of Konoha's hawkish faction, he found it hard to swallow the fact that other villages had attacked Uchiha. The existence of Uchiha village was of immense strategic value to Konoha. As long as the village remained, Konoha was shielded from any naval assault water country might attempt. It served as a protective barrier at sea, safeguarding Konoha's security. The Uzumaki clan also possessed formidable combat power. Now that Uchiha had fallen, should war break out, Konoha would be forced to commit more resources to guard against the assaults of the Hidden Mist village. There were times when Danzo couldn't help but marvel at the first Hokage's wisdom in dispersing the eight-tailed beasts and, in exchange, securing considerable assets for Konoha. Over the years, the other villages have been greatly troubled by their tailed beasts, while only Konoha had enjoyed long-lasting stability and safety. Yet now, as the other villages were gradually acquiring the power to control the tailed beasts, Danzo found himself compelled to imagine what might occur should those beasts attack Konoha. At that thought, he even began to question whether the first Hokage's decision back then was truly as wise as it seemed. Why was it necessary to split up the tailed beasts in the first place? Hearing Shimura Danzo's proposal, even Hiruzen Sarutobi did not answer immediately. The room fell into a heavy silence. Restarting the wood release experiments was not something Sarutobi found hard to accept. After all, the original experiments had been initiated by Tobirama Senju himself, and there were still preserved cell samples and research data left behind. Back then, even Mito Uzumaki hadn't opposed these experiments. But with the looming threat of a fourth great ninja war, and the prospect of having to face the tailed beast head-on, an unease crept into Sarutobi's heart. His gaze grew deep as he stared into the crystal ball, watching the images of Kushina Uzumaki and Itaru Uchiha flickering within. Only after taking a few slow drag from his pipe did he speak at last. Very well. Let's restart the wood release experiment. However, until we have absolute confidence, human trials are strictly prohibited. Hiruzen, once the experiment truly resumes, avoiding human testing will likely prove impossible. Danzo had been pleased to hear Hiruzen agree to restart the research, but on hearing the human trials were forbidden, his face immediately flooded with dissatisfaction. He had no intention of merely creating a handful of wood release subjects. If possible, he even hoped to transplant those cells into himself. This crisis had made Danzo keenly aware of his own shortcomings. Without Kagami's sacrifice, he would likely have already lost his life. With his current level of strength, further improvement had become exceedingly difficult. All he could do now was pin his hopes on the wood-release experiment. The risks of the wood-release experiment are simply too great, Sarutobi Hiruzen said hesitantly, his tone betraying his uncertainty. Of course, he understood the logic behind the proposal. But, as the Hokage, was this really a decision he could make? We can start by experimenting on criminals and rogue ninja, Danzo remarked, his gaze lingering meaningfully on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Once we have enough confidence in the experiment's success, we can open it to the willing among Konoha citizens. The Senju clan may have dispersed, but if given a chance to obtain the power of the wood release, they certainly wouldn't turn it down. Besides, who could be more suitable for these experiments than the Senju themselves? This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into an even deeper silence. He knew exactly what Danzo was after, using the wood release experiment to gradually weaken the influence of the Senju, perhaps even reducing the clan's numbers. On the surface, this hardly seemed directly targeted at the Senju. Participation would be entirely voluntary. If the experiment succeeded, the participants would become the new heirs of the wood release. Sarutobi Hiruzen never wished to bring harm to anyone. Tsunade, Nawaki, even Uzumaki Mito, he would always care for and respect them. Yet, as Hokage, there were some decisions he simply had to make. In truth, it had never been Sarutobi Hiruzen who resorted to the harshest measures against the Senju. That had been Senju Tobarama. When the Senju clan was first dissolved, many hadn't even managed to preserve the most basic of their ninja techniques. The clan name was forbidden from being carried on, and the younger generations were barred from learning about their own history. Compared with such heavy-handed strategies, today's policy seemed almost trivial. What about ya and this Uzumaki Kushina? Udatain Koharu hesitated, glancing at Uzumaki Kushina, who kept sneaking looks at Uchiha from the side. It's best we don't intervene in whatever develops between them, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, contemplating for a moment. Mito-sama has seen for herself how Kushina performs at school. Since even she has chosen to turn a blind eye, what right do we have to interfere? Besides, let's not forget, he may be from the Uchiha, but he is also a successor to the will of fire. If Kushina stays by Yi's side and is influenced by the will of fire, isn't that a good thing? The morning classes left Uchiha restless. He could feel it clearly. Uzumaki Kushina glanced his way almost every 3 or 4 minutes, leaving him somewhat at a loss as to how to react. A sense of foreboding shadowed him, as if trouble was coming straight at him. Had he known things would turn out this way, he might never have helped Kushina resolve her earlier predicament. It wasn't so bad to have caught Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention. At least he could still pretend to be just another ordinary student. But if Shimura Danzo turned his gaze on him, the trouble could spiral out of control, and he desperately needed more time to grow. With the support of the Indra chakra, Uchiha was confident that he could become a top-tier powerhouse in the future. Training in the combat space allowed him to spar against all kinds of skilled fighters, ensuring he would never lack real battle experience. Last night, he had used up his remaining 3 challenge attempts, only to discover he still couldn't defeat the higher-ranked opponents. The strength of a Jonin was simply far beyond what someone his age could hope to face. Even against a seasoned Chunin like Tetsu the Steel, Uchiha could barely hold his own, ultimately losing out due to the gap in experience. What's more, after each defeat, these opponents in the combat space wouldn't offer him a chance to immediately challenge them again. When it came to Shimura Danzo, Uchiha was extremely wary. He had a vague suspicion. This might just be his enemy, the one who killed his father. All he wanted was to get through his student years in peace, but why did that seem so difficult? When the morning classes finally dragged to an end, Uchiha was about to look for Uchiha Mikoto, but then he noticed Kushina Uzumaki quietly approaching him. He could sense her slight nervousness. Is there something you need, Uzumaki? Uchiha sighed inwardly, but spoke first to break the silence. Thank you for speaking up for me before. Gathering her courage, Kushina looked seriously at Uchiha. Can I call you Ikuin? The corners of Uchiha's mouth twitched. Ikuin? Are we really that close? He glanced over at Minato Namikaze, standing not far away, only to find Minato watching them with a cheerful expression. What are you looking at? Keep staring, and you'll never have a girlfriend at this rate. We're just classmates, and I was simply telling the truth. Uchiha waved his hand dismissively. Is that so? Kushina Uzumaki nodded thoughtfully. There was a gentleness in Uchiha that reminded her of his father. Just as she was about to say more, a familiar figure entered the classroom, carrying a lunchbox. When Uchiha Mikoto caught sight of Kushina standing near, she was clearly surprised. She walked forward, offering a gentle smile. Time for lunch. Yeah. Uchiha nodded lightly, then turned to Kushina. If there's nothing else, Uzumaki, it's lunchtime for us. We've only got an hour for break. If we don't hurry, We'll have to wait until after school to eat. Lunchtime at the Ninja Academy was brief, though classes ended early in the afternoon, usually before 3 o'clock. Of course, there were always a few hard-working students who would use the lunch break to train at the practice fields. This style of teaching was quite free-spirited. Whether one could become an outstanding ninja depended entirely on individual self-discipline. Lunch. Kushina Uzumaki looked a little embarrassed. She suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to bring her lunch. What should she do? Should she go home to eat? But if she counted the travel time along with the meal, an hour simply wouldn't be enough. Did you forget your lunch? Mikoto Uchiha noticed Kushina's predicament and offered her a gentle smile. If you don't mind, I can share mine with you. Really? Are you sure? Wouldn't that leave you hungry? Kushina's gaze lingered on the lunchbox, which seemed to be filled with all kinds of delicious food. She couldn't help but swallow. She was once the princess of Yuzushio village, but even a princess doesn't always get to enjoy good food. Yuzushio was a small island nation, rich in seafood but lacking in mountain delicacies. There were many things she had never tasted before. Mikoto noticed Kushina's little gestures and found her honest and endearing. Smiling, she reassured her, "Don't worry, I always prepare extra. There's more than enough for both of us. In that case, I'll gladly accept." After a moment's hesitation, Kushina looked at Mikoto with heartfelt gratitude. As expected, there were truly warm and kind people in the Hidden Leaf Village. This girl was probably a member of the Uchiha clan, too. Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Itsu, and Mikoto Uchiha. Families like this warmed one's heart. Even back in Yuzushio, Kushina had heard tales about the Uchiha. Some even claimed the clan was born with a tendency toward evil, rumors that apparently stemmed from private remarks made by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, which were inadvertently spread by word of mouth. But gossip is just gossip. Only through first-hand experience can you tell truth from fiction. Granny Mito had never shown any prejudice against the Uchiha, and now Kushina had met 3 very friendly Uchiha herself. Perhaps the Uchiha aren't nearly as dreadful as the stories say. Maybe it was second Hokage Tobirama who carried the real prejudice. People's biases can be like mountains, almost impossible to cross. This is amazing. It's really delicious. Mikoto, did you make this yourself? I've decided from now on, you're my best sister. Seeing Kushina eat so joyfully, both Itsu and Mikoto couldn't help but exchange a smile. It was as if Kushina had never truly eaten her fill before. Her reaction may have been exaggerated, but the warmth was genuine. Even Itsu ended up sharing part of his lunch with Kushina, which made her impression of both Itsu and Mikoto even more deeply rooted. They really are good people, Kushina thought to herself, determined to be friends with them for life. For Kushina, who had just arrived in Konoha, any show of care or assistance was something deeply precious. Much like in the original tale, where Minato Namikaze's and Kushina Uzumaki's feelings gradually blossomed, a simple act of kindness could well become the seed from which lasting bonds might grow. At this thought, Itachi Uchiha let out a quiet sigh. He couldn't bring himself to deliberately keep his distance from Kushina, for such intentional coldness would only draw more scrutiny from those around them. Moreover, treating a girl like her with indifference simply didn't sit right with his own understanding of the will of fire. He decided to let things unfold naturally. What none of them realized was that all of this was already within Hiruzen Sarutobi's grasp. For now, Kushina was merely a candidate for becoming a Jinchuriki, with nothing finalized just yet. The Yuzushio village and Konoha shared an alliance, and when Yuzushio was attacked, Konoha did send powerful reinforcements. With a lineup including Uchiha Kagami, Shimura Danzo, and nearly the entire Root Division, such a force could confront a small-scale war. If their purpose had been to eradicate a minor nation, save for places as unique as the Land of Rain, few would have been able to resist. That's why Konoha's support for Yuzushio was formidable. So much so that even Mito Uzumaki was left with nothing to criticize. What's more, the very existence of Yuzushio and the Land of Whirlpools was unwelcome among neighboring countries. The Uzumaki clan, being both village leaders and feudal lords, was a scenario the other daimyos found hard to stomach. After all, if shinobi clans started wielding political power, where would that leave the other lords? Did they really believe themselves heirs to the Sage of Six Paths? Even without their mastery of sealing techniques, the Land of Whirlpools was destined to become a target. Not to mention, even the Land of Fire's daimyo might not have favored Yuzushio in the long run. In truth, from the very start, Yuzushio's fall had been written into its fate. By the time Konoha's forces reached Yuzushio, the village had already fallen. The unidentified shinobi who appeared boasted strength that far exceeded expectations. Even Uchiha Kagami and most of the Root members perished there. Safely escorting Kushina Uzumaki away was a feat in itself, fulfilling the responsibilities of an ally as best they could. As for Mito Uzumaki, perhaps she was already considering making Kushina the next Jinchuriki. If that were the case, Kushina would be shielded by all of Konoha's resources, spared from the perilous missions that other shinobi often faced. For Kushina, this protection meant security, and a way for the Uzumaki bloodline to endure in Konoha. Yet, Hiruzen Sarutobi harbored his own worries. He feared Kushina might one day become too powerful to control, so he had no intention of letting her inherit the Jinchuriki's mantle. After dinner, Mikoto Uchiha gathered up the lunchboxes and left. With this meal, Mikoto Uchiha and Kushina Uzumaki had already become friends. Sometimes, all it takes for a friendship to blossom between people is a simple interaction or an instant connection. To Kushina, Mikoto was now someone she could truly trust. The afternoon classes ended quickly. Neither Itachi Uchiha nor Mikoto Uchiha stayed behind for extra training. Unlike ordinary ninja from non-clan families, those with clan backgrounds preferred to return home for specialized training. There, both the facilities and the instruction were far superior to what the school could offer. This was one of the reasons why clan ninja so often outperformed their civilian peers. "I'll see you tomorrow," Itachi, Mikoto, Kushina said as she bid them farewell at the school gate. Kushina was now living at the ancestral home of the Senju clan, which was in the opposite direction from the Uchiha district. In truth, if she could, she wished the walk home might have been a little longer. "See you tomorrow, Kushina." "Kushina, see you. I'll bring you lunch again tomorrow." "You're too kind, Mikoto." "It's nothing, really. Just making a little extra food is no trouble for me at all," Mikoto replied with a gentle smile, her eyes narrowing in amusement. Once Kushina was out of sight, she turned to Itachi with a thoughtful tone and said, "Kushina is really adorable. Don't you think, Itachi?" That final Itachi sent a sudden chill down Itachi Uchiha's spine. Trying to deflect the conversation, he said, "Weren't you two already getting along pretty well before?" He briefly recounted what had happened in class. "I didn't expect she'd pay even more attention to me after that." Mikoto frowned slightly. "Are you sure it's because you helped her that Kushina decided to get closer to you?" "That's probably it. It's not like she fell for me at first sight, right?" Itachi replied, falling briefly silent. In that moment, he thought of how his father had only recently passed away on a mission, and how Kushina Uzumaki had just been brought to the village in these past few days. News of Yuzushiyo's destruction had spread all through Konoha. Recently, some villagers had even begun speaking openly about tracking down those responsible for Yuzushiyo's downfall, vowing revenge for the Uzumaki clan. But the Konoha leadership didn't seem intent on starting a war over it. In truth, the destruction of Yuzushiyo wasn't solely the work of outsiders. Besides Konoha, other great villages had also played a part. If Konoha acted rashly, it could spark the Second Great Ninja War. No one wanted to see that happen. In his heart, he wondered whether Kushina's arrival was connected to his father's death. Had his father traded his life for the clan's sake, and in a strange twist for the son's future bride? If he were to form relationships with both Mikoto Uchiha and Kushina Uzumaki at the same time, what would become of the future Naruto and Sasuke? At that point, would they be his own children, or perhaps descendants of other Uchihas, the Uzumaki, or even the Senju clan? This thought led Uchiha to feel a sudden urge to speak on Hiruzen Sarutobi's behalf. Many believed that he and Danzo Shimura had conspired to destroy the Senju clan, but in truth, the Senju disbanded by the decision of Tobarama Senju himself. Most of its members blended into the civilian population of Konoha, while others departed for the daimyo's domain. Hashirama Senju's son had married the daimyo's daughter. Together, they had Tsunade and Nawaki, and to this day, he continues to lead the remaining clansmen in the daimyo's land. In a way, this was a form of risk diversification. One had to admit, Tobarama Senju's decisiveness and political foresight were remarkable. Unlike the Uchiha, who focused solely on the police force, by the time problems arose, it was already too late to react. Had they made preparations beyond their ranks early on, perhaps they wouldn't have faced extinction. Unfortunately, at present, the path to the daimyo's court is closed to the Uchiha. For now, at least, it remains out of reach. All right, let's head back. Grandpa still has to teach you how to use the Sharingan. Noticing that a realization seemed to dawn on Uchiha, Mikoto Uchiha smiled and suggested they return, a fleeting look of envy flashing in her eyes. Once upon a time, Yi's strength had been on par with hers. But ever since he awakened his Sharingan, she could no longer keep up. As a celebrated prodigy of the Uchiha, Mikoto struggled with the abrupt gap between them, unwilling to be left so far behind. Meanwhile, Kushina Uzumaki fairly skipped into Mito Uzumaki's home. "Grandma Mito, I'm back." It's Kushina. How was your day with your classmates?" Mito greeted her with a gentle smile, patting the spot beside her and softly inviting Kushina to sit down. It seemed the hardships of the Uzumaki had not plunged this old woman into endless sorrow. She continued to radiate warmth and optimism. At first, some people made fun of me, but later someone stepped in to help. Kushina stroked her fiery hair and said softly, "Grandma Mito, do you know? Ii and Makoto are both truly wonderful people." Her voice grew animated as she began to recount every detail of the day's events. Mito Uzumaki didn't interrupt. She simply listened patiently. The revelation that there were trustworthy souls, even among the Uchiha clan, came as a surprise. But, above all, it filled her with genuine relief and happiness. Because of her special bond with Hashirama Senju, Mito never harbored the same hostility toward the Uchiha as the rest of her clan. Even though Madara Uchiha's fate was inextricably linked to Hashirama's, as an observer, Mito had always known that, in the end, it was Tobirama Senju who had driven Madara away. If one were to assign blame, perhaps Tobirama was truly the one deserving of criticism. Even so, Mito remembered well what Tobirama once said. Among their comrades, the Uchiha were the most reliable. Kagami Uchiha was such a person. So was he Uchiha that dependable a friend as well? Mito Uzumaki gazed intently at Kushina. She had once hoped to make Kushina the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki so that she could protect her. But if that happened, would Kushina still be able to spend much time with the Uchiha clan? Was she truly capable of keeping Kushina away from Uchiha and Makoto Uchiha? Deep in her heart, Mito knew that was simply impossible. After all, it had taken Kushina so much to make new friends. Perhaps she herself should seize the chance to meet Uchiha in person. Once Kushina finished speaking, Mito gently offered reassurance. In a few days, your cousin Tsunade and her brother Nawaki will return from the daimyo's residence. Then, you'll have more chances to spend time with them. If you ever have worries in the future, you can always talk to Tsunade. Tsunade? Kushina hesitated. She was related to Tsunade and Nawaki, but had never met them before. Even though Mito, her grandaunt, had told her about the family ties, there was still a swirl of uncertainty inside Kushina at the thought of meeting such unfamiliar relatives. Kushina, starting today, will spend 2 hours every night practicing sealing techniques. Uzumaki Mito continued. You wouldn't want to be the kind of ninja who has to rely on others to save you during missions, would you? Images of her parents entrusting her to Uchiha Kagami and the others flashed through Uzumaki Kushina's mind. She recalled the moment Kagami stayed behind to protect her. Determination filled her round, youthful face, and she nodded firmly and resolutely. Huff, huff. On the other side, Uchiha was standing, catching his breath, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the Uchiha clan's second elder, Uchiha Yohei, not far away. His single Tomo Sharingan was locked onto his opponent, and the chakra in his body was nearly depleted. Arms folded across his chest, Uchiha Yohei calmly remarked, "Your talent is impressive. As the first in the clan to awaken to Sharingan, you live up to your reputation. Overall, your abilities already surpass most genin. However, you still need more hands-on experience in real combat." After a slight pause, he added, "But don't get too complacent. When Uchiha Madara was your age, even though his Sharingan hadn't awakened, he was already far stronger than you. By the age of 3, he was fighting real battles." Uchiha felt a sense of helplessness. He understood that Yohei came from the Warring States era, had fought side by side with Madara countless times, and possessed a wealth of experience far beyond that of ordinary ninja. Still, putting himself on par with Uchiha Madara felt like no small bit of flattery. Even with the Indra chakra he now possessed, Uchiha dared not claim that his talents surpassed Madara's, or even that he could catch up to him someday. Madara was the kind of man destined to wage fierce battles from the moment he was born, until his very last breath. Although Kagaya Otsutsuki was technically the final antagonist of the Naruto story, the sense of overwhelming pressure Madara projected far surpassed hers. Unbeknownst to Uchiha at that moment, Uchiha Yohei was staring at him in shock. He had only awakened the single Tomo Sharingan, yet the power within his eye rivaled even the twin Tomo version. Yohei, who had once personally mentored Uchiha Kagami, could clearly sense that Yi's ocular prowess even surpassed Kagami's, a discovery that left him increasingly excited. Perhaps Yi's potential exceeded Kagami's, and he might one day even awaken the legendary final form of the Sharingan. For now, though, that secret had to be kept. He must not become arrogant, and the rest of the clan mustn't be allowed to harbor any ill intentions toward him. Just like Uchiha Yohei harbored suspicions of the clan leader and Danzo Shimura. Yet for now, there was nothing more he could do. Though he was the second elder of the Uchiha clan and the leader of the dovish faction, at his core, he was merely an elite jonin. With the passing years and the old ailments that plagued his body, his strength might well have already fallen below that of an average elite jonin. He could no longer do much. From this point onward, Uchiha, he would have to forge his own path. I still have so much to learn, Uchiha, he said with a self-deprecating laugh, recalling how he'd been unable to defeat even the gatekeeper in the battle space, a memory that filled him with a touch of shame. It's good that you recognize this, Uchiha Yohei replied, nodding in approval at Yi's attitude. Starting today, you'll come for my training every afternoon after school. There are still many details in the use of a Sharingan that you need to master. All right, thank you, second elder. Uchiha, he responded gratefully. Despite Yohei's waning strength, he had, after all, once fought on the battlefield and possessed a wealth of experience. It was all worth learning from. This was what set Uchiha apart from Uchiha Sasuke. He had the benefit of a complete system and a guiding hand to depend on, while Sasuke had always been forced to find his own way. Although Sharingan Kakashi was famous throughout the village, in terms of true understanding and mastery of the Sharingan, he was still only at the beginner's level. For the next month, Uchiha dedicated his days at school to his studies, enjoyed lunch with Kushina Uzumaki and Makoto Uchiha at noon, and at night, submitted himself to Uchiha Yohei's rigorous training. He could clearly feel his strength growing more stable and improving with each passing day. If he ever had another chance to face that gatekeeper, perhaps he wouldn't lose again. As for the other two jonin, for now, he had no intention to challenge them. At last, one evening, after finishing his training at Uchiha Yohei's house, the battle space finally refreshed itself. The final requiem of the Thousand Hands, Rogue Tree of the Second Great Ninja War. The Puppet Master, Elder Chiyo. The Rebel Youth, Young Asuma. The Beautiful Failure, Chunin Exam, Sakura Haruno. Seeing these four options, a faint smile tugged at the corner of Uchiha-Yi's lips. At last, there were a few opponents he was confident he could handle. Sakura Haruno, during the Chunin Exam arc, was truly nothing more than a beautiful but useless participant. As long as she didn't summon her strongest companion, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha, he felt certain he could defeat her in a heartbeat. Back then, Sakura hadn't yet become Tsunade's student. Her best talent was in chakra control and a slight hint of ability with illusions. As for her Jinjutsu, there was only ever that one self-deception, where she convinced herself she had finally caught up with Sasuke and Naruto. Outside of that, Sakura never really demonstrated any other illusion techniques. Had it been Sakura from the Fourth Great Ninja War, Uchiha, he would have stood no chance. But Sakura during the Chunin exams. Truly, calling her a beautiful failure felt justified. Back when he first watched Naruto in his previous life, everyone seemed to dislike Sakura. Still, her character was certainly designed to be a beauty. Rock Lee fell for her at first sight, after all. As for Rope Tree from the Second Great Ninja War, to be honest, Uchiha, he didn't have absolute confidence. After all, Rope Tree was the grandson of Hashirama Senju, Tsunade's student and Orochimaru's disciple, a legacy far richer than Uchiha-Yi's own. If not for his untimely death by an exploding tag, Rope Tree likely would have grown into an elite jonin, maybe even more. But as things stood, facing the young Rope Tree, Uchiha, he felt that victory was within reach. After all, Rope Tree and Uchiha Makoto were the same age and had similar levels of skill. Defeating him shouldn't be much trouble. Still, who knows how much he might grow in the years to come. Elder Chiyo, though, Uchiha, he didn't even consider her. She was a Kaga-level fighter, legendary in her prime. No matter how old she got, he was in no position to challenge her now. As for young Asuma, it seemed a fight wouldn't be out of the question. This time, it looked like he might finally get his hands on something good. After a moment's hesitation, Uchiha chose Sakura Haruno and entered the combat space. His eyes quickly settled on the pink-haired girl in the distance. Wasting no time, Uchiha hurled 3 kunai her way. Caught off guard, Sakura fumbled to pull out her own kunai to block, but she was up against the unique throwing techniques of the Uchiha clan. She managed to deflect the first blade, but the remaining 2 struck true, one finding her shoulder, the other her abdomen. Before Sakura could react, Uchiha closed the distance in a flash, drew a short blade from behind, and sliced cleanly across Sakura's throat. In that instant, Uchiha-Yi's consciousness was pulled from the combat world. Ding! Congratulations to Uchiha for defeating Sakura Haruno. You have obtained Sakura Haruno's chakra control talent. Do you wish to merge it? Merge. After integrating Sakura Haruno's chakra control talent, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Uchiha-Yi's lips. He had to admit, he'd definitely underestimated Sakura before. To be chosen by Tsunade as her apprentice and trained with such dedication, Sakura really did possess a certain innate talent. Uchiha always believed his own chakra control was already exceptional, but after merging with Sakura's gift, his control advanced even further, by at least a third. That was already a tremendous improvement. Without hesitation, Uchiha turned his gaze to Nawaki. After a brief pause, he decisively chose to start the next battle. Stepping into the combat space, Uchiha's thoughts grew complicated as he looked at Nawaki, who was clearly not even 12 years old. This must be Nawaki as he was before his death, a couple of years older than the Nawaki of the present timeline. The opponent's chakra aura was even more overwhelming than his own, about a third more than even Kushina Uzumaki's. It was clear just how extraordinary Nawaki's talent was. No wonder some people suspected that Nawaki's death had something to do with Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura. Nawaki's other talents were impressive, too. He really might have grown to reach Kaga level in the future. But it was precisely this kind of opponent that made things interesting. A faint smile played at the corners of Uchiha's mouth. His single Tomo Sharingan activated as his hands flew through a series of hand signs. Fire style, great fireball, jutsu. In an instant, he breathed out a massive fireball, hurtling straight toward Nawaki. Nawaki responded calmly, forming hand seals in an unhurried rhythm. Just as the blazing fireball was about to strike, a surge of chakra gathered in Nawaki's mouth and burst out, a spinning wall of water, swirling rapidly to block Uchiha's great fireball. The searing flames met the water barrier, erupting into a cloud of steam. That was none other than Tobirama Senju's water-style, water formation wall. Surprise flickered in Uchiha's eyes. He hadn't expected Nawaki to have mastered such a jutsu. Most ninja use the water formation wall by channeling chakra through the ground to raise a barrier. But Tobirama's technique provided protection from all directions. No doubt about it, this jutsu had been specifically developed to counter the Uchiha's fire-style attacks. It seemed almost every one of Tobirama's techniques existed to thwart the Uchiha clan. With that realization, Uchiha surged closer to Nawaki, his hands weaving through another flurry of seals, lightning-style, grateful wave. A terrifying current of electricity crackled at Uchiha's fingertips and, upon contact, surged into the water barrier guarding Nawaki. Water conducts electricity, and the water barrier was swiftly pierced by the lightning technique, forcing Shunshu to end his jutsu and retreat backward. After putting some distance between himself and Uchiha, Shunshu cast a wary glance at his opponent. If he hadn't reacted fast enough, he too would have been caught in the lightning's effects. Since when do the young members of the Uchiha clan abandon their obsession with fire release techniques and take such an interest in lightning release instead? Yet Uchiha showed not a trace of anxiety. With a swift motion, he bit his finger, then slid it across a sealing mark on his forearm. In the blink of an eye, a giant shuriken, as tall as a man, appeared in his right hand. With practiced force, he hurled it toward Shunshu. Not good. Shunshu cursed under his breath, drawing a kunai with his right hand and bracing himself against the spinning, whirring giant shuriken rapidly closing in. Detonate! In a low voice, Uchiha issued the command before Shunshu could react further. Only then did Shunshu realize the massive shuriken was strapped all over with explosive tags. Is the Uchiha clan really this cunning? A tremendous explosion erupted, engulfing Shunshu in flames and debris. Did he manage to use substitution? Uchiha's gaze quickly locked onto Shunshu's location. The explosion had dragged Shunshu into its heart. His body flicker technique was fast, but even with quick reflexes, the blast from the tags still caught him. Ignoring his injuries, he was forced to face Uchiha's flashing blade, already upon him. It was rare for Uchiha to display his body flicker jutsu. In fact, he almost never revealed it in front of outsiders. Compared to mastering fire and lightning release or any of the standard Uchiha techniques, he invested most of his effort in cultivating the art of instantaneous movement. He happened to have remarkable talent for it, too. After all, his son, Uchiha Shursui, would one day earn the title Shursui of the body flicker. Even Uchiha Kagami's technique was legendary, an improved form crafted under the guidance of Tobirama Senju, the Leaf's fastest shinobi. Uchiha had begun studying this technique a year ago, integrating it seamlessly into his daily combat routine. While he kept it hidden in public, here, within the confines of battle, he had no reason to hold back. The explosive speed of the body flicker, combined with the Uchiha clan's swordsmanship, made his offensive sudden and utterly overwhelming. In the split second, Shunshu hesitated in shock. Uchiha's sword pierced clean through his abdomen. But almost instantly, Yi's expression turned to disbelief. Before he could pull his blade free, Shunshu suddenly wrenched forward, forcing the sword even deeper through his own gut. He wrapped his arms tightly around Uchiha, and in his hands, a cluster of already ignited explosive tags burned fiercely. Is he really willing to go this far? Uchiha-e was utterly stunned. Normally, if a typical ninja were pierced through the abdomen like this by Uchiha-e, they would immediately lose the ability to fight. Yet, Rope Tree was clinging to life through the terrifying vitality born from a union of the Senju and Uzumaki bloodlines, stubbornly holding on, determined to drag E down with him in a battle to mutual destruction. Fortunately, in this past month, Uchiha-e had grown considerably. Without hesitation, he abandoned his long sword and quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Even though I'll never see my sister again, and my dream of becoming Hokage will remain unfulfilled, at the very least, even in death, I'll send you to the Pure Land with me. Rope Tree murmured softly as he leaned closer to Uchiha. At that moment, Uchiha-e found himself wanting to shout at Rope Tree for being so shameless and unprincipled. Was this really about some deep-seated hatred? Come on, all I wanted was to kill you this one time for the reward. Did you really have to go this far? A violent explosion erupted as the paper bombs detonated, engulfing both Uchiha-e and Rope Tree in the blast. At the same time, Uchiha-e's figure crumbled into mud. His true body reappeared some distance away, gasping heavily for breath. Earth-style, mud substitution, a rare earth technique that Uchiha-e had mastered. In situations like this, it proved remarkably effective. Afterward, Uchiha-e's consciousness fully returned to his body. Ding! Congratulations, Uchiha-e, on defeating Rope Tree. You have acquired Rope Tree's Senju Uzumaki hybrid constitution. Would you like to fuse it? Fuse. With a single thought, Uchiha-e felt as if his body were being torn apart, a monstrous energy reshaping his very being. Damn your sister. Despite the agony, fusing Rope Tree's constitution was exhilarating. Even without Ashura's chakra, this would grant Uchiha-e a tremendous boost. But the cellular torment was unbearable, so intense that Uchiha-e nearly lost consciousness. Just as he was about to black out, a wave of warmth surged from his eyes, quickly soothing the pain. Unbeknownst to him, his Sharingan had activated. The single tomo in each eye spun rapidly, and soon each one divided, so both eyes now displayed two tomo. With the influence of Rope Tree's blood, Uchiha-e's Sharingan had evolved again. It was now the double tomo Sharingan. Just as Uchiha-e thought his Sharingan might leap further and advance all the way to the three-tomo stage, the wrenching pain in his body subsided, and the newly awakened second tomo ceased spinning. He exhaled deeply. The fusion had felt both fleeting and interminable, leaving Uchiha-e completely drained, as though he'd just been hauled out of a hot spring. However, this time the fusion brought a remarkable boost to Uchiha-e's strength. His chakra multiplied twofold, his physique improved considerably, and combined with the two-tomo Sharingan, Uchiha-e felt confident enough to face Tetsu once again, sure that he could achieve victory this time. Indeed, the combination of Uchiha blood with the Senju and Uzumaki lineages was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The improvement is obvious, but the process was brutal. Covering his eyes, Uchiha-e chose not to challenge anyone else for the moment. With his current power, taking on the young Asuma Sarutobi wouldn't pose much difficulty, but he needed to reflect on his previous battles. Before the fight, his strength had already surpassed Nawaki, and in the end, he had managed to kill him. Yet, his combat experience was still lacking. Unlike Nawaki, who had apparently roamed the battlefield long enough to become shrewd and battle-hardened, he had nearly fallen prey to Nawaki's cunning. It was a pity. If Nawaki hadn't been so important, he wouldn't have minded perishing together. He was genuinely curious if mutual destruction would earn him a reward. If that were truly the case, defeating future opponents could mean resorting to more extreme tactics, like strapping explosive tags to his body and taking the enemy down with him. He reminded himself to pay close attention to such possibilities, at least until he could awaken Susanoo. For now, he was still fragile, and caution remained essential. Potential, after all, was just potential. Sometimes, even a single explosive tag could be fatal. In the world of ninja, it was not uncommon to see the weak triumph over the strong. His self-review lasted for more than an hour. Afterward, Uchiha-e challenged Asuma Sarutobi. The young Asuma, probably around 14 or 15 years old, possessed strength comparable to Nawaki, but the newly upgraded E dispatched him with ease, swift and decisive. With the battle concluded, Uchiha-e acquired Asuma's wind release expertise appropriate to that stage. Previously, wind release was never his focus. Usually, he delved into fire and lightning release, his innate affinities. Yet after integrating Asuma's mastery, his command of wind release soared, now on par with his fire and lightning techniques. He realized once again that exploiting the battle space was his true path to power. Unfortunately, there was no way around Chiyo, she was simply too strong. If he could claim her poison crafting skills and battle knowledge, he would be truly unstoppable. In the following days, Uchiha spent his time growing accustomed to and exploring the limits of his newly inflated power. Did you know? Something big happened at school today. As Uchiha had just taken his seat, Kushina Uzumaki leaned in with a conspiratorial glint in her eye and spoke to him in a mysterious tone. Not long ago, Kushina had found a way to change her seat so that she was now right next to Uchiha. Even though this left feeling helpless, he couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. So, it turned out he really did have quite the charm with young girls. What happened? Not only was Uchiha curious, but even Minato Namikaze and the others sitting in front of them turned their heads, their attention now fixed on Kushina. With a mischievous little laugh, she replied, "I heard from Tsunade-senpai that the Hokage is coming to the Ninja Academy today. It seems there's going to be a special combat lesson, and those who perform well will get the chance to learn from some of the village's top ninjas, maybe even become their apprentices." Kushina didn't keep them in suspense for long. She added excitedly, "It's not just Tsunade-senpai coming. The rest of her team will be here too, and I hear some of the village's famous jonin, like Kakashi's father, will also show up." He was taken aback. He hadn't expected such a thing. But why had there been no news of this within the Uchiha clan? He glanced around the classroom. Apart from Kushina, it seemed no one else knew about this event. So Tsunade must have given Kushina a little inside information, he mused. It seemed Kushina was having a pretty good life among the Senju clan. To become an apprentice of such powerful shinobi, is that the opportunity before us? Yi's eyes shone with sudden insight. He glanced up at Minato, sitting ahead of him. Perhaps it was through exactly such a chance that Minato would catch Jiraiya's eye and eventually become his disciple. Now Nawaki was at the academy too. He would go on to become Orochimaru's pupil. As for Kushina, she was in no need of a legacy. Mito Uzumaki, the hidden powerhouse of the Leaf Village, was already teaching her everything she knew with utmost care. There were special combat classes at the academy. He could clearly feel how quickly Kushina's strength was growing. When she first arrived in the Leaf, she hadn't been able to match Mikoto Uchiha, but now, he doubted Mikoto could win against Kushina anymore. Still, to say Kushina had surpassed Mikoto was a stretch. Fights among ninjas weren't won by strength alone. Intelligence and adaptability in the heat of battle mattered just as much. At that moment, Yi's thoughts wandered to many things. Was this because the second great ninja war was about to begin? Was Hiruzen Sarutobi evaluating the students, hoping to nurture the next generation ahead of time? Speaking of which, it's been over a month since I started spending time with Kushina Uzumaki, yet Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others don't seem to have taken any notice of me. Even Mito Uzumaki appears to be ignoring my existence altogether. Oh, and let me tell you something in secret. Kushina leaned in and whispered so only the two of us could hear. Hokage-sama is hoping to have Tsunade and the others take on apprentices. That brat Nawaki has already been earmarked by Orochimaru. She continued in a hushed tone, "When the time comes, if Mikoto puts on a good show and graduates together with Nawaki, she might just become Orochimaru's apprentice too." Kushina had already been in Konoha for over a month now, and she had learned quite a bit about the way things worked here. Having an exceptional teacher makes an enormous difference. Orochimaru had never accepted a disciple before, so no one could really say if he'd be a good mentor. But he was, after all, the third Hokage's own student, and among the younger generation, he was second to none. Besides, it was Tsunade herself who had found a teacher for Nawaki. How could a mentor chosen by Tsunade possibly be inadequate? Kushina had met both Orochimaru and Jiraiya before. Compared to Jiraiya, Orochimaru indeed came across as far more reliable. Orochimaru, huh? The idea intrigued Uchiha. Admittedly, Orochimaru would become rather untrustworthy, and perhaps even dangerous, in the future, especially since he was obsessed with the Sharingan. But Nawaki, after all, was still alive, wasn't he? If Son Goku could become a Super Saiyan after Krillin's demise, then Orochimaru, in his own way, drew inspiration from Nawaki's ascension. From then on, he became a staunch believer in scientific pursuits. The only thing that gave him pause was Nawaki's unpredictability. If being teammates with Nawaki meant facing countless dangers, could Mikoto really make it through unscathed? If one day she ended up triggering an explosive tag right alongside Nawaki, then all his careful nurturing would be for nothing. Wouldn't his precious cabbage be lost for good? Should he also try to become Orochimaru's disciple? Uchiha actually wanted to complete his education at the Ninja Academy before graduating, but reality wouldn't allow for such luxuries. War could break out at any moment, and the village simply wouldn't stand by and let talents like him stay in the academy indefinitely. Besides, a great teacher would never wait around forever. The moment war truly descended, all those outstanding shinobi would be sent straight to the front lines. Who would have time left to mentor students then? Early graduation was inevitable. 2 years should be plenty of time for him to grow into his potential. At this stage, Orochimaru was still an ally worth befriending. By the time Orochimaru became problematic, Uchiha, he would already have matured. As for Jiraiya, better not. That guy had long been hoodwinked by the toads of Mount Mayaboku. Becoming Jiraiya's apprentice would be downright reckless. As for Tsunade, in the past, Yuzhibo, he would never have thought Tsunade fit to be his teacher. But now, after inheriting Hashirama's unique constitution, Yuzhibo, he felt he was already like a member of the Senju clan. And one more thing, make sure you do your very best today. I've already told Big Sister Tsunade about you. If you stand out, she'll help introduce you to a great teacher. Kushina Uzumaki looked at Yuzhibo, with eyes full of hopeful anticipation. Don't worry, I've got this. He flashed a confident smile. Looked like today's fishing in the pond would call for a little earnest effort. Just as Kushina Uzumaki had said, before class could even begin, Sarutobi Saikaro strode into the classroom. His tone was solemn as he addressed everyone. Today is sparring class. You'd better give it your all. The Hokage himself will be here to observe your performance. With that, he cast several lingering glances in the direction of Yuzhibo, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki. These three were his chosen prospects. In the academy, it was his duty to scout promising talent for Hiruzen Sarutobi and give them guidance when possible. There is little to say about Yuzhibo, and Kushina Uzumaki. Both had illustrious lineages supporting them. But Minato Namikaze, at least on the surface, was a civilian-born ninja. At present, in terms of raw power, Minato didn't seem to outshine the heirs of noble clans. Yet, his gifts were among the finest in the entire class. With his remarkable reflexes, analytical mind, quick learning, and tireless discipline, Minato Namikaze had truly captured Sarutobi Saikaro's attention. If it came to rapid progress, Minato was ahead of the rest. He'd mentioned Minato to Hiruzen Sarutobi before, and today, the third Hokage's visit was, in part, a test for the young prodigy. If Minato could seize this opportunity, perhaps he would make a name for himself with a single stunning display. Upon hearing that things had unfolded, just as Kushina predicted, excitement swept through the classroom. The Hokage himself. For most of them, they'd only ever seen Hiruzen Sarutobi once, during the opening ceremony. To have the Hokage watching them, to possibly catch his notice, it was the stuff of dreams. Ikuan, I'll challenge you again today. Minato Namikaze turned to look at Yuzhibo, his gaze earnest. To Minato, Yuzhibo, he was both confidant and rival. He knew there was a vast gulf in skill between them, but every time he sparred with Yuzhibo, he learned something new about his own weaknesses and often picked up a tip or two from Yi's unique techniques. For someone like Minato, with no family backing, that meant everything. At times, Yuzhibo, he would even offer his own advice, and Minato would benefit greatly from those words. Sure enough, Minato Namikaze came straight over to reserve a match with Itachi Uchiha. Sure, but it'll have to be a little later, Itachi replied, not turning him down. It was inevitable that Minato would catch the eye of Hiruzen Sarutobi. In fact, Hiruzen was probably already getting reports about Minato from Sarutobi Saikaro. After all, if it weren't for his talent scouting mission, why would a distinguished jonin like Sarutobi Saikaro bother to teach an elite class at the Ninja Academy? You could say Hiruzen Sarutobi was a crafty old fox. He often found ways to suppress the children of noble families, but as Hokage, he was generally fair to the civilian ninjas. Led by Sarutobi Saikaro, Itachi and his classmates made their way to the training field. Not just their own year, but the senior class and the class before that were all gathered there too. It didn't take long for Itachi to spot Mikoto Uchiha among her classmates. Their class was already engaged in sparring drills under their teacher's supervision. At the moment, it was mostly the weaker students who were up first. Itachi figured that even if Minato had faced them, it wouldn't have been a difficult match. Next, Itachi searched for students in the graduating class. The Ninja Academy ran on a 4-year system, so that group over there was the seniors set to graduate this year. Among them were the 2 sons of the Hyuga clan leader, Hayashi and Hisashi Hyuga, both members of that class. There was also Hiruzen's eldest son, Sarutobi Shinosuke. This was, without a doubt, the strongest class in the entire school. Of course, Mikoto Uchiha's class in their 3rd year was also formidable. There was Tsunade's younger brother Nawaki, Mikoto herself, and even the current generation of the Ino Shikacho, Shikake Nara, Choza Kimichi, and Inoichi Yamanaka. In comparison, there were fewer standouts in the 2nd year, though it still included promising shinobi like Shibi Aburame, who would one day become a pillar of the Hidden Leaf. As for the future head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku Uchiha, he had only just graduated from the academy the previous year. All right, that's enough sightseeing. Our class's sparring session is about to begin. I expect all of you to put on a good show. Don't embarrass yourselves in front of such a big crowd. Sarutobi Saikiro urged them earnestly as he led his students to the section of the field assigned to their class. Other first-year classes might challenge us today, so whatever you do, don't lose to them. Itachi's class was Class 1, the so-called elite class. Scenes like these were theirs alone. They were entitled to their own dueling grounds, while the other first-year classes could only challenge them if they wanted to be noticed. Yes, sir. All right, the first pair to spar. Shimura Koyo versus Nara Kakawa. As Sarutobi Saikiro finished speaking, two students promptly stepped onto the arena. After exchanging the sign of opposition, they awaited his command. Then, at his signal, the match began. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived at the Ninja Academy, flanked by Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. With their strength, if they wished to move unnoticed, naturally no student in the academy would be any the wiser. Hey, old man, is that your son over there? He looks just like you, Jiraiya teased, pointing toward Sarutobi Shinosuke, who had already stepped onto the training field. Sarutobi Hiruzen shot Jiraiya a look of exasperation. This rascal, calling him old man like that. He could hardly believe how cheeky the boy had become. He wasn't even 40 yet. How could he possibly be an old man? Still, as Shinosuke's name came up, Hiruzen's eyes filled with pride and approval. Though Shinosuke's talent was perhaps a bit less than Orochimaru's, he far surpassed most others and had inherited his father's 5 elemental chakra natures. Someday, when he mastered Hiruzen's 5 release techniques, Shinosuke would surely become the backbone of the Hidden Leaf. Clearly, his bloodline ran strong. His gaze drifted to the Hyuga brothers, Hayashi and Hizashi. According to Shinosuke, these two possessed truly formidable strength, certainly not inferior to his own. They were indeed worthy of representing the Hyuga clan, though it was a pity, really, that the clan itself was rather old-fashioned and rigid. Even as Hokage, it was difficult, at times, to intervene in Hyuga affairs. The system of the caged bird seal and the division between the main and branch families left Hiruzen feeling utterly helpless. Whenever the power of the Byakugan was needed for something, negotiations with the main family were unavoidable. Thankfully, at least there was no need to worry about the Byakugan falling into the hands of other villages. His thoughts wandered to other villages, and what might become of them if they managed to acquire the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. A pang of sorrow welled up in Hiruzen's heart. Heaven knew, he had truly not wished for the Uzumaki clan to face annihilation. If only the Uzumaki could have migrated en masse to Konoha, how unimaginably strong the village would have become. Orochimaru, how's it going finding teammates for Nawaki? Tsunade asked with a smile, glancing across the field at her younger brother. Her brother, after all, was well-liked among his peers. It was a shame, though, that she couldn't arrange for this generation's Ino-Shikicho trio to be Nawaki's teammates. If that were possible, she wouldn't have any worries for Nawaki's safety. Not yet, replied Orochimaru, arms folded, shaking his head slightly. He showed not the least dissatisfaction with Tsunade entrusting Nawaki's training to him. In fact, he was quite fond of the boy. Nawaki showed remarkable aptitude, especially in earth and water release, promising indeed. That was precisely why Orochimaru took great care in selecting teammates for Nawaki. The decision was not to be made lightly. How about picking Uchiha? Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly fixed his gaze on Orochimaru as he spoke. Uchiha. Orochimaru frowned slightly. Though Rope Tree didn't bear the Senju name, he still carried the Senju bloodline. And now, with the Uchiha added to the team, this lineup was starting to get interesting. Sarutobi cast a deep, contemplative look toward Mikoto Uchiha's seat. Ever since Kagami sacrificed himself, there's been considerable unrest among the Uchiha. We need to help the faction loyal to the Leaf to grow swiftly. Mikoto Uchiha, granddaughter of the second elder, is a representative of the new generation among the pacifists. Taking her as a disciple would benefit both the village and the Uchiha themselves. He went on, there's also that child, Itsu. I hope one of you will take him as your student as well. His talent is on par with Kagami's, and as another torchbearer of the will of fire, he needs someone to guide and protect him. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya were all Hiruzen's pupils, and he trusted these 3. Now, they had all grown into ninja capable of standing on their own. Perhaps it was time to give them greater responsibilities and entrust them with new tasks. Itsu Uchiha, is it? Kushina seems to get along with him rather well. I recall her mentioning him before. But is that kid really that gifted? To think he could measure up to Elder Kagami. Tsunade herself knew Kagami Uchiha. For someone capable of earning her grandfather's recognition, Though he'd always been wary of the Uchiha, Kagami must have truly been remarkable. As Hokage, Sarutobi couldn't personally lead them on missions. Many times it was Kagami Uchiha who took charge, guiding their squad and teaching them much along the way. Sarutobi nodded faintly and directed his gaze toward Itsu Uchiha, who was chatting with Kushina Uzumaki in Minato Namikaze. Itsu awakened his Sharingan at the youngest age in Uchiha history. He's already accomplished in both fire and lightning release, strong enough to graduate early, even without his Sharingan. If he'd applied for an early graduation, he might very well have broken your record for youngest graduate. As it is, I suspect he may already have the strength of a Chunin. Oh, a 6-year-old with the skills of a Chunin. Orochimaru looked at Itsu Uchiha with keen interest, his tongue flicking over his lips in a serpentine gesture. I said his abilities may be on par with the Chunins, Hiruzen clarified with a light cough, but whether he can officially become one depends on him passing the exam. And since he's never requested early graduation, I won't force it on him, either. Following Sarutobi's gaze, Tsunade looked toward Itsu. For reasons she couldn't quite explain, she found an unexpected sense of familiarity in that young boy. What's going on with this Uchiha? Tsunade, are you interested in becoming his mentor? Hiruzen Sarutobi pointed towards Uchiha Yi's seat as he asked the question. Me, his mentor? Tsunade blinked, momentarily taken aback. Just moments earlier, she'd been mulling over why Uchiha Yi felt so strangely familiar to her, and now Sarutobi was making such a suggestion. Even though I don't bear the Senju name, Senju blood still flows in my veins. But he's an Uchiha, you know. Sarutobi took a leisurely puff from his pipe and chuckled. What's the problem with that? Didn't Master Tobirama take Kagami as his disciple? And the first even founded the village together with the Uchiha. The Senju clan has already disbanded, and the Uchiha are part of the village now. He is just another child of the village. Why shouldn't you take him under your wing? Who knows? This might even become a story people talk about for years to come. And besides, he needs your protection as he grows. The truth was he could have just as easily arranged for Uchiha Yi to study under Orochimaru. Yet after a brief moment of consideration, he still chose Tsunade. Deep down, Sarutobi favored Orochimaru as a successor to the Hokage title. If he were to become Orochimaru's disciple, there was a real possibility that Uchiha Yi could someday lay claim to be the Hokage's heir. Truthfully, Shinka's talents couldn't quite measure up to Uchiha Yi's. Of course, factoring in the Senju clan's legacy, even 10 Uchiha Yi wouldn't be enough to rival Shinku. The villagers of Konoha would always be more inclined to support a Senju. But that kind of outcome would only further unravel the fragile order among the Uchiha. By asking Tsunade to teach Uchiha Yi, that worry disappeared. Instead, as a gesture of balance, Uchiha Makoto could become Orochimaru's apprentice, thus giving the dovish faction within the Uchiha 2 central figures, Uchiha Yi as the leader and Uchiha Makoto as a support. At that point, he would be both closely tied to the Hokage's lineage and, almost ironically, very unlikely to ever truly become Hokage. To Sarutobi, this was the ideal situation. It wasn't as if Sarutobi disliked or schemed against Uchiha. The reality was simply that the Uchiha, as a clan, were ill-suited for the role. As friends, as comrades in arms, there was no one more reliable than an Uchiha. But the day an Uchiha became Hokage, who could predict what might happen? You could almost bet that on his very first day in office, he'd declare war on the entire shinobi world. And that would be the end of Konoha. Tsunade fell silent at these words. Once Uchiha Yi became her student, there would surely be another bout of chaos within the Uchiha, especially among the hardliners, who would see Yi as a thorn in their side. Tobirama Senju could take Kagami as a disciple because his personal strength put any doubts to rest. But what about her, Tsunade? What did she have to offer? Besides, Tsunade privately believed she wasn't the best choice to teach Uchiha Yi. That role belonged to Orochimaru. As for Jiraiya, Tsunade dismissed him entirely. Think it over carefully. For this child, life hasn't been easy lately. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed deeply, the weight clear in his voice. If you agree to take Uchiha Yi as your student, I will allow you to later accept Uzumaki Kushina as your disciple as well. Kushina. Tsunade's face showed surprise. She knew a little about Kushina's possible fate in the future. Originally, Tsunade thought Kushina might never be able to leave Konoha in her whole life. She never expected that her teacher, Hiruzen, would actually agree to let her take Kushina under her wing. Yes, Kushina is a good child, and she's found her own bonds here in Konoha. As her elder sister, you can't just stand by, can you? And besides, who could be more suited to teach her than you? If she can master Lady Mito's sealing arts, as well as your superhuman strength and medical ninjutsu, even if she becomes an ordinary ninja, she'll be able to stand tall on her own, Hiruzen said, visibly pleased with the current generation of children at the Ninja Academy. Sarutobi Shinizuke, Nawaki, Uchiha Makoto, Uchiha, Uzumaki Kushina, Hyuga Hayashi, Hyuga Hizashi, and the new generation of Inoshikecho. All were among Konoha's best and brightest. If they could all grow to their full potential, then the village's future would be full of hope. Tsunade admitted she was tempted. She knew her cousin Kushina well. After all, her own grandmother had raised the girl close by. In terms of sealing techniques, her grandmother always said that Kushina's innate talent was every bit as strong as Tsunade's own. And with the Uzumaki clan's natural vitality and formidable life force, teaching Kushina the art of superhuman strength and medical ninjutsu could be a once-and-for-all solution. The thought of such a possibility made Tsunade's heart stir. At that moment, Minato Namikaze stepped onto the training field. His opponent was a member of the Sarutobi clan. During the fight, Minato demonstrated solid fundamentals and perfect timing, defeating his rival with graceful rhythm and control. Hey, old man, do you know that blonde kid? Jiraiya's eyes lit up as he spoke. As a ninja from a civilian background himself, Jiraiya naturally felt a kinship with other non-clan ninja. Looking at Minato, he saw a reflection of his younger self, a kindred spirit. That boy's name is Minato Namikaze. He's a ninja from a civilian family. With outstanding reflexes, sharp combat analysis, and a remarkable ability to learn, he's grown from the bottom of his class to above average in less than a year. Even against those from established clans, he stands his ground without faltering, Hiruzen said with genuine admiration. Oh, and in theoretical knowledge, he's head and shoulders above the rest. Top of the class, full marks. Full marks? Ha! This kid is just like me, just like me. The story of an underdog making a comeback struck a chord with Jiraiya. Nothing delighted him more than tales of so-called failures overturning their fate and shining as geniuses. Moreover, Minato Namikaze always scored full marks in theory classes. Wasn't that just like himself? Idiot. Orochimaru shot Jiraiya a look of disdain, silently scoffing. Just like you? Seriously? Weren't you at the bottom of the class when you joined our team? Though Jiraiya's potential was recognized later, Orochimaru struggled to fathom what had made Master Sarutobi pick Jiraiya in the first place. After all, the guy hadn't exactly been outstanding back then. Of course, Jiraiya had since more than proven his worth. Jiraiya, if you're interested, keep a close eye on Minato Namikaze. Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts flickered. Originally, he meant for Minato to be the final member of Orochimaru's team. But if Jiraiya was interested, letting Minato become Jiraiya's student wasn't a bad idea at all. Among his 3 disciples, the one he saw the greatest potential in was Orochimaru, but the one he was most fond of was Jiraiya. What a solid foundation. Such a clever kid. Look, now he's challenging Uchiha. Jiraiya watched as Minato, after defeating a child from the Sarutobi clan, immediately turned to challenge Uchiha. A smile tugged at Jiraiya's lips. This fearless urge to face strong opponents was exactly like his own. Absolutely endearing. Perhaps Minato Namikaze wasn't the most outstanding in terms of raw performance, but he was perfectly in line with Jiraiya's ideal. Orochimaru and Tsunade both shifted their gaze to Uchiha, curious to see how this boy would respond. From Master Sarutobi's words, it was clear that Uchiha was far superior in strength. At this point, would he, like other Uchiha, crush his opponent to showcase his power, or would he give his rival a chance to display his skills? This ultimately depended on one's character. Of course, neither choice could be deemed wrong. Orochimaru, for example, would not hesitate to defeat his opponent outright. Uchiha strode confidently onto the field, a small smile lingering on his lips as he addressed Minato Namikaze. I didn't expect you to challenge me so soon. I know exactly where I stand. I'm no match for you or Uzumaki, Minato admitted without any hint of self-doubt. With remarkable composure, he added, if I fought anyone else first, I wouldn't even have the right to challenge you. Is that so? Uchiha formed the hand sign for beginning the match, waiting for Minato to make his move first. Besides, he had always gotten along well enough with Minato. There was no need to build his reputation on a quick, crushing victory. More importantly, as an inheritor of the will of fire, how could he possibly act without compassion? After exchanging the seal of confrontation with Uchiha, Minato Namikaze, just as he always did, swiftly closed the gap between them, attacking Uchiha with a sharp, rapid kick aimed right at his face. With a smack, the assault was effortlessly blocked by Uchiha who caught Minato's leg with a casual swipe of his hand, sending Minato flying backward with ease. Spinning through the air, Minato managed to right himself and land steadily on the ground. Without missing a beat, he began weaving hand seals in an orderly manner and drew in a deep breath. Wind style, great breakthrough. A fierce, spiraling gust burst from his mouth, roaring straight toward Uchiha in a powerful surge. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Uchiha's hands formed seals at a speed far surpassing Minato's, and he exhaled a massive fireball to clash directly with Minato's rushing wind. What incredible hand seal speed! Witnessing this, Tsunade couldn't help but utter an exclamation of surprise. She herself was never famed for her speed with hand seals, but Uchiha's swift motions had already left her far behind. In fact, perhaps even Jiraiya and Orochimaru would struggle to keep up. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded slightly, a note of appreciation in his tone. Of course, the speed of hand seals alone isn't the defining trait of a truly strong shinobi. The most powerful can even simplify their signs, much like the first Hokage or Lord Tobirama. Still, Uchiha's speed has already surpassed the vast majority of ninjas. According to Saikara, he's been training single-handed seals, though I haven't yet witnessed it myself. I wonder if he's mastered it already. Jiraiya picked at his nose nonchalantly. So what if he can make seals with one hand? That's nothing. If he's got real skills, let's see him do it with both feet like me. Tsunade and Orochimaru immediately darkened with incredulity. Who in their right mind would try to use their feet for hand seals? If you're so impressive, why not try it with your toes instead? But this Minato Namikaze is certainly gifted, Orochimaru remarked, his gaze toward Minato full of genuine praise. He's already accomplished almost everything that can be expected of him at his level. He felt that Minato was much like himself, someone who would seize any opportunity and make his mark in the world if given the chance. With Hiruzen Sarutobi's guidance, it was easy to imagine Minato growing into a formidable shinobi. Watching Minato Namikaze fully unleash his potential in this match with the cooperation of Uchiha, Hiruzen nodded in deep satisfaction. Uchiha's strength was within his expectations. Truth be told, he suspected that even his own son, Sarutobi Shinnosuke, might not be a match for Uchiha, let alone Minato. Yet Minato was improving rapidly as he fought against Uchiha, making remarkable progress in real time. Such a brilliant child. It almost seemed a pity to entrust him to Jiraiya. Should he perhaps consider handing him over to Orochimaru instead? Judging by Orochimaru's demeanor, it was clear he had no intention of competing with Jiraiya for this. Fine then, whatever will be, will be. Tsunade kept her eyes fixed on Uchiha, studying him with an intensity that only grew the longer she looked. Strangely, the more she saw of him, the more familiar and close he seemed, as if she were looking at her younger brother, Nawaki. But Uchiha was not Nawaki. In the end, she could only attribute this strange sense of kinship to the unique warmth and charm that he seemed to possess. She had encountered this rare affinity before, in her grandfather, Hashirama Senju. And yet, he was an Uchiha. The irony was unmistakable. Tsunade, what do you think? Isn't he remarkable? Have you decided to become his mentor? Hiruzen Sarutobi finally spoke up when he noticed Tsunade couldn't take her eyes off Uchiha. Tsunade's expression grew complicated. Honestly, I doubt I have much to teach him. With a genius like that, are you sure it's really wise to entrust him to me? Either Jiraiya or Orochimaru would suit him better than I ever could. No, you are the perfect choice. Hiruzen's voice was gentle but resolute. You are a Senju, and he's an Uchiha. Admittedly, that might bring a few complications, but precisely because of that, this is what's best for him. Tsunade hesitated, casting another searching look at Uchiha as he trained. After a moment, she finally said, I'll give it a try, but only after I meet and test this kid myself. If he doesn't live up to my standards, I won't let myself hinder his growth. Truthfully, Tsunade was far from confident about guiding Uchiha. If she could help him flourish, she'd be glad. But if she became the reason for him falling behind, she would never forgive herself. She harbored no ill will toward the Uchiha. After all, she'd worked on missions with Uchiha Kagami before, and she certainly had no desire to become the cause of Yi's disappointment. As a teacher, your job isn't just to help him grow stronger. More importantly, you'll pass on your experience and protect him as he finds his way. That's something you have in abundance. In all of Konoha today, few can match your strength. Hiruzen told her, satisfaction evident in his tone. He truly couldn't be prouder of his 3 students. Tsunade's approach was not the same as Hiruzen's own, and yet, she had become his disciple, hadn't she? With Tsunade leading on missions, so long as they didn't encounter some truly insurmountable threat, he would grow stronger under her protection. If Hiruzen had any fault towards Uchiha, it certainly wasn't neglect. He'd entrusted the safety of to the greatest medical ninja the shinobi world had ever known. Uzumaki Kushina, too, had the potential to be an unsurpassed guardian one day. If even under such care, he couldn't grow up safely, perhaps fate itself was to blame. Lost in thought, Tsunade nodded silently. Protecting her team? That was what she excelled at. If not for her healing, both Jiraiya and Orochimaru would have long since perished. Understand. Tsunade took a deep breath, agreeing as well, while at the same time pondering what kind of third member she should prepare for the Tsunade squad. Uchiha E, the most brilliant genius at the Ninja Academy. Uzumaki Kushina, whose talent and sealing techniques could rival that of Uzumaki Mito. Tsunade wasn't sure whether Kushina had awakened the terrifying sensory abilities of the Uzumaki clan, but if so, it meant they already had an exceptional sensory ninja. Uchiha E excelled in combat analysis, making him the ideal candidate to become the future brain of the team. That only left the question of the third member. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a pang of discomfort. He really wanted to assign a civilian ninja to the squad, but no civilian ninja could keep pace with the other two, and only a true prodigy would suffice. Should he send Shinji in? Hiruzen quickly dismissed the idea. He planned to send Shinji to the Umbu for training, to keep his presence under wraps, providing him protection, since otherwise, enemy villages would surely target him. If Shinji really joined Tsunade's squad, every Kage in the other villages would likely want to personally take down this formidable team. Before long, Hiruzen's thoughts shifted to another clan, the Hyuga. It wasn't that he set his sights on Hayashi or Hizashi. They were not the ones he considered. Instead, he thought of other Hyuga members. Since it was near impossible to find a child as talented as Uchiha E or Uzumaki Kushina, assigning a talented scout from the Hyuga clan seemed like a reasonable option. As for whether this would allow Tsunade to gain the support of the Uchiha and Hyuga, possibly threatening his own position, Hiruzen didn't care in the least. If it were Nawaki, he might have worried. But this was Tsunade. Among his three disciples, Tsunade was the least interested in becoming Hokage. Jiraiya had a far better chance than she ever would. Besides, the Hyuga clan had always played second fiddle to the Senju. Even if this situation hadn't arisen, would the Hyuga really refuse to support Tsunade? As for Orochimaru's squad, it was fine to assign a talented clan member. Even Hyuga Hayashi would be acceptable. As for Jiraiya, aside from Namake's Minato, he could be assigned some other clan prodigies, or perhaps some gifted civilians. That would depend on Jiraiya's own preferences. Hiruzen could only offer suggestions. Truth be told, Hiruzen rather hoped Jiraiya would assemble a team of all civilians. Even if, in the end, only two of them grew strong enough to become special Jonin, that would still be a good thing for Konoha, a new generation loyal to the Hokage office. While Hiruzen was absorbed in planning, over on the other side, the battle between Uchiha E and Namake's Minato was reaching a fever pitch. Minato Namake's launched attack after attack at Itachi Uchiha, relying primarily on taijutsu since his chakra reserves were running low. Without any inherited ninjutsu techniques, Minato immersed himself in the study of hand-to-hand combat. This path suited him well, given his exceptional learning ability, and he had already become one of the outstanding students in his class. Spinning, leaping, blocking, and kicking, no matter how Minato came at him, Itachi managed each move with utter ease, never losing his poise. Are you ready? Suddenly, feeling that the time was right, Itachi blocked Minato's latest strike and spoke up, his voice breaking the rhythm of their spar. So you're finally getting serious? Minato didn't feel discouraged by this development. He always knew the gap between them was vast, but he was determined to close that distance, step by step. He had already caught up to the heirs of other clans. Next, his challenge was to face Uchiha Itachi and Kushina Uzumaki. Let's see, he thought to himself, just how many moves I can endure against Itachi at his full strength. Itachi, you truly are a top-tier prodigy, no doubt about that, but I'm sorry, I'm playing by a different set of rules. Minato's talent was plain for all to see. Jiraiya once said that anyone compared to Minato would instantly fade into the background. If not for Kakashi's Sharingan, perhaps they'd be evenly matched. But ordinary shinobi were never the standard here. They weren't like Uchiha Itachi, who seemed to break all the limits. In a flash, Itachi's left fist shot forward, striking toward Minato's face with lightning speed. Minato tried to block with his free hand, moving as quickly as he could. But to his shock, although he could track the movement in his mind, his body just couldn't keep up. In an instant, Itachi's fist found its mark on Minato's face. The next moment, a wave of weightlessness swept over him. Itachi had followed up with a sweeping kick, sending Minato sprawling onto the ground. The suddenness of defeat left Minato momentarily dazed. Why did it feel like the gap between him and Itachi was not shrinking, but growing ever wider? Yet before long, his eyes lit once again with resolve. No, it's not that the distance isn't closing. It's just that he'd never witnessed Itachi's true power until now. He would have to work even harder. His teacher called him a prodigy, but so was Itachi. If he stopped now, how could he hope to bridge the gap? How are you feeling? Are you okay? Itachi reached out a hand, gently pulling Minato to his feet, his voice warm and full of concern. I'm fine. You didn't go overboard. Minato gave a wry smile, half in jest, half in admiration. I just don't know how you train to be this much of a monster. I guess I'll have to push myself even harder from now on. Have you ever seen Konoha at 4 in the morning? I have. Young man, you'll have to work even harder. Uchiha gave Minato Namikaze a hearty pat on the shoulder, his tone filled with genuine earnestness. Konoha at 4 in the morning? Minato murmured to himself. At that hour, he'd normally still be nestled in bed. But soon, Minato's gaze became resolute. If someone stronger than he was still pushing themselves this hard, then his own efforts clearly weren't enough. From now on, he'd rise 2 hours earlier each day, go to bed at 9 and waking at 4. That should be sufficient. If tiredness set in, he would practice his hand sign speed. After all, Uchiha's hand signs were much faster than his. I understand now. Ikuin, I'll work even harder. Minato looked at Uchiha with deep gratitude. Perhaps Ikuin wanted him to grow quickly, so neither of them would feel lonely. After the two exchanged the seal of reconciliation, Uchiha swept his gaze around the area and announced in a clear voice, "Next." The way Uchiha had performed left his classmates exchanging uncertain glances. Minato had already done remarkably well, yet Uchiha had defeated him almost effortlessly. Not to mention anyone else. Even Kushina Uzumaki at this moment didn't feel like challenging Uchiha. Watching it unfold, Saikoro Sarutobi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Uchiha was now too far ahead. The other students were rapidly losing even the courage to challenge him. This was not necessarily a good thing. Fortunately, Uchiha had long since caught the attention of Hiruzen Sarutobi, so there was no need to worry about him missing out on opportunities to shine. Seeing no one coming forward to challenge him, Uchiha sighed helplessly, stepped down from the training field, and handed the chance over to other students. He then let his gaze drift toward the fourth-year section, toward the Hyuga brothers. There was no one left in the school that could really match him one-on-one now. If the Hyuga brothers teamed up and brought Shinosuke Sarutobi along, then perhaps they might just about qualify to fight him. Even so, just about qualify was all it would be. Before the founding of the ninja village, ninja battles were generally fought one-on-one. Afterward, teamwork and combat experience became key. As a result, individual combat ability among ninja before the village era was generally stronger. Of course, one couldn't say that ninja had grown weaker since the founding of the village. Sometimes, teamwork could unleash even greater strength. The Hyuga brothers, together with Shinosuke Sarutobi, definitely had the strength to fight him. However, there was no need for that now. He still had at least another year to grow. So, what plans did Hiruzen Sarutobi have in mind for him? This little guy is something else, isn't he? Already setting his sights on the older students. Jiraiya's voice was full of teasing amusement. As for Konoha at 4 in the morning, Jiraiya remarked that he could see it every day as long as he stayed in the village. The only difference was that this time, he was on his way home for a much-needed rest. At this point, there really isn't anyone at the Ninja Academy who can match him, Hiruzen Sarutobi observed, glancing over at Sarutobi Shinosuke. It seemed Uchiha was eager to challenge his son as well. Not bad. Shinosuke had managed to attract even Uchiha's interest for a duel. However, Shinosuke probably wasn't a match for Uchiha anymore. That boy's talent was exceptional. He would absolutely need careful guidance. Orochimaru, meanwhile, had shifted his attention away from Uchiha. His gaze lingered instead on Uchiha Mikoto, who was currently engaged in a close fight with Nawaki. An intrigued glimmer sparkled in his eyes. Their abilities were evenly matched, and the dynamic between the Senju and Uchiha clans was indeed fascinating. This was a perfect chance to closely study how the Uchiha awakened their Sharingan eyes. Right now, Orochimaru's interest in Sharingan was fueled mostly by curiosity, especially when it came to Uchiha Kagami's eyes, which far surpassed regular Sharingan in power. If only he could nurture someone to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. What an enticing possibility that would be. Tsunade, did you see today? What do you think? Have you considered giving him some guidance? At dinner, Kushina Uzumaki had her eyes fixed on Tsunade, who sat across from her, her expression bright with anticipation. I did, Tsunade replied. He truly is a prodigy. Lord Hiruzen even asked me to take him on as a student. Her gaze drifted toward Nawaki, her mind a tangle of complex thoughts. Uchiha stirred a sense of familiarity and warmth in her. Mito Uzumaki paused mid-bite, watching Tsunade with amused interest. As a veteran of village politics, Mito immediately grasped the hidden intentions behind Hiruzen Sarutobi's request, and she, for her part, supported it. Truth be told, Tsunade wasn't well suited to become Hokage. In fact, neither was Nawaki. If Nawaki were to become Hokage, Wouldn't that make the position look like it belonged solely to the Senju clan? The Uchiha, on the other hand, might be a better fit. After all, Konoha was built together by the Senju and Uchiha clans. In a sense, this land was still Uchiha territory. But unfortunately, the Uchiha temperament left much to be desired. Unless the issues within the clan could be truly resolved, it was simply too risky to have an Uchiha serve as Hokage. Otherwise, the third Hokage wouldn't be Hiruzen Sarutobi. It would have been Kagami Uchiha instead. If an Uchiha could one day resolve the discord between their clan and Konoha, weaving themselves fully into the fabric of the village, then, and only then, would they truly be fit to become the next Hokage. Still, even the Uchiha weren't the most ideal choice. What Konoha really needed now was a Hokage from common origins, a leader who could give hope to every ordinary ninja. At the very least, the position should be seen, outwardly, as accessible to those born outside of the old clans. Konoha is not the Konoha of the great clans, but the village of all its people. When Hiruzen Sarutobi took on Jiraiya and Orochimaru as his disciples, this very thought was already present in his mind. Orochimaru was indeed an excellent candidate. Tsunade, sister, would you take E as your student? Upon hearing this, Kushina Uzumaki lit up with excitement. Tsunade is one of Konoha's most formidable shinobi. If he could train under her guidance, his abilities would no doubt improve by leaps and bounds. A faint smile flickered in Tsunade's eyes. I'm still considering it for now. Oh, and Sensei also suggested that I should become your teacher. You be my teacher, Tsunade's sister? And Yi's as well. Kushina's beautiful eyes brightened. She immediately rushed to Tsunade's side, wrapping her arm around hers as she pleaded, Tsunade's sister, please become sensei to both E and me. Yeah, let's see how you behave going forward. Tsunade couldn't help but smile at Kushina's eager expression. Although she had already decided to accept Uchiha E as her disciple, seeing Kushina like this, she felt she just had to give her cousin a proper little test. Watching this scene, Mito Uzumaki's eyes glowed with warmth and comfort. It seemed that even if she was no longer here, Kushina would have family in Konoha. The thought prompted her to say to Kushina, Kushina, when you get a chance, bring Uchiha home. Let this old lady meet the boy as well. Grandma Mito, Kushina exclaimed in surprise. Was this a family meeting? Meanwhile, on the playground of the Ninja Academy, Minato Namikaze finished today's workout, panting from exhaustion. Just as he was about to grab his school bag and head home, he spotted a burly, white-haired man sitting cross-legged beside it, arms folded, peering at him with an amused look. Surprise flashed across Minato's eyes. But then he remembered what Kushina had mentioned that morning. Could he have been chosen? The thought made his heart flutter between anticipation and anxiety. He mustered his courage and stepped forward, asking, Excuse me, are you waiting for me, sir? Jiraiya's eyes flickered with a hint of mystery. And what makes you so sure I'm waiting for you? My teacher mentioned something about this earlier. I suppose it means I've managed to catch your eye, sir. Suddenly, Jiraiya's expression changed. His face darkened as he glared at Minato and said coldly, You're wrong. You're far too gifted for your own good. That's why I have to get rid of you, before you become a threat to us of the Sand Village. With that, Jiraiya pulled out a kunai and made as if to slash Minato's throat. Yet, despite this abrupt attack, Minato remained completely still, simply watching Jiraiya with calm, unmoving eyes. Just as the kunai was about to touch Minato Namikaze's neck, Jiraiya abruptly halted his movements and looked at Minato with a dissatisfied expression. What's wrong, kid? Are you scared? Can't even take a step? No. If you really intended to kill me, sir, you could have done it long ago. I probably wouldn't have had time to react at all. There's no reason to wait until my training was over. Minato looked calmly at Jiraiya. He admitted there was a bit of a gamble in his guess, but he was willing to trust his own judgment. Besides, the gap in strength between them was obvious. Even if he tried to run, he'd be taken down in a split second. Jiraiya was momentarily stunned, but then burst out with hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, not bad, kid, not bad at all. The great Jiraiya, acknowledge you. So how about it? Want to become my disciple? I'm the disciple of the Hokage, you know. Jiraiya realized he'd truly stumbled upon a hidden gem. The boy wasn't just remarkably gifted and quick to learn. His abilities in observation and analysis were nearly on par with Orochimaru's. This was practically a fusion of himself and Orochimaru. And if he could train a student who could even surpass Orochimaru, wouldn't that mean he'd surpassed Orochimaru himself? Jiraiya-sama? Minato stared in blank astonishment for a moment, then broke into a wide smile and bowed respectfully. Master Jiraiya. Good, very good, kid. Come on, let's go eat my treat. Starting tomorrow afternoon, I'll begin training you myself. Jiraiya clapped a large hand on top of Minato's blonde head. He had to admit, the kid's hair felt surprisingly nice. Thank you, Master Jiraiya. Minato's eyes sparkled with delight. He'd never seen Jiraiya in action himself, but he believed in the man's strength, and, as the disciple of the Hokage, he surely must be powerful. Under his guidance, Minato felt certain he could grow strong quickly. As for whether this could be a trick, Minato doubted there was any need for that. Lies always crumble over time, and besides, Uzumaki Kushina had mentioned Jiraiya's name before. That left no room for doubt. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. In what seemed like an instant, half a month had passed. Meanwhile, over in Uchiha Yi's world, he had yet to receive any guidance from Master. His strength continued to advance steadily, step by determined step. Through battles in the dojo, he came to see his own shortcomings. He needed a powerful ninjutsu technique. Within the Uchiha clan, there was no longer any inheritance of the fire style. Great Fire Annihilation, or Fire Style. Majestic Destroyer Flame. Not even the Fire Style. Dragon Flame Song technique. He had once tried to probe Uchiha Yamahiro about this, and only then learned that certain jutsu are reserved for the clan leader's direct line, passed down by word of mouth rather than recorded on any scrolls. When Madara Uchiha left Konoha back then, he didn't leave behind any of those secret jutsu. This left Uchiha with deep regret. After all, ordinary fire release techniques simply couldn't compare to fire release, Majestic Destroyer Flame. He wondered if, in future arena battles, he might encounter Madara Uchiha and have a chance to unlock these legendary techniques. Of course, if he truly obtained fire release, Majestic Destroyer Flame, Uchiha might well be driven to tears, because compared to the power of Madara's eyes and ocular jutsu, even such formidable ninjutsu paled in significance. So, Uchiha set his sights on researching Chidori. He could also consider studying the Rasengan, but since he had never witnessed a tailed beast bomb, exploring Rasengan's secrets would be inconvenient. Chidori, however, was a different matter. But to unravel the secrets of Chidori, was that really an easy task? Don't be fooled by the fact that Kakashi Hatake developed Chidori at the age of 12. The truth is, Tsukumo Hatake was an exceptional lightning release user himself. Most likely, Kakashi had already mastered his father's profound insights into lightning release, and from there, developed Chidori. If Uchiha wanted to reach that level, he needed to put in far more effort. Fortunately, time was still on his side. Meanwhile, Minato Namake's transformation hadn't escaped Uchiha's notice. The speed at which Minato's strength was advancing was remarkable, like a withered sponge soaking up water, springing back to life and growing rapidly. It was obvious, even without asking. Minato Namake's had encountered Jiraiya. This was fully within Uchiha's expectations. Minato was just that type of person, blessed with talent, and as long as someone provided him the right platform, able to flourish before your very eyes. One day, Uchiha was meeting up with Mikoto Uchiha, intending to return home and continue researching Lightning Release's nature transformation. Just then, Kushina Uzumaki called out to them. Mikoto, my grandmother would like to invite you both for dinner. Do you have time today? Your grandmother? You mean Lady Mito? Uchiha hadn't expected this at all. Even Uchiha Kagami had only met Uzumaki Mito a handful of times. Of course, this might also have something to do with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Grandma Mito wants to meet you too. After all, you're my friends, and she cares about me a lot, Kushina replied. For her, bringing friends to meet the family felt a bit strange, but she genuinely hoped Uchiha and Mikoto would meet her relatives. Uchiha and Mikoto exchanged a glance, then both nodded. He said to Kushina, "Thank you for the invitation. We'd be honored." Uchiha figured it was best not to mention meeting Uzumaki Mito to anyone at home. You never knew what unnecessary suspicions such news might stir up among his family members. It was better to wait and see how the meeting with Uzumaki Mito went first. To be honest, the thought of meeting her left Uchiha a bit uneasy. He couldn't help but wonder if she'd be able to sense the Indra chakra within his body. Since assimilating Indra's chakra, Uchiha could feel his own chakra growing colder and darker by the day. The situation had somewhat improved after integrating Senjin Iwaki's constitution, but even so, his chakra remained noticeably more chilling than that of an ordinary Uchiha. He figured that Mito Uzumaki could probably sense this as well. If even Xiangling could pick up on subtle changes, there was no reason someone as perceptive as Mito Uzumaki would fail to notice. Fortunately, at present, Uchiha Sharingan still only boasted 2 tomo. If he were to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, you couldn't help but suspect that the instant he set foot in the Senju clan's domain, he'd run the risk of being struck down by Mito Uzumaki herself. The shadow Madara Uchiha had cast over Konoha ran far too deep. He was certain that no matter how forgiving Mito Uzumaki might be, it would be impossible for her to allow another Madara Uchiha to rise within the village. Yu Uchiha and Mikoto Uchiha followed Kushina Uzumaki all the way to the Senju clan's compound. Near Mito Uzumaki's residence, you could sense clearly the presence of numerous umbu watching from the shadows. However, once they crossed the main gate, this sense of surveillance vanished completely. That was only natural. Mito Uzumaki wasn't just the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. She was also Hashirama Senju's wife. Unless Hiruzen Sarutobi had taken complete leave of his senses, he would never dare to spy on Mito Uzumaki. Should such an act be exposed, his own seat as the third Hokage would become perilously unstable. The three of them made their way to the back garden, where they finally came face to face with this legendary kunoichi. To many in the world, Mito Uzumaki, master of the Nine-Tails power, stood as the strongest shinobi of her era. Tsunade, looking equal parts exasperated and bored, was flipping through a scroll by Mito's side. Upon seeing Yu and the others arrive, she rolled her eyes in barely concealed annoyance, then returned to her reading. Lady Mito, Yu Uchiha and Mikoto both hurried forward to offer their greetings. All right, have a seat. Mito Uzumaki waved them over. Upon seeing Yu, her eyes wavered with a momentary flicker of surprise. She couldn't help but question her own eyesight. Astonishingly, in Yu Uchiha's demeanor she found echoes of both Madara Uchiha and Nawaki Senju. This left Mito momentarily unsettled. Those two were worlds apart. In no way could Nawaki compare to Madara, and it wasn't that Mito looked down on Nawaki, just that the gap in their ability was insurmountable. If Nawaki possessed even a tenth of Madara's strength, she thought she could rest easy even in the afterlife. Soon enough, Mito realized the likely cause. Perhaps she had mistaken some of Hashirama's traits in Yu for those of Nawaki. A careful inspection confirmed it. Yu's life force easily surpassed Nawaki's, fall short only in comparison to Hashirama himself, yet it was still far more vibrant than that of any ordinary Uchiha. Carefully sensing her own feelings, Mito Uzumaki quickly found herself at ease. Uchiha Yi's demeanor was vastly different from that of Madara Uchiha. It seemed her initial worries were unnecessary. In fact, she felt a natural sense of closeness toward him. Moreover, he showed no trace of malice. He was a kind-hearted Uchiha by nature, unlike Madara Uchiha. Even during his friendly days with Hashirama and before leaving the Hidden Leaf, always carried a strong air of hostility that Mito could sense as if she'd stolen someone precious from him. She'd heard much about Uchiha Ii before, and now, seeing him for herself, she could almost say for certain, Uchiha Ii was a good child. As for Mikoto Uchiha, she too was a gentle, sweet-natured girl. These two were so different from the typical Uchiha. If only all Uchiha were like them, the entire Leaf Village would finally know real peace. Yes, Uchiha Ii, with Mikoto beside him, sat obediently not far from Mito Uzumaki, quietly waiting for her to speak. This time, I asked you two here for a particular reason. First and foremost, I want to thank you for taking such good care of Kushina over these past days. Thanks to your kindness, Kushina was able to settle into the Hidden Leaf so quickly. With a loving look, Mito let her gaze linger on Kushina Uzumaki for a moment. We were only doing what we should, Uchiha answered Mito earnestly. Now that Kushina has come to the Leaf, she's a part of our village, and what's more, she's now my friend. No matter how his relationship with Kushina might change in the future, it was true that, right now, they had genuinely become good friends. Good. Mito Uzumaki nodded approvingly. Her eyes swept briefly to Tsunade at her side, before she fixed her gaze on Uchiha Ii. I have a question for you. How do you view the relationship between the Leaf Village and the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Ii was taken aback. He hadn't expected this, especially from Mito Uzumaki. After all, he was still not even 6 years old. Still, he answered, the relationship between the clan and the village should be one of mutual support. The village should, to a certain extent, shelter and protect members of its clans. Likewise, every clan member is also a villager and should help to safeguard the village as well. Only as long as the village does not betray its clans, should the clans bear the duty of protecting the village in turn. Facing Mito Uzumaki, Uchiha Ii felt that he couldn't lie to her, and so he spoke his mind with sincerity. Of course, he still left a path open for himself, for if the village were ever to betray the clan, then they would have no choice but to rise up and resist. Take, for example, how Uchiha was treated later on. After all the ways Danzo Shimura set them up, if they hadn't fought back, Uchiha Ii might as well have ended his own life right then and there. Uchiha Ii still remembers clearly how Shursui Uchiha was ultimately betrayed and killed because of Danzo. Yes, if there's an opportunity in the future, Danzo Shimura will be the first one he takes down. No matter what the real truth may be, even the death of Uchiha Kagami could very well be linked to Danzo. Upon hearing this, Mito Uzumaki gave a slight nod. She sensed no falsehood in Uchiha Yi's words, and as for the hypothetical snare he laid out, Mito didn't find it troubling at all. There's simply no way the village would truly betray the Uchiha. Would some utter fool really try to annihilate them? A little suppression, some division within the clan, such things are to be expected. But betrayal? That hardly qualifies. What are your thoughts on the title of Hokage? Mito pressed on with her next test. Tsunade, nearby, perked up her ears, eager to hear Uchiha Yi's response. It's not that those who become Hokage gain everyone's approval. Rather, only those approved by everyone can truly become Hokage. Some among the Uchiha misunderstood this from the very start. Mito Uzumaki nodded, well pleased. No matter what Uchiha might do in the future, as long as he sought the recognition of all, that was enough. He was no tyrant like Madara Uchiha, alone against the world. If you were to become Hokage, what would you do? Mito asked again, seeking his resolve. If I were Hokage, I would suppress all the enemies of this world. Uchiha replied, his tone firm. Anyone who threatens the peace and stability of Konoha, be they from my clan, or even friends, they become my enemies. Mito's heart was momentarily stirred. Word a lot like these she'd heard once from Hashirama Senju himself. Back then, Hashirama had held this very philosophy when he killed Madara Uchiha. As for Uchiha Yi's intent to subdue all who threatened the village, Mito saw nothing wrong. Hashirama, after all, held an entire era in check, so firmly, in fact, that no other village dared even dream of starting a war. If Uchiha truly gained such strength, bringing all threats to heel, what fault would there be? None whatsoever. On the contrary, it brought Mito genuine comfort to think that if he grew to stand shoulder to shoulder with Hashirama, the entire shinobi world might enjoy a lasting peace. As for whether Uchiha might act rashly, or what might happen should the Uchiha actually become Hokage, Mito remained completely unworried. Once someone attains such power, the choice not to become Hokage scarcely remains their own. Unless, of course, Konoha can produce someone strong enough to rival him. Mito Uzumaki gazed at Uchiha for a long moment, her expression a mix of emotions, before she finally spoke. Are you willing to take Tsunade as your master? I think you understand what this means. It's not simply a matter of having Tsunade lead your team after you graduate. A team leader and a true mentor are two very different roles. For example, Kakashi was a team leader to Naruto, while Jiraiya was his true teacher. Understand. He turned his gaze to Tsunade, who was now sizing him up. I'd be honored to become Tsunade's disciple. For me, it's a tremendous opportunity. You brat. Do you really think I'm so eager to take you on? Tsunade snorted, arms crossed, and warned let's be clear. I won't get involved in Uchiha clan affairs, and if you ever want to compete for the position of Hokage, I won't back you. The Senju clan may have scattered, but Tsunade's influence remained strong. If Tsunade openly supported to become Hokage, there would no doubt be trouble down the line. As long as Lady Tsunade won't stand in my way, that's enough for me. He didn't mind at all. When it comes to becoming Hokage, what matters most is who you are. If you aren't from the Hokage's circle, vying for that seat is nearly impossible. Truth be told, Yi's desire to become Hokage wasn't as deep as others imagined. As a transmigrator, fully aware of the epic battles awaiting the ninja world, he cared far more about his own strength. If he could reach, or even surpass, Sage of Six Paths power, would the title of Hokage really matter anymore? At that point, it wouldn't be taking pride in becoming Hokage. It would be the Hokage's name that gained from having already calling me teacher. Are you, brat? Tsunade scoffed, but in the end, she didn't correct him. Having the chance to teach such a prodigy, she had to admit, it sounded rather interesting. Mito couldn't hide a smile at Yi's eagerness. Few Uchiha would ever rush to acknowledge a teacher like this. Some of the prouder Uchiha might even feel insulted if asked the same. Truly, this Uchiha was one of a kind. Who could say how far he would one day go? Well, before he reaches his full potential, I'll do everything I can to help. Mito Uzumaki's actions weren't solely because of Kushina Uzumaki. She treated Kushina as if she were her own granddaughter, but if it were just for Kushina, that would not have been enough. The real reason lay with Hashirama Senju. In his final days, Hashirama repeatedly expressed his regret about what had happened with Madara Uchiha. He often wondered aloud, if only he had firmly supported Madara's candidacy as Hokage, would all those later tragedies have been avoided? And so, the Uchiha clan remained, a potential problem that might one day grow out of control. Tobirama Senju had placed his hopes on Kagami Uchiha, but Kagami had fallen in battle. Now, everything rested on Itachi Uchiha's shoulders. In this sense, Mito Uzumaki felt she was fulfilling Hashirama's dying wish. Starting tomorrow, Come to me after school each day, and I'll give you some guidance, Tsunade said, absent-mindedly running her fingers through her hair. To be honest, I might not be the best teacher for you. But if you're interested, I can teach you about monstrous strength and medical ninjutsu. I can't say for sure if those will suit you, though. The Uchiha had always been known for their spectacular battle techniques, a style of finesse and skill. But Tsunade was different. She combined the explosive chakra techniques of the Senju clan with the combat style of Hiruzen Sarutobi, creating a brand of raw power uniquely her own, overwhelming strength that could crush any defense. Tsunade worried that she might end up steering Itachi Uchiha down the wrong path. To her surprise, Itachi had zero worries on that front. Thanks to his robust physique, he wasn't at all concerned about handling the power of monstrous strength. Of course, he preferred the technical approach, but the idea of combining those precise skills with raw strength had its appeal. It would be even more intimidating, just like Madara Uchiha. Leaving aside the Otsutsuki clan, Madara's power had been second to none in the history of the shinobi world. Even Sasuke, the reincarnation of Indra's chakra who later awakened a Rinnegan, couldn't quite measure up to Madara's strength. Following Madara's path of cultivation was certainly the right choice for Itachi Uchiha. But now, with access to new opportunities, he would become even stronger and more versatile. I'll do my best to learn, Itachi replied with a confident smile. If you have any questions, I can offer you guidance as well. I wonder, though, are you interested in learning sealing techniques? Mito Uzumaki chimed in at this point. She then turned toward Mikoto Uchiha, who was standing nearby. Mikoto, would you like to join us too? Me? Mikoto pointed at herself in disbelief. She knew that since Tsunade had taken Itachi as her disciple, there was no chance she would be accepted too. But she hadn't expected Mito Uzumaki would still be willing to offer her guidance. You're a friend of Kushina, and I hope the two of you can remain lifelong friends. Besides, the future of the Uchiha clan may well depend on people like you. Mito Uzumaki gazed at Kushina Uzumaki with deep maternal affection in her eyes. As for how much Mikoto Uchiha could learn, even Mito couldn't be certain. Though the girl seemed gifted and stood a good chance of becoming an elite jonin, catching up with the likes of Itachi Uchiha would be no simple feat. Mito Uzumaki could distinctly sense the vibrant vitality brimming within Itachi. Perhaps the fighting styles of both the Senju and Uzumaki clans would suit him well. The fusion of Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki legacies in one person. No one could predict just what heights Itachi Uchiha might someday reach. As if struck by a sudden thought, Itachi turned to Tsunade and asked, Sensei, do you have any experience with lightning release? Lightning release? Tsunade frowned slightly and pressed down the scroll in her hands. She had assumed she'd be guiding Itachi in the art of fire release, and had in fact been studying intensively these past few days, just in case. She hadn't expected him to bring up lightning release out of the blue. With a wry smile and a shake of her head, Tsunade had to admit she was caught off guard. Who would have thought that an Uchiha, of all people, wanted to study lightning release? If it's lightning release you want, the Senju clan does have some training notes on the subject. There aren't too many, but if you're interested, I can have Tsunade look for them tonight and bring them to you tomorrow. Mito picked up her teacup, sipped gently, and spoke with a calm, measured tone. Of course, Mito was perfectly aware that her granddaughter wanted to teach Itachi fire release. She simply smiled and said nothing. After all, the Uchiha clan was famed for their mastery of fire release. Uchiha Madara's flames had once been the stuff of nightmares for countless shinobi. Yet here Itachi was eager to delve into lightning release. It truly was unexpected. Thank you very much. Itachi let out a quiet sigh of relief. The fact that both Tsunade and Mito were willing to share their clan's training notes with him clearly showed their genuine desire to nurture his growth. The Senju clan's knowledge of lightning release was probably far deeper than that of the Uchiha clan, and this could certainly give him room to explore new techniques. Detailed training notes on advanced ninjutsu were, for any clan, the very foundation of their legacy. Now, with Mito Uzumaki willing to entrust them to him, there was no doubt Grandmother Mito had a truly kind heart. After sharing dinner with Mito, Itachi finally took Mikoto Uchiha home. But not long after they left, Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived alone at the Senju estate, seeking a private meeting with Mito Uzumaki. Thank you for your help this time, Lady Mito. Hiruzen bowed deeply, his voice full of respect. Clearly, Itachi's visit to Mito had also been orchestrated in part by Hiruzen Sarutobi himself. It's all right. Mito Uzumaki gently shook her head. He is a good child. If you treat him sincerely, he would never do anything to harm Konoha. Perhaps it will be in his hands that the hidden dangers of the Uchiha clan are finally resolved. She paused for a moment, then continued. This is a boy who, at only 6 years old, already understands the true meaning of being Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes widened in shock. He immediately grasped what Mito meant. Uchiha was not only exceptionally gifted, but had already embraced the will of fire, and his sense of political awareness was remarkable for someone so young. What can one call this? A fortunate burden. If, in the future, Uchiha truly could resolve the problems of the Uchiha clan once and for all, then making him Hokage wouldn't be out of the question. But that's all many years down the road now. By then, who could say if he himself would even be around? Yet, deep in his heart, Hiruzen Sarutobi hoped for that day to come. He would not deny the hidden dangers of the Uchiha clan, nor would he deny their strength. With war looming on the horizon, the power of the Uchiha would be needed more than ever. I must ask for your help in looking after the boy, Lady Mito. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath and bowed respectfully to Mito Uzumaki. The mission in Uzumaki village had been assigned to Uchiha Kagami by Hiruzen himself. He never anticipated that Kagami would perish there, leaving Uchiha an orphan. Hiruzen felt a deep sense of responsibility for what had happened, and, unable even to recover Kagami's eyes, he was left with a lingering guilt. He wished, in whatever way he could, to make things right for Moreover, if Mito Uzumaki could help ensure that Uchiha walked the right path, it would be for the good of both and of Konoha itself. What? You've been accepted as Tsunade's apprentice. When he returned home, the first thing he did was tell Uchiha Yohei, who was utterly taken aback by the news. Yes, Makoto has also been permitted to study under Lady Tsunade. He nodded lightly. It's a wonderful opportunity for us both. Uchiha Yohei got to his feet and paced back and forth a few times before speaking up. But if you do this, you'll end up branded as belonging to that side. The elders and the clan leader may use this as a reason to target you. So what? He replied with a nonchalant shrug, completely unconcerned. What can they possibly do? Expel me from the Uchiha clan? Strip me of my bloodline? Don't give them too much credit. A few decades ago, they weren't any great shakes themselves. When it comes down to it, those old men are just opportunists. These blunt words left Uchiha Yohei speechless. Somehow, it really did seem to be the truth. Even the current clan head had risen to power only by betraying Madara Uchiha, hadn't he? To be honest, their claim to power was always somewhat questionable. In the Uchiha clan, strength is paramount. The strongest person used to be Uchiha Kagami. Had he still been alive, it's uncertain whether the current clan chief could have held onto his position for long. So, you want to side with the Hokage? Are you sure they'll truly treat you well? Uchiha Yohei asked Uchiha rubbing his temples as he spoke. Though Yohei belonged to the faction that favored peace and hoped for harmony between the village and the clan, he didn't want the village meddling too much in clan affairs either. It was a complicated feeling, shaped in part by his having grown up during the era of warring states. I understand, but I also need their help, don't I? Uchiha met Yohei's gaze, his eyes burning with determination. Only by becoming one of them do I have the right to compete for the position of Hokage in the future. Hokage. The word struck a chord in Yohei's heart. Whether among the doves or the hawks, everyone in the clan was obsessed with the idea of the Hokage's seat. Especially Yohei himself. He used to think Uchiha Kagami had a chance once, but it ended up going to Hiruzen Sarutobi instead. Now, would that opportunity be offered to Uchiha? At least his background was pure and unblemished. Yohei let out a long sigh. After this, you and Makoto focus on your training with Tsunade. Leave the rest to me. I'm still able to stand on my own, and if anyone objects, I'll deal with them for you. But you'll have to keep proving yourself. From now on, you'll at least have to outshine Fugaku. These days, the young clan heir, Uchiha Fugaku, had only recently graduated and already joined the Konoha police force to build his credentials. Rumor had it he'd awakened Sharingan, and his strength was already rivaling most Chunin. Until Yi's talents blossomed, Fugaku had always been hailed as the top prodigy of this generation, with a real chance of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan in the future. No one knew when he would finally surpass Fugaku, but Yohei placed his hopes in him. I will, he replied with a confident smile. Not to mention the future. Even now, it was likely that Fugaku was already no match for him. Sparks of lightning danced across Yi's hand, the wild, crackling chakra calling to mind the cries of 1,000 birds, filling the air with a sharp, electric energy. Looking at the lightning blazing in his palm, he let a small smile play on his lips. It had taken him 3 months, under the guidance of Tsunade and Mito Uzumaki, to finally master the Chidori. Is it finished? Tsunade crossed her arms, examining the lightning swirling in Yi's hand. Nearby, Mikoto Uchiha, Kushina Uzumaki, and Nawaki watched on, their faces filled with curiosity. They had all witnessed firsthand as Uchiha presented his theory, diligently combing through a wealth of Senju clan texts on lightning release training, and finally perfecting the jutsu under the guidance of Tsunade and Uzumaki Mido. It's more or less complete. Uchiha nodded slightly. As he spoke, he suddenly accelerated, darting toward a distant training dummy at a speed far beyond what any chunin could hope to achieve, and effortlessly pierced straight through it. When he finished, Uchiha finally spoke. For me, the jutsu is complete. But if I want to popularize it, that will be extremely difficult. This technique requires you to rush your opponent at great speed during an attack. There's a real risk you'll move so fast that you can't see your target clearly and leave yourself open to a counterattack. It truly shines only when used in conjunction with the Sharingan. But among the Uchiha, very few possess the lightning chakra nature. Most of us specialize exclusively in fire. Of course, lightning affinity can be developed later in life, but it can never compare to someone born with that nature. At that point, you might as well keep honing your fire style. At least you succeeded, didn't you? Shizen glanced over at the ruined dummy, swallowing hard before continuing. If you used this on me, I'm afraid I'd be finished on the spot. The power of this jutsu must already be on par with most B-rank techniques, right? No, this is A-rank ninjutsu. Uzumaki Mido, however, declared decisively. She turned to Uchiha, her gaze full of admiration. The best jutsu is always the one that suits you best. Likewise, even the same ninjutsu can achieve very different results in the hands of different people. Take, for example, the Uchiha clan's fire style, Majestic Destroyer Flame. In most hands, it's only somewhat stronger than the regular fireball technique. But in Madara Uchiha's hands, it becomes fatally destructive, so much so that it takes dozens of accomplished water-style users working together to have any hope of fending it off. This technique of yours is already nearing the pinnacle of lightning release nature transformation, and there's even a touch of shape transformation in it. If you keep refining this jutsu, I see vast potential. Who knows? You might even develop a lightning chakra mode on par with the Reikage someday. Madara Uchiha's fire style takes dozens of expert water style users working in concert just to block it. At this, Tsunade's curiosity about Madara Uchiha was piqued. Uzumaki Mido had quietly remarked more than once that Uchiha-Yi's talent was not inferior to Madara's in his heyday, but Tsunade still knew little about the legendary Uchiha. She didn't even grasp just how powerful her own grandfather truly was. At most, she figured he was just somewhat stronger than Hiruzen Sarutobi or Tobirama Senju. That's right. Hashirama once said that the ocular jutsu of Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan could enhance the power of his ninjutsu. Any technique unleashed by him was far stronger than what ordinary shinobi could achieve. Uzumaki Mido replied, her voice tinged with nostalgia as she spoke of Madara Uchiha. Sometimes Mido Uzumaki would find herself questioning whether it was truly right for Tobirama Senju to interfere and prevent Madara Uchiha from becoming Hokage back then. If Madara hadn't left, would Hashirama still be alive today? If Hashirama hadn't died, would Tobirama still be alive as well? Perhaps, if things had been different, the Uzumaki clan might not have faced extinction. If they had heeded Madara's suggestion at the time and unified the entire shinobi world, would peace have truly come to pass? Madara Uchiha certainly made his share of mistakes and was undoubtedly a man consumed by madness, but no one could deny his pursuit of true peace. It's hard to imagine how powerful he must have been, Tsunade remarked as she stepped forward and ruffled Akira Uchiha's hair. You did great, kid. You're truly worthy of being my student. Creating an A-rank jutsu at just 6 years old makes you one of a kind in the entire shinobi world. Akira Uchiha replied shyly, if it weren't for your guidance, Lady Tsunade, and Grandma Mido's help, I might have spent 5 or 6 years researching this and still not succeeded. You're a good kid. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction, feeling her efforts, like consulting Tsukumo Hitaki about lightning release chakra transformation for this boy, were more than justified. He was indeed grateful and thoughtful. Have you thought of a name for this technique? Mido Uzumaki asked, growing increasingly fond of Akira. It was a shame he was 10 years too young. Otherwise, she would have gladly welcomed him as a grandson-in-law. I think I'll call it Chidori, since it sounds just like 1,000 birds chirping when I use it, Akira replied, unwilling to change the name. He had no idea if Kakashi's Chidori was the same as his or if his resembled the true Chidori. But since even Mido Uzumaki approved, surely his was the real deal. Chidori is a fine name. Mido nodded in approval. Let's keep it that way from now on. A pity I don't have a lightning affinity, so I can't learn at all, Nawaki said, folding his hands behind his head, disappointment etched on his face. After 3 months together, Nawaki and Akira had grown familiar with each other. He had even challenged Akira before, only to discover with reluctant astonishment that his junior nephew, 2 years younger, had already surpassed him. It was a heavy blow for Nawaki, but being the optimistic youth he was, he decided that if he couldn't beat Akira now, he would simply train even harder. Nawaki. Tsunade looked at her brother with a mix of helplessness and affection. Chidori wasn't something just anyone could learn. It required such mastery of elemental transformation that even most Chunin couldn't hope to control it so well. Her silly little brother still had a long way to go. Even if Uchiha really were to teach Chidori to Nawaki, it would take him years to master it. It would be better for Nawaki to spend his time studying Grandpa Tobarama's water-style techniques or Orochimaru's earth-style jutsu. Those are far more suited to him. There's a clear and promising path ahead, so why bother tinkering with lightning style? Well then, since you've already managed to develop Chidori, it's time for me to start teaching you monster strength. Are you ready? Tsunade decided she had to make sure Uchiha mastered monstrous strength. Otherwise, wouldn't she look like a completely useless teacher? Over time, she had come to realize that while Uchiha was indeed a member of the Uchiha clan, his natural constitution was every bit as robust as any senju, not to mention his frighteningly precise chakra control. Even if he weren't an Uchiha, he would have been well qualified to be her disciple. Why should Uchiha bother with the Sharingan when he could just follow her and learn monstrous strength? Wouldn't that be so much better? Uchiha blood, the power of Indra, Nawaki's physical resilience, and Sakura's extraordinary knack for chakra control. Luckily, Tsunade didn't know the full picture when it came to Uchiha's talents. If she did, she might have been moved to tears by sheer envy. Over the past 3 months, the opposing space had refreshed 3 times, though Uchiha hadn't been as lucky with the draws as he was in the beginning. First round, Kamui Saro, Obito Uchiha. Final battle, Kimimaro. The 5th Reikage, Darui. Tayuya of the Sound 4. Uchiha, he had to admit his own strength still fell short. Even Obito Uchiha, who had just awakened a Mangekyo Sharingan, wasn't someone he could face as things stood. Darui was no pushover either. After all, he was the 5th Reikage, and Uchiha, he simply wasn't a match for him. When fighting against Kimimaro, Uchiha, he originally planned to drag the battle out. He remembered that at that point, Kimimaro was terminally ill. If he could just buy enough time, he might have been able to win. But Uchiha, he had overestimated himself and underestimated Kimimaro. The man was strong enough to take on both Orochimaru and the 4th Kazekage. Definitely not someone the current Uchiha he could face. Even after doing everything he could to stall for time, he was still easily defeated. Uchiha, he was starting to suspect that Kimimaro might have had the skills of an elite jonin. Taiya, on the other hand, went down easily before Uchiha, but all he got out of it was the 4 black fog formation, a combination technique, utterly useless to him. Even if he ever needed a sealing jutsu, instead of learning this, he could simply go to Uzumaki Mido, the undisputed master of sealing techniques. Speaking of sealing, throughout the history of the shinobi world, there were hardly any who could rival Uzumaki Mido. Second month, the night of the Uchiha massacre, Itachi Uchiha. The legendary Sannin, Tsunade. Chunin exam, Gaara of the Sand. A child of tragedy, Itama Senju. Chisuo Banma was the youngest brother of Chisuo Hashirama. It seemed he died at the hands of 5 adult members of the Uchiha clan, either killed outright or tortured to death. Even Uchiha, he had to admit that during that era, many Uchiha were truly unhinged. It wasn't just about killing enemy children like Chisuo Banma. Once the child picked up a weapon, they became an enemy. But what was even more chilling was how they showed no mercy, not even to children of their own clan. Uchiha Mitsu was a living embodiment of the Uchiha of that time. Of course, it wasn't as if only the Uchiha were like this. If the roles were reversed and the Senju faced Uchiha children, they too would strike without hesitation. When it came to Itachi Uchiha, who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he himself was no match. The gap between their strengths was simply too great. Tsunade, too, was the Tsunade famed from the Battle of the Sannin, the version of her from a few years in the future. By that time, she had experienced the battlefield and seen a huge surge in strength. He had no chance against her either. Chisuo Banma, on the other hand, was easily defeated by Uchiha. It was a pity, however, that instead of inheriting Banma's physical prowess, he only gained his chakra reservoir. Still, this enhancement was enough to give Yi's chakra a slight boost. During the Chunin exams, Uchiha faced Gaara and lost. If it had only been Gaara, he might have still stood a chance. He even managed to win initially. However, when victory seemed out of reach for Gaara, he unleashed the one-tailed beast, something in his current state could not contend with. Third month, Chunin exams, Kiba, Haku, descendant of the Yuki clan. Caged bird, Niji Hyuga from the Chunin exams. Sasori, the puppet master of Akatsuki. Defeating Kiba allowed Uchiha to gain the affinity of canine beasts. From Haku, he acquired the ability to weave hand seals with one hand. He not only mastered single-handed seals, but his speed with seals increased tremendously. Defeating Neji Hyuga required some real effort. During the Chunin exams, Neji had been taken down by Naruto thanks to a story moment. Had Naruto not unleashed the power of the Nine Tails, he never would have stood a chance. Fortunately, he was stronger than most Chunin. After some struggle, he managed to overcome Neji and gain the 8 trigrams 64 palms technique of the Gentle Fist. If Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hizashi knew that an Uchiha like E could wield the Gentle Fist even better than they did, one could only imagine their shock. However, without the Byakugan, it was difficult for E to use the true might of the Gentle Fist. So, he planned to integrate the Gentle Fist into his own combat system, hoping to forge a fighting style all his own. He remembered vividly that both Naruto and Momoshiki Otsutsuki had used Chinese martial arts techniques in their fight. Momoshiki's style was a textbook display of Bagua Palm, while Naruto incorporated many movements from Wing Chun. It's only when you need to use what you've read that you regret how little you've learned. Battles at the Six Paths level are honest and straightforward, stripped of all ornamentation. Uchiha deeply regretted not studying these disciplines before crossing over. If he had combined Chinese martial arts with the chakra system and his own cheat, wouldn't he have been even more unbeatable? As for Sasori, Uchiha could only swallow his pride. Taking on a Kaga-level master was simply beyond his reach. In the original story, Chiyo and Sakura had to team up to defeat Sasori, and even then, much of it was because Sasori had lost his will to live. If not for that, the idea that those two could actually overcome him was nothing short of pipe dream. Frankly, the fact that fighting him didn't cost them both their lives was already fortunate. Still, the limited gains from the battle dimension didn't mean Uchiha Yi's growth had stalled. In truth, he was still growing at a pace visible to the naked eye. Not only had he mastered Chidori, but he'd also picked up a wealth of combat skills from Tsunade. Even Mito Uzumaki never really withheld anything from him. Whenever he had a question, she would always answer with the utmost patience. Mito even went so far as to teach him some of Madara Uchiha's unique battle techniques. The one who knew Madara Uchiha best was not Izuna, but Hashirama Senju. Right after that, it was Tobirama Senju. Tobirama had a study filled with no less than 100 different ways to counter Madara, though whether any were actually useful was a matter of debate. In any case, Madara was already dead, so there was no way to put those strategies to the test. Thanks to Mito's first-hand experiences, she had gained deep insights into Madara's fighting style, and she imparted those lessons to Uchiha one after another. Whether Uchiha could one day become the next Madara, even Mito couldn't be sure. But for now, all that mattered was helping him become stronger. Have you thought about graduating early? Suddenly, Nawaki turned towards Uchiha and asked out of the blue. His question immediately drew Tsunade and Kushina's attention. Everyone turned to see whether Uchiha would consider early graduation. I have thought about it, but I'm planning to graduate next year. Why? Are you thinking about graduating ahead of time? Uchiha didn't hide his plans. I'm doing well so far, but at the end of the day, I'm still only 6. I got plenty of untapped potential to work on. I'm hoping Nawaki can apply for early graduation this year. Orochimaru will be taking him on missions, Tsunade explained. The ninja world's unstable these days. War could break out at any moment. If you and Mikoto don't graduate early, you might not even have time to adjust before it all begins. If you graduate early, at the very least, you'll have some time to get familiar with missions. Your abilities make you ready for real assignments. It's time for you to grow through actual combat. As for Mikoto, if you apply for early graduation, there's a way to arrange for you to join Orochimaru's team. Once war breaks out, I can assign your teams to work together on missions, since both Orochimaru and I likely won't have time to lead you anymore. With a glance, almost casual but unmistakably sharp, Tsunade looked over at Uchiha Mikoto as she spoke with conviction. If Uchiha Mikoto doesn't seize this opportunity, she might not get another chance to remain Orochimaru's student in the future. If she waits to graduate next year and wants to avoid the front line, she'll have to report to the Konoha police force. But doing that would almost certainly lower the opinion Tsunade and the others have of her. After all, once war erupts, Nawaki will also be heading to the battlefield. The Senju clan may not like war, but they have never once shied away from it. Join Lord Orochimaru's squad? Uchiha Mikoto cried out, unable to hide her astonishment. Right now, Orochimaru is nothing less than the face of Konoha's young generation of ninja. Even back when Tsukumo Hatake was still carrying out missions in the Umbu, Orochimaru was already recognized as the greatest genius of his era. The thought that she might be included in something like this had never crossed Mikoto's mind. The Uchiha are proud, but they also admire true strength. Of course, that doesn't mean every Uchiha accepts Orochimaru. Some are openly defiant. During her stay at Tsunade's home, Makoto had seen Orochimaru several times and even received a few pointers from him. She never imagined he might actually become her team leader one day. Yes, if you're willing to graduate early, Orochimaru will accept you as a student. Your skills are nearly on par with Nawaki's. You're more than qualified for early graduation. Of course, if you're not willing, I won't press you. Tsunade's tone softened with a faint smile as she spoke to Uchiha Makoto. She genuinely hoped Makoto would become Orochimaru's disciple. Makoto was careful and clever, a perfect counterbalance to Nawaki's reckless energy. That way, Nawaki might avoid getting himself blown up from a careless mistake. Tsunade never doubted Nawaki's talent, not with the resources and ninjutsu available to help him. It was more than enough for Nawaki to become a formidable ninja. Her real worry was that Nawaki would become a target for other schemes. A senju who constantly declares he'll become Hokage is, in a way, not quite the ideal senju. My foolish little brother. When the war begins, and both she and Orochimaru are sent to the front, she can have Uchiha, I, and Nawaki work on missions together, ensuring an extra layer of safety. Uchiha, I now, possesses the skills of Chunin. If he grows stronger quickly, she'll have nothing left to worry about. Uchiha Makoto turned her gaze toward Uchiha I, who stood nearby. When she saw him nod at her, she finally spoke with newfound resolve. I'm willing, Lady Tsunade. Previously, Makoto had wrestled with whether she should become a mission ninja or join the Konoha military police force. But now that she had the chance to become Orochimaru's apprentice, the idea of taking on missions suddenly seemed appealing. What's more, she could perform missions alongside. Turning down such an opportunity would simply be ungrateful. He then shifted his attention to Uzumaki Kushina. Will Kushina also be graduating early? She won't be graduating ahead of time, Tsunade replied, but she will join you in getting a taste of real missions. After the team disperses, Kushina will need to return to school to continue her studies. And here's something you might find interesting. Another person in my squad is Hyuga Hayashi. It's very likely you will join Orochimaru's team as an individual member. Of course, there's also a good chance for the two squads to take on missions together, depending on everyone's preferences and what Lord Sarutobi decides. Tsunade herself had toyed with the idea of simply bringing Makoto into her own team, but having two Uchihas together clearly wasn't realistic. Disappointment clouded Kushina's face as she dropped her head, but she didn't protest. Clearly, she'd already known about this arrangement. I'll graduate early, he agreed after a brief pause. Should I apply as soon as I return? He didn't object to the idea of Hayashi becoming his teammate. Though the Hyuga clan was known for being rigid, the Byakugan was undeniably a powerful asset. It was just a shame that Hayashi wouldn't be joining Nawaki's team. If he had, perhaps Nawaki wouldn't have died from an exploding tag. Just submit your application in 3 months, Tsunade said with a wave of her hand. By then, I'm sure Lord Sarutobi will approve. During these 3 months, I'll be teaching you the art of monstrous strength. I want you to at least grasp the basics before time is up. Makoto, you could try learning as well. Even if you can't master it, it'll improve your chakra control. Tsunade hardly believed anyone could master monstrous strength in just 3 months. If it happened, wouldn't that make her look bad? I'll do my best. The next 3 months flew by as Uchiha progressed at a rate that left Tsunade in utter despair. 3 months. Do you know what those 3 months were like for Tsunade? Against all expectations, he not only learned monstrous strength from scratch, but even integrated it seamlessly into his fighting style. Tsunade could only look on in disbelief, questioning herself. She had always considered herself a prodigy, lauded as a genius in her youth. But when compared to Uchiha, she suddenly didn't feel quite so extraordinary. Judging by Mito Uzumaki's expression, it seemed she had expected Uchiha to perform so exceptionally. This made Tsunade secretly suspect that perhaps all true geniuses were cut from the same cloth. Compared to ordinary shinobi, Tsunade was certainly considered a genius. But when faced with the true prodigies, she suddenly realized how little that really meant. What she didn't know was that Uchiha had already been holding back for her sake. If he hadn't tried to restrain himself, learning the monstrous strength technique in just a month would have been a breeze. Fortunately, when Tsunade later began teaching Uchiha medical ninjutsu, she finally felt her pride return. Medical ninjutsu wasn't it just a matter of some focused study to master it? Why all the meticulous diligence Uchiha threw into every lesson? Sure enough, when it came to medical ninjutsu, no one could exceed her skill. Tsunade was effortlessly the best in the leaf, likely even the top in the entire ninja world. Genius as he was, even Uchiha could not outshine her. In truth, Uchiha-Yi's progress in researching medical ninjutsu was already impressive, but his heart wasn't truly in it, and admittedly, his innate talent for medicine was not particularly outstanding. During the final 3 months before graduation, Uchiha-Yi's strength improved dramatically. Not only did he integrate Tsunade's monstrous strength into his own combat style, but he also gained some valuable prizes from the combat realm. By defeating a young Minato, he obtained Minato Namake's spatial techniques. He bested Chunin examiner Rock Lee, gaining Lee's combat experience, which honed Uchiha-Yi's own fighting skills tremendously, though unfortunately, no 8 gates technique came with it. He overcame Kamizuki Izumo, the gatekeeper, in a rather grueling bout. After all, Izumo was not only an excellent Chunin, but would later become an elite Jonin. Uchiha, he had to put in real effort for this victory, but in return, he earned Izumo's swordsmanship, a modest yet worthwhile improvement. By defeating 4th Shinobi World War era Tenten, he gained her mastery of weapon techniques. Of course, for Uchiha-I, this was of limited value. When it came to kunai throwing, who in the world could rival an Uchiha? He bested the ANBU operative called Tiger, absorbing Tiger's stealth abilities. He defeated Yurika, acquiring her skill in code deciphering. He overcame Uzumaki Fusong, and thus obtained the unique Uzumaki clan physique, a significant upgrade to his own constitution. Finally, by vanquishing a young Uchiha Fugaku, he inherited Fugaku's double tomo ocular power. With this new visual prowess, combined with his increasingly robust body, Uchiha-Yi's Sharingan leapt straight to the 3rd tomo stage in one fell swoop. It could be said that, even before graduating from the Ninja Academy, Uchiha-I already surpassed most Chunin in strength. With just a little more experience on real missions, taking the Jonin, or even the Special Jonin, exam was entirely within his reach. Of course, Uchiha-I had no intention of revealing the full extent of his abilities just yet. At only 6 years old, the fact that he already possessed the strength of a Chunin was astonishing enough. If he displayed the power of a Special Jonin, it would be downright shocking. Should other villages catch wind of it, Uchiha-I would likely find himself at the top of their hit lists. Under Tsunade's request, applications for early graduation were simultaneously submitted to the Hokage's office for Uchiha-I, Uchiha Makoto, and Nawaki. How about it, Sensei, Sarutobi? Hurry up and form our squad already. Soon enough, Orochimaru and I will be leading them, Tsunade declared boldly, sprawling comfortably on the office sofa as she pressed Sarutobi Hiruzen for an answer. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a couple of sharp draws from his pipe before answering, resignation written on his face. I have no issue approving early graduation for these 3, and I'm fine with letting Kushina Uzumaki temporarily leave the Ninja Academy to be trained by you. But there's a complication on the Hyuga Hayashi front. Oh, they won't agree. Tsunade's brows drew together, a flicker of annoyance crossing her face. After all, she was not only one of Konoha's elite Jonin and the first Hokage's granddaughter, but also the true princess of the Fire Country. What does the Hyuga clan think so highly of themselves? Do they really think they can outshine me? The current international situation is unstable. Everyone can sense that war could break out at any moment. Hayashi is, after all, the heir to the Hyuga clan. They won't let him go out on missions. But as an apology, they're willing to send a Hyuga branch family girl to join your squad, and let Hisashi join Orochimaru's team instead, Sarutobi sighed. He had hoped Tsunade could take the future Hyuga clan head as a disciple, which would have further stabilized their clan's loyalty and deepened future cooperation. Unfortunately, they refused to let Hayashi undertake missions. Still, by putting forward a main family girl in Hisashi, they had shown quite a bit of sincerity. Does the Hyuga main family even have a girl of the right age now? Tsunade's expression softened a little. The Hyuga's main family ran things with great precision, and their numbers were limited. Even Hisashi had been relegated to the branch family. She hadn't expected there to be a main family member of suitable age. Here's her file. Sarutobi handed over the documents to Tsunade. This child has always been nurtured within the family and has never attended the Ninja Academy, though her talent is reportedly quite impressive, so there's nothing to worry about. No way would they try to fob you off with someone lacking ability. Besides, from what I've observed, Hisashi might even be more gifted than Hayashi. Unfortunately, he's been assigned to the branch family. This realization was not his alone. Danzo had also noticed it. In fact, Danzo even considered exploiting this situation to drive a wedge between Hayashi and Hisashi, and to further stoke the tensions between the Hyuga main family and its branch family. At first glance, this plan seemed quite feasible. Their demands were not excessive. All they wanted was for the main family to lose its absolute control over the branch family, preventing them from doling out punishment at will. For the branch family, this would undoubtedly be a welcome change. Unfortunately, for the Hyuga branch family to stand up against the main family was nearly impossible. Unless the main family made a grave mistake, there was simply nothing the branch family could do. Hyuga Ringxia, 8 years old this year, already displays remarkable chakra control and has mastered the 8 trigrams 32 palms. It seems she's quite the prodigy. Perhaps she could even pick up some medical ninjutsu from me, Tsunade remarked, her expression tinged with complicated emotions. Yes, I think this child might be a good fit for you. Maybe they believe your class is relatively safe, too, Hiruzen Sarutobi added, unable to conceal his own feelings. Many people saw Tsunade purely as a medical ninja and forgot all about her terrifying combat prowess. Of course, sticking close to Tsunade, there was no doubt it was a safer place to be. How's your ninjutsu research coming along? Hiruzen then asked Tsunade. It's almost there. It just needs a bit more refinement. At most, I'll need another 6 months before it's done. Tsunade replied with unwavering confidence. When I'm finished, it'll revolutionize the world of medical ninja. Hiruzen opened his mouth as if to speak. He wanted to remind her that the real game-changer was Tsunade herself and not the field of medical ninjutsu as a whole. Not every medical ninja could be a Tsunade, but seeing his disciple shining with such determination, Hiruzen ultimately held his tongue. All right, I'll give you all 6 more months. For now, Konoha is doing its best to avoid war, but trouble is brewing everywhere. Even the land of rain is madly stockpiling war supplies. According to the information Danzo has uncovered, Hanzo is scheming to make the land of rain the 6th great nation. War is about to erupt, and time is running out for us, Hiruzen said gravely, giving Tsunade a heartfelt warning. If you need help with anything, don't hesitate to come to me. I understand. At that moment, something seemed to cross Tsunade's mind. She looked at Hiruzen and said, By the way, isn't my granduncle's sword in your possession? We never claimed it as a family heirloom back then. You're talking about the Raijin sword? Hiruzen's expression was subtly complicated. He hadn't expected Tsunade to mention that weapon. You want to give a Raijin sword to Uchiha E? Didn't I tell you that he developed an A-rank lightning release jutsu? Now he's planning to take that technique even further, but to do so, he'll need a weapon worthy of it. But chakra metal, where would you find it so easily? The Senju clan's previous reserves were all donated to the Hidden Leaf, and this time, the amount that boy needs is quite a lot. I asked him before what sort of weapon he wanted, and he said he wanted a sword. I figured, since nobody is using the Raijin sword, it wouldn't be a bad idea to give it to him, Tsunade remarked, utterly unconcerned. But that was Master Tobarama's personal blade. Is it really alright to just hand it over like that? Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't help but wince. If Tobarama Senju found out his weapon had ended up in the hands of a Uchiha, heaven knows he'd force his reincarnated soul out of the Pure Land just to give his unworthy students and disciples an earful. Tsunade only shrugged, clearly indifferent. Why fuss over it so much? In the end, it's just a sword. It's not really loaded with as much symbolism as people claim. Besides, didn't you already inherit the most important things from Grandpa Tobarama? In fact, you all are his true legacy. If he could see how you've made the leaf flourish, I doubt he'd have any complaints. Tsunade's words brought an unexpected sense of peace to Sarutobi's heart. Yes, he and the others were Tobarama Senju's true legacy. They owed their lives to their teacher's sacrifice. All these years, Sarutobi had been trying to prove that his teacher's trust in him was not misplaced. He'd always worked diligently, and if one looked closely, streaks of gray had started appearing in his hair. Now, hearing Tsunade's praise, a gentle warmth spread in Hiruzen's chest. The Raijin sword is only gathering dust as it is. Far better to hand it to Uchiha. It can also serve as a sign of your goodwill. I've kept an eye on E. He's a straightforward and reliable person. If you treat him well, he won't forget your kindness. There's no need to fear you're raising a traitor. His mind is steady. He's not like the Uchihas people like to talk about. Tsunade pondered a moment, then offered this considered advice to Sarutobi. Sarutobi took a slow draw from his pipe before responding. After all, the Raijin sword is still in the Hokage's office. You all never took it away. Since it's the second Hokage's blade, we can't just give it away so casually. Here's what I propose. Have Uchiha write the Chidori Jutsu into the sealed book. That way, I'll have a reason to offer him the Raijin sword as encouragement. All right, so be it, Tsunade replied without objection. Chidori, after all, had been developed under her and Uzumaki Mito's guidance. If Hiruzen truly wanted it, he could have simply asked them. Without the Sharingan, the technique was nearly pointless anyway, and there weren't many truly powerful lightning release users in the village. In truth, this was already a roundabout way of handing Uchiha the Raijin sword. Oh, and I'll need the scroll for the Flying Thunder God technique as well. As if suddenly remembering something, Tsunade turned back to Sarutobi and added her request. The Flying Thunder God technique? Does Uchiha possess spatial abilities? Hiruzen Sarutobi's brows furrowed immediately. He truly hadn't noticed that Uchiha had such a rare talent. Back in the day, Tobirama Senju had everyone practice the Flying Thunder God technique, but even after all these years, not a single one of them, despite becoming Kaga level or elite Jonin, had managed to master it. Hiruzen had assumed that the Flying Thunder God technique would fade into obscurity, never to be passed on. He hadn't expected that there might be a chance for Uchiha to learn it. Yes, actually, not long ago, when I had Uchiha contract with Katsu, I discovered his remarkable affinity for space. His potential in this area could very well rival even that of our second Hokage. Tsunade, for her part, found it difficult to reveal the entire truth. That little brat, Uchiha was almost frighteningly smart, blessed with extraordinary gifts. When she thought about it, there really wasn't much left she could teach him herself. What was she supposed to do? Force him to spend the next several years stubbornly focusing on medical ninjutsu? If things truly came to that, even Tsunade herself would have to admit she'd be steering him down the wrong path. Wouldn't it be better to help Uchiha become a formidable force as early as possible? Entrusting him with Konoha's most challenging technique, the Flying Thunder God, would surely give Uchiha a year's worth of research and growth, wouldn't it? And once Uchiha made a name for himself, she could proudly declare, "That's my student." Is that so? Well, let him try it then. I remember training in the Flying Thunder God technique myself, but unfortunately, I never managed to master it. Neither did Kagami, by the way, Hiruzen added, keen to point out Uchiha Kagami's attempts, if only to defend his own capabilities. If he can pull it off, it would be a huge advantage in the war ahead. But to master the Flying Thunder God doesn't just require spatial talent. It demands lightning-fast reactions and phenomenal perceptiveness. Without those, even if you teleport, you're bound to perish. Beyond that, a solid grounding and sealing techniques is indispensable. Putting all these pieces together isn't something that can be accomplished overnight. So, if you ask me, maybe he should just stay at the Ninja Academy for another few years, sharpening his skills and learning this technique while he has the chance. There's no need for that, Tsunade answered without the slightest hesitation. Keeping that kid cooped up in the academy would be a criminal waste of his talent. To her, the Flying Thunder God was merely the cherry on top for someone like Uchiha. Her grandfather and Uchiha Madara never learned the technique, did they? Yet both became legends without it. Her grandmother couldn't use the Flying Thunder God either, and still became the preeminent force in the ninja world. Even their teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, hadn't mastered it, but still stood among the 5 Kage, once swinging his staff and defeating the 3rd Kazekage. Never mind then. If that's your decision, go ahead and let him have the Flying Thunder God technique. Remember to tell him that the Flying Thunder God technique is extremely dangerous. Unless he's absolutely certain, he must never attempt it recklessly. Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered for long while before finally agreeing to Tsunade's request. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt an enormous weight pressing down on him. Konoha might soon face a situation where they would be outnumbered by their enemies on all sides. How could he possibly worry about what might happen if Uchiha became too powerful in the future? On the contrary, he wished for nothing more than Uchiha to grow even stronger. All right, I'm taking the Thunder God Sword with me as well. I'll have Uchiha bring an extra copy of the Chidori technique scroll later, Tsunade said, rising to her feet and waving her hand as she made her way out. As he watched the door gently close, Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a long, weary sigh. The great ninja war could break out at any moment. All he could do was try his utmost to delay the inevitable, buying precious time for the new generation to mature and for the wood-release experiments to bear fruit. Konoha was not without hidden cards to play. Uzumaki Mido was likely still capable of fighting if it came to that. The annihilation of Yuzushio village might well have been an attempt to probe her strength. If enemies were truly to assault their gates, Uzumaki Mido would surely make them question everything they believed. But this should be the village's final trump card. As a member of a younger generation, Hiruzen Sarutobi sincerely hoped such a day would never come. If only the first Hokage had managed to unite the ninja world back then, how much better things would be. When Tsunade returned home, Uchiha Makoto, Nawaki, Uzumaki Kushina, Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and the others were already waiting there for her. Minato Namikaze, as Jiraiya's student, had rarely been brought along before, making today a special occasion. Across the past 6 months, Minato's abilities had grown at an astonishingly visible rate. Jiraiya truly had a knack for guiding budding talent, and Minato himself possessed remarkable qualities. Thanks to Jiraiya's training, Minato now stood out distinctly among his peers. Though Minato still had a considerable way to go before matching Uchiha, even compared to Uzumaki Kushina, he lagged behind. He had nonetheless caught up with and even surpassed many students from the great clans. Everyone could see that Minato was likely to reach graduation standards by his second year. Whether he would apply for early graduation would depend on his and Jiraiya's own wishes. As for applying for early graduation alongside Uchiha, and the rest, that was out of the question for now. Minato simply wasn't at that level yet, and Hiruzen Sarutobi wouldn't allow it either. When Uchiha applied for early graduation, Minato was briefly astonished, but quickly came to terms with it. He was well aware of the gap between himself and Uchiha, but he was determined to catch up. "Hey brat, this sword is for you." Tsunade greeted everyone, then tossed the Thunder God sword to Uchiha. "Wait, is this the second Hokage's Thunder God sword?" Jiraiya exclaimed, unable to hide his astonishment. Back then, he had his eye on this sword and even tried to ask the old man for it, but the old man was too stingy and unwilling to give it to him. "Yes, it's definitely the Thunder God sword." Tsunade crossed her arms, her face brimming with pride as she spoke. "Oh, by the way, officially this Thunder God sword was traded for Chidori, so don't forget to give the old man a copy of the Chidori technique scroll." "Yes, I understand." As expected, Uchiha showed no reluctance at all about handing over Chidori. Instead, he was utterly captivated by the Thunder God sword. He channeled his chakra into it, and in an instant, bolts of lightning shot out from the blade. This sword, of course. Uzumaki Mito recognized the Thunder God sword at once. Her gaze grew distant as she spoke. "I remember that Tobirama forged this very sword to overcome his own limitations with lightning-style jutsu. Lord Second wasn't skilled at lightning style." Orochimaru looked at Uzumaki Mito with intense curiosity. His idol was neither the invincible first Hokage nor his own teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen, but rather Senju Tobirama. He never would have guessed that Senju Tobirama struggled with lightning-style techniques. Later on, Tobirama did develop his lightning-style skills, but in the early days, it truly wasn't his forte. Besides, when the Thunder God sword was being forged, a number of unique materials were added, making it extraordinarily sharp. Apart from a handful of legendary weapons in this world, the Thunder God sword is truly second to none. Uzumaki Mito gazed at the blade with deep nostalgia. Try infusing it with lightning-style chakra and see what happens." "Yes." As Uchiha poured his lightning chakra into the sword's electric glow immediately doubled in intensity. With lightning-style chakra, the Thunder God sword's power is greatly enhanced. Even certain ninja techniques can be blocked with ease, Uzumaki Mito explained. But in the end, the sword is still just a tool. Never become too dependent on the Thunder God sword. Your own strength is what truly matters. "Understand, Granny Mito," replied Uchiha, forming the Chidori hand seal with a single hand. In a flash, the chirping of 1,000 birds filled the air, and lightning danced wildly around the Thunder God sword, drawing everyone's attention. It was obvious, even without another word. The Thunder God sword was an even better match for Uchiha than anyone had imagined. A look of satisfaction appeared on Uchiha's face. He hadn't yet mastered Chidori stream, but with the Thunder God sword, he had effectively achieved the same result in a different way. Now that things had come to this, Uchiha had the qualifications to challenge even the elite Jonin. He wouldn't back down even against the most seasoned among them. At this point, Itachi Uchiha had begun to show the first signs of his growth. However, now was not yet the time for him to become arrogant. It wasn't just the powerful shinobi from other villages who wanted to get rid of him as a latent threat. Behind the scenes, even Madara Uchiha loomed as an inevitable adversary that Itachi would one day have to face. As long as Madara Uchiha remained alive, Itachi knew he had to be more cautious than ever. He absolutely could not reveal any strength that would exceed what Madara believed he could control. "It seems the sword of the Thunder God suits you well. Don't let that blade go to waste." Tsunade watched him with an expression full of satisfaction. If her second grandfather could see this moment, she thought, he would surely smile even in the afterlife. "I will, Lady Tsunade," Itachi replied, understanding well that the sword of the Thunder God was neither omnipotent nor invincible. After all, Naruto and Sasuke had once managed to break it in battle. If even they could shatter the sword, let alone other powerful fighters, he still needed to hone his own strength. "By the way, Orochimaru, how is your squad shaping up?" Tsunade turned to him and asked, "I heard from Lord Sarutobi that Hayashi Hyuga might be joining your team." "Yes," Orochimaru responded coolly, nodding his head. With Hayashi Hyuga, Nawaki, and Mikoto Uchiha, this squad was already forming a formidable lineup. This was the perfect opportunity for Orochimaru to further his research, Senju and Uchiha together. He might well be the first person to ever lead such a diverse squad. Moreover, the Hyuga clan was hardly inferior. After all, they were a 1,000-year-old noble house and possessed one of the 3 great dojutsu. The Byakugan's strategic value was immense, and with Mikoto Uchiha's keen intellect, she could easily make up for Nawaki's brashness. You're already preparing to take on students? Unlike me, Jiraiya complained with a frustrated scratch of his head. Minato's still too young to graduate early this year, and honestly, finding teammates who could keep up with him is just an impossible task. Minato Namikaze offered a sheepish smile, deeply aware that he was, in fact, holding Jiraiya back. He couldn't help but feel apologetic about it. That's on you, isn't it? That brat Minato could technically graduate early if he pushed, and then you could keep him around all to yourself. Don't think we don't see what you're plotting, Tsunade said, arms crossed, her tone tinged with playful scorn. Jiraiya's ambition was to gather a squad made up entirely of civilian-born ninja, and Tsunade wasn't about to stand in his way. After all, quite a few civilian shinobi still carried traces of Senju blood. That would have pleased her grandfather and granduncle. Yet, it seemed that civilian ninja were inevitably missing something vital from the start. Jiraiya had set his standards as high as Minato's level, so it was no wonder he'd run into trouble finding such talents. If he ever succeeded, it would be a miracle. Jiraiya scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Well, that's just how things are. All the outstanding young talents have already been more or less scooped up by you guys. To find a student who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Minato isn't exactly an easy task. Besides, I've never believed that civilian ninja are really destined to fall behind clan ninja. What they lack are simply resources and opportunities. Jiraiya's words made Uchiha purse his lips on the side, but he held back and said nothing. For most ninja and ordinary clans, what Jiraiya said indeed made sense. After all, people like Jiraiya and Guy had truly reached the peak of what ordinary humans could achieve. Once Jiraiya entered Sage Mode, he really was even stronger than most Kage. As for regular ninja, reaching that level was incredibly difficult, especially when compared to the almost cheat-like abilities of the Uchiha and Senju clans. Granted, even among the Senju and Uchiha, without chakra from Indra or Azura, they might not be that much stronger than a typical ninja. Some of those medium-sized clans seemed powerful on the surface, but in truth, most of their strength relied on inheritance. For ordinary secret arts families, the path was still fraught with danger. Jiraiya was confident that Minato Namikaze would not be outdone by the so-called geniuses of those clans. Not even Uchiha, he was necessarily unbeatable. If Uchiha, he hadn't been blessed with such hacks, maybe things would have turned out as Jiraiya imagined. At his peak, Minato could defeat even those wielding the Manjikyu Sharingan. But Uchiha, he was no ordinary Uchiha anymore. He firmly believed that, in the future, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with Madara Uchiha, or even surpass him. For a regular Uchiha, awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan was already tremendously difficult. To attain the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan was even more of an uphill battle. Yet Uchiha, he had his battle space. If he could collect a few more Uchiha, then claiming the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan wasn't out of reach. In fact, as long as Uchiha he continued to perfect his own physique, he might, like Indra before him, possess a Manjikyu Sharingan that never goes blind. His ocular powers might even rival those of the eternal Manjikyu stage, while remaining at the Manjikyu level. In fact, Shino Aburame is quite impressive. Defeating him would take some effort. He's often overlooked, but to me, he's one of the trickiest opponents in the school. What's more, he's got a solid character too. As a teammate, he'd be truly reliable. Suddenly, Uchiha broke his silence and spoke up. Shino Aburame? You mean the young clan head of the Aburame clan? Jiraiya was taken aback. Truth be told, he had completely forgotten about Shino before. Come to think of it, why did he overlook such a person? Tsunade added with a knowing tone. The Aburame are indeed a long-standing clan of Konoha, always keeping a low profile. And as a teammate, they're exceptionally dependable. Is that so? Jiraiya looked thoughtfully at Minato Namikaze. He didn't want to train 3 students from civilian backgrounds, but pairing Minato with a few outstanding, compatible teammates also seemed like a good option. Perhaps he should go back and observe Shibi Aburame more closely. By the way, there's a civilian ninja in our class named Haruno Akira. He's got excellent chakra control, very solid fundamentals, and has always been at the top of the class in theory, said Nawaki, seeing Uchiha begin to make recommendations. He decided to offer one as well. He couldn't quite understand why Jiraiya was so fixated on civilian ninjas, but thought he might as well introduce one of his classmates. Haruno Akira. Is it? I'll keep that in mind. Jiraiya ruffled Nawaki's hair affectionately. He wouldn't just take someone as a student simply on the recommendations of E or Nawaki. He would definitely need to assess them personally first. Uchiha E, meanwhile, had an odd, subtle expression on his face. He hadn't expected that Nawaki would recommend Haruno Akira to Jiraiya. In the world of Tsukuyami, Haruno Akira had apparently become Hokage. But that was only an illusionary world. As far as he remembered, Haruno Akira was just an ordinary genin. It was surprising to learn that Akira had both solid basic skills and good chakra control, even leading the class in theory. So it turned out all those strengths of Sakura Haruno were inherited. Oh, by the way, Hayashi Hyuga didn't join our squad. Instead, we have someone named Hyuga Rinka from the main family, Tsunade added. Orochimaru quickly deduced the truth, and a faintly amused smile appeared on his face. Is it to protect the future clan head? The Hyuga clan truly never changes. Despite their outstanding lineage and powerful bloodline, they've never produced a truly formidable ninja. That's not entirely true. Uzumaki Mido pushed back gently against Orochimaru's comment. There were times when the Hyuga clan faced serious crises, but they always managed to overcome them in the end. The most recent case was about 100 years ago, when they went to war with the Hagoromo clan. At first, Hyuga was at a disadvantage, but their clan head at that time unleashed incredible power, defeating many elite Hagoromo ninjas. Though he died not long after the war, the strength he displayed then was likely above even the level of a Kage. What? Stronger than a Kage? Everyone turned, clearly taken aback by this revelation. None of them had expected that the Hyuga clan once had such a formidable figure. I think I've heard that before. Was his name Hyuga Tenin? Uchiha, he felt a shockwave ripple through his heart. Though the Byakugan had fallen into disuse in the Hyuga clan over time, it truly was a powerful ability. Never mind the future Tenseigan. Just the original Byakugan was already a hallmark of the Otsutsuki clan. Look at Kagaya Otsutsuki's Byakugan. Then look at the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. The Hyuga's version is undoubtedly a degenerated form. They've turned what was once a top-level power into nothing more than a pair of binoculars. As expected, the Hyuga are truly unimpressive. However, it's highly likely that the Hyuga clan has a way to temporarily create the Tenseigan. Even so, the death of that Hyuga clan leader was probably due to the backlash from using it. How could an ordinary ninja possibly withstand the recoil of the Tenseigan? Yuzushiyo Mido was a bit surprised that Uchiha even knew about this. I didn't expect you'd know about Hyuga Tenin. That was a legend even in our time. But then again, how could a family that survived for 1,000 years be ordinary? There was something Yuzushiyo Mido couldn't quite understand. The Uzumaki clan, too, had endured for 1,000 years. In terms of overall strength, they might not have been able to match the 5 great nations, but it shouldn't have been so easy for them to be destroyed in such a short period of time. Konoha never even had the chance to send reinforcements. Besides, the Uzumaki clan always had a trump card. If anyone truly drove them to desperation, they would have been able to take down several Kage-level opponents. But, judging from how things turned out, it seemed that none of the village leaders had perished. Something unpredictable must have happened to the Uzumaki clan. The sacrifice of Uchiha Kagami only confirmed this suspicion. But right now, who among the ninja villages could accomplish such a feat? To wipe out the Uzumaki clan with ease, to kill Uchiha Kagami, this was far beyond what ordinary ninja could achieve. Yuzushiyo Mido couldn't help but suspect that Uchiha Madara was somehow still alive. But how could that be possible? After all, Senju Hashirama had supposedly killed Uchiha Madara himself. On this, Yuzushiyo Mido had no reason to doubt Hashirama. Perhaps, hidden in the shadows of the ninja world, there really was someone stirring up trouble. That person might harbor deep malice toward Konoha. So long as she was still around, things might be manageable. But once she was gone, there'd be no one left to oppose this mysterious force. This was one of the reasons Yuzushiyo Mido devoted herself to nurturing Uchiha E. I've always been fascinated by the past, said Uchiha E. Understanding history brings wisdom. Only by learning about the tumultuous Warring States period do we realize just how precious the peace we have now truly is. Uchiha had always found Senju Hashirama a bit eccentric, yet that didn't change the fact that he was a great man. During the Warring States era, clans were constantly at war. Some kids, younger than Uchiha himself, were already taking up arms and taking lives. In this day and age, while the great ninja wars still exist, admittedly, they're just an escalation of those clan wars. But even so, life is relatively peaceful most of the time. Children no longer need to kill or face death so directly. Compared to the Warring States era, this era of ninja villages is already a great improvement. As for why the system of one village per country was established, rather than uniting military and government, this too was a limitation of the times. Even Uchiha, he had to admit that the vast majority of ninja were not fit to govern a country. The one village per country model was a compromise dictated by an era when human energy and time were finite. Should these ninjas really have to learn how to administer a nation? In Uchiha Yi's view, these things were not set in stone. Nothing ever was. It all depended on whether people were willing to change. And as for the current state of Konoha, even if change was desired and reforms were pushed forward, they simply no longer had the strength. It all depended on what future Uchiha he would bring. Can we gain wisdom by reading history? Uzumaki Mito mused, nodding thoughtfully. She was beginning to notice that Uchiha, he seemed to grow more impressive by the day. In the past, the Senju and Hyuga clans had many collaborations. Yet neither the Senju nor the Uzumaki clan ever truly understood the Byakugan. Mito continued, her tone patient and steady as she offered an explanation. Orochimaru loved hearing Mito recount such secrets. Compared to the information he dug up himself, stories from Mito often felt far more vivid and authentic. He couldn't help but jump in with a question. Is it because of the cage bird seal? That, too, is a form of sealing technique, right? Is it really that difficult to break? He had never studied the cage bird itself, but if it was just a cursed seal, surely there had to be a solution. Mito was, after all, the sealing master of her time. Could she not solve it? Mito shot Orochimaru a stern look. The affairs of a Hyuga are complicated. Back in the day, Tobarama didn't ignore the Byakugan either. He even asked me to help solve the cage bird seal. Yet, after a bit of study, I discovered that the cage bird was nearly impossible to undo. Its effect is on the very soul itself. They would go so far as to shackle even the soul? Why must they do this? Isn't the branch family still part of their clan? Shikaku and the others couldn't help but shudder at the thought. It's to keep others from obtaining the Byakugan. Uchiha, he quietly explained. The Byakugan holds enormous strategic value. With it, you can see far and wide, and it makes life and battle far more convenient. What's more, it's said the Byakugan doesn't pose too much burden on its bearer, unlike our Sharingan. If someone were to transplant Sharingan, it could place immense strain on them, even to the point that the Sharingan would drain their chakra and kill them. That's why we don't need something like the cage bird curse. Besides, if someone really did steal a Sharingan and we found out, we'd hunt them to the ends of the earth, until only one of us was left standing. In that case, I suppose it does make sense, Jiraiya said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. But why the division between main house and branch house? If the idea is to protect the Byakugan, why not just ensure everyone in the clan bears it? At that, a volley of exasperated looks was shot his way. Mito Uzumaki shook her head in resignation. In truth, she was rather fond of Jiraiya. However, the boy was simply too naive. Some of his ideas closely mirrored Hashirama's, but his political acumen was sorely lacking. He certainly couldn't compare to Tsunade and Orochimaru in that regard. Turning her gaze to Itachi Uchiha, a hint of expectation lit her eyes as she asked, Itachi, what do you think? All people have their own private desires. Perhaps, at the beginning, the cage bird did have noble intentions. But as time passes, who can guarantee that no one will long to rule over others, or seek their own gain at the expense of those around them? For families, villages, even nations, the story is always the same. Power so easily corrupts the human heart. Itachi hesitated for a moment, but finally chose to speak his mind. He wasn't sure if his words would eventually reach Hiruzen Sarutobi, but in front of Mito Uzumaki, he found himself unable to lie. Some truths, he thought, are best left unsaid, even if everyone already knows them. Hadn't Konoha, only a few decades since its founding, already begun to show signs of trouble? If the Senju clan hadn't dissolved, and if the third Hokage had also come from the Senju, then perhaps the Hokage position would have remained their family's property. One day, when everyone grew resentful toward both the Senju and the Hokage, both Konoha and the clan itself might be doomed. Excellent, Itachi. I knew I wasn't mistaken about you. Mito nodded in approval, pleased. She'd half expected him to hide the truth, but not only had Itachi spoken the words aloud, he'd taken the idea a step further. All of her care for him hadn't been in vain. Perhaps, one day, the Uchiha really would produce a Hokage. It's all thanks to your teachings, Granny Mito. Itachi quickly gave her the credit. Mito simply chuckled with quiet amusement. The Hyuga clan could never allow every member to bear the caged bird seal. That secret technique, after all, can only be performed by those whose Byakugan is not bound by that seal. It's the trump card left for the Hyuga themselves. Still, the cost is great. Before Konoha existed, the technique was a last resort in times of crisis for the clan. But with the founding of the village, everything changed. The room fell silent. The Hyuga main family would never go to the battlefield unless there was no other choice. That secret technique, once vital, had grown less and less important. The main family's status faded into the background. If this went on, the conflict between the main and branch families would only continue to worsen. And these were problems that not even the Hokage could resolve, let alone any of them. Uchiha did not tell them that there was another Otsutsuki clan living on the moon. That was the true threat the Hyuga should be wary of. He suspected that the cage bird seal was originally designed as a safeguard against the Otsutsuki, but over time, people had forgotten its purpose. In fact, the Hyuga clan might not even remember the Otsutsuki clan existed. All right, matters concerning the Hyuga clan are best left alone. Mito Uzumaki waved her hand dismissively and continued. They're not for you to meddle in, nor are they within your power to change. Even back then, this issue went unresolved. It'll only be harder now. Remember, there are things you shouldn't share with your Hyuga classmates. We understand, Grandma Mito. Kushina Uzumaki quickly replied, with the others echoing their agreement. The rest of the dinner was far more pleasant. Uchiha and his companions listened as Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade recounted amusing stories from their missions. Now and then, Mito would chime in with light-hearted tales from the village's founding years. Moments like these were a rare tranquility. Before leaving Tsunade's home, she slipped a scroll into Uchiha's arms, whispering gently, I went through a lot of trouble to get this for you. Look it over for yourself first. If you can master it, go ahead. If not, just let it be. Please, don't take unnecessary risks. This jutsu is highly dangerous. Only one person in all of Konoha has ever succeeded in learning it. Always put your safety first. Even without this jutsu, you can still become strong. Yes. Uchiha glanced briefly at the scroll. It bore no name, and the others hadn't noticed anything unusual. Clearly, Tsunade didn't want anyone else to see what was happening and tucked the scroll away. He was truly curious about what kind of jutsu Tsunade had entrusted to him. After bidding farewell to Tsunade, Uchiha left with Mikoto Uchiha. Once everyone had departed, Mito Uzumaki turned to Tsunade and asked, What did you give E? A jutsu scroll for the Flying Thunder God technique. I'd asked Sensei for it before. That kid has a good talent for space-time ninjutsu, and, with his Sharingan's unique perception, he has quick reflexes. He might just be able to master the Flying Thunder God. If he can, I won't have to worry as much when he goes on missions, Tsunade admitted, a touch of personal hope in her voice. On one hand, she truly wished for Uchiha to grow stronger and wanted to impart something meaningful to him. On the other, she also hoped he would master an escape technique, so that, if he ever faced an enemy he could not defeat, he could flee, bringing Nagato and the others to safety as well. When Mito Uzumaki thought about Tobirama Senju's attitude toward the Uchiha, she wondered if Tobirama might actually be so infuriated in the Pure Land upon hearing that the most likely person to master the Flying Thunder God technique was Uchiha that he could simply come back to life out of sheer rage. The Flying Thunder God technique requires a solid foundation in sealing arts. Grandma, whenever you have time, please guide them as much as you can. Tsunade added a little awkwardly. These days, I'm at a critical juncture with my own jutsu, and I really can't spare the time to teach him sealing techniques. Besides, my skill in that area could never compare to yours. Mito Uzumaki cast Tsunade a slightly helpless look. Tsunade was actually quite gifted, but she'd rather devote herself to the study of medical ninjutsu than invest more effort in the art of sealing. Of course, Tsunade was still doing reasonably well. Her younger brother Nawaki, on the other hand, was sorely lacking in talent for sealing techniques. Sometimes Mito couldn't help but wonder where exactly Nawaki's Uzumaki bloodline had vanished to, especially since even Uchiha's aptitude for sealing was far superior to Nawaki's, and could almost rival Tsunade's. Fortunately, there was still Kushina Uzumaki. Every time Mito looked at Kushina, she saw the reflection of her own youth, and couldn't help but treat Kushina as a beloved granddaughter. I had already planned to teach the art of sealing. In the future, he could also serve as Kushina's protector. Although Hiruzen Surtobi hadn't said so outright, Mito was well aware that there remained a significant possibility of Kushina Uzumaki becoming the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Regardless of whether Uchiha and Kushina would one day become lovers or simply remain friends, as long as he was around, he'd be able to help Kushina suppress the Nine-Tails within her. Both the Sharingan and sealing techniques were powerful tools for subduing the beast. Yet the village's recent actions had left Mito somewhat uneasy. She wasn't ignorant of the wood release experiments, but in her view, the chances of success were slim. Still, she couldn't do much to hinder these projects. At times, she too felt rather powerless in the face of it all. After returning home and bidding farewell to Mikoto Uchiha, he finally took out the scroll that Tsunade had slipped to him. The moment he saw what was written inside, he was utterly astonished. The Flying Thunder God technique. He never would have guessed that Tsunade would actually get her hands on such a jutsu for him. This must be one of the perks of being aligned with the Hokage's faction. All that loyalty and public support wasn't for nothing. In this circle, even a jutsu as rare as the Flying Thunder God technique could simply be handed over. The Flying Thunder God technique was incredibly difficult to master, but even Uchiha, he couldn't deny it was an extraordinary jutsu, invaluable both for traveling quickly and in battle. With the Sword of Raijin and the Flying Thunder God technique, could he become a little Tobirama Senju himself one day? Uchiha, he carefully pored over the content before him. It didn't take long for him to understand why the Flying Thunder God technique was so notoriously difficult to master. So difficult, in fact, that only a handful had ever succeeded. The requirements were far beyond ordinary. However, now he seemed to possess all the necessary elements. He could finally focus his efforts on mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. Before awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, the Flying Thunder God technique was already revered as an exceptionally powerful jutsu. Even after awakening it, this technique remained incredibly useful. After all, Izuna had fallen victim to it. Of course, learning the Flying Thunder God technique didn't make one invincible. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, even Tobirama Senju, the technique's creator, found himself pinned helplessly to the ground by Madara Uchiha's black rods. The next morning, Uchiha arrived early at Training Ground 7 in Konoha. By the time he got there, a girl about Makoto's age was already quietly waiting. She was strikingly cute, radiating a kind of pure and natural beauty that seemed almost untouched by the world. Her pale eyes revealed her identity, Rin Natsu Hyuga, Uchiha Yi's other teammate. He hadn't expected his new teammate to be such a beautiful girl. As soon as she saw Uchiha Yi approach, Rin Natsu Hyuga offered him a formal bow and said, "From the main house of the Hyuga clan, Rin Natsu Hyuga, please look after me from now on." "Hello, I'm Uchiha. I hope we can work well together." Uchiha Yi replied, feeling an inward wave of helplessness. It seemed this girl was rather rigid. He could clearly sense that, much like the rest of the Hyuga, she was even stricter and more traditional. Though she had approached him with polite greetings, Uchiha, he still sensed a layer of distance between them. She wasn't the easiest person to get along with. Thankfully, she didn't seem the type to deliberately make things difficult either, well within Uchiha Yi's tolerance. Moreover, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans had never enjoyed a close relationship, especially after the disbandment of the Senju clan. Since then, under Tobirama's influence, Uchiha and Hyuga had been rivals for the title of Konoha's strongest family. To be honest, comparing the Hyuga to the Uchiha was almost an insult. No matter how far the Uchiha had fallen, they'd never consider themselves equal to the Hyuga. Yet, in the face of such competition, what more could the Uchiha do? Were they supposed to go and beat up the Hyuga clan? When Uchiha he had first entered the Ninja Academy, he had already faced challenges from the Hyuga, but he dealt with them effortlessly, cementing his reputation as the Uchiha's top prodigy. These days, to be considered a true Uchiha prodigy, you had to have bested at least a few members of the Hyuga. Ironically, there were more than a few Uchihas who couldn't even manage that. After all, Hinata specialized in taijutsu. In childhood, when chakra was still scarce, a ninja like Hinata, who dedicated herself to taijutsu training, did have the upper hand at the beginning. Uchiha settled down not far from Hyuga Rinsha, taking out the compendium of basic sealing techniques that Uzumaki Mito had given him earlier and began to read through it. Sealing techniques were indeed extremely tricky and undeniably hard to learn. The fundamentals alone were challenging, and progressing further was even more difficult. If not for the ambition to master the Flying Thunder God technique, Uchiha, he wouldn't have bothered with so much sealing arts. Once he awakened the Rinnegan in the future, couldn't he just use Chibaku Tensei and solve most problems with a single stroke of that sealing force? Yet, the requirements for sealing techniques in the Flying Thunder God were so high that Uchiha, he had no choice but to devote considerable time to these intricate arts. Fortunately, with Uzumaki Mito herself guiding him, a true master of seals, Uchiha found it was just barely worth persisting. Without her, he might have given up entirely. That said, it couldn't be denied that Uzumaki Kushina possessed a remarkable natural talent for sealing as well. If he could someday draw out the sealing talent of Kushina, or even Mito, it would be nothing short of perfect. After Uchiha, he sat down and fell quiet. Hyuga Rinsha occasionally stole glances in his direction, secretly observing him. This time, coming along with Tsunade's squad was something Hyuga Rinsha had actively requested. If she hadn't wanted to come, the Hyuga clan wouldn't have forced her. Within the main family, she truly enjoyed the finest resources the branch families could scarcely dream of, living a life of comfort, with servants or branch members tending to every need. It seemed their only real responsibilities were to oversee the branch family and ensure its continuity. Any other efforts felt almost meaningless. But Hyuga Rinsha didn't wish to live that kind of life. Deep down, she faintly sensed that the Hyuga main family wasn't meant to be this way. She never shared these thoughts with anyone. When she heard there was an opportunity to join Tsunade's team, she volunteered immediately. She yearned to change her own fate, to become strong, not by relying on the branch family's protection, but by being the one to protect her entire clan. As for Uchiha, the most brilliant prodigy of his clan, Hyuga Rinsha was no less curious. She wanted to see just how extraordinary Uchiha truly was. Being stared at so intently by Hyuga Rinsha was a bit awkward for Uchiha, but there was nothing he could do. After all, you couldn't simply order someone to look away, could you? Luckily, Tsunade and Uzumaki Kushina didn't keep him waiting long. After about 10 minutes, the two of them arrived at the training ground together. Ikuin, Uzumaki Kushina called out enthusiastically as she spotted Uchiha, dashing over to greet him warmly. Kushina. Uchiha nodded slightly to Uzumaki Kushina, then turned to introduce. This is our teammate, Hyuga Rinsha. Only then did Kushina notice Hyuga Rinsha standing next to her. The moment their eyes met, a spark of surprise flickered in Kushina's gaze. Such an adorable girl. In that instant, Kushina's vigilance rose. Dealing with Uchiha Makoto already placed her under tremendous pressure, and now, with the arrival of Hyuga Rinsha as well, how is she supposed to keep up? All right, from now on, you're all members of Tsunade's team. Listen, I don't expect you all to become the best of friends or anything, but I do hope your relationships won't get too strained. Tsunade shot Uchiha a fierce glare and then reminded them in a stern tone. Next, introduce yourselves. Since you'll be taking on missions together, it's important to get to know one another. Kushina understood that Tsunade was actually hinting at her, but she wasn't the least bit intimidated. Instead, she raised her hand and called out cheerfully. So, how should we do the introductions? Why don't you start, Tsunade-san? Let's have you go first. In this team, I'm your captain. From now on, address me as Tsunade-sensei. With a resigned glance at Kushina, Tsunade nonetheless began her introduction. I'm Tsunade, one of Konoha's elite jonin. I specialize in taijutsu and medical ninjutsu. I enjoy drinking and gambling, and I don't like troublesome things. My dream? To win every bet against everyone in the world. Now that's quite the extravagant dream. Uchiha muttered silently. If Tsunade truly defeated everyone in the world, the cost might be nothing less than the end of the entire shinobi world. Glancing at Kushina and Hyuga Rinsha, he saw neither was inclined to go next, so he took the lead. I'm Uchiha 6 years old. I specialize in fire style and lightning style. As for what I like, probably good food. And I don't want to see my friends leave me. As for my dream, a world at peace. If that counts as a dream, anyway. To wish for world peace, of course that's a dream. I hope one day you can make it happen. Tsunade nodded approvingly. She could tell Uchiha was telling the truth. He genuinely desired peace. Who says all Uchiha are troublemakers? He's a good kid. Next, I'm Uzumaki Kushina. I'm good at taijutsu and sealing techniques, and I also know a little medical ninjutsu. What I like most is living with my dear friends, the ones I care about. I never want to witness friends being lost, whether by separation or by death. As for my dream, it's to live happily together with the people I love. When she spoke these words, Kushina glanced at Uchiha, then quickly shifted her gaze to Tsunade, her eyes shining with determination. Don't worry, we'll protect our home together. Tsunade understood what Kushina Uzumaki truly meant. She reached out and gently patted her little sister on the head, her heart softening. Such a sweet child. As time passed, with the company of Tsunade, Mito Uzumaki Nawaki, Itachi Uchiha, and Makoto Uchiha, Kushina Uzumaki gradually began to feel a sense of belonging to Konoha. Now, Kushina was deeply aware that war could break out at any moment. She didn't want to see Konoha suffer the same fate as Uzushio village. Kushina couldn't bear the thought of Itachi and the others experiencing the same heartache she had gone through. Hinata Rinsha glanced at Kushina, not fully understanding what was going on, before offering an introduction of her own. My name is Hinata Rinsha. I specialize in gentle fist. There isn't anything I particularly like or dislike. As for my dream, I suppose it's to become stronger and to take control of my own destiny. To become stronger and master your own fate? Not a bad ambition at all. Tsunade gave Rinsha a meaningful look. The main Hyuga family wasn't entirely lacking in drive, but few among them truly strove for something greater. She hadn't expected that her own squad would include a Hyuga determined to rise above the rest. Well then, let's see how far Hinata Rinsha can go. Hinata Rinsha met Tsunade's gaze with poise. Among all the kunoichi in Konoha, Tsunade was certainly a paragon, and Rinsha hoped to learn from her, even if just a little. All right, Tsunade said, I have a good sense of Uchiha Itachi and Kushina strength. Now, Rinsha, I want you to spar with this little Uchiha. Show me just what you're capable of. Don't hold anything back, or you'll lose badly. Tsunade's eyes glinted mischievously as she pointed toward Itachi. Kushina, being so young and with little time spent training, likely wouldn't be a match for Rinsha, but Itachi was another story. In Tsunade's eyes, for those of this age group, no one could truly rival Uchiha Itachi. Nawaki couldn't manage it. Minato Namikaze found it difficult to catch up. Only Jiraiya still believed with unshakable certainty that Minato would someday equal, or even surpass, Itachi. This was a perfect chance for Itachi to humble Hinata Rinsha a little, so the arrogant young lady might behave with a bit more decorum within her squad. As for how Itachi and Rinsha would get along after today, that wasn't Tsunade's concern. If they clicked, they'd naturally become seamless partners over time. After all, Jiraiya and Orochimaru rarely agreed on anything, but when it mattered in battle, they still entrusted their backs to each other. If the two couldn't get along, Tsunade wouldn't lose any sleep over it. Once the war broke out, Kushina could return to school, and Itachi could join Nawaki's team. As for Rinka Hyuga, being a member of the main family, it was understandable that the Hyuga clan would be reluctant to send her to the battlefield. Tsunade, on this matter, was rather open-minded. Yes, ma'am. Rinka Hyuga was caught off guard for a moment. She hadn't expected Tsunade to ask her to spar with Itachi Uchiha, but this actually suited her wishes. She was curious to see the strength of this so-called number one genius of the Uchiha clan. After all, she herself was considered the most talented member hidden within the Hyuga clan, a prodigy not inferior to Hayashi Hyuga, despite being a year younger than him. This was a chance for the Hyuga's leading genius to witness the prowess of the Uchiha genius firsthand. Fugaku Uchiha. I'm the real number one genius of the Uchiha clan. Rinka Hyuga's eyes burned with fighting spirit as she looked at Itachi, making him sigh helplessly. Sure enough, dealing with Tsunade was never going to be easy. Well then, let's have a good match, Itachi said, forming the traditional sign of challenge toward Rinka Hyuga. She responded in kind, and then, with the swift grace of a hunting leopard, she lunged at Itachi, her palm striking toward him. Itachi reacted at once, raising his guard as the match between them immediately entered the realm of taijutsu. He skillfully intercepted Rinka's swift, relentless attacks. For a brief moment, the training grounds echoed with the sharp rhythm of blows clashing, an ongoing barrage that caught Tsunade's attention, her expression hard to read. It was clear that Itachi held the advantage over Rinka Hyuga. Although Itachi was younger, he already possessed the strength of a seasoned chunin. Yet, Rinka's performance far exceeded Tsunade's expectations. This girl truly was something special. What was most striking, though, was that the bout between Itachi and Rinka felt more like a match between two members of the Hyuga clan rather than Uchiha versus Hyuga. If Itachi had activated his Sharingan, that uncanny, mirroring style would have made sense to Tsunade. But his Sharingan hadn't even been awakened, and the Sharingan was no Byakugan. It lacked that terrifying power for perceiving minute movements. Nevertheless, Itachi was engaging Rinka using the exact same taijutsu techniques as the Hyuga clan. To a bystander, it might have seemed as though Itachi was a Hyuga himself. Fortunately, Itachi wasn't using Gentle Fist. If he had, the Hyuga clan would have been in an uproar. What Tsunade did not realize, however, was that Itachi's situation wasn't as effortless as it appeared. His goal was to defeat Rinka using pure taijutsu, all the while guarding against the threat of her chakra point strikes. If she managed to disrupt his chakra flow, losing to her would be a true embarrassment. Rinka Hyuga's attacks came fast and relentless, but the more she pressed forward, the more frustrated and anxious she became. Itachi's familiarity with Gentle Fist was uncanny. He seemed to anticipate her every move, blocking her path at every turn like he'd foreseen her intentions long before she moved. The opponent's taijutsu skills are superior to her own, and she also knows the Gentle Fist technique well. Hyuga Rinka realized this quickly, but that only made her more unwilling to admit defeat. In the midst of relentless pursuit and attack, she drew in a deep breath. Gentle Fist art, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Was she finally going to use it now? A faint smile appeared at the corner of Uchiha Yi's lips. At the very instant Hyuga Rinka's first palm landed on his body, he dissolved into shadow and disappeared. A clone? That's a shadow clone. When did he? Rinka gasped in surprise. As she opened her eyes wide and searched anxiously for Uchiha I, his voice suddenly rang out, sharp and clear. Earth-style, Headhunter Jutsu. Immediately, Rinka felt something seize her ankle. Before she could resist, a hidden force yanked her down into the earth, leaving only her head exposed on the surface. Uchiha appeared beside her right on cue. Looking up at his handsome face from below, Rinka's expression was filled with unwillingness and frustration. That's great, you won. Kushina Uzumaki cheered delightedly. Kushina, she's your teammate, you know. Tsunade gave Kushina an exasperated look, then walked over to Rinka's side. Working together with Uchiha, she pulled Rinka free from the ground. While helping her up, Tsunade asked, "Earlier, you formed hand seals for the Shadow Clone and Transformation Jutsu with just one hand, and use a stone by your foot to cover it up. Rinka has the Byakugan. How are you sure she wouldn't see through it? The Byakugan can see through clones, but as for Shadow Clones, it's actually not certain that the Byakugan can distinguish them." Uchiha couldn't remember whether the Byakugan in its early stages could see through Shadow Clones, but he did know that even Kagaya Otsutsuki's Byakugan couldn't, at least not instantly, not fast enough to spot the real body amid several Shadow Clones. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been deceived multiple times during her fight with Naruto. It was just a test. After all, the Sharingan can't see through Shadow Clones. As for whether the Byakugan can or not, I don't really know, so I simply gave it a try. Even if I failed, it wouldn't cost me anything. Worst case, I'd just win with another trick. Uchiha shrugged his fingers with a confident smile as he explained. One has to admit, Tobirama Senju really was a cunning man. He tried every possible method to counter the Uchiha clan. Ordinary clones are easily detected by the Sharingan, so he came up with the Shadow Clone technique. To counter Madara Uchiha and make the Mangekyo Sharingan lose track of him, he invented the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. To withstand the Uchiha clan's fire style, he exhaustively perfected his water style techniques, even mastering them better than the Mizukichi himself. Can you believe it? Even the art of moving in darkness was developed by Tobirama Senju specifically to counter the Uchiha, aiming squarely at stripping away the advantage of their Sharingan. No one had ever targeted the Uchiha with such precision as Tobirama Senju did. Though he couldn't quite deal with Uchiha Madara, when it came to the average Uchiha, Tobirama had them completely at his mercy. Standing to the side, Hinata Rinxia was utterly speechless. Was this just how little they thought of her? Still, she had to admit, Uchiha Yi's strength truly surpassed her own. What's more, he was 2 years younger than her. This guy, he really did deserve the title of the #1 prodigy. MHM. Tsunade nodded lightly, her agreement based on the fact that Uchiha Yi's abilities outstripped Hinata Rinxia's. There was nothing wrong with Uchiha handling things this way. Yet Tsunade couldn't help feeling a flicker of disappointment that Uchiha hadn't defeated Hinata Rinxia with pure physical combat to showcase his monstrous strength. Glancing at the time, Tsunade spoke up. "All right, introductions are done, and I've got a grasp of your abilities. When I get back, I'll figure out the best way to train each of you. For now, it's almost time. We need to head out and take care of a mission. I already picked it up yesterday." "Yes, we're finally doing a mission." Kushina Uzumaki cheered loudly, brimming with anticipation. This was their chance to go on a real mission. Would they get to leave the village and battle other ninja? Even Hinata Rinxia, whose face was usually unfazed and serene, couldn't hide a glimmer of excitement. Clearly, for the heiress of the clan, going outside the village for a mission was something of an obsession. In fact, many from a main family went their whole lives without ever leaving the village, let alone setting foot outside the land of fire. Only Uchiha Yi's expression grew subtly wary. He had an uneasy feeling that Tsunade was about to set them up for trouble. That feeling intensified when Tsunade led the group to the entrance of a hot springs establishment. Uchiha Yi's composure crumbled. This woman was absolutely doing this on purpose. "Tsunade, sis, are you treating us to a soak in the hot springs?" Kushina asked hopefully. Tsunade had brought her here once before, and she'd never forgotten how wonderful it felt. Though Tsunade had warned her, from now on, you've got to keep an eye on Uchiha. Don't let him come back here too often, or he'll forget to go home entirely. Uchiha Yi's eyelids twitched as he forced out a question. "Our mission can't possibly be here, right?" Tsunade shot him a look, equal parts approving and amused. "Smart kid, aren't you?" "That's right. Today's mission is to clean out this hot springs house from top to bottom. So what do you think? Can you handle it?" Kushina Uzumaki and Rinka Hyuga were utterly dumbfounded. One had once been the princess of the Uzumaki clan, the other the eldest daughter of the Hyuga main branch. How could either of them have ever done such a job before? Yet Tsunade was assigning them to clean this hot spring inn, the largest in all of Konoha. Who knew if they'd be able to get the place spotless? Even if they could, it would wear them out completely. "Come on, I believe in you too. This is your first mission as members of Team Tsunade. I trust you won't let me down. After all, if you can't complete even your very first assignment, it might affect whether you get missions in the future." A sly glimmer sparkled in Tsunade's eyes. Back in the day when she had just become a ninja, their teacher, Sarutobi, had given them all sorts of dreadful chores that nearly broke them. Even someone as stoic as Orochimaru had been driven to the edge. Now, it was her turn to give her own students the same treatment. That was, perhaps, part of a teacher's joy. Still, she didn't see it as simply making things hard for Uchiha and the others. After all, as ninja, they'd faced plenty of lousy scenarios. If they couldn't manage to clean a hot spring, they had no business being here. Lady Tsunade, you've arrived. The owner of the hot spring, spotting Tsunade, hurried over with a broad smile. Yes, these 3 children will be cleaning the hot spring for you. Just give them the tools they need. And also, reserve a private room for me, with some snacks and beer, if you would. Thank you. Tsunade gestured toward Yuichi and the other 2. Of course. I'll have your room set up right away. The hot spring owner rushed to respond. Tsunade was always generous. The cost of getting Ninja to clean the place would likely pale compared to what Tsunade would end up spending today. All right, get started. Don't let me down, Tsunade said, waving the group off before striding toward her reserved room. The 3 were left exchanging helpless glances. Even Rinka Hyuga did not look pleased at the moment. Well, let's get to work, Yuichi said, picking up a cleaning tool with a long sigh. If we finish quickly, maybe Tsunade will treat us to a soak in the hot spring. Kushina, I'll use Shadow Clone Jutsu to help out. If you don't mind, you could do the same. Besides, cleaning the hot springs is a good training exercise. With that, Yuichi walked over to the communal bath, stepping lightly onto the water surface. Water walking is a fundamental ninja skill, and it demands precise chakra control. You haven't trained in it yet, so here's the perfect chance to practice. Yes, I understand now. Kushina Uzumaki's face lit up with sudden realization. No wonder Tsunade had brought them along for this assignment. It was to help them grow. She had misunderstood Tsunade's intentions all along. Rin Hyuga cast a thoughtful glance at Itsuki Uchiha. Was that truly the reason? Then again, it didn't really matter anymore. This was the perfect opportunity to treat the mission as another form of training. As the heiress of the Hyuga clan, Rin had always enjoyed the very best training resources since childhood. She'd practiced walking on water before, but wasn't really proficient at it yet. Now, she could use this opportunity to hone her skills further. Besides, if Kushina and Itsuki could manage it, why shouldn't she be able to do it too? Geniuses always commanded respect. Rin recognized that Itsuki was far more talented than she was, and she could accept him as the leader of their little team. Seeing that both Itsuki and Rin had already thrown themselves into their tasks, Kushina puffed out her cheeks with a hint of reluctance. But in the end, she obediently joined in, working alongside them to clean up. They were in charge of collecting and removing the trash, scooping out the debris from the hot springs. She just had to help take out the garbage and tidy up the grounds. Surely that wasn't too much to ask? Observing the scene, Itsuki nodded slightly to himself. Maybe when they got back, it'd be a good time to teach Kushina some basics like water walking and tree climbing. With her chakra control, she could probably master them both in just a day. In truth, Kushina really was a prodigy. Comparing her to a young Mito Uzumaki would be hardly an exaggeration. Her chakra not only suppressed tailed beasts, but she had more than 3 times as much of it as Mikoto Uchiha ever did. Her control was excellent, blessed with copious yang chakra, and her sealing technique talent was nothing short of remarkable. Even among other Uzumaki, gifts like hers were rare. In many ways, Kushina surpassed Naruto by a vast margin, though with Ashura chakra, Naruto would always be in a category of his own. While the 3 of them threw themselves into their chores, Tsunade lounged in the hot spring, wearing a blissful expression. She popped snacks in her mouth, took indulgent sips of beer, and looked for all the world as if life simply couldn't get better. If every mission was like this, Tsunade thought, perhaps being a supervising instructor wasn't so bad after all. I'm beat, Kushina exclaimed, dispelling her shadow clones and rubbing her temples to ease the fatigue. Even with her tough Uzumaki stamina, having her shadow clones handle so much work was almost too much. She turned her gaze to Itsuki Uchiha. He wasn't from the Uzumaki clan, but he'd used even more shadow clones than she did. How could he possibly not be exhausted? However, the chakra flowing within Uchiha, he seemed to surpass his own by quite a margin. Was this truly the amount an Uchiha should possess? Yes, I do feel a bit tired, Uchiha replied, recalling his shadow clones and taking a moment to steady himself. I thought about using shadow clones to train before, but the more I considered it, the more exhausting it seemed. There's a reason why the multi-shadow clone jutsu is considered forbidden. After all, when a shadow clone disappears, the original has to bear the burden of all its memories and fatigue. Not everyone is like Naruto Uzumaki, who can shrug off such damage without a care. Even now, Uchiha, he had to weigh his options whenever he used a shadow clone. Many people could perform the shadow clone jutsu, but it was only Naruto Uzumaki who had mastered it to such perfection, something even Tobirama Senju, the creator had not achieved. All right, you two go find Tsunade. I'll get myself a private room, Uchiha said after coordinating with the owner of the hot spring inn. If Tsunade refused to pick up the tab, he didn't mind footing the bill himself. Thanks to Uchiha Kagami, he had inherited solid social connections, allowing him to blend into the Hokage's circle with ease. Anyone else from the Uchiha clan, in the absence of Kagami's ties, would have been met with deadly hostility the moment they displayed any real power. Not to mention, no one else would have enjoyed so many resources and opportunities. It's worth remembering that Uchiha Yi's main mentor now was Mito Uzumaki herself, the true powerhouse. What's more, the legacy left behind by Uchiha Kagami was so substantial that, unless Uchiha squandered it wantonly or had wild business ambitions, he could live out his days in comfort and security. On the other hand, Hinata Rinsha was never short on money, and even though Kushina Uzumaki only drew a living allowance from Mito, she too lacked for nothing. With Kushina's permission as the Uzumaki clan's first heir, Mito Uzumaki entrusted a number of the clan's secret sealing arts to the Hidden Leaf. To show their gratitude for the Uzumaki's contribution, Hiruzen Sarutobi transferred several lucrative shops into Kushina's name. Mito Uzumaki herself had signed over a generous portion of her own assets to Kushina as well. In this way, the Hidden Leaf's acquisition of the Uzumaki sealing techniques was justifiable and honorable, rather than the outright plundering practiced by other villages. Other villages might resort to theft, but such conduct would never be tolerated in the Hidden Leaf. This, in turn, greatly enriched the village's foundation and heritage. As for granting Kushina Uzumaki some property, Konoha could easily afford it. In fact, these assets had originally been donations from the Senju clan to the village. This gesture not only earned Konoha a good reputation, but also further won over Kushina's trust and loyalty. If possible, it would be even better if it attracted some of the scattered members of the Uzumaki clan to come as well. Fortunately, Tsunade was quite excellent in her role as a teacher. Even if Kushina and her companions didn't explicitly express their gratitude, she didn't mind inviting the three children to relax in the hot springs. Maintaining a good relationship with them boded well for the future. After all, if she ever lost money gambling, she could borrow some from them, couldn't she? To be honest, she had coveted Kushina's generous pocket money for quite some time. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and half a year passed in what seemed like an instant. During these 6 months, Uchiha and his two companions had continuously carried out a variety of tedious tasks around the village. After work, they would train either with Mito Uzumaki or Tsunade. Each of them made significant progress. Take Uchiha for example. He had mastered several sealing techniques and had even begun to grasp the fundamentals of the Flying Thunder God technique. Still, his proficiency was nowhere near Minato Namikaze's, and there was a noticeable gap compared to even Tobarama Senju's prowess. He still required quite a bit of time to lock onto a target and to initiate the technique. In practical terms, what this meant was that he could not yet use the Flying Thunder God in the heat of battle. At most, it gave him an edge when traveling quickly from place to place. Yet even so, just learning the Flying Thunder God technique was enough to fill E with joy. After all, it was the legendary Flying Thunder God. Of course, he hadn't mentioned this accomplishment to anyone else, not even to Tsunade or Mito. In his view, this wasn't really keeping a secret. After all, by his standards, he hadn't truly mastered the technique yet. If he couldn't activate it in an instant and use it in combat, how could he claim to have learned it? Setting the Flying Thunder God aside, Yi's overall strength had also grown remarkably before everyone's eyes. At his age, the body naturally undergoes rapid development, and with that, strength increases as well. And even more so, he had been diligently training throughout this time. Even just focusing on the art of sealing and the Flying Thunder God technique brought immense improvement, let alone the other aspects of his training. Meanwhile, during these 6 months, he also reaped great benefits by sparring within the virtual combat space. For example, after defeating Chunin-level Uchiha Itachi, he gained Itachi's tactical insights. Upon overcoming Izumi Uchiha as she was on the night of the clan massacre, he obtained her ocular power. After defeating Queen Sarah, he earned dominion over the Ryamayaku, the legendary dragon vein. After defeating Uchiha Sasuke during their first battle at the Valley of the End, he gained Sasuke's lightning-style talent. He defeated the young Yahiko and obtained the water nature chakra. He overcame Senju Weijian and inherited Weijian's unique physique. When he defeated Ebisu, he acquired Ebisu's foundational knowledge in ninjutsu. By relying on his own efforts and the battle accomplishments earned in the combat space, Uchiha's strength had already faintly reached the level of a jonin, and perhaps even that of an elite jonin. If word of this were to get out, countless people would be left in utter disbelief. After all, Uchiha was, at the end of the day, just a 7-year-old child. The idea of a jonin at 7 was simply too astonishing. So much so that even Uchiha Madara, upon hearing such news, would likely doubt its authenticity. Both Madara and Hashirama Senju, at that age, couldn't have matched Uchiha E. In truth, Uzumaki Mido had also worried about Uchiha E before, especially when she found out that Yi's Sharingan had, almost unconsciously, awakened to the 3-tomo state. That left her absolutely speechless. Uchiha E wasn't like any ordinary Uchiha. Since when could someone simply will their Sharingan to evolve? Sometimes, Uzumaki Mido couldn't help but question whether there was something wrong with Tobirama Senju's understanding of the Sharingan. Yet Tobirama's theory was supported by a mountain of data. Even Madara couldn't simply contest it. But for Uchiha E, evolution seemed to happen just because he decided it should. He only needed a stimulus when he first awakened his Sharingan. From single tomo to double, and then to 3, he hadn't experienced any dramatic shocks. His eyes just evolved as he willed it. Uchiha Yi's mental state was perfectly normal too. Faced with all this, they could only conclude that he was a truly exceptional Uchiha, one who simply could not be judged by ordinary standards. That day, after finishing her weeding task, Uzumaki Kushina looked at Tsunade with unconcealed indignation. "Tsunade, sister, when can we do some real missions? I've had it up to here with these chores. It's either cleaning, looking for people, catching dogs and cats, or picking fruit. That's all we ever do. When will it end? Aren't we supposed to be training here?" Kushina's frustration quickly drew glances from Uchiha E and Hyuga. Truth be told, they too were thoroughly tired of these repetitive assignments. Despite the invaluable guidance they'd received from Tsunade and Uzumaki Mido lately, and the substantial improvements they'd made in strength, this was not the sort of hard labor they'd signed up for. With her arms folded, Tsunade shifted her gaze to Uchiha E. "Oh, is that what you think as well? Then, tell me, just what kind of mission do you all have in mind?" This squad has the orphan of the Uzumaki clan, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga main family, and a prodigy from the Uchiha. If you all leave the village, every other village and bounty hunter will be on high alert. Isn't that even better? Kushina Uzumaki shook her fists with anticipation. We're not exactly weaklings, you know. A glint flashed through Rin Natsu Hyuga's eyes as well. She was eager for a true test of strength. Sparring with Itsuki Uchiha had long lost its sense of accomplishment. His abilities were simply far beyond her own. And yet, she herself was already not weaker than most Chunin. That guy is just too much of a natural monster. "We could try a mission." Itsuki Uchiha mused for a moment, then nodded. "No matter what, we can't spend our entire lives hiding away in the village." Tsunade let out a short, amused sound and glanced at the others. Seeing both Kushina and Rin Natsu's excitement, she couldn't help but let a playful smile curl her lips. "Very well. Go get yourselves ready. We'll head out on a mission tomorrow." "Really? We can go." Kushina's eyes sparkled with hope. "I hadn't planned to take you all out for missions this soon, but since you're so eager, let's see you get a taste of real combat." A mischievous look glimmered in Tsunade's eyes as she regarded the trio. "Yes." Kushina burst into animated celebration. Half a year. Who knew how she endured these past months? Nearly every day meant some exhausting assignment. If it wasn't tiring, it was filthy. Some jobs were both dirty and draining. And after all that, she still had to study sealing techniques from Granny Mido every evening. Kushina truly thought she couldn't take it anymore. At least, it seemed those hard days were finally coming to an end. Tsunade watched her antics, an amused, thoughtful glimmer lighting her gaze. Lately, both in and outside the village, times had been anything but peaceful. This was the perfect chance to fish for some prey. There was, of course, one thing Tsunade did not mention. On the black market, she herself was even more sought after than Kushina and her teammates. With this lineup heading out on a mission, they might as well write "Come and Chase Us" on their team flag. "Are you really going to let Tsunade's team go on this mission?" Danzo Shimura eyed Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was quietly smoking his pipe, his discontent clear. The repeated failures of the wood release experiments had left Danzo increasingly uncertain. Once again, his attention drifted to Kushina Uzumaki. She was their last safeguard. How could they possibly let her leave the hidden leaf? "There have been a lot of mice in the village lately. I need you to handle something." Hiruzen Sarutobi fixed his gaze on Danzo Shimura. "I trust you'll be able to protect them, right, Danzo?" "You want me to protect them?" Danzo frowned. "I'm already swamped, and all my people are off gathering intelligence in other countries. Especially in the land of rain. Hanzo might declare war on us at any moment. Where am I supposed to find the time for this?" Though Danzo supported Hiruzen's idea of fishing for spies, he really didn't have anyone to spare at the moment. After the incident in Yuzushio, Root had suffered heavy losses and still hadn't fully recovered. Now that Root was finally regaining some strength, his operatives were busy gathering intelligence outside, sowing discord between the other hidden villages. Konoha wasn't afraid of war. Even taking on 2 villages wasn't out of the question. But if it became Konoha against 4, that was something they couldn't withstand. The only option was to set the other villages against each other and stir the pot of unrest. At this stage, as long as Danzo didn't start eyeing the Hokage position and focused instead on countering outside threats, he was actually a pretty capable shinobi. Because of his temperament, Danzo had plenty of support from Konoha's more hawkish factions. Based on what I've learned, Cloud spies have been lurking around Kushina Uzumaki lately. I suspect they're planning to make a move on her. Hiruzen took a slow drag on his pipe, his gaze growing more profound. This might be a chance to root out all the spies from Cloud hiding in the village. Danzo looked hard at Hiruzen. I can spare you 2 root squads, but that's all I've got right now. That'll do. I'll have Tsukumo go with them. Hiruzen nodded noncommittally. When it came to Tsukumo Hataki, Hiruzen was fully satisfied. Tsukumo seemed able to carry out every mission flawlessly. His strength was formidable, and his work meticulous. In Hiruzen's mind, he was as close to a perfect shinobi as anyone could get. All right. By the way, approve another 10 million for me. The research budget's running dry, Danzo said, as if just remembering, turning to Hiruzen with his hand out. Hiruzen frowned. Danzo, war is just around the corner. Every corner of Konoha needs funds. Isn't 10 million a bit steep? Too much? Not even close, Danzo replied with a dismissive grunt. This is for the wood release experiments. If we actually pull that off, what's 10 million compared to the results? Hiruzen opened his mouth, but could only wonder, was that really how the numbers worked? Still, considering the situation, he ultimately chose to accept a desperate measure. However tight the budget, he'd find a way to scrape together that 10 million. The next morning, Uchiha arrived early at the village gates. By the time it wasn't even 7 o'clock, Tsunade's squad had already assembled. Noticing the diamond mark on Tsunade's forehead, a mark that hadn't been there the day before, Uchiha's eyes flashed with surprise. He hadn't expected Tsunade to have mastered the Yin seal. For Tsunade, this was a tremendous leap forward. Clearly, over the past year, her strength had been steadily growing. With the fall of Izushio village, the sacrifice of Uchiha Kagami, and the turmoil stirring among nations, it was no wonder the weight upon Konohagakure's shoulders had grown heavy. Most likely, not just Tsunade, but Jiraiya and Orochimaru as well had made significant progress in this period. He wondered, though, if these 3 joined forces now, could they stand against Hanzo? Let's move. Seeing the 3 of them full of energy, Tsunade nodded with satisfaction and gave a sweeping gesture. Stay close to me, don't fall behind. As she spoke, she shot a glance toward the corner with the tail of her eye, then led the way, sprinting quickly out of Konohagakure. Uchiha, and the other 2 wasted no time following her lead. The sight of Tsunade's squad brazenly departing the village drew a resigned chuckle from the guard handling entry and exit logs at the gate. Of course, regular shinobi still had to register when leaving the village, but some exceptions existed, Tsunade among them. It wasn't just because of her Senju heritage that she enjoyed such privilege. In past years, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru had all worked within the ANBU. Even now, they'd never truly left its ranks. Members of the ANBU had their own procedures for leaving the village. As they departed, they exchanged a special sign with the other ANBU, and ordinary shinobi had neither the grounds nor the authority to obstruct them. Not long after Tsunade and her team left the village, 3 ANBU squads, led by a white-haired shinobi, slipped out of Konoha through a secret ANBU route, trailing closely behind Uchiha and his companions. Though Tsunade led the way at the front, she clearly kept her speed controlled. Glancing back and seeing Uchiha follow not only without strain, but with seemingly plenty of energy to spare, Tsunade nodded in approval. This kid's speed and stamina are truly impressive. In terms of raw speed, Uchiha might even be faster than her in a short burst. Hyuga Linxia, being of the Hyuga clan, naturally excelled in taijutsu, so her speed was to be expected. But even Uzumaki Kushina, whose stamina was no less remarkable, managed to keep up. It seemed that, aside from her studies in sealing techniques, she hadn't neglected other forms of training. Apparently, assigning them so many chores and grunt work had its benefits after all. Tsunade hadn't been giving them piles of D-rank missions just to make Uchiha-Yi's life hard. This, too, was a form of training. Tsunade, with a mind to put everyone to the test, unconsciously began to quicken her pace. Gradually, it was Kushina Uzumaki, the youngest and the one without any tricks up her sleeve, who started to struggle. Her breath gradually grew uneven and ragged. Next came Rin Natsuhyuga, showing signs of fatigue. Yet surprisingly, It was Uchiha E, who was supposedly the weakest in terms of physical stamina among them, whose breathing remained steady and undisturbed. One must know, when it comes to natural endurance, the Uchiha can hardly compare to the Hyuga or Uzumaki. Tsunade couldn't help but sigh inwardly at this anomaly. If she hadn't known Uchiha Yi's true background, Tsunade might have started to suspect that perhaps there was some Senju or Uzumaki blood running in his veins. Having more or less gauged everyone's limits, Tsunade no longer pressed on with such intensity. Instead, she eased her pace to a speed the whole group could comfortably maintain. Deep within an earthen cavern in the land of rain, the now-aged Madara Uchiha sat before the demonic statue of the outer path. Tubes of a peculiar design connected his back to the statue, siphoning off vitality to sustain him. Not far from him, Black Zetsu was waiting patiently, and the chamber was filled with several white Zetsu as well. Suddenly, a white Zetsu emerged from the ground and called out in an odd tone, "Lord Madara, that child from the Uzumaki clan has left the Hidden Leaf." "So, she's finally left the village?" A sly smile curved on Madara's lips. "Pass this news along to those Hidden Cloud shinobi. If possible, help them capture Kushina Uzumaki. Then leak the story to Konoha, and see if you can prompt Mito Uzumaki to take action herself." "Yes, sir." White Zetsu immediately slipped back into the earth. "Lord Madara, won't this risk drawing attention from Mito Uzumaki?" Once White Zetsu had gone, Black Zetsu's voice hesitated as he posed his question. "Mito Uzumaki has probably sensed that something is amiss already," Madara replied with a dismissive snort. "Her continued existence is always going to be a threat to our plans. In order for Nagato to inherit my eyes, we destroyed Uzushio, so the Rinnegan wouldn't end up in their hands. Yet who could have foreseen Uchiha Kagami discovering my control over the Mizukage? In the end, I had no choice but to eliminate him myself." At this, Madara's voice was tinged with both regret and respect. Kagami Uchiha had truly been gifted. How unfortunate, Madara mused, that his own clan had turned against him, especially Kagami, who had gone so far as to become Tobarama Senju's student. Madara found that particularly intolerable, and so he had to die. The Mangekyo Sharingan Madara now wielded had, in fact, once belonged to Kagami Uchiha. That Uchiha Kagami dared to oppose you, Lord Madara. He was asking for death. Black Zetsu flattered Madara with a respectful tone. But on another note, Kagami's son has now become Tsunade. That Uchiha Kagami dared to oppose you, Lord Madara. He was courting death. Black Zetsu flattered Uchiha Madara, then continued. But, speaking of which, Kagami's son has now become Tsunade's apprentice. People call him the brightest genius among the Uchiha. There are even rumors that his talent is no less than that of Kagami himself. Hashirama's granddaughter, is it? Uchiha Madara seemed momentarily lost in his thoughts. He recalled how Senju Hashirama had once asked him to hold that child, a request Madara had curtly refused. As for Uchiha E, he had simply been disregarded by Hyuga Linxia from the very beginning. Uchiha E had no brothers, so even with his prodigious talent, what did it matter? He was destined to become nothing more than the next Uchiha Kagami. Without a brother, he could never obtain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Perhaps Kagami's Mangekyo could be of use to him. After all, it had never been said that a father and son could not fuse their Mangekyo. Still, so long as these eyes were in his own hands, Madara would never pass them to E. No matter how gifted, without awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, he would eventually go blind. Such a child could never pose a real threat to them. Better to save those eyes and use them to test Nagato's abilities. Yet what irked Madara slightly was that Uchiha, he had chosen Tsunade as his master. Why was it always the Uchiha becoming disciples of the Senju, and never the other way around? Truly, the Uchiha who remained in Konoha had all lost their backbone. Uzumaki Kushina isn't Tsunade's team. This is an opportunity for us. Black Zetsu's gaze deepened. If we capture Tsunade and Kushina, it might draw out Uzumaki Mito. And if you, Lord Madara, were to act, perhaps there's a real chance to seize the Nine Tails outright. But in doing so, everyone would know that Uchiha Madara is still alive. Madara shook his head slightly. I have the demonic statue of the outer path sustaining my life, but after surrendering the Rinnegan, I am hardly at my full strength. Uzumaki Mito, with her clan's tenacity and current condition, could easily live another decade. I might not be able to defeat her so quickly now. Better to let her exhaust herself fighting other villages. As for Tsunade and Kushina, they are not our true targets. To stir up trouble for them is enough. He paused, then went on. Also, get the shinobi world truly embroiled in chaos. If all the villages turn against Konoha, Konoha will not be able to hold out, which would jeopardize our plan. Do what you can to sow discord among the other villages. The more chaos, the better. It will give Nagato the chance he needs to grow. As you command, Lord Madara. Black Zetsu's eyes gleamed with a cold, subtle light. Like Madara, Black Zetsu also believed Uzumaki Mito needed to die. As long as Mito lived, even White Zetsu dared not step foot inside Konoha. The greater the chaos in the shinobi world, the better. Nagato needs to grow, and after Uchiha Madara's death and subsequent resurrection, there will be a period of absence. Right now, it's crucial to weaken the military strength of the shinobi world as much as possible. The Uzumaki clan is all but gone, but the descendants of the Uchiha and Senju still need to be eroded further. After giving instructions to Black Zetsu, Uchiha Madara let out a long, deep sigh. If it weren't for Uzumaki Mito being such a thorn in his side, he really wouldn't have wished to take action against her. She was, after all, one of his only remaining old friends. Back when Konoha was just being established, he would often visit Hashirama, and Uzumaki Mito would always extend warm hospitality. That woman truly knew her way around kitchen. Uchiha Madara still remembered how, when Uzumaki Mito helped found Konoha, she brewed several jars of sake, saying she would open them to celebrate Konoha's 10th, 20th, and 30th anniversaries. But in the end, none of that mattered. Not after life and death struggles with Hashirama. Once the infinite Tsukuyomi is enacted, real peace will come. Whether it's Azuna, or Hashirama, or Uzumaki Mito, they will all be resurrected in that dream world. As for Tobirama Senju, forget it. He doesn't deserve to live. Uchiha Madara is determined to create a world without Tobirama. Tsunade led Uchiha, and the party on a fast-paced journey. They only allowed themselves short breaks when exhaustion set in, before quickly getting back on the road. After a full day of travel, they'd left Konoha far behind, over 200 kilometers away, a pace far outstripping any marathon. Glancing at Uzumaki Kushina and Hyuga Linshia, both breathing heavily and showing clear signs of fatigue, and then at Uchiha, who looked as if he'd only just warmed up, Tsunade finally came to a halt. All right, let's rest here for tonight. Here. Uzumaki Kushina looked around at the towering trees with a scowl of clear dissatisfaction. Though she had experienced hardship before, especially after the destruction of Izushio, running all day and then sleeping out in the wild made today's struggle feel particularly bitter. Did you expect a house? Tsunade gave Kushina a sideways look, her tone tinged with annoyance. After all, we're out on a mission here. This is about as good as it gets. In places like the Land of Rain, it pours day after day, and the ground is nothing but mud. Sleeping there, you'd wish for conditions like these. Uchiha, he pointed to a sturdy tree nearby. Actually, Kushina, you can sleep up in the branches. All things considered, it's safer up there. As he spoke, he rummaged through his backpack, pulled out a pack of ration biscuits, tore open the packaging, took one for himself, and handed the rest to Kushina. The little girl had never truly known hardship in her life, but under Tsunade's guidance, she had been well-tempered. Even so, Uchiha, he couldn't help but take extra care of her. Kushina Uzumaki wasn't spoiled or willful by any means, just a little naive and adorably clumsy, her energy and straightforwardness making her all the more endearing. To Uchiha, there was nothing at all wrong with Kushina's personality. After all, at heart, she was just a 7-year-old child. Could anyone really expect Kushina to be as stiff and formal as someone like Rin Hyuga? That would be dreadfully dull, wouldn't it? Children are meant to have a child spirit. Besides, Kushina wasn't one of those unruly troublemakers. On the contrary, she was very sensible, merely a bit more sincere and open when surrounded by family or those close to her, unafraid to speak her mind. In truth, Uchiha felt discontented by the world around him as well. He had been dissatisfied from the very moment he arrived in the village, let alone now, in a place like this. This world offered no convenience of online shopping or food delivery, no phones or computers, no mobile or computer games, no thousands of beauties dancing for his entertainment on streaming apps, and certainly no goddess-like idols gifting perks online. Without these, the world felt incomplete. If he hadn't been transported into a world like this, one where strength was necessary to survive, Uchiha, he would have undoubtedly set out to develop his own internet companies. There was no doubt in his mind. Those platforms for watching beautiful women needed to exist one way or another. As a transmigrator carrying the soul of an adult, Uchiha, he still found this primitive environment hard to adjust to. How could someone like Kushina be expected to adapt any better? Kushina pressed her lips together, but didn't continue to complain to Uchiha. She knew that if she kept whining, Tsunade would probably ship her straight back to the ninja academy, and she'd never get another chance to leave the village for a mission. Rin Hyuga quietly watched the scene unfold. Then, wordlessly, she produced 2 ration pills, popped them in her mouth, glanced at the nearby trees, and, in the blink of an eye, picked a sturdy one and climbed up without breaking a sweat. So, what exactly is our mission this time? Uchiha turned and directed the question at Tsunade. This time, it's about letting you have your first taste of combat, Tsunade replied at last, tossing a mission scroll to Uchiha. Uchiha unrolled the scroll, and his jaw almost dropped. A spy base was discovered in the Land of Fire, and they want our squad to deal with it? Isn't that an assignment for the Umbu? This is our very first mission beyond the Hidden Leaf. We haven't even seen real combat yet. Shouldn't our first blood-spilling assignment be something like chasing off rogue ninja or hunting down bandits in the mountains? At his words, Kushina and Rin Hyuga both perked up, clearly surprised. It was the last thing Rin Hyuga had expected, a mission like this handed to them by Tsunade herself. However, the tougher and more challenging the mission, the more Hyuga Rinka looked forward to it. Her recent progress had been fast, very fast, in fact, but it still fell short of her own expectations. She needed formidable opponents to push herself further. As for fighting Uchiha, Hyuga Rinka wasn't that reckless. After all, Hyuga Rinka felt that Uchiha was hiding his true power. Whenever they sparred, he never seemed to go all out. Since when do blood-drawing missions look like this? Even as he protested, Uchiha still handed the mission scroll back to Tsunade, a spark of excitement flickering in his heart. He, too, longed to face a worthy adversary. In the practice arena, he could let loose, fighting without restraint. But real battle was different. He needed to approach every opponent with caution. Otherwise, he might end up suffering a fate like Nawaki's, who fell victim to overconfidence. Just admit you're happy about this. Tsunade, noticing Uchiha's reaction, knew full well that he was actually satisfied with the mission. No matter how even-tempered they were, an Uchiha was still an Uchiha. There was always a hunger for battle lurking inside. When you finish eating, get some rest. Tonight, we'll take turns keeping watch. I'll take the first half of the night, and you three can cover the second. Tsunade went on to assign the night's duties. If they were still outside the Land of Fire, or if they weren't being followed by Tsukumo Hatake and the others, she never would have let 3 kids take the night watch, not even if they had top-tier abilities. Unfortunately, Uzumaki Kushina hadn't awakened the legendary Kagura minds, I like her grandmother. If she had, their sensory abilities would have been greatly enhanced. All right, Uchiha agreed without objection. I think someone's following us. In the second half of the night, during their watch, Uzumaki Kushina sidled up to Uchiha and whispered this in his ear. Oh, Uchiha glanced at Kushina, intrigued. As far as he remembered, Kushina hadn't awakened the mind's eye of Kagura. Since when did she develop this kind of perception? Before I left the village, Granny Mito gave me a few things for protection. I found out I can sense whether people nearby mean us harm. Kushina boasted proudly. Tonight, she was in high spirits. She'd realized that Uchiha seemed to like her a little bit more, even, than he liked Tsunade. And it wasn't just Uchiha. Even Hyuga Rinka treated her kindly now, which meant that Rinka had come to see her as a friend. This brought great joy to Kushina Uzumaki. Not long after they left Konoha, a group of people began following them. Among those trailing them, some harbored ill intent, while others seemed well-meaning. Kushina Uzumaki felt a bit puzzled. What exactly was going on here? Uchiha's eyelids twitched. Was it possible that Mito Uzumaki had given the Nine-Tails chakra to Kushina Uzumaki? Judging by the situation, it seemed quite likely that what Kushina now possessed was the Nine-Tails chakra after being refined by Mito Uzumaki. Otherwise, with Kushina's current physical condition, it would be difficult for her to withstand so much chakra. Even if she could bear it, she wouldn't be able to control it so smoothly. Feeling a surge of alertness, Rinka Hyuga activated her Byakugan, scanning her surroundings intently. She gave Uchiha a barely perceptible nod. It's probably the village's Umbu. Our mission isn't really about the spy base. I suspect we're being used as bait to draw out the spies, Uchiha surmised after a moment's thought. Rinka Hyuga furrowed her brows slightly, clearly in agreement with Yi's assessment. Yet, this explanation left her deeply unsettled. After all, no one likes being used as bait. Truthfully, it isn't so strange. If our little team manages to keep going, we're bound to catch the attention of enemy factions. The bounty on our heads won't be any lower than Tsunade's team, Uchiha said with a casual wave of his hand. All we need to do is take care of our own responsibilities. Trust in each other, trust in Lady Tsunade, and trust in the village. At that, both Rinka Hyuga and Kushina Uzumaki fell silent. What more could they say? To voice any further doubts would imply a lack of faith in Lady Tsunade and the village itself. Not far away, even Tsunade, dozing as she was, couldn't help but let a faint smile curl at her lips. These kids aren't so naive after all. Out in the wilderness, it was inevitable that their rest would be less than ideal. Even with Tsunade's team taking turns on watch, it was difficult for anyone to truly get a good night's sleep. Fortunately, they weren't ordinary people. They were already shinobi. Not long ago, Tsunade had subjected them to a slew of strange and demanding tasks: cleaning public restrooms, tending livestock, mucking out stalls, and shoveling manure. They'd done all, and more than once. Thanks to that, no matter how tough or exhausting the work was, Uchiha and his friends had long since grown used to it. While Tsunade's chores hadn't sharpened their abilities in any obvious way, they'd certainly honed their spirits. Early the next morning, the group cleaned up as best as they could, had a quick bite, and set out at speed, heading for their mission's destination. By midday, they finally arrived at the edge of a mountain valley. This is the place. Let's take a moment to rest, then deal with the enemies inside. Tsunade swept her gaze over the valley for a while, before turning to the three companions. This time, I'm leaving it to you to decide how you want to approach the battle. Uchiha then turned his attention to Hinata Rinka, who stood beside him. I'll be counting on you. Hinata Rinka gave a small nod and formed a hand sign. Byakugan, activate. In an instant, the view inside the valley came into sharp focus within her Byakugan vision. There are 6 chakra signatures inside. 3 of them aren't particularly strong, 2 are fairly powerful, and 1 stands out as exceptionally strong. All right, I'll take the strongest one. You handle the remaining 5. Any objections? Uchiha reached behind him and drew the Thunder God's blade. As for tactics, there wasn't much need for elaborate plans here. The valley was easily defensible with just a single entrance to control. Can you spot any traps? Uchiha promptly asked next. Even though Byakugan can see a lot, there are many traps that remain hidden to me, Hinata Rinka replied, shaking her head slightly. Let me try. Uzumaki Kushina offered eagerly, unable to hide her excitement as she pondered her usefulness. If it comes to it, I can use the multi-shadow clone jutsu to trigger every trap myself. She knew, when it came to raw strength, she was far behind Uchiha and even momentarily outclassed by Hinata Rinka, whose Byakugan gave her another edge. It made Kushina feel restless, always one step behind, but now at least she could use her clones to clear the path. No need. Let me handle it. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha's eyes transformed into the 3-tomo Sharingan. He already suspected there would be numerous traps inside. Explosive tags and kunai sprang to mind as the most fundamental kinds. His confidence in his speed was unwavering. As long as he was fast enough, the concealed weapons would be unable to touch him. And if he truly got into dire straits, didn't he still have a flying Thunder God technique? It was true. His mastery of the jutsu had a slower activation time and a shorter range compared to legendary battles, such as the famous fight between Minato Namikaze and Obito Uchiha. But when it came to ordinary shinobi, he was more than capable of handling them. Help me check if there are any spots especially prone to fire. Uchiha asked Hinata Rinka. Plenty. All their houses are wooden structures, though there's a water source further inside the valley. Hinata Rinka replied in a muted tone, her mind turning over strategies for storming the defenses. Uchiha hesitated a moment, then turned to Hinata Rinka and Uzumaki Kushina and asked, how many explosive tags do you each carry? Explosive tags. Cool. Let me see if I have some. Kushina Uzumaki fumbled through her belongings for a moment, then pulled out a handful of explosive tags and handed them to Itachi Uchiha. Itachi accepted the tags and turned his gaze toward Rin Natsuki of the Hyuga clan. In silence, Rin produced a storage scroll and offered it to him. There are more explosive tags inside. What kind of teammates had he ended up with? Just look at Kushina. She carried dozens, maybe even 100 explosive tags. And Rin Hyuga had gone as far as to store extra tags in a scroll. These two really spared no effort in preparing for missions. He himself hadn't even managed to stock up on explosive tags. If he'd had this many when entering the combat zone, he would have swept through his opponents effortlessly. Thanks. I'll force them out. Wait here at the mouth of the valley. Itachi instructed the two, then shot a glance at Tsunade. He didn't ask her for help. He understood this was Tsunade's way of testing them. Itachi was never one to shrink from a challenge. Instead, he felt the Uchiha blood in his veins begin to stir with excitement. Be careful, Itachi, Kushina called after him with worried urgency. Don't worry. All it'll take is a little fire, he replied with an easy confidence, flashing a quick grin before his figure flickered out of sight. What speed! His body flicker is incredible. Rin Hyuga clenched her fist tight. She had thought herself familiar with Itachi's strength, but she'd never once pushed him to use his full speed. The gulf between them was even greater than she'd realized. Tsunade crossed her arms and let out a soft, dissatisfied huff. That boy still has plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Even as she spoke, Tsunade frowned slightly. Lately, she found herself growing more and more conscientious, which felt a bit strange. Sometimes having too much empathy could be a problem. In the heat of battle, it could actually get in the way. Rin Hyuga fell silent. Certainly, Itachi hid his true power well. Itachi did not rush headlong into the heart of the valley. Instead, he darted along its edge, weaving through the trees and setting up various small contraptions with steel wire as he went. After a long while, he drew a deep breath and then charged boldly into the valley. With a sudden burst of speed, Itachi plunged straight into the heart of the gorge. His forceful entry triggered a barrage of traps. In an instant, a hailstorm of kunai and shuriken hurtled toward him. Lightning crackled around him, his speed surging even higher as he slipped through the danger zone with ease. All the while, his lightning blade sliced and swept in his hands, batting away every projectile aimed in his direction. "Who's there?" Uchiha Yi's sudden movement instantly put everyone in the valley on high alert. But what greeted them was a massive fireball. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. A ball of fire, nearly 10 meters in diameter, surged toward them. Everyone scrambled to dodge it, and in their haste, the buildings behind them caught ablaze. As the structures went up in flames, explosions erupted along the edge of the valley. Burning trees toppled and rolled down into the heart of the valley, followed by a fierce tremor that sun. Countless rocks tumbling downward. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yi's figure darted swiftly toward the edge of the valley, seeking cover. In the blink of an eye, the entire valley was washed in firelight and choked with billowing smoke. That little brat. Tsunade now understood exactly what Uchiha Yi had been up to. He must have used the Raijin sword to chop down those trees. If the folks from Konoha, especially Tsurutobi Hiruzen, found out, they'd probably explode in anger. Was the Raijin sword meant for chopping down trees? Tsunade couldn't help but laugh at the thought. Well, perhaps it wasn't entirely inappropriate. When it comes down to it, the Raijin sword is just a weapon. Since it was given to Uchiha, whatever he chose to do with it was really his own business. All right, it's your turn now. If anyone tries to flee in another direction, I'll step in, Tsunade instructed Hyuga Rinsha and Uzumaki Kushina, signaling them to move. The two of them instantly bolted toward the mouth of the valley. Damn, that Uchiha brat. 6 ninjas sprang out from the base, staring at the small-statured boy whose eyes gleamed with the power of the 3-tomo Sharingan. The leading ninja, seeing this, couldn't help but gasp. A child possessing the 3-tomo Sharingan. Such a sight was unheard of, even among the Uchiha. Never before had he imagined someone could awaken the fully matured Sharingan at such a young age. This wasn't right. The boy was simply too dangerous. He couldn't be allowed to live. Even if their entire squad was wiped out, they had to eliminate this Uchiha child, or else he would one day become a dire threat to their village. With grim resolve, the leader lunged at Uchiha Yi, brandishing the Raijin sword, blocked the giant shuriken hurled at him. A shower of metallic clashes rang out as the two swapped attacks at lightning speed. The massive kunai met the Raijin sword again and again in a cacophony of blows, and as battle raged between them, the other ninja prepared to surround Uchiha Yi. At that moment, Uzumaki Kushina and Hyuga Rinsha reached the scene, quickly joining the fray to intercept the rest of the enemy ninjas. While Uchiha Yi and the others were locked in battle, Tsunade slipped quietly into the valley. Standing amidst the blaze that illuminated the night, she let out a soft, sorrowful sigh. Now, so much evidence and so many clues had gone up in flames. If she wanted more information, she would have to capture one of the enemy alive. Just as Tsunade was about to leave, her gaze fell on something in the distance. Her pupils contracted sharply as she hurried over and picked up a small bottle. She uncorked it and took a cautious sniff, then her face changed instantly. Deadly poison. From the smell of it, it was most likely poison extracted from salamander, but the potency of this particular batch far surpassed any normal toxin of its kind, at least 100-fold stronger. In other words, if used properly, this single bottle of poison could easily wipe out hundreds, if not thousands, of lives. She couldn't tell how much of the salamander's venom they'd managed to bring, but this all but confirmed the base belonged to the land of rain. A cold glint flickered in Tsunade's eyes. She cherished peace deeply, but that did not mean any nation could trample on Konoha with impunity. If it were one of the great nations, Tsunade might still understand the provocation, but for even the land of rain to challenge Konoha now, did they simply believe the village would roll over and submit? She hesitated only for a heartbeat before decisively stowing the bottle of salamander venom away. This was the perfect opportunity to study Hanzo's notorious salamander poison. If she could develop an antidote, Hanzo's greatest advantage would be cut in half. When Tsunade emerged from the valley, The battlefield had already splintered into separate skirmishes. Uchiha was clashing fiercely with a jonin from the Hidden Rain, while Kushina Uzumaki and Rin Hyuga were working together against 5 more Rain shinobi. This surprised Tsunade. From the start, she hadn't expected much synergy between Kushina and Rin. It wasn't as though the two girls always saw eye to eye, after all. Yet watching now, their teamwork was unexpectedly effective. Kushina, in particular, impressed Tsunade. So young, yet already mastering the multi-shadow clone jutsu and weaving it seamlessly into real combat. It filled Tsunade with a sense of pride. To be trusted with the training of such gifted youngsters, Tsunade herself found it gratifying beyond words. Seeing all 3 in no immediate danger, Tsunade chose to remain on the sidelines, ready to intervene at any moment. For her students, this was a true trial by fire, but for Tsunade, at this stage, everything remained firmly under her control. Still, the rate at which young Uchiha was growing stronger was nothing short of astonishing. He was already able to hold his own against the jonin. Even if the Rain's jonin wasn't as formidable as those from the 5 great nations, he still surpassed most regular chunin by a wide margin. Uchiha's performance was hardly that of an ordinary 7-year-old child. If Uchiha were given just 1 more year, he'd probably be able to pass the chunin exams and become a full-fledged ninja. An 8-year-old jonin, who in their right mind would believe such a thing if they heard it. After all, not even his own grandfather was this powerful at 8 years old. Could this brat really be on his way to surpassing Uchiha Madara himself? This scene did not escape the notice of 2 distant observers, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu. It looks like there are some strong ninja from the Leaf following him. White Zetsu whispered to Black Zetsu, sharing his reconnaissance. 2 kilometers out, at least 3 squads are tailing them. Leading them is Hatake Sakomo, who's been making quite the stir in Konoha lately. There's no way my White Zetsu clones could handle them, unless Lord Madara himself decided to step in. Then let's lure some other villages' people this way, Black Zetsu replied, disinterested in Sakomo's involvement. To him, this was just another ordinary ninja, not worth even a moment's attention. At best, that man might reach Kaga level someday, but even that would be nothing for Mother to deal with. A single glance would be enough. Not to mention Mother. Not even Uchiha Madara ever considered the 5 Kage worth a second's notice. Why should Black Zetsu care about Hatake Sakomo? Yet Uchiha, was another matter entirely. What caught Black Zetsu's attention wasn't Yi's age-defying mastery of the fully evolved Sharingan. For most Uchiha, awakening the Sharingan too young is hardly a blessing. The Sharingan is an ultimate in release. If the spiritual energy is too strong and the body can't keep up, it often results in the so-called bloodline sickness. Take Uchiha Madara, for example, a reincarnation of Indra's chakra. Had he awakened a Sharingan too young, Indra's chakra itself might well have intervened and closed it off again. For a 7-year-old to unlock the 3-Tomo Sharingan, like Uchiha had, would usually mark an early, tragic end. Yet, something about the aura around left Black Zetsu uncertain. That presence, there was a resemblance to the aura of Indra's chakra, though it was still too early to say for sure. After all, before awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, Indra chakra signature is difficult to detect. Even outsiders, Black Zetsu included, would struggle to distinguish it. But Black Zetsu knew Indra's chakra quite well. He'd spent millennia studying it. He had examined nearly every reincarnation of Indra's chakra through the ages, discovering that before the Mangekyo awoke, the reincarnation chakra would only be colder, darker than a normal Uchiha's, with prowess and ocular power surpassing their peers. Maybe those reincarnated from Ashura could sense their counterpart in Indra, but Black Zetsu certainly couldn't. Uchiha showed faint signs of Indra's reincarnation, but Black Zetsu quickly let the thought go. After all, Uchiha Madara was still alive. There couldn't possibly be a second reincarnation of Indra's chakra at the same time, could there? Could it be that Indra thought a single reincarnation of his chakra wouldn't be able to defeat the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra? So he split his own chakra in 2, hoping that 2 reincarnations could take on Ashura together? If one can't win, then just send in 2 at once? Even just thinking about this seems impossible. What's more, if Uchiha were really the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, there's no way he could have awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan at such a young age. No matter how dazzlingly talented Uchiha appears right now, no matter how formidable he seems, at the rate he's going, it won't be more than 3 years before enormous problems arise. Let alone awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even surviving might be too much to ask. And even if he did unlock the Mangekyo, his body wouldn't be able to bear the terrifying power of in release. So, there's simply no way Uchiha could be Indra's chakra reincarnation. No matter how monstrously gifted he appears now, he probably won't live long. Very soon, Black Zetsu simply dismissed Uchiha from his thoughts. No matter how much of a prodigy he is, he still can't escape the fate of death. Moreover, there's no way Konoha would ever allow Uchiha to have the cells of Hashirama Senju. Of course, if one day in the future Uchiha were to fall into utter despair, Black Zetsu might consider reaching out to him, and by then, he'd be ready to offer Uchiha his second life. But all of that could only happen after Uchiha's heart had plunged into true despair. With that, Black Zetsu's gaze swept briefly over Tsunade, Kushina, Uzumaki, and Rin Natsukawa. All of them were promising young shinobi, but none of them could truly affect the grand scheme. Unless things took an unexpected turn, the key triggers for the Second Shinobi World War would revolve around this small group. Let them die. Let even more of them die. Brat. The Hidden Rain Ninja watched Uchiha grow even more adept and confident in the fight, and anxiety flared up inside him. At first, he thought his fully grown body would give him the upper hand in combat. No matter how gifted his opponent was, the fact remained, he was still just a child. But the reality soon hit. Even though this boy was still so young, he fought with uncanny strength, stronger than the Rain Ninja himself, in fact. More importantly, his speed was frightening. Aside from Lord Hanzo, he'd never seen anyone move as fast as this Uchiha youth. And he's still just a child. If he keeps maturing like this, is Konoha really going to produce another Uchiha Kagami? In this era, Uchiha Madara's name was already fading from memory, gradually replaced by the fame of Uchiha Kagami, a legendary ninja of Konoha. Thank goodness, Kagami was already dead. It's nothing but the howls of a beaten dog. You're from the Hidden Rain, aren't you? Who would have thought that the Hidden Rain would dare to provoke us of belief? Where did you get such courage? From Hanzo? Small nations should have the awareness of their own place. Your existence is merely as a source of missions for the great villages and as a strategic buffer between the powerful countries. What gives you the illusion that you're in any position to challenge a great nation? Uchiha taunted as he pressed his attack. At first, Uchiha had tested his opponent's strength, treating him as a decent sparring partner. But now he lost all interest. Even though his foe was a Jonin, perhaps even Hanzo's right hand, his strength was ultimately limited. With what little resources the Land of Rain had, it was impossible for them to cultivate many powerful shinobi. Now, Uchiha found himself completely uninterested in his opponent. Somehow, almost without noticing, he had reached the point where ordinary Jonin were no longer worth his attention. The next step, then, would be to challenge the elite Jonin, perhaps even those at Kage level. He wondered when the Second Great Ninja War would break out. To his own surprise, he even looked forward to it, a chance to hone his skills through war, to earn himself glory, and then gain renown both within the Uchiha and all of Konoha. At the very least, for now, Hiruzen Sarutobi was still willing to support him. He knew he needed to grow faster, so fast that even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mito Uzumaki wouldn't have time to react, fast enough to change their attitudes toward him before they could compete with him. With his right hand, Uchiha wielded the sword of Raijin, effortlessly deflecting the Rain Ninja's attack. Under cover of his sleeve, his left hand swiftly formed a single-handed seal. In an instant, the Raijin sword crackled, radiating a surge of lightning as the cries of countless birds filled the air. His speed surged dramatically in that moment, while at the same time, the three tomo of his Sharingan spun rapidly. The Rain Ninja, now furious to the point of losing control, froze up for a split second. He had fallen into Uchiha's Jinjutsu. He seized the chance, and his Raijin sword pierced the enemy's heart. Nothing special at all. He murmured softly to himself. He didn't even know not to look an Uchiha in the eye during a fight. That's the Land of Rain for you. He suspected he was being underestimated. After all, he was an Uchiha. After that, Uchiha turned his eyes toward the battlefield where Kushina, Uzumaki, and Rinka Hyuga were fighting. He saw the two working together impressively, but the sheer number of enemies kept them on the defensive, unable to find many opportunities for a counterattack. But defense alone would not hold forever. At the side, Tsunade watched the battle with her arms crossed. When she saw Uchiha defeat his opponent, she nodded at him in quiet approval. Clearly, Uchiha's performance had exceeded her expectations. He actually managed to take down a Jonin. Even in a small nation, a Jonin is still a Jonin. Although some of these small country Jonin might not be as powerful as a special Jonin from Konoha, in their own lands, a Jonin might even serve as the leader of a village. What Uchiha accomplished was nothing short of astonishing. Unfortunately, in order to protect Uchiha, this feat couldn't be made public. Otherwise, he'd likely become famous overnight. After all, this child was only 7 years old. Uchiha seemed even more gifted than his grandmother had described. Watching the battle between Kushina Uzumaki and Rinka Hyuga, the other enemy ninja also saw their own leader fall. Without hesitation, they scattered in all directions, desperate to flee. But by now, escape was no longer an option. At this critical moment, Uchiha, he had already entered his hunting phase. Before the enemy could take more than a few steps, lightning crackled and fire blazed as he shot forward toward the hidden rain ninja. In the blink of an eye, 3 of them had fallen beneath the blade of the Raijin sword. As for the remaining 2, Uchiha, he didn't pursue. Instead, he left them for Kushina Uzumaki and Rinka Hyuga. After all, this mission was meant, in part, for them to experience real combat and draw blood, just as Tsunade had intended. If Kushina and Rinka didn't get a chance to kill anyone, all their suffering on this mission would have been for nothing. As for the fight itself, it wasn't all that different from their usual sparring sessions. They would need to grow from real battles. Some lessons simply couldn't be learned by relying on others forever. After all, this wasn't some video game where kill-stealing or collecting assists comes into play. Uchiha acknowledged that every squad member had their own value, but sometimes it was better to leave the finishing blow for someone else. Seeing that Uchiha didn't rush to claim all the kills, Tsunade nodded in approval. With a flicker of a body flicker technique, she appeared at Yi's side, curiosity in her eyes as she asked, "I didn't expect you to be so calm after your first kills. And what was it like for you the first time you killed someone?" He asked, his curiosity piqued. To be honest, he really didn't feel much of anything. True, these were living, breathing people, yet everything he'd been taught told him that the enemy were invaders and deserved whatever fate they met. If he wanted to comfort himself with a touch of misplaced compassion, he could always rationalize that the enemy were just foreigners, so it didn't matter, did it? What's that? You point out Uchiha, himself, is the same? How does that even add up? His heart was with a leaf. Besides, this was the ninja world, not the real world outside. And as for his close relationships with Uchiha Mikoto and Kushina Uzumaki, how should one explain that? Wasn't it all for the glory of the village? When it comes down to it, perhaps one has to be a bit double standard in life. At least under such a way of thinking, Itachi Uchiha didn't feel much about it. After all, he thought his emotions were pretty steady, hardly like a typical Uchiha at all. However, Itachi would never share his own inner journey with others. Even if he told someone, they wouldn't be able to understand or learn from it. Me? I didn't feel much. Tsunade recalled her own experience. That time, Jiraiya apparently puked right away, while she herself hadn't felt great either, but at least hadn't thrown up. Orochimaru, on the other hand, had seemed utterly unfazed. As a ninja, the moment you step onto the battlefield, you must be prepared to be killed as well as to kill. Ultimately, it's the people who care about us who truly get hurt, Itachi said quietly. So we have to become as strong as possible, keep ourselves alive, and take our enemies down. Tsunade fell silent. She hadn't expected Itachi to voice such thoughts. But thinking it over, she realized his words made sense. And in fact, they resonated with the very will of fire. After all, what Itachi meant was still focused on protecting those he cared about. He'd grieve for the deaths of friends and loved ones, and he'd fight to keep them safe. Sometimes, death really is a kind of release. Those who die feel nothing afterward, while the living are the ones left to bear the pain. Tsunade stepped forward, gently ruffling Itachi's hair, and spoke with tenderness. So if you don't want others to suffer because of you, you have to take care of yourself, all right? As for Kushina Uzumaki and Rinheim Hyuga, Tsunade wasn't really worried. In the future, the two of them would spend most of their time within the village. Surely nothing could happen to both of them in Konoha itself, right? Being kidnapped inside the village would be unthinkable. If something like that ever really happened, then what meaning would Konoha have left? At this stage, Tsunade still had full faith in the village. Yeah. Itachi broke into a confident smile. He wasn't really worried about himself. Instead, his concerns were for Nawaki and Mikoto Uchiha. Truth be told, he was mainly worried about Mikoto. In the original storyline, she hadn't graduated so early. Even after graduation, she joined the Konoha military police force and eventually married Fugaku Uchiha. But now, Mikoto was Orochimaru's apprentice, and, more crucially, Nawaki's teammate. These were dangerous times for anyone close to Nawaki. Besides, both Mito Uzumaki and Tsunade treated him well, and he counted Nawaki as a friend. Itachi didn't want anything bad to happen to them, either. Kushina Uzumaki and Rinheim Hyuga didn't let Tsunade or Itachi down, either. Facing 2 Amage Cure shinobi, they put in quite an effort, but in the end, managed to take both of their opponents down. After taking down their opponents, both Kushina Uzumaki and Rinka Hyuga looked far from well, especially Rinka, whose usually pale visage had turned almost ghostly white. Are you two all right? Itachi Uchiha stepped forward, a note of genuine concern in his voice as he addressed them. I'm Phoenix. I've seen far worse than this. Mentioning it, a shadow fell over Kushina Uzumaki's eyes. Clearly, her thoughts had wandered back to the destruction of Yuzushio village. Itachi gave a slight nod, then turned his gaze to Rinka Hyuga. Rinka, trying to appear strong, shook her head as if to say she was fine. All right, we've cleared out this hideout. As a reward, how about we head to the nearest town and have a good rest? No need to feed the mosquitoes outside tonight. Are you happy? Tsunade boomed, waving her hand in a show of generosity. Does that mean we can finally have a bath? At that, Kushina Uzumaki instantly grew lively. I want a feast, and a hot spring bath, too. Tsunade shot her an exasperated sideways glance. This child, how did she end up pickier than me? I must have spoiled her, she thought. All right, I'll take you for a feast. As for the hot spring, we'll have to see if there's a bathhouse in town first. Tsunade, recalling the purpose of their current mission, finally agreed. Yay, Tsunade, you're the best. Rinka Hyuga wached Tsunade tofu. Remembering their conversation about the ANBU the night before, she seemed to understand Tsunade's intention and chose to remain silent. Itachi Uchiha wiped the blood from his Raijin blade, returned it to its sheath, and for a flashing moment, anticipation sparked in his eyes. The rain ninja they just faced had only been an appetizer, not the main course. Itachi was looking forward to the real battles ahead. Little did he know, his display of strength had already drawn the attention of Tsukumo Hitaki and the root operatives watching from afar. Even though their enemy had been second-rate, the rain ninja was still a jonin, and Itachi had ultimately triumphed, dealing the final blow himself. Just what level had this young man's true abilities reached? You're amazing, Itachi. Those ninjas didn't stand a chance. One swift move, and they were down for good. Once in town, Tsunade led the group to delicious food, and as Kushina Uzumaki ate, she chattered excitedly. To be fair, they were just rain ninja. Against Konoha Shinobi, they're no match. Actually, you two did great. You managed to hold off 5 ninjas between you, and there was more than one chunin among them. Munching contentedly on a slice of rich beef, Itachi praised Kushina and Rinka, then, as if remembering something, took a storage scroll from his belt and tossed it to Rinka across the table. There are still quite a few explosive tags in here. You'll probably find them useful later. That said, Rin Natsuki Hyuga was truly wealthy. Uchiha he had always thought himself rich and extravagant, but when faced with Rin Natsuki, he realized he had underestimated what real wealth looked like. Inside her storage scroll, Rin Natsuki carried at least 500 explosive tags. What kind of genin would ever take more than 500 explosive tags on a mission? Uchiha, he certainly never had. In fact, even Fugako Uchiha, on any given mission, wouldn't be carrying that many explosive tags. It wasn't that the Hyuga clan was necessarily more powerful or wealthier than the Uchiha. In reality, even 2 Hyuga families combined couldn't match the resources of a single Uchiha clan. The difference lay in the fact that the Uchiha didn't bleed each other dry the same way the main Hyuga family did. If the Uchiha leaders or elders ever dared drain the clan members like the main Hyuga family, the ordinary Uchihas would have ousted them in no time. After all, the Uchiha had no cursed seal to keep everyone in line. Their control over their own clansmen was nothing like the Hyugas. In truth, aside from the Hyuga, there wasn't another family that exercised such absolute dominance over their own members. Not even the Oitsutsuki clan on the moon could manage such control, otherwise their downfall in the future would have been unthinkable. All right, Rin Natsuki tucked away her storage scroll. She never once asked how many explosive tags Uchiha he had used, how many were left, nor did she seem even slightly worried that he might have pocketed a few for himself. Apparently, in this regard, Rin Natsuki trusted Uchiha, or perhaps she simply didn't care. After all, what were a few explosive tags worth? Maybe, just maybe, all those tags together wouldn't even cover what it would take an average genin a whole year of missions to earn. Tsunade-sensei, how long do we need to stay in this little town? Rin Natsuki put her scroll away, glancing meaningfully at Tsunade as she asked. A subtle smile tugged at the corner of Tsunade's lips. Clearly, Rin Natsuki had figured out quite a bit. If nothing unexpected happened, Uchiha, he probably started suspecting things the moment they left the Hidden Leaf village. Then, Tsunade cast her gaze toward Kushina Uzumaki, who was happily devouring her food at the table, completely oblivious, almost laughably innocent, so much like Nawaki. Good thing Uchiha was around. Otherwise, Tsunade truly would have worried that Kushina might get herself tricked someday. Yet, ironically, it was Uchiha who was probably the most dangerous one here. Kushina never suspected him in the slightest. If Uchiha ever decided to sell her out, Kushina might just end up counting the money he made from her, all smiles. Forget it, Kushina's affairs are no longer my concern. Grandma already approves of Uchiha. If she treats him no differently than she does Nawaki, and when it comes to E and Kushina, she just turns a blind eye. Clearly, she won't stand in the way of the two being together. But then again, Uchiha, E, and Mikoto have such a complicated, ambiguous relationship. A man this fickle really leaves people speechless. It seems no matter whom Uchiha E chooses, the other one will be left heartbroken. Fortunately, there's no strict monogamy in the shinobi world. It's just that everyone seems to follow this unspoken rule by habit. After all, even Tsunade's grandfather, the Daimyo, had more women than she could ever count. We'll rest for a day and move out tomorrow. Get ready for the second mission. Tsunade pulled a mission scroll from her bosom. Since we've left the village, let's take on a few more missions while we're out here. Uchiha E, Hyuga Rinxia, you two have done quite a few missions by now, and your strength measures up. When we return, it should be about time for you to move up to Chunin. I'll recommend you for the Chunin exams when that happens. Hey, how come E and Rinxia get to participate in the Chunin exams but not me? What about me? Uzumaki Kushina immediately protested, glaring at Tsunade in indignation. To become a Chunin, first you have to be a ninja. You might be tagging along on missions with me, but technically, you're still a student at the academy. You're not even a Jinin yet. How could you possibly take the Chunin exams? Tsunade shot Kushina an exasperated look. This little rascal. Honestly, such good intentions only to be met with incomprehension. When war breaks out, Kushina will actually be the safest. If possible, Tsunade even wishes Nawaki, Uchiha E, and the others could stay safely at school forever and never become real shinobi. Kushina suddenly looked dumbfounded, right? She hadn't even graduated yet. Thinking about it, if E and the others become Chunin, but she herself isn't even a Jinin, wouldn't that be embarrassing? What's the next mission? Uchiha, he didn't care much about the Chunin exams. Even if he made Chunin, he wouldn't be the youngest in Konoha's history. He'd already been held back in that regard. Half a year ago, even if he'd wanted to apply for the exams, Tsunade and the others wouldn't have allowed it. In a way, this was their way of protecting Uchiha E, giving him half a year of solid, healthy growth. As long as he didn't run across any particularly dangerous enemies, there wasn't much he couldn't handle. We are to escort 3 nobles from the Land of Rivers to the capital of the Land of Fire. Tsunade paused, then continued her explanation. Right now, relations among the great nations are strained and war could break out at any moment. Smaller countries are at risk of becoming battlegrounds, and even nobility isn't safe from the fallout of a shinobi war. Some daimyo who favor Konoha and are closely allied with the Land of Fire naturally wish to take refuge in the capital to avoid the dangers ahead. I see. Uchiha no dittoy. For them, this kind of mission wasn't particularly difficult. Yet, entering the territory of another nation, was this really not an issue? Uchiha glanced at Tsunade, at a loss for words. This woman had brought them here just as bait. She wasn't even pretending otherwise anymore. And it wasn't only them drawing attention. Tsunade herself, granddaughter of Senju Hashirama and the foremost medical ninja of Konoha, would attract plenty of enemies too. Hiruzen, Uchiha has already reached the level of Jonin. Danzo Shimura hurried into the Hokage's office, his tone rather displeased as he addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jonin level, is it? As expected of Kagami's child. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression froze for a moment, then brightened with pleasure. Uchiha's talent was extraordinary, and with Uzumaki Mito's guidance, having Jonin-level strength at only 7 or 8 years old was astonishing, but not entirely impossible. Foolishness. He's an Uchiha. Danzo Shimura clearly hadn't expected such a reaction from Sarutobi Hiruzen, and gave him an exasperated look. How could they be pleased just because Uchiha was so gifted? Did Sarutobi forget how, when they returned to Konoha and tried to support him as Hokage, the Uchiha clan had made things so difficult? If Uchiha already had Jonin-level strength now, wouldn't that mean he could be Kaga level at 10, and perhaps rival Madara Uchiha at 15? At that point, would Konoha still answer to them, or to Uchiha E? If Uchiha wanted to become Hokage, should they stop him or not? Danzo could tolerate Uchiha being a genius, but he couldn't tolerate that genius threatening his own power, let alone blocking his path to becoming Hokage. So what if he's an Uchiha? He's still Kagami's child. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated for a heartbeat, but then he understood Danzo's implications. Picking up his pipe and taking a thoughtful puff, he said with gravity, no matter what, he's our nephew. He's destined to become a pillar of Konoha's future. And with the war about to break out, the stronger Uchiha becomes, the better for us. In fact, I'd be glad if he could rival Madara Uchiha right now. Let's see if any other village would dare make a move. There was one thing Hiruzen Sarutobi had not spoken aloud. No matter how you looked at it, Itachi Uchiha was his disciple's disciple, a part of the Sarutobi circle, his own people. Over the past year, Hiruzen had treated Itachi quite well. He'd gifted him weapons, taught him jutsu, and given him every advantage he deserved. Nothing had been withheld. If Itachi truly could become another Madara Uchiha in strength, and if he wanted to be Hokage, wouldn't he also need to make a name for himself on the battlefield? Perhaps he should set a modest goal first, unifying the ninja world, for example. When that day came, everyone would remember that this had been achieved by Uchiha Itachi, and they would also know it happened during Hiruzen's reign as the third Hokage. At that point, wouldn't Hiruzen easily earn himself a place as the revered Taizong? And when Itachi matured, Hiruzen could hand over the mantle of Hokage to him, making way for a peaceful coexistence. That didn't actually sound so unacceptable when he thought about it. But judging from the look in Danzo's eyes, it was obvious he held a deep prejudice against Itachi. Yet Itachi was remarkably well-behaved, even receiving Uzumaki Mito's personal approval. Even if he was Uchiha, Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito had educated him, and Hiruzen himself would sometimes drop by to teach Itachi a lesson or two. There simply was no one in the Leaf Village whose roots and loyalty were as clear as Itachi's. If Itachi didn't have Konoha in his heart, if he didn't carry the will of fire, then Hiruzen's own father, Tsunade Sasuke, might as well have been an Uchiha. Just rename him Uchiha Sasuke. The Uchiha are uncontrollable. Shimura Danzo glared at Hiruzen, seething with frustration. This matter can't be kept secret for long. The Uchiha clan will inevitably get restless. If they use this incident to threaten us during wartime, what then? And don't forget the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even Kagami once said that once someone awakens the Mangekyo, the Uchiha's temperament dramatically changes. They grow more and more extreme. That's why Kagami became ever more devoted to Konoha, Hiruzen replied, his expression subtly amused as he glanced at Danzo. Come on, relax. You're at least Itachi's uncle. Even if he does become Hokage one day, he won't trouble you. Damn it all. Danzo was furious to the point of laughter. Who the hell wanted to see Itachi Uchiha as Hokage? That position was his alone. Anyone who competed against him for Hokage, he would see them only as enemies. A wave of humiliation washed over him. He felt like a complete clown. In the end, Danzo played his trump card. Then how do you explain funneling village resources to the Sarutobi clan? After the Senju clan disbanded and you became Hokage, the resources that should have gone to the civilians, many of them ended up in your Sarutobi family's hands. Sure, you Hiruzen Sarutobi never took a single thread from the public, but what about your clansmen? But what about your own Sarutobi clan? All the talented ninjas from your family have conveniently been placed in important positions, while those lacking in ability have been given safe jobs in the finance department, the ninja academy, or the medical division. Can you honestly claim there's nothing questionable about that? Let's not even mention the rest. Your second, Uncle Sarutobi Kojiro's dog, is even officially on the payroll. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze sharpened instantly. Danzo, are you threatening me? I'm not threatening you. I'm just laying out the facts, Danzo replied, his tone cold as iron. Uchiha is your friend. He won't threaten you. He won't make a move against you. But what about his clan? Don't forget, he'll be responsible for the entire Uchiha clan. Do you think there are enough positions in Konoha to accommodate them all? When that time comes, do you really think Uchiha will just stand by and do nothing? He let the warning sink in before continuing. Sarutobi, ever since you became Hokage and your family benefited, there's no turning back for the rest of us. Even if you refuse to consider yourself, think of your clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. If Uchiha weren't so exceptionally gifted, he truly would have preferred Orochimaru to be the next Hokage. After all, Orochimaru was an orphan. The role wouldn't have entangled the Sarutobi clan, and the Sarutobis could even serve as a support, forging a mutually beneficial alliance. If Orochimaru succeeded as Hokage, they could then back a civilian ninja for the position in the future. That would ensure the Sarutobi clan's safety for years to come. They were, after all, the quintessential followers of the Hokage. On paper, Sarutobi Hiruzen could see all this clearly. Yet the pressures of war weighed heavily on him, leaving him desperate for Uchiha to mature as quickly as possible. Sarutobi Uchiha needs to be reined in, Danzo pressed. He's no longer the right person to keep the Uchiha in check. Hand him over to me. Root could use someone as exceptional as him right now. I'll train him well, treat him as the successor to Root. In a way, it would be doing right by Kagami, Danzo said, calmly laying out his plan. Sarutobi Hiruzen fixed Danzo with a deep, searching look, a stare that made Danzo feel as if icy needles were pricking his back. In that moment, he felt as though Sarutobi Hiruzen could see straight through him. After a long silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally spoke. Uchiha will not join Root. He's Kagami's son, and I'm willing to believe in him. Though he refused Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer called Uchiha simply that boy, but used his full name. Clearly, Danzo's words had left their mark on his mind. "You'll regret this, Hiruzen." Danzo glared at him, unable to hide his frustration. As long as he had Uchiha and could mold him into his own tool, the position of Hokage would be his for the taking, and the entire ninja world would eventually be unified under his rule. In that moment, the first, second, and even the third Hokage would be no more than footnotes when measured against the fourth Hokage, Danzo Shimura himself. He believed he was the one destined to lead Konoha to true greatness. When the time came, he would prove to Tobarama Senju that his earlier judgment was mistaken, that he, Danzo, was in fact the most suitable candidate for Hokage. But Hiruzen Sarutobi's refusal to cooperate left Danzo simmering with frustration and resentment. "I'm the Hokage, Danzo," Hiruzen declared, radiating the resolute authority that befitted a leader. "No matter what the future brings, Uchiha is a ninja of Konoha, a pillar for the village's future. I forbid you from laying a hand on him." Danzo let out a cold snort, slammed the door, and strode away, leaving Hiruzen Sarutobi seated in silent contemplation, his gaze lingering on the closed door. He knew all too well that Uchiha was the best choice. Yet, for the sake of his clan, he had no choice but to turn away from Of course, he would never truly target Uchiha. He would still strive to be a good Hokage, a supportive uncle to just no longer so visibly on Yi's side, nor so generous with his help. When it came time for Uchiha to compete for the Hokage position, he would have to stand on his own. Omisori, a Hokage who only thinks of his own clan cannot be a good Hokage. If I can keep you from facing the same dilemma in the future, then I have no choice but to prevent you from becoming Hokage. One day, I hope you'll understand. As these thoughts unfolded, resolve hardened in Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes. If nothing went awry, Danzo would no doubt try to undermine Uchiha but Hiruzen would give help as needed, just enough to keep him afloat. Danzo was still too inexperienced. Uchiha meanwhile, had no inkling that Danzo Shimura and Hiruzen Sarutobi had exchanged such a conversation. Had he known, he might very well have coughed up blood in disbelief. After all, he'd recently defended Hiruzen in his heart, dismissing all the talk of Hokage conspiracies as nothing but empty rumors. In his mind, joining the circle meant he wouldn't need to worry about being suppressed, for a time at least. Yet who could have guessed that, before he even turned 8 years old, he'd already have to face such challenges? This time, things were different. Tsunade deliberately slowed their pace, and their journey became more like a leisurely outing than a mission. Along the way, Tsunade gave the 3 of them pointers on their training, taught them what to watch out for during travel, and regaled them with stories of places she'd been, memorable encounters, the most soothing hot springs, and the tastiest food she'd ever enjoyed. "I have to say, kid, your lightning release seems to have improved quite a bit again." Tsunade couldn't help but remark when she noticed Uchiha continuing to train his lightning-style chakra nature manipulation even as they traveled. If only Nawaki were as dedicated as Uchiha then she wouldn't have to worry about him so much. "Yes, I've definitely made some progress recently. I heard that the Reikage and his people possess a lightning release chakra mode, which doesn't just grant them terrifying destructive power and incredible speed, it even enhances their defenses. Unfortunately, I've never actually seen them in person, or I'd love to study their techniques in depth." Uchiha's talent with lightning release was now among the finest in the entire shinobi world. You can tease Sasuke all you want for always being on the receiving end of a beating or on his way to one, but you can't deny his innate gift for lightning-style jutsu. After all, Sasuke's abilities are inspired by the legendary Takamikazuchi, the god of thunder. He mastered Chidori in no time at all, and later, he made it even more impressive, developing his own unique techniques from it. Every shinobi has their own talents. Yet Uchiha Fugaku dismissed Sasuke's gifts just because his prowess with fire release was inferior to Itachi's. That's as misguided as assuming Naruto isn't a true Uzumaki simply because he's not good at sealing techniques. As for Sasuke losing to Killer Bee after awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan, wasn't that perfectly normal? Was that really peak Sasuke in that fight? Sure, he had unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan, but he hadn't yet come to grips with its powers. The curse seal he usually relied on had been erased by Itachi. Winning that battle would have been almost impossible. At that point, Sasuke wasn't even as strong as he was during his fight against Itachi. He hadn't even found his own combat style yet. Now, after inheriting Sasuke's gift for lightning release, Uchiha found he could develop the lightning bird technique with remarkable ease. It didn't seem all that difficult, really. Lightning release chakra mode. I'd rather not face those guys, Tsunade said, her lips twitching in unease. Lightning Release Chakra mode wasn't something just any ninja could master. Anyone capable of learning, it had to be at least an elite jonin. In the entire Hidden Cloud Village, there probably weren't many shinobi who truly controlled it. With Uchiha Yi's small frame right now, he'd never survive a clash with any of those powerhouses. Tsunade thought it'd be better for Uchiha not to run into any of them at all. Haha. Honestly, I'm rather looking forward to it. Well, except for a fight with the third Reikage. That's one encounter I'd like to avoid, Uchiha admitted, showing a trace of caution at the mention of the third Reikage. If you're talking overall strength, Hiruzen Sarutobi might match the third Reikage, but in a true head-to-head duel, the third Reikage would probably still have the upper hand. Even with the Mangekyo Sharingan awakened, unless I gain an exceptionally powerful eye technique, I'm afraid I still wouldn't be a match for the third Reikage. The Mangekyo Sharingan is formidable, but by no means invincible. Ahem, what you lack most right now is battle experience and time. In the future, you won't be any less capable than they are. Tsunade gave Uchiha a reassuring pat on the shoulder. But tell me, kid, are you going through a growth spurt? You've grown at least 10 centimeters this year, haven't you? You're the one going through a growth spurt. Over the past year, you must have gone up at least 3 ranks yourself. Uchiha grumbled inwardly, but dared not say it out loud. If he did, his fate might end up no better than Jiraiya's. I don't think so. I'm just growing at a normal rate. As a medical ninja, you should be able to tell if you look closely. He paused for a moment before adding, it could also be related to my recent training in Lightning Release. Lightning Release stimulates the body's development, though I probably still have a few years before I really mature. Alright, seems like you're just growing naturally, Tsunade said as she felt Yi's cells and nodded slightly. With your build, you'll probably get very tall in the future, maybe over 185. If Nawaki knew, he'd probably be devastated. You're already catching up to him in height. Frankly, if he can reach 178, I'd be thrilled. Nawaki will grow taller in the future, and really, 178 isn't short at all. Orochimaru's already almost 180. Actually, in the Uchiha clan, almost half the adult men haven't even reached 178. So there's no need to worry about it so much. Besides, height isn't related to strength. Even the Hokage isn't particularly tall, but that hasn't affected his power. He spoke sincerely, trying to comfort Tsunade. I hope so. Tsunade sighed helplessly. My father and mother weren't short, and my grandfather was a giant. If I end up too short, it'll be tough to find a partner in the future. Is that really your concern? Being a little short or a little less attractive doesn't really matter. As long as Nawaki grows up, he'll have strength, a strong background, and, when it came to money, he hesitated and glanced at Tsunade, a bit uncertain. For Nawaki to be rich would be a real challenge. No amount of money could keep up with Tsunade spending it all alone. Maybe it'd be better not to drag other girls into this mess after all. With Nawaki's temperament, it wouldn't be surprising if he became a total sister's boy. He had already graduated for more than half a year, but it was said that all of his salary had been taken away by Tsunade. He didn't even have any money left to buy snacks. With Tsunade's reckless spending habits, even the noble ladies in the capital probably wouldn't dare to marry Nawaki. Uchiha recalled how so many transmigrators who landed in the Naruto world would set their sights on Tsunade as their first goal. To that, he honestly wanted to say, those people were truly brave, the kind who didn't fear losing everything. Not to mention anything else. Even Uchiha himself had been asked by Tsunade to lend her money. Thankfully, he held firm to his principles and didn't give in. Otherwise, he was sure he would never have seen that money again. It was true that Tsunade was exceptionally good at making money, but the speed at which she squandered it far outpaced her earnings. Sensing Uchiha's odd look, Tsunade shot him a dissatisfied glare. What's that look for? Nawaki is still young. He really shouldn't be carrying money around with him. I'm doing this for his own good. All right, you're doing it for his own good. Uchiha observed a moment of silence for Nawaki, but didn't argue any further. After all, if someone had to suffer, better him than me. Let Tsunade keep making trouble for Nawaki. With a dismissive huff, Tsunade decided not to bother talking to Uchiha anymore. She'd finally figured out that she wouldn't be getting any gambling funds from him. He had absolutely no sympathy. It'd be much better to get on Hyuga Rin's good side. Uzumaki Kushina was useless for this too, since she'd go straight to Grandma and reveal her gambling habits. Unlike Hyuga Rin, who didn't seem to care about money at all. Tsunade-sama, we're counting on you for our safety. Wherever she went, Tsunade always commanded a certain respect. Even setting aside her status as the Leaf Princess, recognized by the daimyo of the Land of Fire, her reputation as Konoha's foremost medical ninja had earned the respect of many nobles. After all, those with money naturally wanted to ensure that, should they fall ill or get injured, a doctor of extraordinary skill would be there to treat them. Establishing a connection with Tsunade might just mean the chance to save their life someday. In many people's minds, they'd rather offend the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, than risk crossing Tsunade. No need to be so formal. After all, you're paying us for our services. And thank you for your trust in the Land of Fire. Tsunade waved her hand, motioning for them to hurry into the carriage, as there was still a long road ahead. In this world, the nobility still held enormous status. Uchiha sometimes couldn't understand how these ordinary people, unable to even defend themselves, could have so many powerful higher guards at their beck and call. During the ninja wars, the fighters were almost always ninjas, and the conflict seldom involved the high nobility directly. Even in the Fourth Great Ninja War, someone like Terumi Mei, the Mizukage, was assigned to guard the feudal lord. Considering how useless these figures were, wouldn't it be better just to let them fend for themselves? Let them meet their fates on their own. As long as the ninja show even the slightest indifference, I fear that Akatsuki and White Zetsu wouldn't care about these people at all. These nobles had raised their own groups of ninja and samurai. There were fewer than 10 of these aristocrats, yet they were protected by over 100 guards and traveled with numerous carriages loaded with valuable belongings. Even our own group, led by Uchiha, was assigned a carriage for our travels. Do you think those people will make a move? Inside the carriage, Uchiha suddenly turned to ask Tsunade. Hinata Rinxia immediately glanced at Tsunade. This matter concerned their true mission on this journey. She had staked everything to accompany Tsunade on this gamble with fate. If, even now, Tsunade wasn't willing to reveal the truth, then how could she be counted on as a reliable mentor? What do you mean by that? Are you saying ninjas from other villages are planning to attack these nobles? Kushina Uzumaki eyed Uchiha with suspicion. No, in fact, we're the biggest bait. Uchiha shook his head slightly, his gaze growing intense. From the moment we left Konoha, there have always been ninjas following us. Most of them are from the ANBU. They're not here to protect these nobles. They're here to watch over us. If other villages learn about our team's presence, I'm sure they'll come after us. Us? Kushina blinked in surprise. No wonder Grandma Mito told me to be especially careful. So this was what she meant. But why do I still sense animosity directed at us? And it feels really close by, she added, frowning. Oh, Kushina, you can feel that. Tsunade quickly probed further. Her grandmother once possessed the ability to sense goodwill or malice from others. Had Kushina inherited it too? Grandma Mito left a trace of chakra in me. That's what lets me sense it, Kushina explained, rubbing the back of her head. She drew aside the carriage curtain and pointed at a tree nearby. Right there, in those branches. Uchiha's mind raced. Although he hadn't sensed anything himself, combining this with Kushina's unique perception, it had to be an ability from the Nine Tails. A possibility struck him at once. White Zetsu. Now that things had reached this point, why not stir up even more chaos in the ninja world? Without hesitation, he pulled out a kunai and, aiming at the spot Kushina indicated, hurled it toward the tall tree. Just as the blade was about to strike, a pale shadow burst from the branches, dodging the attack. What on earth is that? Tsunade's eyes widened in shock. Even she had never seen such a bizarre figure. Before anyone else could react, Uchiha's silhouette flashed. In a second, he was right in front of White Zetsu, swinging the blade of the Thunder God toward the strange being. Enemy attack. As soon as Uchiha rushed forward, the samurai snapped to attention, drawing their weapons and scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Well, looks like I've been discovered. White Zetsu was forced out into the open, yet showed not a trace of panic. Instead, he wore a mischievous grin. So it really is White Zetsu. But is Black Zetsu lurking nearby as well? And what about Uchiha Madara? Who is White Zetsu targeting? These nobles? Impossible. They're not worth White Zetsu's attention. Hyuga Rinsha? She's just a Hyuga, hardly an Otsutsuki. Madara and Black Zetsu likely look down on the entire Hyuga clan, main house included. They simply aren't on their radar. Tsunade, then? That doesn't seem likely, either. After all, Tsunade isn't just any ninja. She's often operated outside the bounds of Konoha. If Madara had wanted to go after her, he would have done so long ago. Myself? An uneasy feeling began to gnaw at Uchiha's heart. Could it be that I am the actual target? Is it possible that, though I'm still a child, awakening the three-tomo Sharingan has drawn the attention of Madara and Black Zetsu? Or perhaps it's the Indra chakra within me that has caught Black Zetsu's eye. Still, if anyone here would warrant such scrutiny, it might be Kushina Uzumaki. As the likely Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails in the future, there's no way Madara would overlook her. Then another suspicion crept into Uchiha's mind. What if Uchiha Kagami was killed by Madara's own hand? The Mangekyo Sharingan is hardly invincible, but any Uchiha who awakens it would stand among the elite of the ninja world. Even faced with a formidable enemy, they should still be able to escape. And yet Kagami Uchiha was dispatched so easily. Within the ninja world, there are only a handful who could have accomplished such a feat. Betrayed by his own? Until now, he had suspected Danzo Shimura or perhaps the Uchiha clan leader. But suddenly, the possibility that the old fox Madara himself was responsible seemed all too real. As this thought took root, a sliver of murderous intent flickered in Yi's eyes. Despite the lack of a close bond between them, Kagami was, after all, his own father. If Madara could kill Kagami, then he knew he would one day have to kill Madara in turn. In that shadowy moment, he could feel his ocular power, the force of his Sharingan, slowly surging. A crackling surge rang out as Yi's sword of Raijin pierced straight through White Zetsu's chest. Stab right through? Does this mean am I supposed to die now? White Zetsu poked at the sword embedded in his chest, and with a jaunty tilt of his head, he collapsed to the ground. What on earth is this thing? Tsunade quietly approached Uchiha E, her expression grave as she stared at the fallen White Zetsu on the ground. It seems like the enemy isn't afraid of death at all, and there's no blood. Could this be just a clone, not the real body? With all sorts of strange and mysterious ninja techniques in the shinobi world, Tsunade's suspicion was not unfounded. When he was hiding earlier, even my Byakugan couldn't spot him. Hyuga Linxia mentioned, her expression equally somber. As a member of the Hyuga main family, Linxia had always taken great pride in her Byakugan. It's regarded as one of the 3 great visual jutsu in the ninja world, after all, and rightly so. She'd never seen the Rinnegan, that legendary eye, so Linxia wasn't sure just how powerful it could be. But as for the Sharingan, especially once someone awakened the Mangekyo, it was certainly more formidable than the ordinary Byakugan. Of course, the Byakugan had its own hidden strengths too, but if forced to use them, the backlash wasn't something they could easily endure. Normally, the Byakugan was famous for its prowess in reconnaissance. Yet this time, not only had they failed to detect the enemy lurking so close, but they'd also been completely deceived. That left Linxia feeling somewhat dejected. Even the Byakugan can't detect them. Tsunade's expression grew intensely serious. If there were more like this, and all of them slipped past unnoticed, wouldn't that leave the entire world vulnerable to infiltration? Yes, Linxia replied, her face dark with unease. Kushina, do you sense anything else? Tsunade looked to Uzumaki Kushina, standing off to one side. Ido, over here, this way, and there too. Kushina closed her eyes, briefly sensing her surroundings, then pointed out multiple directions one after the other. Before Uchiha E could react, the figures of White Zetsu slowly began to emerge. This isn't good. We've been discovered? Could the Uzumaki clan's sensory jutsu really pick us up? That can't be. Back when we infiltrated Yuzushio village, no one ever noticed us. That's the power of the 9 tails. This girl's a Jinchuriki. As soon as the White Zetsu appeared, their voices broke out in a chaotic chorus. At the same time, they darted off in every direction, trying to escape. Don't let them get away. Tsunade barked at once, springing forward to attack one of the White Zetsu head-on. Uchiha E, Uzumaki Kushina, and Hyuga Linxia rushed after her, launching an all-out assault on the White Zetsu scattered around. In this moment, even someone as typically carefree as Kushina fully understood. These creatures were definitely not to be underestimated. She might be a little absent-minded at times, but she wasn't foolish. The malice coming from these White Zetsu was crystal clear. There was no way Kushina would let them go. Fortunately, it seemed that Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara also believed that Uchiha Yi's group wouldn't be able to detect White Zetsu. They didn't send too many, so with everyone working together, they managed to capture or even kill all of the White Zetsu with ease. What on earth are these things? They don't even bleed, and it looks like they don't have any organs inside, Kushina Uzumaki exclaimed, staring in disbelief at the lifeless White Zetsu she'd just defeated. Traveling with Tsunade's team, Kushina had picked up quite a bit along the way. After all, Tsunade was raising her almost like a younger version of herself. That's why Kushina had learned some medical ninjutsu as well. But faced with creatures like these, her young mind was filled with confusion. Were these even human at all? These things, Tsunade's face darkened, her eyes sharp with concern. If she wasn't mistaken just now, there was a trace of wood-released chakra about them. One of the White Zetsu had even tried to attack her with a wooden spike. Could it be that these were all wood-release experiment subjects? Tsunade knew a thing or two about the research of Hiruzen Tsurutobi and Danzo Shimura, though she'd never interfered with it. After all, even her own grandmother, Mito Uzumaki, had turned a blind eye to the experiments. And, when you got right down to it, the very first person in Konoha to experiment with wood release had been the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Even Tsunade herself would have a hard time putting a stop to something with roots that deep. Just what kind of monsters had that scoundrel Danzo created? These things don't seem human, Uchiha observed, carefully studying one of the white Zetsu clones he'd captured. To be honest, they're more like plant life than people, not even a proper set of organs between them. Tsunade's expression grew grave as she nodded. Still, she kept her suspicions to herself, the possibility that these creatures were products of Konoha's would-release experiments. It wasn't that she didn't trust Uchiha, but he was just too young to be exposed to these ugly truths. Tsunade worried such knowledge might change the way he saw the world. She made up her mind to shield these youngsters' innocence. For as long as possible, at least until they turned 15, she wouldn't let them see the village's darker side. And yet, the real darkness within Konoha traced back to her great-uncle, Tobarama Senju. Besides, they weren't alone here. Nobles and samurai were present as well, and it would truly be inconvenient for outsiders to learn of these secrets. Pulling out a storage scroll, Tsunade sealed away all of the white Zetsu bodies in one sweep. Although she strongly suspected they were the products of would-release research, it was very possible that these white Zetsu had not come to harm them. No, to be precise, they had likely come to watch over them, or rather, to keep them under surveillance. Didn't Kushina Uzumaki just mention that these odd creatures seemed to harbor ill intentions towards their group? This could not possibly be the handiwork of Hiruzen Sarutobi. The only person Tsunade could think of was Danzo Shimura. As expected, that wretched Danzo must be up to no good. It was the right decision when second granduncle didn't let him become Hokage. Let's put these things away for now. We'll take them out again after we return to the village, Tsunade whispered, having made up her mind to ask her teacher to seriously rein in Danzo once they got back. If Danzo really had such a team with abilities so stealthy that even the Byakugan couldn't detect them, wouldn't privacy in the village become a thing of the past? So, should we still go through with this mission? I just have a feeling something's about to go wrong, Uchiha asked. He had no idea how Tsunade was reasoning, but deep down he suspected that Madara Uchiha was about to make a move. If Madara really acted, this entire team would stand no chance. We've come too far to back out now, Tsunade replied, her gaze flitting meaningfully toward the noble's carriage in the near distance, then shrugged it off. Besides, since Kushina can sense their presence, it shouldn't be a big problem. And anyway, aren't the seniors still with us? As long as no truly formidable enemy intervenes, things won't get out of hand. Besides, those elite shinobi are unlikely to step in without good reason, right? All right then. Uchiha couldn't possibly mention anything about Madara, but inwardly, he was more excited than worried about the battle that was sure to come. Black Zetsu, the Cloud Ninjas have found out about Kushina Uzumaki and Rin Natsuhyuga. They're making their way towards Tsunade's team. Came a soft report from a white Zetsu to Black Zetsu. Whenever Madara Uchiha was absent, Black Zetsu served as his will incarnate. In fact, even with Madara present, white Zetsu always deferred to Black Zetsu. That was a secret only the two of them shared. Looks like the shinobi war is about to begin, Black Zetsu replied, a sly smile playing at his lips. With the Rinnegan awakened, it wouldn't be long before he could finally rescue Mother. Still, before that, it was necessary to weaken the shinobi world as much as possible. He also needed to test whether his two elder brothers had any hidden cards in this world. The Senju, the Uchiha, the Uzumaki clans all needed to be probed. Oh right, the Hyuga too. Who knew what was going on with the Otsutsuki up on the moon? Now that the Uzumaki were nearly extinct, that left the Senju and the Uchiha as prime targets. So, the key remained, strike at Konoha. Suddenly, Black Zetsu's expression shifted. His voice grew raspier. The white Zetsu shadowing Kushina Uzumaki has been discovered. It seems there's a connection to the Nine Tails. That woman, Mito Uzumaki, is still alive. It seems she passed a portion of the Nine Tails chakra on to Kushina Uzumaki. This woman's talent is truly exceptional. Even Black Zetsu had to admit Kushina's excellence. After all, not just anyone can withstand the power of the Nine Tails chakra. Even though this Nine Tails chakra has already been purified by Mito Uzumaki. If Kushina Uzumaki were allowed to keep growing stronger, she'd likely become the next Mito in the future. By then, they still wouldn't be able to get white Zetsu into Konoha. So the best way is to let the Cloud Shinobi abduct Kushina Uzumaki. On top of that, it could trigger another Shinobi World War. He simply refused to believe that, with all the blows dealt by the Cloud, Uchiha's greatest prodigy slain, the Nine Tails backup Jinchuriki kidnapped, the Byakugan stolen, even Hashirama Senju's granddaughter gravely wounded, Konoha would just sit back and do nothing. If that happened, Black Zetsu would have to call Sarutobi Hiruzen the greatest stoic of the ninja world, a real the stalwart among shinobi. If the two sides start fighting, have White Zetsu give Cloud Shinobi a hand. Stop those Umbu from getting in the way. As if reminded of something, Black Zetsu turned to White Zetsu with this warning. Uchiha had no idea Black Zetsu had set his sights on them once again, or rather, that he had never looked away. It was as if Black Zetsu would never stop hunting them. Who would have thought Kushina Uzumaki would become such a coveted prize? For Uchiha, this too was a severe test. On the road to escort the noble family to the feudal lord's mansion, they usually spent their days inside the carriage. It gave him more time to rest and train. After all, nobles might travel at a shinobi's pace, but the journey from the land of rivers to Fire Country's feudal estate still took nearly a month. Anything less, and the land of fire would seem almost embarrassingly small. Wouldn't that suggest Fire Country's territory was lacking in size? At last, the once-a-month chance to refresh the battle space had finally arrived. White Zetsu, Hinata from the 4th Great Ninja War, Mifune from the 5 Kage Summit, a young Tobarama Senju. As he looked at the 4 names appearing in the battle space this time, Uchiha's eyes sparkled instantly. Sizing them up, he realized Mifune was not someone he could stand against. In the era of the 4th Great Ninja War, Mifune was undeniably Kage level, probably even stronger than the current Tsukumo Hitaki. Uchiha had previously fought Tsukumo Hitaki, and to be honest, at this stage, he was nowhere near Tsukumo's level. As for White Zetsu, Uchiha felt confident he could handle him, as long as it wasn't that special White Zetsu. Otherwise, he was certain he could manage. Regarding 4th War Hinata, he couldn't recall if she'd already become a Jonin or was still a Chunin. Probably more likely the latter. Hinata is the perfect example of someone blessed with natural talent, yet never fully displaying it. Hinata Hyuga was born with all the right traits to become a formidable ninja. The fact that Otsutsuki Tonari took an interest in her speaks volumes about her innate gifts. However, there were other aspects of her that held her back from greatness. Hinata's timidity and lack of strong ambition meant she never truly became powerful. Of course, if someone had told her that being the strongest ninja in the world could help her win Naruto Uzumaki's affection, I suspect Hinata would have instantly risen to the challenge. Perhaps she wouldn't become the very best, but at least she'd make a much better fit for Team 7 than Sakura Haruno. Some people even joke that Hinata just never ate enough, that maybe hunger kept her from achieving her potential. It's not a terrible theory, and Uchiha agreed there might be some truth to it. After all, nutrition is no small matter for a ninja. Even during the 4th Great Ninja War, Hinata Hyuga displayed unwavering confidence in facing the dangers ahead. Yet what truly preoccupied Uchiha's mind was the young Tobarama, Senju Tobarama, who held so many qualities he desired: exceptional combat instincts, keen perception, prowess in ninjutsu and water techniques, and a knack for scheming and strategy. Even though Senju Tobarama didn't possess the overwhelming might of his brother Hashirama, he was by no means weak. In fact, at that time, if not for the outlandish power of Hashirama himself, Tobarama would have been a perfect leader for the Senju clan. From the information Uchiha had gathered, Tobarama's abilities even surpassed those of his own father. It's simply that both Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha were on a different plane altogether. Thankfully, this was only the younger Tobarama. Uchiha dared not even imagine facing Tobarama at his full potential. Glancing over at Tsunade nearby, Uchiha then focused his attention back on the battlefield space before him. White Zetsu was a minor problem, quickly dealt with. Uchiha obtained a portion of White Zetsu's chakra as a reward. While it left him a bit underwhelmed, chakra from even one White Zetsu was still no small gain. If Kakashi of the future ever found out, he'd probably cry with envy. Defeating Hinata took a bit of effort, but in the end, Uchiha was victorious, earning the Gentle Step Twin Lion Fist from their encounter. This was a secret, advanced taijutsu of the Hyuga clan's main family, known for its unique use of chakra shaping. With both the Twin Lion Fists and the 8 trigrams 64 palms in his arsenal, Uchiha felt like he was more Hyuga than a true Hyuga. After all, while Rin Natsu Hyuga had already mastered the 8 trigrams 64 palms, she hadn't yet learned the Twin Lion Fists. Otherwise, she'd have surely used them already. But in the end, Rin Natsu Hyuga was still only about 10 years old. To be able to reach this level, she was already considered a prodigy within the Hyuga clan. In this era, the Ninja Academy was nothing like the 6-year curriculum for Naruto's time. Thinking of this, Uchiha couldn't help but sigh once more. No matter how muddle-headed Hiruzen Sarutobi became in his old age, he did manage to protect some children, extending their schooling from 4 years to 6. It's a pity he himself didn't possess the Byakugan. Otherwise, Uchiha figured that when he ventured out to stir up trouble in the future, he could imitate the Hyuga clan's tactics. The Byakugan, the 8 trigrams, 64 palms, and gentle step twin line fists. If he said he wasn't from the Hyuga clan, who would ever believe him? For now, Uchiha, he couldn't openly use these abilities. As for the young Tobirama Senju, he hardly posed much challenge for Uchiha. He reckoned that this stage of Tobirama's life was around the time when Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha had their first falling out. At this point, Tobirama wasn't even quite a teenager, just about 8 or 9 years old. Still, if you insisted on calling an 8 or 9-year-old Tobirama a youth, that wouldn't be wrong either. However, it would be a mistake to think that Tobirama's youth meant he was weak. In truth, he already possessed the strength of a chunin. Coupled with Tobirama's cunning character, fighting him was a real pain. A battle with him meant that even if he died, he'd make sure you'd shed layers of skin, leave you wounded, and then let the rest of the Senju clan finish off their wicked Uchiha foe. Luckily, inside the battle space, Uchiha, he didn't fear injury at all. As long as he was willing to take the risk, he could take Tobirama down. A clear chime sounded in his mind. Congratulations, Uchiha-e, for defeating the young Tobirama Senju. You have gained Tobirama Senju's sensory abilities. Do you wish to fuse them? Fuse, he silently declared, and couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. As expected, Tobirama Senju was a treasure trove. What Uchiha-e lacked most when using the Flying Thunder God technique was sensory ability. Truthfully, Uchiha-e's sensory prowess was already quite formidable, but to leverage it well in high-speed combat, he still fell short. This was the main reason why, despite mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, he hadn't been able to apply it fully in battle. As time went on, Uchiha-e was confident that, even without the help of the battle space, he could further improve his sensory skills. But merging with Tobirama's sensory ability was another matter entirely. Only now did Uchiha-e grasp just how terrifyingly powerful Tobirama's skills truly were. And this was merely the sensory ability of Tobirama during his youth. By his later years, Tobirama could sense the chakra of the Ten Tails from deep within the village of Konoha. Perhaps, when it comes to the fineness of sensory perception, there are a few ninja who surpass Tobirama Senju. But if we're talking about the range of sensory abilities, then Tobirama Senju is very likely unmatched throughout the ninja world. Now, with the sensory prowess of young Tobirama Senju in his grasp, Uchiha, he could sense everything within a 10-kilometer radius with little effort. If he only focused on large chakra signatures, his range could easily triple that. At this moment, Uchiha-e was nearly certain. He could now use the Flying Thunder God technique, even while moving at high speeds. I'm about to become unstoppable, Uchiha-e shouted in his heart. Of course, this wasn't to say that he'd become invincible just because he could freely use the Flying Thunder God technique. Rather, it meant he now truly had a way to protect himself. With this jutsu, even if he couldn't win a fight, he could always make a swift escape. Given his current situation, as long as he had enough time, Uchiha-e could continue to grow stronger, and one day become a top-tier powerhouse in the ninja world. What's wrong? Sensing a ripple of excitement in Uchiha-e, Kushina Uzumaki glanced over with curiosity. Something that had stumped me before just suddenly made sense. I'm about to master a new jutsu, Uchiha-e answered, confidence shining in his eyes. Oh, what jutsu is it? Tsunade, catching his words, turned to him with interest. Lately, unable to go out gambling, Tsunade had grown bored, so she'd taken to patiently training Kushina Uzumaki and Rinka Hyuga. As for Uchiha-e, Tsunade had somewhat overlooked him for now. She felt there wasn't much she could teach him, aside from medical ninjutsu. As for things like the Yin Seal, Tsunade wasn't sure if Uchiha-e could learn it. The technique was custom-tailored by Tsunade herself, and though girls could train in it, for a boy like Uchiha-e, it would be far more difficult. Take a guess. Uchiha-e replied cryptically, then reached into his bag and pulled out 2 kunai. Gripping them in both hands, he let everyone, Tsunade, Kushina, and Rinka, see the glowing inscription on the blade. World Peace. What's that? The mark for the Flying Thunder God technique? You've mastered it. Tsunade stared at Uchiha-e in disbelief. Tsunade knew a fair bit about the Flying Thunder God technique. Like Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others, she'd once tried to research it herself. But, just like everyone else, her ability to sense space was only average, better than most, but nowhere near enough to meet the requirements to master this jutsu. So although Tsunade had harbored hopes for Uchiha-e, she hadn't held out much faith in his chances. Even if he did succeed, she'd thought it would be a long time before he could really put it to use. I really didn't expect Uchiha-e to actually master the Flying Thunder God technique. Well, it's not quite a complete mastery yet. I've solved some of the key problems, but if I truly want to use it in real combat, that'll still take some time. Especially since I'll need to adapt through real battles. You know how it is, in a fight between top ninjas, even the slightest hesitation can make all the difference. A single misstep, and before I know it, instead of my enemy, I could be the one who ends up dead. Uchiha yifuro it. So even if I've technically learned the Flying Thunder God technique, for now, I can only use it for traveling quickly. That's already incredible, Tsunade muttered under her breath. She had known Uchiha was a genius, but to think he'd really pulled off the Flying Thunder God technique, it was hard to believe. If her great-uncle found out, he'd probably end up questioning his whole life. After all, the Flying Thunder God technique had always been ranked by her great-uncle as one of the most difficult jutsu to master. It was said that when Senju Tobarama created the Flying Thunder God, he spent at least 10 years perfecting it. Kushina, Linxia, take these, Uchiha said, instructing them earnestly. If anything happens, I can get to you right away. It's just a shame I don't have any chakra metal. Without it, you won't be able to activate the Flying Thunder God mark on these weapons yourselves. Otherwise, if you ever found yourselves in danger, all you'd have to do is trigger the seal, and I could be there in an instant. Chakra metal isn't easy to find at all. Even my great-uncle barely managed to make a couple of Flying Thunder God kunai back in the day, and he went and left them in the land of lightning. There's no way they'd ever give them back to us. Tsunade sighed, full of regret. Besides, you gave both of these to Kushina and Linxia. Why didn't I get one? Seriously, do I really mean so little to you as your teacher? She felt like she was about to blow her top. This brat, Uchiha, was completely heartless. She had given him everything, her monster strength and her medical ninjutsu. The Sword of the Thunder God had also been borrowed from Hiruzen Sarutobi, specifically because Uchiha showed a fondness for lightning release. She wanted to help strengthen him. Later, she even taught him the Flying Thunder God technique herself. Even her grandmother, Uzumaki Mido, had agreed to mentor Uchiha, and that was, at least in part, because of Tsunade herself. And now, after all that, Uchiha learns the Flying Thunder God technique, but won't even give her one of the kunai. It was like he had no conscience at all. Did he really think she hadn't done enough for him? It's not that. It's just, for now, you don't really need me to protect you, right? Uchiha gave Tsunade a helpless look. Anyway, these two kunai are only temporary. I'll still need to figure out how to make the special Flying Thunder God kunai later on. Tsunade crossed her arms and turned her head aside, clearly dissatisfied with Uchiha's answer. All right, from my point of view, it's not you who needs my protection. It's them. Aren't we about to fight some powerful enemies later? It makes sense to give them some assurance, doesn't it? Uchiha gestured toward Kushina, Uzumaki, and Rinxia Hyuga beside him, continuing his explanation. You mentioned before about those special kunai. If I infuse them with chakra, you can rush over right away. Are those difficult to make? Rinxia Hyuga fiddled with the kunai in her hand as she asked. It's not that I can instantly appear the moment you use it. Uchiha quickly clarified. If you pour chakra into the kunai, I can sense it at once, and then use the Flying Thunder God technique to get to you. Of course, whether I go or not still depends on whether I want to, and if you're too far away, I might not even be able to sense it. So, it's actually kind of like a summoning beast. Rinxia Hyuga shot Uchiha a sidelong glance. Even though it all depended on his willingness, just having such an option gave her some sense of security. This guy, Uchiha, definitely possessed strength on par with the Jonin. He just didn't show it most of the time. Uchiha's expression darkened instantly. I'm not a summoning beast. When my granduncle first invented the Flying Thunder God technique, he actually took inspiration from summoning beasts, Tsunade said, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of her lips. Rinxia Hyuga was an interesting child. Getting the better of Uchiha like that, Tsunade found it quite entertaining. She thought to herself, if I let it slip in secret that Uchiha is the strongest summoning beast, that would keep him knocked down a peg or two for a good while. That could be quite amusing. So, does that mean the kunai need to be made with chakra metal? Rinxia Hyuga stared at Uchiha as she questioned him. Yes, if possible, chakra metal is the best choice. If there isn't any available, a higher grade special iron will do, but channeling chakra into it will cost a lot more energy. Just thinking about chakra metal made Uchiha wince inwardly. It wasn't that he lacked money. Uchiha Kagami had left him a substantial inheritance, and on top of that, he completed quite a number of missions recently. So Uchiha was definitely well off. But even with all that wealth, he could hardly buy any chakra metal. There just wasn't much of it in all of Konoha's reserves. The Hyuga clan happens to have some chakra metal. I'll bring you some when we get back, Rinxia Hyuga said thoughtfully, nodding her head. Well, thank you very much. No need to thank me. After all, the finished kunai will be in my hands, so technically they're still mine. Tell me, since the second Hokage also knew the Flying Thunder God technique, how did he end up sacrificing himself in the land of lightning? At this moment, Kushina Uzumaki looked at Tsunade, her eyes brimming with confusion. She'd heard Tsunade mention the Flying Thunder God technique before. By all logic, with such a powerful technique in his arsenal, Tobirama Senju, even if not truly invincible, should have been one of the safest shinobi on any battlefield. And yet, even with such skills, he still perished on a mission. No matter how much Kushina turned it over in her mind, she simply couldn't fathom how this could have happened. Tsunade's expression grew complicated when she heard Kushina's question. Instead of answering immediately, she turned her gaze toward Uchiha. Your father was there at the time as well. Did he ever tell you anything about what happened? He did, a little. Back then, the second Hokage brought my father, along with the third Hokage and the rest, to the Hidden Cloud Village. Their aim was to forge an alliance against the other villages. But just as the talks began, the Gold and Silver brothers led their elite troops in revolt. It wasn't just us who were ambushed. Even their second Raikage was caught completely off guard. In that surprise attack, he lost his life. As Uchiha recounted the tale of the Gold and Silver brothers, his gaze turned thoughtful, and he studied Tsunade for a heartbeat. The Gold and Silver brothers were also said to be descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, wielding those so-called Six Paths tools. Of course, Uchiha seriously doubted those legendary ninja tools were truly as wondrous as the legends claimed. More likely, they were mere playthings crafted by Hagoromo Otsutsuki before he achieved his prime. Trinkets, perhaps, made for Ashura and Indra when they were young. Such tools wouldn't be of use to someone as powerful as Hagoromo in his maturity, but for weaker shinobi, they could indeed be overwhelming. Even someone on the level of a Kage, if not wary enough, could easily fall victim to those forbidden tools. What truly piqued Uchiha's curiosity, though, was that the Gold and Silver brothers, judging by their abilities, ought to be Ashura's descendants. They didn't possess the sage's eyes, but their constitutions were extraordinary. It seemed that Indra's only known descendants were the Uchiha, but Ashura's bloodline was different. The Senju clan, the Uzumaki clan, both traced their lineage to Ashura. The Gold and Silver brothers ought to be among Ashura's progeny as well, though for reasons unknown, their relationship with the Senju clan had never been close. Uchiha strongly suspected that Ashura's ability to defeat Indra and win Hagoromo's favor to become the heir to Ninshu wasn't just because he championed love, but also because he could propagate the bloodline of the Six Paths more widely. Imagine, as an emperor in ancient times, you have two sons. One is dutiful, perhaps not outstanding, but certainly faithful. The other is brilliant, clever, even a little rebellious. The dutiful son finds many women, spreading your lineage across branches and generations. Meanwhile, the other excellent son, focused solely on his career and indifferent to romance, finally had a child through your careful arrangements, only to then lose all interest in continuing the family line. If it were up to you, whom would you choose as your heir? Ahem, of course, this was just Uchiha's wild speculation. Nevertheless, there's no denying that Otsutsuki Hagoromo was indeed partial toward his two sons. If he had truly prioritized the prosperous future of Ninshu, Indra's abilities would have made it far easier to foster its development. As a father, upon realizing your child has made mistakes or acted against your wishes, the right thing to do is to communicate your thoughts and patiently guide them, rather than simply choosing the other child and letting the first one's efforts go to waste. From Indra's perspective, Uchiha himself would also have chosen to rebel and oppose his father. When it comes down to it, Otsutsuki Hagoromo was simply too arrogant. Even when it came to selecting the successor of Ninshu, something that would decide the fate of peace throughout the ninja world, he still chose someone whose appointment was fraught with hidden dangers. Of course, you could claim Hagoromo believed in democracy, given the personalities of Indra and Ashura. Indra being the problem solver who relied on himself, and Ashura being the one who relied on everyone. Naturally, subordinates preferred a leader like Ashura. Yet the truth remains, Indra was actually a capable guide in his own right. No wonder so many believe the chaos and unrest plaguing the ninja world for 1,000 years stem from the Sage of Six Paths' own machinations. Even a transmigrator like Uchiha, after learning the world's hidden truths, couldn't help but suspect that all of this was nothing but Hagoromo's plot. Of course, at this point in time, dwelling on such matters was premature for Uchiha. He needed to focus on growing stronger as quickly as possible. Until he reached the level of the Sage of Six Paths, all this pondering would be meaningless. That's about the same as what the teachers told me, Tsunade nodded slightly. The revolt by the Gold and Silver brothers was so sudden that at first, the second Hokage and the others even thought it was an attack from the Cloud Ninja. So in those first moments, chaos reigned. By the time they understood the situation, the second Raikage was already dead and the second Hokage and his men were wounded. Our teachers, too, suffered quite a bit. In the end, to ensure everyone else could escape, the second Hokage chose to stay behind and cover their retreat. I see. The Hokage himself stayed to protect the others. Kushina, Uzumaki frowned. She wanted to ask, weren't these people supposed to protect the Hokage? How did it end up with the Hokage being the one to stay behind? This felt very much in line with the will of fire she had learned. But still, wasn't this different from the code of conduct they were taught at the Ninja Academy? Had the third Hokage and the others perhaps truly done something wrong? Of course, no matter how naive Kushina Uzumaki might seem, she would never be so foolish as to actually ask about this matter out loud. After all, this involved the current Hokage, not to mention Uchiha Yi's own father. Kushina would admit she could be a little slow at times, but she wasn't truly foolish. Damn it, if I keep thinking like this, I'll have to start using my brain for real. Tsunade rested her hand gently on Kushina's head and spoke softly. If you can't figure it out, then just let it be. Sometimes, choices are made in the heat of the moment. Nobody really knows what they'll do until that decision is right in front of them. If it were her in that situation, if her team fell into danger, wouldn't she also want Uchiha I to whisk Kushina and Hyuga Rincho away as quickly as possible? Her gaze shifted to Uchiha I as she asked, "Kid, just how far can you teleport with your Flying Thunder God technique right now?" "If it's only myself, I can manage about 20 kilometers in a single jump. If I'm bringing others, though, the more people or the farther I go, or the more chakra these people have, the more chakra I'll need myself. With this team, I'd say 7 or 8 kilometers shouldn't be a problem." Uchiha I kept some of his strength hidden. The truth was, if it was just him alone, he could manage up to 50 kilometers. The range of the Flying Thunder God technique really depended on both Uchiha Yi's chakra reserves and his ability to sense his destination. His chakra was increasing all the time, and now, almost without realizing it, he'd surpassed Tsunade herself. Sometimes, Tsunade had to wonder if Uchiha was really an Uchiha, or if he belonged to the Senju clan instead. "I see. Leave some Flying Thunder God marks on land as we move forward." Tsunade sighed in relief, her shoulders relaxing just a little. "If trouble really does come, you take Rincha and Kushina and get out immediately." 20 kilometers wasn't far at all for a ninja. In truth, if they sprinted at full speed, it would only take them a few minutes. Uchiha I and his team were certainly fast enough to guarantee their own safety this way. As long as Kushina Uzumaki and Hyuga Rincha were safe, that was enough. As for herself, well, there was nothing to worry about. Even if she was to fall, that too was a part of a ninja's fate. "I understand." Uchiha I nodded, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "But I don't think this battle will be so grim. Do the other villages really have the spare strength to send Kaga-level ninja after us?" Uchiha I knew that with Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake, shadowing them, plus himself and a squad of root ninja, they might even have a fighting chance if they did actually cross paths with Hanzo the Salamander. Back then, several years later, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru together couldn't defeat Hanzo. The current lineup of Uchiha I, Tsunade, and Tsukumo Hatake was formidable in its own right. Perhaps not as perfectly coordinated as Tsunade's original squad, but no less worthy of facing down a legend. With some good teamwork, 1 + 1 + 1 can definitely add up to more than 3. However, there are only a handful of true powerhouses like Hanzo in the ninja world. Right now, without a doubt, Madara Uchiha stands at the very top, followed by Mito Uzumaki, and then come a 5 Kage and Hanzo. At present, Hanzo has yet to earn the title of demigod, but even now, among the 5 Kage, he's a remarkable figure. "I don't think so." Tsunade relaxed when she heard this, realizing she might have been overthinking things. "But to really make the most of the Flying Thunder God technique, I'll need to develop a new jutsu." Uchiha allowed a helpless sigh. Chidori just doesn't mesh well with the Flying Thunder God. If he didn't have the Flying Thunder God technique before awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha would have kept honing Chidori, developing his own unique Chidori style, and combining Lightning Chakra mode with raw strength would have created a technique different from Sasuke's. But now, with the Flying Thunder God in hand, Uchiha felt it might be time to look into the Rasengan. Of course, shaping chakra orbs wasn't the perfect path for him at this moment. He had plenty of chakra, but not an endless supply. A new jutsu? Why not just use the Thunder God Sword and take your enemy's head in one stroke? Your swordsmanship is impressive. You've already mastered the Uchiha style well, and you've learned a lot from our Senju sword techniques too, Tsunade remarked with little concern. "My granduncle once used the Flying Thunder God Slash to kill Madara Uchiha's brother. I heard that man was nearly as strong as my granduncle. Before that fateful fight, their battles had gone both ways." "Izuna Uchiha, right?" Uchiha sighed with emotion. If, back then, it had been Tobirama Senju who died and Izuna Uchiha who survived, would the hidden leaf have turned out differently? "Yes, exactly, Izuna Uchiha," Tsunade said, her tone thoughtful. It said he suffered terrible injuries, and at that time Madara's eyes were also starting to fail. Taking advantage of Izuna's wounded state, Madara seized his brother's eyes, and that was when his power advanced even further. The details are lost to time. All I know is what my granduncle recounted. Madara truly was shameless, stealing even his own brother's eyes. Tsunade couldn't help but sigh as she brought up Izuna again. Izuna Uchiha, Madara's own younger brother. As far as I know, Madara was completely devoted to him. Devoted meaning he valued his brother above all else in the world. How could he possibly gouge out his own brother's eyes? Uchiha looked at Tsunade, clearly exasperated. Back then, the Flying Thunder God technique left Uchiha Izuna gravely wounded, and Madara's own eyes were also failing. Mangekyo Sharingan gradually loses its light with frequent use. To safeguard the Uchiha clan and out of love for his brother, Izuna gave his eyes to Madara. No one could have foreseen that through this act, Madara would gain eternal sight. Still, you can understand why the second Hokage would try to tarnish Madara's reputation. After all, he's always despised Madara, and in their early confrontations, Madara utterly dominated him. Uchiha paused for a moment, then added, if Madara truly was the sort of person who could bring himself to rip his own brother's eyes out, do you honestly think the first Hokage would have ever called him his dearest friend? Tsunade fell silent at that. After a long while, she broke into a smile and said, that's true, with my granduncle's temperament. If Madara really had been so petty and cold-blooded, he wouldn't have considered him a lifelong companion. Then Tsunade continued, but as for the fact that the Mangekyo Sharingan eventually loses its light, that's news to me. No one ever mentioned it before. Is this an Uchiha secret? It's not exactly a closely guarded secret, he replied, giving a small shake of his head. I'm pretty sure even the second Hokage studied it, and the higher-ups in the village must know as well. I only learned of it because my father mentioned it in passing. It's quite possible that most ordinary Uchihas are unaware. After all, Uchiha Kagami had already passed away, so he was happy to let some of these mysteries rest on Kagami's shoulders. What could Hiruzen and the others do? Resurrect Kagami with Edo Tensei, just to ask him. Is that so? Tsunade nodded thoughtfully, placing her trust in Yi's words. After all, Kagami had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan back in the day. It wasn't out of the realm of possibility that he'd left such knowledge to Yi. But if Mangekyo Sharingan leads to blindness, does that mean Yi's future will be perilous? Maybe it would be better to focus on helping him develop other abilities. As for the Mangekyo, whoever wants to use it can do so. She certainly wouldn't let him go blind because of it. He didn't need the Mangekyo to grow stronger. His mastery of the lightning release and the Flying Thunder God was more than sufficient. Why not carve out a path akin to a young Tobirama Senju? Without the Mangekyo Sharingan, does it mean the Uchiha are doomed to mediocrity? I actually don't know much about Madara myself, Tsunade mused wistfully. Most of what I've heard came from my granduncle. Grandma hardly ever mentioned him. Still, I've heard that even within your own clan, Madara's reputation isn't all that great. After all, the Uchiha clan has to survive. Smearing Uchiha Madara has become the politically correct thing to do. If you think about it, even the current clan leader would be considered a traitor from Madara's perspective. If he doesn't discredit Uchiha Madara, where would his own legitimacy come from? That day, the group brought their carriages and horses to a halt. They were happily savoring their noodles, but suddenly, their expressions grew serious. Their days had improved a lot compared to the beginning. After all, these nobles couldn't stand a life of hardship. The carriages were exceptionally comfortable, smooth, and steady, with barely a bump. Their meals and drinks were all up to the standards of the nobility. This was all thanks to Tsunade's status. Ordinary shinobi could never receive such treatment, but Tsunade herself was a noble, and her rank even surpassed the average aristocrat. Of course, their food always underwent thorough inspections. After all, there was no guarantee that someone here wouldn't be bribed. What's the matter? Tsunade put down her food and looked over to Uchiha with a questioning gaze. There are quite a few powerful chakra signatures approaching us. Uchiha pressed his fingers to the ground, sensing keenly. Just the presence of Jonin-level chakra is more than 10 individuals. And the leader, their chakra is even greater than yours or Senior Hitaki's. Stronger than us? Tsunade's brow furrowed. She trusted Uchiha Yi's sensory skills. Anyone capable of using Flying Thunder God was bound to be an adept at sensing chakra. Even if a shinobi's power isn't determined solely by chakra reserves, having more chakra is always an advantage. But as one hones their chakra, especially when practicing elemental transformations, the nature of their chakra changes as well. Many sensory ninja often gauge their opponent's strength through these qualities in chakra. Yes, but it's not a big problem. Besides, it might be interesting to test myself against them. Uchiha practically itched for a fight. I really want to see how strong someone at that level truly is. Tsunade frowned softly. She had a feeling Uchiha was just courting danger. Sometimes curiosity is a quick path to a short life. Even for her, encountering a real powerhouse still carried the risk of death. Just because you've learned Flying Thunder God doesn't mean you can act recklessly. Tsunade rasped, her voice rough as she warned Uchiha. She already saw Uchiha as a pupil, even as a younger brother. He was one of her own. Naturally, Tsunade didn't want anything to happen to him. I know. Sure, fighting someone that's strong is dangerous, but if you never feel pressure, how can you improve? Uchiha Yishuruk, Similing. Don't worry, sensei. If something happens to you, I promise I'll awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Tsunade was momentarily stunned. You idiot. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Tsunade shouted in anger, grabbing Uchiha hair and turning his head into a complete bird's nest. Still, if she were to die, and that led to Uchiha awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, she would feel a measure of comfort. At least it would mean she truly held a significant place in his heart. With a faint hum, Uchiha said, If I could, I want to go find Senior Hitaki and join him in taking down those cloud shinobi. So it really is the cloud? Tsunade's brow furrowed deeply. This was not good news. Yes, most of them are lightning-style specialists. I can sense that same electricity in the air. Besides the Cloud Village, I can't think of any other that possesses so many lightning-style users. The corner of Uchiha mouth curled into a sly smile. So, Teacher Tsunade, what do you plan to do? Tsunade looked at Uchiha, then at Kushina, Uzumaki, and Rin Natsum of the Hyuga clan. As for the nobles accompanying them, Tsunade barely spared them a glance. Even though the nobles had lavished them with food and drink throughout the journey, Tsunade had never really considered them important. Otherwise, she wouldn't be wandering about on this mission to begin with. Now, Tsunade hesitated, uncertain about what choice to make. We could set traps along the route they'll take, Rin Natsum said, reaching out as she offered her suggestion. In fact, before I left home, my father was already worried. He prepared quite a lot for me. I have plenty of explosive tags with me. Explosive tags? The corner of Tsunade's mouth twitched in disbelief. Was Rin suggesting they use them to blast the enemy sky high? She had never heard of any top-tier ninja meeting their end because of an explosive tag. Still, they might at least cause some trouble for the Cloud Ninjas. You use those to defend yourselves. You and I will meet the enemy head-on. As for the rest of you, just keep yourselves safe. Tsunade's gaze swept toward the nobles. Then she leaned in to whisper in Rin Natsum's ear, If it comes to the worst, take Kushina and escape. Don't worry about the others. Understood, Rin Natsum replied, looking sympathetically at the group the nobles belonged to. She had watched their every effort to please Tsunade during the journey. Yet, clearly, they didn't mean all that much to her after all. Uchiha, on the other hand, didn't seem to mind. But now that he thought about it, weren't these nobles technically their mission's main protectees? Having to choose between your own safety, your comrades, and the mission's designated targets, well, that really was a dilemma. In the end, it all depended on what you chose to prioritize. Like in this mission. If it had been Tsukumo Hitaki leading it, and someone lost their life, then, with Danzo's black-hearted machinations, Tsukumo would become the target of scorn from countless people. Actually, I have a secret weapon too. Grandma Mito left me an insurance policy. At this moment, Kushina Uzumaki spoke up softly, a hint of shyness in her voice. Tsunade instantly felt a pang of jealousy. Grandma had left Kushina an insurance policy, but hadn't left her anything at all. Who, between herself and Kushina, was really Uzumaki Mito's true granddaughter? She grumbled inwardly, her frustration nearly boiling over. Still, Tsunade couldn't contain her curiosity and asked, So, what exactly did Grandma leave you as your trump card? I don't know either. Grandma Mito just said that when the time came, I'd understand. I have no idea what it is. Kushina scratched her head, clearly puzzled. But I think it must be something powerful. Uchiha regarded Kushina with a deep, searching look. It seemed likely her secret weapon was the Nine Tails chakra. The feats she displayed before had all but confirmed it. But kind of think of it, if Kushina really went all out, even Tsunade probably wouldn't stand a chance against her, would she? Uchiha's gaze shifted to Tsunade. Tsunade hesitated, torn between launching an attack and holding the defensive line. For a moment, she couldn't make up her mind. After all, she had responsibilities, not just to herself but to the entire team. If she could, Tsunade would gladly let Orochimaru handle this mission. She certainly didn't want to do it herself. Besides, the bounties on Nawaki, Hayashi Hyuga, and Mikoto Uchiha were still quite substantial. Oh, whatever. Brats, let's tackle this head-on together. At last, Tsunade clenched her teeth and declared, eyes burning with resolve. Stop. Suddenly, The burly, dark-skinned man who had been charging ahead came to an abrupt halt. The ninja behind him immediately stopped as well, discipline clear in their every move. Lord B, a pale-skinned ninja, performed a sequence of hand seals, clearly using sensory ninjutsu. After a moment, he reported to the man in the lead, "There are traps ahead, and quite a few ninja lying in wait nearby." "Traps, huh?" The man sneered, lightning crackling around him, and, without hesitation, rushed straight toward the supposed danger. Bold as a warrior who knows the mountain harbors tigers, yet marches in any way, utterly fearless. Of course, it was clear he had nothing to fear from any ordinary trap. As he stepped right into the midst of the ambush, a deafening explosion rang out. Kunai rained down upon him, countless and furious, but as they struck, not a single one could even scratch the man. "Trouble, it's Killer B." Concealed in the forest, Tsukumo Hatake tensed instantly when he recognized the foe. His face grew grave as his right hand moved instinctively to the short blade of his back, bracing himself to strike at any moment. Killer B, Uchiha bilinkit in surprise. If his memory served, wasn't Killer B the legendary god of the forest? How on earth did a character from Pokemon end up in this world? Very quickly, Uchiha came to a realization. The name Shurabi was most likely the opponent's name. A cold glint of murderous intent flashed across Uchiha's eyes. "Damn it, you think you deserve a name like Shurabi? You're as good as dead." Shurabi is the number 2 figure in the Hidden Cloud Village. His strength is almost on par with the Raikage. Tsunade leaned in and whispered softly in Yi's ear. "Every generation in the cloud has a B. They're the right-hand man to the Raikage, much like how Danzo Shimura was to Lord Hiruzen." Uchiha nodded in sudden understanding. He recalled that, in the future, Killer B would also be the 4th Raikage B. To think that on his very first mission outside the Hidden Leaf, he would run into this generation's B. Even more surprisingly, the technique the opponent was using must be that lightning release chakra mode he'd longed to witness. He hadn't expected that. Not long after he'd voiced his wish to see this technique, he'd actually encounter it so directly. Who would have thought you had a knack for jinxing things? Tsunade quipped, unable to resist teasing him. She fixed her gaze firmly on where Tsukumo Hatake was standing not far off. The moment Tsukumo made a move, Tsunade would not hesitate to join the fight. He pressed his lips together, mulling over how he might deal with Shurabi. The experiences of Uchiha Sasuke had taught one thing. Never use lightning release in front of a true master of the style, unless your own lightning is even stronger. Uchiha Sasuke, after all, had been thoroughly outclassed when he faced the 4th Raikage. Granted, if Gaara hadn't lent a hand, it's possible the Raikage would have perished alongside Sasuke. Back then, the Raikage really had let his emotions get the better of him. But the fact remained, Sasuke's Chidori simply couldn't compare to the 4th Raikage's lightning release chakra mode. "I'm leaving a flying thunder god seal on you," he said, placing his hand gently on Tsunade's shoulder in a tone of inquiry. "Go ahead," Tsunade agreed after only a brief hesitation. He was simply marking her clothing, not her body, and besides, she trusted him. Even if the mark became permanent, so what? Did she really think he would ever turn against her? In a battle like this, it was clear that he could play a tremendous role as things unfolded. Just then, thunder rumbled. The next instant, Shurabi took action. He was the first to attack, charging straight for the root ninja. With speed almost beyond human comprehension, Shurabi landed a devastating kick on one of the root shinobi, leaving the man's fate uncertain, and immediately launched into attacks against the others. Attack! Sensing the danger, Tsukumo Hatake quickly drew the white fang short blade from his back and slashed fiercely toward Killer B. Unlike Uchiha's earlier attempt, this time Tsukumo's blade shimmered with a menacing aura of wind release chakra. Wind release counters lightning release. Although Tsukumo is best known for his lightning release, arguably the finest practitioner of it in Konoha, there's still a considerable gap between him and Killer B. Yet, Tsukumo is also highly skilled with wind release, and when paired with his swordsmanship, its resonance exceeds even lightning release. Wind release is renowned for its piercing and shredding force. It's his greatest asset. The white fang of Konoha, is it? As I thought, you're the bait in this trap. As the blade came at him, Killer B's fist surged with crackling lightning, and incredibly, he blocked the short blade with his bare knuckles. A hushed intake of breath rippled through the onlookers. Tsukumo's strength was nearly legendary in the Leaf, and yet Killer B had stopped his strike with nothing but his fist. Move in. The other root shinobi immediately lunged, launching a coordinated assault on Killer B. Let's go help. Tsunade hesitated for a beat, then turned to Uchiha. He can't handle this alone. I'm going in. Pick your own target. The Cloud Ninja coming our way are all strong, so be careful. And don't use lightning release in front of anyone more skilled in it than you. In Tsunade's eyes, Killer Bee was the worst possible matchup for Uchiha E. Despite his prodigious talent and mastery over Chidori, he was still no equal to Killer Bee yet. It wasn't that he lacked ability, but Killer Bee's jutsu were self-invented, not learned from others. To create is always harder than to follow. But the other adversaries were different. Tsunade was confident that he could easily handle them, and every Cloud Ninja they took down meant one less threat lurking in the mist, weakening Kumobikire's power. With a leap, Tsunade sprang into the fray, heading straight for Killer Bee as chaos overtook the battlefield. The root shinobi clashed with the Cloud Ninja in a vicious melee. One thing Uchiha had to admit, these root operatives were true killing machines. In battle, they used every means at their disposal. Even when facing death, they fought with a grim resolve to ensure their opponents wouldn't survive them. Still, you would never truly treat them as comrades. You could never be certain, at a critical moment, who's to say they wouldn't turn their blades against you? Since arriving in Konoha, since becoming part of the Uchiha clan, he had known Danzo would be his adversary, no matter how cordial the ties between Danzo and Kagami Uchiha, or how amicable they seemed. That conflict was inevitable. It was only a matter of time. Danzo hadn't hesitated at all when he made his move against Uchiha Shursui. Had he? Uchiha glanced across the chaotic battlefield, where everyone was locked in fierce combat. A few Cloud Ninja were trying to break through the root's defenses and were now charging straight toward him. A sly smile appeared at the corner of Yi's mouth. The tomo of his 3-tomo Sharingan began to swirl and reveal themselves in his eyes. Drawing the sword of Raijin from his waist, he dashed toward a Jonin. Lightning arced from the blade in his hand, golden light flashing as he thrust at the Cloud Ninja. His sudden assault caught the enemy off guard, leaving them stunned for a moment. They hadn't expected this child to have the nerve to strike back. After all, children like this on missions could barely even lift a weapon, if they could hold one at all. But soon, shock struck them again as they caught sight of his eyes. 3-tomo Sharingan? So young, yet already awakened to 3-tomo? Or could it be that this child was not truly a child, but a dwarf in disguise? Compared to accepting that a youth could awaken to 3-tomo at such an age, they'd rather believe he was merely small for his age. Otherwise, how could a mere child awaken the fully evolved Sharingan? Cloud Ninja had always kept a wary eye on the Uchiha. Back then, even Kagami Uchiha had been a formidable headache for them. The 3-tomo Sharingan was, for most Uchiha, a lifetime achievement. And in the instant they met Yi's gaze, the leading Cloud Ninja's expressions flickered and clouded over, even for just a heartbeat. To dare match eyes with an Uchiha in battle, to look straight into a Sharingan. Did they think so little of the Uchiha's power? What they didn't realize was that Yi's ocular strength far surpassed the ordinary. There was a chasm between his 3-tomo and a typical one. He wasn't like Uchiha Sasuke, who relied only on raw eye power and brute force, possessing nothing but the eye itself and lacking true skill. He was different. He'd received orthodox Uchiha training. Every day after his studies with Tsunade, he would go to Uchiha Yohei for further instruction. It wasn't just E. Before him, even Kagami Uchiha had learned under Yohei's tutelage. What's more, in Yi's home were piles of notes and insights left behind by Kagami himself, at least a third of which concerned the art of Jinjutsu. Kagami had once been the undisputed master of illusion among the shinobi, and in the future, his son Shursui would become the next. Yi's own talent for Jinjutsu was remarkable, clearly something that ran deep in his bloodline. He never neglected his training in Jinjutsu. He honestly didn't know just how far he'd come, but he was certain he was more than formidable. Even among the Uchiha, perhaps only a handful could claim to surpass him. But when it came to those who excelled at Jinjutsu more than Uchiha there probably weren't more than a couple in the entire clan. A moment's distraction was all it took for death to descend. The Thunder God's blade, aglow with a yellow aura, had already slit their throats. Watch out for his illusions. Don't look into his eyes. This team of Cloud Shinobi proved themselves to be true elites. They immediately recognized the Jinjutsu at play and urgently warned their comrades. Nevertheless, hatred for Uchiha burned fiercely in their hearts. Someone as terrifying as him could not be allowed to live. Even if it cost their own lives, they had to ensure this Uchiha never left. Otherwise, he'd become another Shursui Uchiha, a threat too great to bear. So you've noticed me? A thrill sparkled across Uchiha Yi's face. In that case, do you wish to join the dance? Damn it. Tsunade traded blows with Killer Bee, both being forced to leap back several steps, though Tsunade's retreat was noticeably longer. For the first time, she'd met someone with far greater physical strength than herself. No wonder this generation's Bee was reputed to be formidable. Not only did he outmatch her in power, his speed eclipsed hers entirely. Without Tsukumo Hatake fighting at her side, she wouldn't stand a chance. She'd likely have fallen here, never to rise again. Still, it was rare indeed to encounter a ninja faster than Tsukumo. Within the current ranks of a leaf, putting aside Uchiha Yi's Flying Thunder God technique, Tsukumo was the village's fastest shinobi, while Tsunade stood unmatched in raw strength. Now, however, they faced an opponent who eclipsed Tsukumo's speed and surpassed Tsunade's might, plunging them into a truly grueling battle. The White Fang of the Leaf and granddaughter of Hashirama Senju. You two are better than I expected. Killer Bee cracked his neck, a savage grin twisting his lips. With war preparations already underway in the hidden cloud, eliminating these two now would deal a crippling blow to the Leaf. That depends on whether you've actually got what it takes. Tsunade replied with a cool snort, her gaze flitting briefly to Uchiha Yi's distant battlefield, her features settling into calm determination. Things seemed to be going well for Uchiha Yi, far better than she'd anticipated at first. Once they'd taken care of all of Killer Bee's subordinates, the two of them could join forces against him. Tsunade didn't believe Killer Bee could withstand the combined assault of so many. She might not care for Danzo Shimura, but wouldn't deny his importance to Konoha. Many of the village's dirtiest tasks had always fallen to him. Root, as well, made up an indispensable part of the Leaf's fighting strength. Tsunade would never allow her closest companions to be drawn into Root. For once they joined, they ceased to be people. They became mere tools. And those tools, those are the most dangerous of all. If Killer Bee were to be left behind, it would be a crippling blow to the Cloud Shinobi. Some might even call it a mortal wound. But war could break out at any moment because of this. But with the enemy already at their doorstep, how could anyone believe that simply sparing Killer Bee would really prevent them from waging war on Konoha? Cut them down. Tsukumo Hatake wasted no words with Killer Bee. His eyes seethed with murderous intent. Since they were enemies, he would find a way to strike them down. Anyone who stands against Konoha is my enemy. And the enemy deserves death. Tsunade was also cooperating closely with Tsukumo Hatake. She still held a trump card in reserve. That said, she couldn't help but wonder if everything was truly going well with Kushina, Uzumaki, and Rincha Hyuga on the other side. Remembering the safeguard her grandmother had left within Kushina, Tsunade felt a wave of relief wash over her. Still, she couldn't help but think, why hadn't her grandmother left her any safeguards? And it wasn't just her. There'd been nothing left for Nawaki, either. But her grandmother had always treated them with such kindness. So was it possible that, of all people, only Kushina Uzumaki was worthy of such protection, and not herself or Nawaki? Before long, Tsunade let it go. The more she thought about it, the more it made sense. After all, it probably had everything to do with the chakra of the Nine Tails. She recalled that Kushina was brought to Konoha as the vessel for the Nine Tails from the very start. Her chakra could suppress the Nine Tails. Perhaps that was the true key behind her grandmother's secret provision. Roughly 3 kilometers from the battlefield, more than 100 samurai stood in strict formation, guarding the nobility. Kushina, Uzumaki, and Rincha Hyuga watched the distant battlefield, anxiety etched on their faces. Rincha turned to Kushina and asked, "What's happening out there?" An ordinary Byakugan could see up to a kilometer, but Rincha Hyuga could see events unfolding 2 kilometers away. That was an impressive feat. Among the Hyuga, Rincha was truly among the elite. But with the battle raging 3 kilometers away, Rincha could only make out vague shapes, unable to perceive things with the sharp clarity that Kushina's senses provided. Even Rincha found herself a bit envious of Kushina's exceptional sensory abilities. If only her Byakugan could see that far, her own strength would surely advance as well. As she thought about Uchiha, Yi, and Tsunade fighting valiantly outside against formidable enemies, while she and Kushina could only wait here, Rincha tightened her fists. She'd once heard tales of Uchiha Yi practicing at 4 in the morning in Konoha. Clearly, she'd not been working hard enough. Once they returned to Konoha, she needed to redouble her efforts. From now on, she would sleep 2 hours less each day, get up at 4 every morning to practice her forms, and if her body truly couldn't keep up, she'd let herself take a 1-hour nap at noon. Kushina Uzumaki sensed the aura from afar and fell silent. What's wrong? Is the situation bad? Rincha Hyuga frowned deeply. This was certainly not good news. If even Uchiha Yi and his team couldn't hold the enemy at bay, then danger would soon be upon them as well. Of course, what weighed most on Rincha's mind was the fact that she couldn't even join a battle of this scale herself. Was the Byakugan truly inferior to the Sharingan? Yi's side is still holding on. He's already defeated quite a few enemies. But Tsunade-sensei and her group have run into trouble, worry creeping into Kushina's voice as her expression turned tense. It was the first time Kushina had seen Tsunade suffer such a disadvantage. So what do we do now? Rincha's heart raced as she heard this. Was the enemy truly that powerful? Powerful enough to overwhelm even Tsunade? Tsunade's strength was renowned. Even the best the Hyuga clan had to offer might not surpass her. Yet now, there was someone even stronger among the Cloud Shinobi. So what should they do now? No, I have to go help them. Abruptly, Kushina declared her intent, catching everyone off guard. You? Wait, Kushina, don't act impulsively. Rincha jumped in, worried, eager to stop her. If you rush in, you might only distract Tsunade-sensei and Uchiha. Kushina wasn't even as strong as Rincha herself. Rincha really wasn't sure if she would ever be surpassed by Kushina in the future. But right now, Kushina was still far too inexperienced. Not everyone could achieve feats like Uchiha Yi's at the age of 7 or 8. In fact, before Uchiha Yi, no child, 7 or 8 years old, had ever accomplished things on this scale. No, I'm ready this time. Kushina placed her hand gently on her stomach. Under Rincha's incredulous gaze, a radiant golden light enveloped Kushina, her aura surging to a whole new level. This feeling, for a moment, Rincha could only stare in astonishment. At this very instant, Kushina's presence seemed to overshadow even Tsunade's. But in the blink of an eye, Rincha's expression changed again. It wasn't just Kushina's power that had transformed. Even her very aura was different. The confusion in her eyes faded, replaced by a familiar and gentle warmth. It was a gaze she knew well. No, more than that. It was Mito Bazin's aura. You stay here. I'll be right back. Kushina gave Rincha a gentle instruction, then vanished, her figure dissolving into a beam of golden light that streaked straight toward Shirabi's location. Wow! Tsunade was sent flying by a powerful punch from Shirabi, blood gushing from her mouth. But she quickly wiped the blood from the corner of her lips and charged at Shirabi once more. Tsunade was not in good shape, yet she knew she had to hold Shirabi back no matter what. Kakashi Sakumo, White Fang, was faring no better than she was. His short blade clashed against Shirabi, but it was utterly ineffective, unable to inflict any damage, a feeling he'd never experienced before. As Tsunade closed in on Shirabi, she drew a deep breath and silently invoked, Release, Ein Seal. It was her first time ever undoing the Ein Seal in the heat of battle. In the blink of an eye, the massive amount of chakra she had meticulously stored surged through her body, empowering her limbs and invigorating her spirit. All her wounds from before vanished in an instant. Throwing caution to the wind, Tsunade launched a ferocious assault on Shirabi, shouting, Senior, let me take the lead. Kakashi Sakumo looked deeply at Tsunade, then moved in perfect concert with her. Shirabi was momentarily stunned. Tsunade now fought with the same ferocity and strength as she had at the outset of their clash. Then he resumed his wild onslaught, unleashing a barrage of force. To Shirabi's surprise, an unsettling change had occurred. Tsunade's speed and power had grown by leaps and bounds. She now barely managed to keep pace, and her strength was nearly an even match for his own. How could this be? A realization dawned on Shirabi. This must be some sort of special jutsu. The most vexing thing was that his opponent had grown alarmingly sturdy and relentless, more like a madwoman than ever. No matter how hard he struck her, she seemed to shrug off the blows and come charging back, undaunted, thirsting for battle. He knew Tsunade couldn't maintain this state for long, though her attacks did manage to send slight ripples of pain through him as well. Still, taking down both Tsunade and Kakashi Sakumo would be well worth the effort. If Tsunade was too difficult to deal with, perhaps targeting Kakashi Sakumo would give him the upper hand. Surely, Kakashi Sakumo couldn't endure what Tsunade could. With that, Shirabi shifted his focus, singling out Kakashi Sakumo, who suddenly found himself struggling bitterly under the relentless assault. Meanwhile, Uchiha continued clashing with the Cloud Ninja, his eyes always flicking back to track Tsunade, Kakashi Sakumo, and Shirabi's battle. He couldn't help but marvel. The strength of a Kage-class shinobi was truly extraordinary. Judging by Shirabi's power alone, in a one-on-one match, he might even outclass Danzo Shimura. Even though Danzo was famed as Konoha's strongest wind-style user, if it came down to a fight with Shirabi, the outcome would be in serious doubt. Uchiha readied himself to leap to Tsunade's aid at any moment, prepared to invoke the Flying Thunder God technique. Even though he didn't truly believe he could make a difference, their greatest problem remained, their inability to break through Shirabi's defenses. Even Uchiha, he had to admit that Lightning Release Chakra was an exceptionally tricky opponent. This Shirabi was probably no weaker than the fourth Raikage of the future. While Shirabi might not have matched the 4th Reikage in raw speed, when it came to defense, he was even tougher. Uchiha knew exactly how to counter what was known as the strongest shield. With his Sharingan, his observational skills were no less than Naruto Uzumaki's when he used Sage Mode. Yet his overall strength still couldn't compare with Naruto at that time. He could try to replicate the tactics Naruto used against the 3rd Reikage, but success was far from assured. Chidori was of no use here, and as for the Rasengan, he hadn't yet invented it himself. It wasn't that Uchiha didn't know how to train with the Rasengan. In fact, creating the Rasengan was much simpler than developing the Chidori. The anime had shown the Rasengan's training process. With Uchiha's current understanding of ninjutsu, deciphering the Rasengan would not be difficult for him. However, he lacked any legitimate basis for this invention. Minato Namikaze had developed the Rasengan by studying the tailed beast ball, but Uchiha, he had never seen a tailed beast ball. How could he possibly research the Rasengan? What was he supposed to claim that some ancient Uchiha ancestor had information about the tailed beast ball? Up until now, Uchiha had barely kept up with studying other kinds of jutsu. He simply hadn't had the time to work on a Rasengan. But once he returned, he knew he would need to dedicate some attention to the Rasengan. As Uchiha hesitated over whether to help Tsunade and the others deal with Shirabi, or to join Root in fighting the Cloud Ninja, he suddenly sensed a familiar chakra signature rushing toward them. This presence startled Uchiha for a moment. Just as he was gathering his thoughts, a small golden figure appeared not far from where they stood. Was it the Ninetales chakra mode? Uchiha gazed at the golden form of Kushina Uzumaki, his heart momentarily lost in confusion. But then his expression shifted again. This wasn't Kushina Uzumaki, it was Mito Uzumaki. Unbelievable. Mito Uzumaki had taken over Kushina's body directly. Kushina's physical strength was lacking, but there was a way to temporarily boost her power. With the Ninetales chakra mode, Kushina now possessed strength surpassing even Tsunade. Kushina might lack combat experience, but with her grandmother now in command, her battle wisdom was on a whole other level. Back in the Warring States era, Mito Uzumaki had become renowned through the carnage of conflict. She had even faced off against Hashirama Senju. During the First Great Ninja War, Mito Uzumaki played an enormous role. One could even say she suppressed a number of powerful opponents all on her own. By using Kushina Uzumaki's body, even if she couldn't quite match Killer Bee's prowess, she wouldn't be far behind. When Mito Uzumaki arrived at the scene, she first took note of Uchiha's position, observing how effortlessly he handled himself. This little fellow had already reached the strength of a jonin, and was probably not far from the level of most elite jonin. Letting him take part in such a battle would do him good. Afterward, her gaze shifted to Tsunade, who was struggling under pressure, and a hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes. Clearly, at this point, Tsunade was fighting for her life. But with her chakra rapidly depleting, her condition steadily declined. If this dragged on, she might end up in real danger. Mito didn't know much about Killer Bee, but she was very familiar with the lightning release chakra mode. Back in the day, she taught the 2nd Reikage a lesson or two herself. There is nothing all that difficult about battling the Reikage or his lightning release chakra mode. Just unleash the Ninetales chakra mode, carefully search for any weaknesses during the fight, then strike with a sealing technique. After that, the opponent wouldn't even be able to use lightning release chakra mode anymore. Once deprived of that mode, her adversary would pose little threat. Just like that, and the battle could be resolved with surprising ease. As the wife of Hashirama Senju and the prodigious talent of the Uzumaki clan, even without the Ninetales, Mito's strength was on par with Tobarama Senju. And with the Ninetales' power, she had already surpassed the 5 Kage. In the eyes of the public, Mito Uzumaki was considered the foremost ninja in the current world. She had every right to speak with such confidence. It was a pity that Tsunade had never committed herself to studying sealing techniques. Otherwise, for an opponent like this, a taijutsu-centered ninja, she would have been much easier to handle. Transforming into a streak of golden light, Kushina Uzumaki darted to Tsunade's side, interlocking her arms to block the incoming blow. Killer Bee's massive fist crashed against Kushina Uzumaki's frame, forcing both of them to stumble back several steps. Yet this time, Killer Bee was pushed back no less than Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina. Upon seeing her arrival, Tsunade cried out in dismay. This isn't a fight you should get involved in. Tsunade watched closely, but Kushina Uzumaki had no intention of leaving. She became a flash of golden light, clashing head-on with Killer Bee. The longer Killer Bee fought with Kushina Uzumaki, the more shaken he became. Just what was going on with this little girl? Though she wasn't even as physically strong as he was, she managed to fill him with dread. What was happening in the Hidden Leaf? Where were all these geniuses coming from? Grandma. Tsunade stared blankly at the Uzumaki Kushina who was fighting Robbie, murmuring to herself. She was certain this was definitely not Uzumaki Kushina. It was her grandmother, Uzumaki Mito. Tsunade, what's happening? Tsukumo Hitaki, his left arm limp, quickly withdrew to Tsunade's side, asking urgently. In the earlier battle, Tsukumo had truly given it his all. If nothing unexpected happened, he would probably end up bedridden for months once he returned to Konoha. Still, how could that girl, Uzumaki Kushina, possibly be that powerful? That's not Kushina. It's my grandmother, fighting in her place, Tsunade replied, a faint smile at the corner of her lips. She hadn't been able to defeat Robbie, but after all, she had her grandmother. No wonder her grandma was so formidable. Even while using Kazina's body, she seemed to hold the upper hand against Robbie. Lady Mito, hearing this, Tsukumo was taken aback, recalling the epic moment during a previous battle when Uzumaki Mito had single-handedly turned the tide. He remembered, back then, Lady Mito had radiated a similar, golden light. With that, a wave of relief surged over him. Since Lady Mito was here, there was nothing left to worry about. A profound exhaustion washed over his body. Yes, my grandmother left the contingency inside Uzumaki Kushina. I suppose this is it, Tsunade said, still smiling, as she plopped down carelessly and began to heal herself. After using Creation Rebirth, strength of 100, her chakra pathways ached and throbbed more than ever before. She resolved not to rely on that technique unless absolutely necessary. Tsunade had absolute faith in Uzumaki Mito. With her grandmother's presence, any problem could surely be resolved. If only she'd known about this trump card in Kushina's body, she wouldn't have had to fight so desperately against Robbie. I truly didn't expect Lady Mito to have such a contingency up her sleeve. Uchiha appeared beside Tsunade and Tsukumo at some point and glanced at Tsukumo's battered state. With his modest medical ninjutsu knowledge, he started tending to Tsukumo's wounds. Tsukumo was stunned. He hadn't expected Uchiha to be skilled in this area. Such talent and strength in one so young, and with no small proficiency in medical techniques. Was he even human? To have a son like Uchiha, what a blessing that would be. If his own child could one day reach I's level, Tsukumo thought he could die with no regrets. I never would have thought your skills were this impressive. Tsukumo sighed in amazement. It's really nothing much. My strength just developed a bit earlier, and I've had the guidance of Tsunade-sensei, as well as Lady Mito's teachings, Uchiha said, shrugging with a wry smile. I suppose I've just been lucky. Kakashi Tsukumo gave a self-deprecating chuckle. Even so, that's still something to be proud of. Without both talent and relentless training, you wouldn't have grown this strong. But this time, things are looking pretty grim. I didn't expect this Kairabi to have such power. But even he is no match for Lady Mito. Uchiha focused intently on Uzumaki Mito's fight. Truth be told, the battle had only just begun, and Kairabi was already all but defeated. With every clash against Kairabi, she left the seal of her Fuinjutsu on him. In other words, while exchanging blows with Kairabi, Uzumaki Mito was simultaneously completing her sealing technique. Well, she's my grandmother, after all. Not to mention this Kairabi. Even if the Reikage himself came, he wouldn't be a match for her, either. She doesn't even have to exert herself. The body of Kushina alone is enough. Tsunade declared with brimming confidence, then shifted her tone. But for now, we'd better deal with all these cloud shinobi. We can't let any news of Kushina get out. As she said this, Tsunade's expression turned solemn. She wasn't naive when it came to politics. Growing up beside Shinji Tobarama, she'd learned plenty just by being around him. It was just that she chose not to invest her energy in such matters if she could help it. Matters concerning Uchiha were one thing, but Uzumaki Kushina's information absolutely could not be leaked. Actually, Uchiha now possessed solid means of self-preservation. With the Flying Thunder God technique on his side, as long as he didn't act recklessly, he should be just fine. But Kushina was different. Without the Nine Tails chakra, what would she have left? If word got out, she would become a sought-after prize for everyone. Even without the Nine Tails, if another tailed beast were sealed inside Kushina, couldn't she still wield astonishing powers? Understood. Uchiha immediately caught on. Gripping the Raijin sword, he surged forward, charging at the remaining Cloud Ninja. At the same time, Kakashi Tsukumo and Tsunade moved in as well, launching their attack to wipe out the Cloud Shinobi. Although each of them was already battered and wounded, when it came to these Cloud Ninja, they were more than capable of handling the threat. In Konoha today, shinobi like Tsunade and Tsukumo were among the village's elite. Watching his subordinates fall one after another, Kairabi's face twisted into a savage grimace. These people were his men. Cloud Ninja always valued loyalty, especially after the Golden Horn and Silver Horn incident. The village had grown much more unified within. At the very least, their strongest leaders were genuinely willing to stand up for their own. Say what you will about the Cloud Ninja being bandits, always looking for something to snatch, but when it came to their subordinates, they truly took care of their own. Otherwise, the future Third Raikage would never have sacrificed his own life just to cover the retreat of his subordinates. There's no doubt that the Third Raikage was an extraordinarily charismatic figure. And it wasn't just him. His successor, the Fourth Raikage, showed the same loyalty and care toward his own people. It's much like in Konoha, where everyone refers to the Hokage with great respect as Lord Hokage. But in the Hidden Cloud Village, people simply call the Raikage boss. When he set out on this mission, Shirabi had considered the possibility of running into powerful enemies. It might even be a trap. Still, Shirabi believed he could accomplish the task. Could it really be that Hiruzen Sarutobi himself would appear just to protect Tsunade and the others? As for others, like Danzo Shimura, Shirabi didn't regard them as any real threat. If Danzo really did show up, Shirabi was confident he could ensure Danzo wouldn't make it back alive. That notorious troublemaker of the shinobi world, Danzo, was universally disliked and met with deep hostility wherever he went. At this point in time, Danzo hadn't yet become the master manipulator, scheming within Konoha while being utterly useless in confrontations outside it. If he saw someone with talent, he'd just as soon recruit them for his own purposes or get rid of them entirely. Of course, things within the Cloud Shinobi ranks were not always perfect either. But with every lesson learned, the village became stronger, and the atmosphere within the Hidden Cloud was, in fact, far better than most. Damn it! Watching his subordinates fall one after another, Shirabi grew increasingly agitated. But the more anxious he became, the more he found himself unable to leave. Since he was the one who had brought his team here, how could he just run away in disgrace and expect to face anyone ever again? Angry, are you? But there's nothing more you can do. Kushina Uzumaki, sensing Shirabi's turmoil, spoke with a composure as serene as still water. What? Just as Shirabi felt something off, he was shocked to realize his chakra flow had suddenly become blocked, and the terrifying lightning-style energy cloaking his body was quickly dissipating. He could no longer access his lightning release chakra mode. Staring in disbelief at his abdomen, Shirabi realized that at some point, a sealing technique had been inscribed on his body. How could this be? Before Shirabi could react, Kushina Uzumaki's fist slammed into his stomach, sending him crashing heavily to the ground. He's been tagged with a sealing jutsu and can't use chakra anymore. Capture him and bring him to me. I'll place a seal on his mind. With that, Kushina Uzumaki looked to Uchiha and Tsunade, who had also just finished their battles. Then, the golden glow of chakra around her faded, and she slumped to the ground, utterly spent. Kushina. Uchiha rushed forward without hesitation, not caring whether she was truly Kushina or possessed by Mito Uzumaki. He simply caught her as she fell. Tsunade stepped forward to examine Kushina Uzumaki's condition closely. The Nine-Tails chakra is simply too powerful, and Kushina is far too young to bear its full brunt. Her chakra pathways have been overstimulated and pulled, and some of the channels have even been torn apart. She likely won't be able to use chakra at all for several months, Tsunade said, letting out a faint sigh of relief. In her opinion, a few months without chakra was a small price to pay. Better that than losing her life altogether. Besides, Kushina Uzumaki was still just a child, not yet ready to take on dangerous missions. This would be the perfect opportunity for her to rest in the Leaf Village, to heal and restore her chakra pathways. With rehabilitation, it would be at least a year before she fully recovered. During this time, Kushina should focus on her studies at the academy. Senpai, we'll need your team to handle the aftermath here. Tsunade turned to Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hataki, then added, come see me afterward. I'll tend to your injuries. That's not necessary. We need to get Killer Bee back as soon as possible, Tsukumo replied without the slightest hesitation. With that, he glanced at the members of the Root Division. His feelings about them were complicated. He was a member of the ANBU, not Root, but most of the team accompanying him on this mission were from Root. Normally, Tsukumo wouldn't have cared about such distinctions. However, before he left the village, the third Hokage gave him specific instructions. If there were any prisoners taken, they must be delivered to him directly. Be careful. Don't let them kill Killer Bee, Tsunade said sternly to the remaining Root operatives. Killer Bee is extremely valuable. He can be used to negotiate with the Raikage. In that instant, Tsukumo understood Tsunade's intent. While politics was never his strong suit, he wasn't oblivious. The Second Shinobi War was on the brink of erupting at any moment. Killing Killer Bee might severely wound the Cloud Village, but it would also almost certainly provoke an immediate war with them. Trading Killer Bee for leverage with the Raikage was the wiser move. I understand, Tsukumo said, shouldering Killer Bee and setting off toward the direction of the Leaf Village. The other Root members exchanged glances, then quickly followed in Tsukumo's wake. Uchiha watched all of this unfold, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Is something wrong? Are you worried? Tsunade asked, picking up on Uchiha's unease. I'm concerned those Root agents might take matters into their own hands with Killer Bee, Uchiha replied, his gaze softening as he looked at the Kushina cradled in his arms. For Kushina, revealing such abilities might not turn out to be a good thing. Don't worry, Grandma would never let anything happen to Kushina. Tsunade clearly understood what Uchiha was referring to, and she dismissed his concern with a confident reassurance. In the future, you, me, and Nawaki together will be enough to protect Kushina. Although Tsunade didn't want to face the possibility of her grandmother passing away, as a shinobi, she had learned to accept death. Besides, her grandmother was not young anymore. If she were to pass, there wouldn't be too much to grieve over. Yeah. Uchiha pressed his lips together. Honestly, if Kushina hadn't been with us this time, we really might not have made it through. To be honest, I haven't yet come up with any effective way to deal with Kairabi. You think I do? Tsunade shot Uchiha a fierce glare. For the first time since making her name as a ninja, Tsunade felt overwhelmed on all fronts. Her strength couldn't compare, and Kairabi's speed far surpassed her own. Most importantly, his defense was in a league of its own. To break through his defenses, she simply couldn't do it. Her punches were useless. Tsukumo Hataki's wind release and swordsmanship couldn't do the trick either. Even Uchiha's flying thunder god and lightning release lacked any effect. The Chidori was powerful, but it still couldn't match the lightning release chakra mode. In that moment, Tsunade recognized her own weakness. She had once believed that with her seal and strength of 100 technique, she was more than a match for most top-tier opponents. But this battle struck Tsunade like a sharp wake-up call. Her strength was not enough. She would have to keep working hard in the future. If she didn't, she wouldn't even be able to take care of the people around her. Would she have to watch helplessly as those she cared about died before her eyes? And what was even more troubling was that Uchiha was growing stronger by the day. Now he was already daring to tease her. If he ever surpassed her, wouldn't she end up being bossed around by this brat? Let's go. We'll talk more after we meet up with Linxia. With a wave of her hand, Tsunade signaled for Uchiha to follow her. The nobles, seeing Tsunade and Uchiha arrive safely, finally breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Without asking any questions about what had happened, and after getting Tsunade's approval, they resumed their journey, this time moving much faster than before. Gone was the leisurely pace of sightseeing from earlier. Now, their urgency left no room for dawdling. As Tsunade and her companions attended to Kushina Uzumaki and made their way toward the daimyo's residence. Tsukumo Hataki, meanwhile, had already brought Kairabi back to Konoha ahead of them. Hiruzen Sarutobi had already learned of the situation through some special channels, but when he actually laid eyes on the captive Killer Bee, his heart was still shaken like a stormy ocean. Even with his current abilities, it would be difficult for him to deal with Killer Bee on his own, and yet now Killer Bee was standing here in his own office. Such a thing, he would never have dared to even imagine it before. Not long after, Hiruzen listened in silence as Tsukumo Hataki whispered to him the truth of how Killer Bee had been defeated. How could something like this not feel utterly surreal? After all, Killer Bee was one of the most formidable shinobi in the Hidden Cloud Village, and yet he had been captured by Kushina Uzumaki. Or more precisely, captured by Kushina Uzumaki, who was possessed by Mito Uzumaki. At this, Hiruzen Sarutobi truly did not know how to react. Thinking along darker lines, the idea even crossed his mind that if Mito Uzumaki could fully take over Kushina's body, then perhaps Konoha would remain invincible for generations to come. Fortunately, he knew full well that Mito Uzumaki was not that sort of person. His own will of fire would never permit him to take such a path. Taking a long, contemplative puff from his pipe, Hiruzen's eyes grew deep with thought. Capturing Killer Bee was certainly an enormous boon for Konoha. By the way, Lady Mito instructed me to bring Killer Bee to her. It's likely so she can erase the relevant memories, Tsukumo Hataki added in a steady voice. A gleam flashed through Hiruzen's eyes. Mito Uzumaki had asked Tsukumo Hataki to bring Killer Bee to her, and yet Tsukumo had come to him first. This meant he still put the Hokage's judgment above all else. This was the mark of a true shinobi. Hiruzen wasn't sure whether Tsukumo truly grasped the full significance of what had happened, but at the very least, it made Hiruzen look upon him with even more warmth and approval. Mito Uzumaki had wanted Tsukumo to bring Killer Bee to her, but Tsukumo had chosen to come to him first. This proved that, in Tsukumo's heart, the Hokage stood above all else. Although Hiruzen would eventually bring Killer Bee to Mito as she'd requested, it was a matter of principle and respect. Normally, Mito Uzumaki rarely got involved directly, but when she did, even the Hokage needed to honor her wishes. Hiruzen understood her intentions and had no mind to stand in her way. If possible, he would have liked nothing better than for Mito Uzumaki to uncover all the intelligence hidden in Killer Bee's mind. Take Killer Bee to Lady Mito, and be sure to thank her for me, Hiruzen said, waving his hand. After that, you don't need to come back right away. Go and tend to your own injuries first. Don't let any hidden wounds linger. Yes, Lord Hokage. Tsukumo Hataki's chest burned with pride. He felt that the Hokage truly was a wonderful leader. After Tsukumo Hataki left with Kairabi, Hiruzen Sarutobi once again took a deep drag of his dry tobacco in the office. Sure enough, about 5 minutes later, the office door was flung open with force. Danzo Shimura strode in, shut the door with a bang, and spoke directly to Hiruzen. Hiruzen, hand Kairabi over to me. I promise I'll extract all the information from his mind. Then, while Lady Mito still has the strength to fight, we'll wipe out the Land of Lightning. After that, we'll be unstoppable. Hiruzen shuddered at Danzo's words. Before this, he merely wanted to use Kairabi as a bargaining chip to have proper talks with the Hidden Cloud Village. Achieving a peace agreement wasn't out of the question. Every Kage-level shinobi is tremendously important to their village, unless, of course, that person isn't really one of their own or poses a great threat to the village. And yet, Danzo was already thinking about wiping out the Land of Lightning. Truly, Danzo, that's just like you. The system of one country, one village was a rule set by the first Hokage and the Daimyo. Hiruzen looked gravely at Danzo. Don't forget that, Danzo. Besides, Konoha doesn't have the strength to challenge all 4 villages at once. We have to make sure the Hidden Cloud Village remains neutral, not siding with anyone. In that coup long ago, the Hidden Cloud also suffered heavy losses. They still haven't recovered, not after all these years. They can't afford to lose Kairabi. It's exactly because the Hidden Cloud hasn't recovered that we should seize this chance to eliminate them. This may be our only opportunity. Danzo's gaze burned intently into Hiruzen. Danzo, no one will support your plan to destroy the Land of Lightning. Hiruzen paused, then added, unless Konoha could stand alone against every other nation. Lady Mito isn't at her former peak as the first Hokage, and we ourselves are no longer the second Hokage's generation. Danzo fell silent. It was true. Neither he nor Hiruzen could compare to Hashirama Senju. Even Tobirama Senju's prowess exceeded their own. Yet he was unwilling to let such an opportunity slip away. From what my intelligence network reports, the Land of Rain is already stockpiling provisions and munitions. At any moment, war might break out, and you know as well as I do that if they declare war, the chances are highest that they'll pick us as their target. The Land of Fire is the richest among them all. Hiruzen's voice was heavy with meaning as he spoke to Danzo. Lady Mito may have enough power left for a single battle, but that's likely the extent of her remaining strength. That final reserve of power should be used to protect Konoha. Hiruzen paused, then continued. You must also consider our current situation. As long as Lady Mito is with us, even if all the other villages attack our gates, we will still have the power to strike back. Moreover, Lady Mito is already advanced in years. The destruction of the Uzumaki clan is already a debt we owe her. Will we go so far as to force Lady Mito to her death? No one can bear the weight of such a thing. Danzo Shimura fell completely silent. If, because of this, Uzumaki Mito were to die, he would be forever cut off from any chance of becoming Hokage. That was something Danzo simply could not accept. Shirabi must stay alive. He's far more valuable living than dead. Hiruzen Sarutobi added, his tone firm. Fine, you're the Hokage. Danzo grumbled, but chose not to argue with Hiruzen any further. Instead, he shifted the topic to Uchiha. Uchiha demonstrated the strength of a jonin in battle. He needs to be kept on a tight leash. He's a genius, isn't he? Hiruzen shook his head with a slight smile. I trust Lady Mito will guide him well. Danzo lapsed into silence once more. Uchiha had caught the eye of Uzumaki Mito. Anyone wanted to make a move against Uchiha, he would need her approval, and no one dared act without it. They could scheme in the shadows, but there was always the risk that Lady Mito would uncover something. Right now, Danzo didn't even dare seek an audience with Lady Mito. Just like a great mountain looming before them, Uzumaki Mito's presence weighed too heavily, making them afraid to act rashly. Unable to do anything about Shirabi or Uchiha, Danzo simply chose to take his leave. As for Uzumaki Kushina, he ignored her, no matter what. Even if he wanted to take Kushina for his own purposes, Hiruzen would never permit it. Mito Uzumaki. Mito Uzumaki. Everything comes back to Mito Uzumaki. With that, Danzo stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Hiruzen let out a deep, wistful sigh. Ah, Danzo, you really understand nothing. In truth, he did intend to keep Uchiha in check, but as long as Uchiha didn't aspire to the role of Hokage, he could let him be. With all the underlying issues related to the Uchiha would never be accepted as Hokage by the other clans. The Uchiha could never bolster Yi's ambition. They'd only hold him back. To restrain with his own clan. That was Sarutobi's plan. At the same time, he'd have Uchiha handle the Uchiha themselves. Balance was crucial. If there was no conflict, he could always create some. But all that would come after the war. 10 days later, Uchiha and his group finally escorted the nobles to the daimyo's residence. After spending one night there, they hurried back toward Konoha, taking 2 days to return to the village. Upon their arrival, Tsunade immediately instructed Uchiha and Hyuga Linshia to accompany Uzumaki Kushina home, while she herself headed straight for the Hokage's office. Tsunade, what's wrong? Seeing Tsunade walk in with a scowl on her face, a fleeting look of confusion crossed Hiruzen Sarutobi's face. This mission was far too dangerous. Tsunade shot Hiruzen a sharp glare, her voice filled with displeasure. If it hadn't been for Grandma, any one of us, me, Kushina, or Rin Natsuhyuga, could have died out there. At that point, even before the enemy attacked, Konoha would have been thrown into chaos from within. Hiruzen's face flushed with embarrassment as he listened, and he managed a somewhat apologetic smile. You're right, this was my oversight. I truly didn't expect they would assign Shirabi to carry out the mission. If I had known, I would have stepped in myself. In fact, the thought of handling it personally had crossed Hiruzen's mind from the very beginning. But before he could act, he'd been stopped by Mitokado Hamura and Yuditane Koharu. Unless there's an urgent crisis, the Hokage must never leave Konoha. This rule was put in place to avoid repeating what happened with the second Hokage. When the second sacrificed himself, Konoha had barely avoided spiraling into civil war. Now, Hiruzen couldn't help but regret it. If only he had acted personally. Thankfully, Lady Mito had left a contingency on Uzumaki Kushina, or else the consequences would have been truly dire this time. No one here was a fool. It was clear that Uchiha Tsunade, Rin Natsuhyuga, and Uzumaki Kushina had been sent as bait. Yet, each of these people held special status. Had anything happened to them, it could have sparked internal conflict. Many within Konoha still refused to fully accept him as the third Hokage. Enough about that, Tsunade said, rubbing her temples in frustration. Then, she pulled out a storage scroll and tossed it to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen accepted the scroll with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Still, trusting Tsunade, he opened it. When he saw the contents, a few copies of white Zetsu. Hiruzen's confusion only deepened. After all, it was just a pale figure. Over the years, Hiruzen had seen all manner of strange things. There were even people in the land of water who resembled sharks. Compared to them, this white creature was almost pleasant to look at. Take a closer look at the chakra they give off, Tsunade commanded, arms folded across her chest, and her voice icy. Danzo's really crossed the line this time, using products that would release experiments to spy on us. And their concealment abilities are off the charts. Not even the Byakugan could spot them. If it weren't for the Nine-Tails chakra, we'd have never noticed their presence at all. Tell me, are you sure you don't have any of these around you? What did you say? A would-release experiment. Hiruzen jolted, chills running down his spine as he stared incredulously at the body of white Zetsu. He focused, trying to sense its chakra, and sure enough, there was a faint trace of wood release. The realization made his skin crawl. It was true. This really was wood release. Could it be that the wood-style experiments have already succeeded? Yet Danzo, that sly fox, kept it from me? But I'm the Hokage. Even the funds for the wood-style experiments came from my own frugal savings. And now, a wood-style experimental subject has appeared, and Danzo didn't utter a word to me? Knowing Danzo's nature, Hiruzen Sarutobi could not help but feel a deep sense of suspicion. Other than you all, who else could have possibly gotten my granduncle's cells? Tsunade snorted softly. If it wasn't you, then what? Was it a test subject of my second granduncle's that did it? Well, I'll leave this matter to you. I'm heading home now. I hope you manage to handle this properly, or else, who knows whose eyes all your precious intelligence has already fallen into. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. He understood perfectly well what Tsunade was implying. If the other party really possessed such powerful powers of concealment, that was a significant threat. As for the possibility that this was the second Hokage's test subject, Sarutobi couldn't quite rule it out. After all, they all recognized the second's formidable capabilities. If he hadn't died so abruptly, maybe the wood-style experiments really might have succeeded. Grandma Mito, we're back. As soon as Kushina Uzumaki walked through the door, she made a beeline toward Uzumaki Mido, brimming with excitement. Uchiha Itsuki and the others soon noticed that Uzumaki Mido was at that moment instructing Mikoto Uchiha and Nawaki. As for Hisashi Hyuga, he was not receiving the same treatment. Or, more precisely, it wasn't because Hisashi wasn't worthy, it was because the Hyuga clan refused to let him train under Uzumaki Mido. After all, Hisashi still bore the real, unyielding curse mark of the caged bird on his forehead. And, speaking of people in the shinobi world who might have the ability to break that curse, without question, Uzumaki Mido was the one. It's not that Hisashi didn't long to be free from his family's curse mark, but even if there was only a 1% chance Mido could lift it, the Hyuga would remain wary. They couldn't risk such a change. "Oh, you're all back." Uzumaki Mido welcomed them and motioned for everyone to sit down. She took hold of Kushina's hand, sensing her carefully before finally letting out a sigh of relief. "You've recovered quite a bit. Still, you'll need more rest in the coming days." "Yes, I know," Kushina replied with a bright smile. She secretly enjoyed the feeling of being cared for. The whole way home, Uchiha Itsuki had carried her on his back and looked after her, which made her feel deeply comforted. If she could, Kushina truly wished she could spend all her days perched on Itsuki's back, never needing to come down. "Next, I should get some rest. Uchiha, you must be taking a break as well. Life like this doesn't seem so bad. It's just too dangerous outside. Even Lady Tsunade could run into trouble there. It's better to stay put and not go out on missions." Uzumaki Mido nodded in satisfaction, then turned to glance at Uchiha. "You don't seem surprised at all. Well, after all, you're a master of sealing techniques. Chakra is pretty mysterious stuff, and with you, nothing is really out of the ordinary. Besides, Second Hokage experimented with all sorts of unusual jutsu. Who's to say there isn't something similar among them?" At times, Uchiha harbored no small amount of suspicion toward Tobarama Senju. He nurtured Uchiha Kagami. Who knows if he was up to something concerning the Uchiha? If he could possess Uchiha Kagami, Tobarama probably wouldn't hesitate. Perhaps Orochimaru's reanimation jutsu was not the first of its kind. Maybe Tobarama had similar ideas before. Although Tobarama might despise the Uchiha bloodline and feel tainted by it, given the chance to control Kagami's body, he'd have confidence in subduing the Uchiha. Using Uchiha to deal with Uchiha, Tobarama would certainly find the idea appealing. If he actually ended up ruling over the Uchiha clan, wouldn't that just make them his loyal hounds? If there was ever an evil side to Tobarama, he wouldn't shy away from making this happen. He might even consider reincarnating as an Uchiha, if only to achieve such a goal. Uzumaki Mido sensed a hint of malice coming from Uchiha, but it wasn't directed at her. It was aimed entirely at Tobarama, so she paid it no mind. After all, Tobarama really did dabble in this kind of research. Uchiha Yi's suspicions weren't completely unfounded or slanderous. These little feelings weren't enough to affect the bigger picture. The more she came to know about Tobarama, the more Mido felt that the Uchiha's grudges against him were somewhat justified. Still, the Uchiha had reason to be grateful to Tobarama. Once he became Hokage, he genuinely tried to integrate the Uchiha into Konoha, seeing things from Hokage's perspective. Of course, during Hashirama's time as Hokage, Tobarama had no shortage of moves targeting the Uchiha. It could be said that Tobarama before and after becoming Hokage were almost like two different people. "After this trip outside, how do you feel?" Uzumaki Mido pressed on with her questioning. "My strength still doesn't measure up. Shalabi's lightning release is far beyond me. If I came up against him, I wouldn't even have a chance to fight back." Of course, Uchiha was being modest. Armed with the Flying Thunder God technique, he was more than capable of ensuring he would never be defeated. The lightning release chakra mode certainly has its own strengths. Mido Uzumaki sighed helplessly. "It's not that I hadn't considered helping you obtain the training method for lightning release chakra mode from Killer Bee before. But unfortunately, there's a special seal on his mind. If I try to force my way through, that terrifying lightning energy would destroy his brain instantly. Besides, if you actually mastered the lightning release chakra mode, I suspect the Raikage would lose all reason. He'd stop at nothing to kill you." Uchiha let out a wry chuckle. "I know, and honestly, lightning release chakra mode might not really suit me anyway." The path he intended to follow was the one paved by Sasuke Uchiha and Madara Uchiha. The key lay in unlocking the power of the Sharingan. As for the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he didn't even dare dream of that yet. There was no one around who could provide him with a pair of perfectly compatible Mangekyo eyes, so he could only hope that his battles in the dimensional arena would help him fuse with other Mangekyo eyes. Even if that didn't happen, he still wished to gain eyes like Indra's, Mangekyo Sharingan that never lose their light. Yes, Mido nodded slightly when she saw Uchiha Yi's determination. Actually, if you reach a certain level in the art of sealing, dealing with lightning release chakra mode wouldn't be too difficult either. You do have a bit of talent in sealing techniques, so you might want to devote more time to studying them in the future. I understand. Then I'll be relying on you, Lady Mito. After that, Uchiha brought up the matter of white Zetsu, and this instantly plunged Mito Uzumaki into silence. She stayed quiet for a long while before finally speaking. These white creatures probably have nothing to do with the monkey or Danzo. Oh, Uchiha looked at her in surprise. Originally, he'd been hoping to plant some suspicion about Shimura Danzo in front of Mito. Even though the current Danzo hadn't done anything directly to him yet, history had taught him one thing: never, ever trust Shimura Danzo. Anyone who placed their trust in him was doomed. Looking back, the Uchiha clan's eradication was the result of many factors. Danzo certainly fanned the flames, but for the average leaf shinobi, who didn't have the benefit of hindsight, it seemed almost natural to resent the Uchiha. In the end, it was all because of Obito's scheme. The fox in the nine-tails' eyes was the Sharingan. That alone was reason enough. If the village didn't hate the Uchiha, who else could they blame? Sometimes he wondered if his own humble status had caused Obito to be treated so poorly within the clan, giving rise to the resentment that would one day spell the Uchiha's doom. Of course, the deeper truth was that Obito simply lacked confidence in himself and feared that another Mangekyo Sharingan would appear within the Uchiha, a force beyond his control. In the end, it was easier to wipe them all out. They still don't have the ability to research these things. Mito Uzumaki paused, then continued to explain. What's more, these first appeared during the First Great War. Back then, I managed to capture some of them, originally intending to let Tobarama study them, but I never imagined he wouldn't return. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Itachi Uchiha's face showed a look of realization. The fact that Obito and his group knew about the Nine-Tails Chakra's ability to discern good and evil, and attributed that power to Mito Uzumaki, was a clear sign that Black Zetsu or Madara Uchiha must have told them. So how did they know? Mito Uzumaki became the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki only after the final battle between Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju. That means Mito Uzumaki had discovered the white Zetsu far earlier. Another thought struck Itachi. Later on, neither Kabuto nor Orochimaru ever brought Mito Uzumaki back with Edo Tensei. Was it because she wasn't powerful enough? Absolutely not. Mito Uzumaki was, without question, the strongest shinobi of her time. Could it be that her body was simply gone? With Orochimaru's abilities, he certainly could have found it if it existed. In the end, the truth was clear. Mito Uzumaki was simply too dangerous. With her skills, if someone tried to control her through Edo Tensei, there was a good chance the reverse might happen, and she would end up controlling the one who summoned her instead. Those creatures, they're hardly even human. Mito's voice carried a weight of nostalgia and lingering fear. You all must be extremely careful in the future. Not only do they possess superb stealth, but they are experts at disguise. Ordinary ninjas, even those from the Hyuga clan, may not be able to see through them. At this point, Mito's gaze shifted to Kushina Uzumaki. Deep in her heart, Mito still hoped Kushina would become the next Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. It was, after all, a form of protection for her. Those white monsters still existed, and the Hidden Leaf needed someone who could control the Nine-Tails chakra. Of course, if Hiruzen Sarutobi's experiments with wood release were to succeed, Mito would welcome that as well. As for other candidates, Itachi Uchiha was also suitable to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Given his present circumstances, the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan in his future was almost a certainty. But the Mangekyo Sharingan also had its drawbacks. Mito didn't want Itachi to be burdened by them. However, if he could use the Sharingan to suppress the Nine-Tails, he would, too, be an ideal host for its power. Still, making Itachi the Jinchuriki would be no simple matter. Though Mito Uzumaki could potentially make such a decision herself, she would still need to show Hiruzen Sarutobi the courtesy his position deserved. And on the Uchiha side, there was no way they would agree to let Itachi shoulder such a responsibility. A terrifying force lies hidden within the shinobi world. I suspect that the rebellion of the Gold and Silver Brothers, the fall of Yuzushiobikure, and even the battles between Kirigakure and Awagakure may all be connected to this dark power, Uzumaki Mito said, her expression growing solemn. Kirigakure and Awagakure? Uchiha thought back to the events involving the second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage. Honestly, back during the First Great Ninja War, nobody could have predicted those two would end up fighting each other. After all, the land of water is in the far southeast, and the land of earth is in the far northwest. Their paths could not have been more opposed. Yet during the war, these two lands clashed ferociously, each refusing to yield until the bitter end. The reasons behind their conflict were shrouded in mystery, but one thing was clear: they truly fought. At first, Uchiha he had suspected Tobirama Senju of sowing discord between the two nations. After all, Tobirama had pulled plenty of underhanded tricks in his time. In that era, whenever something smelled of conspiracy, Uchiha's first suspect would be Tobirama Senju. Just like in the future, anything that happened would immediately make Uchiha suspicious of Danzo Shimura. Yes, exactly. Those white creatures are masters of deception, able to blend in perfectly. Uzumaki Mito sighed deeply. But rest assured, there are none of those white things lurking within Konoha. You don't need to worry about the people in our village. But the moment you step outside, you must remain vigilant. I used to think these incidents were isolated, but now it seems they're making a comeback. And now, they have their eyes on you all. At this point, no matter what she said, Uzumaki Mito was determined to keep Kushina from leaving the village again. Uchiha could still protect himself, but Kushina definitely could not. There was also Nawaki to worry about. His behavior needed to be kept in check. If anything happened to him, the situation could spiral out of control. Whether it was Tsunade or Nawaki, either one could easily spark a second Great War. Even though efforts over the years had steadily chipped away at the Senju clan's influence on Konoha, Nawaki was still the first Hokage's grandson, someone under constant scrutiny. Their lineage meant they were never going to be ordinary people. Unless, of course, they gave up the way of the shinobi altogether. Uzumaki Mito saw all this quite clearly. Nawaki dreamed aloud day after day of becoming Hokage, and she had cautioned him more than once. But unlike Tsunade, Nawaki reminded her very much of Hashirama in many ways, straightforward and a bit naive. What a pity Nawaki lacked Hashirama Senju's extraordinary talent, and even fell a bit short of Tsunade. Perhaps, one day, he could be a pillar of strength for Konoha, but to become Hokage, it would be hard for others to truly accept him. Especially after Itachi Uchiha burst onto the scene, it became increasingly hard for anyone among the younger generation to win unanimous approval as Hokage. Yet, ironically, Itachi's own prospects of rising to the Hokage position were hampered by complex political obstacles. But then, that would all be well after her passing. Being Hokage certainly had its privileges, but not having the title did not diminish one's worth in any real sense. Hashirama Senju had always been unfazed by such matters in his own time. If Tobirama Senju hadn't continuously stirred up trouble, perhaps Uchiha Madara would have been the very first Hokage. Grandma Mito, don't worry. I promise I'll stay in the village and not wander off, Kushina Uzumaki quickly assured, sensing Uzumaki Mito's unspoken concerns. Kushina, you're a good girl. Mito gently stroked Kushina's vibrant red hair, her gaze drifting to Nawaki, who was listening with curiosity but had yet to say much. With a soft sigh, she thought to herself that her silly grandson required only gentle guidance. As their conversation continued, Tsunade returned home, clearly exhausted. She slumped into a chair without caring about her image and immediately grabbed a pastry to eat. Mito said nothing to rebuke her granddaughter. She was, on the whole, quite pleased with Tsunade, an intelligent girl, unconcerned with dreams of becoming Hokage, and remarkably talented. Though she might never be the strongest on the battlefield, she possessed unparalleled skill in medical ninjutsu. To Mito, Tsunade was the most gifted medical ninja she had ever encountered. In the future, rising to become the world's foremost medical ninja would give Tsunade the strength to protect herself. Only after swallowing a piece of pastry did Tsunade look to Mito and ask, "Grandma, did that brat Itachi Uchiha tell you about those strange white creatures?" Yes, he did. Mito gave Itachi a brief glance, and he promptly recounted the story just as Mito had before. Hearing this, Tsunade's expression soured. Was there another secret power lurking in the ninja world? That could spell serious trouble for the Hidden Leaf Village. Do you all think this could be targeting Lady Mito herself? Itachi suddenly asked. The others turned to regard him, curiosity and concern in their eyes. The troubles faced by the Uzumaki clan may well be tied to this hidden manipulator. It could be a threat to Konoha as a whole, or perhaps you specifically, Lady Mito. If things reach a point of no return, you may have no choice but to act. But if you do, what comes after might not be easy, Itachi said quietly. His words didn't anger Mito. Instead, she gazed at him with gentle affection, encouraging him to continue. Once, Lord Mito, if anything would happen to you, there would be no one left to control the power of the Nine Tails, at least not for the time being. If that happens, those pale intruders could slip into Konoha and continue lurking among us without anyone being able to detect their presence. Uchiha spoke with measured calm. But we must also be wary of shadows manipulating things from behind the scenes. Some schemes are so blatant that we simply can't avoid them. During this time, Uchiha had been tirelessly pondering why so many white Zetsu operatives were hiding in their midst. Turning it over in his mind, he landed on the possibility that Kushina Uzumaki herself might have become a target. Of course, at the heart of it all was Mito Uzumaki. She was the key. No doubt, to their adversary, Mito was probably the only one worthy of Uchiha Madara's attention. You're even more remarkable than I imagined. Mito Uzumaki praised Uchiha with deep satisfaction, then turned her gaze to Tsunade. If you have a moment, tell this to the monkey. Have him prepare. At any time, the next great ninja war could erupt. I understand, Tsunade replied, grabbing 2 pastries from the table before dashing off toward the Hokage's office. However, at that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi was not in the Hokage's office. After Tsunade left, she scrutinized the remains of the white Zetsu thoroughly, then called for the ANBU to secure the corpse. Without delay, she hurried off toward the Root headquarters. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi found Root's base unfamiliar. He rarely involved himself in its affairs. It wasn't just a matter of trusting Danzo. Danzo possessed his own indispensable power base within Konoha. While the Hokage was indeed the leader of the village, it wasn't a position of absolute command. True, Hashirama and Tobirama Senju might have managed that level of authority, but Hiruzen Sarutobi was different. To stabilize the village, Hiruzen had no choice but to delegate some of his power. Danzo should be inside, right? Hiruzen arrived at Root's base, marching straight in with a contingent of ANBU at his side, not allowing Danzo even a moment to react. The Root member stationed outside were startled by Hiruzen's forceful entrance. Yet out of instinct, they tried to bar his way. Hiruzen had intended to handle matters with Danzo more delicately, but seeing Root operatives attempt to stop him stirred his anger. He had given Danzo the authority to form Root because he trusted him, granted him a high level of autonomy. But now, how could things have come to this? Not only did Root eschew reporting in, they actually dared to impede him. Did they truly no longer see him as anyone of consequence? He was the Hokage, after all. Originally, Hiruzen Sarutobi had been skeptical that White Zetsu was something arranged by Danzo Shimura, barely able to believe that this was actually Danzo's doing. But now, seeing Root's actions, Hiruzen couldn't help but suspect that Danzo was hiding some secret from him. Could it be that those strange white beings were really experimental subjects of Danzo Shimura? The thought alone filled Hiruzen with anger. He shouted coldly, "Seize them all." With that, Hiruzen led the charge, storming straight into the Root headquarters. Along the way, a few ninjas tried to block his path, but before they could do much, Hiruzen subdued them with ease. Root was at its weakest now. The battle with Yuzukio village had cost them dearly, and they hadn't recovered yet. Most of their forces had been sent elsewhere by Danzo. It was effortless for Hiruzen to break through. Inside the Root base, Danzo Shimura was still pondering how best to stir up conflict among the other villages, when a commotion outside caught his attention and made him smirk in disbelief. Unbelievable. These days, any stray cat or dog thinks they can trample over Root with impunity. Did they really think Danzo Shimura was someone to be trifled with? But when Danzo saw that it was Hiruzen Sarutobi himself, he was totally stunned. Why was it Hiruzen? His anger flared, and he demanded, his tone icy. "What do you think you're doing, Sarutobi?" At this moment, he didn't even address him as monkey, as he'd done since childhood. After all, they'd been friends and rivals since they were boys, closer even than with Hamura and the others. They had always been best friends and competitors. Even though Danzo had been dissatisfied when Hiruzen became Hokage, he had still supported Hiruzen sincerely. And now, for Hiruzen Sarutobi to charge into Root and pick a fight, Danzo's fury was barely contained. Did Hiruzen really think he was so easy to bully? What am I doing? The better question is, what are you doing? Hiruzen waved his arm, signaling for an umbu to drop White Zetsu's corpse in front of Danzo. See for yourself. What do you make of the chakra coming from this body? If the wood-style experiment has succeeded, why did you keep it from me? Wood-style experiments have succeeded? Danzo was momentarily at a loss. He checked the aura on White Zetsu, and his heart clenched. Unbelievable. It really had the scent of White Zetsu. But when had their experiments ever produced a success? Why, as the person in charge, was he completely unaware of this? You're telling me this is a wood-style experiment subject? Danzo asked Hiruzen, frowning. Could there possibly be a fake? The wood release aura up there. You can't possibly not sense it, can you? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. As disciples of Senju Tobirama, they used to visit the Senju estate often, and Hashirama himself would frequently guide and look after them. By all accounts, they should be able to recognize the presence of genuine wood release without fail. Shimura Danzo fell silent. He concentrated on the presence above, and it was true. The aura was unmistakably that of wood release. Though it differed greatly from Hashirama's overwhelming power, there was no mistaking its nature. Pointing to the root members beside him, Danzo instructed, "Quickly, call over the experiment staff." "That won't be necessary. Let's go together." Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted softly and strode straight toward the inner chambers. The wood release experiments were top secret and orchestrated by Danzo himself, so the laboratory was hidden within the root base. Sarutobi needed to know the true progress of the project. "Sarutobi, you don't trust me." Danzo admitted his machinations, but he'd always treated Hiruzen well. In fact, they were probably each other's closest friends. Hadn't he always supported Hiruzen wholeheartedly, time after time? But now, Sarutobi Hiruzen was actually starting to suspect him. In that moment, Danzo felt his loyalty was being taken for granted, as if all his devotion had been thrown to the dogs. In that instant, something fundamental shifted in Danzo's heart. As he thought, no matter who it was, even Hiruzen himself, there could be no true reliance. He would have to become Hokage himself, no matter what. "It's not a matter of trust," Hiruzen said, sensing the shift in Danzo's mood and calming his tone. "Danzo, you know as well as I do how high the stakes are with the wood release experiments. We must get to the bottom of where these white figures are coming from, whether one of your experiments slipped loose, or if there's a deeper problem at play." There was one thing Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't understand. Why did these mysterious beings seem so fixated on Tsunade's group? Because of that, Hiruzen had actually begun to harbor doubts about Danzo as well. If these were truly descendants of Tobarama's experiments, why would they target Tsunade and her companion specifically? If you want to see for yourself, then let's go take a look together." Danzo gave a cold snort and turned his gaze to the white Zetsu. Where on earth did these creatures originate? Could they possibly be the fruits of Tobarama-sensei's old experiments? Regardless, they provided an opportunity to further his research on wood release. While Sarutobi Hiruzen was forcefully entering the root base, Tsunade also rushed toward the Hokage's office. Upon learning that Hiruzen had already headed for root, her eyelids twitched, and she hurried straight for the root base as well. To almost everyone in the village, the root base was a complete secret. Not even most of the clan heads knew of its existence. But Tsunade was well aware of what was happening. Very quickly, she sensed the tension of battle in the air, and her whole demeanor changed. She knew something was wrong. Could it be that Sensei and Danzo Shimura had actually come to blows? She remembered that when she first encountered White Zetsu, her initial thought had been that Danzo was behind it all. Now, her teacher had forcefully entered the root base, and after learning part of the truth from her grandmother, Tsunade realized that White Zetsu had nothing to do with Danzo. Yet now, it seemed he was about to take the blame. Tsunade paused for a moment to pay silent tribute to Danzo. Indeed, the preconceptions that people hold are like a mountain. At a time like this, no one was willing to trust Danzo at all. Even Sensei was no exception. It seemed she had caused quite a mess. While Tsunade hesitated about whether or not to enter, many others began to notice the sharp aura of a fight brewing inside and gathered at the entrance of the base. Seeing Tsunade standing indecisively at the doorway, most perceptive ninja quickly realized that something big was going down inside, and it was certainly not a matter for outsiders like themselves to interfere in. However, some ninja acted differently. Mitokado Hamura and Yuditane Koharu exchanged a knowing glance, then strode directly into the root base. The truth was, they wanted to ask Tsunade what exactly had happened. But with so many people around, this wasn't the right time for questions. It was more important to get inside and attempt to calm things down. After all, how could they allow internal strife to break out before the great ninja war had even begun? "Tsunade, what's going on?" Orochimaru approached her and asked, concern clearly showing in his eyes. Just a few days ago, Orochimaru had been worried about Tsunade, and even considered helping her deal with the mounting threats. But Hiruzen Sarutobi had stopped him, explaining he had already sent Tsukumo Hatake for support, insisting Orochimaru shouldn't worry and ought to spend more time training Nawaki instead. When news of Robbie arrived, Orochimaru was truly taken aback. He hadn't expected Tsunade to confront Robbie herself. Thankfully, nothing serious had happened this time. Otherwise, at least for now, Orochimaru cared deeply about Tsunade and Jiraiya, the two friends he'd grown up with since childhood. If not, he never would have accepted Nawaki as his disciple, treating the young boy almost like his own brother. "Something has happened. It looks like Sensei and Danzo have started fighting," Tsunade replied, her expression calm. "But don't worry, it's not as bad as it seems. Later, come by my place. I have something to show you, and then you'll understand." Tsunade had deliberately kept some of White Zetsu's remains to herself rather than handing everything over to Hiruzen. She intended to bring part of it back for further research. After all, Knowing Orochimaru's penchant for strange and unusual experiments, she felt it only natural to offer him a portion of White Zetsu's corpse. As for human experiments and such things, Tsunade had always been rather pragmatic. Growing up under Tobirama Senju's tutelage, if she hadn't learned to keep her composure in the face of such realities, she would have lost her mind long ago. Besides, when it comes to researching medical ninjutsu, doesn't that require human experimentation as well? As long as it's not used on our own people, it should be fine. Orochimaru nodded thoughtfully, then let out a soft chuckle and said, just a few days ago, Nawaki already learned second Hokage's water style, Water Dragon Bite. Orochimaru was quite pleased with Nawaki as a student, simple-minded, diligent, eager to learn, and with remarkable talent. He mastered water style, Water Dragon Bite. Tsunade raised her eyebrows, the hint of a smile curling at the corner of her lips. This is no ordinary water style jutsu. For Nawaki to command the Water Dragon Bite is proof that his chakra control has clearly reached a new level. It seems Nawaki has reached the strength of a Chunin by now. However, as soon as Tsunade thought of Uchiha, she sighed with a trace of helplessness. Nawaki was actually already quite exceptional, but compared to Uchiha, the gap was enormous, not just by a small margin. Uchiha had even mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. If Uchiha could now weave the Flying Thunder God into his combat repertoire, then his strength would surge to a whole new tier. In fact, even without the Flying Thunder God, as soon as Uchiha's body matured and entered its period of rapid development, his power might surpass hers outright. Not all geniuses are the same. Someone like Nawaki, who is called a genius, has only just been given the chance to witness a true prodigy like Uchiha. Even so, Tsunade was still inwardly proud of Nawaki. Hiruzen, Danzo, what's going on here? Midokado Hamura and Koho Udatane walked straight into the root headquarters. Normally, this was somewhere they would never be allowed to enter, but Hiruzen Sarutobi had given them permission, granting them direct access this time. In fact, Hiruzen Sarutobi had begun to suspect that perhaps he had falsely accused Shimura Danzo in this matter. He hoped these two could help smooth things over. Take a look at this. Sarutobi pointed coldly at White Zetsu. The two of them turned to look at White Zetsu, sensing the strange aura emanating from it, then cast suspicious glances over at Danzo. Danzo grew irritated under their scrutinizing eyes. What's with those looks? This has nothing to do with me. At least, nothing to do with my experiments. Why is everyone so quick to think I'm involved in all of this? Am I really that untrustworthy? Everything Shimura Danzo did was for the sake of Konoha. If he'd achieved something like this in his experiments, why wouldn't he have announced it? What's going on here, really? Midokado Hamura and Koharu Udatane, embarrassed by Danzo's outburst, hesitated for a moment, but then pressed for an explanation. This is what happened. Hiruzen Sarutobi recounted the situation to Tsunade, and at once, both of them cast another suspicious glance at Danzo Shimura. There was no helping it. This sort of scheme was something only Danzo seemed capable of orchestrating. It wasn't me. Danzo crossed his arms and snorted coldly. If I truly intended to keep Tsunade and Kushina Uzumaki under surveillance, I wouldn't have used these low-level watchers. I would have sent root operatives, monitoring them openly and without subterfuge. After all, my men were the ones who protected them in the past. Danzo was already aware of the details from the previous battle, and he was genuinely surprised to see how the Nine Tails chakra could be used in such a way. This revelation only made Danzo more fascinated by the power of the Nine Tails. If he could become the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, wouldn't he be invincible? Even if that weren't possible, he would at least ensure that, in the future, the Jinchuriki would be under his control. Should he gain command of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, he might not only dream of subduing the other nations, but even have ambition for the seat of Hokage itself. At this moment, in Danzo's mind, the priority of conquering rival countries had actually surpassed even his desire to become Hokage. Tsunade is waiting outside. She seems to have something to say. Perhaps we should let her in. It was Koharu Udatane who made the suggestion. Yes, let her in. Hiruzen had already investigated this lab beforehand, gathering intelligence on Danzo's experiments. He found that although Danzo's group had started research into wood release, they had produced no real results. So if it wasn't Danzo's doing, then whose was it? Could it really be linked to Tobirama Senju? Before long, Tsunade entered with Orochimaru by her side. Her gaze flickered with a trace of apology as she looked at Danzo, but then she turned to Hiruzen and said, "Sensei, I've told my grandmother about these incidents. She said that, back during the First Great War, monsters like this appeared in the village too. Later, they vanished, and she thought they had all been eliminated. She never imagined they would appear again." Tsunade's words left the Konoha for exchanging uneasy glances. To think that such creatures had existed as far back as the First Shinobi World War. So, this has something to do with Lord Tobarama? Koharu stammered out the question. Naturally, none of them dared to challenge Mito Uzumaki over why she had kept such important information from them. After all, Mito plainly stated there were no more of these white creatures in Konoha, and she hadn't left the village in more than a decade. How could she possibly know what happened beyond its borders? Everyone felt a heaviness weigh upon their hearts. Should this mystery truly be tied to Tobarama Senju, then the situation was even more dire. These products of would-release experiments could already be well beyond their control. Grandmother once said this matter likely had nothing to do with great-uncle Tobarama. It's true that the wood-style experiments were conducted back then, but they never moved on to testing on humans, Tsunade said, shaking her head slightly. In that respect, great-uncle would never have kept secrets from grandmother. At that, the others exchanged confused glances. So, it had nothing to do with Tobarama Senju? Then who could it be? Tsunade, are you suggesting that someone else might have succeeded with the wood-style experiment? Danzo Shimura asked, his tone low and heavy. It's possible, Tsunade replied, though it could also be that someone else awakened the wood style on their own. Everyone knows wood style was my grandfather's unique Kekkei Genkai, but in truth, he was an exception. Before him, the Senju clan had never shown any signs of wood style ability, at least none that I know of. It's also possible someone else awakened it by chance. As for the specifics, I honestly have no idea. With a resigned sigh, she let her worries show. This made the others look even grimmer than before. No matter how one looked at it, this was a complicated situation. There's more. My grandmother mentioned that there's an invisible hand working from the shadows within the shinobi world. With that, Tsunade relayed Mito Uzumaki's suspicions. This time, everyone was thoroughly shaken. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura exchanged a meaningful glance. They both knew the truth. Uchiha Kagami had been defeated and killed as if it were nothing. And the Mangekyo Sharingan Kagami possessed was likely still in the hands of this shadowy figure. Whoever they were, their power would only grow stronger with such a weapon. After all, possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan was no small thing. For Konoha, this spelled nothing but danger. And if this organization was stirring up trouble between nations behind the scenes, it didn't take much imagination to see what would come next. No doubt, they were sowing the seeds for a second great ninja war. Maybe we should expose this entire organization to the public. Kuruyudatane hesitated, voicing her worry. No, even if we said anything, no one would believe us. Danzo dismissed the suggestion outright. He was still fuming. After all, Hiruzen Sarutobi had just barged into the Foundation's base, throwing around all manner of suspicions. Yes, it turned out to be a misunderstanding, but Danzo's irritation had not abated in the least. What would he do? Blame Mito Uzumaki? Impossible. Ultimately, the root of it all was Hiruzen's lack of trust in him. Both Hiruzen and Hamura Mitokado let out a weary sigh at Danzo's words. They understood what he meant. There truly was little chance anyone would believe them. We should focus on gathering more supplies as quickly as possible and be ready for war at any time. And send word to the Raikage. He needs to come to Konoha, Hiruzen declared, taking a deep breath, his voice grave and resolute. Shimura Danzo opened his mouth, wanted to seize this opportunity to kill Shirabi. He hoped to draw the third Raikage to the land of fire, ambush him along the way, and then seize control of the land of lightning for themselves. Yet, when he recalled that there was someone who could easily kill Uchiha Kagami, and was still lurking in the shadows, eyeing them with menacing intent, even someone like Danzo dared not act rashly. Sensei, may I take a look at this white thing? Orochimaru turned his gaze to the side and asked about white Zetsu. Yes, go ahead and have a look, Hiruzen Sarutobi replied without hesitation. After all, Orochimaru was his most gifted student, always eager to investigate all sorts of strange matters. Since Orochimaru was interested, why not let him study it? Meanwhile, in the hidden cloud village, the third Raikage quickly received Konoha's message. He was so furious that he smashed his desk to pieces. Damn that Konoha. Damn Hiruzen Sarutobi. What does he mean by this? Does he intend to wage war against our hidden cloud? Please calm yourself, Lord Raikage. The young boy Dodai, ever attentive, hurried to soothe him. Despite his youth, Dodai had earned the Raikage trust and was kept close at his side for training. With a low huff, the third Raikage managed to steady his temper. Prepare things for me. We're going to Konoha. Could this be a trap? Dodai asked warily. After all, the second Hokage of Konoha had been lost when he came to sign a peace treaty with them. Except for the very first 5 Kage summit, there had never been a case of a Kage from one village venturing into the territory of another. Back in the era of Hashirama Senju at that first summit, no one needed to worry about such things. Hashirama was powerful enough to handle any situation without resorting to schemes or plots. His strength alone had kept an entire age in check. Since they've extended an invitation, we'll make the trip, the third Reikage responded in his deep, resonant voice. There was no choice. After all, Shirabi had been captured. He was like a brother to the Reikage, and the Hidden Cloud could not afford such a loss. He paused, then added, "Prepare troops at the border of the Land of Lightning. If anything happens to me, declare war on Konoha immediately." Although the Reikage had immense confidence in his own power, he understood he was not invincible. Uzumaki Mido was not to be underestimated. Given the current tensions, the Hidden Cloud could not afford to strike first against Konoha, so he had to safeguard his own interests however he could. Despite his burly, muscular appearance, the third Reikage was anything but a reckless brute. In truth, he was far from foolish. "Grandma Mido, do you have any advice on chakra shape transformation?" No matter how the shinobi world changed, none of that seemed to concern Uchiha. He kept up his old habits, visiting Uzumaki Mido's home almost every day just as before. Ever since Uzumaki Kushina was injured, their team had all but disbanded. Tsunade no longer had the time nor the energy to look after them. In fact, it wasn't only Tsunade's team. Orochimaru's team was also in a sort of half-hibernation these days. It wasn't that anyone had gotten hurt in Orochimaru's group. Rather, Orochimaru himself was too busy, completely tied up, and unable to lead missions. Chakra shape transformation. When you practiced Chidori before, you worked on shape transformation, didn't you? Or are you planning to invent a new jutsu? Uzumaki Mido had never doubted Uchiha Yi's ability to create. Compared to Uchiha Madara, she felt Uchiha Yi resembled Tobirama Senju far more. Yes, although I haven't actually fought Killer Bee yet, I've already found the flaws in Chidori, and for now, I'm unable to improve it further with my current abilities. Besides, I've already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Next, I need to incorporate it into my own fighting style. To be honest, Chidori has become a bit of a tasteless dish for me. Not satisfying to use, but too valuable to simply throw away, Uchiha Yi admitted, uncertainty creeping into his voice. In fact, he had considered developing Kakashi's future purple electricity, another unsealed nature transformation jutsu. Though it lacked Chidori's piercing power, it remained formidable. Still, when it came to potential, he thought it paled in comparison to the Rasengan. Just think of how, in the future, Uzumaki Naruto would create so many variations with the Rasengan. With the amount of chakra he had now, Uchiha Yi was considering making a Rasengan of his own. Of course, Raidon would suit him best, yet if there could be a wind release Rasen Shuriken, why couldn't one infuse lightning release into the Rasengan? He certainly intended to continue his research on Chidori. Still, perhaps it was time to pursue the Rasengan as well. The strengths of Chidori are its speed and piercing power, but I agree, it doesn't really mix well with the Flying Thunder God technique, Uzumaki Mido said thoughtfully, nodding. Back then, even Tobirama thought of solving this with explosive tags or using Kenjutsu, combining them with Flying Thunder God Slash. Uzumaki Mido was well aware that Uchiha Yi had already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. She felt nothing but pleased for him, not regarding it as any sort of threat. At least, for Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Yi's mastery of the Flying Thunder God was certainly a good thing. The second Hokage's mutually multiplying explosive tags. Is that what you mean? Uchiha Yi suddenly asked, as if recalling something important. Well, originally, the mutual multiplication explosive tags were meant to be used in combination with other jutsu, but they can also be paired with the Flying Thunder God technique. Uzumaki Mido paused for a moment, then added, "It's just a bit dangerous, that's all." "I see. I'll look into it when the time comes. Still, I really want to study ninjutsu that can be activated instantly, without any hand seals." Uchiha Yi nodded thoughtfully. "By the way, Grandma Mido, could you show me the legendary Tailed Beast Ball? You want to research a jutsu similar to the Tailed Beast Ball?" The Tailed Beast Ball is indeed the ultimate example of chakra shape transformation, but it's formed from chakra of both yin and yang attributes. It's almost impossible for humans to use such a technique. Despite her words, Uzumaki Mido reached out her hand, conjuring a tiny, peanut-sized black orb of energy at her fingertips. This is a miniature Tailed Beast Ball. Don't be fooled by its size. Inside, there's actually as much chakra as an average jonin possesses. Goodness, now a typical jonin's chakra has become a unit of measurement. It's a shame Kakashi hasn't appeared yet, and Uzumaki Mido doesn't know anything about one Kakashi as a unit. Still, it really lives up to its name as a Tailed Beast Ball. This tightly compressed chakra filled Uchiha Yi with a sense of imminent peril. "I don't have yin-yang release, but maybe I can use other chakra natures to study this kind of technique," Uchiha Yi murmured, almost unconsciously activating his 3-tomo Sharingan, his gaze fixed and intense on the ultra-miniature Tailed Beast Ball in Mido's hand. Although small, the chakra within was lethally potent. He instinctively sensed that if this micro-tailed beast ball ever hit him, there would be nothing left of him but dust. To be honest, I'm curious to see what kind of jutsu you'll come up with. Uzumaki Mito smiled at E, her lips softly curling. She regarded Uchiha E as nothing less than her own grandchild now. His talent was outstanding, almost rivaling that of Uchiha Madara in his youth. What a pity he didn't have a younger brother like Izuna. Otherwise, the fate of blindness would never have overtaken his eyes. Still, having mastered the Flying Thunder God technique was enough to make up for so much, and his ability to create new ninjutsu was in no way inferior to that of Tobirama Senju. At this rate, reaching Tobirama's level seemed only a matter of time. As a grandmother, all she could do was teach E how to be a good person and offer as much help as possible while he was still growing. Even though Uzumaki Mito rarely set foot outside, she could still sense the changing winds in the world. Not to mention the other villages, even Konohagakure was far from peaceful. Just recently, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura had a falling out. Though things appear to be settled on the surface, anyone could see the rift between Danzo and Hiruzen could never be mended. The Uchiha clan, too, never seemed to settle down. If it weren't for Uchiha Yohei standing firm at the front and Mito Uzumaki shielding him to the side, it wouldn't have been at all easy for Uchiha Ike to focus on his training and steadily grow stronger like this. As for how Uchiha Ike actually came to know about the tailed beast ball, Mito Uzumaki didn't mind. She herself had used the tailed beast ball back during the First Shinobi World War. In fact, before she became the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and before Senju Hashirama captured all the other tailed beasts, no clan understood the tailed beasts better than the Uchiha. In the past, it wasn't unheard of for the Uchiha to control tailed beasts in battle. I think I've basically understood what the tailed beast ball is all about. Thank you, Grandma Mito, Uchiha E said, gratitude flooding his eyes as he looked at Mito Uzumaki. No matter her reasons for caring for him like this, the way Mito Uzumaki had looked after him over the past year was plain to see. Uchiha E wasn't ungrateful either. In the future, he'd do whatever he could to look after both Tsunade and Nawaki, and once he developed the Rasengan, he could even pass it on to Nawaki. This technique would really suit him. And not just Nawaki. Honestly, the Senju and Uzumaki clans both seemed perfectly suited to it as well. If the Rasengan had been invented 100 years earlier, both clans would probably have had Rasengan users everywhere. No need to thank me. I'm actually looking forward to seeing what kind of new jutsu you'll come up with, Mito Uzumaki replied with a warm smile, gently putting the tailed beast ball away. Uchiha stared in awe at Mito Uzumaki's hands. Retracting such terrifying chakra was no simple task, but Mito did it as easily as one might put away a handkerchief. Her control over chakra, it seemed, was far beyond anything Uchiha had ever imagined. Of course, her terrifying mastery of sealing techniques played a huge part as well. When your control over chakra reaches a certain level, what I just did won't be difficult anymore, Mito Uzumaki said softly, sensing Yi's amazement. It's true that people with large reserves of chakra rarely bother to use it with precision and care. But chakra is always finite. Even Hashirama once ran out completely. Practicing chakra control in your daily training will never do you any harm. Yes, I understand, Grandma Mito, Uchiha replied, his thoughts straying to the final battle between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. That fight had spawned countless jokes, and the manga that never showed much detail. Certainly not any scene of Hashirama crushing Madara and the Nine Tails with ease. When he finally said, "Nine Tails, you're too dangerous. I must seal you away," he looked utterly spent, as if every last bit of energy had been drained from him. Perhaps a lone Nine Tails would be restrained, or even utterly overwhelmed by Hashirama Senju, but Uchiha and Madara together with the Nine Tails had nothing to fear from him. The truth is, in that fateful battle, Hashirama Senju ended up pushing his chakra to the very limit, and died not long after. One could say that Hashirama's sage art would release. True, several thousand hands is truly a technique that burns away the user's very life force. Even for someone like Hashirama, he only ever used it that one time. If you were to treat the events of the anime as the actual history of the ninja world, you'd probably end up falling into all its traps. It's like in the anime, where Kaguya Otsutsuki supposedly marries the ruler of the land. Realistically, what chance would any so-called emperor have of winning the favor of a member of the exalted Otsutsuki clan? To the proud and lofty Otsutsuki, an emperor is no different from a monkey. How could they ever fall in love with such a person? This was nothing more than a convenient embellishment, pandering to the sensibilities around the idea of an emperor. After all, places like Footbath Chicken do have their own royal families. Sometimes, creative works can't help but be influenced by these forces. Just look, both the Sage of Six Paths and his brother are said to be the emperor's sons, every so-called goddess is portrayed as the emperor's woman. Now, isn't that impressive? But could things like that truly happen? Even with something as all-encompassing as the infinite Tsukuyomi, such absurdities never came to pass. Both Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara possessed remarkable control over their chakra. Uchiha didn't believe his own chakra reserves would fall short in the future, but even so, training is still essential. In the days that followed, Uchiha threw himself into seclusion to develop the Rasengan. He already understood the process of mastering the Rasengan, and having now witnessed the tailed beast bomb firsthand, developing the Rasengan felt entirely within reach, though it was no easy feat. Still, Uchiha knew when to keep a low profile. He couldn't let it appear as if he'd seen the Rasengan one day and mastered it the very next. While Uchiha focused on his secluded training, the third Raikage arrived at Konoha. This time, his visit was anything but discreet, quite the opposite. In fact, his high-profile arrival captured the attention of the entire ninja world. Welcome, Raikage. Our last encounter was back during the war, wasn't it? Hiruzen Sarutobi, robed as the Hokage with his hat upon his head, shook hands with the third Raikage and greeted him with a warm smile. I can't say I'm happy to see you. Nothing good ever comes from these meetings, the third Raikage replied, his deep voice gruff and full of dissatisfaction. Even in Konoha, the third Raikage radiated discontent. Hiruzen Sarutobi merely smiled in response to the Raikage's displeasure. Let him complain as much as he wishes. As long as Konoha benefits from it, what harm is there? After all, the greater advantage lay with Konoha. If the other side wanted to grumble a bit, so be it. He was content to let them. If possible, I wish we could meet more often. After all, the ninja world is far from peaceful these days. A lot of matters can be resolved through conversation. There's no need for constant fights and bloodshed, don't you agree? Hiruzen Sarutobi said with a warm smile. How could the third Raikage fail to notice the implication behind Hiruzen Sarutobi's words? He took a deep breath, let out a soft scoff, but did not deny what Hiruzen said. When Killer Bee was captured, the third Raikage already realized he was at a disadvantage. As for sacrificing Killer Bee, there was simply no way he'd do that. In truth, as long as Hiruzen didn't push him too far, he could accept most terms. Of course, on the surface, the third Raikage still had to put on a hard front, making it clear he wasn't afraid to go to war with Konoha. Cloud Village alone might not withstand a clash with Konoha, but the other villages certainly wouldn't just stand by and watch. The third Raikage and Hiruzen Sarutobi continued their negotiations in the Hokage's office. Just then, an Umbu rushed in and whispered something urgently in Hiruzen's ear, causing his expression to shift subtly. Moments later, Hiruzen looked sternly at the Raikage. Raikage, the land of rain and the land of iron have declared war. What? The third Raikage was momentarily stunned. The land of rain had been making waves recently. Signs of impending war were there. He had speculated that the land of rain might declare war on Konoha, hoping to take advantage of the resulting confusion. But what he hadn't expected was a bold move, invading the land of iron, flying in the face of all convention. Raikage, I'm sure you understand what the land of iron represents, Hiruzen said, his gaze sharp and voice deep. A nation of permanent neutrality, protected by all 5 great nations. This was promised personally by the daimyos themselves. The third Raikage replied with a cold snort. Right now, he sincerely wished he could march right over and give Hanzo a thorough beating. If you want to fight, go for Konoha. Why attack the land of iron of all places? It won't be long before the daimyo's court demands that we send troops against the land of rain. Hiruzen continued, a sense of relief hidden in his heart. Hanzo must have been throwing caution to the wind in desperation. The samurai of the land of iron are recognized by samurai and daimyos across every nation. To the samurai, the land of iron is kin. Its ties with the daimyos run deep and complex. Ninja may have mostly supplanted the samurai, but in the eyes of the daimyos, samurai are still their true allies. Hanzo's actions, in truth, were welcomed by the 5 great ninja villages, but completely unacceptable to the daimyos. All things considered, this was a stroke of good fortune for Konoha. The land of iron is rich in mineral resources and a major producer of weapons. If the land of rain were to conquer the land of iron, it would surely rise to become the 6th great nation. The third Raikage let out a helpless sigh. If, at this very moment, the land of rain were to go to war with the land of fire, it would still be easy enough to extract Kairabi. But now, it seems I may have to offer up certain benefits after all. This is an outcome none of us wish to see. Raikage, let us work together. Hiruzen Sarutobi extended his hand to the third Raikage. If possible, I too hope for an alliance between us. Our last attempt at an alliance nearly succeeded, but in the end, fate played a trick on us. This time, I hope we can see it through. The The third Reikage snorted, but he did not refuse either. Their original plan had been a lightning strike against Konoha to secure benefits for Kumogakure. But now, if it meant joining forces with Konoha against other villages, even the Reikage wasn't opposed. Their opponents had even managed to capture Karabi, clearly not a force to underestimate. To have such a village as an ally might not be a bad thing, after all. Still, the third Reikage couldn't help but marvel at how things had come full circle. For all their schemes, Kumogakure was joining hands with Konoha, possibly even becoming formal allies. Let's hope, this time, nothing goes unexpectedly wrong. Seeing the Reikage's lack of objection brought a knowing smile to Hiruzen Sarutobi's lips. Hanzo might be a tough opponent, but he wasn't all bad. Hiruzen could criticize him and still go easy on him during battle. As long as the Land of Rain failed to annex the Land of Iron, that would be enough. The alliance between Konoha and Kumogakure was announced swiftly. The basic foundation was set that very day. Next on the agenda was to discuss further details. Konoha is joining forces with Kumogakure? Kushina Uzumaki frowned, her little face scrunching up in displeasure. She never held any affection for Kumogakure. Not long ago, the villain they had caught was from that very village. Besides, she'd heard whispers that the fall of the Uzumaki clan might have involved Kumogakure's hand. Not just them, perhaps, but the other villages as well. Why, then, would Konoha align itself with Kumogakure? This is political maneuvering, Uchiha Itsu considered for a moment before offering some comfort. Given Konoha's current position, an alliance with Kumogakure is the best choice. Konoha simply isn't strong enough to challenge the other villages alone. Kushina pursed her lips, wanting to say something but finding herself at a loss for words. What happened to Uzushio was tragic, and Kumogakure was involved, but so were the other villages. You might as well see it as a pack of dogs turning on each other. Seeing Kushina's spirits dampen, Itsu did his best to reassure her. Who talks like that? Kushina Uzumaki was left both amused and exasperated. It seemed only Itachi Uchiha would ever compare the Cloud Ninja to dogs. If those people ever learned how he truly regarded them, Itachi would probably become their sworn enemy overnight. Honestly, there's nothing to be afraid of. Between nations, there are no eternal alliances. There's almost no chance for Konoha and the Hidden Cloud to cooperate for long. The Cloud would never be content to play Konoha's sidekick forever. Itachi reached out, gently running his fingers through Kushina's beautiful hair, his voice soft and reassuring. Instead of worrying about all that, focus on your recovery. Train hard when you're better. Who knows, maybe someday you'll have the chance to cross swords with the Hidden Cloud again. He paused, then leaned close to her ear, lowering his voice. Later, we'll look into just who was involved back then. And when the time's right, we'll make them pay. Kushina's eyes went wide in shock, staring at him in disbelief. She never imagined Itachi would make such a suggestion. There's another way, Itachi went on. We could post a mission in Konoha, asking people to search for any surviving members of the Uzumaki clan scattered across the ninja world. If the reward's high enough, the higher-ups probably wouldn't object. I refuse to believe your whole clan was completely wiped out. He paused before continuing, but even if those people are brought back to Konoha, they'd likely need to be kept under surveillance for a while. Spies from other villages could easily be among them. We can really do that. Kushina was suddenly filled with hope. With Uzushio destroyed, her people had lost their home. At best, the survivors would be living as wanderers. At worst, the alternatives were too bleak for her to even contemplate. It's worth a try. Go ask Granny Mito about it. Mito Uzumaki had always been kind to Itachi, and even more so to Kushina. He knew the two women cared deeply about the fate of their clan. He also remembered that, over in the Land of Grass, there was said to be another Uzumaki, Karen's mother. If the chance arose, he'd rescue her himself. The Uzumaki clan didn't deserve such a tragic fate. If they were whole and joined the Leaf, perhaps the other clans would be displeased. It wasn't like the founding days anymore. The Uzumaki's arrival might threaten others' interests. But as things stood, the remnants of the Uzumaki posed no threat to any other clan in Konoha. Even if they became a true clan again, it would take decades, maybe 100 years or more. By then, Mito Uzumaki's influence would be just a memory. What's more, Itachi believed Hiruzen Sarutobi would never say no. If he could save them, the Uzumaki would forever see Hiruzen as their benefactor. The political significance goes without saying. Even when the Uzumaki clan faced annihilation, the Hidden Leaf still chose not to abandon them. So what about the other allies? All right, I'll go ask Granny Mito right now. Kushina Uzumaki hurried off in the direction where Mito Uzumaki was seated. Is this really going to work? Makoto Uchiha asked with some concern. I'm only making a suggestion. It should be fine, I think. Granny Mito must have had this in mind for a while, but never had the chance. Isn't now the perfect opportunity? Uchiha paused for a moment, then went on, to be honest, Granny Mito could have traded the tailed beast to save members of the Uzumaki clan at the beginning. The Hidden Cloud probably had their eye on it, but she chose not to do that. Perhaps to Mito Uzumaki, the interests of the Hidden Leaf already ranked above those of her own clan. Still, that was something you would never say out loud. Kushina's presence had already filled the void left in Mito Uzumaki's heart. Besides, the Hidden Leaf did put in the effort and resources to help. It was only because a shadowy hand intervened that the Uzumaki clan was destroyed and even Uchiha Kagami lost his life. Even Mito Uzumaki herself could hardly argue against that reality. In truth, wasn't there a share of responsibility on Mito Uzumaki's part for her clan's downfall? Had Hashirama Senju not distributed the tailed beasts, the other villages wouldn't have coveted their own Jinchurikis. And if Mito herself hadn't displayed power that eclipsed that of an ordinary Kage, foreign lands might never have set their sights on the Uzumaki. You could say, in the end, the couple's actions had unwittingly doomed their own kin. Of course, the other daimyos probably never liked them much to begin with. A ninja who became a lord. How would that even sit with other shinobi? Granny Mito is truly a remarkable woman. Realization dawned on Mikoto Uchiha. Oh, right? Could you teach me Chidori? Chidori? Of course, you have lightning affinity, but without the Sharingan, it's very hard to control. He didn't hesitate in agreeing to her request. Yet before his words had fully faded, the sight of Mikoto's Sharingan caught by surprise. To his amazement, Mikoto's eyes revealed one Tomo in one eye and two in the other. He couldn't help but gasp inwardly. So that's it. Sasuke's mismatched Sharingan, with one eye single Tomo and the other double Tomo, was inherited from Mikoto, not formed by chance. Sasuke not only inherited his mother's looks, but her ocular power too. So perhaps, just perhaps, Fugaku's genes really were diluting the Uchiha bloodline flowing in Mikoto. Of course, Fugaku Uchiha is actually quite remarkable. If it weren't for the appearance of Itachi Uchiha, by now he would unquestionably be considered the #1 prodigy of the Uchiha clan. At 13, Fugaku has already awakened the two Tomo Sharingan, his abilities standing out among his peers. Yet, having encountered Itachi, Fugaku's brilliance is overshadowed completely. Did something happen to you? Itachi frowned at this, watching Mikoto Uchiha with evident concern. After all, awakening the Sharingan isn't always a good thing. And as far as he knew, nothing unusual seemed to have happened to Mikoto's family recently. It's all because of Nawaki. Mikoto's expression grew a bit complicated. Not too long ago, while we were out on a mission, that guy Nawaki triggered an explosive tag trap. If our sensei, Orochimaru, hadn't reacted in time, Nawaki would at the very least be missing a limb or two right now. I was so frightened, that's when my eyes awakened. Itachi was speechless. To be honest, while it's not too shocking that Mikoto awakened her Sharingan in such circumstances, it's not unheard of within the Uchiha. With her bloodline, it's entirely possible that one day she might even awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Well, if one day Itachi were to tell her he planned to marry Kushina Uzumaki, he had a feeling that might just push her over the edge. Ahem, not that Itachi would ever do something like that. That's the kind of choice a child would make. Adults take it all. How could he not sense the feelings Mikoto and Kushina have for him? But it's far too early to be talking about this. And besides, as long as he grows strong enough, who could possibly have a say in his personal matters? After all, there is no rule in the ninja world mandating monogamy. There aren't even official marriage certificates or anything of that sort. But honestly, what's with Nawaki and his habit of stepping on explosive tags? Is he naturally drawn to traps? Is he born with some mystical constitution that makes him attract explosions? Why haven't I heard about this before? Itachi glanced at Mikoto with a hint of bemusement. Nawaki didn't want us talking about it, but Orochimaru-sensei will probably tell Tsunade, Mikoto quickly explained. I've been really torn about whether to tell Grandpa about awakening my eyes. I haven't told anyone else, just you. Everyone was so worried about Nawaki, they didn't notice what happened to my eyes. As for Grandpa, I'm worried he'll worry about me even more. If you want to tell him, tell him. If you don't, it's not a big deal, Itachi said. Honestly, it's not that serious. You're already older than 10. Awakening your Sharingan isn't something out of the ordinary. Uchiha once again thought of Uchiha Fugaku. Lately, it seemed the clan head had begun searching for a child bride for Fugaku, hoping to find someone with outstanding talent. Uchiha Mikoto was exceptionally gifted, and now that she had awakened her Sharingan, there was a good chance she would become a prime candidate. However, Uchiha Yohei was not someone to be trifled with. Besides, right now, Uchiha held the title of the most gifted genius in the Uchiha clan. If the clan head dared to stir up trouble, Uchiha could simply draw Hiruzen Sarutobi into the matter, After all, both Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura would never pass up an opportunity to get involved in Uchiha clan affairs. I think I'll keep things hidden for a while and keep taking on the usual missions. Besides, there's no need for me to use the Sharingan just yet. And don't I have you teaching me how to use it? Uchiha Makoto offered a gentle smile, as if awakening the Sharingan had barely made a ripple in her heart. All right, next, I'll teach you how to use your Sharingan, and I'll show you the Chidori technique too. Uchiha didn't refuse. Aside from his continued studies of the Rasengan, he didn't have anything pressing at the moment, so teaching Uchiha Makoto was no trouble at all. With Uchiha Yi's current skills, guiding Makoto would be a simple task. Okay, Makoto replied, her smile as sweet as honey. You mean put out a reward for Uzumaki clan members? Bring them here to the Hidden Leaf? Mito Uzumaki repeated Kushina's words, her face clouded with mixed emotions. She still carried a heavy sense of guilt toward her own clan. If she hadn't become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, perhaps the Uzumaki clan wouldn't have suffered such senseless calamity. Of course, the other great nations never looked fondly upon the Uzumaki clan either. Now, hearing Kushina's urgent request, Mito felt her heart waver. Yet, at her station, every move she made affected countless lives. It wasn't something she could act on impulsively. Still, seeing the longing in Kushina's eyes, Mito could only let out a deep, wistful sigh. Leave this matter to me. I'll speak to the Hokage myself. Thank you, Grandma Mito. Kushina beamed, her gratitude shining through as she called out sweetly. After a moment's hesitation, Mito rose to her feet. Ever since the end of the First Great Ninja War, she had rarely left her small courtyard. But for the first time since then, she stepped out and made her way toward the Hokage's mansion. Her movements immediately drew countless eyes. No one had expected this pillar of the Hidden Leaf to take action at such a time. Could it be that Lady Mito herself could no longer stand by, seeing Konoha ally with the Hidden Cloud Village? Upon hearing that Mito Uzumaki had arrived, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura exchanged uncertain glances. They couldn't quite grasp her intentions, but nevertheless, they stood to welcome her respectfully. Lady Mito, even Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage himself, treated Mito with utmost reverence in her presence. They were all uneasy inside. Was it possible that Mito truly disapproved of their recent actions? Mito entered a room and motioned for everyone except Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, Amira Mito Kato, and Kohor Yutane to leave. Only when the five of them remained did she finally speak. Konoha has formed an alliance with the Hidden Cloud Village, hasn't it? That's right. The other three all turned to Hiruzen, who braced himself and reported. Though what happened before cost our teacher his life, this was the best choice under the current circumstances. As Hokage, I must set aside my personal feelings. Mito gazed intently at Hiruzen for a long while, and Hiruzen met her eyes squarely, his stance neither overbearing nor servile. After some time, Mito let out a quiet chuckle. Monkey, at last you truly act like a Hokage worthy of the title. This decision to ally with the Hidden Cloud, you made no mistake there. She paused, then continued. However, there's one thing I'd like your help with. Sensing she was getting to the main point, Hiruzen promptly replied, Please, Lady Mito, tell us your request. When Uzushio village fell, I never learned whether there are still members of the Uzumaki clan scattered in the world. I ask that you look for those wandering Uzumaki and bring them back to Konoha. Of course, you need not worry about any problems this might cause. Even if there are some survivors out there, there aren't many. They can't possibly pose any threat to Konoha, Mito said, her eyes fixed on the four of them with solemn gravity. What if some Uzumaki have joined other villages? Danzo suddenly interjected. Mito looked Danzo up and down, her gaze deep and searching, before she spoke again. Only those who are willing to return to Konoha. Bring back those Uzumaki who wish to come home. That's my wish, a sort of return to my roots. And for Konoha, frankly, this could only bring benefit, not harm. Hiruzen agreed without hesitation. Just as Itachi, Uchiha, and Mito herself had anticipated, if the entire Uzumaki clan tried to join Konoha, Hiruzen and the other great clans would likely object. But a small number of Uzumaki would be a tremendous asset to the village, an advantage with essentially no downside. Even Danzo couldn't object to that. In fact, he was considering whether he could find those wandering Uzumaki himself and bring them all into Root. After all, Root desperately needed talent like that now. All right, I'll be counting on you for this. With those words, Mito Uzumaki stood up and quietly took her leave. The four, Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and the others, were left exchanging puzzled looks. After a long silence, Kohor Yutane finally spoke up. What do you think Lady Mito means by this? For something like this, she could have simply mentioned it in passing. Why bring it up only now, a whole year after Yuzushiho village was destroyed. Maybe she wants to test our attitude? Hamura Kado suggested uncertainly. Either way, bringing the surviving Uzumaki to Konoha isn't really an issue. If any of them cause problems, Lady Mito can easily find out. Danzo Shimura couldn't hide the envy in his tone while discussing Mito's sensory abilities. He wished he had such powers himself. Let's just send a team to help Lady Mito search for members of the Uzumaki clan. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed in resignation. It won't really affect us much. Let's do our best. That's all we can do. The others didn't object. Their real concern was that Mito might someday ask them to go after those Uzumaki clan members who had already been captured by other villages. They could hardly imagine the kind of fate that awaited those unfortunate souls. But if the task was only to find the ones still wandering outside, that much at least was within their ability. Still, the question lingered. Why had Mito Uzumaki waited so long before making this request? For all their deliberation, the four could not unravel the mystery. Little did they know that Mito had once believed if any of her kin were left in the world, perhaps it was best for them to live as ordinary people and let the Uzumaki name quietly fade away. After all, being a ninja was not necessarily a better fate than living as a commoner. The sudden attack from a land of rain on the land of iron was a shock none of the great nations had anticipated. It seemed as though Hanzo had thrown all caution to the wind. As expected, all 5 major nations stepped forth to condemn Hanzo, demanding he withdraw his forces. But to their astonishment, rather than pulling back, Hanzo and the Rain Ninja only pressed their assault on the land of iron even harder. Every day, from Tsunade, Uchiha received updates on the frontline situation. It was clear to him the 5 great villages hadn't intervened immediately because they were gauging the attitude of the feudal lords. After all, the land of iron answered directly to the daimyo, making the relationship between the ninja villages and the ruling lords complicated. Even at their best, there was always a measure of distrust and rivalry. It seemed likely that, before making his move, Hanzo had already come to some kind of arrangement with one or more Kage. If the land of iron truly fell, there was no telling whether some villages might not turn their ambitions on the domain of the feudal lords themselves. Every day, Uchiha quietly eavesdropped on the latest gossip, while developing the Rasengan under Uzumaki Mito's guidance, or teaching Uchiha Makoto how to use the Sharingan and Chidori. His days passed rather comfortably. In the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by, and the combat challenges were refreshed once more. Gaara in the 4th Great Ninja War era. Shursui the Body Flicker during the 3rd Great Ninja War era. Gyujo, an Akatsuki veteran known as Iditen. Itachi Uchiha, the Suzaku of Akatsuki. When Uchiha saw those 4 names, he couldn't help but fall silent for a moment. Itachi Uchiha from the Akatsuki era. There was simply no way the current Uchiha could defeat him. He was still miles behind those with Kage-level power. Then there was Gaara, stripped of his tailed beast during the 4th War. At first glance, losing Shikaku seemed like it would weaken him. Yet, recalling Gaara's battles against Deidara and Raza, it seemed that after losing the tailed beast, Gaara was no less powerful. In fact, he even appeared subtly stronger. For Gaara, the tailed beast had always seemed to be more of a liability than an asset. Of course, it was also possible that during his fight with Deidara, Gaara's strength was hampered by the burdens of Tsunade, and he never truly fought at his best. As for Gyujo, the so-called Akatsuki elder known as Iditen, Uchiha didn't take him seriously at all. He was nothing but cannon fodder. If he even had Jonin-level abilities, that was already a stretch. As an Uchiha, it was only natural to look down on shinobi from small countries. Now, when it came to Shursui the Body Flicker, Uchiha had to admit, in his prime, Shursui would be unstoppable for him. But Shursui from the 3rd Great Ninja War era? That would be like a father disciplining a wayward son, completely one-sided. And that proved to be the case. For all of Shursui's promise in the 3rd War, he was still noticeably outclassed by Uchiha. When it came to Jinjutsu, Uchiha's ocular power was superior. For the body flicker technique, both mastered it to a high degree, but Uchiha understood it on a deeper level than Shursui ever could. On top of that, with the Flying Thunder God and other techniques, the gap between them was far from a narrow one. Uchiha was simply on another level. After defeating Shursui, Uchiha gained his 3-Tomo Sharingan, which significantly strengthened his own visual prowess. Yet the Mangekyo Sharingan still seemed far out of reach. The gap between an ordinary 3-Tomo Sharingan and the Mangekyo was vast beyond words. Even a 3-Tomo Sharingan already placed one among the rarest of the Uchiha. But even among 100 pairs of 3-Tomo, there might not be a single Mangekyo. Uchiha couldn't shake the suspicion that, Right now, in Konoha, the entire Uchiha clan likely didn't have even one pair of Mangekyo Sharingan among them. Whether the current clan head had awakened the Mangekyo, Uchiha, he didn't know, but it was safe to say, almost certainly not. For now, all Uchiha he could do was to accumulate as much ocular power as possible. He couldn't help but suspect that the Mangekyo Sharingan might actually be a regressive form of the Sharingan. Back when Otsutsuki Hagoromo possessed the 3-Tomo Sharingan, his ocular power was already on par with the Mangekyo Sharingan. What's more, it was the level of the eternal Mangekyo. As soon as Indra awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he could wield the fully realized Susu, again akin to the power of the eternal Mangekyo. Yet later generations of Uchiha began to distinguish between the Mangekyo and the eternal Mangekyo, which stands as clear evidence of a regression in the bloodline. On the surface, Indra merely inherited the sage's eyes. But when you compare Indra to the so-called sage bodies of the current ninja world, it's clear that Indra himself resembles the sage body even more. A certainty, since Indra was, after all, the son of Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Just as he'd initially expected, defeating Gaara head-on proved immensely difficult for Uchiha. Now, he gradually began to integrate the Flying Thunder God technique into his own combat style. Theoretically, having mastered this technique would make him almost unstoppable. If he couldn't win, he could always retreat without a trace. Unfortunately, the arena in which they fought had its own spatial boundaries, and Gaara's expertise lay in wide-area attacks. Despite Yi's desperate efforts, he ultimately lost to Gaara. There's a reason Kaga-level ninja are so formidable. Even with the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, Uchiha still couldn't best Gaara. Not yet. When facing Itachi Uchiha, he once more fought with everything he had, but Itachi's overall strength surpassed even Gaara's, and in the end, he suffered another defeat. He, however, did not lose heart. Before the battles had even begun, he'd predicted that, for now, he would be no match for them. But clashing with two Kaga-level opponents was powerful training for him. Indeed, he learned a great deal from his fight with Itachi. If he could fully absorb these lessons, his strength would rise considerably. Grandma Mito, this is the Rasengan I created based on the tailed beast ball. In front of Uzumaki Mito, Tsunade, Nawaki, and Kushina Uzumaki, Uchiha spun up a Rasengan in one hand. The sight immediately caught everyone's attention. He'd really pulled it off, and, come to think of it, it had only taken him a little over a month. When did creating a new jutsu become so easy? This is almost the ultimate result of chakra-shaped transformation, Uzumaki Mito observed, a gleam flashing in her eyes. The compression of chakra is extremely intense, even greater than in Chidori. And since this is a seal-less, instant cast jutsu, it qualifies as another A-rank technique. Another A-rank jutsu? Tsunade hardly knew how to even comment on Uchiha anymore. Since when did creating A-rank jutsu become so easy? From a moment he started inventing this technique to its completion, barely over a month had passed. If my granduncle were to see you now, he'd definitely be overjoyed. Tsunade looked at Uchiha with mixed emotions. In truth, she found many similarities between Uchiha and Tobirama Senju. The same kind of genius, the same political acumen, both capable of using the Flying Thunder God technique, and the same talent for creating new jutsu. Indeed, Uchiha seemed more like the true heir to Tobirama's legacy. Yet, Tsunade's words stirred something subtle in the hearts of both Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha. If Tobirama Senju ever learned of this, he might just burst out of his grave in sheer indignation. After all, Uchiha was still an Uchiha. If Tobirama could genuinely feel happy about that, it would truly be a miracle. If Tobirama had truly treated the Uchiha fairly, perhaps the third Hokage would have been Uchiha Kagami, not Hiruzen Sarutobi. Maybe so, Uchiha replied. But the jutsu isn't fully perfected yet. Right now, it's still incomplete. As he spoke, he poured even more chakra into the Rasengan, and in an instant, it expanded from the size of fist to that of basketball. This is the Great Ball Rasengan, achieved by adding more chakra. Don't be fooled by its size. The increase isn't just superficial. It demands far greater control and consumes vastly more chakra as well. Uchiha couldn't help but marvel. Sakura's natural talent for chakra control truly was impressive. I don't think I could handle that much chakra, Nawaki admitted, his face turning pale at the sight of the Great Ball Rasengan. Although his chakra reserves were already impressive for his age, he instantly realized that this technique was beyond him for now. Most shinobi can't wield it. Even if you have enough chakra, your control wouldn't be nearly sufficient yet, Uzumaki Mito said, a hint of disappointment in her voice as she regarded Nawaki. The Rasengan did seem like the perfect jutsu for Nawaki, but his chakra control was just a bit lacking. Why? She wondered, couldn't Uchiha have been her grandson instead? If he were, she probably could pass on contentedly, knowing that Konoha's future would be secure for decades to come with Uchiha there. Of course, all of this hinges on dealing with the shadowy mastermind lurking behind the scenes. Otherwise, unless Itachi Uchiha reaches the strength of Madara Uchiha, he won't even stand chance. Even though Kagami Uchiha wasn't as strong as Azuna Uchiha once was, his abilities were still formidable, and yet he too was killed by the enemy. Even if it cost me my life, I have to eliminate this unstable factor. Hey kid, try out the power of this jutsu. Tsunade fetched a training dummy from the storeroom and set it near Itachi, signaling for him to test out the giant Rasengan on it. They watched as the giant Rasengan struck the dummy, and in the blink of an eye, the figure was reduced to dust, scattering in fragments. A truly impressive technique, Tsunade said, after a long and thoughtful silence. That dummy was built to be tougher than an actual human body, and Itachi had destroyed it effortlessly. The power of this jutsu was plain to see. At that moment, Tsunade recognized the true power of the Rasengan. Of course, she had no intention of learning the Rasengan herself. To her, it was something of little taste but hard to throw away, and truth be told, her own monstrous strength could achieve similar results with a single punch. In fact, she found herself thinking Itachi didn't really need to develop any Rasengan at all. Why not just hit his enemies straight on with a powerful punch? Forget the sword of the Thunder God. What's wrong with solving things with a fist? She even imagined appearing behind an enemy with flying Thunder God technique, then landing a crushing blow to their spine, if not killing them outright, at the very least leaving them paralyzed. Who needs the Rasengan for that? Still, Tsunade supported letting Nawaki and Kushina Uzumaki train in the Rasengan. After all, not everyone was cut out for using raw, brute force. And by practicing the Rasengan, they'd improve their chakra control. So even if the Rasengan didn't suit them, it would make mastering superhuman strength far easier in the future. However, this Rasengan isn't perfected yet, is it? Mito Uzumaki asked, looking quite satisfied with the destruction wrought by the giant Rasengan, though she could sense it was not the technique's final form. Compared to Chidori, Mito found herself more optimistic about the Rasengan. Of course, the same jutsu, when wielded by different people, could have completely different results. Take monstrous strength, for example. Tsunade's use of it far surpassed Itachi's, both in power and effect. Yes, down the road, it's possible to fuse other chakra natures into the Rasengan, but the difficulty is extremely high. It's far beyond what I could do now. The thought of Naruto's future, swirling with all manner of Rasengan variations, made Itachi sigh inwardly. For now, the Rasengan was a perfect companion to the Flying Thunder God technique. The combination of the Flying Thunder God and the Rasengan, it was almost the signature of Minato Namikaze, the yellow flash, in the years to come. Of course, what sets Minato Namikaze apart, beyond all this, is his exceptional ability to analyze battles. In terms of strategic thinking, Minato stands at the very top of the ninja world. Uchiha felt that if he could continue to grow and become even more skilled with the Flying Thunder God technique, his power would be quite formidable. After all, he possessed many abilities that Minato never had. This requires an extremely high level of chakra control, Uzumaki Mito commented, and in her palm, a rapidly spinning Rasengan had already formed. Uchiha wasn't surprised by this at all. This was Uzumaki Mito, after all. She had shape-tailed beast bombs before. The theory behind the Rasengan was hardly a mystery to her. It was only natural that she could form a Rasengan with such ease. Uchiha could clearly sense that Mito was attempting to infuse other chakra natures into the Rasengan. The sphere's color shimmered and shifted for a moment before Mito finally let the Rasengan dissipate. With a solemn expression, she looked at Uchiha and said, "The Rasengan truly is an unfinished jutsu. If you manage to inject other chakra natures into it, its destructive power will multiply. I've done the calculations. If you succeed in adding Wind Nature Chakra, you should be able to destroy something like Killer Bee's Lightning Release Chakra mode." At this, even Tsunade couldn't maintain her composure. The battle with Killer Bee was still vivid in her mind. She had poured all her strength into that fight, yet she still couldn't defeat him. But now, Mito was saying that a Wind Release Rasengan could break through the Lightning Release Chakra mode. How could Tsunade not feel a rush of excitement? However, destroying the Raikage's Lightning Release would be significantly more difficult. Mito continued, her tone measured and calm. The current Raikage possesses immense strength. In terms of individual combat ability, he might even surpass the monkey. The Hokage's mastery of elemental jutsu is among the very best in the ninja world. Uchiha added with narrowed eyes, offering a reminder. When faced with many powerful opponents, if anything, my money would be on the Hokage. Mito glanced at Uchiha with a half-smile, an almost knowing look in her eyes, before she went on. The monkey, as a ninja, he's nearly flawless. His mastery of elemental jutsu allows him to combine various chakra natures, often unleashing destruction far beyond what any single element could achieve. Beyond that, his expertise in taijutsu, sealing arts, and jinjutsu is remarkable. You can barely find a weakness in his abilities. If it ever came to a fight to the bitter end, the monkey wouldn't be any weaker than the third Reikage. His raw strength, combined with his summoning beasts, probably leaves him not far behind the Reikage at all. Add in his command of elemental ninjutsu, his reflexes in seizing opportunities during battle, and his feel for the rhythm of combat. These are all things at which he excels. If the two of them truly fought each other, there's no telling who would come out on top. Have faith in your Hokage. Uchiha recalled the aged Hiruzen Tsurutobi, reanimated in his later years, wielding his staff to rescue Naruto from the clutches of the Ten Tails. Those were not ordinary branches, but the limbs of the Ten Tails. No typical ninja could possibly resist them. Yet Sarutobi swept them all aside with a single swing of his staff. That was truly one of his most shining moments. What about Hanzo? Lately he's been the subject of a lot of hype. Some people have even started calling him a demigod. Tsunade quickly turned to Uzumaki Mito for her opinion. Of everyone, Tsunade was probably the most displeased with the so-called demigod title. After all, her own grandfather was the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. If people were calling Hanzo a demigod, did that mean he might be able to challenge her grandfather one day? Hanzo, I can't say for sure, Mito replied with a wry, bemused smile. But if he's being called a demigod, it's safe to say his strength can't be underestimated. She continued patiently. I have read his dossier. His swordsmanship and body flicker technique are quite exceptional. But what truly sets him apart is the poison of his salamander. If you can't find a way to neutralize that poison, Hanzo is deadly. Just as deadly as Hashirama for an average person. But if you can counter the poison, then I doubt Hanzo would be a match for the old monkey. Of course, that's just my guess. I've never faced him myself, so I can't say for certain what his true strength is. So has our Lord Hokage become the new standard for measuring everyone's strength? Uzumaki Kushina blinked, her curiosity piqued. To be honest, she didn't really know much about Hiruzen Sarutobi's actual abilities. Still, as Hokage, he ought to be one of the strongest in the village, right? There were so many powerful people out in the world. She realized she needed to become stronger herself as soon as possible. Otherwise, both she and Uchiha could easily end up in real danger. After all, Sensei is the Hokage. He's more than capable of protecting Konoha, Tsunade said, not seeing anything wrong with using Hiruzen Sarutobi as a benchmark for other people's strength. In fact, it made it easier for her to size up the various powerful figures out there. If not Sarutobi, what? Was she supposed to use Shimura Danzo for comparison? That would mean half the people out there would rank higher than him. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Reikage, Hanzo, was there a single one of them who wasn't stronger than Shimura Danzo? If Hanzo couldn't even beat Danzo, then calling him a demigod would be downright laughable. There were plenty of other Kage more powerful than Danzo anyway. Both the third Tsuchikage and third Kazekage were stronger for sure. As for the third Mizukage, maybe this time Danzo could manage a draw at best. If Shimura Danzo knew that, in Tsunade's eyes, he didn't even qualify to be compared to the other Kage of different villages, he might just break down and cry on the spot. He believed he had always carried out his duties in Konoha with diligence and care. Yet now, he didn't even have the qualifications to be compared to a Kage. Shimura Danzo felt there was so much he wanted to say and countless grievances he yearned to cry out. If he couldn't measure up, then he'd never have a chance to become Hokage, unless he managed to eliminate everyone more outstanding than himself. As a ninja, unless you encounter extraordinary people like Hashirama or Uchiha Madara, Sarutobi is already the pinnacle, Uzumaki Mito said with sincere approval. Although he couldn't match the first Hokage and seemed a shade weaker than Senju Tobirama, there was no denying his remarkable talents. Most importantly, Hiruzen Sarutobi inherited the will of fire. He almost always considered the overall interests of Konoha above all else. If it were for Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi would truly lay down his life without hesitation. That alone was enough. Still, Grandpa and Uchiha Madara were the strongest. I'm really curious, just how powerful were they truly? Nawaki's eyes sparkled with an eager curiosity about Senju Hashirama. Everyone knew the first Hokage was a legend, but no one really grasped just how overwhelming his strength was. When they reached their level, the number of ninjas on an enemy's side no longer mattered, Uzumaki Mito said, gently patting Nawaki on the head. Before them, no one ever imagined it was even possible for a ninja to achieve such might. To put it this way, Even if you took all the Kage who have ever appeared in the ninja world, set aside Hashirama, and combined them together, not a single one could stand against either of them. Incredible. Hearing Uzumaki Mito's words, everyone, except Uchiha, couldn't help but gasp in awe. You had to remember, the role of Kage had already been passed to the third generation across all the villages. Aside from the first Hokage, there were 14 Kage-level ninjas in total. How could any ordinary person hope to go up against that? Some of those Kage included the likes of Senju Tobarama and the Third Raikage, true top-tier powerhouses. Yet, according to Uzumaki Mito, none of them came close to matching Hashirama and Madara. The gap between them was truly unimaginable. The combined power of Susanoo and the Great Buddha. Those two alone could have devastated all four nations. Had they truly been ruthless, the shinobi world today wouldn't be divided into so many countries, nor would there be endless wars, Uchiha added after a brief pause. Of course, back then, the state of the ninja world wasn't suited for such a thing. Shinobi were never cut out to govern countries. Even if they had unified the world, struggles within the villages would have continued, and new rivalries between clans could have sparked fresh conflicts. In the end, wouldn't it all just return to the chaos of the Warring States era anyway? Although Uchiha often scoffed at the first Hokage, wondering why he never established complete unity, the truth was more complicated than that. But on second thought, Hashirama Senju can hardly be blamed. After all, he never even attended elementary school. How could he have developed such advanced ideas? At the end of the day, ninja are nothing more than tools for killing. How could anyone expect them to possess that kind of wisdom? Besides, the Warring States period was in essence just endless conflict between clans. If everything were to be unified, what would become of the ninja? Would they all simply become soldiers in an army? And then, who would end up on top? Who would acquire more power? Without external pressure, what motivation would ninja even have to grow stronger? These are all challenges that would need to be faced. Who's to say that, eventually, things wouldn't devolve back into clan wars between ninja families? Wouldn't that just take everything back to the Warring States era? It's little wonder that, in the future, Madara Uchiha would rather seek the infinite Tsukuyomi than deal with such practical, tangled dilemmas. Madara's way of thinking may have been extreme, but his intellect was never in question. Who told you about Susanoo Buddha? If that story spreads around, people will say it's a smear against Hashirama. Mito Uzumaki shot an exasperated look at Uchiha. It's entirely possible some might start thinking Hashirama Senju is nothing more than a violent brute. Even other villages might get anxious, worrying that Konoha poses far too great a threat. Uchiha just chuckled to himself, making no further effort to explain. For this was no joke, it was a belief shared by countless people. Oh, by the way, Tsunade-sensei, have you ever studied that salamander poison? Rain Village is stirring up trouble these days. Maybe you should make some antidote in advance, just in case. Even if Hanzo doesn't plan on targeting Konoha, you could always sell those antidotes for some extra income. Uchiha suggested, as if struck by a sudden idea. Right now, Hanzo may seem to be on the brink of defeat, launching an attack on the Land of Iron. But in truth, Iron Nation stands little chance of holding out against the Land of Rain. The great nations are already growing restless. They can hardly sit back and watch Rain fully swallow up the Land of Iron. Lately, Hiruzen Sarutobi has even received notice from the daimyo, instructing them to declare war on Rain. Of course, Konoha must give the daimyo an appropriate display of commitment, though the 5 great villages are still negotiating exactly how much effort each should commit. Tsunade's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Great idea. When I saw Hanzo digging his own grave, I thought there was no reason to keep making the antidote. But now that you mention it, you're absolutely right. Even if we don't use it ourselves, we can always sell it. Tsunade was still perpetually strapped for cash. With Mito Uzumaki watching over things, she didn't dare sell off any clan assets, for who knew what would be left of the Senju family's legacy if she did. Mito Uzumaki simply smiled at the sight and didn't say much else. For an elderly woman like her, wasn't this precisely what she had been hoping for? In the following days, every major ninja village swiftly responded, sending troops directly toward the Land of Rain. For instance, from the Leaf Village, the squad was led by Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Clearly, Hiruzen Sarutobi had given the 3 a chance to build their reputations. No one would believe that, facing the imposing might of the 5 great nations, the Land of Rain would dare to continue its assault on the Land of Iron, or risk slighting them. In some sense, the Land of Rain was truly courting disaster. At first, Itachi Uchiha thought he might be sent to the battlefield as well. Despite his young age, his strength had already become quite impressive. Gaining battlefield experience and building his credentials was exactly what he needed at this point. However, It seemed that Hiruzen Sarutobi had no intention of letting him fight on the front lines. Itachi had no complaints about this. After all, it simply meant more time for him to keep getting stronger. It was clear that, when faced with the choice of letting Itachi continue to complete missions and quickly grow stronger, or keeping him in the village to develop more gradually, Hiruzen had chosen the former. Of course, Itachi remained unaware that Hiruzen had already started to quietly suppress him, albeit subtly. After all, on the surface, Hiruzen still treated Itachi quite well, even sharing some of his training notes for him to study. But Hiruzen was far from heartless. Had he been more ruthless, he could have sent Itachi straight to the battlefield, assigned him more difficult and dangerous missions, and made his demise look like nothing more than an accident. But he never went that far. Especially with Mito Uzumaki still around, such cruelty was beneath him. If the choice was between sending Itachi on missions to quickly grow stronger through battle, Uchiha are a clan of warriors, after all, or letting him stay safely in the village, then so be it. If Itachi could continue to get stronger even under those conditions, Hiruzen would accept it. After all, Itachi's presence in the village was entirely reasonable. Even though he had graduated, he was still just a genin, only 8 years old. Sending an 8-year-old to war? It wouldn't stand up to scrutiny no matter how you looked at it. And so, time slipped by. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. During those 2 years, much had happened. Pressured by the interference of the other 5 major villages, Hanzo brazenly declared war on the 5 great nations and was promptly and thoroughly defeated. With his rain ninja battered and demoralized, he was forced to retreat in disgrace back to the Land of Rain. Hanzo, battered from his previous defeat, had only just returned to the Land of Rain when, for reasons unknown, the Sand Village suddenly declared war on Konoha. In the chaos, both sides began fighting on the soil of the Land of Rain, turning it into a battlefield between Konoha and the Sand Village. The consequences for the Land of Rain were dire. Its people fell into hardship and misery. Inflamed with anger, Hanzo once again declared war on both villages, vowing to attack any Konoha or Sand Ninja who dared set foot in his country. The proud villages of Sand and Leaf, long unaccustomed to being challenged by a small nation, could not tolerate Hanzo's defiance. The very thought seemed offensive to them. Dare to complain, and they would crush the offender as well. And so it went. Konoha fought both the Sand Village and the Hidden Rain. The Sand Village waged war against Konoha and the Hidden Rain, and the Land of Rain found itself caught in the middle, suffering a beating from both powers. While these 3 nations clashed chaotically on the Land of Rain's territory, the other great villages were not idle. Cloud and Stone also descended into their own brutal skirmishes, and it seemed only the Land of Water, isolated across the sea, avoided open warfare, shutting itself off from the tumult of the ninja world as if enforcing a policy of strict seclusion. Yet, according to intelligence passed on by Root's agents, even Hidden Mist was far from tranquil. Tensions between its clans and the village leadership had grown ever more intense. Huff, huff. You're just getting stronger and stronger. There's no way I can compete with you anymore. Shungtian lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, bruises darkening his face with new shades of purple and blue. Now 12 years old, Shungtian was already formidable, perhaps even stronger than the version of himself, Uchiha, he had once faced inside the training grounds battle space. Clearly, the constant rivalry with Uchiha pushed Shungtian, giving him enough pressure to drive significant growth. His progress was no slower than if he'd been fighting at the front lines. Uchiha, though only 10, already towered over Shungtian by half a head. He'd cleared the 1.60 m mark, taller than anyone else training in the courtyard. Over the past 2 years, Uchiha had quietly gone from strength to strength, honing his skills without fanfare. His taijutsu, ninjutsu, chakra nature control, and precision were all vastly improved compared to just 2 years ago. His mastery wasn't limited to simply merging the Flying Thunder God technique with the Rasengan. He could now accurately lock onto Flying Thunder God seals while moving at high speeds. What experts called the second stage of the technique. Combine that with a host of sealing jutsu learned from Uzumaki Mito, as well as his refined taijutsu, and Uchiha judged himself by now to be no weaker than Namake's Minato in his prime. Many believed that raw physical power, like monstrous strength, meant prowess in taijutsu. But in reality, there was a paradox here. Monstrous strength was a special application of chakra, allowing Uchiha to unleash surges of force. Yet if he were to face Tsunade in a direct contest of fists, he'd risk being utterly demolished. From a certain perspective, the greater one's own strength and the better their chakra control, the more powerful the force unleashed by monstrous strength becomes. As Uchiha's body grew stronger, his taijutsu naturally advanced as well. And over these past 2 years, he had not lacked encounters with formidable opponents in the combat space, gaining quite a haul of valuable rewards along the way. He had obtained Uchiha Makoto's visual prowess, Yugo's ability to sense natural energy, Uchiha Hohaku's and Uchiha Setsuna's Sharingan abilities, Uchiha Doka's and Uchiha Tekka's ocular powers, Uzumaki Onoka's special physique, the secret of dark path technique from Senju Momoka, Senju Weijian's vitality, even Hyuga Hinata's unique clan constitution. With Uchiha Yi's strength multiplying, the rewards raining down from his battles in the dueling space grew ever more abundant. He was becoming less and less human, evolving towards something akin to an Otsutsuki. Now, Uchiha had inherited the physiques of the Uchiha, Hyuga, Uzumaki, and Senju clans. Even if the purity of his bloodline in one or two of them was still lacking, he simply added a second or third. Not to mention the addition of Indra's chakra. So even without the chakra of Azura, Uchiha Yi's own constitution was advancing at a rapid pace. Sometimes, Uchiha couldn't help but think that, at this rate, he wouldn't need to go on missions at all. He could simply forsake his humanity and become an Otsutsuki. And beyond this steady transformation, Uchiha had also gained a myriad of new abilities and jutsu from the combat space. Tsunade's gambling skills, Sarutobi Asuma's fire style, ash pile burning, Darui's lightning style, Black Panther and Kuratsuchi's earth style, multiple hands killing. All these filled gaps in Uchiha Yi's art. Well, except for Tsunade's gambling skills. Those seemed only to hold him back. At 10, Uchiha truly had no concept of just how powerful he was. Facing Uchiha Madara at the height of the final Valley battle, he had still been thoroughly outmatched. Fighting against the 6 Paths of Pain during the Leaf Invasion arc, he was still utterly defeated. But when he faced Tsunade during her tenure as the 5th Hokage, he actually emerged victorious. In other words, Uchiha now clearly possessed Kage-level strength. Even without using the Flying Thunder God technique, he could already compete on par with the Kage. Moreover, his chakra reserves were rising rapidly. If, 2 years ago, he had just slightly more chakra than Tsunade, now he possessed chakra equivalent to 3 Tsunades. And for Tsunade, whose chakra levels were considered among the highest in all of the current Hidden Leaf Village, that was no insignificant feat. Don't be misled by the data in the Book of Those Present, which lists Tsunade's chakra at just 8 units. That's her in middle age, when she has to spend a massive amount of chakra simply to keep up her youthful appearance. If we set those factors aside, Tsunade's chakra reserves are nothing to scoff at. Even before she's fully grown, she already possesses as much chakra as Hiruzen Sarutobi. One day, surpassing Hiruzen doesn't seem out of reach. By Uchiha Yi's estimation, Tsunade should have between 3 and 4 times the standard chakra amount, and that's not even counting her seal. As for Uchiha himself, his chakra supply is now 3 times that of Tsunade's. At only 10 years old, he already holds more than 10 chakra cards worth, a staggering amount. At present, among all of Konoha's well-known ninja, only Mito Uzumaki has more chakra than him. Yet even Mito Uzumaki must pour much of her chakra into suppressing the 9 tails deep within her. When Mito Uzumaki realized this fact, she wasn't surprised in the slightest. After all, Uchiha Madara's chakra reserves in his prime were tremendous. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to contend with Hashirama Senju. Now, seeing Uchiha display even more chakra than Madara had at his age was easy enough to understand. Rope Tree, you really have to train more. If you keep it up like this, forget facing one-on-one. Even Minato Namikaze, that little blonde runt, might outmatch you soon, Kushina Uzumaki teased, eyeing the utterly exhausted Rope Tree sprawled out on the ground. Minato, hearing Kushina bring up Minato Namikaze, Rope Tree's expression instantly faltered. Minato was Jiraiya's student. Now, with Jiraiya off at the front lines, Minato often joined their training sessions. With advice from both Mito Uzumaki and Uchiha, together with his own talent and relentless effort, Minato Namikaze was advancing by leaps and bounds. He'd reached the point where he could graduate early, yet he had no intention to do so. With Jiraiya away fighting, there'd be no one to take him on missions anyway. So why not seize the opportunity to grow even stronger? I admit he's impressive, but he's still a long way from catching up to me. Rope Tree may have recognized Minato's talent, but he wouldn't concede that anyone younger could surpass him. After all, he was a few years older. He wasn't lacking in skill or pride. Unless it's against Uchiha Rope Tree fears no one. Even when sparring with Makoto Uchiha, their matches are a toss-up. Sometimes he wins, sometimes he loses. But he's already every bit as good as you were at graduation. And besides, someday soon, I'll surpass you too, Kushina declared, clenching her fists and brimming with confidence. These days, Kushina Uzumaki is training in more than just sealing techniques. She's also working on taijutsu and her formidable strength. In fact, she's even mastered the Rasengan now. Shinku can use the Rasengan as well, but it took him longer to learn than it did Kushina. This has given Kushina a reason to be proudly competitive in front of him. I'm not going to lose, Shinku declared, his expression resolute. If Minato Namikaze can improve, then why should he not be able to improve as well? It's one thing to lose to Itachi Uchiha, but he absolutely cannot lose to Minato. If that happened, wouldn't he be the weakest among his friends? Minato's an exceptionally talented guy. Uchiha Itachi interjected, speaking up on Minato's behalf. He's a quick study, has a considerable amount of chakra, sharp reflexes, and truly outstanding battle instincts. If he happened to possess a spatial affinity, he might even be able to master the Flying Thunder God technique. Itachi wasn't trying to discourage Shinku. It was just that Minato had already demonstrated extraordinary potential. Even if he kept silent, Minato had already caught the third Hokage's eye, and sooner or later, he'd gain access to even better resources. The Flying Thunder God. Upon hearing this, Shinku's face tensed. He'd seen Uchiha Itachi use the technique before, and if Itachi ever went all out against him, he'd barely stand a chance. If Minato learned to master the Flying Thunder God, Shinku doubted he could match him. Shinku had once tried to study the Flying Thunder God himself, but sadly, he lacked the necessary spatial affinity. No matter how he tried, he just couldn't get the hang of it, and that had always frustrated him. It was his own great-uncle who invented the jutsu, so why was it that an Uchiha like Itachi could master it? And now Minato might as well, yet he himself simply couldn't? Did you hear that? Kushina teased, not missing her chance to poke fun at him. You'd better start working harder, otherwise even Minato is going to leave you in the dust. And what about you? Shinku shot Kushina a glare, clearly annoyed. If Minato masters the Flying Thunder God, you won't be able to beat him either, so what are you so smug about? But Kushina just folded her arms with a proud little huff. The Flying Thunder God isn't invincible. Granny Mito is developing a special sealing technique designed to counter space-time jutsu. Once that's complete, I'll be able to learn it myself. You, on the other hand, don't have much talent for sealing techniques, so even if it's finished, you won't be able to learn it. Shinku's face froze. Why is Granny researching that kind of sealing technique? Is she planning to use it against Itachi or something? That's not exactly it. Now that the Flying Thunder God jutsu exists, there's nothing to say other spatial ninjutsu won't eventually appear as well. We can't underestimate the abilities of other ninjas, so researching sealing or barrier techniques to prohibit space-time ninjutsu is quite necessary, Kushina explained, twirling her finger. I have to agree with you there, Itachi replied, a thought flashing across his mind about Uchiha Obito in the future. If Konoha had such sealing techniques, Obito wouldn't have been able to show off at all. As for whether such a powerful sealing technique could really be developed, Itachi remained optimistic, though he suspected the difficulty would be anything but simple, perhaps even greater than mastering the Flying Thunder God itself. All right, if you say so. Nawaki scratched his head with a helpless sigh. But honestly, do we have any news about Sister and the others? It's been over a month since we heard anything from the front lines. If you want, you could use the slugs to send messages, Itachi said, glancing at Nawaki before going on. Hanzo is extremely powerful, but defeating those three won't be easy for him, either. And besides, he has to think about what comes next. If Lord Hokage enters the fray, it would spell disaster for Amage Cure. Itachi's eyes grew distant and deep. Actually, if given the chance, I'd love to meet that so-called demigod myself. He'd never fought Hanzo before, and the prospect was genuinely exciting. In the ninja world as it stood now, apart from Uzumaki Mito and Madara Uchiha, there were few who could truly make Itachi uneasy. After spending 2 years keeping his head down in the village, Itachi felt he needed to make a name for himself. Otherwise, certain members of the Uchiha clan were bound to stir up trouble. Fame draws attention like fattening a pig invites the butcher. Itachi hadn't wanted to be too conspicuous, especially while Madara was still alive and Black Zetsu was skulking in the shadows, always watching. The fact that he'd revealed Jonin-level skills was already impressive enough. If Madara were to find out that a 10-year-old child had already attained Kaga-level strength, and not by walking the traditional Uchiha path, but by learning the very Flying Thunder God jutsu, created by the Senju Tobarama, whom Madara detested, who could say what the old man would do? He might just come out of hiding and personally eliminate this traitor. The Flying Thunder God jutsu is powerful, but it's not invincible. Even if Itachi could protect himself, there was no guarantee that Madara wouldn't target him because of the jutsu, or worse, capture those he cared about to force his hand. That kind of scenario was truly dangerous. Never doubt Madara's willingness to go that far. He was hardly some reckless brute who relied solely on brute force. Schemes and cunning plots were second nature to him. He'd resorted to every imaginable trick just to manipulate Obito Uchiha into his web. Uchiha Yi's ocular power had been steadily increasing, having already absorbed the power of several three-tomo Sharingan. Yet, he still hadn't reached the threshold necessary to unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan. An ordinary three-tomo Sharingan was truly incomparable to the Mangekyo Sharingan. There was a world of difference between the two. As for when he might finally awaken to Mangekyo, even E himself couldn't say. He knew his physical constitution was sufficient. He wasn't worried about his body failing him after the awakening or falling prey to the bloodline curse as early as Itachi Uchiha had. But to unlock the Mangekyo, willpower alone wasn't enough. A powerful trigger was needed, something to spark its awakening. There was no way of knowing, given his current physical condition, whether losing his sight would still be inevitable after unlocking the Mangekyo. At first, he had intended to remain in Konoha a few more years, not just for his own sake, but also because Uzumaki Kushina, Nawaki, Uchiha Makoto, Hyuga Rinsha, and Hyuga Nichiza had all stayed off the battlefield as well. For all of them, this was obviously a form of protection. But recently, he had kept too low a profile, and things within the Uchiha clan had gradually begun to stir. Once again, there were voices rallying behind Uchiha Fugaku. He needed to take action. He certainly had ambitions regarding the position of Uchiha clan head, and undermining Fugaku's influence was absolutely critical. Grandma Mito, how are things at the front lines lately? He sought out Uzumaki Mito alone to ask for news. It's much the same as always, Mito replied with a sigh. Hanzo is no pushover, and both Tsunade and Konoha are trying to cripple the Land of Rain while still preserving their own strength. After all, the Second Great Ninja War hasn't truly begun in earnest yet. As she spoke, a sense of nostalgia and regret colored her words. Back when Hashirama Senju was still alive, all those villages kept a low profile. But after his passing, the First Great Ninja War broke out, and from that moment on, Mito knew that Hashirama's dream of peace had been shattered. Now, the Second Great Ninja War had more or less already begun and could escalate at any moment. Even so, the scale of conflict was still a notch below what it had been during the First War. Who could have imagined that, in the age of the ninja villages, war would either never happen or, once triggered, would break out on an even more terrifying scale than in the old Warring States era? Do you also think the war will keep escalating? He asked, surprise flickering in his eyes as he looked at Mito. It's inevitable. The Land of Wind is simply too impoverished. Mito sighed helplessly. Konoha occupies the most fertile lands. If we lack the absolute strength to protect it, it's only natural that others will make a move. Truth be told, the Land of Wind isn't the greatest threat. The real danger lies with the Land of Earth. Thankfully, the Lightning Country is keeping them occupied for now. Uchiha nodded slightly. Indeed, that was the case. In the upcoming Third Great Ninja War, Konoha would not only go to war with the Hidden Sand Village, but also clash with the Hidden Stone, Hidden Mist, and even the Hidden Cloud. Even with all of Konoha's vast resources and power, after fighting round after round like this, they would be left battered and worn. No wonder, even after more than a decade since the end of the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha still hadn't recovered. And of course, after the Ninetales attack and the downfall of the Uchiha clan, Konoha's already grim situation only worsened. Grandma Mito, I want to go to the battlefield. After a moment's hesitation, Uchiha finally voiced his thoughts. You wish to fight on the front lines? Uzumaki Mito's gaze deepened as she fixed her eyes on Uchiha. Can you tell me your reason? You're only 10, and your body is just beginning to mature. Soon, you'll enter a period of rapid growth. If you stay in the village, you'll be safer and can grow up in peace. She could not understand why Hiruzen Sarutobi insisted on keeping Uchiha and his companions inside Konoha, though in her heart, she supported the idea. When Hashirama Senju founded the village of Konoha, wasn't it all to spare children from the horrors of war? If Uchiha and his peers went to the battlefield, then what exactly would that amount to? From Mito's perspective, anyone under the age of 15 was still a child. None of them should be sent to war. I understand, Uchiha said with a soft sigh. But my current strength is caught in a sort of limbo. The chance of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan seems so distant. Besides, I need real combat experience. I need to fight with opponents on my level. Uzumaki Mito fell into silence. Truth be told, Uchiha's strength was already quite remarkable. Even compared to Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju at his age, neither could ever have matched the Uchiha of today. What 10-year-old could possibly rival the power of Kage? Of course, his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique had helped immensely, but even leaving that aside, Uchiha excelled in every other area as well. Sometimes, Mito couldn't help but wonder, if Hiruzen Sarutobi were to fight Uchiha, would he really have a chance to win? It seemed unlikely, didn't it? The Mangekyo Sharingan, you say? Those eyes are cursed, you know? They may not bring you fortune. Even so, you've already grown this far without them, haven't you? To Mito, there was no real need for Uchiha to unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan. Ordinarily, once someone became familiar with those eyes, they could step into the realm of a Kage. But right now, Uchiha stood at that very threshold. Perhaps the Mangekyo could push him further, but the gap was still significant. And besides, the Mangekyo was a flawed eye. One Mito wished Uchiha would never pursue. She did not want him to be blinded by its power. Why? After all, would anyone choose to make themselves blind for no good reason? Of course, what matters most is that Mito Uzumaki feels at ease with Itachi Uchiha awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Right now, Uchiha Itachi's mental state is perfectly normal, but who can guarantee he'll remain that way after unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan? According to Tobarama Senju, after an Uchiha awakens the Mangekyo Sharingan, their mental state never stays truly stable. What's that? You bring up Kagami Uchiha. His state of mind seems normal enough, and he's always been steadfast in protecting the hidden leaf. But Kagami is just as obsessive in his own right. His devotion to the village and his comrades far exceeds anything Mito could have imagined. Lately, Mito has been thinking of ways to keep Itachi from opening his Mangekyo Sharingan, hoping he might just live as an ordinary person. After a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Itachi spoke. Recently, the Uchiha clan situation hasn't been great. Many are jockeying for more power, especially since the war began. And the current clan leader is already starting to build momentum for Fugaku Uchiha. I, too, need some recognition. Mito looked at him, slightly exasperated. With the power Itachi now commands, who knows what would happen if the clan caught wind of his true capabilities? Would it send him into a frenzy? After a moment's thought, Mito finally said, "To be honest, I don't really want you on the battlefield. Not yet. The time isn't right. Maybe when there's a full-scale war with the Land of Wind, it will be your moment to step forward. The current Uchiha clan head can hold his ground for a few more years at least. The more they inflate Fugaku's reputation now, the harder it will be for him to step down once you reveal your true strength." Mito saw no reason to believe Fugaku Uchiha could ever compare to Itachi. Could Fugaku, at his age, really awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan? And even if he could, he still might not be a match for Itachi. Nonetheless, anyone in the Uchiha clan who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan would see their influence change completely within the clan. I understand, Itachi replied with a small nod. After all, he was only 10 years old. There was no need to rush. Still, he worried about Tsunade and the others. In the original storyline, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru barely managed to hold off Hanzo, eventually let go by him and granted the title a legendary Sannin. However, this was the real world. If he rigidly clung to the script, he'd never see his own death coming. There was no telling if Hanzo would choose not to let them go. He could easily decide to kill them instead. If you truly want to become stronger, I actually have a good suggestion. Would you like to give it a try? As if struck by inspiration, Mito offered a proposal to Itachi. Oh, these past few days, Uchiha, he wasn't quite sure what to focus on in his training. For the most part, he was simply relying on his natural growth. He wanted to study the wind release, Raisen Shuriken, but his physical abilities still fell short of what was required. So Uchiha, he turned his attention back to lightning release, trying to imitate the lightning release chakra mode in his own way. Sage techniques. Have you heard of them? Uzumaki Mito's eyes took on a deep, thoughtful look. Sage mode? I've heard a bit about it. Jiraiya is apparently researching Sage mode himself. According to him, even after more than a year of training, he's just scratched the surface. It sounds like training in Sage mode comes with extremely high requirements, right? Hearing Mito's suggestion, Uchiha, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Just the mention of Sage mode was enough to stir his heart with longing. Yet, deep down, he knew he was still too young, unsure if he could even master such technique. Originally, he'd planned to wait until he was at least 15 before attempting to learn Sage mode. As for sensing natural energy, that wasn't a problem for Uchiha. He had once acquired Yugo's abilities, and on top of that, he'd mastered a jutsu called Welcoming Thousand-Handed Kill, which involved harnessing natural energy as well. Uchiha, he always hoped that through studying this technique, he could eventually forge his own unique Sage mode. But creating a new Sage mode was far from easy. One mistake, and it could all be over in an instant. Now that Uzumaki Mito had brought up the topic of Sage mode, Uchiha, he couldn't help but grow even more excited. Could it be that she was planning to help him cultivate Sage mode? To train in Sage mode, what's needed most of all is a massive chakra reserve. You're still young, but when it comes to chakra, you have nearly as much as I do. That means you already possess the fundamentals needed to start learning Sage mode. As Uzumaki Mito spoke of this, there was an odd expression on her face. Uchiha, he was nothing like an ordinary member of the Uchiha clan. His chakra reserves even surpassed those of Tobirama Senju. Sometimes, Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but wonder, had Tobirama, without her knowing, done something to Uchiha Kagami? Was that how his child ended up with the characteristics of the Senju clan? Otherwise, it was hard to explain how Uchiha could have so much chakra, along with that aura unique to the Senju. Come to think of it, with Tobirama's personality, he really might do something so audacious, using the blood of the Senju to influence the Uchiha. If Uchiha one day became the clan leader, then Senju blood would have practically contaminated the Uchiha bloodline. For Tobirama, that would be the sweetest victory of all. It might even make him feel a deeper satisfaction than defeating Uchiha Izuna himself. At the very time when Uchiha was conceived, Senju Tobirama was still alive, and Uzumaki Mito felt she might have found the truth. It was highly likely that all of this was the result of Senju Tobirama's scheming. Apart from that, it's your ability to control chakra and your keen perception. You're exceptionally talented in both, Uzumaki Mito continued, adding her thoughts. All these are skills that the second Hokage also possessed, but I never heard of him mastering Sage Mode. Uchiha, he couldn't help but ask, curiosity getting the better of him. Could it be that Senju Tobirama was actually unable to practice Sage Mode? To tell you the truth, mastering Sage Mode takes more than just those abilities. It also demands a calm, focused mind and a significant amount of time for training. But Tobirama never had that kind of time, Uzumaki Mito said, a note of reminiscence in her voice. In many ways, Hashirama was not as capable as Tobirama. The affairs of the Senju clan were left for Tobirama to handle. Even after Hashirama became Hokage, most of the clan's duties still fell to Tobirama. And on top of that, he had to devote time to researching ninjutsu. Naturally, he could never find time to practice Sage Mode, nor was he the type to settle down and quietly pursue such a path. Uchiha picked up on the implication in Uzumaki Mito's words, that the troublesome Senju Tobirama, with his restless mind, simply couldn't achieve the inner peace needed for Sage Mode training. Of course, that didn't mean Tobirama could never learn Sage Mode. It just meant the effort might not be worth the results. Indeed, that devious Senju old fox truly lived up to his infamous reputation. You already signed a summoning contract with Katsuyu. If you want to practice Sage Jutsu, you can just follow Katsuyu's lead. The process is a bit awkward, but I believe you can handle it, Uzumaki Mito said, a clever glint flickering in her eyes. You know, Hashirama once refined Sage Mode for himself. I can pass along his training notes to you. If you truly master Sage Mode, there'll be few in the ninja world who could match you. Even if she herself were no longer around in the future, Uchiha would have the power to protect himself and to safeguard Konoha. At his current level, Uchiha had already reached Kage's standard. If he mastered Sage Mode, he could become even more formidable than most Kage. Just like the legendary Senju Hashirama, back when Uchiha Madara possessed only the Mangekyo Sharingan, their strengths were evenly matched. But after Madara acquired the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Hashirama happened to master Sage Mode as well, retaining his supremacy even as Madara's power climbed. It was from that point on that Hashirama truly outpaced every other shinobi. As for his usual opponents, none of them were even worthy of seeing him use Sage Mode. Sage Mode, huh? I am indeed very interested. A faint smile appeared on Uchiha-Yi's face. It just so happens that I've been at a loss as to how to become stronger. Sage Mode is undeniably useful, even effective against those at the 6 paths level. Alright, get yourself ready. Remember, Shikatsu Forest isn't Konoha. There's no food to be found there, Uzumaki Mito added, reminding Uchiha with a gentle tone. Thank you for the reminder, Lady Mito. With Mito's permission, Uchiha couldn't help but reflect. Becoming Tsunade's disciple truly brought incredible benefits. Indeed, Tsunade might not have been the perfect mentor for him. When he first became her student, it stirred up a huge commotion within the Uchiha clan. Quite a few of the proud Uchiha expressed their dissatisfaction, believing he had lost his integrity and was no longer worthy of bearing the Uchiha name. But in reality, ever since becoming Tsunade's pupil, everything he needed had been within his reach. If not for her, would he ever have acquired the Flying Thunder God technique? Even though Uchiha often presented himself as a pacifist, the son of Uchiha Kagami, gaining access to that technique would have been utterly impossible. If he hadn't joined the Hokage's faction, simply avoiding suppression would have been the best-case scenario. Besides, who said Tsunade's combat style wasn't suited for him? He'd woven superhuman strength into his own fighting approach. Learning medical ninjutsu was undeniably beneficial. It could save lives when it mattered most. Today, Uchiha-Yi's power had already surpassed Tsunade's, and he now had Uzumaki Mito as his teacher as well. Truth be told, it was Mito who felt like his true mentor. She had taught him far more than Tsunade ever had. Right now, Mito was practically his guardian angel. All right then. Uzumaki Mito waved her hand affectionately at Uchiha E, signaling that he was free to go. Once Uchiha E had left, a fleeting glimmer, like the eyes of a fox, flashed through Mito's gaze. She frowned slightly, but quickly forced the odd transformation back under control. Her hand came to rest upon her abdomen, and she murmured softly, "Settle down, Kurama." Clearly, as Mito grew older, the Nine Tails had become more restless, and it took more effort than ever to keep it at bay. Uchiha E returned to the main hall and, in full view of everyone, summoned Katsu. "Lord E, is there something you need of me?" Katsuyu's voice was soft and gentle as she addressed him. Besides Uchiha E, only Uzumaki Kushina at the scene had forged a contract with Katsu. As for Shengshu, he intended to forge a contract with Ryukido. If it weren't for his current lack of strength and the risk of being looked down upon or possibly countered by the snakes, he would have signed that contract long ago. "Lady Slug, I want to learn Sage Mode." Uchiha E stated his request directly. Sage Mode. Lady Slug sensed the amount of chakra in Uchiha E's body. "Oh, Lord E, your chakra reserves have grown impressively large. You've already reached the requirements to attempt Sage Mode. But let me warn you, training in Sage Mode is extremely dangerous." "Is it really that dangerous?" Kushina Uzumaki immediately asked, genuine concern in her voice. In Kushina's eyes, Uchiha E was already extraordinarily powerful. She saw no reason for him to risk the dangers Sage Mode entailed. Was it truly impossible for Uchiha E to grow stronger without mastering this so-called Sage Mode? Natural energy is wild and difficult to control. Mount Myaboku, Ryukido, and Shikatsu Forest each have their own forms of Sage Mode. If you fail in mastering the Sage Mode of Mount Myaboku, your body will gradually petrify, turning you into a stone frog. Over in Ryukido, failure turns one into a stone snake. But more often, those who fail are eaten by the great serpents before they ever reach that point. Lady Slug explained patiently. "What? Then if he fails, would he turn into a stone slug?" Kushina Uzumaki's anxious face turned to Uchiha E, worry written all over her features. At that moment, not only Kushina, but also Makoto, Uchiha, Shengshu, and Rin Natsuhyuga all focused their worried gazes on Uchiha E. "I suspect Lady Slug must have a way to help me resolve any eruptions of wild natural energy, correct?" Uchiha E showed no doubt in his ability to attempt Sage Mode. By now, Uchiha E was well on his way back to his Otsutsuki roots. He was only concerned that Lady Slug and the other sages might become wary of his rapid growth and take action against him. Not that he would fail to master Sage Mode itself. Fortunately, for the moment, Lady Slug and the others didn't seem to have noticed anything unusual about him. "It's possible, yes. I can help draw out the natural energy from within your body, but in so doing, I'll also have to extract a portion of your blood. Even for me, it's incredibly difficult to perfectly separate natural energy from blood. Put simply, I'll let the natural energy enter a portion of your blood, then draw out that blood along with it," Lady Slug added, worried Uchiha E might misunderstand her. "That's how Lord Hashirama trained for Sage Mode as well," she reassured him. "Is that so?" Uchiha E considered the differences between Mount Myaboku, Ryukido, and even thought about how Hashirama Senju had once trained. In comparison, he felt that the version of Sage Mode passed down by Hashirama seemed a bit more promising. Hashirama Senju could instantly absorb a vast amount of natural energy and enter Sage Mode in the blink of an eye. That was truly an extraordinary feat. Other ninjas skilled in Sage Mode, like Naruto, could not activate it immediately at first. He needed some time to gather his energy. To solve this problem, Naruto devised a clever way and used shadow clones to assist him. Later, once the Nine Tails recognized Naruto, he relied on Kurama to help activate Sage Mode. Yet after losing the Nine Tails, Naruto still didn't seem completely adept at Sage Mode. He needed to prepare beforehand every time he entered it. Perhaps this was just the nature of Mount Myaboku's Sage Mode. Kabuto, in his pursuit of Sage Mode, turned himself into something neither human nor ghost, a true distortion of self. But Hashirama's Sage Mode seemed unmatched. He could slip into it in an instant, and his appearance hardly changed at all. This only made Uchiha E more intrigued by Shikatsu Forest Sage Mode. "Absorb my blood? Will it be a lot?" Uchiha E frowned in concern. If mastering the Sage Mode meant bleeding profusely each time, perhaps it wasn't worth learning at all. He found it hard to believe that letting the slug absorb his blood would actually help strengthen it. Then again, the slug was teaching him Sage Mode and helping him to grow stronger. If it lent a hand in battle when needed and gained certain benefits in return, wasn't that a fair exchange? Mutual benefit made for lasting relationships. It would hardly be reasonable for Uchiha to keep profiting from the slug abilities without ever giving anything back. It won't be too much. It's based on your chakra reserves. With the amount you have now, each time would require about 100 milliliters of blood. The slug thought for a moment before continuing. You can prepare some medicine to replenish your energy and blood before you come to Shikatsu Forest. 100 milliliters at a time. Uchiha Yiposit. In his previous life, blood donation guidelines stated that a donor typically gave about 200 milliliters each time, with a maximum of 400 milliliters and at least 6 months between donations. That was meant for ordinary adults, of course. Ninja were altogether different, especially Uchiha and Senju, those with the blood of the Sage of Six Paths, with bodies far beyond what humans were capable of. Everyone knew that inhabitants of the ninja world possessed 130 trillion cells, vastly more than an ordinary human. Losing a little blood was no big deal for Uchiha. If that's the case, you probably won't be able to train in Sage mode consecutively. Kushina Uzumaki quickly reminded Uchiha. Apart from practicing sealing techniques in taijutsu, she devoted most of her time to studying medical ninjutsu. Her thinking was simple. In the future, if she was out on a mission with Uchiha and he happened to get injured, she wanted to be able to help treat him herself. Naturally, Kushina Uzumaki had a talent well suited for the study of medical ninjutsu, and she often read through medical texts written by Tsunade. She understood well just how important blood could be. I finally understand why Sage mode is so difficult to master. Uchiha sighed with genuine feeling. After failing a few times, you need to rest for months before trying again. Not to mention how much it would sap your strength during that period. No wonder Tsunade had given up on training in Sage mode herself. If not for having too much idle time and knowing just how powerful Sage mode could be, Uchiha doubted he would have attempted the Shikatsu Forest Sage mode at all. There are rewards for your efforts. The moment you truly master Sage mode, your abilities will increase immensely, said the slug in a gentle, sticky, soft voice. All right, let's get going then. Taking this advice to heart, Uchiha he did not refuse. In truth, he could sense the natural energy around them, and he also understood that Sage mode required harmonizing natural energy with one's own physical and spiritual energies in a careful 1:1:1 balance. Yet, the specifics of how to do that still required the slug's guidance. Moreover, Uchiha hoped that by studying the Shikatsu Forest Sage mode, he might develop a version that would truly suit him. After all, whether it was Ryuchi Cave, Mount Mayaboku, or Shikatsu Forest, all of their Sage modes were truly meant for their own animal kind, not humans. Their forms of Sage mode were tailored to their unique bodies. How could a human possibly be the same as a summoning beast? Turning to Kushina Uzumaki, Uchiha said, I'm headed into the Shikatsu Forest for my training. Kushina, can I trouble you to bring me food every day? Of course, leave it to me. Kushina readily agreed without hesitation. If anything happens, remember to let me know right away. Then, casting his gaze at the waiting slug, he continued, Lord Slug, would you please summon me to the Shikatsu Forest? Yes, I understand. The slug's antennae twitched lightly, and within half a minute, Uchiha-Yi's figure faded from the scene. I feel like the gap between us and Uchiha-Yi is growing wider and wider, Shunshu murmured, full of heartfelt emotion as he watched it all unfold. In truth, he himself had made significant progress recently, but now Uchiha-Yi had gone off to the Shikatsu Forest to begin training for Sage mode. Once Uchiha-Yi succeeded, he would likely become one of Konoha's very strongest. And he was only 10 years old. Why was it that the distance between people could be so great? The most crucial point was that Itachi Uchiha was even younger than they were, yet everyone was training together. We need to keep working hard to improve our own strength too, Rin Hyuga remarked coolly, casting just a fleeting glance at Nawaki before turning back to her training. As for Nawaki, Rin Hyuga didn't hold any particular affection for him. Their everyday interactions were, at best, lukewarm. Even when it came to Itachi Uchiha, Rin Hyuga never appeared overly enthusiastic on the surface. Right, so from now on, we have to put even more effort into our training, Kushina Uzumaki said, clenching her tiny fist. There's no need to compare ourselves to Itachi. So long as we're stronger than our old selves, that's enough. Besides, you shouldn't focus solely on training your strength. Pay attention to everything around you, or you might just blunder into an explosive tag one day and end up in a world of trouble. Kushina's teasing made Nawaki's cheeks flush a deep red. I've already said that was just a fluke. And really, how could anyone possibly be taken out by an explosive tag? I've never heard of anyone meeting their end like that. As long as you know, Kushina let out a soft snort. Not because she wanted to argue with Nawaki, but out of genuine worry. With the way he rushed through things, she truly feared he'd get himself blown up by something as simple as an explosive tag. With a sudden burst of white smoke, Itachi Uchiha appeared in the Shikatsu forest. Even for someone as composed as him, the sight of the massive, mountain-like slug left him momentarily speechless. He had always known that the slug sage's true form was enormous, but seeing it firsthand made him realize just how limited his imagination had been. At this scale, not even the Ninetales in its current form could compare to the slug sage. Without achieving the ultimate form of Susanoo, surpassing it in size would be nearly impossible. Slug sage, I'll be relying on your guidance from here on out, Itachi said, taking in his surroundings. His senses quickly picked up on the natural energy within the forest. Here, it was more than 5 times denser than anywhere else. The slug sage itself was a wellspring of natural chakra. Back in the battle in the training realm, Itachi had fought against Shikaku, the One Tail, and could clearly feel that the chakra emanating from the slug sage far surpassed it. While it might not match the Nine Tails, it already exceeded most of the tailed beasts, truly worthy of being called one of the 3 great sages. The basics of sage mode, you should already have a grasp of them, the slug sage intoned. Even if your chakra can't match Hashirama Senju's, yours is still among the greatest I've seen in a human. What's more, you're only 10 years old. It's hard to imagine just how much chakra you'll possess in the future. Truth be told, at that moment, even the slug sage couldn't help but feel a bit bewildered. The sage slug naturally understood the situation with Hashirama Senju. He was the reincarnation of Azura's chakra, possessing such an immense reserve. Wasn't that only to be expected? But then what about Itachi Uchiha? While his chakra couldn't quite compare to Hashirama's, it still far surpassed that of most people. Even the ordinary members of the Senju or Uzumaki clans couldn't match his reserves. If he were from the Senju or Uzumaki, the sage slug could still make sense of it. But Itachi was an Uchiha. The Uchiha did have more chakra than most ordinary shinobi, but they still fell a bit short compared to the Uzumaki or Senju. Soon enough, the sage slug began to speculate. Could it be that Itachi was the Indra of this generation? Only a reincarnation of Indra would fit these circumstances. Surely Azura wouldn't reincarnate into the Uchiha just to prevent Indra's resurgence, would he? That thought made the sage slug pay closer attention. Though Indra had ultimately failed time and time again against Azura, every reincarnation of Indra's chakra had still been among the greatest powerhouses in the shinobi world. In fact, some incarnations of Indra were even stronger than Azura's, only to somehow lose in the end as if fate itself played a hand. It was hard not to suspect some hidden forces at work. Yet, with both Senju and Uchiha now living together in Konoha, and with Itachi's mental state in good order, surely the reincarnation of Indra's chakra wouldn't find himself at odds with Azura's this time. There was no harm investing in Itachi now. Never before had an Indra reincarnate trained in sage mode. The sage slug was genuinely curious whether Itachi could succeed, and, if so, just how far sage eyes combined with sage mode could take him. Master Slug, your praise is too generous, Itachi replied after studying the sage for a while. Compared to your abilities, I still have much to learn. Suppose young Naruto, after suppressing the Ninetales chakra, could use about 4 units of chakra. Counting the Ninetales power along with his own, the total would reach 100 units. That meant Naruto and the yang half of Kurama together commanded 100 units of chakra, and if you added the yin half as well, the sum would reach at least 150. The Ninetales as a whole must have over 100 units of chakra. During the Fourth Great War, the notorious old Senju once remarked that Naruto, combined with the yang half of Kurama, was on par with Hashirama. Naruto's chakra would also continue to increase dramatically as he matured from age 12 to about 16. In fact, up until the age of 18, his chakra reserves would see significant growth. As for a tailed beast like a chibi, its chakra level is around 30 units, still greater than Uchiha Yi's, though not by a huge margin. Take the slug sage, for example. Its chakra reserves should be well above 100 units. Perhaps one day your chakra reserves will rival mine. The slug sage's antennae twitched as it spoke to Uchiha. Would you allow me to sense your chakra for a moment? Oh, go ahead. Uchiha placed his hand on the slug sage and transmitted a portion of his chakra into the sage's body. The secret of Indra's chakra would eventually be revealed. Better to take initiative than be caught unprepared. In truth, Uchiha, he could already feel it quite clearly. Even though he hadn't awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, the influence of Indra's chakra was beginning to show, and his ocular power was steadily growing stronger. Yet the Mangekyo Sharingan still felt both tantalizingly close and frustratingly distant. This sensation, so starkly different from Azura's chakra, had to come from Indra. There was no mistaking it. Which begged the question, where was the Azura reincarnation of this generation? The Slug Sage was awash in curiosity. By rights, Azura's reincarnation should have been born among the Senju clan. Yet, with the Senju clan now disbanded and its members largely assimilated into Konoha, things were no longer so simple. Among the current generation, Tsunade and Nawaki were the standouts, but neither remotely matched the criteria for Azura's reincarnation. Could it be that the Azura legacy had mingled with other Senju descendants within Konoha, or perhaps it had passed on to someone from the Uzumaki clan? But Uzushio village had been wiped out, and the survivors of the Uzumaki clan were scattered across the world, some likely taken in by other villages. The Slug Sage had no allegiance to any one village. Now, having formed a contract with Uchiha E, and considering who Uchiha E had become, it seemed almost necessary to help him advance his strength. Carefully choosing its words, the Slug Sage inquired, "Have you noticed another unique chakra flowing within you?" "There's something, yes, but it doesn't affect me negatively. On the contrary, it's been strengthening me," Uchiha E admitted readily, aware that the sage had sensed it. "Have you encountered anyone in Konoha who possesses a chakra like yours?" Indra and Azura reincarnations were usually born close in age. If the Azura host was in Konoha, Uchiha, he should have met them. "I haven't met anyone like that." His answer left the Slug Sage disappointed. Perhaps, after all, the Azura reincarnation's circumstances weren't ideal. At least there was no need to worry about that legacy falling into the wrong hands. The Indra reincarnation, on the other hand, required careful nurturing. "I see. In that case, let's begin training in Sage mode." The Slug Sage turned its gaze toward a small lake nearby. Uchiha E turned his gaze to a small pond not far away, a pool filled with a thick, viscous liquid, radiating an exceptionally dense natural energy. "This is a specialty of the Shikatsu forest," the Slug Sage said generously. "You can take some back with you when you leave. Diluted, it's great for skincare. It whitens and moisturizes. Makes for a fine gift for young women. Tsunade, that child, always takes some with her when she leaves." After a short pause, the Slug Sage added, "Actually, in theory, this liquid can help improve one's physique. But there aren't many who can tolerate it. Tsunade once thought about how to make better use of it, but she's been far too busy to ever find the time. She's probably hoping to help Nawaki strengthen his body." Uchiha E remarked with a chuckle. Nawaki's talent was already impressive. He mastered quite a few of Tobirama Senju's water-style jutsu, proving himself a true prodigy in the Hidden Leaf. After all, not every genius can become a jonin by the age of 12. As for Uchiha Yi's own progress, that was practically cheating. If things continued naturally for Nawaki, becoming an elite jonin in the future wouldn't be a problem. He might even reach the lower ranks of the Kage class. But Tsunade wasn't content with that. She wanted Nawaki to become even stronger, so she'd never have to worry about his safety again. The truth was, Uchiha E surpassed Nawaki. Uzumaki Kushina's talent did as well, and even Uchiha Makoto's seemed to outshine Nawaki's, if only slightly. Even Hyuga Rinsha was in no way inferior to Nawaki, and then there was Minato Namikaze, lurking on the horizon, poised to make his move. If this kept up, Tsunade suspected Nawaki would start doubting himself. "If I have the time, maybe I'll study it a little," Uchiha said as he approached the pool. He couldn't help but wonder if this viscous liquid was somehow connected to the Slug Sage. After all, slugs themselves were known for their stickiness. Still, for a ninja, any opportunity to strengthen oneself was worth a bit of sacrifice. For example, if the Nine Tails ever deigned to soil the earth, and Uchiha E announced to the world that eating that filth could increase one's strength, there'd be no shortage of would-be power seekers eager for a taste. Even Danzo Shimura would likely want to try it. "You could try applying some to your arm, see if you can sense the natural energy," the Slug Sage suggested to Uchiha E. "Slug Sage, by natural energy, do you mean that special energy that permeates the air? If so, I can actually sense it without using this liquid," Uchiha E said modestly, raising his hand. The Slug Sage fell silent, stunned into speechlessness. Even Hashirama Senju had never been able to sense natural energy so directly. Could it be that the current reincarnation of Indra's chakra is really this extraordinary? Come to think of it, in the past, Indra displayed astonishing talent from a young age, far surpassing Azura. If the Sage of Six Paths hadn't favored Azura, Azura would never have grown to surpass Indra in strength. For the Slug Sage, this was the first time encountering the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, and he couldn't help but suspect that perhaps this was simply the truth. Indra's talent was truly greater than Azura's, though the resources he received were far fewer. On closer reflection, Uchiha Madara himself likely had what it took to master Sage mode. Had he done so, Then, with his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the power of the Nine Tails, there's a real chance he could have defeated Hashirama Senju. Or could it be that Uchiha isn't actually Indra's reincarnation, but instead the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Hagoromo? Are you really able to sense it? The slug sage asked, his tone vacillating between curiosity and doubt. To master sage mode, you can't afford to cut corners. You have to be honest with yourself. Your safety depends on it. Don't worry, he replied with a light laugh. This is my life we're talking about. I have no intention of dying so soon. What I need to learn is how to absorb natural energy into my body, enter sage mode, and maintain it. After a brief pause, the slug sage separated a small slug from his massive form, which crawled onto Yi's arm. Speaking in a gentle, almost syrupy tone, he said, "Next, I'll guide the natural energy into your body. Pay attention to every sensation. If anything feels wrong, let me know instantly. All right, then I'll rely on you." Meanwhile, Tsunade had just finished her exhausting and complex rounds of treatment. She rushed into the main tent, collapsed onto the floor, and looked across the way at Orochimaru, who was still handling official matters at the leader's seat. Her eyes shimmered with thought. This time, in the fierce war taking place in the Land of Rain, Hiruzen Sarutobi hadn't led the troops himself, nor had he sent the current pillars of the village, like Shimura Danzo or Akimichi Torufu, to lead. Instead, he'd entrusted the campaign to the three of them, with Orochimaru as the principal commander. Clearly, he intended to train them and build their reputations. It wasn't that Hiruzen Sarutobi was sacrificing Konoha's interests just to bolster their names. Compared to the wars yet to come, the conflict in the Land of Rain was still a relatively minor affair. He was letting them adapt to the realities of future warfare, easing them in. As for Orochimaru, his deep trust from Hiruzen Sarutobi was plain to see. He was receiving more opportunities to prove himself. If Orochimaru were to become Hokage one day, Tsunade thought she would gladly support him. Meanwhile, Tsukumo Hatake seemed to have been deliberately kept out of the spotlight. In the beginning, when he needed time to heal from his injuries and couldn't be on the front lines, Tsunade could understand that. But now, 2 years into the war, Tsukumo was still carrying out missions in the shadows. Although those missions were important in their own right, they caused him to miss out on the chance to build a reputation for himself. Within Konoha, Orochimaru's fame was gradually surpassing Tsukumo's. Tsunade gave her head a little shake, deciding not to dwell on the matter any longer. With Tsukumo's temperament and skills, he was made to be a shinobi, not a Hokage. In a way, that wasn't such a bad thing. Staying out of the public, was its own kind of protection for him. The waters of the Hokage's office ran deep. Take Madara Uchiha, for instance. Back then, Tsunade's great-uncle spread all sorts of rumors about him, saying he'd even stolen his brother's eyes to bolster his own power. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi, when he became Hokage, was no stranger to backroom politicking at the start. Tsukumo just wasn't suited for that world. He was a pure-hearted shinobi, through and through. "Where's Jiraiya?" Tsunade asked, a little bored, picking up a piece of pastry and taking a bite. Even at the front lines, Tsunade's status ensured that her treatment was decent. Every now and then, she'd use her summoning jutsu to have Kushina, Uzumaki, and Mikoto Uchiha send her some food. Most days, Orochimaru and Jiraiya would also swing by to share in her treats. Orochimaru signed off on a document, placed it aside, and finally answered, "That idiot went out to scout the area. The Hidden Rain Village's ninja have been poking around nearby lately." Tsunade nodded, not giving it much thought. She was in charge of treating the wounded, while Orochimaru handled the administrative duties. Those sorts of assignments naturally fell to Jiraiya. He wanted to come to the front lines, but my grandmother stopped him, Tsunade continued, finishing her pastry. "Uchiha, who? Haven't seen him in 2 years. 2 years ago, he already had the skill of a jonin. Now he's probably even stronger," said Orochimaru, the genius with his own brand of pride. But when it came to even Orochimaru had to admit he felt outclassed. The most impressive thing was that he didn't rely on Sharingan or any inherited bloodline powers. Instead, he devoted himself to researching jutsu and even mastered the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. From Orochimaru's own observations, even without the Sharingan, nothing would stop Uchiha from becoming a powerful force. What really set apart was his unparalleled chakra control and his ability to learn at a frightening rate. Orochimaru had never met another prodigy quite like him. "Maybe he's even stronger than I am now," Tsunade said, a trace of uncertainty flickering in her eyes. She couldn't quite decide whether she felt proud or uneasy. At the end of the day, Uchiha is still my student. As his teacher, it's a bit embarrassing to be surpassed by my own disciple. But then again, if your student turns out to be outstanding, you can't help but feel proud. When it comes to mentoring apprentices, neither Jiraiya nor Orochimaru can compare to me. Although, to be fair, my grandmother has been the one guiding him most of the time. Sometimes having a disciple who's too talented is a blessing and a worry in itself. Tsunade's words took Orochimaru by surprise. He surpassed you in strength. Orochimaru had always considered himself about equal to Tsunade. So if Uchiha he was now stronger than Tsunade, wouldn't that mean he had surpassed him as well? And Uchiha, he was only 10 years old. Who can say for sure? You know how tricky the Flying Thunder God technique is, and Uchiha even invented a way to combine it with the Rasengan. Just with that move alone, he can leave most shinobi completely helpless, Tsunade said with a resigned shrug. Honestly, I don't think I have any way to deal with him now. Grandmother even made special arrangements to keep him away from the battlefield, sending him to Shikatsu Forest to train in Sage Mode. Sage Mode, Orochimaru echoed, the words stirring something within him. Yes, all three great sanctuaries have their own Sage Mode. Back in the day, it was Sage Mode and with style that allowed my grandfather to defeat both Uchiha Madara and the Nine Tails. I tried researching Sage Mode myself, but it's incredibly difficult, and it takes far too long to master. I had to give up for now. Tsunade let out a soft sigh. If that brat really does manage to learn Sage Mode, not even his teacher will be able to take him on. Sage Mode is that powerful. Orochimaru was now thoroughly astonished. He recalled how that fool Jiraiya never tired of boasting about Sage Mode, even after training for 2.5 years without making much progress. Back then, Orochimaru hadn't thought much of it. But listening to Tsunade now, he couldn't help feeling tempted. If Sage Mode truly was that formidable, once the war was over, maybe he would visit Ryuchi Cave himself. As one of the three great sanctuaries, Ryuchi Cave should also house its own Sage Mode. But looking at things now, Sage Mode seemed incredibly hard to master. If Tsunade herself couldn't do it, what chance did he have? Of course it's powerful. Once you master it, your strength jumps to a whole new level. Besides, rumor has it, mind you, this is just what I've heard, that even the Sage of Six Paths practice Sage Mode. Tsunade leaned in, her voice full of intrigue. That's a Senju clan legacy, isn't it? Orochimaru perked up, suddenly fascinated. Even if it weren't just about gaining power, any secrets related to the Sage of Six Paths were enough to set Orochimaru's heart racing. After all, this was the Sage of Six Paths. It seemed the Senju clan retained the richest accounts of the Sage, though the Uchiha family also had many records. No, it was Jiraiya who said that. Back then, he mentioned the Sage of Six Paths trained in Sage Mode at Mount Myaboku, and that's how he became the Sage of Six Paths. Later, I went to ask the Slug Sage, and she didn't deny it. So, chances are it must be true. From somewhere, Tsunade produced a bottle of soda, opened it, and took a sip. What a pity there's no sake. Soda will have to do. Is that so? Orochimaru nodded thoughtfully, as if pondering something. The three great sacred grounds have been around since ancient times. It was only natural that they would know secrets even from 1,000 years ago. He hadn't expected Mount Myaboku to have a connection with the Sage of Six Paths. Then what about the Sage Mode from Ryuchi Cave? If he were to master Sage Mode, could he possibly compare to those legendary sages? What do you think? Can Uchiha actually master Sage Mode? Orochimaru couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked. He felt no particular dislike for Uchiha. In fact, Orochimaru sensed a certain similarity between them. As for the matter of Hokage, he wasn't interested in it for the time being. After all, Uchiha was much younger, a full generation apart. Even if his strength surpassed Orochimaru's, there was no way the position of Hokage would skip a whole generation just to pick him. If that were to happen, what would it make them? Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, were they so easily cast aside? Orochimaru believed Lord Sarutobi would never allow such a thing. If Uchiha ever sought to rise, it would only be after Orochimaru's own era, perhaps more than a decade down the line. There was no conflict between them. On the contrary, Orochimaru found the idea of working alongside Uchiha rather agreeable. He suspected Uchiha's eagerness for the battlefield was less about gaining renown in Konoha, and more about earning respect within the Uchiha clan itself. If he turned out to be truly strong, working together would allow both of them to benefit. He would gain prestige, and Orochimaru could add to his own political achievements. What could be better? As long as he was under his command, no matter how much honor he accrued, at least a third would reflect upon Orochimaru as the commander. If you'd asked me before, I'd have said no one could master Sage Mode. It's just too difficult. Tsunade rubbed her cheek. Honestly, even if I gave it my all, I doubt I could learn it in less than 10 years. But if it's that brat Uchiha, maybe he really could do it. After all, no one else ever managed to master the Flying Thunder God technique before him. Well, this is getting interesting. I really hope he can learn Sage Mode soon, Orochimaru said, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he licked his lips. I'd love to observe it for myself. At that very moment, Jiraiya strode boldly into the tent. Sage mode, huh? Don't worry. This great master will have Sage mode mastered in no time at all. Orochimaru, you'd better brace yourself. Prepare to be amazed. I promise, it'll be far beyond anything you can imagine. We're not talking about you. We're talking about Uchiha. Orochimaru shot Jiraiya a glare, irritation evident in his eyes. You're always boasting about how powerful Sage mode is. If you're so capable, why don't you show us already? What? Uchiha? Are you saying Uchiha is training in Sage mode? Jiraiya finally pieced together what he'd overheard earlier and asked in disbelief. Jiraiya knew Uchiha was a prodigy. Tsunade had recently demonstrated Rasengan in front of him, driving him to endless envy. He felt that particular jutsu suited him perfectly. Yet at the end of the day, Rasengan was developed by Uchiha, and without his permission, even Tsunade couldn't just teach it to Jiraiya. For Jiraiya to humble himself and ask a younger shinobi about Rasengan, would he really do something like that? Well, truth be told, he probably would. But now wasn't the time. He could only wait until they returned to Konoha. Knowing now that Uchiha was training in Sage mode could only be good news for Jiraiya. After all, when it came to mastering Sage mode in Konoha, he could confidently claim second best, and no one would dare claim first. He could even use his own insights and experience with Sage mode to trade with Uchiha for the Rasengan. At this thought, Jiraiya's mood brightened a bit. Yes, Grandma sent me off to the Shikatsu forest to train in Sage mode. Tsunade nodded slightly, then gave Jiraiya a look of utter disdain. You've been working on Sage mode for over 2 years, haven't you? How about we make a little bet? Who will master Sage mode first? You or Uchiha? At the side, Orochimaru's eyelids twitched. Tsunade's luck with gambling was atrocious. Could it really be that Uchiha might take longer than Jiraiya to master Sage mode? Little did Orochimaru know, Tsunade was determined to use this bet to break her unlucky streak. She had complete faith in Uchiha. Even though Jiraiya had encountered Sage mode before he ever did, she couldn't imagine falling behind. Besides, with the war's end nowhere in sight, there was plenty of time for Uchiha to grasp the secrets of Sage mode. Fine, I'll take that bet. What if I master Sage mode before Uchiha? Jiraiya was certain he could unlock Sage mode before he turned 30. The great elders had even said they could help him cheat his way into Sage mode, as long as he could grasp the basics himself. Surely, even with a little cheating, he wouldn't lose to Uchiha, right? If you had mastered Sage mode earlier, how about I convince him to teach you the Rasengan? Tsunade folded her arms and let out a mocking chuckle. If you lose, you'll be responsible for all my gambling expenses for the first month after I return to Konoha. Jiraiya's expression stiffened at Tsunade's words. The Rasengan certainly lived up to that price. If he could get the training method for the Rasengan from Uchiha, Jiraiya felt he'd struck a good deal. But when it came to covering Tsunade's gambling for a whole month, Jiraiya admitted even he might not be able to handle that. As one of the outstanding younger generation of ninjas, Jiraiya had saved up quite a bit, even if he'd spent much of it on sake and the company of ladies over the years. Still, after so many years, he'd managed to accumulate a decent nest egg. Ninjas like them, who fought on the front lines, were paid for their missions. Part of the reward was distributed during the war, with the rest given out by the village. Jiraiya hadn't even had a chance to spend this money yet. There certainly weren't any places on the battlefield to find company. Clearly, Tsunade had her eye on Jiraiya's little stash. In the end, Jiraiya gritted his teeth and said, fine, if you win, I'll cover your gambling expenses for a whole month after the war ends. Tsunade gave a light snort and glanced at Orochimaru, who stood not far away. Orochimaru, you'll be our witness. No problem. Orochimaru nodded slightly. Setting aside Tsunade's uncanny luck, he actually had more faith in Uchiha. Right now, would Jiraiya find the time to train in Sage mode? Honestly, he was also looking forward to seeing Jiraiya get himself into a fix. If Jiraiya won, Tsunade actually wouldn't lose much, and he was sure neither Tsunade nor Jiraiya would shortchange Uchiha. On that point, Orochimaru was certain. What intrigued him was how Tsunade could possibly lose such a bet. Are you alright? Do you need my help to draw out the natural energy? Slug Sage's voice was filled with concern as it looked at Uchiha, or, to be precise, at his arm. It had infused some of its natural energy into Yi's left arm, hoping he could first get accustomed to the flow of that energy and, from there, grasp the essence of Sage mode. After receiving the natural energy, Yi's arm went limp, as if it had lost all its bones. Almost rubbery, really a lot like a person made of rubber. Slug Sage originally intended to help Yi resolve this problem. If something would happen to Yi because of its guidance, the blame would be hard to bear. But then again, for a reincarnation of Indra's chakra, could failing at Sage mode training really do him in? Only the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra could possibly overcome the reincarnation of Indra's chakra. Yet unlike before, it remained uncertain whether a reincarnated Indra, who had never practiced Sage Mode, could truly master it. Let's wait a bit longer. I just need some time to adjust. For now, I can hang on. Uchiha murmured, quietly attuning himself to the natural energy coursing through his left arm. At some point, his Sharingan had awakened into its three-tomo form, and now spun rapidly with dazzling speed. His chakra control far surpassed what Naruto would ever be capable of in the future. Uchiha had also merged Yugo's innate talent for sensing natural energy into himself. He didn't have a Ninetales lending him any secret advantages. Yet Uchiha, on his own, was practically a walking cheat code. What surprised him, however, was that his Sharingan, so long unchanged, had started to shift after practicing Sage Mode. Between the Sharingan and Sage Mode, he sensed a faint antagonism. To be precise, it was an outright rejection. Not like Naruto, who simply needed to maintain the balance of three kinds of energy. Instead, he was forced to integrate the power of the Sharingan as well. For the Uchiha psyche was notoriously unstable, and any flaw in one's spiritual energy could be fatal when cultivating Sage Mode. Perhaps Hagoromo Otsutsuki himself had faced a similar predicament when he first practiced Sage Mode, though it must have been far less grueling for him. Still, Uchiha sensed that if he could resolve this conflict, his Sage Mode would exceed even his wildest expectations. In fact, his aptitude for assimilating natural energy was better than he'd anticipated, perhaps because he was growing more and more like the Otsutsuki clan himself. Even though his arm began to soften, destabilized by the sudden influx of natural energy, as if it threatened to run rampant, it was still within his threshold. So long as he refrained from reckless moves, he was confident he could avoid being consumed by it. In fact, he'd reached the point where he no longer needed the Slug Sage's specific guidance. And truth be told, the Slug Sage had never instructed any Uchiha in Sage Mode before. For the Sharingan, with all its peculiarities, did indeed introduce an element of instability to Sage Mode. Uchiha had managed to sustain this delicate state for more than 3 months. In that time, aside from eating, sleeping, and basic rest, almost every waking moment was devoted to researching natural energy. It wasn't as if he hadn't considered exploiting the battle space to force out the secret of Sage Mode from the likes of Uzumaki Naruto, Hashirama Senju, or Kabuto. Unfortunately, the rivals that have appeared recently in the battle space have not been very strong. Even when he manages to defeat the tougher ones, all Uchiha gains are 1 or 2 of their jutsu at best. For someone like Uchiha now, ordinary jutsu does little to improve his abilities. Instead, his chakra reserves have increased by 3 points thanks to the battle space. This scene left the Slug Sage silent. Such a rapid increase in chakra was indeed astounding. But, as a reincarnation of Indra's chakra, shouldn't such growth be completely normal for Uchiha? A rumble echoed as the three-tomo Sharingan in Uchiha eyes spun ever faster. The surge of chakra around him became even more intense, making it impossible for the Slug Sage to let Uchiha out of its watchful gaze for even a moment. It couldn't shake the feeling that Uchiha was playing with fire. Could the power of natural energy really be so easily mastered? Since it was clear that perfecting Sage Mode couldn't be achieved in a short time, the natural energy must hold hidden dangers. If anything were to happen, it could be fatal. Who would ever attempt to master Sage Mode by repeatedly pushing their body to adapt to natural energy? To the Slug Sage, this was a reckless idea. Yet, thinking about it, there was a slender thread of possibility, at least in theory. The only problem is, no one has ever succeeded before. The demands of this method on the practitioner are simply too high. At last, a change began to ripple over Uchiha. His Sharingan grew more bewitching, and around him, an eerie, skeletal framework of chakra began to take shape. Is that Susanoo? The Slug Sage couldn't help but confess its astonishment. It had seen Susanoo before. Back when the Uchiha and the Senju clans clashed, it had often been part of the scene. After all, the summoning contract for the Slugs was an inheritance passed down through generations of the Senju clan. Even Madara Uchiha's Susanoo, it had taken strike before with a clone. Don't be fooled by how fearsome Madara's Susanoo looks. It could never kill the Slug Sage. The Slug Sage was confident it could match Madara Uchiha for an entire day if need be. As for the infamous Genjutsu manipulation, the Slug Sage never worried. After all, it could create endless clones. Could Uchiha Madara really hope to control them all? Still, what was going on with Uchiha? Activating Susanoo with just the three-tomo Sharingan, even if only its first stage, reminded the Slug Sage of a legendary figure. It had once seen that person Indeed, that individual had saved the ninja world. Regrettably, their fates did not intertwine deeply, primarily because Mount Mayaboku was far more closely connected to Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Yet, the Slug Sage did have a good relationship with Azura, and since then, it had always maintained a close bond with the Senju clan. After 3 months of living together, the Slug Sage also noticed that Uchiha-Yi's bloodline might be undergoing a kind of atavism. She could faintly sense a trace of Ashura's blood coursing through him. She didn't suspect that Uchiha-Yi possessed some unique cheat that granted him both Senju and Uzumaki physiques. There simply hadn't been any such precedent before. Rather, the phenomenon of bloodline regression had occasionally occurred in other clans possessing Kekkai Genkai. It's just that this was the first time it had ever appeared within the Uchiha. Thinking about it, the Uchiha clan had never seen such an occurrence, and on top of that, this was the reincarnation of Indra's chakra. All this filled the Slug Sage's heart with high expectations for Uchiha-I. Maybe, in the future, Uchiha-I would even surpass Uchiha Madara. It looks like it's Susanoo, but I haven't awakened any other eye techniques, Uchiha-I mused, turning his gaze to the pool beside him. In its surface reflection, he saw that his eyes were still 3 Tomo Sharingan, and he was clearly taken aback. I haven't unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan, yet I can already manifest Susanoo. He could distinctly feel that his ocular power had grown significantly, but he still hadn't awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, nor had he obtained any of its unique eye techniques. Yet, Susanoo had indeed manifested. So what did that make him? Was this some sort of half-step Mangekyo state? Still, after awakening Susanoo, he didn't experience the all-over soreness Sasuke once described. His eyes felt a slight ache, but that was all. He sensed no drain on his ocular power. Could it be that, having absorbed so much ocular power and strengthened his physique, nourished further by natural chakra, he'd become almost like Otsutsuki Hagoromo? A thought crossed Uchiha-Yi's mind. He tried to will his Susanoo to evolve into its second stage, but after a fleeting moment, he gave up the attempt. It was possible to force it, but it felt too strained, maybe even enough to damage his eyes. It would be better to wait until his ocular power improved before pushing himself to a higher stage. There actually wasn't such a thing as the Mangekyo Sharingan at the very beginning, and to think you can access Susanoo without awakening one. This is by no means a bad thing. There's no need to worry. The Slug Sage gazed at Uchiha-I for some time before finally speaking. Besides, your Sharingan is closely tied to your innate In base chakra. If your In chakra grows too potent, far surpassing your physical resilience, it could put your body at risk. Your body is already much stronger than many adult Uchiha, but in the end, you're only 10 years old. There's no need for your Sharingan to evolve in haste. Understand now. Thank you. Uchiha-Yi's thoughts turned to the future Uchiha Itachi, who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan too early and was afflicted with the dreaded bloodline illness. Many people claim that Uchiha Itachi was holding back, like letting water flow into the Pacific Ocean, but in reality, even if he hadn't gone easy back then, could he truly have unleashed his full strength? At that time, he was already struggling just to dodge thrown shuriken. Managing to use 50 or 60% of his power was about the best he could do. Can you really expect someone who is gravely ill to fight at their peak? Of course, Sasuke's power was nothing to sneeze at, either. Normally, a Sharingan with 3 Tomo stands no chance against the Mangekyo, but Itachi was already seriously ill, barely hanging on, and Sasuke himself had mastered the power of the Cursed Seal, a simplified version of Sage Mode. Combined with Itachi's deliberate handicap, perhaps defeating him wasn't such an impossible feat after all. Sasuke, with his newly awakened Mangekyo, might not have been any stronger than he was with the Cursed Seal, and at that point, the seal's power was out of his reach. Now, the Slug Sage had explained that it wasn't possible to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan directly. It might very well be a safeguard for the body, and Uchiha-I could understand this. He prided himself on his ocular power, believing it now rivaled that of Uchiha Kagami's Mangekyo. But if his eyes grew any stronger, his body might not be able to keep up. In theory, every evolution of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan brought with it not only an increase in strength, but also a surge in chakra reserves, triggered by the eye's evolution. Yet, such rapid, continuous power boosts in a short period might not be good for the body. Being able to manifest Susanoo was a boon for Uchiha-I as well. Even if it was just the first form, it was an auspicious beginning, wasn't it? His Susanoo shimmered in shades of blue and violet, perhaps a sign of Indra's chakra at work. Whatever the reason, Uchiha-I was very pleased with the color. Once he could use Susanoo, he noticed that his mind felt far more stable. With this newfound clarity, he dispelled the Susanoo, then turned his focus inward, actively absorbing natural energy. Wait, don't act rashly, cried the Slug Sage, trying to intervene, but the words faltered and stuck in its throat. As the natural energy coursed through Uchiha, far from harming him, he absorbed and controlled it with seeming perfection. Subtle changes began to show on his body. Several Tomo-like marks appeared on his clothing. Sage's Tomo marks? The slug sage's eyes widened in disbelief. Had Uchiha really mastered sage mode already? And in such a short time? Such magatama patterns. Slug Sage had seen them before on the Sage of Six Paths, Indra, and Asura. However, among the descendants of Asura, even the heirs of Ninshu, Slug Sage had never encountered anyone else bearing these marks. Slug Sage didn't know why those magatama appeared on Indra's clothing. In any case, they seemed to have manifested on the Sage of Six Paths only after he mastered Sage Mode, and Asura, too, had only gained them after his Sage Mode breakthrough. Perhaps, for Indra, that was a legacy passed down from his father's side. What the sage hadn't expected was that, upon attaining Sage Mode, Uchiha also manifested those magatama, a symbol exclusive to true sages. Uchiha Yi's mastery of Sage Mode might even be more perfect than that of Hashirama Senju. After a long time, Uchiha finally opened his eyes. He noticed that his attire had changed. Where once he wore the traditional robes of the Uchiha clan, now, guided by the unique energy of Sage Chakra, several glowing magatama had appeared, faintly radiating a white light. By now, Uchiha was no longer surprised by such changes. He knew that attaining Sage Mode would bring about shifts even in his clothing. After all, in Naruto's Sage of Six Paths mode, wasn't it also Uchiha Madara who called it the Sage's technique? But Uchiha was no ordinary member of the Uchiha. He had already begun to awaken the power of the Otsutsuki clan from which his lineage descended. No sage markings appeared on his face, but signs of the sage had etched themselves onto his garments. Wasn't this only natural? Uchiha found all of this quite satisfying. Uchiha, you mastered Sage Mode. Slug Sage was so astonished that it could barely get the words out. It had always believed Uchiha would one day learn Sage Mode, and fully expected him to succeed eventually, but it never imagined he would do it so swiftly and with such mastery. This was almost unbelievable. For now, I've gained control of Sage Mode, though I'll need time to grow fully accustomed to it. Uchiha replied, a faint smile curling on his lips as he surveyed his new strength. Still, after entering Sage Mode, my power has leapt so far ahead, it's truly beyond comparison. 2 years ago, I crossed paths with a powerful warrior named Shirabi. Now, defeating him wouldn't pose much of a challenge for me at all. You're already incredibly strong. Hashirama Senju, at your age, was nowhere near your level. Even at 20, Hashirama couldn't compare with you. Slug Sage sighed with deep admiration. Next, I'll teach you how to harness Senjutsu, specifically, how to weave Sage Chakra into your ninjutsu techniques. You'll also need to determine how long you can maintain Sage Mode, and how much time it takes you to enter it. Even Hashirama Senju couldn't just slip into Sage Mode instantly. I remember that the first Hokage could enter Sage Mode in an instant, couldn't he? Uchiha was startled. In his mind, wasn't Hashirama Senju able to just clap his hands, draw in all the natural energy around him, and immediately enter Sage Mode? Could it be that his memory was mistaken? Thinking about both Naruto and Hashirama's Sage Modes, since they are both reincarnations of Asura's chakra, the gap between them seemed enormous. Haven't you ever read about Hashirama Senju's training in Sage Mode? He relied on his wood release to absorb natural chakra. Wood release has an innate advantage in this regard, though Hashirama himself also possessed outstanding chakra control, the Slug Sage explained, pausing before adding, still, that was also due to Hashirama's powerful physique. Ordinary people can't merge with so much natural energy at once. Their chakra pathways and even their body cells wouldn't be able to withstand the strain. Hashirama's early death was likely connected to the excessive drain on his chakra and vitality during his battles with Madara Uchiha, as well as the risks associated with that Sage Mode. You must never try to follow his example. Uchiha nodded thoughtfully at these words. It made sense. After all, entering Sage Mode like Hashirama required absorbing an alarming amount of natural energy, and his chakra was on a whole other scale. Such a surge of natural energy. No ordinary human could endure it. Not even Hashirama. In fact, probably not even someone as legendary as Otsutsuki Hagoromo would be able to withstand it. So that so-called instant entry into Sage Mode was likely what people would call a life-burning technique. In theory, it made perfect sense. Normally, the best way to absorb natural energy is to remain still and meditate. The more chakra you have, the more powerful your Sage Mode becomes. But naturally, the preparation time also gets longer. The Slug Sage cautioned again, clearly worried that Uchiha might imitate Hashirama. You're still young, not yet at your peak. Once you grow up, your chakra reserves might well rival my own. Even so, if you want to enter Sage mode directly, it would require a long time to prepare. Uchiha pondered for a moment, and then asked, if the human body can adjust to huge amounts of natural chakra all at once, what about with Susanoo? The slug sage was stumped. Excuse me? I understand the words, but what are you even talking about? Sensing the slug sage's confusion, Uchiha offered an explanation. Susanoo is a rather unique technique. It can contain a special kind of energy and can be seen as an extension of the body. Since Hashirama could use would release to absorb natural energy, maybe I could use Susanoo to do the same. How about a sage art Susanoo? Uchiha distinctly remembered that in the future, Sasuke truly brought the art of Susanoo to incredible heights. Not to mention that Susanoo mode which absorbed the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts. Under that form, even Kurama acknowledged that Sasuke's mastery in blending tailed beast chakra rivaled the power of the Sage of Six Paths. By the late stages of Naruto, it seemed like everyone who achieved something extraordinary would be praised as being on par with the Sage of Six Paths. Just look at Uchiha Obito in his 10 Tails Jinchuriki state. He claimed he had reached a level equal to that legendary sage. As for Uchiha Madara, after becoming the 10 Tails host, even the Sage of Six Paths himself said Madara had grown as mighty as Kagaya Otsutsuki. Of course, Kagaya Otsutsuki was undoubtedly mightier than Madara. That was never in question. Yet there's something about Kagaya's overwhelming presence that just couldn't compare to the weight Madara carried. Madara's strength was showcased against the entire allied shinobi forces and the 5 Kage, making his legend all the grander. And what about Kagaya? When she finally appeared in the ninja world, she only managed to claim Obito's life before both she and Black Zetsu were sealed away. Her performance? 2 battles, 1 win, 0 assists, a rather underwhelming record compared to Madara's spectacle. But in truth, barely anyone ever faced Kagaya. Only Naruto's team and Obito even had the honor of meeting her, while the rest weren't even qualified for the encounter. Even so, Naruto and Sasuke both admitted that Kagaya's strength surpassed Madara's by far. If you look at it from another angle, with so little time and so few opponents, Kagaya still managed feats superior even to Madara's. Doesn't that reflect just how much stronger she truly was, not by a small margin, but by a wide gulf? Leaving aside the future Susanoo that absorbed the tailed beast's chakra, even Sasuke's use of Yugo's curse seal to access Sage mode was impressive in its own right. Yet, that was only because Sasuke borrowed Yugo's power. Yugo, talented as he was, still fell a little short. If it were Naruto replenishing Sasuke's Sage chakra, the results would have been on a whole different level. Uchiha planned to fully master Sage mode himself before attempting to activate the mythical Sage Susanoo. I don't possess Susanoo, so I can't say for sure. But if you'd like to try, you're welcome to give it a shot. The Slug Sage finally spoke up after a long, thoughtful silence. To the Slug Sage, Uchiha really did live up to his reputation as the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, so reminiscent of Indra himself, and frankly, much too clever for his own good. Next, I'll need your guidance to train in Sage arts, Slug Sage, he continued, without even asking whether the Slug Sage could help him achieve Sage mode. In theory, the 2-toed sages could teach him, and so could the Slug Sage. But seeing as he'd finally gained a perfect Sage mode, why on earth would he want to change it now? Let's take a look at what those sneaky Sage modes really look like. Take Jiraiya, for instance. His whole face almost turned into a toad just to use it. Kabuto went even further, transforming himself into something neither quite human nor fully snake. In the end, the Slug Sage's mode is still best suited to their own kind, the summoning beasts themselves. As for me, I'll just take my time to develop my own Sage mode. Who knows? Maybe I'll even discover a way to stay in Sage mode permanently. The Slug Sage, the Great Toad Sage, if they can do it, why can't I? Uchiha will become the next generation Sage. But first, I need to truly master Sage mode, get a handle on Sage-powered Susanoo, and try to work out how to apply the Wind Release, Raisen Shuriken. If I could figure out how to create a Lightning Release Rasengan, that would be even better. Yuraya, abitisabit. Get your money ready. On this day, Tsunade had, as usual, summoned Katsuyu to bring her some food. Upon hearing that Uchiha had already taken his first steps in mastering Sage mode, she practically charged into the command tent, brimming with excitement, and called out to Jiraiya, who was in the middle of pestering Orochimaru at his desk. What? Jiraiya was caught off guard at first, but then it hit him. He remembered the wager he'd made with Tsunade. Wait, what did you say? That brat Uchiha's got Sage mode down. That's right. The Slug Sage just told me, after all. Surely you're not about to suggest the Slug Sage would lie to me, or to you. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya with a sly, teasing smile. Doubting her now would mean doubting the Slug Sage itself, and not even Jiraiya had the guts to question a sage of the three great sanctuaries. Tsunade could barely contain her delight. Even though Katsuya hadn't informed her the moment Uchiha first tapped into sage mode, but rather waited until he'd really stabilized his control, it hardly mattered in the end. A win was still a win. For once, Tsunade had managed to beat Jiraiya at a bet. She was no longer the eternal loser when it came to gambling. And to her, that was far more satisfying than seeing Jiraiya cough up a handful of coins. No, that's not what I meant at all. Jiraiya waved his hands quickly. I'd never questioned the slug sage. Not in a million years. He wasn't about to take the fall for that. But did that little brat Uchiha really master sage mode? Jiraiya pressed on, unable to let it go. Orochimaru, meanwhile, perked up his ears and listened closely. He was quite interested in sage mode himself. After all, it had barely been half a year since Uchiha started his training. Was mastering sage mode really that simple? Thinking about how Jiraiya spent 2.5 years training in sage mode at Mount Maiboku, was Jiraiya simply too slow, or was Uchiha just exceptionally smart? Yes, he's already been recognized by Lady Slug. Tsunade nodded slightly. Moreover, he can now enter sage mode with ease, and he's able to channel Senjutsu chakra into ninjutsu. I think you realize what that means. Jiraiya's face kept shifting through a range of expressions. How could he not understand what Tsunade was implying? This was something he could only hope to achieve. Suddenly, Jiraiya seemed to think of a loophole and stared at Tsunade with wide, pleading eyes, as if hoping to expose a flaw in the bet. He hurriedly asked, did he use some sort of shortcut like getting Sage Slug to help him cheat his way into Sage Mode? Sage Mode can be cheated? Before Tsunade could reply, Orochimaru cut in, curiosity brimming in his voice. If there was a shortcut, he would have to learn it too. As if, do you really think that Uchiha brat needs to cut corners? That kid's both sharp and proud. If he cheated his way through Sage Mode, do you think he would let Lady Slug inform me about it? Tsunade let out a cold laugh, shooting Jiraiya a look filled with scorn. Seems there really are ways to game the system at Mount Maiboku after all. Too bad there's someone here who, even with shortcuts, still can't master Sage Mode. What a disgrace. I used to think you were just hopeless, unable to master Sage Mode. But then Uchiha took less than half a year to do it. That last sentence of Tsunade's carried a trace of sheepishness. After all, it wasn't just Jiraiya. She hadn't been able to master Sage Mode either. If she could do it, she never would have bothered researching the strength of 100 seal or relying on mitotic regeneration in the first place. Still, none of that stopped Tsunade from ribbing Jiraiya. Her student had succeeded in learning Sage Mode, Jiraiya hadn't. And to think, he couldn't even measure up to her own disciple. How embarrassing. Did Tsunade feel any dissatisfaction at being surpassed by Uchiha? Why would she? Her disciple was unmatched. What more could she ask for? Just as Jiraiya was preparing to respond, an Umbu operative burst into the main tent, earning immediate glares from Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Without wasting a moment, the Umbu member handed a scroll to Orochimaru, who sat at the head of the room. Orochimaru's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly unrolled it. In an instant, his expression turned grave. We're in real trouble. The Sand and Rain villages have formed an alliance and are poised to strike at us in the Leaf. At the very least, we'll be their first target. Right now, Hanzo is already leading the armies of the Land of Rain straight for us. What? Tsunade was utterly stunned. How was that possible? How could Hanzo join forces with the Sand Village? And how do we not catch even a whisper of it? If there was going to be an alliance, shouldn't it have been with us? What does the Sand Village have to offer, anyway? Besides, the Sand Village is known for being difficult to deal with. Isn't Hanzo worried that he'll end up getting betrayed by them? Orochimaru let out a long sigh. It's precisely because the Sand Village has nothing that Hanzo would choose to ally with them and take action against us in the Leaf. That statement made everything suddenly clear to Tsunade. The Land of Wind is mostly desert. Sure, there are plenty of mineral resources underground, but due to the harsh desert conditions and the difficulty of extracting them, it's nearly impossible for most people to mine those resources. So even if they defeated the Sand Village, the Land of Rain wouldn't really gain any benefit from it. But we're not like that in the Land of Fire. As she got to this point, Tsunade's heart grew heavy. The Land of Fire, so abundant and prosperous, had always been the envy of the other nations, a thorn in their side, a prize they all wanted to take a bite out of. If a new ninja world war broke out, it would be a blessing if the Leaf wasn't beset on all sides by the other villages. It seemed this war was about to escalate even further. Yet, deep down, Tsunade felt anything but pleased. A dark premonition began to take root in her heart. She had rarely won at gambling for as long as she could remember. The first time she actually won, it was when Madara Uchiha returned to the Leaf, leading the Nine Tails by his side, and waged a battle against her grandfather. During that fight, Madara displayed terrifying strength, yet still wasn't enough to surpass her grandfather. Hashirama Senju managed to defeat Madara Uchiha, but not long after, he passed away himself. In truth, it could be said that Hashirama died because of Madara. The second time Tsunade had a winning streak, it was her great-uncle. He had gone to the hidden Cloud Village to form an alliance with the Raikage, but a coup erupted within the Cloud Village. In the chaos, Tobirama Senju chose to stay behind to cover the others' retreat. He sacrificed himself to save his comrades. The fastest shinobi the world had ever known, the master of the Flying Thunder God technique, fell that day. The third time she won, it concerned Nawaki, her little brother. Nawaki, for all his potential as a young genius of his generation, died stepping on an explosive tag. If Orochimaru hadn't been there, quick-eyed and quick-handed, she wouldn't have a little brother left at all. Tsunade couldn't help but wonder, could her bad luck in gambling somehow be related to fate? Whenever she lost money, everything else in her life seemed to go smoothly. But if she happened to win, something terrible always seemed to happen to someone close to her. This time, she'd beaten Jiraiya at gambling. And now, the Land of Rain had declared war on the Leaf. Didn't her luck even give her a break? Yet this sort of fortune was something most people could only wish for. Who said winning luck only counted at the gambling tables? She could have easily bet the other way around. If Hanzo really does show up, you two lead the others and leave. He's a tough one. His power almost rivals our teachers. Orochimaru warned Tsunade and Jiraiya. Even though Orochimaru was confident in his own strength, he was still a hair's breadth away from reaching that level. No, Orochimaru, we'll face him together. You alone can't take on Hanzo. Besides, I want to come face-to-face with such powerful opponents myself, Tsunade said, shaking her fist. Ever since she had found a way to neutralize Hanzo's salamander poison, the creature no longer posed any real threat. Of course, Hanzo himself was still a formidable foe. No way, Orochimaru. How could I ever abandon you? We'll take on our enemies together, Jiraiya declared without even a moment's hesitation. Orochimaru shot Jiraiya a look of utter disdain. This guy really could be hopelessly dense sometimes. But deep down, Orochimaru felt a warm glow. Having a friend like Jiraiya was truly something to appreciate. Orochimaru, let's stand together. Alone, you're no match for Hanzo. But the three of us, maybe we can't take down the whole Hidden Rain village, but we should be able to hold off the others, Tsunade spoke up. And anyway, it's not like I'm out of tricks yet. That kid's probably dying for a chance to jump in right about now. That kid. The implication wasn't lost on Orochimaru, and he frowned as he asked, are you talking about letting Uchiha join the battle? On paper, Uchiha was still supposed to be in the village, usually off training in the Shikatsu forest, so no one paid much attention. But if he suddenly showed up here, it would mean he left the village without orders. A bad look no matter how you sliced it. Not to mention, at the end of the day, he was still just a child. Orochimaru had no doubts about Yi's strength. The boy was perhaps already stronger than himself. Still, with such a level of power, not sending him to the battlefield was enough to make Orochimaru speechless. Sure, protecting kids and safeguarding the next generation was the right thing to do. But can anyone really call Uchiha an ordinary child? If they brought straight to the front lines, it would help them, but it'd also drag the boy into a mountain of trouble. There were some shinobi taboos that couldn't be taken lightly. Tsunade gave Orochimaru an exasperated look. What are you so worried about? You honestly think Lord Sarutobi would object when he has you, me, and Jiraiya to vouch for him? How could there be a problem? If you want the truth, I'd just use reverse summoning with Katsuyu to bring Uchiha over. In that moment, is he really a Konoha shinobi? No, he's my summoned beast. Jiraiya and Orochimaru stared at her in stunned silence. Good grief, who knew you could twist the rules like that? Given the current situation, the two of them refrained from saying much. Orochimaru quickly scrawled a few words onto a scroll, then summoned a small white snake, tying the scroll to its body. With that, the little snake slithered away and vanished from the tent. He had left behind contingencies in Konoha, and important information could be sent through this hidden channel. That was all he could do for now. He placed his faith in Lord Sarutobi, confident that his old teacher would not let him down. Let's go. We should get moving too. Orochimaru took a deep breath, turning his gaze to Tsunade beside him. The sudden alliance between Hanzo and the Sand Village had caught them completely off guard. It wasn't that these two villages could never join forces, but the fact was the Rain Country's previous actions had already touched upon the Daimyo's interests. For the Sand Village now to unite with them instead of dealing with the Rain Country, was that not just asking for trouble from the Daimyo? Sand Village must truly be desperate. All this maneuvering for mere scraps of gain, with no trick too low. Orochimaru recalled Sarutobi Hiruzen's private complaints about the Sand Village. noting how their whole legacy was built on cunning and underhanded means. Back at the very first 5 Kage summit, all the other nations, including Konoha, had been disgusted by the first Kazekage's antics. If one Hanzo was already enough to give them a headache, Orochimaru could only hope that Uchiha, he wouldn't let them down now. Elsewhere, deep within the Shikatsu forest, a sphere crackling with intense wind release chakra descended upon a towering mountain. In the blink of an eye, it sheared off a massive portion of the peak. Sensing the terrifying force emanating from the mountaintop, the slug sage knew that Uchiha had finally mastered sage art. Hashirama Senju had his unique wood release, a special ability tied to the Azura chakra within him. Yet the slug sage understood. It wasn't wood release itself that was so fearsome, but Hashirama's version, powered by his overwhelming yang nature chakra. That was the true source of his might. Uchiha, he wasn't Hashirama Senju. As a member of the Uchiha clan, the true path for him should have been perfecting the Sharingan, the way of Indra's reincarnation. Susanoo was a technique with extraordinary potential, and throughout this time, the slug sage's understanding had been continually challenged and expanded by Uchiha Yi's mastery. Uchiha had truly taken Susanoo to dazzling new heights. It was said, after all, that in ancient times, when Princess Kaguya Otsutsuki wielded the 10 tails, it was Hagoromo Otsutsuki who awakened Susanoo to oppose her. This proves that the potential of Susanoo far exceeded what most people imagined. Pushed to the extreme, it could rival even the might of wood release. Now, with Uchiha infusing Senjutsu chakra into the Rasengan, his power had surged to an entirely new level. The wind style, Rasen Shuriken, is nearly perfected. Uchiha amused himself as he gazed at the devastation wrought by the sage art wind style, Rasen Shuriken, nodding in approval, satisfied with the results. Though Naruto would eventually devise even more powerful jutsu down the line, at this stage, the sage art wind style, Rasen Shuriken, was undoubtedly a technique of massive destructive power, and even Uchiha, he found it impressive. As for those advanced variations coming later, he decided they could be developed in due course. For now, there was no rush. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha allowed a surge of natural energy to flow into him, replenishing the nature chakra he had expended moments before. Lately, Uchiha had been working tirelessly to refine and perfect his sage mode. Achieving a permanent sage mode, he realized, was still out of his reach for now. At this current stage, his chakra control simply wasn't sufficient. After all, he couldn't hope to regulate nature chakra while he was asleep. It simply wasn't possible for him yet. He hadn't managed to make the act of forming Senjutsu chakra an instinctual, automatic process. Even so, Uchiha found that entering sage mode now came relatively easily to him. Unlike Uzumaki Naruto, who could only maintain sage mode for 5 minutes and later relied on shadow clones to gather Senjutsu chakra, he didn't face such limitations. He could absorb natural energy in the middle of battle. Some might consider this distracting, but Uchiha was different. Entering sage mode granted a dramatic enhancement to his already formidable sensory abilities, and with the added boost from his Sharingan, even if he had to split his focus to gather nature chakra, his mental acuity in that state was far greater than usual. This was in some ways much like how Jiraiya relied on the Great Toad Sages, or how Naruto later harnessed the Nine Tails to absorb natural energy and create Senjutsu chakra. Though while they depended on outside help, Uchiha managed it completely on his own. From his experience, it seemed the Uchiha clan had a natural affinity for sage mode, provided, of course, one could handle the unstable factor that was the Sharingan. Admittedly, that ruled out nearly 99.99% of the Uchiha, but for those who succeeded, the rewards were staggering. Once in sage mode, even his Susanoo could be pushed to its second stage, marking a fundamental leap in power. Unfortunately, the special form of Susanoo he had originally envisioned was still undeveloped. Before achieving sage mode, he hadn't been able to create the unique sage art Susanoo. That plan would have to wait for further progress in mastering the Sharingan. Only when he pushed the limits of a Sharingan even further could the true advantages of this special Susanoo be revealed. Without control over this technique, activating sage mode, then unleashing Susanoo, and finally utilizing sage art Susanoo in combat would put an immense strain on Uchiha. Uchiha had no intention of following in Hashirama Senju's footsteps, fighting at full throttle while in sage mode. The human body always has its limits, whether it belongs to Hashirama or Uchiha. Not having ascended to the ranks of the Otsutsuki and shed his humanity, Uchiha still needed to find ways to avoid certain shortcomings. Sasuke, thanks to Yugo, managed to enter the sage art Susanoo form, but Yugo's sage mode itself was just a severely stripped-down version. All it did was let Sasuke grow stronger by using sage chakra, It didn't actually give Susanoo much of a power boost. This was simply the reality of that situation. At the time, only Sage Jutsu could harm Uchiha Obito after he'd become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. The scale of the enhancement didn't matter to Sasuke. All he needed was to wield Sage arts, and that sufficed. By the way, Tsunade seems to have run into some trouble over there. Soon, I may need to summon you over to help. The great slug sage suddenly said, its enormous antennae swaying as it spoke to Uchiha. Tsunade is in trouble? Did something happen on the front lines? Uchiha, he was taken aback by this news. He didn't actually mind being dispatched to the front without the village's permission. If any problems arose because of it, Grandma Mito would handle them. Besides, his strength, even without using Sage Mode, already surpassed that of most Kage. With Sage Mode added on top, Uchiha, he was confident that he now stood above even the Kage. At this moment, there is only one person openly stronger than himself in the ninja world, Uzumaki Mito. But Mito was his teacher, his grandmother in every way but blood. With Uzumaki Mito around, there was nothing for him to fear. Furthermore, he was publicly affiliated with the Hokage's faction and about to set out to rescue Hiruzen Tsurutobi's 3 disciples. No matter what, Hiruzen would have to stand by him and offer support. Otherwise, his own faction would become disillusioned, and he would lose his authority as a commander. Most importantly, now that Uchiha finally had the strength to chart his own course, there was no need to remain so cautious and hesitant like he once was. He didn't even mind if people started calling him the next Uchiha Madara. If they thought he'd become the next Madara, then so be it. If anyone had the nerve, let them come and try him. It seems she's up against Hanzo. Tsunade isn't his match, the great slug sage said, full of emotion. Tsunade's talent was actually quite promising, and the great slug sage genuinely cared for her. Among all the inheritors through the ages, Tsunade was the one whose abilities fit her the best. While her power didn't compare to Hashirama Senju's, she was still the most compatible disciple. As long as conditions allowed, with the slug sage's support, Tsunade could perform hundreds or even thousands of simultaneous healing treatments. It was just a shame that she had yet to fully mature, so losing to Hanzo seemed only reasonable. Surprisingly, that child, Rope Tree, never made a contract with me. It really seems that this generation of the Senju clan cannot compare to the Uchiha. Still, with the kind of talent Uchiha possesses, even if Hashirama Senju were to be reborn, it would be hard for him to match up to E. The slug sage was rather skeptical, suspecting that the Indra chakra, in its previous life as Madara Uchiha, was so thoroughly beaten by Ajura chakra's reincarnation, Hashirama Senju, that it resolved to grow stronger in this generation, even reverting its abilities back to their primal form. So that's how it is? Hanzo certainly makes for a fine opponent. An excited smile spread across Uchiha Yi's face. Right now, he felt a pressing need for powerful enemies to test his own strength. As for Madara Uchiha, he wasn't looking to challenge him. Who knew if Madara still even possessed the Rinnegan at this point? Either way, he was definitely not someone he could just recklessly provoke. Even without the Rinnegan, Madara could still unleash Susanoo. If Madara wasn't terrifying, then who was? As for Mito Uzumaki, Uchiha, he wouldn't even consider seeking her out. Honestly, Lady Mito was always as kind as a grandmother, guiding him to grow stronger, protecting him every step of the way, sheltering him through every trial. Whatever her original intent, he had undeniably benefited from it all. He could never do what Obito Uchiha did and become so heartless and ungrateful. Now that Lady Mito was old, if they were to fight, she would likely wind up better than afterwards. There was simply no reason for that. So, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, the third Raikage, the third Tsuchikage, or Hanzo were now his primary options for worthy opponents. And now, with Hanzo stepping forward, it was finally time for them to clash. Still, he wondered whether Madara Uchiha would shift his focus toward him as a result. Alright, then I'll let Tsunade know. Damn it, how is Hanzo so powerful? Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru faced Hanzo head-on, diving into the heat of battle against him. Things weren't playing out quite like before. Though the strength of Tsunade's team had indeed risen somewhat, they were still no match for Hanzo. Originally, Hanzo held back when fighting them. After all, if he actually killed all 3, it would be a devastating blow to the Leaf, and if Konoha unleashed its wrath, the Land of Rain would never withstand it. But now, he formed an alliance with the third Kazekage. The Sand Village had agreed to fully commit to fighting Konoha on other fronts and would withdraw entirely from the Rain Country. Hanzo now needed to show something in return, a necessary condition for both sides to achieve their mutual goals. Hanzo truly didn't wish to provoke Konoha to the extreme, but for the sake of the Land of Rain, he had no other choice. This country, forever weeping, shouldn't have to remain a battlefield any longer. At the same time, he deeply coveted the fertile lands of the Land of Fire. Since he would offend Konoha sooner or later, it might as well be now. Why not simply confront them head-on? They don't call him Hanzo for nothing. Even without the salamander, his strength is on par with Sensei's, Orochimaru said, his expression darkening. Before this, he believed the tales of Hanzo were exaggerated, and thought that without the salamander, Hanzo's power would wane. Yet he hadn't expected Hanzo's hand-to-hand skills to be this formidable. Even with the three of them fighting together, they were no match for him. Dragging out the fight wouldn't be too difficult, but to defeat Hanzo was nearly impossible. A single misstep could mean grave injuries or even death. This man was simply too dangerous. You're all too powerful. Under other circumstances, perhaps I could let you go and even bestow upon you, by the name of Hanzo, the title of Konoha's 3 legendary ninja. But you're far too great a threat. I have no choice but to leave you here. Hanzo stared intensely at the three, his eyes cold and brimming with murderous resolve. Konoha was far too rich with remarkable talent. It was only a matter of time before these three rose to the level of Kage. To leave them alive now would be folly. Hanzo valued genius, but it was a shame these three did not belong to the Land of Rain. They were from Konoha. If he let them go, he knew it would only be a matter of time before they became his greatest enemies. He could defeat them now, but who could say that in a few years he wouldn't be the one under their heel? If that happened, the Land of Rain would be utterly beyond saving. At this thought, Hanzo raised the scythe in his hand, preparing to fight with all he had, no matter the cost. Oh, the 3 Sannin? And what right have you to grant us such a title? Try defeating my student first. Tsunade couldn't help but laugh at Hanzo's arrogance. Not just her. Even Jiraiya was now ready to fight Hanzo to the death, and even the usually unflappable Orochimaru was visibly furious. With that, Tsunade bit her right thumb, flashed through a sequence of hand signs, and pressed her palm to the ground. After a thick puff of smoke, Uchiha, with a tiny slug perched on his shoulder, appeared not far from her. Ah, brat! Hanzo could hardly contain his laughter. He, the half-god Hanzo, was being challenged, and Tsunade's tone made it sound as if he wasn't her equal. By the looks of it, this newcomer couldn't have been older than 13 or 14. Was this a sacrifice to the slaughter? Could their child at such a young age have already reached Kage level? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even Hashirama Senju never achieved such a feat at this age. Furthermore, as someone who had never seen Hashirama Senju with his own eyes, Hanzo didn't believe he could be much inferior to him. If Hashirama was truly so powerful, why hadn't he managed to unite all the nations under his rule? The so-called god of shinobi? In Hanzo's eyes, he was nothing but a vaunted hypocrite, his legend blown out of proportion. At this moment, Hanzo's confidence in himself was unshakable. So the opponent this time is Hanzo, huh? A look of excitement flashed across Uchiha-Yi's face. He traded glances with Tsunade, and with a tacit understanding, Tsunade tossed him a vial of antidote. This will keep you from being poisoned for 10 minutes. 10 minutes? That's plenty. Leave this to me. You 3 should help out elsewhere. Uchiha-I promptly jabbed the antidote into his shoulder, then locked eyes with Hanzo in the distance. So, are you ready to dance, insect? Need any help? Jiraiya, sensing the murderous intent rolling off Hanzo like a tangible force, couldn't help but ask. He could feel that Uchiha-I had entered Sage Mode. But even in Sage Mode, was Uchiha-I really a match for Hanzo? If the 4 of them managed to take down Hanzo together, it would be a crushing blow to the Land of Rain. The country would fall into chaos and disarray, and they wouldn't need to worry about rain anymore, allowing them to concentrate on Sunagakure. Even so, Uchiha-Yi's words seemed a little too audacious. Kid, I like your spirit. Hanzo hardly finished speaking before his scythe whipped through the air, aimed straight at Uchiha-I. Without hesitation, Uchiha-I drew the golden-bladed sword of Raijin from his back, its light flaring as he parried the flying scythe. In the instant their weapons clashed, the chain attached to the scythe's handle yanked it back, swinging at a devilishly sharp angle for Uchiha-Yi's neck. With several deft twists, Uchiha-Yi's blade spun in a flourish, skillfully blocking Hanzo's assault without missing a beat. Watching Uchiha-I handle the attacks so capably, Orochimaru turned to Jiraiya. Let's go provide support, Jiraiya. Tsunade, you stay here and cover us. Orochimaru had already seen that Uchiha-I was likely Hanzo's equal in strength. Still, he was just a kid, rarely assigned to outside missions, with little actual combat experience. There was a real chance Hanzo could exploit that, so having Tsunade ready to assist was prudent. On top of that, Tsunade was a medical ninja. If the antidote wore off unexpectedly, she could rush in to help right away. All right, Jiraiya watched as Uchiha, and Hanzo clashed, exchanging more than a dozen moves in the blink of an eye. He immediately realized that Uchiha's strength had reached new heights, so he followed Orochimaru and left the scene. Their other companions needed their help. Clang, clang. The figures of Uchiha, and Hanzo flickered back and forth, their weapons striking against each other in a relentless and continuous symphony of steel. As time passed, Hanzo grew increasingly unsettled. His opponent's taijutsu and instant movement skills were on par with his own, something he could hardly believe. Wasn't this boy just a child? Hanzo had always been confident in his swordsmanship, and even more so in his signature body flicker technique. After all, he was originally known as Hanzo the Salamander, master of speed. Yet, somehow, this young man was matching him move for move. How in the world did he train to such a level? No, I can't let him leave here alive. To be honest, I'm disappointed. People told me you were strong, but your skills are underwhelming. Hanzo, do you realize how hard it is to step over an ant without crushing it? The amount of control it takes is remarkable, Uchiha said, unleashing a surge of raw strength that sent Hanzo's weapon flying, forcing him to stagger back. Hanzo's feet scraped across the ground as he was pushed back. Hearing Uchiha's words, his anger flared violently. An ant? This wasn't the first time he'd been called that. This brat may be talented, but he has no respect whatsoever for his elders. Is this the standard of Konoha's education? Completely insufferable. Yet, recalling the blood-red glare of that three-tomo Sharingan in Uchiha's eyes. Ah, so he's an Uchiha. From someone in that clan, such arrogance almost made sense. Made sense? What nonsense? At this very moment, Hanzo's urge to kill Uchiha grew even stronger. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Without a second thought, Hanzo went all out, unleashing his full power as he attacked Uchiha with renewed ferocity. Watching the fight unfold, Tsunade's eyes sparkled. Sure enough, Uchiha hadn't let her down. Now that he was wielding Sage Mode, the battle was steadily shifting in his favor. Still, his constant taunting during the fight. Just where did he learn to talk like that? Tsunade couldn't help but ball her fist in frustration at his relentless provocations. She knew, of course, that Uchiha was deliberately riling Hanzo up, trying to make him lose his composure. After all, Hanzo had previously overwhelmed them, a clear threat. If even Hanzo is an ant, then what does that make the three of them? Less than ants? But there was no denying it. Uchiha was only growing stronger with each exchange. He hadn't even used the Flying Thunder God technique yet, and Hanzo was already being forced back. Screech, as the scythe and the sword of Raijin clashed once more. The blade in his hand erupted with a surge of brilliant lightning. Sage Art, Chidori Stream. This sudden burst of electricity completely took Hanzo by surprise. Single-handed hand seal? Hanzo almost swore out loud. If he could, Hanzo truly wanted to hurl curses at Uchiha at that moment. Uchiha constantly sneering and calling him an insect or riffraff, looked down on Hanzo at every turn. Yet, Hanzo couldn't deny Uchiha's strength. Achieving such power at such a young age, Uchiha had certainly earned the right to be proud. Still, this prideful youth was also cunning to the core, secretly using a one-handed hand seal. Just as Hanzo suspected, there's no such thing as an honorable ninja. Raging lightning numbed Hanzo's whole body, but his reflexes were superb. In a split second, he dropped the scythe and sprang backward. Simultaneously, his hands wove through hand seals at lightning speed, unleashing a barrage of explosive tags toward Uchiha's position. Fire style, explosive flame formation. In the earlier parts of the battle, Hanzo had already planted numerous explosive tags across the ground, and now he seized the chance to use them against Uchiha. In the original timeline, Hanzo would use this very move against Nagato, crippling his legs and turning him into an invalid for life. Yet, this attack proved useless against Uchiha. With a flicker, his form vanished from the explosion's deadly range. That speed, Hanzo's pupils contracted involuntarily. A master of body flicker himself, he could sense acutely that Uchiha's movement was on a whole new level. So swift Hanzo couldn't even track his path. Previously, Uchiha had already shown terrifying speed and mastery of the body flicker, but this time, it was enough to make Hanzo truly anxious. It's just about time, Uchiha murmured, a sly smile playing at his lips. A Rasengan began to form in his right hand, soon swirling with intense wind-style chakra. In a heartbeat, Sage Art, Wine-style, Rasen Shuriken was born. In that instant, Hanzo felt the chill of mortal danger. If that torrent of chakra struck him, even he wouldn't survive. After all, he was still flesh and blood, not some reckless brute like the third Raikage. He could not. Under any circumstance, let that attack come near him. Yet before Hanzo could make a move, the wind-style Raisen Shuriken in Uchiha Yi's hand suddenly vanished. Is this a space-time ninjutsu? In the split second Hanzo realized what was happening, a sharp pain shot through his right arm. He quickly looked over and saw that the Raisen Shuriken had appeared right where his arm was, and on that arm, a clear marking was visible. A terrifying surge of wind chakra began to rampage along his arm, threatening to engulf his entire body from that very spot. Gritting his teeth, Hanzo dashed away as fast as he could, desperate to escape. Did he manage to get away? With the Sharingan and Sage Mode combined, Uchiha Yi's sensory abilities were almost otherworldly. He could feel Hanzo escaping the radius of the wind release. Raisen Shuriken's explosion. It seemed that the spread of the Raisen Shuriken was still a bit too slow. But that was understandable. In his hands, maintaining its stability was crucial, and it simply couldn't detonate the instant it hit the target. That too made sense. Of course, Uchiha Yi could, like Uzumaki Naruto, directly hurl the Sage Art. Wind release. Raisen Shuriken. But against some speedier ninja, it could still be dodged. This time, though, Uchiha Yi used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport the jutsu right at Hanzo's side. Comparatively, this method made it much easier to land a decisive hit. As for how best to use it in the midst of battle, Uchiha Yi knew he would have to adapt depending on the flow of combat, picking the right moment to act. As the raging storm stirred up by the Raisen Shuriken subsided, not far away, Hanzo was kneeling unsteadily on the ground, gasping for air. His right arm was gone entirely, and even his body was riddled with wounds torn open by wind chakra. Hanzo cast a glance full of lingering dread in Uchiha Yi's direction, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Just now, he had come within a hair's breadth of death. You're impressive. You actually managed to evade it, Uchiha Yi said, fixing Hanzo with a steady gaze. But next time, you might not be so lucky. Wait, you don't kill Hanzo. At that moment, Tsunade, who had been frozen in shock all this while, finally regained her composure and hurriedly called out to stop Uchiha Yi. Throughout the battle, Tsunade had felt her heart pounding with anxiety. Uchiha Yi, in his Sage Mode, already outmatched Hanzo in close combat, speed, and instant movement. That alone had left Tsunade stunned. But now, after seeing Uchiha Yi combine the Flying Thunder God technique with an advanced Rasengan-style jutsu to leave Hanzo maimed, even Tsunade found it nearly impossible to believe. This was Hanzo, the very one who had previously suppressed her, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Yet here he was defeated by Uchiha Yi. If that was so, could Uchiha Yi now deal with all three of them just as easily? My disciple. At this point, I doubt there's anyone left in the ninja world who could stand against him. Uchiha Yi instantly understood what Tsunade meant. He turned his gaze toward Hanzo. Hanzo, you've lost. If you surrender now, you can still live. There's hope yet for the land of rain to carry on. I don't think you'd want to see your country bullied and trampled by other nations, would you? Hanzo didn't pose any real threat to Uchiha Yi, aside from his troublesome poisons. But even without Tsunade's antidote, he had ways to protect himself. In Sage Mode, Uchiha Yi possessed an impressive resistance to toxins. Hanzo's poisons would do little against him, even less so now that Hanzo had lost his right arm. With such an injury, his fighting strength would drop dramatically. Let alone Uchiha Yi. Even Tsunade and the others would soon be able to stand on equal footing with Hanzo. Hanzo's eyes locked fiercely on Uchiha Yi, burning with a mixture of anger, hatred, and fear. He understood all too well what he was implying. The land of rain had already been brought to its knees. If Hanzo himself fell, the country would lose its last hope, becoming easy prey for the power-hungry. So long as he lived, there was still the faintest glimmer of hope for his homeland. No matter how deep his resentment toward Yi, no matter the size of his ambition, Hanzo now realized he had reached a point where compromise was the only path left to him. Unless, that is, he was willing to drag the entire land of rain down with him. If he died, all hope would be extinguished. Konoha might even decide to destroy every last remnant. But as long as he survived, there was still a thread he could cling to. What do you want me to do? Hanzo made up his mind quickly, his voice tinged with bitterness. Have your men take on the Suna shinobi. Uchiha Yi's voice was indifferent, leaving no room for negotiation. Damn Suna, Jiraiya cursed as he and Orochimaru wiped out a Suna Jonin squad, vexation leaking into his words, worry written across his face. Compared to Tsunade, Konoha's preparations felt somewhat lacking. Konoha had too many villages to defend. Even though they were at war with Suna inside the Land of Rain, they couldn't afford to send too many forces here. Their usual numbers would have to suffice. No one had expected Tsunade to break all conventions and form an alliance with the Land of Rain, pulling in a large number of elite shinobi. Orochimaru, and the others had been taken completely by surprise. Should things go wrong now, Konoha was at risk of suffering devastating losses. Of course, what weighed most heavily on them was the question: could Uchiha truly defeat Hanzo? If he could, there was still hope for a turnaround. But if not, everyone here faced a perilous fate. It all depended on whether Uchiha was really as formidable as Tsunade claimed. Orochimaru couldn't help but cast his gaze back toward the battlefield from before. The outcome of that fight was unknown. Uchiha possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, so even if he couldn't defeat Hanzo, he should have no trouble protecting himself. In the worst-case scenario, he could always take Tsunade and retreat together. This was the contingency Orochimaru had prepared in advance. At the very least, Tsunade's safety could be guaranteed. Right now, Orochimaru truly embodied the will of fire. He valued his comrades above all else. If only he were a bit stronger. When Hiruzen Sarutobi was 70 years old, he really would have been qualified to inherit the title of Hokage. Of course, looking ahead, even the Orochimaru of the future would also possess the will of fire. If you think about the so-called Konoha Crush plan, the village that suffered the most casualties was Sunagakure. Fearing that the Kazekage might truly harm Konoha, he killed the fourth Kazekage halfway through. Had Orochimaru truly wanted to bring Konoha to ruin, the fourth Kazekage would have been a formidable asset on the battlefield. Of course, Orochimaru also had to worry about the possibility of the Kazekage turning against him. He believed that Hiruzen Sarutobi's continued presence was actually hindering Konoha's development. So he made his move to send off Hiruzen, dealing an initial blow to the dominance of Konoha's so-called F4, and giving Tsunade the chance to return to the village. Of course, that was just one of the many possibilities. Still, Uchiha chose to believe that Orochimaru genuinely cared for Konoha. His betrayal was, in some ways, forced by circumstance. He had lost his humanity, but to be fair, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura were both deeply at fault as well. If it really comes down to it, Orochimaru, let's pull out with our people, Jiraiya said quietly, taking a deep breath. If we make sure our comrades survive, we'll always have a chance to fight back. And if anyone asks, just say I made this decision on my own. You wouldn't even have time to stop me. Orochimaru. For a fleeting moment, a trace of emotion flickered through Orochimaru's eyes. He understood that this time, the blame might well fall on him, jeopardizing his future chances of becoming Hokage. Jiraiya had clearly grasped this and had chosen to step forward and shoulder the blame himself. This fool, with all his rough edges, was actually a pretty good person. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of wind-released chakra swept in from afar, instantly drawing the attention of both Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Even they had never felt such an intense aura of wind chakra before. Could be the third Kazekage? But wasn't the third Kazekage better known for using iron sand rather than wind release? As everyone knew, the first and second Hokage weren't adept at fire release. And likewise, throughout history, the Kazekages had never been particularly skilled at wind-style jutsu. The first Kazekage had relied on puppet techniques, after all. So what in the world is going on here? Could it be Uchiha? But isn't he known for his prowess with lightning and fire release techniques? The two of them found themselves utterly baffled. How about we go over and take a look? After a moment's hesitation, Jiraiya turned to Orochimaru and suggested softly. Neither of them was in great shape, and the situation on the battlefield wasn't exactly in their favor. But when all was said and done, that side posed a significant threat, and the two of them simply couldn't ignore it. Just as Orochimaru wavered in indecision, a figure suddenly appeared not far from where they stood. Kid, what are you doing here? Jiraiya called out to Uchiha, who looked surprisingly neat and unscathed. He hurriedly asked, what about Tsunade? And what happened to Hanzo? Hanzo has been defeated. Tsunade-sensei is tending to his wounds. As part of our bargain, the Land of Rain will soon turn against the Sand Ninja. Uchiha explained quietly, taking note of how rough the two of them were looking. Previously, Jiraiya and Orochimaru had teamed up with Tsunade to fight Hanzo. None of them were in good condition. And now they'd fought their way here, clashing with ninja from other villages. Even an ant can take down an elephant. When there's no overwhelming power, sheer numbers can tip the scale. Uchiha gazed out at the dense ranks of rain and sand ninja, a spark of excitement flickering in his eyes. It had taken tremendous effort to make it onto the battlefield. Why not make this a massacre to remember? Hanzo had now become the stepping stone beneath his feet. This was the perfect chance to push even further. You defeated Hanzo? Jiraiya stared in utter disbelief. They'd experienced Hanzo's strength firsthand in their earlier battle. Yet Uchiha had managed to overcome him with ease. Was this truly the measure of Uchiha's power? Even Orochimaru, looking at Uchiha, felt his blood begin to stir. If Uchiha's victory was only because of the Sharingan, that would have been one thing. But he had relied on Sage Mode and complex ninjutsu. This changed everything. Orochimaru made up his mind to study Sage Mode diligently in the future. If Uchiha could master it, why couldn't he? At that moment, Orochimaru felt genuine respect for Uchiha. This was no ordinary Uchiha. Yes, Sage Mode really has strengthened me greatly. Uchiha's gaze swept out over the distant hordes of sand and rain ninja, still besieging the Leaf Shinobi. But these fools, they deserve to die, don't they? After saying those words, Uchiha transformed into a streak of lightning and shot forward. Before Jiraiya or Orochimaru could even react, he had already plunged into the battlefield. Wielding the Sword of Thunder, he began cutting down the sand ninja one after another. Even the rain ninja, who were considering surrender but had yet to receive Hanzo's command, hesitant and still fighting against the Leaf Ninja, were fair game in Yi's eyes. Taking their lives was entirely justified. What speed! Jiraiya couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight. Why did Uchiha remind him of the Raikage even more than the Raikage himself? Sage Mode, it was even more powerful than he had imagined. He realized he had to train far harder at mastering Sage Mode himself. Truly impressive. Orochimaru licked his lips. Once the war was over, he was determined to have an in-depth discussion with Uchiha about Sage Mode. Yes, he'd also need to look into the situation at Ryuchi Cave. The giant serpents that were notoriously difficult to deal with, and the so-called sages were even more elusive. Though Orochimaru was considered an inheritor of Ryuchi Cave, he had yet to truly visit it himself. At the very least, he needed to wait until he was strong enough to ensure his own safety before considering it. Let's join in and help. We can't let Uchiha steal all the glory. Jiraiya mused for a moment, then turned to invite Orochimaru. Yes, Orochimaru made no objections. The stronger Uchiha became, the more it benefited them. After all, he was Tsunade's apprentice, one of their own. As for what the future might bring, they could deal with that when the time came. If one day Uchiha truly proved himself more deserving than any of them to become Hokage, Orochimaru would offer his congratulations without resentment. Now that's a true genius. Ultimately, Uchiha was very different from the future Minato Namikaze. Orochimaru didn't see himself as any less capable than Minato. Back then, in every way, he considered himself superior. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen chose Minato over him. Proud and ambitious as he was, how could Orochimaru ever accept that? To Orochimaru, Hiruzen was no different from a father. When your own father fails to recognize your worth, especially as Orochimaru began to change, how could he possibly accept that? It was much like the story of Indra. Everyone back then knew Indra was exceptional. Of the sage's two sons, he was clearly the more gifted, and he believed so himself. Had Hagoromo Otsutsuki not made a questionable decision, Indra and Azura might have remained close brothers, which would have benefited all of shinobi society. Alas, Hagoromo didn't choose Indra, an act that signified a lack of trust. For Indra, accepting that was next to impossible. Orochimaru could not accept what had happened. But if Minato Namikaze truly outshone him in every way, Orochimaru would still have given him his blessing. Yet the issue was at that time Orochimaru was in no way inferior to Minato. Apart from Minato's troublesome flying thunder god technique, was Orochimaru really lacking on the battlefield? On the main front lines, it was always Orochimaru who led the armies in deadly battle, while Minato at best took command of a detached force. But now, the power Uchiha displayed far surpassed Orochimaru, and what was even more significant, Uchiha wasn't even relying on a Sharingan, but using Sage Mode and an array of complex jutsu. This made Orochimaru feel a deep sense of recognition toward him. Hanzo, just what are you doing? Chiyo's voice rang out sharply, her tone carrying a cold rebuke. She had actually arrived in the land of rain some time ago and had been tirelessly working to neutralize the poison of the salamander. Any discussions with Hanzo had also been personally negotiated by her. Previously, Chiyo had not stepped onto the battlefield herself. Her intention was to let Hanzo deal with Hiruzen Sarutobi's 3 students, hoping he would kill them himself. She wanted Hanzo to prove his sincerity and offer a show of allegiance. And at the same time, it was a strategy to deplete the military strength of the Land of Rain, a classic case of sitting on a mountain to watch the tigers fight. But Chiyo could never have imagined Hanzo's sudden betrayal. His Rain Ninja had suddenly and viciously turned on the Sand Forces, catching them completely off guard and inflicting heavy losses. Chiyo's anger flared instantly at this reversal. Did Hanzo truly think Tsunade could be pushed around so easily? And yet, when she looked at Hanzo, Chiyo's expression was filled with disbelief. She knew all too well how powerful Hanzo was, a formidable foe who, even if she could nullify the poison of his salamander, she could never best in combat. Hanzo's body flicker technique and mastery of the blade were the perfect counter to Chiyo's own abilities. In the whole of Tsunade, only the Kazekage could stand toe-to-toe with him. But now Hanzo had lost his right hand, and his body bore numerous wounds, a sight that sent thunderous waves crashing through Chiyo's mind. Could it be that Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were truly that powerful? Or perhaps Hiruzen Sarutobi, or even that old, indomitable Uzumaki Mito, had come to the land of rain? Chiyo, I have lost, and your forces are doomed to lose as well. There's no hope for you. The light had faded from Hanzo's eyes. Uchiha, he had shattered the spirit of this once peerless warrior. If it had been Hiruzen Sarutobi who defeated him, Hanzo might have accepted it. But Uchiha, he was different. So young, with such terrifying strength. Who could know what heights he would reach when he truly arrived at his peak? Chiyo instantly grew anxious. She wanted to demand the truth, but then saw Hanzo, wielding his scythe with his only remaining arm, charging straight toward her. Meanwhile, the Rain Ninja began to cooperate with the Konoha Shinobi against the Sand Ninja. Just moments ago, they had been locked in a life-or-death struggle as enemies. Yet now, in this moment, they had joined forces to confront the Sand Shinobi. All one could say was that this world was truly extraordinary. Anything was possible, and the most unexpected alliances could take shape at any time. Lord Madara, Hanzo has lost. White Zetsu's voice was laced with panic as he reported to Uchiha Madara. Lost? Madara paused, surprised by the news. Although he never held Hanzo in particularly high regard, even he had to admit that, to most people, Hanzo was a formidable force. Yet now, White Zetsu was telling him Hanzo had been defeated. Could it be that Mito Uzumaki had come to the front lines? There was no doubt about it. The recent alliance between Tsunade and the Land of Rain included Madara's own manipulations behind the scenes. Neither the Land of Rain nor Tsunade could stand alone against Konoha. Even now, Konoha had yet to commit a significant number of shinobi to the battle, and Madara knew the conflict had to be escalated further to push the war to its next stage. If Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were to perish in the Land of Rain, it would be impossible for Konoha to turn a blind eye. And as for how Madara would bring this about, wasn't it all too simple? After all, it's not as if he was incapable of moving about. If Madara so desired, he could easily manipulate Hanzo through the power of his Sharingan, without anyone being the wiser. Just a subtle hint of Genjutsu could leave even the most vigilant defenseless. And even if Madara himself refrained from acting directly, White Zetsu's ability to stir up trouble was second to none. Madara turned his gaze to Black Zetsu at his side, his tone grave as he questioned, "So, what exactly happened?" It was a young man named Uchiha. He defeated Hanzo. By now, Black Zetsu had gathered intelligence on Uchiha, yet even he found himself at a loss for words. Black Zetsu felt it was imperative to observe Uchiha more closely. At first, Black Zetsu hadn't thought Uchiha would pose any real threat to his plans. After all, he was just another talented Uchiha, and across hundreds and thousands of years, Black Zetsu had seen many such prodigies before. But in the end, Uchiha had no brother, and without that, he could never awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. By now, the Uchiha bloodline had so far declined that awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan was extraordinarily difficult. Even then, one needed to replace and synchronize both eyes with another set of Mangekyo Sharingan, perfectly matching their own, to fully unlock its power. Eyes like these, Uchiha actually possesses them, for they once belonged to Uchiha Kagami. But since this pair of Mangekyo Sharingan is now in Uchiha Madara's hands, there's no way they could ever fall to In other words, even if were to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan in the future, indeed, in this generation of Uchiha, there are those with incredible luck and talent who have awakened their own Mangekyo. Even so, himself could never attain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. No one has attempted it, but Black Zetsu is unquestionably the being who understands the Uchiha clan better than anyone else. If two Mangekyo Sharingan are not compatible, if they do not complement each other, an eternal Mangekyo simply cannot be achieved. Truthfully, at the very start, there was no such thing as the Mangekyo Sharingan, let alone the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. For the last 2.5 years, Uchiha has rarely left the Hidden Leaf, making it difficult for Black Zetsu to keep a close watch on him. He was never sure what heights he might have reached in his growth. But now, he has defeated Hanzo, a feat that forced Black Zetsu to take notice. A 10-year-old Uchiha defeating Hanzo? Does this mean he's already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? And then, There's the question of whether E is connected in some way to Indra. Black Zetsu's gaze drifted, seemingly by accident, to Madara's eyes. After Madara's death, could he perhaps guide E to inherit those eyes? Then, help E awaken the eternal Mangekyo, making him a future backup vessel for such power? E, after all, would also make a formidable pawn. As for whether he could deceive E into accepting this, where was the challenge in that? With the Uchiha's notorious intellect, he could fool them time and again. Indra himself was once taken in by his words. Madara is still following the path Black Zetsu laid out for him. Surely, it would be no more difficult to sway. Uchiha. Madara pondered for a moment, but the name brought no recollection. Clearly, he barely spared the boy a thought. Before Nagato was ready, Madara had no intention of cultivating a successor from within the Uchiha clan. He's Uchiha Kagami's son, a disciple of Tsunade, though it seems it's Uzumaki Mido who has guided him. This time, he defeated Hanzo. As for how he managed it, I'll need to investigate further, Black Zetsu requested. Very well, go take a look. Madara showed no interest in Kagami's affairs. To him, it was simply a matter of acquiring a remarkable pair of eyes. As for Kagami, even if he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he was never particularly bright. To have chosen to become Tobirama Senju's disciple, was that not an embarrassment to the Uchiha? What about the indomitable pride of the Uchiha? Besides, wasn't it Tobirama Senju who killed Izuna Uchiha? Could these Uchihas truly let go of their hatred? True, Madara Uchiha himself once set aside his grudge against Hashirama Senju, but he made it clear he only forgave Hashirama. When it came to Tobirama, the vengeance still burned in his heart. He simply gave Hashirama some face, nothing more. Now, Uchiha E is Tsunade's disciple, and even grew up under the guidance of Mido Uzumaki. Is he going to become another Uchiha Kagami? This left Madara deeply unsettled. Maybe he should just get rid of this kid as well. A teenager capable of defeating Hanzo. Is it possible he's awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? The Mangekyo Sharingan isn't truly invincible, but some of its ocular powers are terrifyingly potent. Even so-called mighty figures have fallen to its tricks before. Guided by White Zetsu, Black Zetsu had his gaze fixed not far from Uchiha E. Watching him wield the sword of Raijin as he charged across the battlefield, a true streak of fire and lightning, Black Zetsu was struck dumb. Every ninja who crossed Yi's path perished on the spot. It wasn't even a Mangekyo Sharingan he was using. Those were just the three Tomo eyes. Yet, the aura radiating from Uchiha E unmistakably suggested he had mastered Sage Mode. Black Zetsu knew of Sage Mode, of course, but never had he ventured near any of the three great sanctuaries. Otsutsuki and the great sanctuaries were bound in a conflict that could never be reconciled. What's more, Black Zetsu had deep misgivings about those fabled lands. Who could say if they would discover his existence? If they managed to connect with his elder brother, it would be disastrous. He did not believe for a moment that Hagoromo Otsutsuki was truly dead. Until he could rescue his mother, Black Zetsu had to keep his identity absolutely secret, never allowing himself to be exposed. He had only seen the might of Sage Mode once before, in Hashirama Senju, and it was indeed a formidable technique. To his surprise, now it had been mastered by Uchiha E as well. What was even more crucial, from Uchiha E, Black Zetsu sensed a familiar aura. Without a doubt, it was the chakra of Indra. With Yi's growing power and the evolution of his Sharingan, the trace of Indra's chakra was becoming ever clearer. It turned out his suspicions were correct. Indra's chakra had splintered, and now he wondered, should he cultivate Uchiha E as an ally? If not, then he would need to eliminate him as soon as possible. No reincarnation of Indra's chakra had ever been simple. Should Uchiha E grow unchecked, no one could predict how strong he might become. Still, Uchiha E is worth investing in. If he were to lose his sight in the future, I would have a chance to draw him into the abyss. But can the Uchiha clan really master Sage Mode as well? This is the first time he's learned of such a thing. And judging by Uchiha Yi's current state, apart from Madara himself, there may be very few shinobi left in the entire world who could challenge him now. Lord Madara, that Uchiha E has mastered Sage Mode, and he's also learned Tobirama Senju's Flying Thunder God technique. Back in the underground vault, Black Zetsu hurriedly reported to Uchiha Madara. Flying Thunder God, the jutsu of Tobirama Senju? Madara frowned. Seriously, what kind of person even tries to learn that technique? Back then, it was exactly this jutsu that Tobirama used to orchestrate Izuna Uchiha's death. A truly despicable and shameless act. The moment Madara thought of Tobirama, murderous intent blazed in his eyes. The Uchiha should never dirty their hands with the Flying Thunder God. Yet now, Black Zetsu was telling him that Uchiha he had mastered it. Discontent welled up inside Madara. How could any Uchiha learn that technique? Had they all forgotten the tragic fate of Izuna? As that thought took hold, Madara once again fell into silence. It wasn't just Izuna who'd been forgotten. Even he, Madara, had likely been left behind by today's Uchiha. He remembered the day he left the Leaf Village. Not a single person was willing to follow. A sharp pang of bitterness struck Madara's heart. Izuna had once begged him to watch over their clan, but in the end, he failed. It wasn't that he betrayed the Uchiha. Rather, it was the Uchiha who betrayed him, Madara's loyalists. Honestly, back when Madara invited us to leave the Leaf, we waited for ages by the rear gate, but never saw him. Who could understand? If you're betraying the village, why in the world did you walk right out the front gate? And to top it off, no one even suspected he was leaving as a traitor. Madara was filled with disappointment and resentment toward the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha remaining in the Leaf had already lost the pride that once defined them. They were like lambs penned inside a cage, no longer worthy of the Uchiha name. That boy, he's strong. Madara's interest in Uchiha, he was piqued. He must be powerful to have fought Hanzo and won. Besides, his lightning style is fearsome. Black Zetsu recalled scenes of Uchiha in battle. If not for the Uchiha features, he might have mistaken him for the Raikage. Truth be told, Uchiha Yi's strength now is probably on par with the third Raikage. Not practicing fire release, but instead lightning release, Madara Uchiha let out a cold snort. Clearly displeased with Uchiha, the boy was hardly a proper Uchiha in his eyes. Has he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan yet? I don't know, but I don't think so. Still, his constitution is remarkable. He's nothing like an ordinary Uchiha youngster. I can sense he has a huge reserve of chakra. Black Zetsu couldn't help but wonder if Uchiha's blood held some ancestral power. In terms of chakra alone, Uchiha far surpassed Madara at the same age. Wait a minute, could it be that Uchiha isn't actually the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, but rather the reincarnation of Hagoromo Otsutsuki himself? If so, that would explain everything. Hagoromo Otsutsuki is almost certainly not truly dead, and after what Madara did, awakening the Rinnegan and summoning the demonic statue of the Outer Path, Hagoromo must have taken notice. It's entirely possible he's chosen to reincarnate as Uchiha. As for why I's chakra doesn't match Hagoromo's vast reserves, isn't that only natural? After all, is still just an Uchiha, and even with Hagoromo's soul, it would take generations for that bloodline to return to its prime. But what am I supposed to do about this now? Black Zetsu felt at a loss. He could try to eliminate while he was still young, snuffing him out before he became a threat. But in doing so, he might draw Hagoromo's direct wrath, forcing the sage himself to intervene. And Hagoromo is nothing like Indra or Azura. Black Zetsu doubted he'd be limited to influencing the world only through reincarnation. If Hagoromo did step in personally, it would be a catastrophe, an overwhelming force that would crush everything. More importantly, if Hagoromo appeared, then the infinite Tsukuyomi would never come to fruition. Madara's entire plan for peace, as spoken of by the Sage of Six Paths, depended on it. If Hagoromo exposed any of this, wouldn't all of Zetsu's scheming be for nothing? Yet if he allowed Uchiha to grow unchecked, who could say what he might become in the future? Damn it, that Hagoromo is a real piece of work, a bottomless pit who wants to cut off everyone's hopes and legacies. Is that how it is? Madara mused, nodding as he considered the possibilities. Suddenly, he burst out angrily. Damn that Tobirama Senju. He won't even spare his disciples' children. I'm sure he's been conducting human experiments on the Uchiha kids. Black Zetsu blinked in confusion, but soon grasped Madara's meaning. Lord Madara, are you saying that the reason Uchiha has become like this is because he's one of Tobirama's test subjects? 8 or 9 out of 10, that must be it. That bastard Tobirama Senju. He's a despicable, shameless scoundrel. Back then, he did everything he could to suppress the Uchiha, and now he's stooped to other means, trying to tamper with and corrupt the clan. Madara Uchiha raged, unable to suppress his fury. No wonder Konoha allows Uchiha to grow as he pleases, and Mito Uzumaki even willingly nurtures him. They must already know about this. Black Zetsu blinked thoughtfully. Did Tobirama really attempt to alter an Uchiha child's genes before the child was even born? In theory, such a thing was possible. But in reality, it was hardly achievable. After all, he himself had struggled for over 1,000 years just to bring about a new pair of Rinnegan eyes. If that was the case, perhaps he should have tried to orchestrate a union between the Uchiha and the Senju, letting a child be born with the blood of both clans, and then try to cultivate the right conditions himself. But this was nearly impossible. Setting aside whether the combination of Senju and Uchiha bloodlines would create some unforeseen outcome, the likelihood of producing such a child was vanishingly small. The issue wasn't as simple as merging Indra and Ashura's chakra, either. To awaken the Rinnegan, it wasn't just about having Senju and Uchiha blood. The true key was the fusion of Indra's chakra and Ashura's chakra. That was the true core of the Rinnegan's awakening. But to artificially cultivate a child and infuse them with these two powerful chakras, how could it possibly be easy? More likely, they'd die on the spot. There was a strong chance Uchiha himself was the reincarnation of Indra. Of course, at present, it seemed there was an even higher likelihood he carried the legacy of Otsutsuki Hagoromo. But then, Black Zetsu thought of another possibility. Perhaps Uchiha really was a product of Tobirama Senju's experiments. A child who, under normal circumstances, would never have survived, but who was selected by the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, to become the vessel of his chakra's reincarnation. If that were true, then Tobirama Senju, you truly deserve death. Lord Madara, what should we do now? Black Zetsu asked cautiously. If all else failed, he would simply wait it out. After Uchiha died, he could resume his plans for the Eye of the Moon. After all, the Rinnegan had already been obtained. There was no rush. Madara Uchiha fell silent. If it were possible, he would have wanted to kill Uchiha directly without hesitation. But with the Flying Thunder God technique at Yi's disposal, even a small miscalculation could allow him to escape and expose the truth that Madara Uchiha was still alive. That would jeopardize his plans irreparably. As for threatening the opponent with those they care about, Madara Uchiha understood the Uchiha clan well. But if something truly happened and the other party awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, wouldn't that make things even more difficult? At present, Madara was without the Rinnegan. Of course, Madara Uchiha would never admit he was afraid of Uchiha. The truth was, his own condition wasn't great either, rather similar to Mito Uzumaki's. He still had the strength for one more battle, but after that, he feared his life would be at its end. Madara had no intention of gambling on the Gedo statue's life force to keep himself alive indefinitely. After a long silence, Madara finally spoke. We must find a way to provoke the other villages to attack Konoha, especially the Hidden Mist village. Forget about fighting among themselves. Push them to wage all-out war against Konoha, with no hesitation or restraint. Even if we can't weaken Uchiha himself, we must still erode Konoha's overall strength. In truth, Madara had wanted to see if the Jinchuriki from other villages could control their tailed beasts well enough to deal with Uchiha. But doing so would be putting the cart before the horse. After all, the plan was to eventually collect all the tailed beasts for the Eye of the Moon project. If those Jinchuriki became too powerful, it would only hinder their objective, unless, of course, Madara died and was later revived by Nagato through the Rinnegan. But right now, Nagato wasn't capable of using Samsara of Heavenly Life technique. The power needed to bring Madara back was beyond extraordinary. Madara even suspected that unless Nagato became the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, or possessed a vast amount of tailed beast chakra, he could never truly resurrect him. Bringing an ordinary person back to life was one thing, but reviving Madara Uchiha was on an entirely different level, a challenge of a far greater order. Just like in the future Fourth Great Ninja War, when Madara was first summoned through the Impure World reincarnation, he initially believed he'd been revived and boasted that Nagato had grown powerful. But soon enough, he realized the truth of his condition. And later, instead of having Obito directly resurrect him with Samsara of Heavenly Life, Madara had Obito first become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, showing no concern that Obito might use infinite Tsukuyami for himself. It was only after Obito failed that Madara had Black Zetsu use Obito to perform the resurrection. Even in normal circumstances, Obito would likely have been unable to bring Madara back. The same went for Nagato. After awakening the Rinnegan, Madara was a peerless force just beneath the Sage of Six Paths, a half-step into the realm of the divine. Only with the chakra of the Ten Tails, perhaps, could he be fully restored to life. The new vessel hadn't been found yet. For all his reasons, personal and otherwise, Madara was determined not to die. Yes, Black Zetsu responded without the slightest hesitation, and try to figure out whether it's possible to further intensify the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha. After a long hesitation, Madara Uchiha spoke again. Originally, Madara had no intention of harming the Uchiha clan. After all, before his death, Izuna's wish was for Madara to protect the Uchiha, even though, later on, the clan betrayed him, becoming dogs with broken spines. Still, Madara could never bring himself to act against the Uchiha. This was the clan he had devoted half of his life to. How could he abandon them so easily? In fact, if the Uchiha had not all turned their backs on him, if even a single person had been willing to leave Konoha with him, Madara would never have bet everything on the Eye of the Moon plan. He might have attacked another village, founded one of his own, and then tried to forge a different path toward peace. He had foreseen that, after he and Hashirama Senju's deaths, chaos would break out across the shinobi world, with war rearing its head again, and reality proved him right. Madara had always longed to bring peace to the world of shinobi, but fate simply would not allow it. In the end, he lost faith in this world, placing his hopes in the infinite Tsukuyomi. Yet now, with someone as peculiar as Uchiha emerging, and with that scheming and scrupulous Tobirama Senju reaching his hand deep into Uchiha affairs, Madara had no choice but to act. Yes, Master Madara, Black Zetsu agreed after thinking for a brief moment. Right now, with Mito Uzumaki still alive, it would not be easy for them to enter Konoha. However, that didn't mean there was nothing they could do elsewhere. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi had already put on his armor. Danzo Shimura, Hamura Mitokado, and Koharu Uchiha were also waiting there. Monkey, now is not the time for you to head to the battlefield. Don't forget what happened with Lord Tobirama. Koharu Uchiha reminded Hiruzen, her tone stern. Konoha can't withstand a repetition of that chaos. One couldn't tell whether Koharu was thinking of her own interests or genuinely concerned for Konoha as a whole, and insisting that Hiruzen stay out of battle. Ultimately, their own positions depended on Hiruzen. If something were to happen to him, the entire Sarutobi faction could be thrown into crisis, perhaps even collapse altogether. What would become of them and the clans behind them then? Hiruzen furrowed his brows. Back during the Great Battle, he'd taken to the field himself. Now, as Hokage, he felt more constrained than ever, a source of considerable frustration. With Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru all now facing off against Hanzo, his worry and agitation only grew. Setting aside Tsunade for the moment, Jiraiya and Orochimaru held a unique place in Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart. He truly regarded them as his own sons. Now that something had happened to his sons, how could he, as their father, possibly stand by and do nothing? Let me go to the land of rain in your stead, Danzo said after a brief hesitation. If he could save these three, not only would he gain tremendous prestige, but he would also win the friendship of Tsunade and the others. For him, it was an opportunity with only benefits and no drawbacks. Moreover, the Mokutan project had recently encountered some obstacles, and he wanted to invite Orochimaru to join in. Deep down, Danzo couldn't help but feel a growing appreciation for extraordinary talent. Hiruzen looked at Danzo, suspicion in his eyes. He knew Danzo's strengths and weaknesses all too well. If Danzo really came face-to-face with Hanzo, wouldn't he just get beaten to a pulp? Tsunade wants to use reverse summoning to send Uchiha to the land of rain? What's your take on this? Mitokado Hamura fixed his gaze on Hiruzen as he asked. Hiruzen shot Hamura a glance and replied in a tone that brooked no argument. He has been training in the Shikatsu forest recently. If Tsunade runs into danger and uses reverse summoning to call him over, it makes perfect sense. After all, Uchiha was one of his own. If he raised objections at a time like this, it would practically be singling out Uchiha. That would only push Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru further away from him. For both emotional and strategic reasons, he had every reason to help complete the necessary procedures. I wonder how much I's strength has grown over these 2 years, Danzo mused, his curiosity evident. 2 years ago, Uchiha had already displayed abilities on par with the Jonin, something Danzo had found hard to believe at the time. Now, after 2 more years, just how far had he come? It was worth noting that he was still in the midst of a period of rapid improvement. I'm not certain, but I doubt he'd be any weaker than Tsunade and the others, Hiruzen said, a touch of uncertainty in his voice. Lord Mito sent him to the Shikatsu forest to study Sage Mode. Whether or not he succeeds is still unknown, but if he does, his strength will surely reach new heights. We can't underestimate Yi's talent for learning. Danzo fell silent. If they all had Uchiha Yi's learning ability, their own strength would undoubtedly have reached new heights as well. After this is over, let's have Uchiha join the ENBU, Mitokado Hamura suggested. That way, a lot of things can be justified and handled more efficiently. Clearly, Hamura had no intention of making things difficult for in this matter. If anything, targeting would only turn Orochimaru into his enemy in the future as well. All right, that will do as well. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not refuse the proposal. Weighing the options, sending Uchiha to the battlefield, keeping him within the village, or having him disappear into the shadows as an ANBU operative, Hiruzen ultimately decided that Uchiha should conceal his identity and lie low. There was simply no other way. Uchiha Yi's prodigious talent bordered on monstrous. There was no denying it. At that moment, a white snake slithered into the office. Hiruzen immediately approached it and reached out with his hand. The snake opened its jaws and produced a scroll, which it delivered. As Hiruzen read the contents, his expression froze in utter astonishment. Danzo, Shimura, and the others crowded around him, quickly scanning the scroll themselves. Their faces betrayed their shock. None of them could find the words to speak. Hanzo had lost. In a one-on-one battle, he was defeated by Uchiha E, who had mastered Sage Mode. Then, the Land of Rain switched sides, joining forces with the Leaf Ninja to overcome the Sand Shinobi. As of now, they were preparing to drive the Sand Shinobi completely out of the Land of Rain. Even more staggering was that Hanzo had lost a hand at Uchiha Yi's hands, leaving everyone speechless with shock. "Monkey, could you have done this?" After a lengthy silence, Danzo finally spoke up. "I couldn't. Hanzo and I are about equal in strength," Hiruzen replied, his eyes troubled as he shook his head. If Uchiha Yi's power truly reached this level, then it would surpass even his own. What was Lady Mito thinking? Why did she have Uchiha Yi train in Sage Mode? Of course, Hiruzen had no intention of blaming Mito Uzumaki. She was working to cultivate talent for the Leaf. Regardless of other considerations, the stronger Uchiha Yi became, the more it would benefit the village. He understood Mito's intentions perfectly. No matter what attitude Uchiha Yi might hold in the future, as long as his power increased, it would bring more good than harm to the Leaf. From a standpoint of Konoha, Hiruzen would have made the same choice. If Uchiha Yi could really grow to rival someone like Madara Uchiha, as long as he still cared about the Leaf in his heart, Hiruzen would gladly entrust the village to him with no regrets. "It seems the boy's strength is growing dangerously unpredictable," Danzo said, feeling his stomach twist in frustration. It had been a suggestion to marginalize and sideline Uchiha Yi. At first, they thought that by doing so, Uchiha Yi would fade into obscurity over time. After all, no true powerhouse is forged in a sheltered greenhouse, or so Danzo had believed. So what happened with Uchiha? Should they have had him run relentless missions from the start, never allowed to rest or train, denying him the chance to improve his skills or master ninjutsu? There's no doubt that Itachi Uchiha is an inheritor of the will of fire. I trust him. I trust Kagami. I trust Lady Mito. Hiruzen Sarutobi declared his stance without hesitation. His only real concern was that if Itachi became Hokage, it might threaten the Sarutobi clan's interests, but beyond that, he had no objection. As long as Itachi didn't become Hokage, Hiruzen was willing to grant him any amount of honor and recognition. If Fugaku ever made things unbearable for Itachi, to the point where in his anger Itachi annihilated the entire Uchiha clan, even then, Hiruzen wouldn't hesitate to shoulder the blame for him and pave the way for Itachi to become Hokage. That outcome would benefit both Konoha and the Sarutobi clan. The debt Itachi owed for such support could never be forgotten. Now that Itachi had truly grown, Hiruzen felt there was no need to target him deliberately. Anything but power he could grant to Itachi. "Seems you won't need to head to the front lines after all," Koyudatane remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Hiruzen. She hesitated for a moment before adding, "The Uchiha haven't been exactly quiet lately. Perhaps it's finally time to reveal the truth about Itachi." Hiruzen nodded slightly. Let Itachi and Fugaku be at each other's throats. Fugaku and the clan leaders supporting him were no mere enemies. Itachi couldn't hope to resolve everything with sheer force. This would be enough to tie up most of Itachi's attention and energy. Besides, they needed to build up Itachi's reputation. If not, no matter how exceptional his strength or how great his fame became, the Uchiha clan was unlikely to truly accept him. The Uchihas certainly admired strength, but their leaders were expected to act in the clan's best interest. Madara himself had been powerful, but even he had been betrayed by his own people. "Yes, Hanzo has already been dealt with, so there's no need for me on the battlefield now. This time, let's promote Itachi to Jonin at 10 years old." Hiruzen couldn't help but grimace at the thought. Technically, Itachi hadn't even completed all the mission requirements, but if a ninja stronger than even the Hokage couldn't be promoted to Jonin, then whoever could. Come to think of it, they'd even forgotten to make him a Chunin yet. Originally, Hiruzen had planned to hold a Chunin exam before the war started, inviting other villages to participate so Itachi could showcase his abilities. Yet events had moved far too quickly. Itachi was still a genin. He had forgotten to promote Itachi in the past 2 years. But Itachi himself likely wasn't all that concerned. With the authority of the Hokage, promoting a genin to Chunin is a matter of little effort. However, if one wishes to promote someone to Jounin, a range of rigorous evaluations must be undertaken. After all, in theory, a Jounin gains the right to run for Hokage, as well as the privilege to vote. Konoha has always strictly limited the number of Jounin. There are many clan shinobi whose abilities are more than sufficient, yet they still haven't attained the rank of Jounin. When Hiruzen Sarutobi promoted Uchiha to Jounin at the age of 10, this act was clearly meant to send a positive message, demonstrating that the village would not suppress Uchiha simply because of his youth. If Uchiha is willing, we could also invite him to join the Umbu, Shimura Danzo added at that moment. He could be given command of a squad, and when he's older, even a platoon, just as Kagami once did. Truth be told, Shimura Danzo harbored a certain longing for the Uchiha Sharingan. After all, the Mangekyo Sharingan that Kagami once wielded was an awe-inspiring power. Yet, compared with the Mangekyo Sharingan, Danzo's greatest interest now lay with wood release. He was the foremost researcher involved in wood release experiments, and, to him, Sharingan paled beside it. Moreover, Uchiha had chosen to pursue the path of the Senju rather than develop the Sharingan. Therefore, as a precaution for the future position of Hokage, Uchiha still had to be kept in check. But beyond this political concern, Shimura Danzo genuinely admired Uchiha. If it weren't for the objections of others, Danzo would have dreamed of bringing Uchiha into the Foundation under his command. Yes, I understand, Hiruzen replied, taking a thoughtful puff from his pipe. And I believe that child. Would not refuse. After all, Hiruzen had already mapped out Uchiha-Yi's future assignments, such as protecting the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Currently, Mito Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, had developed a close relationship with Uchiha to the point where one could say she personally mentored him. Hiruzen was confident he would not turn down the duty of guarding her. As for the next potential host of the Nine-Tails, it was highly likely to be Kushina Uzumaki, depending on whether their wood release project proved successful. If the wood release project succeeded, there would be no need for Kushina Uzumaki to shoulder that burden, and she would finally gain her freedom. But if the plan failed, Kushina would still be the best candidate to become the next Jinchuriki, unless, of course, they could find another member of the Uzumaki clan with a rare chakra-suppressing constitution. As far as Hiruzen knew, such a trait was extremely uncommon, even among the Uzumaki. When thinking about Kushina Uzumaki, Hiruzen Sarutobi found himself impulsively considering whether he should simply let Kushina and Itachi Uchiha be together and make her the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Though this would indeed give Itachi an opportunity to come into contact with the Nine-Tails, under the current circumstances, could they truly prevent Itachi from getting close to the Nine-Tails if he set his mind to it? If Kushina became the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, she would have to remain in the village at all times, unable to leave. By that logic, Itachi would also need to stay by her side as her protector. Wasn't this, in essence, a means to restrict Itachi's movements? Hiruzen felt rather clever for thinking of this strategy. Moreover, he could even work some psychological manipulation on Itachi, telling him he was still too young, that he should patiently wait for the right chance to come along, and that the future was his for the taking. Then, when Itachi came of age, Hiruzen could reveal the hidden dangers associated with the Uchiha clan and tell him that to become Hokage, he must first resolve the issues surrounding his own clan. Hiruzen was sure that Itachi, eventually, would come to understand his point of view. Itachi was a ninja who had inherited the will of fire. As a ninja, enduring hardships that ordinary people could never bear was simply part of his calling. As for granting Itachi a certain degree of power, Hiruzen considered that a necessary sacrifice. Setting aside his concerns about the Uchiha clan, Hiruzen admitted to himself that he truly liked Itachi as a person. Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes. Their wood release project needed to be accelerated, rapidly. Now that the Land of Rain had surrendered, could he perhaps go there to seize some ninja for their purposes? That thought alone made Danzo almost itch with excitement. Where's Jiraiya? When Itachi and Tsunade returned to the main tent, they found only Orochimaru there. Jiraiya was nowhere to be seen. Hearing Tsunade mention Jiraiya, Orochimaru's expression darkened. While we were pursuing a group of sand ninja, we came across 3 children. He decided to stay behind and take care of those 3 orphans from the Land of Rain. At the mention of this, Orochimaru's displeasure was obvious. He truly couldn't understand why Jiraiya always let compassion get in the way. That idiot. Orochimaru, didn't you try to stop him? The village is at war with Tsunade right now. If word gets out about this, people could accuse Jiraiya of desertion. And it's not just him. He could end up bringing scandal on Master Sarutobi as well. Tsunade's whole body tensed with worry. She knew Jiraiya was unreliable, but she never imagined he could be this reckless. Leaving the battlefield in the midst of a war, while it could be overlooked to an extent since Orochimaru was in charge and could turn a blind eye if Jiraiya wasn't gone too long, there were still limits to what could be excused. But Jiraiya went out to teach the children of the Land of Rain. In the future, when these children grow up, will they harbor resentment against Konoha? If they ever become a threat to the village, Jiraiya will have to bear responsibility for that. Uchiha Yi's gaze flickered. Was it Nagato's group he was referring to? He hadn't expected that Jiraiya would end up making contact with those three after all. Uchiha Yi, however, had no intention of reaching out to Nagato himself. If anyone else approached them, Madara could probably accept it, but if he were to go personally, it might force Madara to show his hand. As he was now, he might not even be able to match today's old Madara in strength. That fool Jiraiya, if he could actually be persuaded, that would be the real surprise. He thinks that because we fought here in the land of rain and turned the place into a battlefield, making these children wander without homes, he has to do something to make amends, Orochimaru said, falling silent toward the end. Truth be told, Jiraiya really was too naive. How was the land of rain becoming a war zone any fault of ours? Tsunade huffed, a frustrated half-laugh escaping her. If it weren't for Hanzo and his bottomless greed, trying to provoke the land of iron and test the limits of the daimyo, we wouldn't have ended up fighting here at all. The downfall of the land of rain was caused by their own ambition. You pay the price for the mistakes you make. Perhaps, for Jiraiya, he believes that the common people below shouldn't have to pay for the mistakes of those in power above. Uchiha he added at this moment. That idiot Jiraiya. Orochimaru frowned. Jiraiya's way of thinking was all wrong. First and foremost, he was a ninja of Konoha, and he should have his priorities straight. When it comes down to it, those three children are not from Konoha at all. If they really grew up, who's to say they wouldn't become Konoha's enemies one day? What's more, the war with the Sand Village had already broken out in full force. Yet Jiraiya chose this moment to run off. If he'd left for an urgent mission, that would be another matter, but as it stands, it leaves a bitter taste, one even Orochimaru can't ignore. Such behavior really could be called outright betrayal. It is pretty foolish, Tsunade scoffed, crossing her arms. Honestly, that guy, he always falls short at the crucial moment. Never reliable. Hearing this, Uchiha raised an eyebrow. In critical moments, Jiraiya could actually be counted on. Just like in the future, when he would look after Naruto, Jiraiya was always dependable. If it weren't for the intelligence Jiraiya risked his life to obtain for Naruto, defeating Nagato would have been nearly impossible. But for Tsunade at this point in time, Jiraiya seemed anything but reliable. But thinking it over carefully, Itachi Uchiha could understand. After all, they had grown up together since childhood, and Jiraiya, as he was now, truly didn't seem reliable. Moreover, leaving at such a crucial time really did make Jiraiya seem untrustworthy. With Jiraiya gone, their squad would inevitably be separated, and who could guarantee that dangerous enemies wouldn't appear in the future? Judging by the situation, Jiraiya wouldn't be back for several years, so their three-man cell was as good as disbanded. Oh, right, Itachi-kun, this is for you. As if suddenly remembering something, Orochimaru took a scroll from inside his robes and handed it to Itachi. Itachi accepted the scroll and unrolled it, discovering it was a mission dossier along with his formal village departure documents. With these, Itachi's journey to the battlefield would be legitimate and sanctioned. As for why no one knew about this earlier, it was all a matter of classified information. By keeping things under wraps, they managed to catch everyone by surprise. This time, Itachi's name had truly spread far and wide. Having defeated Hanzo, the demigod, in open combat, and later joining the fray to slaughter Sand Shinobi without restraint, it was reported that in this single campaign alone, Itachi had personally killed over 300 Sandines. Among them were 6 special Jonin, 3 standard Jonin, and 1 elite Jonin. Such a record was nothing short of terrifying. After all, the total number of Sand Shinobi operating in the Land of Rain didn't even reach 2,000, and that was after they'd reinforced their numbers to counter Konoha. With Rain and Leaf Ninja working together, this time Tsunadekire's forces in the Land of Rain had truly been routed. Sarutobi-sensei is preparing to promote you to Jonin. With achievements like yours, it would be inconceivable not to promote you. Honestly, I hadn't realized you were still a Genin. You all completed so many missions, and Tsunade never pushed for your promotion. Even Nawaki had made it to Chunin status before I left Konoha. Orochimaru's words trailed into a helpless sigh. He wondered how Nawaki was doing now. The boy was over 12, entering a period of rapid growth. Once the war stabilized, Nawaki, Mikoto Uchiha, and Hayashi Hyuga could all be brought to the front lines for experience. Training in the safety of the village wouldn't do forever. Adapting to the reality of war was essential. This conflict might end, but there would always be another. The Third Ninja World War was only a matter of time. When the moment came, would Nawaki and the others still be able to shelter inside the village? By then, Nawaki would surely become, as he himself had now, a key player and core strength. Getting a head start on battlefield experience was absolutely crucial. I forgot about it before, and Lady Tsunade never recommended me either. Uchiha glanced over at Tsunade, who stood to the side. In truth, his three-person team had handled quite a number of missions. During that period, they were tasked with a D-rank mission nearly every day, and that alone rapidly increased their mission count. Later on, when they set out for another assignment, Kushina Uzumaki suffered a problem with her chakra pathways, and Tsunade was called away to the front lines. Their team more or less faded into the background. Neither Uchiha nor Rin Hyuga showed any intention of reforming new squads. Instead, they headed to Mito Uzumaki's place to train. Still, he had to admit, his teacher was truly unreliable. Most likely, Tsunade had simply forgotten to help them apply for the Chunin exams. Since Tsunade didn't do it, Hiruzen Sarutobi wouldn't have promoted them for no reason either. It was overstepping her bounds, after all, so in the end, all of this was really Tsunade's doing. Tsunade's gaze grew evasive. Truth be told, she had indeed forgotten, but it hardly mattered now. Even if Uchiha wasn't the youngest Chunin ever, he was still the youngest Jonin in history. Besides, with the strength Uchiha currently wielded, mere Jonin status hardly did him justice. Yet, the village had little left to offer someone like him. By the way, Ikuin, why don't we discuss Sage Mode? Sensing Tsunade's embarrassment, Orochimaru changed the subject. Sage Mode? HM? What do you want to know? Didn't Ryuchi Cave also have their own version of Sage Mode? Uchiha showed no intention of pressing Tsunade any further. That woman had always been unreliable. He'd long known that. In truth, among the legendary Sannin, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, the most dependable one at this stage was undoubtedly Orochimaru. No wonder both Hiruzen Sarutobi and Kohor Udatain considered Orochimaru the prime candidate to be Hokage. Yes, Ryuchi Cave does have a Sage Mode, but their training is quite peculiar. Orochimaru nodded lightly. To put it accurately, it's incredibly dangerous. Sage Mode is indeed powerful. Fundamentally, it acts as an amplifier. If you, in your current state, manage to master Sage Mode, you could immediately stand among the Kage. Uchiha chuckled softly. But mastering natural energy in Sage Mode is, of course, extremely difficult. Actually, whether it's the Sage Modes of Ryuchi Cave, Mount Mayaboku, or Shikatsu Forest, each style truly belongs to them. Human bodies are structurally distinct. Even our cells differ, so what works for them may not suit us. That's why the risks are so great. So does humanity need its own unique Sage Mode? Orochimaru suddenly saw the light, feeling as if this was the very path he was destined to walk in the future. He was tempted to ask Uchiha for a bit of his blood, hoping to research Sage Mode for himself, but after a moment's thought, he dismissed the idea. After all, Uchiha was not only a master of Sage Mode, but also a member of the Uchiha clan. To recklessly ask a bloodline ninja for their blood would be extremely presumptuous. In the ninja world, there were even certain jutsu that could place curses on people using their blood. A ninja's blood, as well as their cells, held many of their secrets. Not to mention Uchiha. Even if someone were to ask Orochimaru himself for his blood, he would absolutely refuse, perhaps even turn hostile on the spot. Though Orochimaru considered himself to have a decent relationship with Uchiha, it was nowhere near close enough to openly ask for blood. If the roles were reversed, he certainly wouldn't agree either. After this, I'm planning to delve into research on Sage Mode. I'd appreciate any help you could offer, Orochimaru said, pausing before adding, of course, if there's anything you need from me in return, just say the word. I've got plenty of free time lately, Uchiha replied, but researching Sage Mode isn't easy. One wrong move, and it can be fatal. Naturally, I can help you avoid being consumed by natural energy, but it would mean I'd have to watch you closely at all times. Uchiha didn't refuse. He understood Orochimaru's intentions, and the two exchanged a knowing smile. There was an unspoken understanding between them. This was not an easy favor to owe. At the very least, in the future, if Uchiha ever needed something from Orochimaru, it would be difficult for Orochimaru to refuse. At least for now, Orochimaru had no way to turn him down. Uchiha didn't mind collaborating with Orochimaru. After all, this wasn't the later Orochimaru. He still retained much of his humanity. Besides, even if Orochimaru would one day stray onto the wrong path, desiring Uchiha Sasuke's body, in the end, all he got was someone who became like a wild father to him. Uchiha had his suspicions. Perhaps Orochimaru had been set up all along. Maybe Uchiha Itachi had used Genjutsu to guide Orochimaru's actions. On the one hand, encouraging him to cultivate Sasuke, but on the other, preventing any true harm from befalling him. Uchiha didn't mind forging a good relationship with Orochimaru. Even if Orochimaru's current strength was far below his own, and he hardly seemed qualified to be an ally. But the threats Uchiha would face in the future weren't just those of the ninja world. There was still the looming menace of the Otsutsuki clan. Strengthening his own side was absolutely necessary. Without that incident with Nawaki, Orochimaru was clearly someone with human warmth, someone who could be utterly reliable for those he saw as his own. At the very least, Uchiha hadn't sensed even a hint of malice from Orochimaru so far. If Uchiha had defeated Hanzo by using his Sharingan, then Orochimaru might have shown a hint of envy or jealousy. But since Uchiha accomplished the feat using ordinary ninjutsu and sage mode, the situation became very different. Well then, I'll be in your debt, Orochimaru said, sensing that this favor might become a rather significant one. He wondered what he could possibly do in return for Uchiha. Such a task seemed far from simple. Could it be that he might have to support Uchiha in becoming Hokage one day? That didn't seem entirely impossible, after all. Uchiha was Tsunade's student, and thus considered part of their inner circle. Orochimaru himself harbored no particular animosity toward the Uchiha, and besides, Uchiha was by no means an ordinary Uchiha. Uchiha's strength earned Orochimaru's genuine respect, especially since he had saved his life. If Uchiha were to become Hokage, Orochimaru thought it wouldn't be something he couldn't accept. Moreover, should Uchiha rise to the title of Hokage, there would be plenty of benefits in it for Orochimaru as well. Uchiha was in need of support, and Orochimaru was in an ideal position to offer it. The current Uchiha clan could only give limited assistance to him, so Orochimaru would be the best ally. After all, Uchiha Makoto was still his disciple. They were all on the same side. He could easily become someone in the mold of Shimura Danzo. As for promoting his own disciple, Nawaki, to Hokage, well, that was out of the question. Neither Uzumaki Mido nor Tsunade actually supported the idea of Nawaki becoming Hokage. Frankly, he just wasn't suited for such a role. Thinking back on the strength Uchiha had demonstrated before, and the legend of the Sage of Six Paths, Orochimaru felt as if all of it might be entirely worth it. But what a shame for Minato Namikaze, Uchiha mused aloud, continuing to poke fun at Jiraiya. If he ever found out that Jiraiya would rather teach a stranger than guide him, Minato would probably break down and cry. It seemed Jiraiya was, as ever, unreliable. During the future Ninetales incident, after all, Jiraiya wasn't around. If only he'd been present, perhaps Minato Namikaze wouldn't have had to die. Later, Naruto Uzumaki hardly had a good life in Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi actually provided him with a decent living allowance. Some fan-written stories, eager to vilify Sarutobi, claim he never even gave Naruto money. But in reality, there was always some Naruto just spent his money on all sorts of useless things. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to buy paint for his mischief. That spoiled milk? It was only because Naruto had no one teaching him otherwise. He had money, but sometimes he simply couldn't manage to buy the right things. Sometimes silent neglect is the cruelest thing of all. Yet, during all that time, Jiraiya never seemed to visit Naruto Uzumaki even once. Of course, it could be argued that Jiraiya put his trust in Hiruzen Sarutobi, believing he'd take good care of Naruto. Jiraiya himself was out in the world, searching for the savior who would change the fate of the ninja world. One could also say that Minato Namikaze was Jiraiya's student. Jiraiya was the one who taught Minato. In the end, it's Minato who owes Jiraiya, not the other way around. Besides, Jiraiya was under no obligation to take care of Naruto Uzumaki. Even Kakashi Hitaki, who was once Minato's own student, didn't look after Naruto, did he? Still, this kind of heartless indifference is really going too far. Minato Namikaze, huh? Orochimaru's impression of Minato was a lasting one. Both had humble beginnings, and both seized a single opportunity that allowed their strength to rise dramatically. They were much alike in that sense. It's a pity that Minato became Jiraiya's student. Otherwise, Orochimaru wouldn't have minded taking him on as a disciple himself. Now, with Jiraiya having dragged him into all this, what a waste of potential. We really should tell Minato about this when we get back. Let Jiraiya's own pupil see for himself just how unreliable his teacher truly is, Tsunade said with a cold smirk. There was a time when she considered letting Jiraiya become Nawaki's sensei, too. But looking back now, she felt deeply relieved that she had chosen Orochimaru for Nawaki, not Jiraiya. Not a bad idea. Orochimaru sighed softly, glancing at Tsunade with an inscrutable gaze. It wasn't that he had any particular feelings for her. They were comrades, able to trust one another with their lives. More than anything, he found himself growing nostalgic. With Jiraiya's departure, the team they had all worked so hard to hold together was, for all intents and purposes, finished. By rights, their team should have dissolved long ago, but all three of them had tried desperately to keep it together. And in the end, it was Jiraiya, the biggest fool of them all, who was first to leave. Time had slipped by unnoticed. Somehow, they'd all grown up. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru had come of age together. They all cared about each other. But this time, Jiraiya's actions had truly disappointed Orochimaru. Perhaps Jiraiya understood everything. He knew the consequences of his choices would mean breaking up the team, yet he still went his own way. Even Orochimaru couldn't help feeling a pang of sadness over it. Still, they'd all grown up, and they knew this day was bound to come. What they couldn't accept was that the reason for it was so absurdly small. What about you? Are you heading back to the village next? Tsunade turned to ask Itachi Uchiha. Yes, Uchiha replied. And you two should leave the land of rain as soon as you can. Even though Hanzo has surrendered to us, there's no telling what that man might do. Uchiha gave a small nod. The land of rain was far too dangerous for comfort. He had no intention of staying a moment longer than necessary. Who could say if, out of nowhere, another Madara Uchiha might show up? Hanzo is certainly formidable, no doubt about it. But if we can't defeat him in his current state, then we might as well pack up and go home, Tsunade said with a confident smile, fully aware of her and Orochimaru's own strength. Besides, didn't she still have the strongest summoning beast in the entire ninja world at her command? Inside a hidden sand ninja base, the third Kazekage questioned Chiyo with deep dissatisfaction. Chiyo, how did it come to this? I don't want to hear any excuses. Chiyo was in poor shape. This time, the sand had suffered heavy losses in the land of rain, and, as the commander on the front lines, she could hardly shirk responsibility. Hanzo turned on us at the last moment. However, he lost his right hand. Seems he was defeated in battle, though I'm not sure by whom, Chiyo replied with a bitter smile. The third Kazekage fell silent. Hanzo had betrayed them, but the most vital point was, Hanzo had actually lost. Confident though he was in his own abilities, even called the strongest Kazekage by some, tongues wagging or not, he never denied those boasts and secretly relished them. But if Hanzo's strength matched his own, and Hanzo lost, what did that mean for him? His thoughts turned immediately to Uzumaki Mido. Could that stubborn old relic have been forced onto the battlefield herself? Send the ANBU to investigate this matter, the third Kazekage ordered after a brief pause. His gaze fixed once more on Chiyo before him. But regardless, someone has to answer for what's happened. The village has suffered grievously under your command. I trust you realize this. I understand. Chiyo's bitter smile deepened. She knew there was no evading her share of the blame. In the end, she simply hadn't led them to victory. But what truly gnawed at her was not just the burden of responsibility, but the knowledge that her own strategic errors had cost her village so much. Report. At that moment, an ANBU operative strode up and placed a scroll before the third Kazekage. He unfurled it, his expression turning grim as he read. With a scornful laugh, he tossed the scroll toward Chiyo. Well now, 10-year-old Uchiha supposedly defeated Hanzo, killed over 100 sand ninja on the battlefield in the land of rain too. Sounds more like a tall tale to me. What, does Hiruzen Sarutobi have some old grudge against this Uchiha, that he's making up stories to spread hatred? Or has desperation in the war led Konoha to invent fairy tales just to boost morale? Granny Chiyo narrowed her eyes, but said nothing more. A 10-year-old Uchiha defeating Hanzo? Uchiha Madara, back in his day, could even he have managed such a feat? As soon as Uchiha Yi's remarkable achievements in the land of rain became known, the Hokage's office wasted no time in making the news official. In an instant, the entire village of Konoha, and in fact, the whole ninja world, was set ablaze with excitement. Many in the village had already learned of Hanzo, the man whom even the Hokage was hard-pressed to match in strength. To think he was defeated by the Uchiha clan's young prodigy, losing even an arm in the process, awakened old memories. People recalled there was indeed such a genius quietly living among them. After all, over the past 2.5 years, Uchiha, he had kept an extraordinarily low profile. Even within the Uchiha compound, he was rarely seen. Without delay, Yohei Uchiha sought out Mikoto Uchiha, cutting straight to the point. Did that kid awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan? No, I don't think so. At least he's never mentioned it. Mikoto answered, hesitating slightly. Yi's ocular powers had always been especially strong. Mikoto herself suspected his eyes might have already surpassed even her father's. But as for whether he had awakened the Mangekyo, Mikoto truly didn't know. At the very least, he had never told her so himself. No manjiki. Yohei frowned deeply. Hanzo's strength was undeniable, far beyond his own. For E to have defeated such a man was almost certainly true. Yes, it seems to be real. Lately, he has been in Ryuchi Cave training in Sage Mode. Also, I've heard the requirements to awaken a Mangekyo are extremely demanding. Mikoto looked as if she wanted to say more, but hesitated. He had once spoken to her about the Sharingan, explaining that the Uchiha clan was one of love. It is only by understanding love, and then losing it, that one's Sharingan can evolve. For those with notable talent, extreme emotional upheaval could also trigger an awakening. Yet lately, Yi's emotions seemed remarkably stable. It also seemed that Grandmother Mito was not eager for Yi to awaken to Mangekyo Sharingan. Mikoto couldn't fathom the reason, but she trusted that Grandmother Mito would never wish harm upon Yi. Indeed, in all of Uchiha history, only a handful have ever awakened such eyes, Yohei murmured, a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. As far as the clan knows, no one has done so in recent memory. But if he has, he would gain a far greater voice in clan affairs. I really don't know about that. What I do know is 3 years ago, he reached the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Recently, he's been training in Sage Mode at Ryuchi Cave. Mikoto chose her words carefully as she explained. When he had spoken to Yohei before, he merely said he was going for special training, nothing about pursuing Sage Mode. In truth, not many people in Konoha are aware of Sage Mode. Even among the Uchiha, only a handful know about it. Most are familiar with the legendary battle between Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju, but very few had the right to actually take part in it. It seems his strength has soared yet again. I can only wonder how far he has grown by now. Uchiha Yohei let out a sigh, full of emotion. Yohei, after all, had watched Uchiha grow up, just as he had seen Uchiha Kagami's journey from boy to man. Yohei alone witnessed the growth of both father and son. Back then, Yohei had pinned his hopes on Kagami, but sadly, Kagami failed to live up to his expectations, and in the end, it was Hiruzen Sarutobi who became Hokage. After Kagami's sacrifice, Yohei once believed it would be nearly impossible for the Uchiha to maintain their bond with the Hokage's lineage. Yet, to his surprise, Uchiha inherited his father's political legacy, apprenticed under Tsunade, and became one of the Hokage's closest. Later, he even received guidance from Mito Uzumaki, and to Yohei, this meant Uchiha had gained the credentials to compete for the Hokage title in the future. Soon enough, Yohei noticed that Yi's prowess was advancing at a breathtaking pace. He was a man who had seen Madara himself come of age, but witnessing Yi for the first time, Yohei was startled. He was by no means inferior to Madara, and perhaps even outshone him. Such an idea, voiced in the past, would have sounded laughable. After all, Madara was the strongest Uchiha ever known. Even with immense talent, he was not seen as Madara's equal. At least before the age of 6, he certainly lagged behind. Yet as the years went by, Yohei witnessed an astonishing transformation. Yi's growth outstripped his every expectation. And now, having defeated the demigod, Hanzo, how could Yohei not feel a surge of excitement? At this moment, Uchiha might very well be the clan's mightiest, surpassing even the current head. As for the clan leader's attempts to raise Fugaku's status, from Yi's perspective, such efforts likely seemed no more than a clown's act. The Uchiha have always revered strength above all. If Yi's abilities are truly formidable, then Fugaku's path to leadership would not be easy. Unless, that is, Fugaku awakens the Mangekyo Sharingan. When he returns, it'll be time for me to entrust him with some of my influence. He's already earned the power and the right to carve his own path. I'm not sure either, but Grandma Mito once said that Sage Mode was a technique once mastered by the first Hokage, and it greatly enhanced his powers. Although it's somewhat dangerous, if you can truly master it, the boost in strength is tremendous. Uchiha Mikoto pondered for a while before speaking. Even if Aya hasn't awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan yet, his strength should be on par with the clan leader. The first Hokage's combat techniques, is it? Uchiha Yohei couldn't help but recall the earth-shattering battle between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Those battles were simply beyond what any ninja could comprehend. Before witnessing it, Yohei never imagined a shinobi could reach such heights. Could it be that, in addition to wood release, Hashirama Senju also possessed that so-called Sage Mode? Yohei felt he might have grasped the truth, but it seemed no longer that important. Now that strength belonged to the Uchiha. Big Brother. Near the border of the Land of Lightning, in a military tent, Killer Bee was summoned. He entered, hanging his head in shame before his elder brother, the third Reikage. Tell me, what do you remember about that Uchiha brat you fought before? The third Reikage came straight to the point, questioning his brother without preamble. His brother had always been his right-hand man, steadfast, loyal, and always supporting him since he became Reikage. Because of this, I trusted and valued Bee deeply. Yet, ever since Bee had returned to the Hidden Cloud Village, something had changed. His former heroic spirit was nowhere to be seen, replaced by a troubled demeanor that hardly fit the proud warriors of their village. The Uchiha boy, you say? I seem to remember something, but it's all pretty hazy, Killer Bee replied, pain flickering across his face as he instinctively held his forehead. Don't force it. Clearly, you have memories of this boy, but they've been sealed away. You can't recall them. The third Reikage sighed softly. That Uzumaki Mito is unbelievably cunning to use such a trick against you. He knew he couldn't break the seal in B's mind through brute force. Such an attempt would hardly restore B's memories and would more likely reduce his mind to mush. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I truly wasn't a match for Uzumaki Mito, B admitted, though he could not recall how he'd been defeated, only that he had been captured by her. It was a bitter pill to swallow. For all her reputation as a formidable ninja, Uzumaki Mito was getting on in years. To lose to an elder and a woman of her age was a disgrace that weighed heavily on the proud fighters of the Hidden Cloud. You don't need to feel guilty. Mito Uzumaki's strength is truly formidable. Even I might not be her match. After all, she's the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. The third Reikage was a man full of self-confidence and pride. Yet even he had to admit Mito Uzumaki's overwhelming power. He'd fought the Eight Tails before. Though he'd managed to defeat it, the battle had driven him to utter exhaustion, showing their strength was not so different. What's more, their village Kimogakure had needed a group assault just to subdue the Eight Tails. The Nine Tails sealed within Mito Uzumaki far surpassed even the Eight Tails, so his only natural killer bee would stand no chance against her. That Uchiha brat. I heard he defeated Hanzo. The third Reikage's gaze swept toward the distant Iwagakure. That old fox, Inoki, surely couldn't sit still after hearing this news. Inoki had always harbored deep wariness toward Konoha. Now, with Mito Uzumaki aging, despite her still impressive combat prowess, she and Konoha could steadily be worn down with time. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen and the like, the third Reikage didn't spare them a second thought. Yes, he admitted Hiruzen was competent, but there was no way he could threaten him. Would Sarutobi really be able to shatter his invincible shield? Even if Hiruzen could attack him without restraint, it wouldn't be enough to break through his defenses. The third Reikage believed this without a trace of doubt. Sarutobi Hiruzen, oh, looking down on me, are you? Push me far enough, and I'll show you the true might of a Hokage. I'll put my life on the line and see if you're still so confident then. Killer Bee jolted with surprise. Hanzo's not someone to be underestimated. Exactly. To defeat Hanzo is no small feat, yet a brat managed to pull off. I can't help but wonder just how strong this kid is. I'm sorry, Lord Reikage. If not for me. Killer Bee cast an apologetic glance at the third Reikage. If it weren't for his own failings, they might have intervened against Konoha and eliminated Uchiha before he could grow into a real threat. Their generation had grown up on tales of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Ordinary ninja rarely knew the true nature of the Mangekyo Sharingan, nor the crucial difference between the eternal Mangekyo and its lesser version. All they knew was that Madara was terrifying, wielding the Mangekyo's legendary power. If Uchiha ascended to Madara's level, danger would surely follow. It's nothing to worry about. The Sharingan may be formidable, but it isn't insurmountable. The third Reikage shook his head slightly. Back in the day, I fought Uchiha Kagami myself. As long as you avoid looking into the Sharingan, you can fight. Defeating them isn't impossible, either. You have to believe in the strength passed down through Kimogakure. The lightning release chakra mode is far stronger than you suspect. Ever since his younger brother had been captured by Konoha, he'd lost his former edge. In those days, they scorned everything and everyone, convinced themselves to be unrivaled under the heavens. But now, that sharpness had vanished from him. Inoki has no desire to throw everything he has against us. All we need to do is tie up some of Iwagakure's forces for Konoha's sake. As for the rest, let Konoha handle it themselves, even treat it as training, if you will. The third Reikage continued, his tone measured. Whatever happens, I'm just glad you're still alive. Big brother. There was a tremor in Shirabi's voice. He understood. The third Reikage was trying to comfort him, just as he'd cared for him all these years. Still, it's about time we push forward with our Jinchuriki project. Most of what Uzushio had to offer has already been used up by us. It's a pity we couldn't get our hands on their core secrets. Konoha made off with all the real spoils. By the end, dissatisfaction colored the third Reikage's face. The Hidden Cloud had expended no small effort back then. Yet what they obtained was only a handful of ordinary Uzumaki clan members, and not a single one of their coveted sealing techniques. The third Reikage suspected that if Cloud had missed out, it was unlikely the other villages had fared any better. A shame. The Uzumaki clan members we found barely even knew those techniques. And it seems not every Uzumaki is cut out to become a Jinchuriki. Shirabi couldn't hide his regret. To this day, we haven't found one who's truly suitable. The third Reikage nodded ever so slightly. If only we had an Uzumaki who was truly one of our own. The others, they're unreliable. Shall I continue searching the ninja world for any trace of the Uzumaki? Their features do stand out. A vitality far beyond normal shinobi, and that unmistakable red hair is easy enough to spot. Shirabi suggested, eagerness flickering in his eyes. For Kumogikure, whatever they themselves lacked but others possessed, their philosophy was simple. Take it for their own. In this, they'd already seen some early successes. It had brought them no small share of benefits. At that, the third Reikage fell silent. The prospect tempted him, but the thought of Konoha's stance and the living presence of Uzumaki Mido gave him pause. With a long sigh, he admitted, Uzumaki Mido likely still has the strength for one last battle. I have no wish to draw her wrath upon us. Besides, he continued, when all is said and done, Konoha did spare your life. That is a debt of honor owed to them. Shirabi pressed his lips together. Clearly, his brother harbored a deep wariness of Uzumaki Mido. Within Awagakure, in the Tsuchikage's office, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, found himself wholly unsettled after he learned of Uchiha Yi's situation. Uchiha again. Inoki remembered the time when he and his teacher had traveled a great distance to Konoha, hoping to form an alliance, even willing to accept the near-humiliating terms of becoming Konoha's junior partner. Instead, they'd been thoroughly trounced by Madara Uchiha, who had even mocked them, saying Awagakure wasn't fit to be Konoha's subordinate. If Hashirama Senju hadn't arrived in time, they might not have survived at all. Though Inoki felt deep gratitude toward Hashirama, he simply couldn't banish the hatred and fear he harbored toward Madara Uchiha. Now, with old grudges and new interests entangled, that feeling had become ingrained. For Inoki, the Uchiha clan had become a lifelong enemy, and Konoha, as always, a potential threat. So what if Madara Uchiha was powerful? He was made of flesh and blood like anyone else. He vanished from the world while Inoki lived on. In the end, it was Inoki who survived. Inoki had thought that once Madara was gone, there wouldn't be any more threats from the Uchiha. Yet another one appeared, Kagami Uchiha. Kagami, while impressive, was nowhere near Madara's level, a relief, albeit a small one. Then, as suddenly as he appeared, Kagami died. Inoki found it abrupt, but he could barely hide his glee. It was only right. The world was better off without powerful Uchiha. But now, here came another, Uchiha E, who had even defeated Hanzo. The boy couldn't be more than a teenager, and yet, the chill it sent through Inoki was undeniable. This one is too dangerous. He must not be allowed to live. If this threat wasn't dealt with swiftly, another Madara would rise. Of that he was certain, and he couldn't let that happen. From a standpoint of both personal vengeance and the safety of Awagakure, Inoki believed he had to eliminate Uchiha E before the boy could reach his full potential, no matter the cost. If he ever became another Madara, they wouldn't stand chance. Even 10,000 shinobi wouldn't be enough to stop someone like Madara. They had to declare war on Konoha. There was no time to lose. Opportunity does not wait. Inoki's gaze grew deep and calculating. The recent skirmishes between his village and Kumogakure were nothing compared to the chaos of the First Great Ninja War. If Awagakure were to escalate things now, Kumogakure would likely choose to sit back and let others fight. The smart play would be to let Tsunade lead the charge and bear the brunt. Meanwhile, Uchiha, he was completely unaware he'd become like a thorn in Inoki's side. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Other shinobi might fear Inoki, but not E. The Flying Thunder God technique was almost a natural counter to everything Inoki could throw at him. The power of the dust release is formidable, but it comes with a fatal flaw. It consumes a massive amount of chakra and requires a long time to prepare. That alone is enough for Itachi Uchiha to escape its range of attack. As for trying to outlast him like they did with the third Reikage, now that's nothing but wishful thinking. Itachi Uchiha is not the third Reikage. He excels at solo combat, not at fighting against large groups. Silently, Itachi returned to the Hidden Leaf Village and went straight to the Hokage's office to report in. Looking at the young man before him, taller now, no longer a boy, Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes flashed with a hint of complicated emotion. He felt a mix of feelings inside. How much time had really passed? In that brief span, Itachi had already grown so much. Now, Itachi might well have surpassed him. This time, I owe you once again. If it weren't for your intervention, the consequences for Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru would have been unimaginable. Whether speaking as a teacher or as Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi's gratitude toward Itachi was genuine and deep. If not for Itachi, he might have lost his 3 most cherished students. If it weren't for the complications with the Uchiha clan, Hiruzen Sarutobi would have wholeheartedly welcomed Itachi's growth. This was simply what I ought to do. Tsunade is my teacher, and I've always had a good relationship with both Jiraiya and Orochimaru. When they find themselves in danger, there's no need to thank me for helping. Itachi spread his hands in an easy gesture. Finally, he was qualified to stand face to face with Hiruzen Sarutobi. In the past, I kept you off the front lines because I wanted to protect your childhood. After all, you're still only 10 years old. When Lord Hashirama founded this village, his hope was that children would never have to step onto the battlefield. But now that your strength has reached this level, I find myself genuinely at a loss. Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a helpless laugh, resignation in his voice. Regardless of what he might become in the future, the Hiruzen Sarutobi standing here is truly a worthy inheritor of the Will of Fire. Itachi really didn't see any children under 10 years old on the battlefield. Hiruzen Sarutobi had kept his promise. Unfortunately, come the Third Great Ninja War, Hiruzen would likely be forced to break that promise. At that time, Konoha's resources would be stretched so thin that even freshly graduated academy students would have no choice but to fight. I'll leave everything to your arrangements, Uncle Sarutobi. Itachi did not address Hiruzen as Hokage, but rather called him Uncle, a mark of closeness. No matter how powerful he'd become, he was still his nephew, wasn't he? Itachi Uchiha may have attained tremendous strength, but there was still no one who could truly stand against the entire power of the Hidden Leaf village alone. At this point in time, the Hidden Leaf was still a formidable force. The village had yet to suffer the deep wounds of the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars, and the disaster brought by the Nine Tails had not yet struck, robbing Konoha of its strength and dethroning it as the strongest ninja village. Many claimed that this downfall was the result of internal strife within the Hokage's line. Yet in truth, it had much to do with Hiruzen Sarutobi's inability to wield overwhelming power and maintain absolute order. Unlike Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, Hiruzen simply wasn't strong enough to cow every rival. Because of this, other villages saw a glimmer of hope in catching up with the Leaf, whittling down its might through the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars in succession. And later, the calamity of the Nine Tails and the Uchiha clan massacre only made matters worse, pouring salt in the wound. The call from Uchiha warmed Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. This kid, he thought, still holds a fair amount of respect for me after all. Targeting him deliberately, perhaps that's been a bit unfair on my part. I'm thinking of having you join the Umbu as a squad captain, Hiruzen said suddenly, his gaze growing serious as he fixed on Uchiha. Your special assignment would be to watch over Lady Mito and, at the same time, protect Kushina Uzumaki. I assume you already know who Kushina Uzumaki is. Yes, the backup Jinchuriki for the Nine Tails. Uchiha, he made no attempt to conceal it. After all, Lady Mito is getting on in years. Her recent actions, however unintentional, have already proven that Kushina can indeed wield the Nine Tails power. In that sense, Kushina truly is the ideal choice to inherit the role. Truth be told, Uchiha didn't care all that much about whether Kushina became the Nine Tails Jinchuriki or not. On the surface, making someone the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails appeared to put their life constantly at risk. After all, the Nine Tails was a fearsome presence to any ordinary person. But to those who possessed true strength, it was hardly more than a pet. Sealing the Nine Tails inside a Jinchuriki wasn't so much about imprisoning the beast, but rather about safeguarding it. The Nine Tails' response? You little. In fact, if I had the choice, Hiruzen admitted with a sigh, I wouldn't want Kushina to become the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Once she does, she'll lose her freedom, and her life will be nothing like that of an ordinary ninja. He paused, then continued. Have Lady Mito or Tsunade ever mentioned the wood-release experiment plan to you? I've heard a little, yes. Apparently the first Hokage's wood-release jutsu is extremely effective in suppressing tailed beast chakra. Uchiha, he replied with a nod. Is this connected to the Jinchuriki plan for the Nine Tails? Yes, that was my intention, Hiruzen said, showing no sign of holding anything back. If it's possible, I'd much rather see Kushina Uzumaki live the life of an ordinary leaf ninja instead of being forced to become the Nine Tails vessel. I want her, and the Uzumaki clan's legacy, to endure here in Konoha. From the perspective of the Hokage, the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan is truly a profound loss. Beyond that, there are far too many hidden dangers in the shinobi world. With formidable foes lurking in the shadows and watching with hungry eyes, the village of Konoha urgently needs a powerful guardian to protect it. When I heard that you mastered Sage Mode, I was genuinely relieved. Truly I was. I knew then that, barring any accidents, Konoha would be safe for decades to come. Uchiha could sense the sincerity in Hiruzen Sarutobi's words. Quietly, he sighed in his heart. At this moment, Sarutobi still placed the village first, but who knew what their relationship might become in the future. There's one more thing. About the Uchiha clan, I hope you'll find opportunities to interact with them more. For various reasons, the Uchiha have always remained somewhat apart from Konoha. I don't deny the contributions the Uchiha made when the village was first founded. Even the very land we now live on, the ground upon which Konoha stands, was donated by Madara Uchiha himself back then. As Hokage, I wholeheartedly wish that Konoha and the Uchiha clan can continue to coexist harmoniously. After all, the Uchiha are shinobi of Konoha too. With that, Hiruzen Sarutobi continued. To this end, I can offer you certain conveniences where appropriate. In that case, I would like there to be a member of the Uchiha in my squad. Uchiha, he said after a moment's thought. The Uchiha actually yearn to join the Anbu. At least for most of them, it is a great honor to serve in the Anbu. That can be arranged. It will help you build a good reputation among the Uchiha. But you must understand, there are limits to who may or may not join your team. Hiruzen Sarutobi replied seriously after considering it. I did not want incidents in Anbu to become common gossip among the entire Uchiha clan the very same day. I understand. The Anbu serves the Hokage and the village. Uchiha, he nodded slightly. I only intend to have Mikoto Uchiha, Rin Hyuga, and Nawaki in my squad. Mikoto Uchiha, Rin Hyuga, and Nawaki? Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyebrows twitched. He hadn't expected Eat to give such a list of names. In truth, the requirements to join the Anbu are not as stringent as many imagine. Many of its members are only chunin. The main criterion is trustworthiness, being reliable and deserving of the leader's trust. The three names suggested by Uchiha, though from different clans, were all students of Tsunade or Orochimaru. Since Tsunade and the others had left for the front lines, these three had remained in the village, shielded from assignments to ensure their safety. Without someone trustworthy to lead them, Hiruzen Sarutobi would never feel secure sending them out on missions. But if it's Uchiha, things are different. Uchiha, may be younger, but his strength is no less than mine. Moreover, he's mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. If even Uchiha, can't protect them, then there's truly no one left who can. This squad doesn't actually seem like a bad idea after all. Given their potential, it's not impossible that they might someday rival the legendary team of Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. The only real concern is that, in the future, these teammates might become Uchiha-Yi's closest followers, giving him enough support to contend for the position of Hokage. After some hesitation, Hiruzen Sarutobi finally chose to agree. After all, even if he tried to keep them from joining Uchiha, would that really sour their bond? Probably not. It would be better to go along with their wishes. It might even speed up their growth, and Konoha needs these talented individuals to mature quickly. All right, I agree. Once Kushina graduates, she can join your squad as well. Hiruzen nodded, then added after some thought. As I recall, you get on well with Minato Namikaze, don't you? Truth be told, compared to Uchiha, Minato Namikaze was the one Hiruzen favored more at present. A civilian-born prodigy with excellent character. He was the very image of a second Orochimaru. No, to be more precise, there was one thing Minato surpassed Orochimaru in, his warmth and cheerfulness. He was the sort of person who naturally drew goodwill from others. Hiruzen had high hopes for Minato to become Hokage after Orochimaru. Of course, that would also depend on how things developed. But if Uchiha-Yi's power ever approached that of Uchiha Madara, then the village would surely need to appease him should he decide to vie for the Hokage seat. Otherwise, if he acted as Madara once did, and there was no second Hashirama Senju to oppose him, Konoha would be in trouble. Uchiha, he was certainly no pushover. At the very least, Hiruzen had to be outwardly fair, and just to him, or Uchiha, he would be sure to turn the tables. Yes, we got along well in school, and recently we've been training together now, and then, Uchiha nodded slightly, already guessing at Hiruzen's intentions. That scoundrel Jiraiya is off causing trouble in the land of rain. Abandoning his students, Hiruzen muttered, before continuing, I'll arrange for Minato Namikaze to graduate early. He'll join your squad when the time comes. I hope you can look after him. And when his skills are up to par, I'm counting on you to teach him the Flying Thunder God technique. It's difficult to prevent Uchiha from becoming the 5th Hokage, so I may as well try to influence the choice of the 6th Hokage instead. If Minato Namikaze serves under Uchiha, let's see whether Uchiha will choose to nurture Minato in the future. Agree. After a moment's consideration, Uchiha nodded in acceptance. Uchiha harbored no ill will towards Minato Namikaze. In fact, he didn't believe Minato posed any real threat to him at all. If one were truly to weigh the situation, it was Uchiha who had stolen the spotlight that once belonged to Minato. Of course, that was only because Uchiha was exceptionally outstanding in his own right. He knew Minato well, and Minato was not the sort of man to forget a favor or hold a grudge. Looking to the future, should Uchiha become Hokage, Minato's personality would make it difficult for him to compete. Perhaps to others, it seemed as though Uchiha Yi's main rival for the title of 5th Hokage was Minato, but in reality, Uchiha Yi was measuring himself against the 4th Hokage. If Minato Namikaze could become the 4th Hokage in the original timeline, why couldn't he? He was confident he could do an even better job than Minato. Good. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a subtle sense of relief. Cleaning up Jiraiya's mess would ultimately fall on his own shoulders, and to be honest, Uchiha Yi was indeed the most suitable candidate to guide Minato Namikaze at this time. Thinking about the future, Minato Namikaze, Mikoto Uchiha, Nawaki, Rin Hyuga, all growing strong together, Hiruzen could hardly suppress his contentment with what Konoha would become. Alright, now that you've reached Jonin rank, it's time to shoulder greater responsibilities. You can't keep running away from things as you did before. Hiruzen then added with pointed intent, I hope you can guide the Uchiha clan back onto the right path. Though deep down he was reluctant, there wasn't much Hiruzen could do. From the perspective of Konoha and the Hokage, if Uchiha Yi truly managed to resolve the troubles of the Uchiha clan once and for all, that achievement alone would be more than enough to make him qualified for the position of Hokage. But as the head of the Sarutobi family, he couldn't help but hope the Uchiha would not fully rise to prominence. No matter, he was still young. These were concerns for 20 years from now. There would be plenty of opportunities to maneuver for the benefit of his own clan. And if it meant sacrificing the interest of the Shimura clan a little, so be it. Danzo never cared much about his family's well-being anyway. He should understand my position. Danzo spent all his time and energy building up the foundation. He barely paid attention to the Shimura clan at all. It was only because he was Danzo that the family received extra consideration. Right now, most of the foundation's main members were from the Shimura clan. In truth, Danzo had already let go of any personal interest in his family. Grandma Mito, I'm back. After leaving the Hokage's office, Uchiha Yi went straight to Uzumaki Mito's residence. As always, Uzumaki Kushina and the others were being tutored by Uzumaki Mito. Yet today, Uchiha Yi clearly sensed something different. For instance, Hyuga Linxiao regarded him with an admiring look, a hint more reverent than usual. You're back. Uzumaki Mito greeted Uchiha Yi with a face full of kindness and gestured for him to sit. She already knew about the events on the front lines and was well aware of what Uchiha Yi had achieved. This child, she thought, was even more exceptional than she'd imagined. Uchiha Yi sat in his usual spot, just like always. He took a bottle of sparkling water from Kushina, enjoying a contented sip and basking in the tranquil atmosphere of the courtyard. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Uchiha Yi looked at Uzumaki Mito with a flash of disbelief in his eyes. He could sense it clearly. Her life force had notably declined compared to half a year ago, diminished by roughly a fifth. This was unprecedented. Even the chakra of the Nine Tails seemed to be leaking from her. Evidently, the Nine Tails had not been behaving itself recently. Perhaps, sensing Mito's aging, that restless spirit within had begun to stir once more. Just as Uchiha Yi was about to speak, Mito met his eyes with a quiet, restraining look. He instantly understood. She didn't want the others to know. With that, he swallowed back the words that had nearly escaped his lips and sighed quietly within himself. Grandma Mito, even now, didn't want anyone to worry. He knew it all too well. Now that Mito's life force was starting to wane, her aging would only accelerate. No one could say how much longer she had left. Uzumaki Mito wouldn't wait until she was on the brink of death to transfer the Nine Tails. The moment she could no longer keep it under control, she would have to pass it on. And once she did, she would be gone. A pang of sorrow welled up inside Uchiha. This elderly woman had always cared for him, as if he were her own grandson. Throughout his journey, it was Mito who had supported him most. Then, another thought struck him. If he could somehow preserve just a portion of the Nine Tails chakra for her, would that buy Mito a few more years? As long as Uzumaki Mito remained alive, all those plotting, power-hungry figures in Konoha wouldn't dare so much as make a move. Even if she was approaching the end, no one, not even someone like Danzo Shimura, would dare to stir up trouble while Mito was still there. This isn't a question of strength, but rather a matter of status. Uzumaki Mito is currently the village's only founding elder and the wife of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. There was a time when she alone turned the tide and saved the village from disaster. I heard you've mastered that so-called sage mode and even defeated Hanzo. Are you super strong now? Uzumaki Kushina's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she questioned Uchiha. He let out a soft chuckle. Hanzo may be known as the demigod, but in truth, he isn't nearly as intimidating as rumors suggest. Once you find a way around the salamander's poison, his threat plunges dramatically. My grandfather is called the god of shinobi, while Hanzo gets hyped up as the demigod. Isn't that just riding my grandfather's coattails? I always said he was no match for Grandpa. Nawaki was clearly peeved by Hanzo's lofty title. Is Hanzo even worthy of being called a demigod? There's still a vast gulf between him and the first Hokage. Uchiha agreed with a thoughtful nod. Hashirama Senju truly deserved his title, not only for his immense strength, but also for founding the nation-village system. For the entire shinobi world, Hashirama was undeniably a remarkable figure. That much is beyond dispute. Even if the world today proves that Hashirama's dream of peace has failed, the truth remains. The ninja world is still relatively peaceful most of the time. As for pure strength, even 10 Hanzos together could never stand against Hashirama at his height. Hanzo's greatest weapon, his salamander's deadly poison, barely posed a threat to Hashirama. The Sage Mode of Shikatsu Forest allows its user to shrug off nearly all toxins. I just knew it. Even my granduncle could probably handle Hanzo with ease. Nawaki nodded earnestly, then shifted his gaze to Uchiha. But enough about that. Since you've learned Sage Mode, your skills must be on a whole new level now. I wonder just how strong you've gotten. I'm not even sure myself, he admitted, but I'm certain I'm still some distance away from the first Hokage in his prime. As he spoke, he glanced at Uzumaki Mito, who was seated close by. She was clearly no longer in her peak condition, and her power was a shadow of what it once was. Even so, he now felt confident that he could face her in battle as an equal. Unwittingly, Uchiha had grown to stand at the very summit of the shinobi world. Of course, that's assuming all the truly ancient, legendary recluses remain hidden away. Nawaki's expression grew complicated as he looked at E. It was obvious that he fully believed he'd one day be able to catch up to his legendary grandfather. But for Nawaki himself to catch up to Uchiha, that was another mountain entirely. You've come. In the quiet courtyard under the night sky, Mito Uzumaki did not return to her room to rest. Instead, she waited in the garden for Uchiha-yi's arrival. I'm here, Grandma Mito. Uchiha-yi's expression was complicated as he sat down not far from her. How is your health? So you really have noticed. But there's no need to worry about me. The fact that you're concerned about this old woman's health already makes me very happy. Mito lifted her gaze to the stars above. For some reason, the night sky seemed exceptionally bright and clear tonight. All of my peers have long since passed. Hashirama is gone. Tobarama is gone. Yuzushio village was destroyed. Our clan is no more. It feels as if I no longer quite belong in this world. If not for my duty to protect Konoha, to suppress the Nine Tails, I think I would have gone to join Hashirama already. He pressed his lips together, unable to utter a word. He didn't know how long he himself would live. After all, the Otsutsuki clan was long-lived, but what about Kushina, Uzumaki, Mikoto Uchiha, and the others? In the past, I worried that once I was gone, no one in the village would be able to contain the Nine Tails. And outside our walls, unknown enemies are always watching, waiting for a chance to strike. That's why I remained in this world. But in the end, you didn't let me down. You've surpassed my expectations. Before he could respond, Mito continued, her voice gentle yet probing. How much do you really know about Madara Uchiha? A man born into violence, a truly dangerous figure. In his era, only the first Hokage could ever stand against him. Honestly, even if everyone else joined together, they might still not be his match. Yi's gaze turned thoughtful. Was it possible Mito had discovered something? What if I told you that Madara Uchiha is still alive? Mito's eyes were sharp, unwavering as they fixed on E. Madara Uchiha? He indeed knew that Madara was alive. But how had Mito come to realize this? By all accounts, before Madara's resurrection through Edo Tensei, no one knew he had awakened the Rinnegan and clung to life for decades beyond what was thought possible. In the long history of the shinobi world, no one else has ever reached such a level. I had to consider every possibility, and Madara was always a prime suspect. Back then, to prevent Tobarama from doing anything to Madara's corpse, Hashirama personally asked me to retrieve and seal it. But when I went to check, the body was gone. Mito recounted this in a low, deliberate voice. Could it be that someone took Uchiha Madara's body? For example, the second Hokage. There's no way he would pass up the chance to study Madara's eyes. After all, Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan isn't just any Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha asked. Tobarama? I don't think it was him. Uzumaki Mito replied with a slight shake of her head. What comes to mind is a jutsu within the Uchiha clan that can reverse life and death. Perhaps Madara himself used that technique back then. Uchiha fell silent. He couldn't help but think. Truly, Mito was sharp. She'd already guessed the possibility that Madara might still be alive. So you agree that this is quite likely, Mito said softly, her voice laced with reminiscence. In his whole life, Madara never managed to defeat Hashirama, not even once. He was undeniably powerful, yet Hashirama was always just a little bit stronger. In the end, however, it was Madara who claimed that final victory, something I never would have expected. Uchiha, he wasn't sure what kind of victory Mito referred to. Did she mean Madara's survival, while Hashirama died, soon after their final, desperate battle? Now, with Madara still alive and Hashirama long dead, by those terms, Madara truly had won. What's more, in that decisive moment, when Hashirama struck Madara down from behind, if Madara really had used Izanagi on that fatal blow, perhaps there truly was a glimmer of hope. Of course, this hope existed only in theory. But you must keep it secret. This news that Madara might be alive is something I've only shared with you, Mito added, her tone turning serious. If Hiruzen and the others found out that Madara was still alive, they'd almost certainly start suspecting the Uchiha clan. That would endanger both Konoha and your clan. They inherited Tobirama's vigilance. His wariness towards the Uchiha runs deep. If I were in their shoes, I suppose I'd suspect the Uchiha as well, he admitted with a heavy sigh. Many claimed the Uchiha died unjustly, painting them as mere victims of Konoha, innocent, tragic figures. Yet, the truth was, if not for Obito's rampage with the Nine Tails, the Uchiha might never have found themselves in open conflict with the Hokage's line. Anyone could see that pair of Sharingan in the Nine Tails' eyes. And it just so happened that Minato Namikaze had become Hokage at that moment, shattering the Uchiha's hopes of ever claiming the title once more, completely and without mercy. Who's to say they wouldn't be driven to extremes? From the perspective of a detached observer, yes, the Uchiha were innocent. It was all the doing of that wretch, Obito. From the perspective of the villagers of Konoha and everyone else in the village, the Uchiha clan was guilty of unforgivable crimes. Even if someone tried to clear their name, it would be incredibly difficult. After all, just ask what those fox eyes saw. Weren't they the Sharingan? Setting aside his own identity as a member of the Uchiha, it was perfectly reasonable for Danzo to prevent the Uchiha clan from joining the rescue efforts during the Nine Tails rampage. Who could say for sure that the Uchiha weren't just looking for an opportunity to stir up trouble? Maybe, in the chaos, they tried to stage a coup and seize power in Konoha. Of course, if you looked at things from the Uchiha's point of view, then they were innocent, and Danzo Shimura deserved to die. That's true, but Madara and I are about the same age, and you can see what's become of me. He must be in a similar state. Even if he left something behind, you have nothing to worry about. I believe you will be able to resolve all of this. Mito Uzumaki turned to Uchiha E, her eyes filled with hope. This boy, she thought, was even more gifted than Madara and the others before him. It was a shame he couldn't awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Otherwise, he would surely surpass even Madara one day. Still, it was fortunate that he had mastered Sage Mode. Leave it to me, Granny Mito. Even if Madara is still alive, I will defeat him. The three tomo of Uchiha Yi's Sharingan glimmered in his eyes. Your ocular powers, they're already on par with your father's? Don't tell me you've already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Feeling the terrifying force in Uchiha Yi's gaze, Mito Uzumaki's face was a picture of disbelief. No, I still just have the regular Sharingan. It's just a little special, that's all. Uchiha Yi hesitated for a moment, then turned to Mito with a question. Granny Mito, may I see the Nine Tails? Mito let out a gentle laugh. Other Uchihas would keep their distance. Even your father wouldn't dare face me directly. And yet, here you are, boldly asking to meet the Nine Tails. Well then, I'll grant you this chance. She knew that Uchiha Yi only dared make such an improper request because, in his heart, he saw her as family. The moment her words faded, Mito Uzumaki sensed a surge of ocular power. Uchiha Yi's consciousness was already inside her. Within Mito's soul, he stared in astonishment at the sight before him. The Nine Tails bound in layers of chains, pinned down by special nails through its limbs and each of its 9 tails. Even its massive head was locked in place. No wonder the Nine Tails despised Konoha, hated being a Jinchuriki. If he had been in its place, he might have gone mad too. Compared to the squalor Naruto would one day visit, the place where the Nine Tails now resided was not at all unpleasant. Brat! At the sight of Uchiha Yi, the Nine Tails let out a thunderous roar. Quiet down, Nine Tails! A terrifying power flashed in Uchiha Yi's eyes, stunning the Nine Tails for a moment. Indra! I'm not Indra. My name is Uchiha Yi. Uchiha Madara is still alive, so I advise you to behave yourself inside Granny Mito's body, unless you're looking to be enslaved all over again. The 3 tomo Sharingan in Uchiha Yi's gaze whirled rapidly. Or perhaps you'd like to see if my Sharingan can tame you as well. You! Cursed Uchiha! The Nine Tails roared in fury. Madara, that wretch was still alive? How could he not know this? Pitiful as it was, trapped in Uzumaki Mito's body, the Nine Tails had no way of seeing what lay beyond. Yet what was Uchiha Yi really after? Did he intend to control it as well? Nine Tails, being sealed inside a Jinchuriki's vessel isn't just a cage. It's protection. I imagine you wouldn't want to be summoned and enslaved by Uchiha Madara again. Yi's eyes flared with overwhelming force, and then he withdrew from Uzumaki Mito's consciousness. All that was left behind was the Nine Tails, roaring in frustration within Mito. But before it could do anything rash, the chains binding it tightened mercilessly, making its irritation skyrocket. Cursed Uchiha! Cursed Uzumaki Mito! And that accursed Uchiha Madara! Was Madara really still alive? The Nine Tails sank deep into thought. Then it gave a dismissive snort. Did they really think it couldn't see that this was Indra's chakra reincarnated? Did Madara himself realize he was carrying Indra's legacy? True, it was a tailed beast, but not a simple-minded one. Still, something was different about this vessel of Indra's chakra. Not once had the Nine Tails sensed any malice in Uchiha Yi's presence. If anything, there was a glimmer of benevolence. The thought annoyed it, and it quickly cast it aside. How could the notorious and deceitful Uchiha clan possibly have any kindness for a tailed beast? Even if they, too, were descended from the sage of six paths. With an Uchiha like this outside, the Nine Tails felt the struggle of a fox's life. Even if it outlasted Mito, it seemed there'd be no escaping suppression. It had a hunch. Uchiha Yi's Sharingan could indeed control it. How are you feeling? Uzumaki Mito, though a little puzzled, wondered who this Indra truly was. The Nine Tails seemed to recognize that name, and Uchiha, he was clearly unfazed, as though he'd known all along. But since he chose not to explain, Mito held back from asking. Trust the younger generation, trust in these children. That was the path Uzumaki Mito herself had chosen. It certainly is powerful. Its chakra is far superior in quality to that of any human. Uchiha nodded slightly. The stronger one's power, the purer and more refined their chakra would be. Take, for example, the cells of Hashirama Senju, renowned for their overwhelming invasiveness. That, too, is a reflection of high chakra quality. Moreover, when these formidable shinobi use ninjutsu, even if the chakra amount is the same, the resulting technique becomes vastly more devastating. As the reincarnations of Indra and Azura, their chakra was undeniably of a much higher purity compared to ordinary people. Similarly, the Nine-Tailed chakra is also remarkable. It stands among the nine-tailed beasts as the one closest in nature to the legendary Ten Tails. Chakra quality, you say? This is the first time I've heard the term. Though it's true, the Nine Tails chakra is quite extraordinary. Mito Uzumaki paused for a moment, then let out a wry, knowing chuckle. But judging by your demeanor, it seems your Sharingan might be capable of controlling the Nine Tails. A normal Sharingan would never suffice to subdue the Nine Tails, but my ocular power surpasses a typical 3-Tomo Sharingan by a significant margin. If I can pinpoint the trick, controlling the Nine Tails should not be beyond my reach. Uchiha mused aloud after a moment's contemplation. Uchiha recalled how Tobi was able to manipulate the Nine Tails with remarkable ease. Of course, the real reason Tobi succeeded so effortlessly likely had much to do with a contingency plan set by Madara Uchiha, a latent influence left upon the beast. That's what allowed Tobi to seize control without resistance. Without that, how could Tobi possibly command the Nine Tails at will, armed with nothing more than a single-man Gekyo Sharingan? Was it merely because Uchiha Bito was especially diabolical, or because his ocular power was unique? Naturally, Uchiha Yi's situation was unique. Who could say how his Sharingan would evolve and grow in power in the future? Given that, controlling the Nine Tails might not be much of a challenge at all. Just look at Sasuke Uchiha in the years to come. A single glance from him was enough to completely subdue all nine-tailed beasts in an instant. So that's how it is? In that case, it seems you're actually the ideal candidate to become the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Mito Uzumaki pondered for a moment, then, with a small, self-deprecating laugh, shook her head. But even so, you're not suited to being a Jinchuriki right now. Once you become a Jinchuriki, your chakra will intertwine with that of the Nine Tails, allowing it to influence your chakra at will, and that would render you unable to use Sage Mode. There's no guarantee the Nine Tails chakra would make you significantly stronger. You'd be better off refining your own strength the slow, steady way. If all they needed was a vessel for the Nine Tails, Uchiha, he would no doubt be the top choice right now. After all, would release could restrain the Nine Tails, and the unique chakra of some members of the Uzumaki clan could do the same, herself included, as well as Kushina Uzumaki. And yet, Uchiha, he could control the Nine Tails outright with his Sharingan, making him just as suitable to be its Jinchuriki as anyone. For Uchiha, however, this was better than nothing. If Uzumaki Kushina were to become a Nine Tails Jinchuriki in the future and master its power, Then with their teamwork, defeating Uchiha Madara wouldn't be all that difficult. Yes, I understand, Uchiha replied, the corner of his lips curling into a slight smile. But Grandma Mito, could you give me some of the Nine Tails chakra to study? He was nothing like Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha didn't have the confidence to make the Nine Tails truly cooperate wholeheartedly. On top of that, he carried far too many secrets. There was no way he could fully bond with the Nine Tails. Serving as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails wasn't suitable for him anyway. And why fret over the Nine Tails or even the Ten Tails? Sooner or later, he would bring them out into the open in battle. If he ended up exposing another Nine Tails, or even the 10 Tails, in front of everyone, now that would be downright comical. The Nine Tails chakra, is it? Do you want the purified chakra, or the original, unrefined Nine Tails chakra? Uzumaki Mito didn't refuse him. Uchiha was such a prodigy. He always managed to surprise her. Moreover, she sensed that Uchiha's sage mode seemed even more flawless than Hashirama Senju's had once been. Perhaps in the future, Uchiha might become an even greater shinobi than Hashirama. Purify, please. I just want to feel that chakra, even if it's just a small amount, Uchiha explained softly. His main goal was to study the Nine Tails power. The Nine Tails chakra mode was still extraordinarily powerful, and he wanted to glimpse its secrets by seeing it firsthand for himself. All right, Uzumaki Mito set her hand atop Uchiha's, passing a golden stream of chakra into his body. Seeing that Uchiha remained unaffected by the Nine Tails chakra, Uzumaki Mito confirmed her suspicions. Even after purification, the Nine Tails chakra was far superior to that of ordinary shinobi. It would overwhelm almost anyone, unless under special circumstances. The case with Edo Tensei Minato was unique. After all, it wasn't even his own body. Yet, observing Uchiha, she saw he accommodated the chakra flawlessly, proof that his constitution had already undergone a remarkable transformation. So this is the Nine Tails chakra. Uchiha channeled the chakra within himself, quietly sensing its power. Gradually, a subtle golden aura shone from his body, and the patterns of Magatama on his clothes grew more pronounced. Is that enough? If it's not, I can give you more. There's no shortage of the Nine Tails chakra. Uzumaki Mito chuckled warmly. She was quite intrigued by what Uchiha planned to do next. This Magatama seemed to have appeared only after he mastered Sage Mode. She'd suspected as much before. Perhaps Uchiha had always been maintaining a state of Sage Mode. And now, it seemed her guess was right. Could it be that Tailed Beast Chakra is actually connected to Sage Mode somehow? A vague suspicion began to form in Mito Uzumaki's mind. There's no need. This amount of chakra is enough for my research, Uchiha replied, putting away the Nine Tails chakra. He hadn't used it all just yet. Instead, he was planning to use natural energy to nurture and enrich it, to see what would happen. He wanted to find out if the Nine Tails chakra could be strengthened in this manner. He recalled that, in the future, the Temple of Fire had a pseudo-Jinchuriki named Sora, whose portion of chakra seemed to gradually increase over time. Determined, Uchiha planned to use natural energy to cultivate his own share of the Nine Tails chakra. If it really could grow stronger, then he'd possess an ever-flowing source of Nine Tails chakra and achieve this without actually becoming a Jinchuriki. Uchiha was also hoping, by studying the Nine Tails chakra, to deduce the secrets of the 10 Tails chakra. If the opportunity arose, he planned to seek out other tailed beasts as well. The future won't be peaceful, Mito Uzumaki reminded him warmly. Only great strength can keep you and those close to you safe. I'm an old woman now. I won't be able to watch over Kushina and the others much longer. So the future will rest on your shoulders. Grandma Mito, Kushina means a great deal to me. Uchiha responded, meeting her gaze, his voice sincere. I'll do everything in my power to protect her. That's all I hope to hear. Mito gave a gentle laugh. To others, the Uchiha clan seemed distant and difficult, but Mito knew the truth. The Uchiha simply struggled to express tenderness. In fact, no one treasured their bonds more deeply. Not even the Senju clan could compare. Yet, when the Uchiha lose touch with their emotions, their feelings shift dramatically. That's when the Sharingan unleashes terrifying, unexpected power, one that could take everyone by surprise. She could only hope Uchiha would always keep a strong spirit and never lose himself. If he ever did, there might not be anyone in the ninja world able to stop him. It wasn't that she didn't trust Uchiha, it was just that a crazed Uchiha was a force unlike anything else. The next morning, Uchiha arrived bright and early at Mikoto Uchiha's home. He hadn't come to see Mikoto herself. Rather, he was here for Yohei Uchiha. After all, the old man's eagerness to see him could be ignored no longer. Perhaps, he thought, The time had finally come. It's been half a year since I last saw you, and you seem to have gotten even taller, Uchiha Yohei remarked, eyeing the youthful face of Uchiha with curiosity. These days, he had taken on the air of a little adult, already approaching 1.7 meters in height. If things continued at this rate, reaching around 1.85 meters in the future wouldn't be out of the question. That's right. He ran a hand through his hair. To be honest, his hairstyle was rather reminiscent of Uchiha Sasuke's, though his face was still a little round with youth, not carrying the same sharp features. For now, he still had something of a baby face. Of course, it wasn't as if he had inherited Shirsue's garlic-shaped nose. On the whole, Yi's appearance was quite striking. How's your strength these days? Have you awakened the legendary eyes? Yohei asked, excitement shining in his gaze as he looked at Yi. The Mangekyo Sharingan, you mean? Not quite, but I'm confident that my strength now surpasses my father's. A confident smile played at Yi's lips as he covered his eyes. With Sage Mode, the Flying Thunder God technique, Rasengan, and the Chidori flow, he truly felt he had become powerful. Except, perhaps, he still couldn't pilot a Gundam. But all things considered, his abilities were more than impressive. Yet, if he ever had to face Madara Uchiha's gargantuan Susanoo, towering hundreds of meters tall, he knew he'd stand no chance. When Yohei saw the triple tomo spinning in Yi's Sharingan and felt the difference in eye power compared to his own, he fell silent. In fact, Yi's ocular prowess rivaled even Kagami Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan, perhaps even surpassing it. How could a triple tomo Sharingan exceed the Mangekyo's power? Yohei felt a sense of confusion. Was it possible, after all, that the triple tomo was not truly inferior to the Mangekyo? But how could that be? Back in his day, Madara Uchiha had been on an entirely different level of ninja. Or perhaps it was Madara himself who was unmatched, not so much the eyes he wielded. Your strength is a good thing, but for the Uchiha clan, the Mangekyo Sharingan is almost a matter of faith. If you awakened it, many would follow you. But right now, you still only have the triple tomo. At this point, Yohei frowned. Even though you defeated Hanzo, and many now admire you, there are still some who say you rely on skills other than the Sharingan, that you don't embody the prestige of the Uchiha name. But I'm using the triple tomo Sharingan. He protested, exasperation in his voice. Did they really expect him to parade around showing off the Mangekyo? He was well aware that certain people in the family would never let his achievements go unchallenged. Defamation and rumors were to be expected. After all, the current clan leader was one of those who had stood against Madara in the past. A betrayer and an opportunist. Can you go to the battlefield? Uchiha Yohei began to explain. I can arrange for some members to join you. If the squad you lead gains fame in battle and brings honor to the Uchiha name, I believe more will come to support you. I've agreed to join the Umbu under the Hokage. Uchiha shook his head slightly. The treatment is almost the same as what my father received back then. As for going to the battlefield, I might, but not as the leader of an Uchiha squad. I have my own team, and Mikoto will be entering the Umbu alongside me. You've inherited your father's position and status? At these words, Uchiha Yohei grew visibly pleased. Even Mikoto can join the Umbu? The Umbu still carried unique significance. It was not just recognition of strength, but also acknowledgement of one's status. Before, apart from Uchiha Kagami, no one from their clan had managed to join the Umbu. Now Uchiha had done it, and even Mikoto could follow. Mikoto, after all, is Orochimaru's student, directly tied to the Hokage's lineage and immensely gifted. If not for her age and slightly lacking strength, her joining the Umbu would only be natural. Uchiha explained softly. Previously, the Hokage was unwilling to send Mikoto or her peers out on missions, given how chaotic and perilous the current ninja world is. But if I'm the one leading the team, those concerns no longer exist. And not just Mikoto, Hyuga Linxia and Shoju will be under my command too. In the future, this will become a new force representing the Hokage's direct line. A Hyuga, a Senju, and an Uchiha. Uchiha Yohei was far from naive. As an elder of the Uchiha clan, he understood the nuances of politics well. Letting Uchiha lead this team, was this meant to pave the way for him to become Hokage one day? The thought that Uchiha could actually become Hokage stirred Uchiha Yohei's heart. What Uchiha Madara failed to achieve, Uchiha might succeed in. Many in the clan would surely throw their support behind him. After all, the Uchiha had been waiting too long for a Hokage from their own ranks. From the first to the third, now fourth Hokage, surely their chance would come. Yes, for me this is a good thing. Uchiha Yusimidit, confidently. If I can resolve the issues that plague the Uchiha, when the time comes for the fourth Hokage, there won't be anyone qualified to compete with me. Of course, it was still early, at least another decade until Sarutobi Hiruzen resigned. Over those 10 years, even Uchiha, he couldn't be sure just how far he would grow. Perhaps, he might even awaken the Rinnegan. At the very least, reaching the strength Uchiha Madara had at the Valley of the End didn't seem out of reach. No one knew whether the battle space could somehow generate an Otsutsuki physique on its own. After all, there were still quite a few members of the Otsutsuki clan living on the moon, and their bloodline purity far surpassed that of the Uzumaki, Senju, and Uchiha clans of the shinobi world. Of course, the bloodline density in the reincarnations of Azura and Indra's chakra was still quite remarkable. These two kinds of chakra could further enhance the purity of their descendants' blood, making their lineage particularly outstanding. It was unfortunate that Madara Uchiha never married nor left any descendants. Otherwise, his offspring would have possessed exceptionally gifted bloodlines. Just like Sarada Uchiha in the future, who opened her Mangekyo Sharingan with little effort. Her ocular powers might well rival Obito's, and, most crucially, her Mangekyo Sharingan would never go blind. Undoubtedly, Sasuke's bloodline played a decisive role here. Not everyone could awaken the Rinnegan. The very moment Sasuke activated his Rinnegan, his bloodline had completely returned to its original power. It couldn't possibly be that Kabuto secretly implanted some of Hashirama Senju's cells in Sasuke, granting him the power of the Senju. Could it? Hashirama Senju's son actually had a remarkably strong bloodline. His father was the Azura Chakra reincarnate, hailed as the god of shinobi, and his mother was Mito Uzumaki, a princess of the Uzumaki clan whose lineage was second to none among her people. Yet, due to certain circumstances, Hashirama's son was rarely seen in Konoha and instead went to the daimyo's residence. In time, he married the daimyo's daughter, diluting the bloodline somewhat, but still managed to father Tsunade and Nawaki. Both of them possessed the potential to grow into Kaga-level powerhouses. This, more than anything, was a testament to their father's extraordinary natural talent. If it were possible to absorb the Otsutsuki physique from a moon, then Uchiha-Yi's strength would rise to an entirely new level. It might even be possible for him to awaken the Rinnegan directly. After all, with a physique like Otsutsuki Tonari's, he had awakened the Tenseigan outright, and what Uchiha now lacked was primarily the Azura Chakra and a unique physical constitution. If the battle space were to grant him such a physique, it would fuse seamlessly into Uchiha-I, as if he had been born with it. Once all the conditions were met, awakening the Rinnegan would be entirely within reach. But Rinnegan aside, Yi's aspirations went further. His gaze was set on Otsutsuki Kagaya herself. The fourth Hokage, huh? As long as we spread the word, I'm sure plenty of people will stand with you, Uchiha Yohei vowed confidently. Yet Uchiha, he simply shook his head slightly. No, it's far too early right now. After all, I'm only 10 years old, and the current Hokage is still in his prime. If the Uchiha clan tries to frontally support me at this stage, wouldn't the Hokage start getting suspicious? He's not old yet, so if I act too eager, what would he think? Maybe I'll have the strength to become Hokage in the future, but there are some troubles best avoided. I don't want Hiruzen Sarutobi turning into my obstacle. As long as he doesn't stand in my way, that's already a victory of sorts for us. As for alliances, we should bring together those who can work with us, so we can face those who cannot. Will your teacher support you? Uchiha Yonping brought up Tsunade. Although Tsunade wasn't at that level of power yet, nor was she as strong as Uchiha now, her background was simply unparalleled. Her granduncle was the first Hokage, her great-uncle was the second Hokage, and her teacher, the third. You wouldn't find another person in the Leaf with a pedigree like that. And that's not even mentioning her mother's side. Her uncle is the current daimyo. If Tsunade were willing to support Uchiha and back her own student to become Hokage, wouldn't his chances of becoming Hokage be almost a sure thing? My teacher won't directly support me, but she won't stand in my way either. Uchiha thought for a moment before he replied. At times like this, just not openly opposing me is enough. In that case, even the Senju clan wouldn't come out to block my path. After all, even if I'm an Uchiha by blood, I have deep ties with the Senju as well. Hearing this, Uchiha Yonping fell silent. In this respect, Uchiha he was even bolder than Uchiha Kagami before him. Back then, Uchiha Kagami had apprenticed under Senju Tobarama, but most of his training actually came under the guidance of Yonping himself. Uchiha on the other hand, grew up under the guidance of Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito. Of course, time would prove Uchiha-Yi's approach was right. The Senju clan may have disbanded, but their influence in the Leaf Village still loomed large. If they ever came out strongly against becoming Hokage, it would still be almost impossible for him. But because Uchiha was raised by Uzumaki Mito, that alone meant the Senju could never really stand in his way. Maybe you're right. After a long silence, Uchiha Yonping finally spoke, his expression complicated. I only hope that under your leadership, the Uchiha clan will find the so-called right path. I believe so too. Uchiha smiled with quiet confidence. There was one thing, however, that he would never tell Uchiha Yongping. If, in the future, the rest of the Uchiha still chose to follow Fugaku's lead, then he would show them no mercy. What's this? While I'm striving for the Hokage's seat, you lot have been nothing but a burden, dragging me down at every turn. When I was out there fighting to make a name for myself, none of you came to help. Now that I have succeeded, built something powerful and grand, you show up to claim the benefits? Where in this world do things ever work out that conveniently? In my previous life, I dealt with plenty of so-called relatives just like this. Did any of them truly hope for my success? In most cases, certainly not. It's not that I, Uchiha, belittle the idea of family ties. It's simply human nature, as it always has been. Of course, for those Uchiha willing to stand by my side, I will gladly entrust them with important matters. My struggle with Uchiha Fugaku isn't merely a contest between factions, but a battle for power as well. The current clan head clearly wishes to have Fugaku inherit his position, keeping the leadership within their own household. Anyone who might threaten Fugaku would be seen as a danger. I have no doubt that, if an opportunity ever arose, they would not hesitate to remove me. The only reason they haven't done it yet is they lack the chance. Likewise, I will not easily let them off. Recently, rumors have been swirling in the clan about me. If these are not their doing, then I simply cannot believe it. Of course, it's impossible for me to stoop to the level of Uchiha Itachi or Uchiha Obito and commit such monstrous deeds. After all, the Uchiha as a whole have not truly wronged me. Back then, the followers of Uchiha Kagami, and even now the supporters of Uchiha Yongping, still regard me as one of their own. By the way, it seems the clan head is planning to send Fugaku to the battlefield. As if reminded of something, Uchiha Yongping turned to and warned, he'll probably appoint some strong allies to assist Fugaku and help him earn honors. The battlefield isn't some easy place to waltz into. Do they really think Tsunade will be such a pushover? The more exceptional he appears now, the more of a clown he'll seem to everyone else once I join the front lines. Uchiha gave a non-committal smile, uncertain of what Kirigakure has been up to these days. During the Third Great Ninja War, Kirigakure seemed to be under Madara's control. If that's the case, then with the strength I've recently demonstrated, it won't be long before Kirigakure declares war on Konoha. Who knows, perhaps Hiruzen Sarutobi will even deploy the Uchiha clan to confront Kirigakure himself. Well then, we'll just have to wait and see how well he performs. Yongping sneered coldly in response. The clan head has been taking all kinds of actions lately. He even wants to arrange a marriage between Mikoto and Fugaku. As if Mikoto were some prize they could covet at will. Uchiha Yohei rejected this matter without hesitation, not even telling Uchiha Mikoto. He was worried that Uchiha in a fit of anger, would run straight to the clan leader and challenge them outright. At present, competition within the Uchiha is understandable, but to physically confront the clan leader, wasn't that going too far? Even if he succeeded, the rest of the village would certainly look at Uchiha with disfavor. After all, just because you're powerful, does that give you the right to act recklessly? Before one has the strength to easily crush the entire world, everyone still hopes for a Hokage who can work within certain bounds. The reason Senju Hashirama was able to become the first Hokage was, on one hand, his popularity, far better than Uchiha Madara's, and, on the other, his willingness to reason with others most of the time. If you were right, he'd even apologize with a warm smile. Uchiha Madara, however, belonged to a whole different mindset. Who are you to reason with me? Get down on your knees first, then maybe I'll consider listening to your nonsense. Of course, from Uchiha Madara's perspective, his actions were not without reason. After all, he was mighty and powerful. Do your best from now on. If you can, rally more members of the Uchiha to your side. It'll be good for your future. Uchiha Yohei reminded Uchiha once again. Yes, I understand. Time flew by, and the procedures for Uchiha to join the Umbu were quickly completed. At the same time, Hyuga Rinsha, Shunshu, and Uchiha Mikoto were officially brought into the Umbu as well. Even Minato Namikaze graduated early from the Ninja Academy to join Uchiha Yi's team. So, is our team just going to be training most of the time? Minato Namikaze blinked his eyes in curiosity. Isn't that great? Our squad's main duty is to protect my grandmother, so there's rarely anything urgent. And we still get paid? Shunshu chuckled, a bit disappointed that he couldn't go to the battlefield, but still delighted to be a member of the Umbu. Besides, Uchiha had promised them before that he'd take them out on missions in the future. Really? Minato blinked again, suddenly regretting not graduating a bit earlier. Just think of all that salary he missed. More importantly, he hadn't been learning much of anything in ninja school for a while now. nor did he have as many chances to train constantly like he did here. How much precious time had he wasted? Ugh, I went to apply to Lord Hokage for early graduation, and he turned me down. Uzumaki Kushina protested indignantly, unable to hide her frustration. In the past, she had gone on plenty of missions side by side with Tsunade, and her strength was by no means weak. Kushina Uzumaki truly didn't think she was any less capable than Minato Namikaze. Yet, Minato graduated early while she couldn't. Just how much of a double standard was this? Haha, Kushina, if you want to graduate, you got to finish studying all the basic materials in the textbooks, don't you think? Nawaki couldn't help but jeer at Kushina, completely forgetting that he himself had crammed desperately before the last exams, barely scraping a passing grade in the end. If the teacher hadn't gone easy on him, Nawaki probably wouldn't have passed the theory exam at all. Of course, this wasn't to say Nawaki was unintelligent. Instead, it was that much of the theoretical knowledge taught at the Ninja Academy was hardly ever used in real life. Not to mention, even Itachi Uchiha's grades in the theory tests had once lagged behind Minato Namikaze. You idiot, Nawaki! Kushina clenched her fists, and if Mikoto Uchiha hadn't been holding her back, she might have socked Nawaki right then and there. There was no helping it. Nawaki could be downright infuriating at times. So what if she failed written tests? She was sure she'd surpass Nawaki in strength someday anyway. Even with the Rasengan, she was advancing faster than Nawaki with her training. Besides, she was catching up to Nawaki in terms of chakra reserves, and Kushina was confident she'd outpace him in the future, even if chakra alone didn't determine who was stronger. Minato watched this scene with a hint of envy. He felt, in some ways, like an outsider to their group. He then glanced at Itachi Uchiha, standing quietly to one side. Minato had always known Itachi was exceptionally strong and gifted. Previously, he believed that given enough time and resources, he could definitely match Itachi's achievements. But now, Itachi had already surpassed even Jiraiya, their teacher, and become one of the most renowned ninja in the world. And he was still only 10 years old. No matter how confident Minato tried to remain, it was impossible to convince himself that he could truly catch up to Itachi. You're aware of what happened to Jiraiya, aren't you? Itachi crossed his arms, regarding Minato calmly. Back during their school days, Minato had gotten along well with Itachi. Over the last couple of years, Minato often joined him in training. Technically, with Minato being Jiraiya's disciple, that made them both brothers under the same school. They shared a common master, in a way. It was unexpected then, when Hiruzen Sarutobi assigned Minato as Itachi's subordinate. It seemed Hiruzen wasn't as opposed to the idea of Itachi becoming Hokage as people had believed. Uchiha Yi's gaze grew deeper. As long as there was no outright rejection, he was willing to compromise some interests. What mattered most was making Konoha stronger and more prosperous. After all, when the cake gets bigger, everyone's share increases. Well, as for Jiraiya-sensei, Minato Namikaze found himself at a loss for words to describe Jiraiya. Yet, given Minato's gentle nature, he wouldn't bear a grudge against Jiraiya over it. After all, when it came down to it, Jiraiya was his teacher, not his father. There was no obligation to look after him. Besides, Jiraiya had already taught him a great deal. Without his patient guidance, Minato would never have grown so quickly. He can be unreliable at times, and doesn't always follow the rules expected of Konoha shinobi. If he weren't the Hokage's student, he might have already been branded a rogue ninja. Uchiha, he let out a cold chuckle. He truly couldn't fathom Jiraiya's actions. Perhaps, at that moment when he saw Nagato, he was entranced, hypnotized through those thick locks of hair by Madara Uchiha's Rinnegan. Minato really couldn't find any words to defend Jiraiya. According to everything he'd learned, Sensei's actions did cross the line. Jiraiya-sensei really is astonishingly unreliable. All right, from here on out, I'll be leading your missions. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. I have a fair bit of confidence in my own abilities, Uchiha, he continued. Even if you want to learn the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan, I could teach you those as well. Thank you so much. Minato was taken completely by surprise. He never imagined Uchiha would be willing to teach him such things. He'd heard tell of the Flying Thunder God technique, but he had seen Kushina Uzumaki perform the Rasengan with his own eyes. Its destructive power was immense, and its difficulty rated A rank among shinobi techniques. As far as he knew, Rasengan was Uchiha Yi's original creation. The moment he witnessed the Rasengan, Minato felt a special connection to the technique. Yet, he hadn't dared ask Kushina for her training method, so it was a shock that Uchiha would offer it of his own accord. Of course, Uchiha was more than willing to help, and even invest in Namikaze Minato. At present, there was no one in the ninja world who understood Minato's potential more than he did. Besides, Minato wasn't the type to forget those who helped him. If all else failed, he could simply groom him as the next Hokage. While Minato was still young, there was plenty of time to instill his own ideas. For example, the vision of peace. In the ninja world, realizing peace was the dream of so many. Anyone who had witnessed the horrors of war would inevitably long for it. If Uchiha is properly guided, he can rally countless followers to his cause. His goal is to make Konoha's conservatives believe that Uchiha's so-called radical ideas are, in fact, too restrained. The Rasengan demands extraordinary chakra control. I hope you can persevere. Ordinary shinobi have only a limited amount of chakra, and mastering jutsu requires vast reserves. This often becomes a limiting factor. Minato Namake's chakra isn't the most abundant, but it also isn't lacking. It's about average by shinobi standards. Still, no one knows how long it will take him to master the Rasengan. Days slipped by one after another, and then, when the dueling arena refreshed its opponents, Uchiha found himself utterly stunned. He never expected that the dueling space would select him as a challenger. The heir of ninjutsu, young Asura. He had once thought that, to awaken the Rinnegan in the future, he would need to defeat Hashirama Senju or Naruto Uzumaki, so that he could seize Asura's chakra from them. Yet, he never imagined he'd run into the young Asura directly. If he could defeat Asura and obtain what he desired from him, could he complete his own bloodline? But was he truly a match for Asura as he was now? Uchiha was uncertain, yet defeating Asura was an absolute necessity. He would do so at any cost. In that instant, Uchiha paid no further attention to any of the other shinobi who had appeared. He stepped straight into the dueling space, ready to battle Asura. Asura had never been particularly outstanding since childhood. At the very least, compared to Indra, he still lagged far behind, though it was unfair to dismiss Asura as inferior. When it came to the strength of his bloodline, Asura was in a league of his own, something future shinobi could hardly hope to match. Who was stronger, Asura or Hashirama Senju? That debate was like trying to decide whether Guan Yu or Qin Xiong would win in battle, a clash from legends, with little ground for comparison. After all, in the era of the ninjutsu sect, few had developed ninjutsu to any real depth. Indra invented hand seals, only to be scolded by the sage of the six paths. Still, the sheer strength of Asura's bloodline surely surpassed that of Hashirama Senju. In Uchiha's eyes, the Asura at his peak undoubtedly outclassed Hashirama. Blessed by the sage of the six paths himself, Asura could fight with the truth-seeking orbs. At that level, even if he hadn't quite reached sage-level prowess, he was already halfway there, which was something Hashirama never achieved. Fortunately, it was merely the young Asura he faced. In that era, advanced combat techniques and tactics had yet to be developed. Even those with overwhelming power might not be able to wield it to its full potential. Shinobi strategies and tactics evolved through centuries of relentless conflict. Fighters of equal talent today are far stronger than legends from millennium ago. Who knows if, in this era, an Asura might emerge capable of attaining the exalted state of Buddha atop the heavens. Otherwise, he might truly have no chance of winning at this stage. In theory, the Flying Thunder God technique is immensely powerful, but within the confines of the combat space, its effectiveness is greatly diminished. If the battle involves wide-range ninjutsu, Uchiha would be forced into a passive position, since the combat area is limited. As Uchiha entered the battlefield, he realized he had slipped out of sage mode. Without delay, he began to absorb natural energy, aiming to re-enter sage mode as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, he quietly attuned his senses to Asura's presence across from him, unable to suppress a sense of shock. Uchiha already possessed an impressive amount of chakra, yet Asura's chakra was on a whole different scale, at least 10 times his own. The sheer magnitude was staggering. It was surely equivalent to at least 150 units of chakra. Perhaps only Hashirama Senju, at the height of his power in the future, could stand on equal footing with Asura in terms of chakra reserves. Even Naruto, before accepting the Sage of Six Paths power, and not counting Kurama's chakra, couldn't compare to young Asura. The key point was, Asura hadn't even reached his prime yet. Judging by physical constitution alone, Asura was indeed a step above even Hashirama Senju. Brother? No, you're not my brother. Asura paused in surprise as he looked at Uchiha. He could clearly sense a familiar chakra from him, a mistake he could never make. But why did the other man look nothing like his brother? Soon enough, he noticed the 3 Tomo Sharingan shining in Uchiha's eyes. Weren't those his brother's eyes? Could it be someone was impersonating his brother? As this possibility crossed his mind, Asura didn't hesitate. He leapt toward Uchiha, aiming a powerful punch straight at his face. Uchiha, still gathering natural energy, had just enough time to raise his arms in defense. The instant the fist connected, a tremendous force surged through Uchiha-Yi's arms, hurling him back at least 10 meters. What terrifying strength! Truly the power of a sage's body. Uchiha-Yi had always considered his own physique to be regressive to his ancestors, nearly the youthful form of an Otsutsuki. Yet compared to Ashura's sage physique, the difference was still tremendous. But that's what makes this interesting. A thrill lit up Uchiha-Yi's face as the Magatama markings surfaced on his body, signaling entry into sage mode. So, you want to dance with me as well? After he finished speaking, a radiant aura of lightning erupted around Uchiha-Yi as he surged forward to attack Ashura. Ashura, feeling the murderous intent emanating from Uchiha-Yi, became all the more certain in his mind. Although this opponent had the Sharingan and chakra almost identical to his elder brother, there was no way he could be Indra. His brother would never look at him with such murderous eyes. Without hesitation, Ashura burst forth with overwhelming chakra as well, clashing violently with Uchiha-Yi. Once Uchiha-Yi entered sage mode, his strength was slightly inferior to Ashura's, but thanks to his mastery of lightning release, his speed far surpassed Ashura's. Being able to achieve this much, Uchiha-Yi was already rather satisfied. After all, he was still only 10 years old, with 2 months to go before his 11th birthday. On the other hand, Ashura appeared to be about 15 or 16. The difference in their ages was plain to see. To this, Uchiha-Yi felt proud. He hadn't used any cheats. Everything he'd achieved so far was thanks to his own hard work. Their fists and legs collided again and again, their heavy blows thundering through the air. As their fierce battle dragged on, each clash of chakra sent shockwaves outwards, quickly reducing the ground of their battlefield to rubble. Yet neither Uchiha-Yi nor Ashura showed any sign of letting up. On the contrary, they only fought with more and more vigor. With a heavy impact, Uchiha-Yi landed a solid kick to Ashura's abdomen, while Ashura's fist crashed into Uchiha-Yi's chest. Both were sent hurtling backwards through the air. Landing hard, Uchiha-Yi rubbed his aching chest. Judging from the pain, he guessed a rib or two must have cracked. He glanced at Ashura across from him. Though Ashura was clearly battered and bruised, it took only a brief moment for him to recover. As expected, the regenerative power of the sage body was beyond comparison. Not even Uchiha-Yi's current physical strength could match such healing. For the first time, Uchiha-Yi could truly understand Madara Uchiha's sense of frustration. Madara had been every bit Hashirama Senju's equal in strength, maybe even surpassing him in sheer destructive power. Yet any damage he managed to inflict on Hashirama would heal in the blink of an eye. While he would have to expend tremendous effort just to injure his rival, Hashirama would recover almost instantly. The bitterness and exasperation were hard for anyone else to imagine. Even though such healing demanded chakra from his opponent, it still wasn't as draining as the cost to himself. Indeed, the sage body was a truly infuriating gift. But it's about time to get serious. Analyzing Ashura's moves throughout the fight, Uchiha-Yi realized that while Ashura's taijutsu was undeniably formidable, rooted in ancient techniques, it lacked the practical edge found in modern styles. Ashura's fighting style was worth studying, but there weren't many crucial insights to be gained. In Uchiha-Yi's hand, a raisin shuriken infused with sage art, wind release spiraled into existence. Ashura watched the jutsu warily. This technique seemed intriguing. Perhaps it was something worth studying carefully later, for he sensed its compatibility with his own abilities. But he also recognized the danger. If struck by such a jutsu, even he would face a mortal threat. Yet before Uchiha-Yi could draw near, a strange ripple of spatial energy fluttered in his palm. Suddenly, Ashura sensed an impending crisis. A surge of space-time technique flared from his chest. Without warning, a massive, swirling raisin shuriken, enriched with sage art, wind release, materialized right before him. Ashura leapt back, attempting to evade, but the jutsu's reach was too great. He was caught in its devastating sweep. In the end, it was a lack of battle experience that cost him. Uchiha-Yi had to admit, Ashura was the strongest ninja he had ever faced. Yet, his foe's combat experience was sorely lacking. Perhaps Ashura had hardly ever faced true life-or-death struggles before. This set him apart from seasoned shinobi. Not to mention, Ashura had never imagined the existence of teleportation jutsu, like Flying Thunder God. As expected, it's always Tobirama Senju, devious and unpredictable, who sets the deadliest traps. Ashura, perhaps your misfortune lies with the line of ancestors that birthed the innately cunning old ghosts of the Senju clan. Of course, a single raisin shuriken couldn't kill Ashura outright. His vitality far surpassed that of ordinary men. Even prime Hashirama Senju or Naruto Uzumaki couldn't match Ashura's tenacity. Besides, even the third Raikage had survived the Raisin Shuriken. Defeating Ashura with it would not be so simple. To be fair, though, there was a difference. The third Raikage didn't rely on sheer physical toughness, but on his lightning release armor technique. Yet this time, Ashura had confronted the Raisin Shuriken head-on, with nothing but his own body and an enormous surge of chakra. Still, the aftermath left Ashura covered in wounds, battered and disheveled. Did he leave something on me? Ashura mused, doubting that anyone could attack so precisely at will. His grandmother perhaps could, but few others possessed such accuracy. Even his own father would have struggled to strike so unerringly. A moment later, Ashura's gaze fixed on a strange mark on his chest. It seemed clear enough, during the chaos of battle, Uchiha had managed to brand this seal onto him. Without hesitation, Ashura tore the flesh from his chest where the mark lay, then regarded Uchiha with renewed alarm. He was now in the worst state he had ever known. Should he endure another assault like that, he truly might not survive. As expected of a sage's body. But is that really enough? A faint smile played at the corner of Uchiha-Yi's lips. In his hand appeared a Raisin Shuriken, imbued with wind release and sage art. One even more powerful than before. In the blink of an eye, this mighty jutsu vanished from his hand. Flying Thunder God, guided thunder. Seeing this, Ashura's expression changed dramatically. He tried to flee with all speed, already understanding the move he faced. This jutsu was terrifying, but not entirely unavoidable. With enough speed, escape was possible. But that last attack had left him grievously injured. Even with his extraordinary constitution and rapid recovery, the wounds wouldn't fully heal in such a short time. With no choice left, Ashura did his best to dodge toward the distance. Yet, to his shock, just as he tried to outrun the explosive vortex of the Raisin Shuriken, Uchiha-Yi's figure materialized not far away. Was he not afraid of death? The moment that jutsu exploded, he too would be caught in the blast. As panic gripped Ashura's heart, Uchiha-I was suddenly clad in a spectral skeleton. In the space of a heartbeat, flesh rapidly grew over the bones, and before Ashura could even utter a word, the giant, fully armored, sent a massive fist careening straight for his face. Susanoo. Ashura knew Susanoo well. His father also wielded this power, said to be capable of matching the Ten Tails itself. Though this man's Susanoo could not compare to his father's, in this moment, it was formidable and deadly nonetheless. Behind him, the howling force of the Raisin Shuriken. In front, the overwhelming might of Susanoo's colossal fist. Ashura's retreat was cut off completely. You are a good man, but I must kill you here. A deafening crash resounded as Susanoo's massive fist landed squarely on him, smashing Ashura directly into the heart of the Raisin Shuriken's furious explosion. His breath came ragged, heavy, strained. Two powerful jutsu unleashed in quick succession, and especially the precise control required to direct the Raisin Shuriken onto Ashura, left Uchiha drained. Not to mention the extreme strain of wielding Susanoo at full power. Even for him, this kind of sustained onslaught was overwhelming. Yet, to defeat Ashura, it was all worth it. A familiar chime soundif. Congratulations, Uchiha-I. You have defeated young Ashura and acquired Ashura's constitution. Would you like to assimilate it? So it is Ashura's body after all. Uchiha-I had once thought to seek Ashura's chakra, but with Ashura's constitution now within reach, who would need just the chakra? Ashura's body was in every way greater, a far more direct and valuable prize. Whether it was Hashirama Senju or Naruto Uzumaki, it was the possession of Ashura's chakra that made them true Senjutsu body wielders. But with the constitution of Ashura himself, who would still need Ashura's chakra? Fuse. With that intent, Uchiha-I exited the combat space. As he whispered fuse in his mind, another wave of searing pain swept through his entire being, wrenching at his core. He felt as if his body temperature had soared past 60 degrees Celsius, and it was still climbing rapidly. Though the agony was almost unbearable, he could also sense his own constitution growing stronger at a speed visible to the eye, and the amount of chakra within him increasing with every breath he took. Fortunately, the pain was as swift to fade as it was to arrive. The combat space might not have spared him the pain of merging with Ashura's constitution, but at least the suffering was brief. Drawing deep, gasping breaths, Uchiha-I's face broke into a broad grin as he clearly felt the changes surging through his body. With the integration of Ashura's physiology, Uchiha-I's body became incomparable to anything before. The blood of the Uchiha, the chakra of Indra, the constitution of Ashura, and all the clan powers he had previously fused. Together, these truly bestowed upon him the physique of the Otsutsuki clan. He might have only achieved a constitution on par with Otsutsuki Hagoromo, and by comparison to those future celestial beings, he still fell just a bit short, but even so, his power was already formidable beyond measure. At this very moment, even without the combat space to accelerate his growth, Uchiha, proceeding step by step, would eventually reach the level of the Sage of Six Paths himself. His chakra reserves were no longer the modest 150 or so units that Azura wielded. Instead, he soared straight past 300 units. Clearly, Azura's body had propelled him into an entirely new realm of power. Meanwhile, the strength of his ocular powers grew rapidly along with his newfound constitution. Before, Uchiha had only been able to access the third stage of Susanoo with the aid of Sage Chakra. Outside the combat space, he wouldn't have dared to attempt it, since the strain on his eyes would have been far too great. But now, Uchiha could wield the third stage of Susanoo with ease. Even the fourth stage would no longer pose much of a challenge for him. And if he entered Sage mode and pressed himself further, the perfect form of Susanoo was well within reach. He had truly reached the point of full maturity. Perhaps by now, he wasn't just Uchiha anymore. He was Otsutsuki. Fortune had it that he was still only 10 years old. A few more years, and he might well have become invincible in today's ninja world. The fully realized Susanoo was already incredibly powerful. Previously, because Uchiha was still young and his body couldn't keep up with the demands of the Sharingan, his physical limitations had held back his eye's development. But after merging with Azura's constitution, for the first time, Uchiha discovered that now it was his eyes that struggled to keep up with his body. After all, he had inherited the physique of a 15 or 16-year-old Azura, while the Sharingan required personal cultivation. In the future, this new constitution could be further developed, meaning that by directly integrating Azura's bloodline, Uchiha now possessed not only his current abilities, but also the potential that Azura himself might have realized in years to come. Before long, another thought flashed through Uchiha's mind. If he really put in the effort, perhaps even with style was within his reach. If he, an Uchiha, could wield the first Hokage's legendary with style jutsu, who could say what kind of uproar would sweep through the Senju clan, and all of Konoha for that matter? Even Uzumaki Mito might be left utterly bewildered upon meeting him. Perhaps she would even see echoes of Hashirama Senju in him. But then, despite being able to unleash the full power of Susanoo, Uchiha's eyes remained at the stage of the three-tomo Sharingan. He couldn't help but wonder whether he might spend his whole life unable to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, which felt a little unreasonable. After all, he knew well that the Mangekyo Sharingan was a unique evolution brought about by the regression of the bloodline, but that didn't keep him from coveting the remarkable abilities tied to those eyes. Uzumaki Mito had told him that Madara Uchiha's Mangekyo could greatly amplify the power of any jutsu. Sasuke's Amaterasu and Kagutsuchi might not look all that impressive at first glance, but in truth, they were incredibly formidable. So much so that even Kagaya Otsutsuki herself was wary of Amaterasu. Then there was Obito Uchiha's Kimui and Shirsue's legendary Kotoeme Tsukumi, a genjutsu reputed to be the most powerful illusions of all. Or Uchiha Hikaru's nearly invincible Yasaka Magatama, an ability that borders on cheating. These two were all terrifying ocular powers that were nearly impossible to defend against. Not to mention Sarada Uchiha's Great Blaze Wheel, a jutsu so overwhelming, it truly seemed unstoppable, overwhelming in every aspect. Yet, as things stood, without evolving the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha could wield Susanoo, but would never awaken any of those singular, dazzling ocular powers. It really didn't seem fair at all. He wondered what unique abilities might come his way once he eventually awakened the Rinnegan, or whether, as his ocular power continued to grow, his own special dojutsu might awaken, even in the state of the three-tomo Sharingan. Now that his strength had taken a dramatic leap, Uchiha turned his attention to the remaining three choices within the battle simulation. Suigetsu Hozuki of Team Hawk, Konohamaru, from the era of Pain's invasion of the Leaf, and finally, the record of Tobarama Senju's battle against Uchiha Izuna. Gazing at the remaining trio, the corners of Uchiha's mouth curled into a delighted smile. Previously, his focus had been entirely on Azura, and he neglected these three remarkable opponents still waiting in the wings. Uchiha Izuna's strength was in no way lacking. If not for Uchiha Madara, Izuna would have been the most suitable candidate to become the head of the Uchiha clan. In fact, compared to his elder brother Madara, Izuna was arguably better suited for the clan leadership. His abilities were exceptional, and he was regarded as a standard by which other ninja were measured. Most importantly, just as Tobarama Senju excelled at family management, so too did Uchiha Izuna. Many of the major decisions were actually made by the two of them. In contrast, Madara and Hashirama were more often seen as the key military power behind their respective clans. Now, Unexpectedly, Uchiha Itsu had drawn Uchiha Izuna, an occurrence that set his heart racing. The battle record of Tobarama Senju was both ironic and, in its own way, deeply humanizing. No matter what item or inheritance related to Uchiha Izuna he obtained, it was likely to be beneficial to Uchiha Itsu in some capacity. As for Konohamaru during the Pain Invasion arc, that was almost the peak of his life. In Boruto, Konohamaru was significantly nerfed, but during the invasion, he had actually managed to defeat one of the 6 paths of pain. With Naruto Uzumaki's rather haphazard teaching, he had somehow managed to master the Rasengan. Konohamaru's talent was extraordinary, probably on par with someone like Kakashi Itachi. There is no doubt about Hiruzen Sarutobi's judgment, nor was there anything odd about wondering why Naruto, the son of the 4th Hokage, received so much less favor than Konohamaru. But there was certainly no room to doubt Konohamaru's talent. As for Suigetsu Hozuki, Uchiha Itsu dismissed him without a second thought. With a mere shift of intention, Uchiha Itsu's figure appeared in the battle arena, where he was met by Uchiha Izuna, not yet 30 years old. Izuna's features bore a striking similarity, about 60%, to Uchiha Mikoto's. It made sense, after all. Sasuke Uchiha had inherited his looks from Mikoto, and Sasuke, in turn, closely resembled Izuna. Tracing the family tree, there was indeed a kinship between Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Yohei. Yohei's wife was Izuna's cousin. Big brother? Kid, who are you? Izuna's eyes glittered with a cold, dangerous light as he sensed Itsu's aura. From Uchiha Itsu, he could feel not only a presence very similar to his older brother, but also a sense akin to Hashirama Senju. What on earth was going on? Me? Uchiha Itsu. With a detached air, Itsu looked at Izuna. He was ready to see what rewards Izuna would yield. Although Uchiha Yohei had indeed come from the Warring States era, there were many things he'd never encountered. There were some jutsus that even Yohei hadn't come across, techniques that were no longer present in the current Uchiha clan's inheritance. But Uchiha Izuna almost certainly would possess them. After all, we're talking about the younger brother whom Uchiha Madara cherished more than his own life. Uchiha-i? So you're from the Uchiha clan too. I'll have to be careful fighting you, Uchiha Izuna said, and as he spoke, 5 kunai appeared in his hand, which he hurled toward Uchiha-i's position. Uchiha-i also threw 5 kunai of his own in response. His attack trailed after Izuna's, causing the 10 kunai to collide in midair, knocking each other aside. Kid, not bad. You've got some skill. From now on, I'm getting serious. Uchiha Izuna's hands flashed through a series of hand seals. He drew in a deep breath, chakra surging within him. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. Here it comes. Uchiha-i's Sharingan, now with 3 tomo, spun to life. His gaze was sharp and focused on Izuna. This jutsu is impressive. Soon, it'll be mine. Some of you might wonder. After all, Majestic Destroyer Flame is only a B-rank fire technique. Why not just copy it with the Sharingan? The truth is, the Sharingan's copying ability isn't always a perfect one-to-one replication. It can mirror the outward form of a technique, but whether it captures the true essence depends on the user's own skill. Now that Uchiha knew the hand seals and the mechanics behind the Majestic Destroyer Flame, it was only a matter of time before he could perfectly reproduce it himself. What's more, Majestic Destroyer Flame consumes a massive amount of chakra. The average Uchiha simply can't handle that level of expenditure. It's often wiser just to stick with the Great Fireball technique. For most Uchiha, the Great Fireball technique is more than enough. Sage Art, Great Fireball Technique. Uchiha, he moved his hands in a blur. A massive fireball burst forth from his mouth. Even though it was just the Great Fireball technique, with the addition of his Sage Mode chakra, its destructive power was every bit the equal of the Majestic Destroyer Flame. The 2 torrents of fire collided with a thunderous roar, neither one able to overpower the other for the moment. As expected of Majestic Destroyer Flame, Uchiha let a smile slip onto his lips. This technique packs quite a punch. Soon, it'll belong to him. What he didn't realize was that, inside, Izuna was filled with astonishment. How could the Great Fireball technique alone match the might of his Majestic Destroyer Flame? How had his opponent managed that? But Izuna, known far and wide as a flawless ninja, didn't let his shock slow him. Even as he reeled at the terrifying force behind Yi's fireball, Izuna closed the distance with lightning speed, sword drawn, and thrusting straight for Uchiha. He responded at once, unsheathing the blade of Raijin, and the 2 swords clashed in a shower of sparks. That filthy, treacherous, despicable beast Tobarama Senju's sword? Why is it in your hands? The moment Izuna recognized the blade of Raijin, all composure fled from his face. The person he despised most in his entire life was Tobarama Senju. From the very moment he laid eyes on Tobarama, Izuna Uchiha had a feeling that this man would become his nemesis. It was as if, from the day they were born, the two of them were destined to be mortal enemies, inseparable in their rivalry, and their strength had always been evenly matched. In truth, according to the history of the shinobi world, the clan leaders of the Uchiha and Senju had always possessed similar levels of power through the generations, neither able to truly overcome the other. Were it not for the existence of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, those two who far surpassed the norm, Tobirama and Izuna would have been the most likely heirs to their respective clans. To be precise, if you set aside those two anomalies, Izuna Uchiha and Tobirama Senju represented the standard, what was typical. Someone gave it to me, Uchiha, he replied with a quiet chuckle, all the while learning from Izuna Uchiha's swordplay as they fought. Although both wielded the sword techniques of the Uchiha, Izuna's mastery opened up an entirely new perspective for Uchiha. When it came to Kenjutsu, Izuna's skills were the finest he had ever witnessed. Within the Uchiha clan, Izuna's swordsmanship had been honed to such a degree that it transcended even the original boundaries of Uchiha techniques. If one truly had a judge, then Izuna Uchiha might well have been called the sword saint of the Uchiha. Of course, Tobirama Senju was also an exceptional swordsman. Truly, these two were rivals matched in both brilliance and talent. Uchiha, he was in no rush. Using his Sharingan, he carefully analyzed Izuna's fighting style, absorbing his swordplay and battle methods into his own strategies. If one were to define the archetypal Uchiha, it would be Izuna. His fighting style was striking, elegant, and utterly decisive. This, in Uchiha-Yi's mind, was the fighting spirit that the Uchiha were meant to have, and the very style the present-day Uchiha had lost. Ever since Madara left, there hadn't been a single Uchiha who could stand alone as a powerhouse. As for Uchiha Kagami, while his strength was commendable, he was ultimately a shinobi raised after the founding of Konoha, someone who valued teamwork and battle far more than the individual might prized in the Warring States era. In terms of individual prowess, the shinobi of the village era generally did not measure up to those of the Warring States period, though in terms of overall teamwork and tactical coordination, the village shinobi were far superior. Izuna Uchiha could be considered the pinnacle of the archetypal Uchiha. Uchiha, he learned a great deal from him, and he felt that no matter what Izuna ultimately revealed in battle, their duel would hold the greatest meaning of all. Is that so? Izuna murmured thoughtfully, nodding as if in contemplation. Yet, the thought that a descendant of the Uchiha would be wielding Tobirama Senju's weapon left him feeling rather unsettled. Kid, your talent is impressive, but have you ever witnessed the true power of the Uchiha clan? As he finished speaking, the three Tomo and Uchiha Izuna's eyes began to spin rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they merged into a single whirl, transforming into the shape of the Mangekyo Sharingan. A shroud of black skeletal energy materialized around him. In the skeleton's hand appeared a swirling mass of black fire, which it hurled straight toward Uchiha, Amaterasu, and perhaps even Kagitsuchi as well. In response, overwhelming ocular power surged forth from Uchiha-Yi's eyes. The Susanoo sprang to life, enveloping him in a protective aura. In an instant, the fourth form of Susanoo took shape around Uchiha-Yi, shielding him as the black flames landed squarely on its shell, clinging to its form like an unshakable curse. Feeling the searing effect of Amaterasu on his Susanoo, Uchiha instantly understood the true nature of this fearsome technique. Indeed, this was an especially troublesome ocular jutsu, one that, at least in theory, could burn anything its user looked at. The black fire of Amaterasu licked hungrily at the Susanoo, as if determined to consume the entire construct in its flames. Fortunately, Amaterasu was not invincible. Channeling another surge of chakra through his eyes, Uchiha caused the patch of Susanoo consumed by the black fire, and the flames themselves, to fall away in an instant before the shield swiftly regenerated. Susanoo, even Uchiha Izuna, could hardly remain calm at this sight. He was absolutely certain that Uchiha wielded only the three-tomo Sharingan. But how could a three-tomo possibly use Susanoo? More than that, he could feel the other's ocular prowess outstripped even his own and that of his brother, Madara. A hint of bewilderment stirred in Uchiha Izuna's heart. In that case, let me show you the true Susanoo. Uchiha fixed Izuna with an unwavering gaze. The Susanoo that already encased him in its fourth form continued its dramatic evolution. Within moments, it expanded into a gigantic warrior, towering hundreds of meters into the sky. This astounding sight, one hand wielding a massive sword, armored from head to toe, a pair of wings flaring behind it, left Uchiha Izuna even more confounded. How could it be that the difference in their Sharingan seemed as great as heaven and earth itself? Still, instinct forged in battle steel meant that, Even before a foe's Susanoo far exceeding his own, he showed neither fear nor panic. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his own Susanoo and pressed it to its third form. In doing so, blood and tears welled up from his eyes. But before Uchiha Yi's completed Susanoo, Izuna's construct quickly fell into peril. With a resounding crash, one mighty sword strike left Izuna's Susanoo half in ruins. Another blow, then a third, fell in quick succession. In the span of mere moments, Uchiha Izuna's Susanoo shattered and faded away entirely. Farewell. You are a warrior worthy of respect. Uchiha Yi's Susanoo sword was raised high, crackling with countless arcs of lightning that danced along the blade. With a mighty swing, he brought it down toward where Uchiha Izuna stood. A mechanical chime echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to Uchiha I for defeating Uchiha Izuna. You have obtained Uchiha Izuna's swordsmanship. Would you like to assimilate it? So it's only Uchiha Izuna's swordsmanship? To be honest, Uchiha I felt a hint of disappointment. Though Izuna's swordsmanship was nothing short of extraordinary, worthy of the Uchiha Sword Saint title. What really interested I was his combat experience, ninjutsu, ocular powers, and above all, his Mangekyo Sharingan. But since this was the reward, he could hardly complain. To be fair, Izuna's swordplay was still a remarkable prize. He couldn't help but wonder, in the future, what expression would Madara have if he saw him wielding Tobarama Senju's Raijin sword with the skills of Uchiha Izuna? That would be a scene to remember. After fusing with Izuna's swordsmanship, Uchiha I realized that his recent efforts had not been in vain. While Yi's own sword skills were decent, they paled in comparison to Izuna's. Mostly, he had relied on his superior physical abilities to bridge the gap in technique during their duel. Now, after integrating Izuna's mastery, he finally felt able to unleash his fullest potential. With his swordsmanship, he could at last channel the overwhelming power that made up his skill set. It was a perfect remedy for his shortcomings in battle experience, too. After all, Izuna's swordsmanship was forged in the crucible of constant life and death battles. By this point, Uchiha I was certain that his strength now matched that of Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju during the climax at the Valley of the End. To surpass those two, it was just a matter of time. As for the other two challenges, he swept through them with ease. From Suigetsu, he acquired the water-style, water gun technique. From Konohamaru, he gained the young ninja's natural talent for ninjutsu. To I at his current level, they were little more than pleasant bonuses. Had he obtained Konohamaru's talent before entering the battle space, it would have been a substantial boost. But now, as he advanced toward becoming an all-powerful warrior, such talent no longer made much difference. Having finished improving himself, Uchiha I strolled cheerfully to report to Mito Uzumaki. The moment she caught sight of him, her expression changed abruptly. With her keen sensory ability, she could immediately sense the transformation he had undergone. Without hesitation, she ushered him into her room and asked in a low voice, "Something's changed about you, hasn't it? Why do I sense such a dramatic change in your presence? Your chakra, it's grown far greater than before." Previously, she believed that Hashirama Senju was the person with the most chakra she'd ever encountered. But now, the amount that Uchiha I possessed had clearly surpassed even Hashirama. Just yesterday, Uchiha I hadn't been like this. What in the world had happened? Some unusual changes have taken place in me, and I've learned some hidden truths as well. Grandma Mito, do you believe that in the very beginning, the Senju and Uchiha clans were actually brothers? Uchiha I's expression was complicated as he looked at Uzumaki Mito. He had expected Uzumaki Mito to notice the changes in him. Even if he no longer feared her, he was already prepared with an explanation. Brothers? Uzumaki Mito furrowed her brow. All I know is that the Senju and Uchiha clans have been bitter enemies for generations. The two sides have opposed each other for over 1,000 years. Because of our ties to the Senju, the Uzumaki clan doesn't have a good relationship with the Uchiha clan either. But there have been rumors among the Uchiha, claiming to be descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. The Senju have had similar claims. It seems both clans have fought for years over this shared heritage. In truth, both the Uchiha and Senju clans, as well as the Uzumaki, are all descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. As Uchiha I spoke, the three-tomo Sharingan spun in his eyes. Uzumaki Mito looked at him in shock. Even though it was only the three-tomo Sharingan, she could sense I's ocular power was likely no weaker than Madara's in his prime. She had seen many talented individuals, but none quite like Uchiha I. He didn't even need to wait for further growth. His current strength alone was more than enough to subdue the entire shinobi world. In this era, there was no Hashirama Senju to stop him. In our Uchiha clan, there is a stone tablet, said to have been passed down from the Sage of Six Paths himself. It contains the secrets of the Uchiha's Sharingan. As one's ocular powers grow, more of the tablet's mysteries are revealed. Inscribed within are the origins of both the Uchiha and Senju clans. Indra, the sage's elder son, inherited the power of the sage's eyes. Azura, the younger son, inherited the sage's body. The two fought for succession, and their conflict passed down through their descendants. Uchiha spoke solemnly, revealing the origins of the shinobi world. All of this left Uzumaki Mito quietly stunned, but she listened intently to every word. She never imagined such legends existed within the shinobi world. It turned out the Uchiha, the Senju, and even the Uzumaki clans truly were all descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. This revelation left Mito Uzumaki's thoughts in turmoil. The millennia-long brutal conflict between the Senju and Uchiha clans had, astonishingly, all stemmed from a struggle for the inheritance of the shinobi creed. To think, all those family wars during the Warring States period had really revolved around these two clans. In other words, the endless strife of the ninja world, lasting 1,000 years without peace, had its roots in the affairs of the Sage of Six Paths' own lineage. What tangled chaos! Wait, did you say the Uchiha inherited the Sage's eyes? But wasn't the Sage of Six Paths known for his Rinnegan? How did that become the Sharingan? Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, Mito pressed on anxiously. The final evolution of the Sharingan is the Rinnegan. Uchiha explained, withholding nothing. But it's nearly impossible for an ordinary person to awaken the Rinnegan. Even Indra himself never achieved it. You need more than Indra's eyes. You also require Ashura's body, the sage's own physical power. Only by merging both, embodying all things in nature, can the Rinnegan be awakened. That's what's recorded on the clan's stone tablet. Uchiha was much more forthcoming with secrets now, especially since Mito herself had hidden the fact that Madara Uchiha was still alive. In return, he was willing to reveal more to her. After all, this would help his own plans later on. So the Sharingan could become the Rinnegan? That must require developing the Sharingan to an incredibly advanced level, right? Wait, is that what Madara's after? Mito's face changed as the pieces fell into place. You're saying this account is inscribed on the Uchiha stone tablet, right? Wouldn't that mean Madara could read it too? As the clan leader and once the mightiest Uchiha, there's no way Madara wouldn't have access to it. I see. Mito sank into deep thought. If that's the case, then a lot of things begin to make sense. I had always wondered why Madara seemed inactive all these years. After Hashirama's death, no one in the ninja world could truly stand in Madara's way. Not even me, I suspect. I probably wouldn't be much of a match against him. Mito was never one to overestimate herself. Even if many now regarded her as the strongest in the entire ninja world, she still felt there was a gap between herself and the extraordinary power of Madara Uchiha or Hashirama Senju in their prime. If Madara truly wished it, he could return in full force, and Konoha wouldn't stand a chance against him. But now, Mito felt she had finally uncovered the truth. Perhaps Madara himself is not in the best condition either. Uchiha pondered aloud after a moment. That battle back then, even the first Hokage's life burned out as a result, and maybe Madara used Izanagi to escape the fate of death. But if you push your chakra to its limits too many times, your body cells suffer enormous strain. Misjudge it by the slightest, and even someone like him could perish from it. However, Mito Uzumaki gently shook her head and said, if everything had happened under normal circumstances, that might indeed be true. But that battle was anything but normal. Most of the chakra Uchiha Madara used came from the Nine Tails. Even though the Nine Tails can't compare to Hashirama or Madara in strength. Not even in terms of chakra reserves where it takes the most pride, it's still different from humans. Unlike Hashirama, who must extract chakra from his own body, the Nine Tails can directly absorb natural energy and convert it into chakra. If you really compare them, the Nine Tails actually recovers even faster than Hashirama does. But what's most crucial is this. After that battle, a chunk of flesh was missing from Hashirama's body. Judging by the wound, it looked like Madara had bitten it off. I suspect Madara's true aim in that fight was to obtain Hashirama's cells. Hashirama is probably the strongest shinobi in the Senju clan's entire history. If Madara wanted the power of the Senju, then Hashirama would be the obvious target. Unless I'm wrong, Madara must have spent these years trying to awaken the Rinnegan. The only question is, just how difficult is it to awaken the Rinnegan? That I don't know. Uchiha replied, spreading his hands. After all, I've never awakened the Rinnegan myself. But there is someone who definitely knows, because that guy was also created by the Sage of Six Paths, and he was the Sage's most beloved child. You mean the Nine Tails? Mito asked, her curiosity piqued. Even if the Uchiha and Senju share a common ancestor, what does any of this have to do with Uchiha? Could it be that Uchiha inherited some ancient traits? The very idea sent ripples of shock through Mito's heart. She had always known Uchiha. He was not your average member of the Uchiha. Even before all this, his constitution was far better than ordinary Uchiha, and even compared with the Senju and the Uzumaki, he stood out. Now, after mastering Sage Mode, his potential seemed to have ascended to another level. Could Sage Mode really be such a tremendous boost for the Uchiha, enough to help them cultivate a sage body? On reflection, perhaps it was possible. Yes, that's right. The nine-tailed beasts were all created by the Sage of Six Paths, after all, and they have witnessed the entire history of the ninja world firsthand. It's only natural that they know far more than we do. They just choose not to tell us. Uchiha said, his words carrying a hint of suggestion. Mito nodded slightly, then exchanged a glance with E. In the next instant, their consciousnesses slipped into the space where the Nine Tails was sealed. Originally, the Nine Tails, who had been tightly bound by Mito Uzumaki, was once again furious the moment it saw her. After being sealed for so many years by Mito Uzumaki, every time the Nine Tails laid eyes on her, old and new grudges would surge up uncontrollably within it. It was all because of that cursed old woman, Mito Uzumaki. But when its gaze fell on Uchiha, the Nine Tails' eyes widened with disbelief, staring at him as if it couldn't trust what it saw. Previously, the Nine Tails had only believed Uchiha to be Indra's reincarnation, and it had never doubted its own senses. After all, whether it was the aura of Ashura or Indra, the Nine Tails was intimately familiar with both. Yet now, when a world was happening with Uchiha, he not only radiated Indra's aura, but also carried the presence of Ashura as well. How much time had really passed since their last encounter? And yet, the aura of Ashura was now already emerging from within him, clear as can be. To bear both of these auras at the same time, there was no way an ordinary person could have achieved that. Could it be he was the sage's reincarnation? At this thought, the Nine Tails suddenly grew excited. It had to be the sage's reincarnation, or, at the very least, the sage's chakra reborn into a new life. After all, both Indra and Ashura were merely inheritors of part of the sage's power, and their auras bore a deep resemblance to his. If it was only the sage's chakra reincarnated, it would still be somewhat different from the original. It made sense that the Nine Tails didn't notice it before, but now, everything fell into place. Besides, the sage's reincarnation had appeared within the Uchiha clan, at first showing mainly the Sharingan, but as time passed, the chakra began transforming the body, and the sage's own unique traits gradually revealed themselves. It all seemed perfectly logical. In the blink of an eye, the Nine Tails had pieced the truth together. Its expression soon grew complicated. No matter what, this was almost certainly the sage's chakra come to life in another form. However, chakra alone was not enough to make the Nine Tails bow and scrape for forgiveness. If anything, this bond made the Nine Tails feel closer, just as it had once gotten along so well with Ashura, and had, over the years, lent its strength to many of Ashura's reincarnations. But when it came across Hashirama Senju, hadn't it still ended up taking a beating? The Nine Tails could never blame Ashura's reincarnations for lacking compassion. In truth, they were nothing but reincarnations of chakra, without the memories of their former lives. But in the case of Uchiha, the chakra stirred an uncommon closeness within the Nine Tails. Who would have thought? Even the sage's chakra would find a new life. Could it be that something had happened, something it still didn't know about? Nine Tails, I have some questions for you regarding the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. After saying this, Mito Uzumaki noticed that the Nine Tails was still staring blankly, lost deep in thought. She pressed on, asking, is it true that the Uchiha and Senju clans are descended from the Sage of Six Paths' two sons? The Nine Tails glanced at Mito, then at Uchiha. With a disgruntled huff, it finally responded, why are you asking about these things? That was 1,000 years ago. But I'll let it slide for the old man's sake. Back then, when Madara Uchiha obtained the flesh and blood of Hashirama, we started to suspect he used it for something that might allow him to awaken the Rinnegan. Mito's gaze was intense as she looked at the Nine Tails. As expected, the instant the Nine Tails heard Mito's words, it bristled in shock. What? Madara Uchiha got hold of Hashirama Senju's flesh? How could he possibly do that? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Hashirama's regenerative power is legendary. Even if he lost a chunk of flesh, he'd heal in no time. How would you even know about this? There was no one who understood the bond and the rivalry between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha better than the Nine Tails. One was the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra, the other of Indra's. If Madara truly managed to take Hashirama's power for himself, the consequences could be unimaginable. The very possibility of Madara unlocking the Rinnegan sent a chill of dread straight through the Nine Tails. The Rinnegan. And the one to awaken it might just be the Uchiha it despised most, Madara. At that moment, suspicion sprouted in the Nine-Tails' mind. With Madara's ambitions, if he were to awaken the Rinnegan, he would likely summon the Ghetto statue, hunt down the tailed beasts, and attempt to resurrect the Ten Tails itself. Perhaps it was this ominous fate the sage himself had sensed, prompting his reincarnation. In that instant, the Nine-Tails felt as though it had glimpsed the truth behind everything. And the more it pieced together, the greater its apprehension grew. If things truly played out this way, wouldn't it be in mortal danger? Inside Mito Uzumaki, it might be able to survive. But if it were ever absorbed by the Ten Tails, that would be the end, utter oblivion. The flesh must have been taken by Madara toward the end of their battle. By then, Hashirama had exhausted much of his chakra. His ability to heal was severely weakened, and the wounds weren't significant enough for him to waste what little strength he had left. Mito's tone was complicated as she asked, "Nine-Tails, I believe you are as wary of Madara Uchiha as I am. What I need to know is this. Does Madara Uchiha truly have the potential to awaken the Rinnegan?" The Nine-Tails gazed deeply at Mito Uzumaki, then cast a profound look at Itachi Uchiha by her side. The Uchiha and Senju clans truly are the descendants of Indra and Azura. Indra was the sage of Six Paths' elder son, inheriting the sage's eyes, while Azura, the younger son, inherited his father's body. Madara Uchiha was the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, and Hashirama Senju was the reincarnation of Azura's chakra. When these two forms of chakra merge, it is very likely to awaken the Rinnegan. In fact, he was the one with the highest potential to awaken the Rinnegan in the past. Even now, the Nine-Tails had to admit that Mito Uzumaki truly might be trying to protect him. Given the current situation, the idea of making Itachi Uchiha his Jinchuriki was starting to seem appealing to the Nine-Tails. If Itachi could take another step forward and become his Jinchuriki, then no matter if Madara awakened the Rinnegan in the future, they would still have the confidence to defeat him. The thought of standing side by side with the chakra reincarnations of the old sage stirred excitement deep within the Nine-Tails' heart. Reincarnation of Indra's chakra, reincarnation of Azura's chakra. Mito Uzumaki felt as if she had stumbled upon a momentous revelation. She remembered Hashirama once saying that Madara felt like his own brother. Most of what the Nine-Tails said was likely true, which meant that in a sense, Hashirama and Madara really were brothers. Back in the Warring States period, all the clans were embroiled in endless conflict. But in truth, it was simply the family affairs of the Sage of Six Paths' descendants playing out over centuries. Even the tailed beasts were creations of the Sage himself. And these formidable beings could actually be reborn, not through ordinary reincarnation, but through the continued cycle of their chakra. Mito Uzumaki's gaze shifted once more to Itachi Uchiha. So what about him? A vague suspicion surfaced in her heart. If Madara truly obtained Hashirama's flesh and blood and used certain methods, in theory, he could activate the Rinnegan. At that point, his strength would surpass even the peak of Hashirama's power. The Nine-Tails snorted, his distaste for Mito and Hashirama evident, yet his animosity toward Madara was even greater. Is that so? Mito's gaze grew fathomless. Yet, the greater her understanding, the more pressure weighed upon her. Fortunately, Madara was now aging. Otherwise, their side might never have stood a chance. Itachi's talent was undeniable, but he too would need time to grow. If only Madara could somehow be delayed until it was too late for him. So that's why Madara has lain low all these years. He must truly have been seeking to awaken the Rinnegan. We may face an even more formidable Uchiha Madara in the future. Uchiha paused for a moment before he continued. So far, we haven't found any real reason for the Uzumaki clan's sudden destruction. But if Madara was behind it, that kind of annihilation would hardly be difficult for him to achieve. As for my father, it's almost certain he was killed by Madara as well. His Mangekyo Sharingan also ended up in Madara's hands. But Madara has no need for another Mangekyo Sharingan. To him, it shouldn't serve any real purpose. Could it be that, after using his Anaji, there were side effects that left his eyes damaged? Uzumaki Mito voiced her doubts. Even so, she too believed the tragedy in Yuzukyo village must have some connection to Madara, very likely part of a plot aimed at her. Perhaps he wanted to lure her out, using Uchiha Kagami as bait. But then again, Mangekyo Sharingan shouldn't matter much to Madara, should it? Perhaps he wanted to draw out more ocular power? Or maybe he wanted to prevent me from ever gaining the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Of course, the old me was never worthy of Madara's attention. But most likely, he just wanted a spare pair of eyes. Uchiha, he turned his gaze to the Nine-Tails. Nine-Tails, I'm sure you understand the power of the Rinnegan, don't you? This matter concerns you as well. I doubt you wish to remain under Madara's control, either. Uchiha Yi's words threw the Nine Tails into silence. That damn Madara. He was the one creature the Nine Tails feared above all. The Rinnegan, after all. Now that was true power, something that could genuinely threaten his life. A single misstep, and he really could be doomed. The Nine Tails sank into deep thought. His knowledge of the Rinnegan was limited, but after pondering a while, a possibility dawned on him, and he voiced his own guess. I understand now. Madara maybe try to revive someone. The Rinnegan possesses the power to bring back the dead. The Rinnegan can resurrect people, but can anyone truly withstand the power of the Rinnegan? Uzumaki Mito was startled by this revelation. The idea that the Rinnegan could bring back the dead caught her completely off guard. If Hashirama Senju could be resurrected. But swiftly, Mito pushed the thought aside. Even with the Rinnegan, bringing someone back to life couldn't be so simple. Surely, there had to be a price. Madara is far from young now. If he really did awaken the Rinnegan and found a way to have someone resurrect him, could he return to his prime once again? I'm not sure about that. It's probably even harder for the average person to accept than the Sharingan, but in theory, a sage's body should be able to bear it. The Nine Tails replied, sounding a little uncertain. I think I understand the truth now. After a long, contemplative silence with her eyes closed, Mito Uzumaki finally spoke. A sage's body must refer to the unique constitution of Hashirama Senju. Ordinary members of the Senju and Uzumaki clans simply couldn't reach that level, but when it comes to withstanding the life force required to bear the power of the Sharingan, the Uzumaki and Senju clans can still manage it. Even Tobirama Senju once considered this possibility. But the idea was quickly abandoned. The thought of using one of the hated Uchiha's eyes was simply too much for him. Tobirama Senju was among the most knowledgeable when it came to the Sharingan. In fact, his understanding of it surpassed that of most Uchihas themselves. While it's difficult to find Senju children with outstanding bloodlines these days, it's a different story for the Uzumaki clan. Perhaps that is exactly why the Uzumaki clan was destroyed. It's likely that Madara Uchiha is already cultivating someone who, in the future, might be the key to his resurrection. Uchiha gazed at Mito Uzumaki, thoughtful. They say having an elder at home is like having a treasure. But unlike some elders who flaunt their seniority and rely solely on their qualifications, like Danzo Shimura, Kofu Udatane, and Hamura Mitokado, who lingered around even when Naruto became Hokage, Mito Uzumaki was nothing like that. She genuinely stayed out of village affairs, except for keeping herself informed and nurturing the younger generation behind the scenes. When a village was in danger, Mito Uzumaki would always step forward. Now, with the new intelligence from Uchiha E and the Nine Tails, it seemed Mito Uzumaki was uncovering even more hidden truths. There were certain things Uchiha E couldn't say openly, but Mito Uzumaki, she was different. As for Uchiha Yi's present condition, other than a throwback to his ancestors, there didn't seem to be any other explanation. After all, Uchiha couldn't possibly get hold of Hashirama's cells. Mito Uzumaki thought back to those white creatures from before. They were probably tools set up by Madara Uchiha to monitor not just the Leaf Village, but the entire ninja world, perhaps even cultivated from Hashirama's own cells by Madara himself. No one could predict what steps Mito Uzumaki would take next, or whether she would share these findings with Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others. To be honest, from Uchiha Yi's perspective, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen learned about Madara's schemes, it wouldn't make much difference. With his current abilities, Hiruzen was no match for Madara Uchiha. If Hiruzen learned Madara was still alive, it would only fill him with anxiety and suspicion, and perhaps foster even deeper mistrust towards the Uchiha clan. When that time comes, Uchiha Yi's situation will become rather awkward as well. After all, even standing against Uchiha Madara still requires Yi's strength. Considering Uzumaki Mito's political wisdom, it's likely she won't reveal anything to Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others. As for what exactly might happen, even Uchiha can't say for certain. He can only take things one step at a time. After all, he has grown strong enough to stand against the whole of Konoha on his own, so there's no longer any need to constantly gauge others' feelings. The main reason is that Uzumaki Mito has truly been good to him. Uzumaki Mito pondered for a moment, then took a deep breath and addressed the Nine Tails. Thank you, Nine Tails, for telling me all this. From now on, I'll ask you to behave yourself a little more. You ought to realize just how terrifying Madara can be. The Nine Tails was rather surprised by her gentle tone. When had this old woman, Uzumaki Mito, ever spoken to it so kindly? Up till now, her way had always been, let's get along well, then promptly tying it down with chakra chains and siphoning off its power over and over. If it didn't cooperate, she'd even lash it with a flick of her chakra. It seemed clear now, Uchiha Madara really must have put Mito under immense pressure. Was she actually trying to build a better relationship with it? Still, when the Ninetales thought about that man being Uchiha Madara, it chose not to make any further trouble. In fact, it deliberately suppressed its chakra, not wishing to pick a fight with Mito. After all, it had no desire to fall under Madara's control again, and most crucially, it was afraid of the Ten Tails. Mito gave Uchiha a knowing glance, then faded away from the realm of consciousness. Till next time, Ninetales. Uchiha nodded slightly to the beast, and then disappeared after Mito. Looking at the spot where Uchiha had just stood, the Ninetales couldn't help but feel a pang of emptiness. He called it Ninetales, not Kurama. It seemed he truly was just the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths Chakra, and not the Sage himself. For the moment, the Ninetales didn't quite know how to face Uchiha, but at least he always showed a kindness, which was not a bad place to start. When the consciousness of Uchiha and Uzumaki Mito returned to the outside world, Mito asked to wait for a moment before getting up and going inside the house. After some time, she returned carrying a box, which she handed to Uchiha. "Grandma Mito, what's this?" he asked, a hint of curiosity in his eyes as he looked at her. "This is Hashirama's would-release training journal. According to what the Ninetales has told us, there's a strong chance your body is showing signs of atavism. If you can learn to wield would-release, you'll have far more confidence facing Madara Uchiha in the future. It's difficult to imagine what kind of power would-release combined with the Sharingan could achieve." As Mito Uzumaki recalled the final battle between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, her thoughts raced. Those two seemed to have been fighting since childhood, yet they never truly collaborated. After all, with the strength those two possessed, either one could dominate the other nations on their own. There was never any need for them to team up against anyone. To be honest, even Mito Uzumaki herself was somewhat curious. What level of power could be reached if Susanoo were to don a mighty wood golem? Of course, one reason Mito Uzumaki didn't want Uchiha to further develop his Sharingan was precisely this. The Rinnegan is surely a formidable power. Even though Mito Uzumaki had never seen it herself, it appeared the Sharingan was merely a regressed form of the Rinnegan. Madara Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan had already proven itself overwhelmingly powerful. Otherwise, he'd never have fought Hashirama Senju to a standstill. And yet, the Rinnegan seemed to be a further evolution beyond the Mangekyo. If it's possible for the ordinary three-tomo Sharingan to evolve into the Mangekyo and gain such a tremendous leap in power, then combating an awakened Rinnegan would be a nearly impossible feat. The thought that Madara Uchiha could regain his peak at any moment, perhaps even exceed it, left Mito Uzumaki full of uncertainty and hesitation. She longed to find Madara quickly and ruin his schemes, yet feared that such actions would only drive him to expedite his plans, accelerating her own demise and rushing his resurrection. Though she could largely guess Madara Uchiha's intentions, Mito Uzumaki was momentarily at a loss about what to do. Based on her own speculation, it was highly likely that Uchiha was the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths Chakra. If Uchiha continued along this path of awakening his ancient bloodline, it wasn't beyond reason he could one day awaken the Rinnegan. Should Uchiha reach his full potential, he might one day match Madara himself. It was a difficult choice. Should she trust the younger generation and buy time for Uchiha to grow, or should she try her best to hinder Madara Uchiha at every turn? Whatever she did, there was no easy path for Mito Uzumaki. All she could do was invest herself in nurturing Uchiha, for that was the one path she felt certain could not be wrong. "You're giving me the wood-release training insights?" Uchiha looked at Mito Uzumaki in astonishment. The Senju clan had actually left behind very little. Most of their best legacies had been passed on to the village. Of course, much of the truly precious inheritance had found its way to Mito Uzumaki herself, as well as to Tsunade and Nawaki. Even so, when all is said and done, the Senju clan was officially disbanded. For instance, the Flying Thunder God technique was not passed down within the clan. It wasn't that Tobarama Senju was unwilling to leave it behind. Rather, Tsunade simply didn't have a gift for this particular kind of ninjutsu. After the clan's dissolution, Tobarama Senju spent much of his time living in the Hokage's office. Leaving all the training manuals and techniques in the office made perfect sense under the circumstances. To put it bluntly, if Tsunade ever went to the Hokage to ask for the Flying Thunder God's training secrets, could Hiruzen Sarutobi really bring himself to refuse? You stand a fair chance of mastering it. You should at least give it a try, Uzumaki Mito said to Uchiha, her expression brimming with anticipation. Your eyes, with their powerful visual prowess and your talent for illusion. Most ordinary ninja would be hypnotized in an instant if they so much as met your gaze. In this respect, you are much like Uchiha Madara. However, you don't possess the Mangekyo Sharingan, so you can't use its special ocular techniques. nor could you ever awaken Susanoo. Ahem. Actually, to be honest, Susanoo isn't something that could be activated only after awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. I mastered Susanoo after I learned Sage Mode. Besides, even without these eyes, I could still use Susanoo. The Sharingan might be a key to unlocking it, but once you've grasped the technique, you don't necessarily need your eyes to bring it forth. As he spoke, Uchiha thought of the futures of Obito Uchiha, and of Madara as well. Even though Obito awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he only wielded one such eye and was unable to manifest Susanoo. Then again, Madara, freshly resurrected, didn't have so much as one eye, yet he still called forth Susanoo without trouble. Not to mention Hatake Kakashi in the future. Even without his Sharingan, with Obito's aid, he'd go on to unleash the fully realized form of Susanoo. Uchiha was confident. Even if he lost his eyes, he could still bring out Susanoo, though its power would be short-lived in such circumstances. Of course, if anyone else took his Sharingan, they would not be able to use Susanoo either. That was the source of Uchiha's confidence. What? Susanoo doesn't require the Mangekyo Sharingan? Uzumaki Mito was at a loss for words. They had all studied the Mangekyo Sharingan in depth, especially Tobirama Senju, who had devoted decades to his research. Ever since Madara Uchiha and Izuna Uchiha awakened those legendary eyes, Tobirama spent every spare moment delving into the mysteries of the Mangekyo Sharingan. He studied the origins of this potent dojutsu, pored over the many strange and wondrous ocular techniques, examined the mysteries of Susanoo, and devised countermeasures for the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. But now, Uchiha was claiming that Susanoo did not require the Mangekyo Sharingan, a revelation that took Mito Uzumaki by complete surprise. Was that even possible? Uchiha only possessed the 3-tomo Sharingan at this moment, and yet, considering the sheer power of his eyes now rivaled that of Uchiha Madara during the great battle at the Valley of the End, perhaps it wasn't entirely inconceivable for him to unlock Susanoo. Yet, if his ocular power had already reached such astonishing heights, why hadn't he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? Could it be that Uchiha's spirit was simply too stable? If his 3-tomo Sharingan was already this advanced, what would happen if he suffered a traumatic blow? Would he then awaken the Rinnegan in one fell swoop? That would be far too extraordinary to believe. A flash of ocular power glimmered in Uchiha's eyes, and the faint silhouette of Susanoo began to materialize. It was only now that Mito Uzumaki was certain Uchiha had truly mastered Susanoo. What a prodigy. So, Uchiha had been hiding his true abilities this whole time. Of course, Mito Uzumaki felt no resentment towards Uchiha for concealing this from her. After all, keeping secrets was second nature to any shinobi, and besides, it had only been a short while since Uchiha had begun Sage Mode training. Now, that Uchiha was opening up to her about these secrets, didn't that itself prove his trust in her? How far can you manifest it? Mito Uzumaki asked, her voice tinged with anticipation. I should be able to summon the complete form of Susanoo, the true Susanoo. Still, based on what I know of Uchiha Madara's abilities, the size of my Susanoo still doesn't match his, Uchiha said, a trace of regret in his tone. And that's only achievable when I'm in Sage Mode. You're already incredible. Remember, you're still just a child. Even Hashirama and Madara, at age 10, were nowhere near your level. Even at 20, they wouldn't have surpassed you. Mito Uzumaki hastily reassured him. As for wood release, if you can, you should definitely study it. After all, I don't know if the use of Susanoo might have any side effects for you. Understand. I'm well aware of how powerful wood release can be. Uchiha replied earnestly. I'm truly gratified that you're able to activate Susanoo even with only the 3-tomo Sharingan. It tremendously bolsters your combat potential. But you must also remember, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan comes with many burdens, especially the Mangekyo. Unlocking it often brings emotional turmoil, and even one's actions can become extreme. Mito Uzumaki cautioned him gently. Wood release, its harmony with Sage Body, is remarkable, but still, you must be careful to avoid trouble. Don't recklessly exhaust your chakra the way Hashirama did. You're still young, and your talent already surpasses both Hashirama and Madara. Even if you're not their equal in battle right now, in the future, you are certain to rise above them both. I understand, Lady Mito. Uchiha replied, his thoughts drifting to the realization that would release and the Sharingan likely trace their origins back to the power of the 10 Tails, just as the Uzumaki clan's chains are said to be inherited from that same source. When one considers it, Hagoromo Otsutsuki's power was, for the most part, passed down from the 10 Tails, whereas his brother Himura's abilities were more reminiscent of their mother, Kagaya. Perhaps that's why the power of the Uchiha, Senju, and even Uzumaki clans hold sway over the 9 Tails. All these bloodlines draw from the 10 tails, which, above all else, subdues the beast born from its own body. In the past, no matter how extraordinary his talent, Uchiha never had the confidence to unlock the secrets of the wood release. But everything had changed. Now, blessed with the true sage body and the perfect chakra nature of both water and earth, attributes he once struggled to master, he found, thanks to inheriting Azura's physical constitution, that he wielded them effortlessly. Paired with pure yang release, wood release was no longer beyond his reach. In fact, if he truly compared himself, Uchiha, he found himself resembling Hashirama Senju more and more these days. After all, the techniques of his Mangekyo Sharingan had yet to awaken. Still, if he considered everything, Uchiha, he felt closer to the Otsutsuki lineage itself. He couldn't help but wonder, if the great Toad Sage were to lay eyes on him now, would that ancient being not be completely shocked? Compared to the Slug Sage, the great Toad Sage surely understood the Sage of Six Paths far better. Judging by the aura he now carried, it would be more strange if the great Toad Sage didn't start questioning his own worldview. By the way, are you willing to become the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Mito Uzumaki suddenly asked, as if a new thought had just come to her. To become a Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Uchiha, he frowned slightly. I don't hold any resentment against the Nine Tails. Honestly, its power could certainly enhance mine. But if it refuses to cooperate with me, it might just end up as a burden. If the Nine Tails were willing to work with him, and he could also acquire chakra from the other tailed beasts, then Uchiha truly believed he could master that legendary Six Paths mode. As for becoming the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, you wouldn't risk it. Who could say whether Kagaya Otsutsuki had left behind some insidious trap? That said, he was still intrigued by the arena of combat. If that space somehow offered him a 10 tails of his very own, he wouldn't be averse to becoming its host. All right, you can go for now. If you run into anything you don't understand, feel free to come ask me. I need to consider how to face Uchiha Madara, Mito said after a pause, giving another reminder. And don't tell anyone else about the situation with Madara. Only you, me, and the Nine Tails need to know for the time being. After a brief pause, Mito Uzumaki continued to give Uchiha her advice. By the way, if you have the time, you should go and meet Uchiha Setsuna. Uchiha Setsuna. He looked at Mito with a hint of surprise. Uchiha, he was by no means unfamiliar with this name. Setsuna was deeply dissatisfied with Tobirama Senju's policies toward the Uchiha clan. He had always longed to wrest control back from the Senju and reclaim the clan's sovereignty. Eventually, his efforts to incite the Uchiha into open rebellion were discovered by the second Hokage, and he was arrested by the Umbu. In fact, the Umbu member who carried out the arrest was none other than Uchiha Kagami. Given Tobirama's political skill, if there was a need to detain an Uchiha, he would ensure that nothing inappropriate was said. So Kagami was the perfect choice. After all, Setsuna was arrested by his own clansmen on his own initiative. One could hardly accuse the Hokage of interfering in family matters. Or perhaps, even among the Uchiha, there were those who believed Setsuna's words sounded dangerously close to insurrection. In the face of Tobirama's strength, the Uchiha held grudges in their hearts, but they were simply no match for Konoha. Once upon a time, their battles had been with the Senju clan alone. Now, they would be fighting against the entire village. Where could they possibly find such confidence? Let's not forget that Konoha also had Mito Uzumaki herself. Within the Uchiha, there wasn't even a single person strong enough to contend with Tobirama Senju. But truth be told, Uchiha didn't really harbor any ill will towards Setsuna. From an outsider's perspective, Setsuna's criticisms were not without grounds. Tobirama's policies were undeniably stifling. The so-called Konoha military police force had essentially domesticated the Uchiha clan, and while the organization did hold significant power, a tamed Uchiha, was that really still Uchiha? After all, the Uchiha clan was born for battle. If they weren't taken to the battlefield, their fighting edge would inevitably dull over time. In that sense, Setsuna had shown remarkable foresight. Of course, he would never publicly defend Setsuna. From his current position, criticizing Setsuna was simply the politically correct thing to do. In these times, notions of right and wrong hardly mattered. It all came down to taking the right side. From Yi's own vantage point, could he really accuse his father, Kagami, of making the wrong choice? Was it wrong to protect the fragile relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha? If Setsuna had truly launched a rebellion, would the Uchiha clan have survived at all? If you're going to rebel, you have to be certain that you're strong enough first. With formidable figures like Tobirama Senju, Mito Uzumaki, and Hiruzen Sarutobi on Konoha's side, what hope did the Uchiha really have of winning? Perhaps Uchiha Setsuna was ahead of his time in some ways, but he truly lacked any sense. Did he really think he was Madara Uchiha? Back then, the Uchiha clan wasn't remotely strong enough to stage a rebellion. And yet, it was Uchiha Setsuna who incited the hardliners to rise up. There was clearly some trickery going on behind the scenes. Looking back now, could this all have had something to do with Madara Uchiha? After all, Setsuna was considered one of Madara's followers in those days. What's strange is that when Madara left Konoha, not a single person chose to follow him. Mito Uzumaki couldn't help but sigh. Was it really true that no one from the Uchiha wanted to leave with Madara back then? Uchiha, he asked, his curiosity piqued about certain events from the past. By the time he was old enough to understand, Kagami Uchiha was already gone, and Yonping Uchiha seldom brought up such matters. After all, the story of Madara wasn't just a taboo in Konoha, it was a taboo among the Uchiha themselves. Even now, the current head of the Uchiha clan, for the sake of his own legitimacy, is the most eager one to smear Madara's name. And on Mito Uzumaki's side, topics concerning internal Uchiha matters rarely came up, even those related to Madara Uchiha. In fact, Mito herself almost never mentioned him. The truth is, it was precisely because of those old wounds that the Uchiha clan had always felt out of place in Konoha. Come to think of it, if it hadn't been for Hashirama and Tobirama Senju's successive appointments as Hokage, the Uchiha clan might never have become what it did today. The best possible scenario would have been Hashirama Senju as the first Hokage, Madara Uchiha as the second. Unfortunately, all of that was destroyed by Tobirama Senju. Truly, Tobirama was the source of endless strife. The hidden dangers left behind in Konoha, many can be traced back to him. Of course, it's also true that if Tobirama hadn't unified Konoha after Hashirama's time, turning it from a loose alliance of clans into a real village, then during the First Great Ninja War, the village might have splintered and fallen apart instead of standing united against its enemies. As for whether people wanted to follow Madara, well, he left straight through the front gate. Maybe there were whispers within the Uchiha, but neither I nor Hashirama ever imagined that after a simple argument, Madara would really leave. Who would expect a defector to march out the front door? Besides, Madara, though not Hokage, was one of the founding elders of Konoha, second only to Hashirama himself. Who could have guessed he'd choose to betray the village that way? After he left, he was gone for years. For the first few months, neither Hashirama nor the Uchiha truly felt anything amiss. We simply thought he was out to clear his head and would soon return. As a year or two passed, however, the situation changed dramatically. At that time, even the Uchiha were clearly lost and bewildered. Later, when Madara Uchiha led the Nine Tails in an assault back on Konoha, it caught everyone entirely off guard. Not only did Hashirama never anticipate it, but even Tobirama didn't see it coming either. During the battle between Hashirama and Madara, Tobirama kept a watchful eye on the Uchiha clan. If the Uchihas had truly acted at that time, the clan might have ceased to exist. Mito Uzumaki explained softly to Uchiha, Uchiha no dittoi. Indeed, if anyone from the Uchiha clan had sided with Madara back then, there might not be an Uchiha clan left today. Don't let yourself believe the Uchiha are truly invincible. If that were the case, given their temperaments, they'd have made their move long ago. The Uchiha are strong, yes, but compared to the entirety of Konoha, the gap is still vast. It's true that some among them have a chance to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, but this is closely tied to both the Uchiha's bloodline and nature. The vast majority, even with the right provocation, cannot awaken it. Otherwise, on the night of the Uchiha massacre, someone would surely have awakened Mangekyo, wouldn't they? This is precisely why the Mangekyo Sharingan holds such a unique place in the hearts of the Uchiha. If the Mangekyo Sharingan were commonplace, it would never command such status. Maybe, back then, some people wanted to leave with Madara, waiting for him at another exit. But who could have guessed Madara would openly walk out through the main gate when defecting from Konoha? Uchiha joked to Mito Uzumaki. For a moment, Mito Uzumaki fell silent. Come to think of it, it actually wasn't impossible. After all, this was defection from Konoha. Recalling that time, Mito Uzumaki remembered that the Uchiha did behave strangely, as if gathering near a barrier passage. But given her special standing, no one gave it much thought then. Before Madara's defection, the Uchiha were, at least nominally, the second most powerful clan. Even Tobirama Senju found it hard to take action against them. Looking at it this way, perhaps there really were some who wished to leave with Madara, but the way he acted took everyone by surprise. How very like Madara Uchiha. Mito Uzumaki realized she wasn't the least bit surprised by this. Seeing Mito Uzumaki's demeanor, Uchiha gave a soft chuckle. It truly was rather amusing. It seemed that even Madara had misunderstood the situation. Then Uchiha turned and left. Watching Uzumaki Mito as she departed, Uzumaki Mito's gaze grew distant and profound. At that moment, she truly thought to herself, perhaps it would have been better if she had died alongside Hashirama Senju back then. That way, she wouldn't have to worry about the problem of Uchiha Madara anymore. Nonetheless, the thought of nurturing the next generation for Konoha still filled Uzumaki Mido with a bittersweet satisfaction. Now, it was also time for her to start paving the way for Uchiha Ii to become the fourth Hokage. If it had been before, Uzumaki Mido might have placed her hopes on Uchiha Ii becoming the fifth Hokage. But at present, time waits for no one. By the time he reaches his 30s, if he hasn't already ascended to Hokage, there'll be forces pushing him forward, whether he wants it or not, and by then, perhaps even Ii himself will have that growing desire. Though Uchiha Ii was known for his gentle temper, pride ran deep in his veins. After all, the strong truly do have their privileges. When someone's strength stands leagues above the rest of the village, sometimes people are left without a choice. Much like the future Uzumaki Naruto, his prowess will someday overshadow all of the shinobi world. Only Uchiha Sasuke could stand as his equal, and even he chose to follow Naruto's lead. On the surface, Uzumaki Naruto appears to be the savior, the hero who rescued the shinobi world. Yet in truth, he is simply the strongest of them all. Other villages, wary of Naruto's power, will have no choice but to foster good relations with Konoha because of him. So, in the end, it's only natural that everything unfolded as it did. Just like now, anyone who'd want to compete with Uchiha Ii for the Hokage seat would have to consider whether they truly measure up. In today's Konoha, there isn't another Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Ii had no inkling of Uzumaki Mido's thoughts, and even if he did, he probably wouldn't care too much. After all, when it comes to the fourth Hokage, no one besides him is even fit for the title anymore. Back when he saved Orochimaru's life, the latter had all but hinted that if Uchiha Ii ever vied for the Hokage position, Orochimaru would step aside and not stand against him. As for Minato Namikaze, never mind whether he would one day be strong enough to challenge. By the time Minato truly comes into his own, Uchiha Ii will probably have reached the realm of the Sage of Six Paths. Even if Hiruzen Sarutobi sought to forcefully raise Minato to the Hokage's position, it would come down to whether Minato would agree, and whether Uchiha Ii's Sword of Thunder was sharp enough to be reckoned with. Stepping outside, Uchiha Ii saw Makoto Uchiha, Kushina Uzumaki, Minato Namikaze, Nawaki, and Rin Hyuga. Some were deep in their trainings, others locked in sparring matches. Seeing that scene, Uchiha Ii nodded in satisfaction. These would be his closest and truest allies in the future. Naturally, he hoped for nothing more than for the five of them to grow as strong as they possibly could. Uchiha Ii sat down to the side, opened the box, and took out the wood-style training scroll within. He studied it closely, and by analyzing the water and earth chakra proportions detailed on the scroll, it was only a matter of moments before a branch with 2 leaves materialized in the palm of his hand. In just that instant, he understood he could now use with style. The next step will be to delve into the techniques themselves. Birth of the trees, birth of the sea of trees, wood clone, flower tree world coming, wood dragon technique, wood human technique, sage art, wood style, true several thousand hands. These advanced wood style jutsu were all present in these records, saving Ii considerable effort. He wouldn't need to invent these techniques from scratch. In truth, Ii was rather fortunate. There were entire lines of Chidori style and Rasengan style jutsu awaiting his creativity, and now he had the wood style series at his fingertips as well, ready for him to master. Such are the sweet troubles of talent. Anyone who could master all these would surely become a formidable force. Ii, what are you looking at? Ii's actions quickly caught the attention of Rope Tree and the others. They all turned to look at him. It's a training scroll Grandma Mido gave me. I'm just taking a look, that's all. Ii immediately hid the branch away. He wasn't ready to reveal his wood style ability just yet. For a member of the Uchiha to wield wood style, even if the Senju clan tacitly accepted it because of Mido Uzumaki. After all, she gave you the scrolls herself. Who could really object? But back in the Uchiha clan, it would spark an upheaval. If an Uchiha could use wood style, it would shake the entire village, setting off a storm that would hardly bring any pride to his clan. They might even feel humiliated. It's true that, back then, Madara Uchiha lost to Hashirama Senju, but was the Sharingan truly inferior? Now, the Uchiha's greatest prodigy wasn't using the Sharingan, but with style. For the proud Uchiha, that was utterly unacceptable. They might accept that they couldn't overcome Hashirama's power, but the thought of an Uchiha abandoning the Sharingan would be intolerable. Training scroll? I wonder whose it is. Honestly, whenever I want something like that, Grandma never lets me near it. Rope Tree grumbled under his breath. Sometimes, Rope Tree seriously wondered whether he was really Mido Uzumaki's grandson, or was he actually her real grandson? The difference in treatment was just too stark. Oh, And even his own sister didn't receive as much attention as Uchiha. No matter how you looked at it, he seemed to enjoy the very best of everything. Your grandfather's main reason was to give me a chance to further perfect Sage Mode. Uchiha stowed away the wood release scroll. In truth, Uchiha's Sage Mode was already more refined than Hashirama Senju's. However, he really hadn't fully integrated Sage arts into his own fighting style yet. Sage Mode, huh? Nawaki frowned. He'd thought about learning Sage Mode before, but Uzumaki Mito had flatly refused him. In Uzumaki Mito's words, even your older sister hasn't mastered Sage Mode. Wait until your strength reaches her level, then you can look into Sage Mode. And with that, Uzumaki Mito had firmly blocked Nawaki's path to Sage Mode. Nawaki's talent was quite good, but he still couldn't compare with Tsunade. The age gap between the two was just too large. He needed many more years to catch up. Even if Tsunade stopped improving entirely, Nawaki would still need at least 7 or 8 years to have a chance at catching up, and that too would be difficult. But would Tsunade really ever stop improving? Impossible. You don't need to dabble in Sage Mode now anyway. The Rasengan will serve you well for a long time. Uchiha shot Nawaki a glance, slightly exasperated. Then, he formed a Rasengan in his palm. Next came the Big Ball Rasengan, and, just to show off, Uchiha even whipped out a planetary Rasengan. The display left everyone watching, including Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato, completely stunned. As for Uchiha Makoto, she hadn't worked on a Rasengan. Her usual training focused on the Chidori, which was clearly more suited to her than the Rasengan. Meanwhile, for Hyuga Linxia, Gentle Fist was more than sufficient. Neither Chidori nor Rasengan was particularly appropriate for her style. Rasengan, Big Ball Rasengan, Planetary Rasengan, Nawaki, Kushina, you both have enormous chakra reserves. You can use that advantage to innovate with the Rasengan. As for you, Minato, the standard Rasengan is more than enough for now. Uchiha put away his planetary Rasengan and reminded them, once you've mastered a Rasengan, start thinking about how to blend it into your own combat style, how to form it faster, and how to make it even more destructive. In fact, even the same jutsu can vary greatly in power depending on who uses it. Take the Rasengan, for example. The version wielded by early Naruto was nowhere near the one used by Jiraiya or Minato Namikaze. They weren't even in the same league. The fact was, early on, Naruto relied on tricks to perform the Rasengan. His chakra control was just too rough, and naturally the techniques suffered for it. Uchiha understood this point all too well. For a ninja like Minato Namikaze, whose chakra reserves were decent but not endless, every battle called for careful calculation. Maximizing the destructive power of every unit of chakra was an effort well worth making. Yes, I'll do my best. Minato nodded earnestly. The Rasengan was, by far, the most difficult yet most powerful jutsu he had ever learned. What's more, this jutsu had been invented by Uchiha himself, and he had taught it to Minato directly. It would be impossible for Minato not to feel immense gratitude. Whenever Minato sought instruction from he always taught him generously, holding nothing back. Add to that the good relationship they had built during their academy days, and Minato's admiration for only grew deeper, so much so that he harbored the urge to follow him. After all, Minato did have the ambition to become Hokage one day, but reality wasn't on his side. Uchiha could already defeat Hanzo one-on-one, a man of Kage caliber, while still being only 10 years old. Minato had to admit he might never be able to catch up with Living in Yi's shadow made it difficult even to muster up a sense of competition. At best, he could only hope to compete for the position of Hokage after Bit by bit, he was convincing those around him through sheer strength. The Uchiha clan, the Hyuga, even the dissolved Senju. Yi's voice carried weight in all these circles, while Minato had become a representative of the commoner ninja. Given the way he had helped him, Minato knew that if he were ever to challenge for the position of Hokage, he would already be losing on moral grounds. Though and Minato weren't formally master and student, much of what Minato knew had been taught by In a sense, from the moment took Minato under his wing, Minato lost any moral claim to compete with for the title of Hokage. Of course, unless one day something major happened to making him unsuitable for the role. And from the perspective of Konoha or Hiruzen Sarutobi, it was actually of utmost importance for someone like Orochimaru or Minato to become Hokage. Konoha had always been moving away from clan-based power. Even Hiruzen, who may have harbored secret hopes of supporting certain clans, dedicated himself to cultivating talented commoner ninja. You might call him calculating, accuse him of caring only for power, but when it came to nurturing gifted, promising commoners who could be swayed to his side, he never stinted on resources. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and now Minato, all were products of Hiruzen Sarutobi's investment. At the same time, lacking power or influence, these individuals had no choice but to align themselves with the Hokage circle, using those loyal to Sarutobi himself. And, in the future, members of the Sarutobi clan would become only natural. Just as Uchiha was preparing to continue guiding the others in their training, a member of the Umbu, who had been stationed on the outskirts of the Senju clan grounds, burst in and signaled to him with a hand gesture. Uchiha gave a slight nod, then turned to the group and said, "I need to make a trip to the Hokage's office. Wait for me here." With that, his figure vanished from their sight in an instant. Moments later, he appeared outside the Hokage's administrative building, striding directly toward the Hokage's office. Since he was now a member of the Umbu operatives guarding the vicinity of the office didn't try to stop him. They simply verified his identity and let him in. Giving a soft knock, Uchiha pushed open the door and entered. The office was thick with smoke, shrouding the air in a haze, as Hiruzen Sarutobi sipped on his Kizaru pipe repeatedly. When Hiruzen Sarutobi saw Uchiha arrive, the deep furrows on his brow relaxed a little. He spoke up. "You're here. Not long ago, I called you because the Hidden Mist Village has just declared war on Konoha." "The Mist, huh?" Uchiha showed no surprise at this news. As far as he was concerned, there was a high chance the Mist Village was being manipulated by Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara would never sit back and watch Konoha enjoy peace and prosperity. Uchiha couldn't shake the suspicion that Madara was setting his sights on him. Now that the Mist Village had finally started a war against Konoha, he actually thought it had taken him longer than expected. "Is there anything you want me to do?" Uchiha quickly composed himself. If it had been a few months ago, he would have been reluctant to cause trouble in the Mist territory. After all, back then, his own abilities, compared to Madara's, were like a child's against a giant. This was, after all, the man who had all but crushed the 5 Kage single-handedly. Even if Madara wasn't at his peak anymore, even without the Rinnegan, he was still Madara. But now, Uchiha had upgraded himself yet again, and in facing this older Madara, he felt confident in going head-to-head. Tsunade and Orochimaru are both at the front line battling the Sand Village, and Tsukumo and the others have also been dispatched. Danzo has just gone to reinforce the border with the Land of Earth. "Right now, you are the most suitable person left to investigate the Mist Village," said Hiruzen, his gaze intense as he looked at Uchiha. "Before, I didn't want any of the younger generation to have to set foot on the battlefield. But with the Mist declaring war, even the Stone Village might strike us at any moment. Now is the time when the village truly needs you." "Understand." Uchiha nodded slightly. "How far do you need me to go? Should I slip behind enemy lines to sabotage the Mist Village?" "That won't be necessary. What I need from you is to travel to the Land of Water and investigate." Hiruzen Sarutobi paused for a moment before continuing. "At the same time, take Nawaki, Mikoto Uchiha, Rin Natsum Hyuga, and Minato Namikaze with you to the battlefield. Let them grow accustomed to war. The future belongs to your generation." Uchiha fell silent right away. Good grief, he thought, taking this group onto the battlefield. If he didn't have full faith in his own strength, he might suspect Hiruzen Sarutobi was setting him up for a fall. Every single one of Nawaki, Mikoto Uchiha, and Rin Natsu was a handful. If anything happened to any one of them, his head would swim with worry. The others were manageable, but Nawaki's temperament was by far the most unpredictable. Mikoto and Rin Natsu were cautious enough not to run headlong into a paper bomb trap. But if Nawaki slipped up and something happened to him, Uchiha would never have the face to stand before Tsunade or Mito Uzumaki again. "You don't need to carry such a burden on your shoulders. Your strength already surpasses mine, and you also possess the Flying Thunder God technique. Even if you face the Mizukage himself, you're capable of keeping them safe," Hiruzen Sarutobi said earnestly, his eyes meeting Uchiha's. "If it weren't for you, I'd never trust anyone else to lead them onto the battlefield." Uchiha gazed deeply at Sarutobi Hiruzen. He realized that this decision placed not just pressure on himself, but that Sarutobi bore an equally heavy weight. If anything were to go wrong, Uchiha would be blamed, and so would Hiruzen Sarutobi. "May I ask why they need to be sent to the battlefield?" Uchiha finally spoke up after some thought. After all, Nawaki and the others are only 12 or 13. "I have a feeling this war isn't going to end soon," Hiruzen Sarutobi replied. "It may last 4 or 5 years at least. By then, Nawaki will be 16 or 17. If everyone else has gone to battle except him, that wouldn't look good either. More importantly, all of you will have to face battle sooner or later. Otherwise, even if you don't dream of becoming Hokage, you'll still be questioned if you hope to rise into the village's leadership. For you, this is also a chance to build your credentials. War is dangerous, yes, but it's also the proving ground where you forge your destiny." Uchiha felt all resistance fade away. expecting Konoha to face off against the sand, mist, and in the future, the stone villages at the same time. Hiruzen Sarutobi simply didn't have the confidence, nor could he ask Mito Uzumaki to stake her life on the front lines. That left only Uchiha as the one to trust with this responsibility. How far he could go with this opportunity, Uchiha knew, was now up to himself. If necessary, I can travel to the land of water and wreak havoc there. After pondering for a moment, Uchiha addressed Hiruzen Sarutobi again, saying, "There are quite a few formidable shinobi in Kirigakure. I've heard they have a group called the Seven Ninja Swordsmen, and each of them is said to possess the skills of an elite jonin. If war does break out between them and Konoha, I suspect they'll try to infiltrate and cause destruction within the Land of Fire. Rather than waiting for them to bring chaos to us, why shouldn't I strike first and cause trouble for them instead?" Hiruzen Sarutobi found himself seriously tempted by Uchiha's proposal. He had great confidence in Uchiha's abilities. After all, not only did Uchiha master Sage Mode, he had also perfected the Flying Thunder God technique. No one understood better than Hiruzen just how much devastation he could unleash on the battlefield. In one-on-one combat, there was likely no one in Kirigakure who could match Uchiha. Not even the Mizukage could come out on top against him. If they tried to take down with sheer numbers, he could simply use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. In truth, the only real concern was that his own allies, like Rope Tree and the others, might slow him down. Given Uchiha's capabilities, solo missions were exactly where he shone brightest. If he were to let loose and go all out, Kirigakure itself might not be enough to withstand the chaos he'd bring single-handedly. Yet, considering that Rope Tree and the others were by his side, it was only because Sarutobi trusted Yi's strength so deeply that he dared to let him lead the team. Still, the thought of losing even one of these young shinobi made Sarutobi's heart ache. He knew these young ones would become the backbone of Konoha's future, perhaps even its very core. They would serve as vital bridges between the village and the great clans, making their safety paramount. Especially Hyuga Rinxia. Her status among the younger generation of the Hyuga clan was second only to Hayashi, the young clan leader himself. So long as Rinxia remained loyal to Konoha, the future of the Hyuga clan would be assured. This mission, then, had a simple objective: to have Uchiha gather intelligence, and at the same time, give the younger shinobi a taste of real combat. Let's not do that, after all. I can't possibly ask you to conquer all of Kirigakure on your own. Hiruzen finally shook his head after careful consideration. And remember, even though you've mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, perhaps with even greater finesse than Lord Tobarama himself, that jutsu still has its limits, as you well know. Please be vigilant in everything you do. Understand, Uchiha nodded slightly at Sarutobi's words. The farther the distance, the more chakra was consumed by the Flying Thunder God. Of course, chakra consumption wasn't much of a concern for him, and his sensory abilities now surpassed almost everyone else in the shinobi world. If Uchiha were alone, he could easily teleport from the Land of Fire straight to the Land of Water. But with so many companions to carry along, even he would find it hard to manage such a feat. Here is your mission scroll. Leave the village directly through the Umbu route. Hiruzen Sarutobi instructed as he handed a scroll to Uchiha. And make sure to inform Lady Mito of this as well. I need to convene a council. Uchiha naturally understood what kind of council Sarutobi was referring to. Kirigakure's declaration of war against Konoha had caught Hiruzen completely off guard. Now, he would need representatives from all the major Konoha clans. The village was on the brink of crisis. If anyone tried to hold back the response, Hiruzen would show no mercy. Some clans that refused to cooperate would find themselves sent straight to the front lines against the Hidden Mist. Uchiha soon arrived at Uzumaki Mito's chambers and relayed to her the situation with the Hidden Mist. This was exactly as Hiruzen had intended. Even if he hadn't said a word, Mito would have learned of it soon enough. Despite rarely setting foot outside her home, there was little in the village that escaped this elder's notice. So the Hidden Mist have started a war. Mito's eyes deepened with thought. Then, in a voice filled with gravity and care, she said to Uchiha, "Be careful. The Land of Water is anything but peaceful." Since Mito already knew that Uchiha Madara was alive, she could easily see through the real reason behind the mist's aggression. The target was likely herself, as well as an attempt to weaken Konoha. Uchiha, too, was at risk of having Madara fix his sights on him. If it was only Uchiha involved, Mito wouldn't have been worried. By now, Yi's strength likely surpassed even hers, comparable to Madara himself in his prime at the Valley of the End. However, this time, he was to take Nawaki and the others to the Land of Water with him, and that brought genuine unease to Mito's heart. Honestly, leaving aside the unpredictable danger posed by Uchiha Madara, Mito fully supported the idea of taking the younger ones to the battlefield of the land of water. Sooner or later, they would have to face war. Gaining first-hand experience will be invaluable for their growth. At this point in their lives, Nawaki and his peers desperately needed to accumulate real combat experience. Mito had absolute faith in Yi's abilities to guide them. But the real danger was Madara. The destruction of Uchiha, after all, was inseparable from Madara's machinations, though on the surface it appeared that the main aggressors were the Hidden Mist and Hidden Cloud. The Mist, in particular, seemed to be the chief instigator. It was likely that Kirigikure was already operating under Madara's control. Yes, understand. And I promise, I will bring them all back safely. Uchiha replied with unwavering confidence. Given the current state of the ninja world, well, if you count some of the old-timers, I might not even make it into the top 5, but in truth, I'm still not weak. And those guys, they probably wouldn't make a move against me on a whim. Wait a minute. Why could both Nawaki and Makoto go? Even a little blonde kid gets to go, but I'm not allowed. Kushina Uzumaki looked utterly dumbfounded when she learned that Uchiha planned to take others to the land of water. It really felt like whichever person was left out, that person was bound to feel awkward. Everyone else, including Minato Namikaze, looked a bit embarrassed as well. It seemed that this time, Kushina was going to make a fuss for a while. Kushina, you haven't even graduated yet. Next time, I'll take you along on a mission. Lord Hokage has already said that after you graduate, he'll arrange for you to work with the barrier team. Uchiha looked at Kushina with utmost seriousness. To be honest, he was quite satisfied with this arrangement. At the moment, Kushina was still highly valued, and until she could truly protect herself, it was better for her to stay in Konoha. Of course, Uchiha could protect Kushina if necessary, but he still hoped she could remain in Konoha for now. Her path was different from the others, working with the barrier team by day to gain experience, then returning home at night to learn from Mito Uzumaki. Even to this day, Kushina had barely scratched the surface of her training. There was still so much for her to learn. Kushina shot Uchiha a disgruntled glance. So he wasn't even going to stand up for her? Were they really as close as she'd thought? But when she saw the resolute look on Mito Uzumaki's face, leaving her no room to argue, she decided not to press the matter further. She simply urged Uchiha, when you get to the land of water, make sure you teach those mist ninja a lesson. Those guys are always unbearable. Kushina still harbored resentment toward Kirigikure. If she could, she would have loved to go there and take revenge with her own hands. But she knew that, for now, it was almost impossible for her to leave Konoha. I'll do my best. Don't worry, Kushina. As if remembering something, Uchiha turned to her once more. Oh, right. While I'm there, I'll see if anyone has captured anyone from the Uzumaki clan. If there's a chance, I'll storm into Kirigikure myself and get them out for you. What? You'd invade Kirigikure? Kushina immediately panicked. Don't take such risks. If something happens to them, there's nothing we can do. If you can save them, then save them, but if you can't, just let it go. Kushina did care about the Uzumaki clan, but that was only because of their bloodline connection. Her true, closest relatives had already perished before her eyes in that devastating war. If you really count it, Mito Uzumaki, Tsunade, and Nawaki are currently the closest relatives to Kushina Uzumaki by blood. In this sense, there's a certain resemblance to Itachi Uchiha. Itachi never held much feeling for the Uchiha clan either. Of course, if it were possible to save the Uchiha, he wouldn't mind lending a hand himself. It is only when Itachi becomes the clan leader that he will truly regard the Uchiha as his own people. What he needs is an Uchiha clan that works for him, not one that constantly sabotages him from behind. At this point in Itachi's life, he no longer takes pride in being an Uchiha. Instead, he wants the Uchiha to take pride in him. He's the one doing all the work at the front lines, yet those guys who do nothing want to come and reap the rewards? When has that ever been so easy? Yet Kushina's words left Mito, standing beside her, completely speechless. There are some things you know in your heart, but never say. Of course, Mito was not unhappy about it. The opposite, in fact. In her eyes, the very fact that Kushina was willing to step outside and face the world again was the best outcome possible. By the way, Rinsha, can you leave the Hidden Leaf? Itachi suddenly turned to ask Rinsha Hyuga. I can. They can't stop me. Rinsha immediately understood Itachi's real meaning. As a member of the Hyuga main household, Rinsha couldn't just leave the Leaf Village without consequence. The Hyuga clan valued the Byakugan immensely. The last time there was an incident, the Hyuga almost stormed the Hokage's office demanding answers. And now, heading all the way to the land of water. Who knows how the Hyuga will react this time? Still, no such concern could shake Rinsha's determination. She would never accept a future like the other Hyuga heiresses, raised like livestock in a golden cage. The main branch did hold enormous prestige, yes, but that was not the life Rinsha wanted. Besides, wasn't she strong enough in her own right? All right, Itachi replied with satisfaction when he heard Rinsha's answer. With a commanding sweep of his hand, he signaled everyone to prepare themselves. They would head out together for the land of water and start their mission. As for notifying Yohei Uchiha, someone else would take care of it. Fortunately, everything they might need could be found in this little courtyard. Clothes, food. No one had to make a special trip home to pack. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen had summoned the heads of all the Konoha clans and every high-ranking official in the village to the conference room at the Hokage Tower. When Sarutobi entered with Koharu Udatane and Hamura Midokado, a wave of silence swept over the room. The atmosphere grew instantly tense and solemn. Although most people were still unaware of Kirigakure's declaration of war against Konoha, they could sense that something serious had happened. After all, Hiruzen Sarutobi wouldn't have summoned so many of them if it weren't for an urgent matter. Fortunately, Hiruzen Sarutobi did not keep them waiting. Once everyone was seated, he got straight to the point. Not long ago, the village hidden in the mist declared war on Konoha. What? Unbelievable! How dare Kirigakure make such a move? Do they really think Konoha is an easy target? That's right. We must teach Kirigakure a proper lesson. The meeting room erupted with heated discussions. Even though Konoha was still at war with Tsunade, the truth was that they hadn't even taken the fighting seriously yet. Konoha had every reason to look down on Tsunade. It was, after all, just a motley group of minor players. Even without showing their true strength, Konoha could hold its own in battle against the sand, so what chance did the sand have against them? But now that the hidden mist had entered the fray, did they really think Konoha could be pushed around so easily? A soft cough from Hiruzen Sarutobi quickly regained everyone's attention. Since the village hidden in the mist has now declared war, Konoha cannot sit idly by. After speaking, Sarutobi's gaze swept over everyone present. Konoha belongs to each and every one of us. I hope you will all show your commitment, instead of only looking out for yourselves. What's there to discuss? Our Uchiha clan is willing to send 200 ninja to the battlefield. The Uchiha clan leader was, in fact, hoping for a chance to help Fugaku build his record. Granted, Fugaku's strength and talent might not quite rival those of Itachi, but as the head of the clan, the resources at his disposal far surpassed those of his kin. He truly did not believe that Fugaku's results could be overshadowed by a single member of the family, no matter how remarkable. Surely there wasn't a new Uchiha who could rival Madara Uchiha himself? Excellent. Sarutobi understood what the Uchiha clan leader was thinking, but he raised no objection. After all, none of them truly knew the depths of Uchiha Itachi's strength. If Itachi really wanted to make a name for himself, all he needed was a single round on the battlefield. At the height Itachi had already reached, he might well obtain powers most could only dream of. In fact, if it hadn't been for the presence of the first Hokage, Madara Uchiha could have easily bent the world to his will through sheer strength alone. The Hyuga clan will dispatch 200 ninja. With the Uchiha having taken a stand, the Hyuga clan, forever rivals in the struggle for primacy, dared not fall behind. The Mito clan offers 100 ninja. The Nara clan, 100 ninja. The Inoshikacho alliance will send 500 ninja. The Sarutobi clan, 300 ninja. While Hiruzen Sarutobi was rallying the major clans of Konoha, Uchiha, he had already set out from the village with Minato Namikaze and his group. For Minato, this was his very first time leaving Konoha. Along the way, Uchiha, he kept a close watch on him, noticing that, unlike others on their first journey, Minato did not gawk curiously at everything they passed. In this regard, Minato did remarkably well. Uchiha, he was certain that Minato must have been interested in the outside world, but still, Minato instinctively maintained the composure fitting of an excellent ninja on a mission. Looking back at Rope Tree, who had already left Konoha more than once before, his conduct was far less impressive compared to Minato. The gap between them was more than just a little. No wonder so many people spoke of Minato as the most promising ninja among the young generation. Usually, Minato exhibited a kind and warm demeanor, always with the bright, cheerful look of a handsome young man. But whenever he was on a mission, he embodied the ideal image of a proper shinobi. It was like, during the future Nine-Tails attack, even though there was still a way for him to survive, Minato ultimately sacrificed himself for Konoha's sake, not only making Naruto the Nine-Tailed Jinchuriki, but also willingly walking toward his own death. You can all ease up a bit now. Uchiha, he sensed that Minato was still too tightly wound, so he gave him a gentle reminder. There's no need to be quite so tense. Minato, if you keep this up, you might find it difficult to display your full strength in a real battle. Of course, on the other hand, Rope Tree is a little too relaxed. Uchiha, he had great confidence in his sensory abilities. In today's ninja world, there were hardly any who surpassed him in perception. And at that moment, he started to feel the effects of the Nine-Tails chakra he had previously obtained from Mito Uzumaki. Though it wasn't much chakra, and perhaps wouldn't give Uchiha any significant advantage in combat, it nonetheless granted him the ability to sense the presence of good and evil. For instance, even Zetsu, hidden nearby, could not escape Uchiha Yi's perception. He could sense Zetsu clearly and root him out, which was crucial. Aside from Uchiha Hinata Rinsha also possessed exceptional sensory abilities, and with the Byakugan, the squad's intelligence-gathering skills were indeed outstanding. Yes, Minato finally let out a soft breath, the tension in his body easing somewhat. The Mist Ninja won't reach the borders of the Land of Fire so soon, but there's no telling if Kirigakure won't send advanced scouts or saboteurs into the country ahead of their forces. If we encounter any enemies on our way, deal with them. Other than that, our main task will be to infiltrate the Land of Water and gather intelligence. If you come across any supplies, try to destroy them as much as possible. Uchiha paused, then added, as for whether or not you act against regular civilians, that's up to each of you. Act against civilians? Nawaki's face paled. The thought alone of targeting civilians unsettled him. Even though Orochimaru had already led him to witness bloodshed, this felt fundamentally different. Killing common people was an entirely separate matter. In the end, they're all citizens of the Land of Water. They generate wealth and create value for their country. Their taxes go toward funding the growth of Kirigakure village. Uchiha Yi's voice took on a distant, somber tone. If the tables were turned, they'd do the same to the people of the Land of Fire. So, in the end, it's always the civilians who suffer most. Nawaki's brow furrowed deeply. Both civilians and shinobi. Uchiha went on. As for the daimyo, aside from some financial loss, their lives seem barely touched. After all, the ones dying are always those below them. He paused, then continued. However, from what I know, the daimyo of the Land of Fire has actually made quite a bit of money in these last 2 years. Oh, at this, the others couldn't help but turn their gazes toward Uchiha, especially Nawaki. After all, the current daimyo was his own uncle. With war breaking out, surely his uncle must be suffering heavy losses? As far as I'm aware, not long ago, the daimyo of the Wind Country sent envoys to the Land of Fire to purchase grain. They paid prices far above the current market rate to buy up enormous quantities of food, most likely for Tsunade's use. That means all this grain will end up as supplies for Tsunade. Uchiha Yi's eyes grew contemplative and distant. What? This time, no one could remain calm. Everyone knew Konoha and Tsunade were already at war. How could the daimyo possibly sell grain to the Land of Wind? Wasn't that a betrayal of Konoha? Even Nawaki, despite their blood relation, now felt a flicker of resentment. Had they been in the daimyo's palace right now, Nawaki wouldn't have hesitated to confront his uncle face to face. Of course, after selling the grain, the daimyo's office did assign Konoha a sizable share of additional resources. Uchiha quickly supplemented. Although he usually stayed by Uzumaki Mito's side, Uchiha had ways of learning much of what happened. Very little escaped Uzumaki Mito's awareness, and she simply chose not to tell Nawaki about these things. Ever since Uchiha had mastered Sage Mode, Uzumaki Mito had begun fostering his sense of political awareness, giving him an early taste of what went on beneath the surface. Then, wouldn't Lord Hokage be furious about this? Nawaki asked hurriedly. The daimyo's mansion is providing supplies. No matter how displeased Lord Hokage might be, there's really nothing he can say. Uchiha let out a quiet sigh. After all, this time, it was the Wind Country's daimyo who took the initiative to buy grain. This is a gesture the daimyo can't refuse. What's more, the Wind Country claims it's purchasing food for its own people, which is reasonable enough on the surface. That they're willing to give Konoha some supplies at all is already quite decent. It's enough to keep up appearances. Damn it. Shengtian's face was still full of frustration. Uchiha gave him a sidelong glance. As expected, this guy still doesn't understand politics. A temperament like that can never lead to becoming Hokage. Of course, if Uchiha were the one in charge, and the daimyo dared to make a fool of him so openly, he'd take matters into his own hands. He'd summon Susanoo, storm the daimyo's mansion, and leave chaos in his wake. You're trying to make money? Then I'll end you right here. Let's see how you do business from the afterlife. But, when not in a position of power, one shouldn't meddle in affairs beyond their station. Uchiha wasn't Hokage yet. It was far too soon to let the world know about his ambition to rule the shinobi world as its first emperor. Besides, who could say what gave the daimyos their confidence? Perhaps they really did have someone backing them from the shadows. Until his power was absolute, Uchiha wouldn't recklessly attempt anything too extreme. Who knew if he was already being watched by Otsutsuki Hagoromo? And don't forget, There were other Otsutsuki in the ninja world. What if all this was their scheme from the start? Even if Hagoromo appeared to be wholly devoted to peace, even sealing away his own mother for the sake of the world, no one truly knew what the Sage of Six Paths was really thinking. If he wanted harmony, if he wanted to preach love, then why would he permit the cycle of endless wars in the ninja world? Why is it that in every generation, Asura's chakra reincarnation always manages to suppress Indra's reincarnation? There were times Indra's reincarnations nearly won, sometimes coming very close, only for Asura's inheritor to suddenly grow stronger at the crucial moment, snatching victory away. This slug sage had once confided to Uchiha. Without Hagoromo's intervention, Uchiha, he simply couldn't believe such patterns were coincidence. The Sage of Six Paths might not tolerate outsiders destroying his world at will. That's why, until Uchiha's strength could surpass even that legendary sage, he didn't dare to plot reforms that would overturn the entire shinobi world. Not just Hagoromo, there was Otsutsuki Ishiki as well. They were all threats Uchiha he couldn't ignore. At first, Madara Uchiha considered uniting all 5 great nations, killing off the feudal lords, and establishing a country governed and managed by shinobi. Uchiha declared his words as striking as a thunderbolt. But in the end, the first Hokage stopped him. What's really intriguing, he continued, is that second Hokage Tobirama Senju, who was always at odds with Madara Uchiha, didn't step up to stop Madara at that time. What? Uchiha's revelation left everyone so shocked. They were absolutely stunned. None of them had expected such a dramatic twist. So this Madara Uchiha, he's the same Uchiha who founded Konoha with my grandfather, right? Nawaki quickly asked for confirmation. Yes, that's right. He and the first Hokage were both rivals and friends. The founding of Konoha is tied to both of them. Uchiha, he nodded gently. Back then, either one of the first Hokage or Madara Uchiha alone could suppress the entire shinobi world. The so-called 5 Kage, compared to them, they were nothing more than ants to be crushed as easily as snapping one's fingers. Both of them had far surpassed the level of any Kage. Actually, at the very beginning, Hashirama Senju wanted Madara Uchiha to become Hokage. But the second Hokage, in alliance with other clans, blocked that from happening. After all, the relationship between the Uchiha and the Senju clans had never been very good. They'd even been bitter enemies, locked in battle for 1,000 years or more. Tobirama Senju's wariness toward the Uchiha was inevitable. And as for Madara Uchiha, his personality really did have its problems. The fact that he couldn't gain everyone's acceptance is perfectly understandable. Is that so? Nawaki frowned, a troubled look flitting across his young face, but then he grinned brightly. So even though the Senju and Uchiha clans fought for over 1,000 years, in the end, they united to create Konoha. Whether it was my grandfather or Madara Uchiha, both of them sound like truly remarkable people. You could say Madara had his flaws, maybe even call him unstable, and his actions could be rather extreme. But you can't deny his pursuit of peace. Both he and the first Hokage devoted their entire lives to chasing after peace. Uchiha's eyes grew distant and contemplative. For the sake of peace, he was willing to do whatever it took. Uchiha's thoughts drifted to the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. If Madara Uchiha hadn't become utterly disillusioned with the real world, how could he have endured such profound loneliness? How else could he have stubbornly forged ahead with the infinite Tsukuyomi? Madara Uchiha? Granny hardly ever talks about him. Nawaki sighed softly. But why didn't they unite everything back then? If the world had been unified, would there have been no more wars? Minato Namikaze suddenly voiced the unspoken question with quiet intensity. Minato, too, yearned for peace. The Hidden Leaf has been in a state of war for over 2 years now. Even though an all-out conflict hasn't erupted, many shinobi have still fallen on the battlefield. Minato Namikaze had a neighbor who lost his life on the front lines, and another older ninja who had once guided him had one of his legs amputated. Seeing the dejected figure of that mentor after losing his leg weighed heavily on Minato's heart. War, he thought, was truly nothing to be desired. Unification, you say? Back then, people were only accustomed to clan against clan strife. After the village was established, everything had to be restructured from the ground up. We also had to admit, ninja aren't exactly suited to governing a country. Uchiha spoke candidly. So, with the first Hokage taking the lead, the village joined forces with the feudal lord side, and the one country, one village system was born. Besides, trying to unite all the countries overnight, even if you could suppress everything, would never mean you could govern them well. Wherever there are people, there will be conflict. Even if you unified the entire shinobi world, disputes within would still remain. Look at the villages now. It's the same. Even within the great clans, there's plenty of inner strife. Wherever there are people, there will be conflict? Minato nodded thoughtfully. He found Uchiha Yi's words quite convincing. Even setting everything else aside, if Uchiha Yi ever sought to become Hokage in the future, there would surely be competition against others for the position. If Minato hadn't already trusted Yi, he too would be contending for that role. Competition like this wasn't limited to individuals. Villages and nations faced it just the same. Minato recalled the ideals his teacher Jiraiya had once spoken about, dreams of peace. No matter how he looked at it now, Jiraiya's beliefs seemed a bit naive. All right, the main reason for bringing you all out here today was to help you experience the atmosphere of war and build your combat experience. Uchiha Yi concluded, neatly closing the subject. Whether it was Minato or Rin Natsuka Hyuga or the others, they were all part of the future team Uchiha Yi hoped to surround himself with. He wanted his own philosophy to influence them subtly over time, so that when the day came for him to reform the shinobi world, none of them would stand against him. Uchiha Sasuke's path had been a tragic one. After sealing away Kagaya Otsutsuki, he had wanted to reshape the shinobi world, but he was opposed by Naruto Uzumaki, the champion of old ways. In the end, he lost to Naruto and was forced to accept Naruto's ideology. Truth be told, Uchiha Yi had always supported Sasuke's initial urge for change. Unfortunately, Naruto let everyone down. In the end, Naruto accomplished nothing, not even helping the Land of Rain. He had promised Nagato he'd take care of it, but in the end, it was all just empty words. When it came down to it, Uzumaki Naruto was nothing but a talker, with great speeches but never following through. Uchiha Yi wanted those by his side to follow him on this journey, every step of the way. As if something came to mind, Nawaki's face clouded over with sorrow again. By the way, do you think Grandma will have to take action in the end? Nawaki was one of the few who knew the true condition of Uzumaki Mito's health. His grandmother could no longer withstand the strain of battle. Even if it cost him his life, Nawaki didn't want her to be forced back into a fight. Little did Nawaki know, no one in Konoha wished for things to come to that. Not even Shimura Danzo. What if something were to happen to Uzumaki Mito and they couldn't recover the Nine Tails? That price would be far too great. She won't. Uchiha Yi said firmly, his eyes resolute. He would never allow Uzumaki Mito to fight. No one would stop him, not even Madara Uchiha. He was determined to give her a quiet, peaceful twilight to her life. And Uzumaki Mito had no need to worry about the Nine Tails either. Even if the day came when she could no longer suppress its power, wasn't he here? It seemed that the only one who'd suffer a bit more would be Kurama. Right, Nawaki's spirit stiffened with new resolve. He had to grow stronger and fast. And as for Uzumaki Kushina, she'd better keep underperforming for now. As long as Kushina didn't show enough potential, Grandma wouldn't have peace of mind to leave everything behind. These days, Uchiha Mikoto, Hinata Rinxia, and the others were no longer the same as they had been 2 years ago. Especially Hinata Rinxia. Her power was now no less than that of Hyuga Niji, the prodigy who would someday be known as the Hyuga clan's rising star. She might even surpass him. At just 13, Hinata Rinxia had quietly reached the strength of an elite jonin. There was no doubt. If it weren't for Uchiha Yi's blinding brilliance overshadowing them, Rinxia and her companions would already be celebrated as famous young talents across the Hidden Leaf Village. Bloodline, talent, heritage, perseverance, willpower, opportunity. Rinxia lacked none of these. Especially willpower. She was leagues ahead of Hinata Hyuga. For Rinxia, not to become a true powerhouse would be unbelievable. Nawaki and Uchiha Mikoto's gifts were just as impressive. Among their peers, they stood out as the elite. And Namake's Minato was learning and progressing at an incredible speed, visible to the naked eye. During his study of the Rasengan, Minato put immense pressure on both Kushina and Nawaki. True, Minato didn't possess as much chakra as the others, but his control over it was simply exceptional. He could account for every last drop with precision. With Uchiha Yi's guidance, Minato needed only 3 months to master the Rasengan. Perhaps to some people, it seems ridiculous that Minato Namake's would need 3 months just to learn the Rasengan. Naruto mastered it in just a few days, after all. But in fact, even Jiraiya took over a year to learn the Rasengan. It's no small feat. The technique is an A-rank jutsu, after all. And let's not forget, Naruto learned the Rasengan by cheating. Can you really say he and Minato were learning the same way? Learning ninjutsu takes chakra too. The more chakra you have, the more times you can train a day. At Minato's current level, he has less than a tenth of Kushina Uzumaki's chakra reserves. Which means in a single day, Kushina could practice the Rasengan at least 10 times more than Minato could. It's a concept not unlike how Naruto would later use shadow clones to multiply his training sessions. Given all that, It's truly remarkable that Minato managed to master the Rasengan in such a short period of time. Minato himself is a speed-type ninja. Right now, he still has quite a way to go before he'll be ready to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. There's a huge amount of foundational knowledge he still needs. Even so, among his peers, his speed alone sets him apart. Uchiha E, who had been watching Minato closely all this time, nodded to himself. Before Minato learns the Flying Thunder God, he could first be taught the body flicker technique. It will set the stage for transitioning to that legendary jutsu. Body flicker Minato. That could be a fitting title for him for now. 3 days later, Uchiha E and his team finally arrived at the border of the Land of Fire. By now, the atmosphere here was heavy and somber. The Konohanin station on this side had already begun clashing with the invading Mist-Nin. Damn it! How did things end up this way? Why does there have to be war? Aren't we all just people? After helping a group of Konoha ninja fight off a squad of Mist-Nin, Nawaki murmured under his breath, his eyes brimming with tears. He'd seen the wounded and the fallen among Konoha's forces, and for Nawaki, it was his first time facing such carnage. His innate sense of compassion, long protected until now, overwhelmed him. Still, you can't really fault Nawaki for this. For many ninja, peace has always been the goal. In fact, Uchiha, he actually found Nawaki's compassion refreshing. All right, gather your things. Let's get ready to enter the Land of Water. As for those Mist-Nin, there's no reason to show mercy. Remember this. Whatever feelings you have, when you're facing the enemy, you must be ready to kill them without hesitation. Mercy toward your enemies is cruelty toward yourself. If you don't kill them, sooner or later they'll come for you, or for the ones you care about. Don't let your mercy become the reason for needless sacrifices among your own people. Uchiha, he said coolly, casting a detached glance around. At the same time, he created a shadow clone, allowing it to vanish using the Flying Thunder God technique. Earlier, it hadn't been Uchiha himself who killed that group of mist ninjas. Instead, he had let Uchiha Makoto and the others do it. Just as he had expected, Hyuga Linxia, thanks to her previous experiences, was able to kill the enemy with skill and composure. The performances of Uchiha Makoto and Namake's Minato also left Uchiha satisfied. They were able to adapt swiftly to the rhythm of battle. Ironically, it was Rope Tree, who wasn't even weak, that ended up hindering the group. Soon enough, Uchiha just felt resigned. After all, wasn't Rope Tree always such a blockhead? He had already marked these people with his Flying Thunder God seal, so even a mere shadow clone was more than enough to finish them off. It also provided an opportunity to scout for more information, like the location of the enemy's main camp. Yes, sir. Seeing the grave expression on Uchiha Yi's face, Rope Tree shrank his neck. He wasn't actually stupid. Hadn't Senju Hashirama himself taken many lives during his prime? In this regard, Rope Tree was much more clear-headed than Naruto Uzumaki. Sometimes, Uchiha couldn't help but wonder if Rope Tree really was the reincarnation of Azura's chakra. Tsunade's eyesight was not at fault after all. Naruto and Rope Tree truly did resemble each other. These words are for Rope Tree, but also for the rest of you. Uchiha swept another sharp gaze over Hyuga Linxia, Uchiha Makoto, and Namake's Minato. This is war. There is no room for mercy. Yes, Lord Madara, Uchiha and his team have reached the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Water. Silently, Black Zetsu appeared at Madara Uchiha's side, inwardly tumultuous with emotion. He hadn't gone to meet Uchiha directly, yet the information he'd gathered through White Zetsu revealed that Uchiha's presence had grown even stronger. Rumor had it that he'd even mastered Sage Mode, and his chakra had undergone another profound evolution. This left Black Zetsu bitterly frustrated. Damn it, you're an Uchiha? How could you possibly be researching Sage Mode? Is that really something you're supposed to be studying? When has an Uchiha ever trained in Sage Mode? Even Indra never bothered with such things. Considering the notoriously volatile nature of the Uchiha clan, how could anyone expect one of them to master Sage Mode? And yet, Uchiha, he had managed it. It meant his mind was astonishingly stable, something even Indra struggled with. The mere thought of another frightening possibility made even Black Zetsu start to panic. Previously, Black Zetsu had indeed worried that Uchiha, he would become a troublesome obstacle. At that time, he suspected Uchiha, he might be the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, but now he suspects he is the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Hagoromo's chakra instead. As for why that is, it's probably because Uchiha Madara had awakened the Rinnegan earlier, which must have unsettled Otsutsuki Hagoromo, leading to Uchiha Yi's reincarnation as his chakra vessel. But what should he do now? Should he have Uchiha Madara eliminate Uchiha Yi? Black Zetsu was deeply doubtful. If Uchiha Yi were killed, his good elder brother Otsutsuki Hagoromo might just intervene directly to stop Madara. For a moment, Black Zetsu truly didn't know what move he should make. All he ever wanted was to save his mother. Why did it have to be so difficult? He went through so much just to carve out a pair of Rinnegan, only for a wild card like Uchiha E to emerge. Fortunately, even if Uchiha E is truly Otsutsuki Hagoromo Reborn, he is still ignorant of all that history. On his side, he needed to find some way to strike, to kill Uchiha E before he matured completely. Moreover, neither he nor Madara could make the move directly. Uchiha E, oh. Madara fell into deep thought, pondering whether he should act against him now. At least for the time being, that was out of the question. Based on the intel he currently possessed, Uchiha E's power seemed already above that of the ordinary 5 Kage, far beyond the likes of Uchiha Kagami from before. Back then, he had possessed the Rinnegan and could have disposed of Uchiha Kagami with ease. Now that the Rinnegan was no longer his, dealing with Uchiha E wouldn't be so simple, especially since the opposition possessed the flying Raijin technique. Thinking about how Uchiha E, a member of the Uchiha clan, had chosen to study the flying Raijin instead of the Sharingan, Madara could not help but grind his teeth in frustration. That despicable and shameless Tobirama Senju. Why couldn't it have been Tobirama Senju, who died back then? Madara did not fear death itself, but he was unwilling to die just yet. He still hadn't found a suitable successor to carry on his will. As for Black Zetsu, there was no doubt about his loyalty or awareness, but his strength still left something to be desired. This brat Uchiha E is really impressive. If he continues to grow like this, perhaps he could someday reach the heights you yourself once attained. Lord Madara, Black Zetsu remarked, a note of uncertainty coloring his words. If he were an ordinary Uchiha, Black Zetsu would think it fortunate even to see him awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even the reincarnations of Indra's chakra, should they awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, would eventually go blind unless they had a brother to provide another pair. In reality, besides Uchiha Madara himself, there had never been an Indra reincarnation in history to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It's not that easy to reach the height I once stood at. Madara Uchiha gave a cold snort, clearly dismissing Black Zetsu's words. As talented as Uchiha might be, Madara still held Uchiha Kagami's Mangekyo Sharingan firmly in his grasp. Without the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Aiza would never grow blind. How could Uchiha ever hope to reach the level Madara had once attained? He was even tempted to ask Black Zetsu, "Do you truly know the full extent of my power at its peak?" But given that Black Zetsu embodied his own will, Madara decided there was no need to keep up a facade before himself. Swaggering in front of one's own shadow was utterly pointless. "Have you found anyone among those I asked you to look for?" Madara turned the subject to Black Zetsu, his tone inquisitive. "I have a few candidates. Among them, the most remarkable is the current young head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. His natural gifts are impressive, and his bloodline is exceptional. There's real hope he might awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan," Black Zetsu reported with utmost respect. Were it not for Uchiha Yi's sudden rise to prominence, Fugaku would indeed stand out as extraordinary. Young head? Since when does a craven dog deserve to be called the young patriarch? Madara gave an icy snort. His disdain toward the current Uchiha leader was unconcealed. These men, after all, had once betrayed him. Worse, they had gone out of their way to tarnish his legacy ever since. How was Madara supposed to accept that? Still, when it came to Uchiha Setsuna, that one at least had his redeeming points, if only he weren't so foolish. He couldn't even manage a proper coup. Instead, he got himself captured right away. Wasn't it supposed to be simple? Why not just charge in and settle things with a single strike? Instead, he dawdled endlessly in preparation, got exposed, and from there, history wrote its own ending. At least Madara's slaying of Uchiha Kagami could be counted as avenging Setsuna, offering him some measure of justice. A pity, though, back then, Setsuna hadn't been willing to follow Madara. Setsuna might well cry out, "Lord Madara, you have me all wrong. We were waiting for you at the back gate the whole time. Who could have guessed you'd just walk out the front?" Still, Uchiha Fugaku hasn't had an easy time, Black Zetsu quickly added. Uchiha Yi's brilliance has overshadowed him entirely. If Fugaku wishes to succeed as clan head, that's a near impossible task. Madara let out a sardonic laugh. The position of clan head within the Uchiha has always belonged to those worthy of it. Even if one's strength is lacking, only the most gifted should be considered. Since when did it become an inherited title? He shook his head, a cold amusement flickering in his eyes. Had the Uchiha become so weak? Now he understood, at least in part, why so many had chosen not to follow his lead and ultimately betrayed him. No doubt they all had their eyes on the position of clan head long ago, and he suspected that Tobirama Senju had played a significant role in all of this. Such underhanded, despicable schemes. Tobarama Senju was certainly capable of pulling them off. Just like back then, when Tobarama Senju constantly spread rumors and slander about him. As soon as he left, with the Uchiha clan attaching themselves to Konoha, those people would easily reshape the clan. Even the position of clan head would eventually become hereditary. Unfortunately, someone like Uchiha appeared. Even back when Madara Uchiha inherited the position of clan head, it was only through his formidable strength and the support of his brother Izuna that he was able to do so. After all, Madara himself was, without question, the foremost figure of the Uchiha at the time, while Izuna, the second strongest, stood firmly by his side. There was really no one left who could challenge Madara's claim. Moreover, being the Uchiha clan head then was not just about privilege. It was a heavy responsibility. As the leader, you were expected to be the first to march onto the battlefield, fighting the Senju clan on the front lines. Naturally, clan heads would clash with their counterparts. Without sufficient strength, even if you somehow claimed the title, you'd merely end up dying in disgrace. But things have changed. The Senju clan has vanished, and nowadays, the Uchiha clan head hardly needs to go out on missions at all. Where once the head changed every decade or so, now the incumbent has ironically become the longest-lived leader in Uchiha history. Faced with such a situation, Madara Uchiha could not help but feel furious at the clan's lack of ambition. When did the Uchiha, whom he and Izuna had protected with their very lives, fall to such a state? Perhaps many of these people had colluded with the likes of Tobarama Senju a long time ago. Damn that Tobarama. He used the Konoha military police to pin in the Uchiha so that the clan no longer needed to go out on dangerous missions, and their mortality rate dropped sharply, along with their strength. But the crux of the matter was this. Those who rebelled against Madara back then would one day control all the power in the clan. Their descendants, too, would inherit everything without effort. The leaders above would not need real strength, while those below saw no hope for advancement. As time passed, wouldn't the Uchiha decline into obscurity? Didn't anyone see through Tobarama's malicious schemes? No, quite a few did. But for the sake of their own interests and the interests of their descendants, they chose to go along with it. Does that Uchiha Fugaku have anyone he cares about? Anyone he truly loves? Madara asked Black Zetsu. He wants to become the Uchiha clan head, but because Uchiha Yi's brilliance overshadows him, he harbors considerable resentment towards I. If Uchiha I were to die, I doubt Fugaku would object. Black Zetsu replied confidently. Besides, he cares deeply for his family. If we can make his father fight Uchiha I and have him die at Yi's hands, Uchiha Fugaku would stop at nothing for revenge, even fighting to the death. There's a strong chance he'd awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan in the process. As for whether the other man's father would die, Black Zetsu certainly didn't care, and neither did Madara Uchiha. After all, the man had already betrayed them. His death would be nothing more than what he deserved. Madara had already given up on the Uchiha clan. Of course, unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't go out of his way to target them. Merely possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan won't be enough. Madara paused to consider, then spoke again. Has Uchiha Heitai awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan yet? I'm not sure. Black Zetsu replied, a hint of uncertainty in his tone. Before he became clan leader, he apparently hadn't awakened it, and afterward, he hasn't faced any life or death crises or major emotional upheaval. A cold sneer flickered across Madara's lips. Then find a way to make him awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. After that, take that pair and give them to Uchiha Fugaku. Inject him with some white Zetsu cells as well. That should give Fugaku enough strength to go up against Uchiha I, don't you think? Deep in thought, Black Zetsu analyzed the situation. Heitai, who was Fugaku's father, might or might not be able to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, but it was worth trying all the same. If Heitai could awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, could that also enable Fugaku to unlock his own? Black Zetsu couldn't be certain. Without Indra's chakra, who knew if they could even fuse the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? But they had more than just white Zetsu. They also possessed Hashirama cells. If they put enough effort into creating the ultimate chimera, surely they could cause immense trouble for Uchiha I. With that thought, Black Zetsu's ambition surged. Not only could they trouble Fugaku, but he could also manufacture even more problems for Uchiha Ise by having white Zetsu disguise himself as I and attack the IWA or Kyumo Shinobi, or even make a move against people from Konoha itself. In doing so, they could turn everyone against Uchiha I, isolating him completely. The mere idea filled Black Zetsu with a secret satisfaction. There was, after all, little choice. Wasn't Uchiha the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Hagoromo's chakra? Yes, let's do it just like that. Madara's eyes lit up with anticipation. Of course, we must first ensure that Uchiha Fugaku feels utterly betrayed by everyone. We need to let Uchiha have everything, to possess it all, while Fugaku is left with nothing. All because of his family, his beloved, his clan, his power. Let Fugaku lose it all to Uchiha and let be the one who kills Fugaku's loved ones, seizes control of the Uchiha, while Konoha throws its support behind so that Fugaku has not only lost his clan, but also all hope in the village, all faith in the ninja world itself, leaving him desperate enough to embrace the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. By then, I have no doubt Uchiha Fugaku would be willing to do anything to fight Uchiha. On careful consideration, it does seem that Fugaku Uchiha is indeed a fitting choice for this role, even if the person in question is a descendant of a traitor. Of course, Uchiha is in many ways also a worthy candidate. If Uchiha were to discover the darkness lurking within Konoha, realizing that the village could never truly trust a member of the Uchiha clan, and then watch as Uchiha Heitai and Fugaku relentlessly targeted him. At that point, surrounded by betrayal from within and without, Uchiha too would eventually turn his back on Konoha. Yet, the problem is that Uchiha is growing far too quickly. It's said that he has always been mentored by Uzumaki Mido in Konoha, which makes Madara Uchiha deeply suspicious. Could Uchiha be an enhanced version of Kagami Uchiha? Most critically, to Madara's disbelief, Uchiha has actually mastered Tobirama Senju's Flying Thunder God technique. For Madara, this is deeply unsettling. What is a Sharingan of the Uchiha clan no longer enough? Must one resort to learning the jutsu of Tobirama Senju? Of all people, Madara despises Tobirama the most. He can never forget the scene of Izuna dying in his arms. Were it not for the fact that he had been forced into a death-like state to awaken the Rinnegan, Tobirama would have perished at his hands long ago. Alas, in the end, Tobirama did not die by Madara's hand. As for Sage Mode, Madara could, with some reluctance, accept Uchiha's decision to study it, but choosing to master the Flying Thunder God was a step too far. In short, after Uchiha succeeded in learning the Flying Thunder God technique, Madara could no longer muster even a shred of goodwill toward him. To him, Uchiha had become nothing more than another puppet raised by the Senju clan. Meanwhile, Fugaku Uchiha was still oblivious to the fact that Madara's gaze had already fallen upon him, and even less did he know that, because of his very existence, his father Heitai had also drawn Madara's attention. Fugaku, who had originally been preparing to depart for the battlefield in the Land of Wind, had, because of the sudden declaration of war from Kirigakure, now led 200 Uchiha ninja to the borderlands of the Land of Fire. Recently, the fact that Uchiha had bested Hanzo weighed heavily on Fugaku's mind. According to his father's private speculation, it's very likely that Uchiha has already awakened the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. If these eyes were to be revealed, there's no doubt many would flock to Uchiha's side. Initially, Uchiha Heitai had hoped to arrange a marriage between Fugaku and Mikoto Uchiha in a bid to secure the support of Yohei Uchiha's faction. By then, Fugaku, having consolidated nearly 2/3 of the Uchiha clan's power, would naturally become the clan chief. Yet with Yohei's support lost, Uchiha would find himself utterly isolated within the clan. Even the old subordinates of Kagami Uchiha might hesitate to stand by his side. At that point, not only would he have stolen Uchiha's protector, but even snatched away Uchiha's childhood sweetheart. Yet, contrary to expectations, Uchiha Yohei outright refused this suggestion. Clearly, he had unwavering confidence in Uchiha. Not long after, Uchiha claimed Hanzo as one of his victories. This led many to suspect that Uchiha had already become the foremost fighting strength of the Uchiha clan. This left Uchiha Fugaku at a loss for words, his pride stifled. He too was considered a genius of the Uchiha. He had awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan at a young age. He always believed he was second to none, but Uchiha was simply in a league of his own, almost inhuman in his achievements. Why hadn't he contracted the bloodline disease? How could a child so young have pushed his Sharingan to such heights? If he doesn't fall, then who will? Nonetheless, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but feel that his entire life had been spent in Uchiha's shadow. This time, he led 200 Uchiha onto the battlefield, many of them loyal followers of his father. This was meant to give Fugaku a chance to prove himself with real accomplishments, his very best opportunity. If he seized it, he might just become clan leader in the future. But if he failed, it would be nearly impossible to stop Uchiha's rise. Uchiha had no inkling of Fugaku's tangled thoughts. Even less did he know that on Uchiha Madara's side, plans were afoot to raise Fugaku as a counterbalance to himself. All that mattered to him was roaming the land of water with Uchiha Mikoto, Minato Namikaze, Rinka Hyuga, and Tsunade's younger brother Nawaki. Whenever they encountered a squad of mist ninja, they would take care of them swiftly, which greatly sharpened the combat skills of all four. If anyone was injured, Uchiha would heal them immediately with his own medical ninjutsu, preventing the sort of hidden wounds that might haunt them in the future and hinder their growth. The talents of these four were undeniable. Becoming elite jonin was practically guaranteed for them, and if fortune favored them, reaching the level of Kage was not beyond the realm of possibility. For instance, if Uchiha were to suddenly disappear, Mikoto could awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan and reach that very echelon. As Minato's taijutsu improved, and with mastery over an array of sealing techniques and the flying thunder god jutsu, he would have the makings of a Kage as well. Rika Hyuga also had such potential. Not every member of the Hyuga clan was wasted talent. The main branch systematically limited the side branch, ensuring that no matter how gifted a branch member might be, they would never truly rise. Bound by the curse mark, treated as little more than slaves and house servants, the main house never wished for those of the branch family to become too strong, even if they had the will and genius to do so. Within the main branch of the clan, their innate talents were rarely lacking, and the resources available for their cultivation far surpassed those of the branch families. Yet more often than not, they were like hothouse flowers, untested by true adversity. Back in the Warring States period, members of the main family would still set foot on the battlefield, and many formidable figures emerged from among them. But now, in the modern era of ninja villages, those of the main branch have become little more than parasites, feeding off tradition and privilege. Hinata Rinsha now stood as the only real hope for the Hyuga clan. Fortunately, she had lived up to expectations, showing promise for the future. How far she could ultimately grow, Uchiha did not know, but he was determined to support and protect her along the way. Uchiha's thoughts wandered to the moon. The Otsutsuki clan still resided there, and he wondered whether the conflict between their main and branch families had already erupted. If the opportunity ever arose, Uchiha wouldn't mind taking a stroll on the moon himself. The legacy of the Otsutsuki clan was evidently extraordinary, surpassing anything the Hyuga clan possessed. If Hinata Rinsha could one day inherit the Otsutsuki's teachings, reaching the level of a Kage would not be beyond her grasp. The only question was whether there existed a way for her to awaken the Tensigen. As for Rope Tree, his natural gifts were considerable. He excelled at water and earth techniques and was quite adept at taijutsu as well. With enough hard work, if he could eventually master Orochimaru's earth techniques, Senju Tobarama's water techniques, and Tsunade's monstrous strength, his power would be formidable indeed. The strength of these few individuals had improved significantly. What Uchiha did not realize, however, was that while he marveled at their progress, Minato Namikaze and the others were equally astonished by his own prowess. This guy is just on another level, isn't he? More often than not, they had no idea how Uchiha operated, nor how he dispatched those mist ninja so effortlessly. They were sure of one thing. Uchiha didn't even use the flying Raijin technique, yet he could annihilate enemies, strong adversaries in their eyes, in the blink of an eye. Of course, Uchiha wasn't idle during this time either. He collected extensive intelligence on Kirigakure and sent it back to the village, a simple matter for him. With his sensory abilities, blanketing the entire land of water posed no challenge. While monitoring every single person was impossible, keeping tabs on those with massive chakra reserves was well within his capabilities. Creatures like the Three Tails and Six Tails remained constantly within Uchiha's detection, and he regularly relayed their locations to Hiruzen Sarutobi through the slugs. For Sarutobi, this was more than enough. They did not fear Kirigakure deploying legions of ninja and powerful fighters to the front lines. Even the Mizuki's presence was within their expectations. But should the tailed beasts themselves be unleashed, even the Leaf Village would feel the crushing pressure. These days, the Hidden Leaf no longer has the Uzumaki clan as allies. There are no longer legions of sealing masters they can call upon to help restrain the tailed beasts. Uzumaki Mito herself cannot be mobilized. And as for the Uchiha, Hiruzen Sarutobi knew better than to place his hopes in them. There were rumors that the Sharingan could control the tailed beasts, but in all of history, only Uchiha Madara had wielded his eyes to command the Nine Tails in battle. As for the other tailed beasts, there seemed to be no record of anyone clearly subjugating them in such a way. If it were true that an ordinary Sharingan could effortlessly control the tailed beasts, then in the Warring States period, the Uchiha would have long since been invincible. All they would have needed to do was hunt down the tailed beasts and take them under their command. What opponent could possibly stand against such a Uchiha clan? Even the Senju would have found themselves at a loss. After all, while Madara was not Hashirama Senju's match, he could at least keep him occupied. And among the rest of the Senju, aside from Tobarama, Who else could hope to face a tailed beast? Even counting Uzumaki Mido, how many beasts could she hold back at the same time? So, Hiruzen Sarutobi never really believed that an ordinary Uchiha could control the tailed beasts. Only the Mangekyo Sharingan, he thought, could possibly accomplish such a feat. But did today's Uchiha clan even possess a Mangekyo Sharingan? Perhaps Uchiha, he had awakened it. But as for the details, Hiruzen Sarutobi himself wasn't entirely sure. Nor did he know whether Uchiha Heitai had unlocked the Mangekyo's power. Truly, the Uchiha were a source of endless unrest, a clan never at ease. Who could say when Uchiha he would be able to bring his people fully under control? The hidden dangers of the Uchiha must be solved as soon as possible. Sarutobi decided to make them truly the Leaf's Uchiha. Meanwhile, the battle at Kirigakure raged on, fiery and intense. Hoping to steer the campaign favorably, Hiruzen Sarutobi had placed Elder Midokado Hamura, a veteran of the First Great Ninja War and a man with battle honors, as commander on the Water Country front. To support Midokado Hamura and ensure a steady hand in dealing with the turmoil of the Hidden Mist, Sarutobi had also posted Nara Shikahira, the current head of the Nara clan, to this side of the battlefield. Along with him came the contemporary trio of Ino Shikicho. Their teamwork in combat was formidable, matching even the might of a typical Kaga-level fighter. And with a powerhouse like Uchiha always on standby for reinforcement, Sarutobi could rest easier about the situation on the Kirigakure front. With a general like Uchiha, I can face 1,000 armies, he thought. By contrast, it was the situation at Iwagakure that worried him the most. According to intelligence gathered by Shimura Danzo, Iwagakure's forces were already on the move. And though Kumogakure had drawn some of Iwa's strength away, it was nothing more than a token skirmish. The real threat had yet to arrive. In the face of such a predicament, Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't rightly blame the third Reikage. At a time like this, it was already more than enough that the Reikage wasn't kicking them when they were down. If nothing unexpected happened, it wouldn't be long before Iwagakure would declare open war on Konoha, and when that moment came, Konoha would be fighting on 3 fronts. Of course, what made Hiruzen Sarutobi feel most helpless was that he actually wanted to go to the battlefield personally, but Koharu Yutane continuously blocked him from doing so. The sudden death of the second Hokage had almost pushed Konoha to the brink of collapse. If Mido Uzumaki hadn't stepped forward in that crucial hour to steady the situation and lent her support to Sarutobi becoming the third Hokage, along with the cooperation of their small inner circle, his rise to the role of Hokage would not have been easy at all. Konoha might well have shattered into pieces by now. Because of this, when it came to the missed battlefield, Hamura Midokado would rather take to the field himself than allow Sarutobi to risk it. Sarutobi could understand their concerns, but as he watched the shinobi of Konoha march toward battle, while he himself could only remain behind a command, it left him with a lingering sense of uncertainty and disquiet. During the era of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, he alone kept the entire ninja world in check. When Madara Uchiha attacked, Hashirama personally confronted him on the front lines. During the time of the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, he not only managed affairs from the center, but would also plunge directly into the heart of battle when war broke out, leading from the front. Yet here he was, as the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, reduced to staying inside Konoha's walls, simply watching as the village shinobi went off to war. What kind of situation was this? For now, at least, Sarutobi couldn't help but feel stifled. As Hokage, wasn't he supposed to be the one protecting his people? Many people criticized Sarutobi for not daring to step onto the battlefield himself, but he too had his reasons. At the very least, he had tried to go down with Orochimaru in the end, didn't he? Nowhere in the official lore had anyone ever spoken ill of Hiruzen Sarutobi. In the Boruto movie, Kishimoto wrote that he was famed throughout the ninja world, honored with the title of the Professor. He was a Hokage who had given everything for the village's construction and prosperity. In the Book of People, Sarutobi is described as gentle and tolerant, a benevolent father to Konoha. The Book of Battle describes him as the steady guardian whose calm, ever-present smile shone as a beacon over the village and its shinobi. All these were words of praise for Hiruzen Sarutobi. Of course, from Uchiha Yi's perspective, Sarutobi had his own self-interests. For example, unlike Tobarama Senju, he didn't disband the Sarutobi clan. On the contrary, under his leadership, the Sarutobi clan grew stronger and more influential than ever. Of course, Uchiha, he could understand this. After all, as Hokage, he faced no shortage of rivals in Konoha. Even after becoming Hokage, it wasn't guaranteed that everyone would obey him. Take Shimura Danzo, for instance. Cooperation was well enough when he was willing, But if Danzo refused, and so long as he hadn't committed any obvious misdeed, Hiruzen Sarutobi had little recourse against him under normal circumstances. In truth, being Hokage did not mean one could do as one pleased. Sarutobi, too, needed the robust backing of a powerful clan. Just like Uchiha himself. In the future, even if he became Hokage or even a founding emperor, he would still focus on developing the Uchiha clan, making them his own private army. No one could fault him for that. The real problem, however, was that under Sarutobi's administration, Konoha had seen far too many tragedies. Whether he turned a blind eye or simply lacked the power to prevent them, it was Sarutobi's responsibility all the same. Now, with the full knowledge that the war would drag on for a long time, there was still no solution in sight. All one could do was watch helplessly as Konoha's strength slowly bled out. It was a sorrowful thing to witness. And it wasn't just Konoha's rivals. He got the feeling even the daimyo's court wanted to see Konoha's forces weakened. After all, a village grown too powerful would not be what the daimyo wanted. It was the Senju who intermarried with the daimyo's family, not Sarutobi. Even if the daimyo backed him now, providing gold when needed and grain when required, a weakened Konoha was still something the daimyo would be happy to see. In fact, to put it plainly, the weakening of all 5 great shinobi villages was a shared ambition of all the great nation's daimyos. Some villages hungered for war, while in other cases, it was the daimyo's courts themselves stoking those flames. Ordinary ninja, in the end, were nothing but tools and expendables. Whatever the state of relations between the villages and the daimyos, the lords always sought greater control. Weakening the villages made perfect sense from their standpoint. At the very least, from the daimyo's perspective, they wanted their own shinobi village to win battles and protect the homeland, so they could hold their heads high before their kinsmen. After all, the various daimyos were all closely related, maintaining unspoken agreements and rules among themselves. Weakening the shinobi villages was something every daimyo wanted to see. Konoha had simply grown too strong. It was begging to be cut down to size. Even the daimyo of the Land of Fire was part of this tacit agreement. In the future, there would even be an attempt from him to interfere with the selection of Hokage. To think at the beginning, the Hokage and the daimyo had maintained a delicate balance. Their statuses had been equal, but as Konoha waned, the daimyo began, ever so subtly, to overshadow the Hokage. This is closely related to the decline of Konoha, and just as much to Hiruzen Sarutobi's weakness in his later years. As for Uchiha now, he couldn't care less about what the daimyo's mansion was plotting. In fact, he was eager for the daimyo to meddle more in Konoha's affairs. A single incident might not mean much, but once there are many, he could use these accumulated facts as evidence to argue his case in the future. That way, it would pave the way, smooth and natural, for him to break free of the constraints of the one country, one village system. Otherwise, if he tried to push for reforms without solid backing, it would be hard for those below him to truly follow his lead, no matter how good his intentions. Of course, the premise was that Uchiha, he had to be strong enough. Only then would he have the power to impose his will on everything. For now, all he needed to do was quietly collect more and more evidence of wrongdoing from the daimyo's side, bit by bit. Uchiha, he casually drew his kunai across the throat of a dazed jonin, then turned his gaze to Uchiha Mikoto at his side. Mikoto, did you record the intelligence just now? Yes. Uchiha Mikoto quickly handed the scroll in her hands to Ii. They'd already grown used to working like this as a team. Uchiha, he would use his Sharingan to control Mist Ninja, hypnotize them, and extract information while the others recorded everything. Afterward, Uchiha, he would send a mission scroll back using Katsuyu's help. Hyuga Rinxia, however, watched Uchiha with a complicated expression. She'd witnessed scenes like this countless times before, and yet she still couldn't help being shocked. The Byakugan could see the chakra flow within the human body, regardless of how advanced the Jinjutsu was. It was a point of pride for the Byakugan. Take, for instance, how Shimura Danzo in the future used Kodo Amatsukami to control Mifune. No one noticed, except for Ao, whose Byakugan saw right through it. Even the fabled Kodo Amatsukami, the most powerful Jinjutsu of all, couldn't hide from the Byakugan's sight. That's just how remarkable the Byakugan was. After all, it was inheritance from Kagaya Otsutsuki herself. Even diluted and weakened through generations, its abilities were still extraordinarily powerful. Seeing the sheer dominance of Uchiha Yi's Genjutsu firsthand, she could deeply sense just how formidable he truly was. She didn't even know if her own Byakugan could resist Yi's illusions. If Uchiha, he decided to turn his Genjutsu on her. No, she shook her head. Why would Uchiha ever use Genjutsu on her? Weren't they comrades who could entrust their backs to each other in battle? Kirigakure seems to be mobilizing more and more of their forces. Isn't that a little off? At this moment, Minato Namikaze turned to E and voiced his concern. By all rights, Kirigakure shouldn't have enough supplies to support such a massive mobilization. Yet it almost feels like they're trying to go down with Konoha in one fiery blaze. They've sent out a force of more than 8,000 people at once. Considering Kirigakure's current situation, there's no way they should be able to sustain such a massive deployment. Not only do they need to gather supplies, but those supplies will have to be transported by sea to the front lines. Yet the Hidden Mist Village simply doesn't have the means to ship such a large amount of resources to the battlefield. As he finished speaking, Minato Namikaze grew visibly hesitant. Noticing this, Itachi Uchiha let out a gentle chuckle. If there's something on your mind, just say it. I can't shake the feeling that something's not right about this. At the very least, the Hidden Leaf would never make such a move. Does the Hidden Mist Village really not see their own ninjas as villagers? Minato hesitated for a moment before finally voicing his doubts. The origins of the Hidden Mist Village are actually tied to the Hidden Leaf, Itachi began, speaking frankly. Many of their clans were driven to the sea by the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. In fact, many of them originally came from the Land of Fire. This meant that the Mist Village, like the Leaf, was home to many powerful clans, though with some significant differences. In the Leaf, after the dissolution of the Senju clan, things became easier to control. But in the Hidden Mist, the power struggles between the village and the clans are far more intense than you might imagine. For the Mist Ninja, a clan shinobi isn't always seen as a village shinobi. In fact, not long ago, the Mist was engulfed in brutal internal conflict. Many of the ninjas dispatched on this mission are actually members of these prominent clans. Itachi spoke steadily, as if recounting old stories. Minato grew even more puzzled. If the alliance between village and clan is so fragile, why would these clans listen to the village's orders and join the attack on the Leaf? Wouldn't that just weaken themselves? Aren't they afraid that the village might eventually overpower them, leaving the clans unable to stand against the Mist authority? If their orders were to attack some other village, they might hesitate, perhaps even resist. But the Leaf is different. Most of those clans were expelled by the Uchiha and Senju clans. It's impossible to think they wouldn't crave revenge. Itachi paused, then continued. Besides, the Land of Fire is incredibly prosperous. If you look at the numbers, the Leaf has the largest population and one of the strongest economies. Among the ninja villages, it's true that Kumogakure is the wealthiest, since, owing to certain historical events, the Land of Lightning has seeded much wealth to help their village recover. Yet as a nation, the Land of Fire is by far the richest of all. If the daimyo is willing to cooperate, the Leaf could easily double its number of shinobi. And frankly, who wouldn't covet the riches of the Land of Fire? Minato nodded thoughtfully, clearly deep in contemplation. Now, in times of ninja war, hatred is constantly used as an excuse. They're all too ready to wave old grudges whenever conflict arises, even using them to justify going to war. In reality, however, there are almost no wars truly waged out of hatred. That's nothing more than an excuse. The true motive is always the struggle for resources. Uchiha sighed, his voice carrying a note of lament. More often than not, wars are started by those at the top, people fighting to protect or expand their own interests. Minato Namikaze nodded thoughtfully, as if at that moment, a great many truths became clear to him. Uchiha would occasionally speak of lofty concepts and weighty words. Questions like the distribution of social resources, how the aristocrats and feudal lords hoard far more than their share, leaving those below them to scrap for what's left. For shinobi, battles are rarely about ideology. They're contests to seize resources from other ninjas or to plunder from ordinary people. And through it all, those nobles and lords remain largely untouched. In fact, war may even bring them more wealth and power. When the dust settles, it's always the shinobi and commoners who lie dead on the ground, while the well-connected reap the rewards. But why does the world turn out this way? Uchiha would never spell out the answer. He preferred to let his ideas shape them, slowly, indirectly. It's really no surprise that Kirigakure would declare war on Konoha. If those people die, the village won't shed a tear. After all, these individuals are seen as unstable elements. You must understand, war itself is simply the extension of politics. Uchiha's voice grew solemn as he explained this to the group. So, where to next? Hyuga Linxia asked. From the recent intelligence, it seems like more and more Mist-nin are hunting us. They look keenly interested in my Byakugan, and in your Sharingan as well. As she spoke, a glint of icy defiance flickered in Linxia's eyes. Someone, somewhere, had leaked her identity as the Hyuga clan's heiress, and now word had reached Kirigakure, driving their ninja half-mad with greed. The Sharingan they might not covet so much, but the Byakugan is another story. In terms of strategic value, The Byakugan surpasses a Sharingan for most purposes. But nearly every Byakugan wielder is marked with a caged bird seal, making it impossible for outsiders to obtain. This might be their one and only chance. And so, the Miss Nin had grown increasingly covetous. To Lin Xia, however, this was a grave insult, a stain on her honor. Those Miss Nin had clearly marked her and her companions as easy prey. Do they really think she's someone to be trifled with? Lin Xiao's heart burned with the urge to teach these Miss Nin a lesson. She, Hugo Lin Xia, would not let herself be dismissed so easily. If they've got the nerve, Uchiha Makoto interjected, her eyes shining with a steely glint. Let them come. As she spoke, 3 tomo swirled into vivid focus in her Sharingan. At her age, achieving the full 3 tomo Sharingan was a rare feat, even among the Uchiha. She'd more than earned the title of genius. Still, this also shows just how gifted Makoto Uchiha really is, compared to those who only awaken their Sharingan at the age of 12 in the future. Ahem. Well, in fact, Sasuke Uchiha had already awakened his Sharingan as a child, and in just a few months he managed to develop his Sharingan to the 3rd tomo. It seems Sasuke's innate talent isn't so lacking after all. Yet if it comes to the speed of mastering the Sharingan, perhaps no one can compare with Itachi Uchiha, except for Uchiha, who's practically cheating by all normal standards. But awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan too early took a toll on Itachi's body, gradually wearing him down. The front lines are taking a turn for the worse on our side. We need to find a way to help the village. After more than half a month of braving the elements, Nawaki had grown a lot. At the very least, he no longer wasted sympathy on those mist ninja. Now, no matter their age, whether old or young, man or woman, once they stepped onto the battlefield, they became his enemies, and Nawaki wouldn't hesitate to take action. At the beginning, Nawaki found it difficult to strike, but as time passed and the number of his foes increased, his heart gradually became numb. Even if he sometimes grumbled about why humans must slaughter each other, those bitter complaints faded over time. Such growth did indeed satisfy Uchiha. At the very least, this journey beyond the safety of the village had truly changed them. Like now, with Nawaki working hard to bring down the village's enemies. It's reminiscent of how Hashirama Senju, back in the day, struck down even his best friend Madara Uchiha to protect Konoha. For Hashirama, anyone who threatened the peace or harmed Konoha was his enemy. Never mind if it was his closest friend, or even his own younger brother Tobarama, or his wife Mito Uzumaki. If they tried to destroy Konoha, he wouldn't spare any of them. Nawaki still harbored a bit of a soft heart, carrying the compassion that ran in the Senju blood. But now that the Mist Ninja had invaded the land of fire and raised arms against the ninjas of Konoha, they were his enemies. Well, what do you think? Uchiha turned to Minato Namikaze and Makoto Uchiha, hoping to hear their opinions. Nawaki was tough in battle, filled with energy, but in terms of strategy and vision, he was still lacking, a lot like Naruto in the future. No wonder Jiraiya, Tsunade, and even Orochimaru would all see reflections of Naruto in Nawaki. Unfortunately, Nawaki's inherited talents didn't quite match up to Naruto's. Makoto Uchiha, on the other hand, had all the makings of a perfect partner and supporter. She was well-rounded in every aspect, and Uchiha had already decided to nurture her along that path. After all, he couldn't ignore affairs within the Uchiha clan forever. Someone had to help him manage. And Makoto Uchiha was the ideal candidate. As for Rin Natsuhyuga, in terms of personal strength, she was even slightly superior to Makoto Uchiha. However, she wasn't concerned with matters beyond power itself. She was a ninja wholly devoted to the pursuit of her own strength. Our village is currently at a disadvantage on the front lines. The Mist Ninja outnumber us, so we need to draw their attention to the rear as much as possible, Makoto Uchiha said, getting straight to the point. There was one detail she hadn't spoken aloud. At this moment, Fugaku Uchiha was leading 200 Uchiha ninjas and racking up achievements on the Mist Village battlefront. It seemed the Uchiha clan was already working to build up Fugaku's reputation. Of course, Makoto wanted to raise Uchiha's fame as well. They couldn't field 200 Uchiha for him, but their own team was far from weak. They needed to help Uchiha achieve more battle merits. That way, they'd be bolstering his reputation, ensuring that, when the day came for Uchiha to vie for the clan leadership, he could do so with greater confidence. Of course, Makoto didn't believe Fugaku would ever truly be a match for Uchiha. I have no objections, said Minato Namikaze, gaze fixed intently on Uchiha. We can focus on sabotaging the mist supplies. If they lose their resources, at the very least it should slow down their offensive. In fact, this was a point he'd discussed with Uchiha before, but you had always stuck to a measured, methodical approach. Supplies have been destroyed, yes, but never with deliberate intent. So have you thought about what the Mist Ninjas will do if they run out of food? Yu Uchiha posed the question and answered it himself before Minato could respond. They'll break through Konoha's defenses and pillage the Land of Fire. But even if we do nothing, their food will still run out eventually, right? Yamazaki scratched his head as he voiced his doubt. Wouldn't they just take advantage of Konoha's unpreparedness to loot the Land of Fire anyway? Yu Uchiha didn't answer Yamazaki directly. Instead, he turned to Minato Namikaze. Minato, what's your view? Think from a darker perspective. Minato fell silent for a moment. He'd always thought of himself as a bright, sunny kind of guy. Why was Yu Uchiha asking him for the grim analysis? Could it be that you thought he had a hidden talent for this sort of thing? Still, his mind worked swiftly. After a long pause, he looked at Yu Uchiha with a complicated expression and hesitantly asked, could it be that this situation is the result of some friction between Lord Hokage and the daimyo? As you mentioned before, the daimyo sold food to the Land of Wind, while he also provided some supplies to Konoha. In the end, Konoha's interests were clearly undermined. Allowing the Hidden Mist to carry out some plundering within the Land of Fire would not hurt the interests of Konoha, but rather those of the Land of Fire itself. In a way, this could be seen as a form of indirect retaliation against the daimyo's manner. After all, some initial losses are understandable. Even if the daimyo wishes to blame Konoha, he would be hard-pressed to find a good reason, since the main force responsible for guarding the borders is the daimyo's own samurai. Upon hearing this, Uchiha gave Namikaze Minato an approving look, truly worthy of being the man destined to become the fourth Hokage. While he might be a puppet in Hiruzen Sarutobi's hands, his capabilities are beyond question. It seems Minato Namikaze was never content to remain Sarutobi's puppet. Forging a friendly relationship with the Uchiha clan was his way of breaking through the deadlock. The Uchiha, too, were willing to get close to Minato. If only Minato hadn't died so early, he could have made Uchiha Itachi his disciple, and the troubles plaguing the Uchiha might have been resolved, giving Minato the clan's full support. Unfortunately, Obito Uchiha proved to be disastrous. During the chaos of the Nine-Tails attack, he first brought calamity upon the clan, and later, together with Itachi, drove the Uchiha to extinction. Why do things have to be this way? Aren't we all supposed to be on the same side? Tsunade's younger brother, Nawaki, voiced his doubts. He wasn't wrong. After all, the daimyo was his uncle. Both the village and the daimyo side were, in the end, his own people. Now, when he thought about the conflict between the village and the daimyo's estate and how it might put ordinary citizens at risk, Nawaki couldn't help but feel uneasy. Ahem, these are just speculations we keep to ourselves. There's really no need to speak of them. That's why we can't go too far in destroying the Hidden Mist facilities. Otherwise, we might push them into a corner where they have nothing left to lose. Uchiha reminded the group with a gentle cough. It's just unfortunate that none of the Hidden Mist shinobi we've caught lately seem to know anything about the Uzumaki clan. If we could find the Uzumaki, Grandma would be so happy, Nawaki said, clenching his fists. His bitterness toward the attack on the Uzumaki clan by the Hidden Mist had never subsided. As her grandson, Nawaki could sense how despondent his grandmother had become ever since the tragedy befell the Uzumaki. I'm sure she would, and I reckon Minato would be happy too, Uchiha remarked, glancing at Namikaze Minato with a knowing smile. At that, a flush crept over Minato's face. He did indeed have a soft spot for girls with red hair. Early on, Minato would sometimes sneak peeks at Kushina Uzumaki. But when he noticed how much Kushina cared about Uchiha, clinging to him every chance she got, Minato quietly stepped aside and regarded her only as a friend from then on. Now that Kushina's heart belonged wholly to Uchiha, how could Minato even think about interfering? However, Uchiha stands out so much that Uzumaki Kushina's days ahead might not be any easier. Just look at Uchiha Mikoto, whose connection with Uchiha is anything but simple. And it's not just Mikoto. Even Hyuga Rinsha, who is known for her unexpected warmth toward Uchiha, seems affected. Don't be fooled. While Hyuga Rinsha is usually cold to almost everyone, keeping her distance though not to an extreme, she shows a rare smile only in Uchiha-Yi's presence. At the very least, the way Rinsha treats both myself and Nawaki is obviously different from how she interacts with Uchiha. Is being good-looking really such a privilege? Then again, maybe my own looks aren't that far behind Yi's. Ahem. After all, they're our allies from Konoha. It's our duty to help pull them from the depths of hardship. Namikaze Minato quickly interjected, his tone light but uncertain, as if unsure whether they'd run into a young member of the Uzumaki clan. Just as Uchiha was preparing to lead Minato and the others away, a subtle change flickered across his face. What's wrong? Mikoto Uchiha, noticing the shift in Yi's expression, tensed and hurriedly asked. They were now deep within the Land of Water. If the Mist Ninja mounted a large-scale assault, Even with Uchiha present, they could all easily be thrust into grave danger. We're about to run into some rather formidable opponents. If a fight breaks out, I won't be able to protect all of you. You'll need to watch out for yourselves. Uchiha cautioned the group. There are 7 separate chakras with strong presence. Conservatively, we're talking about 7 elite Jonin-level fighters. If I'm not mistaken, that would be the current 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. The 7 ninja swordsmen? The name alone made everyone exchange uneasy glances. Over the past days, they had gathered intelligence on Kirigakure and were well aware of the legendary team. The 7 ninja swordsmen are the village's trump card, outranking even the ANBU. Each elite Jonin is a cornerstone of the village. Taking down all 7 swordsmen would strike a crippling blow to Kirigakure. These are the Mizuki's hand-picked inner circle, Uchiha said, a mischievous smile curling his lips. Tell me, if we leave the 7 swordsmen stranded here, what do you think will happen inside the village? He had no fear of Kirigakure falling into chaos. In the end, even if the mist suffered, it wouldn't impact him much. Besides, Madara Uchiha wouldn't just sit by if the village really started to fall apart. Kirigakure's strength still served his purposes. For now, he'd chip away at their might without letting them slip out of his control. But, are we really their match? Minato asked, uncertainty in his voice. Uchiha, he was certainly powerful, but even together, the rest of them might struggle against a single elite Jonin. If those guys truly live up to their legend, then even someone as powerful as Shadow might find himself in danger if he faces them all at once. That's a team made up of elite Jonin, an incredibly formidable force. Everyone's eyes naturally turned to Uchiha standing off to the side. They knew, against the 7 ninja swordsmen, they didn't stand a chance. Even if they joined forces against just one of them, victory was far from certain. If there was anyone who could oppose a group like that, it would have to be Uchiha. But could he handle it alone? It's not that they doubted him, but the 7 ninja swordsmen's strength was simply overwhelming. None of them had ever truly witnessed Uchiha-Yi's powers firsthand. Nobody could say for sure what would happen in a fight. I'll take care of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Uchiha said, crossing his arms and casting a playful glance at the 4 of them. But I'll be assigning each of you to face one of them. Think of it as a test. If you can hold your own against even one of those swordsmen, you'll be ready for nearly any opponent. Now leave it to us. Senju Nawaki responded, his voice brimming with anticipation. The 7 ninja swordsmen, sure, they sounded intimidating, but none of them considered themselves helpless any longer. Hyuga Rinsha and Uchiha Mikoto, for instance, had both reached at least the level of special Jonin, maybe even full Jonin. Nawaki himself was close behind. Namake's Minato already matched a Chunin in strength, and together, their teamwork was seamless. Facing an elite Jonin, perhaps even one of the best, didn't seem nearly as impossible as it once had. Hyuga Rinsha's gaze grew cold and sharp. I'll show the Mist Ninja that taking my Byakugan won't be so easy. To her, being targeted by the village hidden in the mist was an extraordinary insult. Did they really think she'd be that easy to trample? She clenched her fists, determination flashing in her eyes. This time, she would prove to everyone that even those born in the main house of her clan could become powerful, not just victims. Get plenty of rest, and make sure you're well prepared. Uchiha continued. If you plan on using explosive tags, then handle those yourselves. He paused, then pulled out 2 reinforced kunai and tossed them to Minato and Nawaki. Take these. Each one has my Flying Thunder God seal. If you find yourselves in real trouble, activate the seal. I'll get to you as fast as I can. These are for us. Why not for Mikoto and Rinsha? Nawaki accepted the kunai, raising an eyebrow and grinning teasingly at Uchiha. We already have them, Rinsha explained coolly. In fact, I help him find the iron for those kunai. After all, to activate the Flying Thunder God seal, you need special materials, unless he only wants to leave the mark directly on you too. As she spoke, a subtle change flickered across Rin Natsuhiko's face. She recalled the time she and Mikoto Uchiha, along with Kushina Uzumaki, had gone to the hot springs, how Uchiha Akira had marked both women's shoulders with the Flying Thunder God seal. In other words, whenever Akira wished, he could appear by their sides in an instant. To Mikoto Uchiha and Kushina Uzumaki, this was both a form of protection and a kind of invisible restraint. No matter where they went in the future, Akira would always know, and he could reach them in a heartbeat. It meant that, if Akira ever truly wanted to do something to them, Mikoto and Kushina would be utterly powerless to resist. Of course, this wasn't what troubled Rin Natsuhiko the most. What really got on her skin was, why did Mikoto and Kushina have a seal but she didn't? At times like these, the one who gets left out is bound to feel awkward. Did she really have to accept that she lagged behind Mikoto Uchiha and Kushina Uzumaki? It wasn't that Rin Natsuhiko was romantically interested in Akira Uchiha. They were simply very close. They were teammates, possibly even close confidants. In fact, Akira was the only male friend she truly counted on. As for Nawaki and Minato Namikaze, they simply didn't measure up. Still, she had to admit, between her and Makoto and Kushina, a gap existed. This prickled Rin Natsuhiko's stubborn pride. If they could have his attention, why couldn't she? If this continued, she'd end up treated no differently than Nawaki and Minato. Is that so? As expected of fine steel, it's definitely much heavier than an ordinary kunai. Nawaki toyed with the kunai in his hand, trying to keep his mood light. Yeah. Minato Namikaze examined the flying thunder god kunai, his eyes bright with anticipation. Akira had once said Minato had a natural talent for the flying thunder god technique, and promised to teach him someday. When that happened, his strength would surge to new heights. Yet, if he had to rely on kunai of this rare metal, his own modest savings never stood a chance of keeping up with the flying thunder god's demands. Clearly, he'd need to work extra hard on future missions. And so, Minato would eventually become the ultimate mission ace, all to keep the cost of his technique from bankrupting him. That said, even if he didn't use these specially forged kunai, it wouldn't really be a problem. On another note, it's worth setting the record straight about Minato Namikaze. Many believe that Hiruzen Sarutobi withheld property from Minato, but what if Konoha's housing market was simply that expensive? After all, in the future, Sakura would be a high-ranking official in the village. Sasuke might seldom be home, often away on missions, but as Naruto's close friend, surely even Sasuke received his fair share of mission stipends. Still, even with such a steady stream of missions and upper-tier pay, making mortgage payments remained a constant source of anxiety. Minato Namikaze's home was right in the heart of Konoha. Was it destroyed during the chaos of the Ninetales attack? What if there was still a mortgage on that house? If that were really the case, then the fact that Hiruzen Sarutobi never came to ask Naruto to keep paying the mortgage is something Naruto should be profoundly grateful for. After all, where I come from, even if your house collapses, as long as the mortgage exists, you're still on the hook for payments. They're here. Uchiha folded his arms, watching as the 7 figures drew near. His gaze settled on those 7 distinctive ninja swords. Almost instinctively, the 3 tomo of his Sharingan flared to life. Finally, some decent opponents. So, do you all wish to dance? A wave of terrifying, invisible pressure erupted from Uchiha sweeping across the space. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were an elite unit established by the first Mizukage, and by now several generations have come and gone. Uchiha recognized none of the current members, but that didn't matter, for he intended to deal with them all himself. He was also rather curious about the legendary sword, Samehada. He had no intention of wielding it himself. It held little appeal for him. But wasn't there someone on his team especially suited to using Samehada? Shungshu possessed much more chakra than an average person, and an abundance of yang chakra at that, just what Samehada craved. In turn, Samehada could greatly enhance Shingshu's abilities. With its help, Shungshu could possibly even surpass Tsunade. In Yi's mind, Kisame Hashigaki excelled at water-style jutsu, but so did Shungshu. Kisame boasted enormous chakra reserves, and Shungshu did as well. Add to that Shungshu's considerable taijutsu talent, and, whichever way he looked at it, he felt that Kisame was the ideal model for Shungshu to learn from. It's well known that the second Hokage Toroma, Senju's mastery of water style far surpassed any Mizukage, and having inherited Tobirama's teachings, Shungshu might, if he really obtained Samehada, grow to rival even Kisame in strength. At this thought, a fierce light burned in Yi's eyes. Of the 7 swords, any of the others he could take or leave, but Samehada was different. It was meant as a gift for Shungshu. All this way, both Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito had shown him great care. Uchiha often wondered how he could ever repay their kindness, doing everything in his power to ensure Shungshu's survival. That was his duty as a friend. Since Shungshu had decided to follow him, to become his subordinate, protecting him was now Yi's responsibility. Shungshu had placed his trust and friendship in him, and he, in return, would never let them down. Since a weapon ideal for Nawaki has been found, there's no issue in handing over the shark skin to him. Perhaps, in time, Kirigakure will attempt to negotiate for the return of Samehada, but in some matters, there's simply no need to save their pride. If Samehada truly chooses Nawaki, and if Hiruzen Sarutobi insists on reclaiming and returning Samehada, he too will lose trust and loyalty among his own. Besides, Kirigakure is hardly a threat compared to the lingering danger of Madara Uchiha. In the eyes of the current Uchiha, there's no need to take this village seriously at all. As expected, you can sometimes catch unexpected big fish in these waters, said the man with the massive executioner's blade slung over his shoulder. His face twisted into a savage grin as he sized up Uchiha and his companions. Word of Uchiha has already circulated through every shinobi village. At the very least, everyone knows he bested Hanzo. More than that, they know Uchiha, the boy who defeated Hanzo, is barely over 10 years old and is the son of Uchiha Kagami. This news has led them to look down on Hanzo with disdain. To think he boasted of being a demigod, only to fall to a mere child. Even if the boy is an Uchiha, even if he's Kagami's son, it's hardly an excuse for Hanzo to have lost to a youngster. His reputation, they believe, seems more smoke than substance after all. In contrast, it's Hinata Rinxia who draws even more attention. Her smooth, unblemished forehead leaves no room for doubt. She is a direct descendant of the Hyuga clan's main house. If they could capture Rinxia, they'd gain a pair of Byakugan for themselves. Some even think it wouldn't be amiss to take her captive, forcing her to bear children, producing a line of Byakugan shinobi for Kirigakure. It may sound cruel, but among shinobi, isn't this the way of things? Kirigakure, Kimogakure, are any of them truly different when it comes to seizing what holds strategic value? For something as valuable as the Byakugan, the more the better. There's no such thing as too many. Fortunately for them, these men have no idea who Nawaki truly is. If they did, they'd be beside themselves with excitement. After all, Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, and his released jutsu, shaped the entire shinobi world. Luckily, Nawaki's identity isn't just a secret outside. Few inside the village know the truth about him, either. Unlike Tsunade, Nawaki didn't grow up in the spotlight. After Hiruzen Tsurutobi took Tsunade in as his disciple, her lineage became impossible to hide, even if there had been any attempt to do so. I'll leave that one to you. The rest are mine. Uchiha, he pointed to the wielder of the great executioner's blade. Not knowing his name, he simply referred to him by the weapon he carried. After all, the 7 ninja swordsmen are known by the names of their blades. Fine. Hyuga Rinxia replied coldly, her tone like a glacier's edge. She could feel the contempt coming from their opponents, the way they dismissed her and her companions, something Rinxia simply couldn't accept. Did you all hear that? He's actually sending a bunch of kids to deal with us. The wielder of the executioner's blade sneered at Uchiha-Yi's words, taunting the others directly. Deal with us. Kids, you better watch closely. All right, let's get started. According to the intel, this little runt, named Uchiha, isn't weak. Everyone, stay sharp. Even as the 7 ninja swordsmen readied themselves for the fight, Uchiha had already drawn the sword of Raijin. With a flash of lightning, he charged in, cutting straight through their ranks like a thunderbolt. At first, the swordsmen had planned to assign a few members to handle Uchiha, while the rest would go after Shota and the others. Hyuga Rinxia was a particular target. Letting her slip away would make for regrets beyond imagining. There had once been a Byakugan pair within their grasp, but they failed to value it, and such a chance could not be missed again. Moreover, after finishing off the others, they could force Uchiha into anguish. A prodigy and powerhouse like Uchiha, such a person needed to be broken not just in body, but in spirit as well. But Uchiha, didn't give them a chance. He lunged straight into their midst, his swift assault leaving the 7 ninja swordsmen utterly stunned. They had no choice but to gang up on Uchiha together, otherwise, he truly might slaughter them on his own. So strong. For the first time, Uchiha revealed in front of them power on par with the Kage. Up until now, he'd always appeared and disappeared in a blink, dispatching opponents with effortless ease. But now, Uchiha unleashed the full might of his Raijin sword, fighting with overwhelming prowess. Even surrounded by 6 elite jonin, Uchiha weaved through them with fluid mastery, feeling no pressure at all. It was the swordsmen who found themselves under crushing strain, each one realizing that the slightest slip could cost their life at Uchiha-Yi's hands. We can't be his burden. Let's go. Rinxia exchanged a knowing glance with Uchiha Makoto, and with perfect coordination, the two charged straight at the executioner's blade wielder. This was the opponent Uchiha had chosen for them, a true elite jonin, and more than worthy of their all. Moreover, with Uchiha watching nearby, there was really nothing to worry about. Hyuga Rinxia had already noticed that Uchiha had left a shadow clone a distance away, quietly observing the situation, ready to step in at any moment should they face danger. Just as Uchiha had said when he faced off against the 7 ninja swordsmen. Do you wish to join the dance as well? He weaved through the 6 adversaries like a butterfly among blossoms, agile and uncatchable, instantly drawing all their attention and firepower. The 7 swordsmen could clearly feel how the pace of battle slipped from their grasp, completely dictated by Uchiha. Some of them wanted to break free and go after Uchiha Makoto and the others. but found themselves irresistibly drawn back in by Uchiha-Yi's movements. No matter how hard they tried, none of them could break free from the pull of Uchiha-Yi's control. This overwhelming pressure and the way their rhythm was disrupted caught the seven swordsmen off guard. They had sorely underestimated Uchiha-Yi. His reputation, it turned out, was more than justified. He was even stronger than the rumor suggested. Even relying solely on his Sharingan, taijutsu, and his current level of swordsmanship, Uchiha-Yi was effortlessly able to suppress the seven swordsmen. He hadn't even broken a sweat or unleashed his full power. In contrast, Uchiha Makoto and her companions were locked in a fierce struggle. The four of them were already quite formidable fighters in their own right, and their coordinated teamwork only made them tougher opponents. Otherwise, they would never have lasted this long against the wielder of the Executioner's Blade. Had it not been for their seamless coordination, they truly wouldn't have stood a chance. Yet there was no shame in this. The seven swordsmen were counted among the very best of the Hidden Mist Village, each of them an elite, no less skilled than the legendary Zabuza Momochi would be in the future. For the four of them to hold their ground to this extent was a considerable achievement. Hyuga Rinxia, in particular, displayed remarkable strength when confronted by the Executioner's Blade. She willingly took on the role of the primary attacker, sharing this responsibility with Uchiha Makoto. Uchiha Makoto, too, had been learning swordsmanship from Uchiha-Yi. While the sword techniques of the Senju clan didn't quite suit her, Uchiha-Yi, after mastering Izuna's style, had passed those teachings on to Makoto. As it happened, Izuna Uchiha's swift and agile style fit Makoto perfectly, and as a result, her strength increased significantly. Over on their side, Rogue Tree also took every opportunity to coordinate with the others, launching intermittent assaults to harass the Executioner's Blade wielder. Of course, the efforts of Minato Namikaze were equally crucial. Minato's power was not yet particularly outstanding. He was, in fact, the weakest among the four. Yet in terms of combat awareness, Minato showed extraordinary talent and potential. Even as his prowess steadily grew, he was clearly learning and improving with each passing moment. Minato Namikaze, constantly coordinating with the others in battle, pushed himself to his very limits, making full use of the strength he still possessed. The clash between Uchiha-Yi's group and the seven ninja swordsmen of the Mist certainly didn't escape the attention of certain onlookers. For instance, someone like Black Zetsu would never let such an opportunity pass by. Yet, as Black Zetsu watched Uchiha-Yi, surprise flickered across his face. That sword style, it felt strangely familiar. It resembled the techniques of Uchiha Izuna. But where could Uchiha-Yi have learned it? Could it be that, back in the day, Uchiha Izuna passed on his swordsmanship to someone else? Thinking it over, it didn't seem impossible after all. Unlike his elder brother, Uchiha Izuna truly cared for the Uchiha clan. Apart from his devotion to his brother's words, everything he did was for the sake of his clan. Madara, on the other hand, always kept Hashirama of the Senju on his mind. Sometimes, for the sake of Hashirama, Madara would act on sudden impulse or emotion. Izuna was different that way. Had things been otherwise, if Madara hadn't possessed such overwhelming strength, and if Izuna hadn't always supported him, perhaps Madara wouldn't have been such a suitable clan leader for the Uchiha after all. It seemed clear now that Uchiha-Yi had inherited Izuna's sword techniques. Who knew how many more legacies Uchiha-Yi had obtained? Even Black Zetsu had to admit, Izuna was an exceptionally gifted Uchiha. In all areas aside from sheer power, he had surpassed Madara, and in terms of strength itself, Izuna at his peak had scarcely lagged behind his brother. His battles with Tobirama Senju had always been evenly matched. If it weren't for the sudden strike of the Flying Thunder God Slash, Tobirama would hardly have been able to kill him. Yet what truly unsettled Black Zetsu now was the aura emanating from Uchiha. There was something there, something others might not sense, but Black Zetsu could feel it keenly. Previously, Black Zetsu had only detected a trace of Indra's chakra within Uchiha, leading him to suspect a link between the boy and Indra's legacy. But now, he also sensed the presence of Azura's chakra in Uchiha. He possessed both Indra's and Azura's aura. There was no mistake. This was the very presence of Hagoromo Otsutsuki himself. But how could anyone possibly carry both of these auras at once? Indra and Azura weren't meant to be reincarnated in the same person. Only Hagoromo could ever embody both. And Uchiha-Yi's presence, Black Zetsu recognized it, also carried the markings of Sage Mode. So then, just how was one supposed to deal with Uchiha-Yi? If Uchiha Madara were to reclaim the Rinnegan, perhaps he could still stand against Uchiha. Kurizetsu was filled with confidence in Madara's strength. Throughout the long history of the shinobi world, aside from Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Uchiha Madara ought to be considered the most powerful ninja of all. Before he obtained Azura's chakra and awakened the Rinnegan, Madara might not have exceeded Indra's power. But after gaining the Rinnegan, he undoubtedly surpassed Indra himself. It was unfortunate that Madara had grown old. The demonic statue of the outer path required time to nurture, and even the Rinnegan needed to be sustained. Otherwise, he would have already put the infinite Tsukuyomi plan into motion. So how could they deal with Uchiha? Relying only on Kirigakure was far from enough. The other villages would have to unite as well. As for Madara, he would have to wait until the right moment. Only when the plan was underway could he reveal himself. Previously, Madara had mentioned Uchiha Fugaku. Indeed, Fugaku was a respectable choice. And within Konoha itself, it seemed that not everyone held a favorable view of Uchiha, especially the Shimura Danzo. If memory served correctly, when Uchiha Kagami died, it was Danzo who betrayed him. Had Danzo not relentlessly urged Kagami to cover the retreat, Madara's attempt to kill Kagami might not have succeeded so easily. If this fact was used as leverage against Danzo, he would hardly be able to withdraw from matter. Moreover, Danzo seemed to harbor considerable resentment toward the Uchiha clan. If a bit of subtle manipulation were applied, Danzo might very well take action against Uchiha. Betrayal from within is always the deadliest. Beyond this, there were still more pieces to play. If he couldn't find allies within the shinobi world, what about beyond it? As Kurizetsu gazed at Hyuga Linshia, who was displaying remarkable ability, another possibility came to mind. The Otsutsuki Himura had once ventured to the moon, leaving behind a part of his lineage. Compared to the descendants of Hagoromo in the shinobi world, Kurizetsu suspected that those who remained on the moon inherited their legacy far more completely. If that were the case, it might just be the perfect way to instigate a conflict between Uchiha, and the lunar Otsutsuki clan. All he needed to do was plant a few misleading ideas, cast the lunar Otsutsuki as villains seeking to destroy the shinobi world, while at the same time painting Uchiha, as the menace intent on eradicating the lunar clan. The thought of a reincarnation of Hagoromo's chakra clashing with the lunar Otsutsuki filled Kurizetsu's heart with fierce anticipation. You banded together to seal away Mother back then. Now you must all pay. Every single one of you must die. In his heart, Kurizetsu had already resolved to move against Uchiha without delay. What Black Zetsu did not realize was that, the moment he appeared, Uchiha immediately sensed a thick malice and a flicker of fear from him. Had he gotten something wrong? Nevertheless, as long as Uchiha Madara didn't decide to make an appearance, Uchiha felt not the slightest bit of fear. Black Zetsu might be able to deceive Madara, but that didn't mean his own strength was truly formidable. There was no denying, however, that Black Zetsu's abilities were extremely troublesome. Even the Six Paths Naruto could do no better than seal him. Annihilation was out of the question. At his current level, even Uchiha couldn't guarantee he could handle Black Zetsu completely. But they're doing impressively well. Watching the four-man squad locked in an even battle with the wielder of the Executioner's blade, Uchiha felt a surge of satisfaction. His teammates were in a period of rapid growth. Once they returned, he could arrange for Hyuga Rinxia and Uchiha Makoto to be promoted to Tokubetsu Jonin. As for Nawaki and Minato Namikaze, they were well qualified to be elevated to full Jonin. And Nawaki, with a bit more effort, could even go for the Tokubetsu Jonin assessment as well. Well then, it's time I got serious too. Uchiha Yi's eyes turned sharp. The sword of Raijin in his hand gleamed with dazzling golden light, its speed surging to new heights. In an instant, his blade became a torrential rain of light. Dull-witted, sever. All evil must be cut down. Chaos vanish. All things must return to ruin. Pathetic. Ridiculous. Absurd. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist had never encountered such a talkative opponent. What's more, the tone made it abundantly clear he didn't even see them as worthy adversaries, as though they counted for nothing at all. Very good. You have managed to amuse me. So now it's my turn to get serious, old-timers. A new intensity sparked in Uchiha. Lightning crackled fiercely around him, and even the tailed beast chakra within him, Nine Tails' power, was drawn into the battle at his command. At this moment, Uchiha was testing out ways to channel Sage Mode along with a portion of the Nine Tails chakra during combat. Yet for some inexplicable reason, that chakra surged directly into his hair, transforming his black locks into a shimmering gold. The amount of chakra at his disposal wasn't great, but it was enough to give him a dazzling new look. Truthfully, Uchiha was rather fond of this form. If only it would bulk up his muscles a bit more, it would be perfect. With his high-rising golden hair and a body surrounded by lightning, wasn't he the very image of a Super Saiyan? For an old-school anime fan like him, who hadn't dreamed of becoming a Super Saiyan one day, and believe it or not, he'd even managed to master instant transmission. However, Faced with Uchiha fighting at full strength, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist could no longer maintain their composure. Even before this, they could barely hold their own against him, and now, as Uchiha unleashed his power, someone was bound to suffer. The first to meet his misfortune was the wielder of the Thunder Sword, Fong. This blade, crackling with lightning, instantly lost its advantage when met by the sword of Raijin. The lightning, usually invincible, was rendered powerless against the might of the Raijin sword. In fact, the combination of Uchiha and the Raijin sword electricity quickly overwhelmed the Thunder Sword, Fong. As for its wielder, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, he found himself at a total loss. He had always been the hit-and-miss foremost master of lightning release, but now, in front of Uchiha he was utterly crushed. The gap in their mastery of lightning release was simply insurmountable. In that fraction of a second when the Thunder Sword, Fong's user faltered, Uchiha seized the opportunity. The Raijin sword pierced right through his chest. And just like that, another of the 7 ninja swordsmen fell to Uchiha. This sudden development truly sent a chill down the spines of the rest of the swordsmen. Still, as seasoned warriors who'd weathered countless battles, they tried to rally themselves, hoping to use this chance to launch a counterattack against Uchiha. But Uchiha didn't let up for an instant. With a swift kick, he struck the wielder of Samahata, his speed and strength nearly wrenching the mighty blade from its owner's grasp. His onslaught came in waves, relentless and furious, raining down upon the swordsman like a violent storm. In this moment, Uchiha revealed his true strength. Barely a breath after felling the Thunder Sword, Fong, he drove his elbow into the user of the blasting sword, Shibuki, sending him flying dozens of meters with terrifying power. In the same instant, Uchiha figure blurred, appearing out of nowhere behind the wielder of the twin swords, Kiba, and before his foe could react, the Raijin sword drove straight through his heart. In just the blink of an eye, Uchiha had slain 2 of the 6 remaining 7 ninja swordsmen, and left one with shattered bones. The remaining 3, witnessing such a display, were paralyzed with fear. Wasn't this too overwhelming? How could anyone be so powerful? Even the Mizukage would feel immense pressure facing these swordsmen, and certainly couldn't sweep them aside with such ease. Meanwhile, the wielder of the executioner's blade felt a growing sense of dread. That he couldn't even take down 4 rookies. That was a humiliation he could hardly bear. Who could have imagined that these 4 young newcomers would have come this far? Should he take this moment to make his escape? But now, even if he wanted to run, it was already too late. Uchiha figure flickered through the battlefield, showcasing his mastery of swordsmanship and blinding speed. With just a little more effort, he dispatched the remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. For Uchiha, achieving this was nothing more than a warm-up. He certainly took no pride in it. One must remember that, in the future, Uchiha Madara, revived by the reanimation jutsu, would effortlessly crush the 5 Kage of that era. The most astounding part was, Madara did this while treating the fight as mere sport. Though the 7 ninja swordsmen were formidable in their own right, in the presence of a true powerhouse, their strength hardly mattered. Not to mention, even the likes of Inoki and the 4th Raikage, among the defeated 5 Kage, could probably have taken on the 7 swordsmen alone. Yet Madara, as a reanimated legend, faced all 5 Kage single-handedly. And there was even a sense that no matter how many more Kage joined the fray, even 10 times their number, they still wouldn't measure up to Madara. To speak bluntly, before the outbreak of the 4th Great Ninja War, not a single Kage, aside from Hashirama Senju, could have stood against Madara, even if all of them joined forces. As for Hashirama, at that point in history, even he might not have been Madara's equal one-on-one, but if he had all the Kage supporting him, perhaps even Madara would have found himself in peril. A powerful sense of pressure radiated from Uchiha, something the members of the 7 ninja swordsmen had never expected at the start. In the end, he was just a 10-year-old kid, soon to turn 11 in a few months, but at 11, a child is still barely grown. How could he possibly threaten them? Even the young Madara and Hashirama, at his age, had not possessed such overwhelming power. Now, even these hardened killers felt genuine panic setting in. Had they known Uchiha was this formidable, they never would have provoked him in the first place. But there was no turning back. Uchiha pressed his advantage, showing no mercy to wounded foes, and launched another wave of attacks against the 7 swordsmen. In a matter of moments, he finished them off without hesitation. When it was all over, Uchiha took out a sealing scroll and stored their bodies away. After all, these were the elite of Kirigakure, surely carrying a wealth of valuable intel. Moreover, this victory marked a remarkable achievement for Uchiha. Even if Uchiha Fugaku continued to rack up military merits on the front lines, he could never hope to match a feat like this. Just taking down these 6 alone would be enough to outweigh several years' worth of effort from Uchiha Fugaku. After that, Uchiha, he pulled out another storage scroll and put away the other ninja swords. Then, he fixed his gaze on Samahata, the sword that was trying to slip away. "Are you sure you want to run?" he asked calmly. "Do you believe I won't utterly destroy you if I wish?" It was obvious that Samahata possessed its own intelligence. Upon hearing Uchiha-Yi's words, it shivered as if stricken by a chill, and promptly lay still on the ground, allowing itself to be picked up. As Uchiha-Yi grasped Samahata, he could sense a current of chakra flowing from the blade toward him, a clear attempt at currying favor. "Umph. I don't need your chakra, and I'm not the master I have in mind for you." Uchiha-Yi snorted softly. "Behave yourself from now on." Uchiha-Yi then turned his gaze to the spot not far away where the executioner's blade rested. Its wielder was now fighting with desperate abandon. There was nothing more he could do. The wielder had realized just how powerful Uchiha-Yi was and knew that any attempt to flee would end in certain death. Surrender was equally unthinkable. Given the Mizuki's disposition, if word ever got out that he had surrendered, he would be the first to send someone to eliminate him. Thus, the only path left to him was to drag as many of these enemies down with him as possible. If he could kill even one, it would be worth it. Take down 2, and he'd consider it a gain. "So, you decided to fight to the end?" "Well, that's enough," Uchiha thought, intent on letting his companions experience true mortal peril. But this battle had already reached a dangerous extreme. The lessons taught so far were sufficient. If the combat continued, someone really might die. Rope Tree and Minato Namikaze were tough enough to take a few hits, and Uchiha wasn't too worried about them. But if Mikoto Uchiha or Rinxia Hyuga suffered even minor injuries, he would find it hard to bear. In an instant, Uchiha vanished from sight, reappearing next to the executioner's blade just as its wielder raised a massive sword high, bringing it down toward Rinxia Hyuga. Moving swiftly, Uchiha sent the blade flying with a well-placed kick. Then, in a flash, his sword of Raijin sliced cleanly across the wielder's throat. From a moment Uchiha disappeared to the time he dealt with the wielder of the executioner's blade, barely 2 seconds had passed. Such overwhelming strength. Seeing their opponents so effortlessly defeated by Uchiha, the 4 young companions collapsed to the ground, completely abandoning any sense of composure. They gasped for breath, their adrenaline now spent after the intense struggle. With their foe defeated, exhaustion claimed them all. Even Mikoto Uchiha and Rinxia Hyuga, who had managed to hold up until now, found their strength utterly depleted. Uchiha first walked over to Hyuga Linxia, who had sustained the most serious injuries. He carefully examined her wounds, knowing that Linxia had been the main force clashing head-on with the enemy, and thus she was hurt the worst. At least 3 of her ribs were broken, and her arms and hands were marked by numerous blade wounds. "Let me set your bones." Uchiha hesitated for a moment before leaning close to Linxia's ear and speaking softly. After all, with broken ribs, some contact would be unavoidable. Even Hyuga Linxia, who was usually calm and expressionless, couldn't help but blush faintly, though her answer was barely audible. "All right." Uchiha Mikoto's eyes flickered at the scene, but she didn't try to intervene. Linxia was severely injured, whereas she herself had come through almost unscathed. That being said, Nawaki was also badly hurt, yet Uchiha seemed to have no intention of tending to him at all. "Nawaki, I'll leave this sword, Samahata, to you. Try bonding with it yourself." As if something had just occurred to him, Uchiha tossed the massive Samahata sword to Nawaki with his other hand. "Also, use these storage scrolls to seal up those bodies and the executioner's blade." With that, Uchiha gently lifted Hyuga Linxia into his arms, and in a flash, vanished from the spot with the Flying Thunder God technique. Over the past few days in the Land of Water, he had left plenty of marks for teleportation, just in case they needed rest stops. Now, he needed to perform a simple surgery on Linxia. As for Mikoto and the others, his own shadow clone remained behind to watch over things, so there wasn't much danger. "Hey wait, how could you just leave me like that?" Nawaki slumped his injured arm, remembering how it had gotten dislocated in the previous battle. He'd hoped Uchiha would treat him too, but his comrade had vanished without a second thought. "If you want, I can set it back for you." Seeing Nawaki's sorry state, Minato Namikaze quickly offered, his gaze wandering curiously toward the huge Samahata nearby. "Thanks, Minato." Nawaki grimaced, then gripped the Samahata sword in his good hand, trusting in Uchiha-Yi's judgment. As soon as he picked up Samahata, a wave of chakra surged from the blade into his body, and his injuries started to ease, thanks to the sword's power. "Wow, this sword is incredible. It's restoring my chakra and even helping to heal my injuries." Nawaki blurted out his surprise. Just then, Minato popped Nawaki's arm back into place. The rest of the treatment was out of his hands, so he turned his curiosity to the Samahata sword. It's almost as if this blade is alive. Shunshu hefted the great blade, sharkskin, and examined it closely. It does seem almost alive, he murmured. There was something Shunshu didn't say out loud. The blade looked rather ugly to him. Yet, after all, Sharkskin was still working to heal its own wounds. If he spoke his true thoughts, wouldn't that be quite shameless? Shunshu was a simple soul, but certainly not a fool. But if this blade can keep restoring my chakra and heal my injuries, then it really is quite something, he joked, a hint of mischief in his voice. This is the great blade, Sharkskin, Uchiha Makoto explained, taking care to stow away the body. He once told me about Sharkskin. In battle, it can absorb an opponent's chakra to heal you. According to him, of all the 7 ninja blades, Sharkskin is the most unique and the most powerful. In truth, Makoto was thinking about another legendary blade, Thunderblade, Fong. The path she tread now mirrored the one set by Uchiha. Mastery of the Chidori techniques, use of the Sharingan, and the swordsmanship of the Uchiha clan. If only she possessed an excellent longsword, her strength would grow remarkably. Clearly, Thunderblade, Fong was the weapon that suited her best. With it, her power would undoubtedly reach the level of a special jonin. Of course, her greater concern was for Hyuga Linxia. Linxia's injuries were severe. Could he really heal her? As for whatever might happen between Yi and Linxia, that was not something Makoto felt she could intervene in. For her part, Makoto only wished to remain by Yi's side. That was enough for her. Or perhaps, if fate allowed, even more. She knew she needed to grow stronger to avoid becoming a burden, and to help Yi handle the myriad tasks he usually found tedious. She was determined to become Yi's right hand, his loyal companion, and the steadfast support behind him. So, this is Sharkskin? I never imagined it could actually absorb chakra from others. Seems like it's made for me. Shunshu grinned, feeling that the great blade, Sharkskin, fit him perfectly. Perhaps one day, he could build his own fighting style around its unique power. It's true, said Minato Namikaze, unable to hide his amazement. Weapons like this are dreams beyond reach for most ninja. But more than that, Yi's strength keeps growing. The enemies we struggle so desperately to defeat, he dispatches them with barely a thought. It was a sobering contrast. The gulf between their abilities was vast, almost immeasurable. Only someone as formidable as Uchiha, Yi, could truly protect Konoha. Minato Namikaze then turned his gaze toward Makoto Uchiha, who was sitting nearby. He saw that Makoto was writing up a mission report, something that should have been handled by Uchiha Yi in the first place. However, Uchiha Yi never seemed very interested in such tasks, often leaving them to Makoto instead. She, for her part, always completed this kind of work impeccably. That made Minato wonder, what was his own role within this team? Rin Hyuga could use her Byakugan to detect enemies and gather intelligence. Makoto Uchiha handled all sorts of tasks, and, at the same time, her strength was nothing to scoff at least by the standards of the team. Then there was Shunshu, tough as leather and nearly impossible to harm. Now, armed with Samahata, his power would get an obvious boost, while Minato found himself still following the ordinary pace of steady improvement. Of course, Minato had no intention of blaming Uchiha Yi for not helping him become stronger. He had already done more than enough. All Minato felt toward him was gratitude. Even Jiraiya-sensei didn't instruct him much these days. It was always Uchiha Yi offering guidance. Minato knew he would never repay such kindness with resentment. He was no ingrate. After all, he'd been born a commoner, starting with the weakest foundation and being the youngest on the team. Not everyone could reach Uchiha Yi's level with such ease. Most people needed gradual, step-by-step progress to develop their strength. It would be unwise to recklessly drain one's future potential in pursuit of hasty growth. This realization left Minato momentarily unsure of his own place within the group. Still, if he set aside Uchiha Yi for a moment, Minato realized his combat analysis skills were easily the best on the team. Unfortunately, his lack of power meant he carried little authority. Even if he wanted to direct others in battle, he simply wasn't strong enough to take charge. Moreover, his battle experience was lacking. Natural talent was just that, talent. To turn it into true expertise, he had a long road ahead. He still needed to get stronger, as much as possible. Even so, today's clash with the wielder of the Executioner's Blade had been a real thrill. How long do we have to wait here? That fight must have drawn the attention of Kirigakure by now. If they send in a large force to hunt us down, we'll be in real trouble. Feeling that most of his strength had returned, Shunshu hefted Samahata onto his shoulder. To be honest, aside from its less than impressive appearance, Samahata was truly a remarkable weapon. It didn't just absorb an opponent's chakra, it could also restore his own chakra and even heal his wounds. The barbs along its body could leave any enemy shredded, if not dead. Shunju ran his hand fondly over Samahata. This is a real treasure. An incredible weapon, truly. Rinya's injuries were serious, but if it was just a matter of simple treatment, it shouldn't take long. Once her ribs were fixed, it could be settled within half an hour at most. As for the other mist ninja, we have little reason for concern, Mikoto Uchiha said in a low voice, sweeping her gaze around the area. Given the circumstances, I doubt anyone from Kirigakure would dare approach recklessly. After all, no one over there could possibly imagine we've managed to defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen. Mikoto's words brought a subtle sense of relief to Nawaki and Minato Namikaze. The truth was, they were still deep behind enemy lines, and this was a perilous situation. What's more, we still have a flying thunder god Kanai, don't we? If things turn dangerous, we can always summon, Mikoto added, producing the mark Kanai. Fortunately, none of the mist ninja had come to investigate. Perhaps, to those in Kirigakure, it was inconceivable that anyone could have survived the attack of the 7 swordsmen. Around 20 minutes later, Uchiha reappeared, leading Hyuga Rinya by his side. After quietly surveying their surroundings, he wore a wry, meaningful smile. It seems there hasn't been any fighting since I left. I'm not sure why, but after you left, they simply didn't attack, Nawaki said, scratching his head. Then he pointed at the bandaged Samahata slung over his shoulder. This sword is incredible. It even heals my injuries. It really is a special sword. Uchiha cautioned Nawaki. Treat it well, and you might one day surpass your sister. But remember, once the war ends, the 7 ninja swords may be reclaimed by Kirigakure. He paused, a knowing look in his eyes. But I'll help you keep this one. Frankly, the Mist have no right to demand it back. Samahata would stay with him. No one could take it away. Uchiha did not believe, after their defeat, that Hiruzen Sarutobi would have any reason to force Nawaki to return Samahata. Rinya, are you all right? At that moment, Mikoto handed a mission scroll to glancing concernedly at Hyuga Rinya. Ever attentive, Mikoto had noticed that Rinya's clothes had changed, and there was now a subtle, awkward stiffness to her pale, cool beauty. I'm Fine. Rinya answered quickly, but her voice betrayed her discomfort. The memory of Uchiha treating her wounds simply would not fade. In front of Uchiha she had been stripped of all her defenses. Her vulnerability left her feeling irreparably exposed. She wanted so much to tell herself that Uchiha had only been trying to save her, that he hadn't done anything improper to her. Yet Hinata Rinxia had to admit to herself, it seemed she truly could not maintain the same feelings for Uchiha anymore. Fortunately, Uchiha had no idea what was going through Hinata Rinxia's mind. If he ever found out, he would surely cry out in protest to clear his name. All he had done was try to save Hinata Rinxia. In her condition, even a small misstep could have resulted in broken ribs and internal injuries. Besides, Hinata Rinxia was still quite young, wasn't she? Uchiha Mikoto cast a suspicious glance at Hinata Rinxia, but said nothing more. Still, her sixth sense told her that Hinata Rinxia's feelings for Uchiha seemed to have shifted considerably. All right, let's leave this place for now. We also need to find somewhere to rest and recover, Uchiha said, addressing the others. He summoned Kaku, the giant slug, handed over their mission report, as well as the storage scroll containing the bodies of the 7 fallen foes. As for the remaining ninja swords, Uchiha kept those for himself. After all, these were his spoils of war, and he had every right to decide their fate. Even if the Hokage wanted the swords, he would need to offer something valuable in exchange. Once all this was done, Uchiha hesitated slightly, then swept Hinata Rinxia up into his arms in a princess carry. Leading the way, he gestured for the others to follow him. When Hiruzen Sarutobi learned from Katsu that Uchiha had single-handedly wiped out the 7 ninja swordsmen, he was utterly stunned. He wasn't unfamiliar with the 7, after all. Even for him, encountering those 7 alone would be perilous. If things went badly, he might even be fighting for his life. Yet after meeting Uchiha, the entire group had been annihilated. Sarutobi fell silent. He already knew Uchiha was formidable, and he'd suspected the young man had surpassed him. But he hadn't expected Uchiha to have outstripped him by so far, and so easily at that. At the very least, Sarutobi himself couldn't have dispatched the 7 swordsmen with such ease. Uchiha was truly unstoppable now. Thinking of Uchiha Fugaku's steady stream of military achievements out on the front lines lately, Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered for a moment and then made his decision. It was time to start building up Uchiha-Yi's reputation. After all, the matter of the 7 ninja swordsmen couldn't be hidden. And compared with the idea of making Uchiha Fugaku clan leader, In both sentiment and reason, it was clear that Hiruzen Sarutobi needed to support Uchiha. After all, when it comes down to it, Itachi Uchiha is the son of Kagami Uchiha, and even more so, he's one of our own. If I were to suppress him at a time like this, the Hokage faction would fall into chaos. Even someone like Danzo Shimura would make the same choice in this situation. If you're the big brother, yet you don't help your little brothers and, instead, support their political rivals, then who would ever want to follow you in the future? With these thoughts, Hiruzen Sarutobi picked up the mission report written by Makoto Uchiha and read it through twice, his mind running with complicated feelings. Unable to help himself, he reached for his pipe, taking 2 long puffs, and then issued an order with a heavy heart. Thus, when Team Uchiha Itachi, while gathering intelligence in the Land of Water, encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, a crack force from the hidden Mist Village, and wiped them out, the news quickly spread through the Leaf Village. First, Itachi had defeated Hanzo, the demigod, and now he'd completely wiped out the 7 ninja swordsmen. His reputation exploded across the land, infusing the battle-weary Leaf Village with renewed morale, desperately needed as they fought on 2 fronts. Of course, some said that during the fight with Hanzo, Itachi had received help from Tsunade and the others. After all, Hanzo had already taken on 3 opponents before facing Itachi. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru had put significant pressure on Hanzo, making Itachi's final victory possible. But this time, annihilating the 7 swordsmen of the mist was a solid accomplishment that no one could dispute. It's worth noting that the members of Itachi's team were all just lower-ranked ninja, Minato Namikaze, Nawaki, Makoto Uchiha, and Rin Hyuga. They were certainly talented, but there was still a noticeable gap between them and true elite ninja. So, Itachi's fame only grew louder by the day, to the point where people began speculating. Who was stronger now, Itachi Uchiha or his father, Kagami Uchiha? Had he already surpassed his old man? And how far could Itachi go as he developed in the future? Meanwhile, Kohyudatane, a member of the village elders, gave silent approval to these events. She even let word of Itachi's exploits filter down to the young members of her own clan. Koharu had never been anyone's fool. Otherwise, she could never have risen to her current position. If it had been any other Uchiha, Koharu would never have helped build up their reputation. She might have even led the opposition against them. After all, people like her, if not for their own family interests, would always stand against the Uchiha. They were all students of Tobirama Senju himself. They'd grown up hearing his oft-repeated warning, "The Uchiha are born evil." Tobirama had that phrase on the tip of his tongue at all times. Even when speaking with Kagami Uchiha, he wouldn't hold back, bluntly laying out his arguments, pointing out the supposed flaws of the Sharingan and its users. Sometimes, even Kagami would find himself doubting. Could it really be that the Uchiha are born to be this way? Of course, in private, Tobirama Senju had also confided in Kagami Uchiha that the Uchiha clan was, in fact, a clan of love. It was precisely because their capacity for love was so overwhelming that it often led to extreme and radical behavior. Reflecting on his own experiences, Kagami couldn't help but feel that there were indeed significant issues within the Uchiha clan. For Konoha, this did seem like an undeniable source of instability. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, as well as Kohyudatane and Hamura Mitokado. These people, too, were deeply influenced by Tobirama Senju's views. Yet Uchiha, he was different. He was Kagami Uchiha's son. If that were his only identity, at best he could be considered a half-outsider to these course circles. Strictly speaking, someone like him would never be eligible to compete for the title of Hokage. But he was also Tsunade's apprentice, and more than that, he had received regular guidance from Mito Uzumaki, practically, if not officially, making him Mito's disciple. If you looked at it from Mito Uzumaki's perspective, he actually counted as one of their own generation. With Mito's endorsement, the Uchiha influence over E was all but reduced to a faint trace. The only lingering concern was this. Once he became the head of the Uchiha clan, or perhaps, if he ever rose to become Hokage, would he threaten their interests? Would he jeopardize the future of their own families? After careful consideration, Kohyudatane decided it was worth extending an olive branch to E. After all, she never felt any particular resistance toward him, which was more than could be said for Hamura Mitokado. Recently, at the battlefront in the Land of Water, Hamura had made a point of assigning some especially difficult missions to the Uchiha, putting considerable pressure on Fugaku Uchiha. Naturally, Hamura was also deeply dissatisfied with E. However, E and his team reported directly to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Even though Hamura was an elder, his authority did not extend to the Umbu units personally overseen by the Hokage. Hiruzen usually wouldn't interfere in such matters. He might turn a blind eye to Koharu and Hamura's contact with Umbu operatives, but if he were to ignore Hamura outright, no one could really say a word. After all, as an Umbu member, Hamura technically was not in a position to control him. But that was not the case for Fugaku and the others. If they couldn't target E, they could still turn their attention to Fugaku, couldn't they? E, the hot pot is ready. Mikoto Uchiha's voice called out to E from inside the house. They had already returned to an island for some much-needed rest. There were countless islands within the land of water's borders, so many that even Kirigikure couldn't possibly exert control over them all. Sometimes, Uchiha E would wonder. If it weren't for his own strength being formidable enough already, he would have preferred to wage a guerrilla war inside the land of water, following the tactics instilled by his instructors. Advance when the enemy retreats, harass when they encamp, strike when they're weary, and pursue when they fall back. This land was simply perfect for establishing a base behind enemy lines. Uchiha settled into his seat, casting a wistful gaze at the pot brimming with seafood. With a gentle sigh, he murmured, I really wonder when we'll finally be able to eat something other than seafood. Honestly, I'm getting sick of it too. I can't even remember the last time I had fresh vegetables or a proper cut of beef or lamb. Shuntan, who had just been bonding with Samahata, wholeheartedly agreed with Yi's complaint. Hey, E, can't you use the Flying Thunder God technique to pop into town and buy us some real meat? Day in and day out, we're just eating fish. I swear I feel like I'm starting to smell like one. You really think it's safe for me to leave now? Uchiha didn't mind making a supply run himself, but Uchiha Mikoto, Hyuga Rinxia, and the others wouldn't be safe if he were away. After all, the Land of Water wasn't just crawling with Kirigikure shinobi. Madara, Uchiha, and Black Zetsu were lurking somewhere out there as well. That was the real danger. Even with his current strength, Uchiha didn't dare assume he could take on Madara and win for sure. If Madara took advantage of Yi's absence and made a move against Uchiha Mikoto and the others to threaten him, what could he possibly do then? Enough, Shuntan. Let's just focus on catching a greater variety of seafood next time. Minato Namikaze quickly stepped in to comfort Xingtian. Unlike E and the rest, Minato had no trouble adjusting to a diet of fish and shellfish. He'd come from the humblest beginnings and never ate well until Jiraiya had taken him in as a disciple. Only then had things begun to change for him. Now, holding a position in the Umbu, Minato enjoyed a reasonable salary and a bit of comfort in life. Being able to enjoy a spread of fresh fish and seafood every day was a blessing, a feast of lean protein, good for growing strong. Well, I suppose I can treat this as water release ninjutsu training, Shantian replied with a rueful laugh. I've been poring over Grandpa Tobarama's old training scrolls. Aside from the forbidden techniques he developed, he was always obsessed with water-style jutsu. Story goes, there was a year Grandpa spent 2 full years on the seashore, honing his water jutsu, until his mastery transformed completely. If I could ever reach even half of his level, I'd probably be grinning in my sleep. The second Hokage is the most like the Mizukage among all Hokage. A playful smile appeared on Uchiha-Yi's face. I once heard a joke. Every time the second Hokage invented a new jutsu, the first Hokage would ask if it was a water-style technique. If it wasn't, he'd make him write it into the forbidden scroll and forbid him from using it. Is that really true? Nawaki was utterly stunned, taking the story at face value. After all, Uchiha usually followed Uzumaki Mito around and learned from her. He often got to hear bits of information no one else knew. Maybe this really was something Grandma told Uchiha. Of course, I'm just kidding, he added with a chuckle. Most of the second Hokage's water-style jutsu were created before Konohagakure was even founded, and mainly to counter the Uchiha, especially Uchiha Izuna. To counter the Uchiha? But the Uchiha are famous for their fire-style techniques. Nawaki looked at Uchiha E and Uchiha Mikoto with a complicated expression. After all, there were 2 Uchiha in their team. Hyuga Rinka sat quietly beside Uchiha E, eating in silence. Despite her injuries, as a descendant of extraterrestrials, concerns like inflammation didn't bother her. For Hyuga Rinka, the top priority was replenishing her energy and protein. Well, relations between the Uchiha and Senju clans weren't always friendly, Uchiha E said, not shying away from the topic. Then, his face turned serious as he addressed the group. So, do you guys have anything you want to do next? We've already taken down the 7 ninja swordsmen. The Hidden Mist Village is bound to react soon, but I promise I can keep you all safe. You beat the 7 ninja swordsmen on your own. What's there to be afraid of? Nawaki grumbled, unable to hide his amazement. Even if the Mizukage came after us, I bet even he wouldn't stand a chance against you. As he spoke, a note of frustration crept into Nawaki's voice as he glared at Uchiha. Man, what's your secret? How can you be so strong? How am I supposed to compete with you for Hokage if you're this powerful? By now, Nawaki had pretty much strayed from the fate that originally awaited him. Perhaps at this point in time, he'd have already stepped on an explosive tag and been gone. In a way, he'd ended up saving Nawaki, which also made Uzumaki Mito's care for him worthwhile. The Mizukage might not scare me, but the ninja world is far more complicated and dangerous than you imagine. Even with my power now, I can't claim to be the strongest. Uchiha, he let out a soft laugh. Still, I'm rather interested in the 3 tails and 6 tails. I wonder, will the hidden mist send 2-tailed beasts after us? That's a tailed beast we're talking about. Shingshu was at a loss for words when it came to Uchiha. After all, his own grandmother was the 9-tails Jinchuriki, so he had a deep understanding of how formidable the tailed beasts could be. Even if the others weren't quite as powerful as the 9 tails, the difference shouldn't be too drastic, right? I'm still quite interested in it. Uchiha's gaze grew distant and mysterious. The 9 tails chakra has given me a significant boost. If possible, I wouldn't mind collecting all of the chakra to study it further. Unfortunately, achieving such a goal seems rather difficult at the moment. Turning back to Shingshu, Uchiha, he continued, spend more time building a good rapport with Samahata. Use your own chakra to strengthen your bond. Samahata seems quite fond of your chakra as well. The better your relationship, the more help it can give you in the future, even shielding you from dangerous jutsu if needed. We can also spend some time figuring out better ways to use Samahata. From what I noticed during our previous encounters, Samahata isn't meant for slashing, but for shaving away. It's entirely different from other ninja swords. Shaving, huh? Shingshu's spirits sank immediately. He never excelled with weapons. Not even an ordinary longsword felt comfortable in his hands. If using Samahata meant shaving instead of swinging, he'd really need to put in some effort to learn its proper handling. I remember the first Hokage once wielded a giant sword. Perhaps he used a weapon like this in the past as well. When you're back, you might want to ask Grandma Mito. Maybe she can give you some pointers. I have high hopes for Samahata. It's much more powerful than you can imagine. Uchiha, he didn't mention that if Shingshu truly mastered Samahata, he could one day become strong enough to dominate even the tailed beasts. After all, to most people, tailed beasts still felt like beings too distant to even consider challenging. And as far as Shingshu was concerned, all tailed beasts were on par with the 9 tails, a force his small frame couldn't possibly confront. Oh, by the way, Mikoto, this sword is for you. As something occurred to him, Uchiha, he opened a storage scroll and took out the lightning blade, Fong, handing it to Uchiha Mikoto. Uchiha Mikoto was now walking a path much like his own. No, to be precise, her path closely mirrored that of Uchiha Sasuke's in the future. And Uchiha, he could now help guide Mikoto down this very road. The lightning blade, Fong? Mikoto's face lit up with delight as she accepted the sword. She had admired the Thunder God sword for a long time, but since the Thunder God sword belonged to Uchiha and had once been Tobarama Senju's weapon, it wasn't convenient for him to give it away. But lightning blade, Fong was the perfect alternative. But, is it really alright for me to have this? Mikoto hesitated, glancing uncertainly at Uchiha. She was certainly not like Nawaki, who didn't understand a thing about politics. In the future, there was a strong possibility that Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village would sit down for peace talks. When that time came, the Mist Village would never just disregard the 7 ninja swords. If, by any chance, they managed to regain control of those blades, who could say what the future might hold? Konoha would face a real predicament then. There's no need to worry about that. Uchiha replied with a meaningful smile. Those who lose have no right to make demands. What face would they have to come reclaim these swords? All we need to do is offer an exorbitant price. In fact, it might cost the Mist Village less to forge an entirely new set of 7 ninja swords than to pay what we demand. No matter how it turns out, we'll come out ahead. His eyes sparkled with amusement. Of course, Samahata must never leave our hands, but as for something like the Thunder Sword Kiba, I don't see why we couldn't strike a deal. And we could even commission a weapon crafted specifically for Mikoto, one that would suit her far better. Mikoto, for her part, wasn't angered by Yi's suggestion. If she could have a ninja sword tailored just for her, it would certainly be far more fitting than the Kiba blades. I think there are Kusanagi swords, aren't there? Orochimaru-sensei has several. If I remember right, Nawaki ventured timidly. Maybe we could ask him. Mikoto smiled helplessly. It was true that she, too, was one of Orochimaru's students, but her relationship with their teacher was nowhere near as close as Nawaki's. Nawaki, perhaps, could ask and really receive a Kusanagi blade from Orochimaru. Mikoto couldn't expect the same for herself. We'll talk about that later, he said, shifting his gaze to Namikaze's Minato. Minato, you'll continue with your regular training for now. Soon, I'll teach you the body flicker technique, and see if you can integrate it into your combat style. Yes, sir. Minato's face lit up in delight. He'd been at a loss for how to push his abilities further. Now, with he offering concrete guidance, his worries melted away. He really was an excellent mentor, far more reliable than even Jiraiya-sensei. As for Rinxia, he turned next to look at Hyuga Rinxia, recalling the moment he had tended to her injuries not long ago. He couldn't deny it. He felt a subtle stirring in his heart. Until recently, he could have sworn that he and Rinxia were nothing more than honest friends, entirely above board. Rinxia was someone trustworthy, and with her alliance, if he ever wished to become Hokage, the Hyuga clan would not stand in his way. After all, it was only a matter of time before Rinxia rose to become a leader among her people. With her working to mediate between them, the Hyuga would never be an obstacle he couldn't overcome. You have to understand, back then, the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan didn't exactly get along. In fact, to be precise, most families didn't have a good relationship with the Uchiha clan. Hardly anyone actually wanted the Uchiha to become Hokage. Yet somehow, without even realizing it, something special seemed to have emerged between myself and Hyuga Rinxia. Girls really mature so early these days. But Rinxia is actually a bit like Hinata. Maybe it's because they're relatives, after all. Or is it that all the girls in the Hyuga clan develop so well? Are you still planning to focus on taijutsu for your training? Uchiha asked with a hint of curiosity. Hyuga Rinxia nodded gently. The Hyuga's gentle fist has an ancient, mysterious heritage. Its potential is vast, both in its lower limits and upper limits. I believe I can grow stronger by relying on my clan's legacy. Clearly, Rinxia was reminded of earlier moments. When she was injured, there hadn't been any hint of romance between them. But once the healing was done, things started to feel different. Yeah, according to what I know, the Hyuga line really does have ancient roots. They're descended from the younger brother of the Sage of Six Paths. As for the specifics, I'm not entirely sure myself, but if you ever need anything, just let me know. Uchiha nodded lightly. There honestly wasn't much he could do for Hyuga Rinxia at this point. Unless, of course, he could encounter Otsutsuki Himura and unlock the secrets of the Otsutsuki lineage. Otherwise, there really wasn't much more he could offer Rinxia. The Hyuga inheritance is truly the best fit for her. Its potential ceiling may not be the absolute highest, but its baseline is incredibly strong. The real challenge for Uchiha, he was figuring out how to help Rinxia rise to the level of the Otsutsuki themselves. Descendant of the Sage of Six Paths' younger brother, Rinxia's beautiful eyes trembled with surprise. There was indeed such a rumor in the Hyuga family, though it had always sounded more like a myth, nothing more than a few passing words. She never expected there might be a real connection to the Sage of Six Paths. She couldn't help but wonder just how powerful the Sage's younger brother truly was. I don't have all the details either, but I'm pretty sure about the connection. It's probably related to your clan's special eyes, Uchiha hinted. Rinxia nodded thoughtfully. Now that she considered it, it actually made a lot of sense. Once she returned to Konoha, she resolved to look deeper into the clan's texts. Perhaps the legendary eyes of her bloodline were somehow connected to this after all. No one had expected that when the 7 ninja swordsmen tried to ambush Uchiha Yi's squad, they would end up completely wiped out. News of this shook the entire ninja world like a thunderclap. Setting aside how complicated things were in the Sand, Stone, and Cloud villages, and how desperate they were to eliminate Uchiha Yi, suffocating tension blanketed the Mist village. Yet, to everyone's surprise, the third Mizukage made no move in response. After all, the 7 swordsmen of the Mist were among his most powerful forces, and now, they had been wiped out by just one squad led by Uchiha Yi. The blow to the Mizukage's power was anything but trivial. Fortunately, the various clans, eager for vengeance and thirsting for Fire Country land, now clamored to invade the Land of Fire. If not for this outward focus, Mist Village might very well have descended into civil war already. Within the Land of Rivers, a country caught between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, its very existence seemed destined to serve as a buffer zone whenever Konoha and the Sand Village went to war. Now, over 3,000 Konoha shinobi and 5,000 Sand ninja were clashing across the fields of the river country. Orochimaru, full of restless energy, strode into Tsunade's grand command tent. Seeing her immersed in her research, he asked straight away, "Still haven't figured out the antidote?" Chiyo's poison really is extremely potent. It'll require a bit more time to crack." Without even glancing up, Tsunade continued her careful examination. Honestly, Chiyo's poisons are even trickier than Hanzo's salamander toxin. If I were in Konoha with all my equipment, I'd probably have an antidote by now. Out here on the front lines, it's a constant struggle. In Tsunade's mind, Chiyo's poison was formidable, but she herself was no pushover. This rivalry, this feeling of crossing paths with a true nemesis, weighed heavy on her heart. Is that so? Orochimaru nodded slightly. Well, considering puppet techniques rely on poison as a core element, it makes sense. By the way, intel just came from the village. A few days ago, the 7 ninja swordsmen set out to ambush Uchiha Yi's team, but ended up being annihilated by Yi himself. The whole squad, wiped out. What? All of the 7 ninja swordsmen gone? For once, even Tsunade lost her composure. She had crossed blades with the 7 swordsmen on missions before, and even she had to admit, facing even one was no easy feat. Every one of them was an elite jonin, some among the very best. But together, taken out by a single Uchiha Yi, instead of a successful ambush, had they fallen into his trap? Tsunade could almost picture it now. Uchiha Yi, facing down the 7 swordsmen alone, boldly declaring, "It's you 7 who are surrounded by me." Given the memory of Hanzo, crushed without resistance at Yi's hands, perhaps it wasn't so hard to accept that he could obliterate the 7 swordsmen as well. Indeed, he is my pupil, through and through. Tsunade still held a sense of pride, and as for whether Uchiha Yi would become Hokage in the future, that was something beyond her control. After all, she never aspired to be Hokage herself. That sort of headache belonged to Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and Orochimaru. Her grandfather was Hokage, her granduncle was Hokage, her teacher was Hokage. If even her disciple were to become Hokage one day, who in the world could possibly compare to her lineage? On the contrary, it would only make her status all the more legendary. Still, it was a pitiful turn for Orochimaru. His Hokage dream was probably finished. Yet to be fair, becoming Hokage had never really been Orochimaru's own ambition in the first place. It was only that everyone believed he was fit for the role, and with their teacher as Hokage, he was nudged to strive for it. Yes, all 7 of the ninja blades were confiscated by Ikuin. He handed the Samahata over to Nawaki. According to him, this sword is perfect for Nawaki and can boost his strength. Orochimaru, clearly intrigued by Samahata, tossed a scroll to Tsunade, one that Hiruzen Sarutobi had specially sent them earlier. Samahata, huh? If that guy, he says it suits Nawaki, I suppose it really does. No need to fuss over such details. As for the Mist Village's treasures, what's taken is taken. They're spoils of war. If Uchiha Yi claimed them, and Nawaki ended up with the sword, it's their honor. Tsunade spoke with absolute nonchalance. Yet she couldn't help but wonder what made Samahata so exceptional. It must have something unique if Uchiha Yi valued it so highly. He never cared for ordinary weapons. She trusted his judgment. As for the Mist Village, even if they bore a grudge, so what? For them to have their weapons wielded by outsiders ought to be a compliment. Seeing Tsunade's indifference, Orochimaru couldn't help but twitch an eyebrow. But this will put a target on Nawaki's back. Even after the war is over, the Mist Village won't stop coming for him. But Tsunade just waved it off, carefree as ever. Isn't Uchiha Yi watching over him for now? My disciple is almost invincible these days. First he defeated Hanzo, then he completely wiped out the 7 ninja swordsmen. Aside from my grandmother, no one else can match him. Even Sarutobi-sensei himself probably couldn't win against Uchiha Yi at this point. And as for my grandmother, she actually favors even more than she does me or Nawaki. By the end, Tsunade sounded just a little jealous. After all, she and Nawaki were her own flesh and blood. Perhaps Lady Mito truly has high hopes for Ikuin. And, honestly, Ikuin hasn't let her down. If he hadn't emerged as a rising force in the midst of this war, things would have gone very differently. Orochimaru only shook his head slightly. Had Uzumaki Mito ever truly neglected Tsunade or Nawaki? With the way Tsunade usually behaved, how could Uzumaki Mito possibly go easy on her? If it weren't for Mito Uzumaki's intervention, Tsunade would likely have sold off the entire ancestral estate of the Senju clan and gambled away the proceeds. The mere fact that Mito didn't directly deal with Tsunade was already the greatest mercy she could show her. As for Nawaki, wasn't he now under the care of Itachi Uchiha? As long as Itachi stayed by his side, Nawaki could be considered relatively safe. Even Orochimaru had to admit that Nawaki was much safer with Itachi than he would be with himself. Perhaps, Tsunade replied, non-committally, pursing her lips. But when the day comes that Nawaki can stand on his own, that will be troublesome, Orochimaru went on, never one to shy away from uncomfortable truths. Tsunade paused in surprise, then laughed breezily. When that day comes, Nawaki will no longer be a child. If he's truly capable of handling things by himself, he'll also have to face the troubles that come with it. Both you and I, we've all had to go through that. Though, as his teacher, you haven't exactly spent much time instructing him. Orochimaru was left speechless. As a teacher, he'd always thought himself conscientious. Whenever Nawaki ran into trouble, he'd send word to Orochimaru via the little snake, and Orochimaru would pass on his advice. Orochimaru prided himself on being a rather capable mentor. Just look at what Jiraiya was up to. Jiraiya had more or less abandoned Minato Namikaze in the village, barely bothering to check on him. Now, it was Itachi leading Minato's team. In fact, Itachi had taken on the task of teaching him ninjutsu and everything else. As far as any discerning eye could see, Minato was less Jiraiya's student and more Itachi's disciple. If it weren't for Jiraiya's connection as a pupil of Hiruzen Sarutobi, his lack of involvement alone could have branded him a missing nin. And to put it bluntly, if Konoha weren't short on candidates for the future, Jiraiya might have already lost any qualification to become Hokage. This was a blemish on Jiraiya's record that would never fade. After all, who could accept a Hokage who, on the battlefield, was known as a deserter and a traitor? As for Tsunade, she had produced a genius like Itachi Uchiha, so outstanding a pupil that even Orochimaru felt a mix of pride and exasperation for her. Too gifted a disciple brought with it its own brand of headaches. But was Itachi truly Tsunade's student? Admittedly, he had mastered her monstrous strength and some of her medical ninjutsu, yet it seemed as though none of it had cost him much effort to learn. Beyond that, it was actually Mito Uzumaki who had personally guided Itachi. In fact, all Tsunade had really offered was her name and status as a mentor. Looking at others like Kushina Uzumaki and Rin Hyuga, each had their own lineage and inheritance. When one really thought about it, Orochimaru considered himself a far better teacher than Tsunade. Of course, Jiraiya is by far the most useless among us. That guy even fancies himself capable of guiding a child of prophecy. Never mind finding one, he wouldn't know how to teach him, even if he did. Enough about that. But you must have noticed what's been stirring in the village lately, haven't you? Tsunade asked Orochimaru, her hands busy examining Chiyo's poison all the while. Do you mean the issue with Ikuin's growing reputation? Orochimaru's eyes darkened, his lips curving into a faint, knowing smile. Tsunade, I think you know me well enough. I've never aimed to become Hokage, never once. And between Ikuin and me, there's no conflict at all. In fact, our relationship is quite pleasant. He even saved my life once. Studying all kinds of ninjutsu, is that it? Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, her thoughts drifting to Orochimaru's past. It seemed his ambitions had never truly been about becoming Hokage. He had only shaped himself into what others wanted Orochimaru to be, trying not to let Sarutobi-sensei down. But with Uchiha, perhaps right now he truly was the best choice. That's right. Ikuin's talent for developing new jutsu is honestly the greatest I've ever seen. Did you know when I first heard he created Chidori, I had the feeling he was like someone else entirely, like the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. He's the ninja I admire the most. Even now, I still see the second Hokage as my role model. As Orochimaru spoke of Tobirama Senju, his eyes seemed to burn with a fervent light. My great-uncle, huh? Well, to be honest, a lot of his jutsu were a bit dubious. Mentioning Tobirama, Tsunade furrowed her brow. If you're considering delving into those things, you should know the sensei and the others would never allow it. Especially in the days before the village was founded, Great-uncle's research had no taboos. He treated almost the entire shinobi world as raw material for his experiments. When she was a child, Tsunade had loved spending time with Tobirama, her stern but gentle great-uncle. She had also pored over many of his research notes. Astonishingly, her great-uncle had once even tried to create a forbidden technique to curse an entire bloodline, wiping out every last member of a clan tied to that lineage. She didn't need a guess to know. The target had been the Uchiha. One had to admit, when it came to his views on the Uchiha, her great-uncle was absolutely relentless.